Chapter 1. The Awakening of Martial Souls. The summer air was gentle, and the full moon hung high in the sky. Xiang Wentian opened his eyes to find himself seated atop the dilapidated roof of a wooden cottage, surrounded by the sounds of cicadas and other insects. With a deep sigh, Xiang Wentian realized that he could never return. It had been 6 years since he was brought to this world by a system known as the Invincible upgrade system. The true extent of its invincibility remained a mystery to him. 6 years ago, the system transported him to a realm called Douluo Continent, imbuing his soul with a martial spirit known as the Demon Angel. This martial spirit concealed 2 powerful techniques: Heavenly Demon Annihilation Scripture and Celestial Overlord Body. For years prior, his mother in this world had passed away. Before her demise, she had adopted a child bride from an orphanage to ensure the continuation of the Xiang family lineage. The little girl was named Rumeng. Over the years, Xiang Wentian and Rumeng had managed to survive with the village's assistance. The village was named Douluo Village, reputedly named after a soul Douluo who had emerged from it a millennium ago. Throughout these years, Xiang Wentian had diligently practiced the Heavenly Demon Annihilation Scripture, reaching the pinnacle of the first level, yet he found himself unable to progress further. He understood that the inability to ascend to the second level was intertwined with the order of this world, while the Celestial Overlord Body remained unaffected. "Brother, I'm hungry," Rumeng's delicate voice chimed. "All right, they'll prepare the meal right away," he replied. Upon returning to the cottage and gazing into the nearly empty rice jar, Xiang Wentian sighed. The rice is running low, they'll have to trouble the village chief again. After a short while, he managed to prepare 2 bowls of thin porridge. "Sister, come out for dinner." "Brother, I'm starving." Rumeng rushed out, seizing the bowl and gulping down the porridge. "Slow down, be careful not to burn yourself," Xiang Wentian cautioned. "It's fine, brother, it's not hot." Rumeng mumbled as she drank. Xiang Wentian shook his head with a smile. Bemused by Rumeng's fearless appetite, she had never shied away from hot food, devouring it as if she hadn't eaten in days. Just then, the door creaked open, and Xiang Wentian looked to see the village chief, Lin Nas. He stood and greeted, "Grandpa Lin Nas, what brings you here?" "Shouty on, Rumeng, are you eating?" Lin Nas inquired kindly. Seeing the village chief's arrival, Xiang Wentian smiled. "Grandpa Lin Nas, we just started. Have you eaten? Why not join us?" With a gentle pat on Xiang Wentian's head, Lin Nas replied, "I have already eaten. I came to inform you both that tomorrow marks the day of martial soul awakening. Be sure to rise early and gather at the church." "Certainly, Grandpa Lin Nas, we will be there on time." Xiang Wentian nodded with a smile. On the following morning, Xiang Wentian and Rumeng arrived punctually in front of the church, joining the other 7 children as they prepared for their soul awakening. It was evident that the other children looked down upon the 2 siblings in their eyes. They were merely products of communal upbringing, not much different from beggars. Consequently, they had no friends since childhood. In Xiang Wentian's heart, he preferred the company of adults, as he felt a kindred spirit with them due to his 2 lifetimes of experience. At that moment, a handsome young man clad in the attire of the spirit hall approached. Grandpa Linus promptly stepped forward to greet him, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed Soul Master, we kindly request your assistance in the awakening of these children's souls." The young man's expression radiated the pride of the spirit hall as he replied indifferently, "I have little time, let us begin." Linus turned to introduce the children, saying, "Children, this esteemed Soul Master hails from the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City. He will guide you in embarking on your journey to discover your own soul. Ensure you cooperate well with him. Grandpa wishes you all the best in becoming Soul Masters." With a contemptuous laugh, the young man remarked, "Becoming a Soul Master is not so simple. In my travels through numerous villages, I have only encountered 1 child in Holy Soul Village with innate full soul power, and his soul was merely blue silvergrass." His expression shifted from disdain to regret upon uttering these words. Retracting his wistful gaze, the young man addressed the 9 children. "Stand in a line, children. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master and your guide. I will awaken your souls one by one. Do not fear, regardless of what occurs." He then retrieved 2 items from his satchel: 6 black stones and a transparent crystal orb, arranging the stones into a hexagonal awakening formation. The first one on the right, step forward and stand within the hexagonal formation. Do not be afraid, close your eyes, and carefully sense your soul. Soul possession. Su Yintao bellowed. Suddenly, a wolf materialized behind him. The child standing in the awakening formation cried out in terror, "Oh no, a wolf dog." Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao's expression darkened. "This is my soul, the lone wolf, not a wolf dog. Do not be afraid. If any of you can become a soul master, you will possess similar abilities." At that moment, The hexagonal awakening formation shone brightly. "Child, extend your right hand," said Su Yuntao, and a small teddy dog appeared in the child's palm. Su Yuntao shook his head. "Your soul is a teddy dog, one of the most useless souls devoid of any offensive power. Let us see if you possess soul power. Even a teddy dog can instill fear with its bark if it has soul power." "What should I do, master?" the child asked timidly. Su Yuntao instructed, "Use your will to retract your soul in the future. Summon it with your thoughts." The child retracted the teddy dog and placed his hand on the crystal orb, but it remained completely still. That Su Yuntao shook his head and sighed. "Without soul power, you cannot become a soul master. You may leave now." He had conducted the soul awakening for 7 children, each possessing unique and bizarre martial souls, ranging from a teddy bear to scissors, and even one child's martial soul astonishingly manifested as a lump of excrement. Truly, oddities abound each year, but this year's crop was particularly plentiful. At last, it was his turn. Xiang Wentian stepped into the hexagonal awakening array. As Su Yuntao infused his soul power, the array radiated a warm glow, enveloping Xiang Wentian in a comforting embrace reminiscent of a mother's hold. Suddenly, he heard a faint crack resound from his very soul, and before him appeared an angel, a demon angel with 8 wings, exuding an aura of dark magic. Su Yuntao exclaimed, "An angel martial soul, and it is indeed the demon angel martial soul. Could this be the most formidable martial soul recorded in literature, the perfect synthesis of demon and angel, the demon angel martial soul?" "Uncle, what is an angel martial soul?" Xiang Wentian inquired. Su Yuntao replied with excitement, "The angel martial soul resides at the pinnacle of the martial soul hierarchy. No other martial soul can compare. The previous pope possessed an angel martial soul, yet yours is even more extraordinary. Come, child, let us test your soul power." The moment Xiang Wentian grasped the crystal ball, an uncontrollable tremor surged through him, as the primal energy from the celestial demon extinction scripture surged toward the crystal sphere, causing it to radiate brilliantly. Su Yuntao's heart, which had just settled, surged with exhilaration once more, exclaiming, "Could this be innate full soul power? I should have anticipated that possessing a super martial soul would guarantee innate full soul power." Taking a deep breath, Su Yuntao declared excitedly, "Child, join the spirit hall. They will undoubtedly nurture you to your fullest potential." "Uncle, please help my sister awaken her martial soul first," Xiang Wentian urged. "Oh, right. I nearly forgot there was another child yet to awaken. I am simply too excited." "Child, come stand in the awakening array." Like her brother, Ru Ming stepped into the awakening array and slowly extended her right hand. As she did, a crimson 8-winged angel gradually materialized from her palm, illuminating the array. Seeing this, Su Yuntao trembled with excitement, akin to someone afflicted by an uncontrollable fit, exclaiming, "Another angel martial soul. Am I truly favored by the god of angels today? Come, child, let us test your soul power." Ru Ming extended her hand to take the crystal ball, which shone just as brilliantly. Su Yuntao remarked, "Another innate, full soul power. I have struck gold. It seems a promotion is on the horizon." Xiang Wentian, standing nearby, respectfully interjected, "Uncle, what does my sister's innate full soul power have to do with your promotion?" It was only then that Su Yuntao realized a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. It was entirely in error. "Do not take my words to heart, children. Come with me to the spirit hall." "Uncle, to be honest, my sister and I have no desire to join the spirit hall," Xiang Wentian confessed. "Why?" Su Yuntao asked, astonished. Xiang Wentian solemnly addressed, "Uncle, my sister and I have been orphaned and destitute since our childhood, relying solely on the charity of the village to survive. Our gratitude lies with the village, not with the spirit hall. Moreover, we have no desire to become mere tools for others to advance their ambitions." Su Yuntao replied earnestly, "I hope you both will give this serious consideration, for what the spirit hall can offer you, no one else can." "Thank you, Uncle, we will ponder it." With a sigh, Su Yuntao departed. Ru Ming and I observed Su Yuntao exiting the church. I remarked, "Sister, let us return home." The following day, Grandfather Linas sought out Xiang Wentian multiple times, extolling the numerous benefits and honors of joining the spirit hall, all of which I firmly declined, my reasoning being simple. I do not wish to become a tool for others. After returning to the spirit hall branch, Su Yuntao promptly reported the emergence of 2 children with angelic spirits from Douluo village to the spirit hall. The next day, a shadow loomed before Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao bowed respectfully, stating, "I am Su Yuntao, an official of the Nodding City Spirit Hall. It is an honor to meet you, my lord." The shadow replied coolly, "I have taken an interest in those 2 children henceforth. Do not disturb them." As for your discovery of these children, I shall duly credit you." Filled with excitement, Su Yuntao exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." In an instant, the shadow vanished. When the shadow arrived at Douluo village, a hint of exhilaration graced its lips as it murmured, "Thanks to the support of His Holiness the Pope, I can contend against the stubborn elders. Now that these two children are mine, I must first test them. Once they pass my trials, I shall take them as disciples." Chapter 2. Enrolling in Shrek Academy. That night, Xiang Wentian penned a letter and placed it upon the table. The letter read, "Grandfather Linas, by the time you read this, my sister and I will have departed. We do not wish to burden you further. I am aware that there is a student position available in the village, but as there are two of us, we do not wish to impose upon you. One day, after my sister and I have achieved success in our studies, we will return to honor you properly. Take care, Grandfather Linas." That evening, my sister and I set off under the cover of night, carrying provisions and water, heading towards the southern region of Soto City. With our sights set on Shrek Academy, Xiang Wentian had contemplated this journey multiple times, believing that with their talents, the Academy's dean, Flender, would undoubtedly take them and otherwise he would not. Have proclaimed, "We only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals." As Xiang Wentian and Ru Meng traveled, unbeknownst to them, a pair of vigilant eyes watched over them, safeguarding them and clearing their path of obstacles. After 3 continuous days of travel, just as our supplies dwindled, we finally reached Shrek Academy, mere days before its enrollment period. Yet, we did not come merely for admission, we sought to ally ourselves with Shrek. As one approaches the gates of Shrek Academy, an elderly man with wispy white hair can be seen, seated beneath a shaded pavilion, appearing as if he has just awakened from slumber. With a lackadaisical demeanor, he mutters, "Children, go play elsewhere, this is not a place for your amusements." Xiang Wentian replies, "Dear grandfather, we are not here for play, we have come to learn." The old man chuckles and responds, "Have you awakened your martial souls? If so, be aware that this is not an elementary soul master academy. Grandfather, my sister and I awakened our martial souls 3 days ago. We both possess innate full soul power. My martial soul is that of a demon angel, while my sister's is a cherubic angel. It is said that the headmaster of Shrek Academy treasures talent, so we sold our family assets and exhausted our savings to reach this place." That moment, a voice echoed in the heart of Flanders, who was within the academy. "Flanders, the debt of gratitude you owe me must be repaid at the academy's entrance stand too. Children, shelter them and nurture them." Flanders grimaced, "You saved one of my students once, and now I am to train 2 children for you? I find myself at a disadvantage. Do you regret it, Flanders? People speak highly of the Golden Iron Triangle, yet today's encounter proves otherwise. Very well, I shall assist you in their training," Flanders replied with mild irritation. "Excellent. Those children each possess angel martial souls. They are my chosen disciples, and you must not attempt to claim them. Understood?" "What did you say? Angel martial souls?" Flanders exclaimed in astonishment. After a moment of shock, he composed himself, reflecting that if these 2 children joined Shrek Academy, they would forever remain his students. As Flanders approached the academy entrance, he spotted the 2 children conversing with Li Yusong. He approached them and inquired, "Who told you that I am obsessed with wealth?" Xiang Wentian noticed a bespectacled middle-aged man leisurely making his way from Shrek Academy and replied, "It was a short-haired man named Yu Xiaojie." Flanders chuckled inwardly, thinking, "He is of the same ilk, full of deceit. Since this is the case, I shall not bruise the child's pride." Thus, Flanders spoke gently, "I am Flanders, the headmaster of Shrek Academy. Since you were introduced by Xiaojiang, come along with me." After settling Xiang Wentian and his sister, Flanders said, "You shall make yourselves comfortable today when the skies darken. I will take you to hunt for soul rings." "Thank you, Headmaster Flanders." Xiang Wentian and Ru Meng replied in unison, "Do not mention it." "Your sister seems rather reticent," Headmaster Flanders observed. "Headmaster, my sister is somewhat shy, she will warm up in due time." "I hope you do not mind," Xiang Wentian explained. Flanders smiled placidly. "Not at all." Chapter 3. Ru Meng's First Soul Ring. The following day, dawn breaks. The sun rises slowly, resembling a vast disk and glowing like a salted egg yolk, yet it does not dazzle. Gentle, warm currents waft gracefully, dancing with the light breeze wherever they settle. Warmth follows. Upon opening the window, a breath of fresh air greets me, and as I take a deep inhalation, a refreshing sensation courses through my body, awakening each cell and unblocking my meridians. 2 little creatures hastily make their way to the dining hall, gathering on the playground after their meal. Upon hearing Dean Flanders' words, they open the dormitory door and, as if in a dream, proceed to the cafeteria. After finishing their meal, they sprint to the playground, where Dean Flanders has long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing us, the Dean addresses us. Today, I shall lead you both to the Stardow Great Forest to procure your first soul ring in your lives. Why venture to the Stardow Great Forest instead of the soul-hunting forest in the Heavendoe Empire, where soul beasts are raised? With a sigh, Dean Flanders replies, because Shrek Academy is not registered, it is not a formal Soul Master Academy. Thus, we cannot enjoy the privileges granted by the Heavendoe Empire and the Spirit Hall. However, there's another advantage. The Stardow Great Forest is teeming with soul beasts, allowing for a plethora of choices. Now, enough talk, let us depart. The Shrek Academy lies over 400 kilometers from the Stardow Forest. With a firm grip, Dean Flander lifted Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming, soaring into the skies. As they gazed down at the swiftly passing mountains and rivers, a sense of panic enveloped them. In less than half a day's time, they had already reached the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. Upon landing, Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming felt their legs had turned to jelly. Dean Flander remarked, "I offered you a complimentary flight without charge, yet you both appear utterly exhausted." Ru Ming timidly replied, "This is my brother and my first experience flying. We are a bit unaccustomed." "Very well," he continued. "Ahead lies the Stardow Forest. You two must stay close behind me and refrain from shouting in the presence of soul beasts." With that, Dean Flander strode purposefully into the depths of the Stardow Forest. Xiang Wentian and Rumman closely followed Dean Flander as they entered the central outer area. Dean Flander stated, "There lies a fire cloud leopard approximately 500 to 800 years old, about 500 meters ahead. Little Meng, this fire cloud leopard is well suited for you." Rumman responded with a melodious voice, I will heed the Dean's words." "You two stay here for a moment," Dean Flander instructed before swiftly taking off. In less than 30 seconds, he returned, tossing the fire cloud leopard to the ground. He then produced a dagger and handed it to Rumman, saying, "Slay it, and the soul ring shall be yours." As it was her first encounter with a soul beast, Rumman felt a twinge of trepidation due to her lack of psychological fortitude. Xiang Wentian comforted, "Sister, do not fear, just thrust it in. Think back to how you used to behead the wild chickens we caught." After 3 minutes of reassurance, Ru Ming finally plunged the dagger into the brain of the fire cloud leopard. A yellow soul ring slowly ascended from the lifeless body, drifting towards Ru Ming, who sat cross-legged on the ground. The soul ring expanded gradually, ultimately encircling her. At that moment, Ru Ming slowly opened her eyes, her voice brimming with excitement. "I have a soul skill now. I have finally become a soul master." Dean Flander smiled and inquired, "What is your soul skill?" Ru Ming replied enthusiastically, "My first soul skill is Fire Cloud Step." Both Xiang Wentian and Dean Flander looked puzzled. Ru Ming playfully nodded, "Yes, Fire Cloud Step. When I activate it, my speed increases by 30% and my explosive power by 20%. Dean Flander nodded approvingly, a commendable soul skill. It seems little Ming has struck gold on this journey to the Stardow Forest. Ru Ming blushed and smiled shyly. "Now, we must help Xiao Tian find a suitable soul ring. We cannot delay any longer. Nightfall in the Stardow Forest can be perilous," Dean Flander said with a serious tone. Chapter 4. System Activation. The trio searched the periphery of the Stardow Forest for over 2 hours. Yet they had not discovered a suitable soul beast for Xiang Wentian. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the gray sky was on the brink of engulfing them in darkness. Dean Flander remarked, "It seems we must camp in the Stardow Forest tonight." They set up their tent, and Dean Flander stated, "We haven't eaten all day. Let us cook some meat." He retrieved 6 plump pig legs from his storage ring and placed them on the makeshift grill, while Xiang Wentian gathered dry twigs around. Ru Ming playfully chimed in, "Brother, leave the rest to me." A flicker of flame appeared in her hand, igniting the kindling instantaneously. Soon, the twigs blazed into glowing embers, and the 3 of them roasted the pig legs over the fiery coals. The fat sizzled as it dripped onto the embers, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Taking a bite of the roasted leg, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, "Crispy on the outside, tender within, quite delicious. If only we had some salt, it would taste even better." Just as he reached for a second bite, he suddenly realized his pig leg had vanished. With only himself, Ru Ming, and Dean Flander present, he deduced it had been pilfered by the Dean. "Dean Flander, my pig leg has disappeared. Did you use some underhanded means to steal it?" Xiang Wentian asked. Dean Flander, relishing a pig leg, looked up and retorted, "You little rascal, who stole your pig leg? All these pig legs are mine. Why would I need to steal?" Xiang Wentian scratched his head, conceding the point. Just then, Ru Ming exclaimed, "Brother, my pig leg is gone too." The atmosphere among the 3 turned suddenly tense. Dean Flander was instantly imbued with the essence of his martial soul. Activating his third soul skill, the cat-eagle gaze, he surveyed the surroundings twice. Perched upon a sturdy branch of a grand tree, he spotted a soul beast with a single horn, feasting on a roasted pig leg. "So it is you, little rascal." Stirring up trouble, Dean Flander remarked. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch, rendering the unicorn unconscious. As he approached, Xiang Wentian observed a small white unicorn, no larger than a kitten, being held aloft by Dean Flander. "May I inquire, Dean, what manner of soul beast is this, and why does it engage in thievery?" asked Xiang Wentian. "I, too, am uncertain. It is indeed rare to encounter a soul beast possessing spatial attributes," Dean Flander replied awkwardly. "Dean, I believe the soul beast is quite suited to me. May I absorb its soul ring?" Xiang Wentian inquired. "However, the age of this soul beast ring is merely a little over a century. Is that not somewhat insufficient?" Dean Flander stated with a serious demeanor. At that moment, a voice echoed in Xiang Wentian's mind, persistently urging him, "You must absorb this soul beast soul ring." "No worries, Dean. I have made my decision." Taking the unicorn from the Dean's hands, he swiftly twisted its throat. A pale yellow soul ring gradually emerged, and Xiang Wentian sat cross-legged. Channeling the celestial demon extinction scripture, he felt a surge of primal energy emanating from within, effortlessly drawing the soul ring towards him, and without any hindrance, he absorbed it. Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and stood up, proclaiming, "Director, I have succeeded." Ruram hurried over and grasped Xiang Wentian's hand, exclaiming, "Brother, congratulations." Dean Flander smiled and inquired, "What is your soul skill? Allow me to witness it." "My soul skill will undoubtedly astonish you, Director. It is a spatial type soul skill, spatial lock." "A spatial type soul skill?" Dean Flander exclaimed in surprise. One could say that spatial type soul skills rank as the second most formidable in existence. As the saying goes, when time ceases, space reigns supreme. Since you, little Tian, have also acquired your soul ring, let us gather our belongings and return. At that moment, a notification chimed. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Master Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 10, 152200, Soul Ring, Yellow Soul Skill, First Soul Skill, Spatial Lock Cultivation Method, Celestial Demon Annihilation Scripture, Azure Sky Body Ability, Devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to selectively enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 5, The First Encounter with the Three Monsters of Shrek 3 years later. Spring had arrived, and all things revived. The springtime at Shrek Academy was enchanting. With gentle breezes, fresh air, and warm sunlight, the willows stretched their limbs, and birds joyfully sang melodious tunes, flitting between the budding branches to showcase their talents with graceful dances, celebrating the essence of spring. Flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, red as fire, white as snow, and pink as dawn, creating a tapestry of colors. Today marked the annual enrollment assessment at Shrek Academy. Before dawn, Dean Flander roused everyone from their slumber, prompting a flurry of activity. Xiang Wentian's task was to guard the fourth assessment. Shortly thereafter, Ruram led 3 individuals to the fourth assessment that Xiang Wentian was overseeing. Ruram approached Xiang Wentian and whispered, "Brother, among these 3, 2 were admitted through special consideration from the dean. They are all exempt from the second and third assessments. So for you, this is merely a formality. Don't take it too seriously, all right?" Xiang Wentian responded with an assuring gesture and introduced himself. "I am Xiang Wentian, a level 28 Great Soul Master. The final assessment today requires that the 3 of you work together to withstand my prowess for the duration of a burning incense stick. And you shall pass. Ruram, please inform them of my martial soul's characteristics." Ruram nodded with a smile, saying, "Brother Wentian's martial soul is the Demon Angel, a super martial soul with extraordinary defense, speed, and attack capabilities. Moreover, his first soul skill is a control-type skill, so you 3 must approach this with caution. A moment's inattention could lead to defeat," Ruram playfully added. The chubby boy in red attire, captivated by Ruram's playful demeanor, was nearly drooling, completely oblivious to the details of her explanation. Xiang Wentian was momentarily overcome with disgust at the expression before him, feeling an overwhelming urge to deliver a few kicks. Meanwhile, the youth donning windproof glasses and the long-haired boy wore expressions of sheer horror. "You 3 must first contemplate how to surpass my challenge. Remember, only by uniting as one can you hope to succeed. You have 3 minutes to devise a strategy," Xiang Wentian stated with gravity. The long-haired boy then introduced himself. "Dai Mu Bai, Martial Soul, Evil Eye White Tiger, Level 25 Assault System Soul Master. The boy with the windproof glasses followed suit. Oscar. Martial Soul, Sausage, Level 15 Food System Soul Master. The boy in red chimed in. Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Phoenix, Level 15 Assault System Soul Master. As the 3 minutes elapsed, Xiang Wentian inquired, "Have you formulated a plan? If so, let us commence." He ignited an incense stick and planted it in the ground. The trio simultaneously declared, Martial Soul Manifestation. Dai Mubai unleashed 2 soul skills, White Tiger Protection Barrier and White Tiger Radiant Wave. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun activated his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Just as the Phoenix Fire Line and White Tiger Radiant Wave were about to collide, a smile graced Xiang Wentian's lips as he uttered, First soul skill, Spatial Lockdown. In that instant, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, along with the 2 soul skills, were rendered motionless. Xiang Wentian approached Ma Hongjun, who was still in a horse stance, rear protruding as he mimicked a fire-breathing posture. With a swift kick, Xiang Wentian sent Ma Hongjun sprawling to the ground, then returned to his side to release the Spatial Lockdown skill. "You 3 have successfully passed the assessment," he declared. The trio stood in bewilderment, with Ma Hongjun rubbing his sore backside as he rose. "What just happened? Why does my rear hurt so much?" he lamented. Dai Mubai, equally perplexed, remarked, "But the incense hasn't finished burning." Xiang Wentian declared arrogantly, "I am in charge of the 4th assessment. If I say you have passed, then you have indeed passed." Ru Ming led them to register with the teacher, each required to pay 100 gold soul coins. Ru Ming stated, "Very well. The 3 of you, follow me." Chapter 6. The Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. The following day, the 5 stood in a row at the center of the playground. Dean Flander remarked, "Soon, Xiang Wentian will escort you to the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City to participate in soul fights." The Grand Soul Arena is the optimal venue for enhancing a soul master's practical combat experience. Each participant is required to engage in 2 matches daily, 1-on-1 and 2-on-2. Oscar interjected, "Teacher, but I am a food-type soul master." Xiang Wentian remarked, "No worries, I shall accompany you to the 2-on-2 match." Oscar exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Yay! I knew Brother Tian would treat me the best." Upon arriving in Soto City, the trio of Dai Mubai, Xiang Wentian, and Ru Ming were awestruck by the grandeur of the Great Soul Arena, while Oscar and Ma Hongjun were utterly astonished. The Soto City Great Soul Arena, shaped in an elliptical form, towers at a height of 120 meters. It is divided into a main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas, accommodating up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 exclusive VIP boxes. This venue serves not only as a platform for soul masters to showcase their prowess, but also as a hub for major powers to recruit talent. As they approached the registration area of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, Xiang Wentian stated, "Ru Ming and I have already registered as the Dream Team. Now I shall register with Oscar as the Angel Sausage Team." In less than 5 minutes, the loudspeaker announced, "Now welcoming the Angel Sausage Team to battle against the Iron Blood Team. The Angel Sausage Team has just registered today. Let us see what surprises they will bring us." The 2-on-2 soul battle begins now. With a smile, Xiang Wentian remarked to Oscar behind him, "You may simply stand there and observe, as I demonstrate how to conclude this battle within a minute." Channeling his martial soul, he activated his first soul skill, Spatial Lockdown, followed by his second soul skill, Angelic Glory. Upon its release, Angelic Glory allowed him to unleash a temporary surge of 50% in both speed and strength. The Iron Blood duo, having just summoned their martial souls, soon realized they were rendered immobile. At that moment, Xiang Wentian surged forward, his speed enhanced to its zenith by Angelic Glory, arriving before the Iron Blood duo in the blink of an eye. With a single punch directed at each, he sent them flying off the stage. The audience erupted in a fervor at this spectacle. Among them, a boy clad in black exclaimed, "Wow, look at that young man. He is incredible." Several spectators around him echoed, "Indeed, he is truly impressive." The referee called out, "This is simply astounding. I hereby declare, the Angelic Sausage duo has triumphed over the Iron Blood duo." After the conclusion of the ranking event, Xiang Wentian and Oscar received 20 gold soul coins. Xiang Wentian took out 10 gold soul coins and offered them to Oscar. Oscar shook his head and said, No, Tian Gu, I cannot accept this. I contributed nothing in this 2-on-2 soul battle." Xiang Wentian feigned anger and said, "Take it if you're going to take it. Stop dawdling like a woman. Here, take it." Oscar, observing the expression on Xiang Wentian's face, accepted the 10 gold spirit coins and remarked, "Brother Tian, after the spirit duel concludes, I shall treat everyone to a meal. Xiang Wentian smiled and said, excellent. After the conclusion of the Battle of Spirits, he had participated in 3 matches that day, 1 one-on-one and 2 two-on-two matches. The latter being with Oscar and Ru Ming, each in a separate contest. Upon exiting the grand arena of Soto City, Xiang Wentian turned to Oscar and remarked, I know a delightful place that serves exquisite meat rolls. Shall we go there to dine? Certainly, wherever you wish to eat. Brother Tian, we shall go, Oscar replied. Xiang Wentian, aware that Oscar shared a humble background similar to his own, felt a sense of camaraderie in their mutual lack of wealth. Every bit saved was a blessing. Approaching the stall selling meat-filled pancakes, Xiang Wentian called out, Boss, I would like 5 meat pancakes, please. Ma Hongjun snickered and said, I want 2. Oscar interjected. Then let us make it 6. The vendor replied, certainly. Each pancake costs 5 copper soul coins, totaling 30 copper soul coins. Ma Hongjun jested, that's too much. Considering Oscar's earnings today, it wouldn't even cover a scratch. Ru Ming shot Ma Hongjun a reproachful glance and suggested, why don't you treat us at the grand restaurant? Ma Hongjun, feeling awkward, scratched his head and replied, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Chapter 7. Devour. At that moment, Xiang Wentian sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. He scanned the surroundings but found no one following him. Turning to his companions, he said, you all head back. I have a matter to attend to. Noticing an unusual tone in Xiang Wentian's voice, Ru Ming approached and inquired, brother, what is the matter? Xiang Wentian smiled calmly and said, it's nothing. You should take Mubai and the others back to the academy first. I will join you shortly. Ru Ming, concerned, inquired, are you truly all right? Rest assured, it's nothing to worry about, Xiang Wentian reassured, gently stroking Ru Ming's hair. Once Ru Ming and her companions had walked away, Xiang Wentian took several twists and turns, attempting to shake off his pursuers, yet he remained unsuccessful. Just as he entered a dead end, a figure suddenly materialized behind him. In an instant, Xiang Wentian felt the manifestation of his martial soul and turned solemnly to gaze at the individual behind him. He beheld a young man clad in the attire of the spirit hall, who was intently observing him. Who are you? Why have you been following me? Xiang Wentian inquired gravely. The young man replied nonchalantly, I am the steward of the spirit hall branch in Soto City. I have tracked you here to extend an invitation for you to join the spirit hall. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Xiang Wentian inquired, why should I join the spirit hall? What advantages would it confer upon me? The youth responded with a grin, joining the spirit hall would grant you their comprehensive training. I believe that a wise individual such as yourself would readily accept. However, I am already a member of Shrek Academy and have no desire to join the spirit hall. What should I do now? The youth's expression of indifference evaporated in an instant, and his tone turned frigid as he remarked, to refuse is to invite death. After uttering this chilling statement, the youth's martial spirit manifested, revealing 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, slowly emerging. Upon observing the other party's martial soul, which manifested as a ghost leopard belonging to the agility-based attack category of soul masters, it became evident that they were a natural seeker. No wonder that while being pursued, he was unable to detect the whereabouts of his stalker. Xiang Wentian coldly snorted, do you think you can compel me with sheer strength? You are exceedingly naive. In this world, no one can command me, and no one can make me submit. The young man shouted in fury, arrogance. In an instant, he charged towards Xiang Wentian, exclaiming, first spirit skill, acceleration, second spirit skill, phantom slash. Upon witnessing the opponent instantaneously unleash 2 soul skills, Xiang Wentian discerned the clear intent to eliminate him in a single strike. How could he possibly grant such an opportunity? Xiang Wentian declared, first soul skill, spatial lockdown. As he swiftly activated the heavenly demon annihilation scripture within, subsequently releasing his second soul skill, angelic glory. The young man, in mid-charge, abruptly halted, frozen in place. A wave of panic surged within him as he wondered, what is happening? Why can I suddenly not move? Could it be a spatial-type soul skill? Under the enhancement of his second soul skill, Angel's Glory, Xiang Wentian channeled the celestial demon destruction scripture, delivering a devastating punch that obliterated the young man's head. The headless corpse gradually crumpled to the ground. Standing beside the lifeless body, Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort, remarking, to think you would send merely a soul emperor to coerce me into submission, you overestimate your own worth. Xiang Wentian knelt on the ground, activating his devouring ability. In a short while, the headless corpse of the youth transformed into a desiccated husk. Ding! The host has utilized the devouring ability. Acquiring 1 2000-year soul ring and 1000 points of soul power. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 29. The system has infused this 2000-year soul ring onto the first soul ring. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the first soul ring from 100 years to 2100 years. Purple. Duration. 2100 years. Xiang Wentian was filled with exuberance as he opened the system panel. Name. Xiang Wentian. Rank. Great Soul Master Martial Soul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 29. 900. 010000. Soul Rings. Purple. Years. 2100. Yellow. Years. 800. It is worth mentioning that a few readers have pointed out an error in the soul ring arrangement. However, upon careful inspection, it is undeniably correct. Previously, Xiang Wentian's soul rings were yellow, 100 years, and yellow, 800 years. But he has integrated the 2000-year soul ring he devoured into the first soul ring, resulting in purple, years, 2100, yellow, years, 800. Soul abilities. First soul ability, Space Lock. Second soul ability, Angel's Glory. Techniques, True Scriptures of Heavenly Demonic Destruction, Overlord Body of the Heavens. Ability, Devour, can absorb the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 8. 3 years later, upon returning to Shrek Academy, he discovered that Ru Ming was anxiously waiting for him at the entrance. As soon as she saw Xiang Wentian, she rushed over and embraced him. Xiang Wentian smiled and comforted her, saying, "It's all right, sister. I'm fine. I'm back now." Ru Ming released him. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she said, "Brother, promise me you will never leave me again." "All right, I promise I will never leave you," Xiang Wentian declared firmly, "forever. Forever." Upon seeing the determination in Xiang Wentian's eyes, Ru Ming became momentarily entranced. She planted a quick kiss on the corner of his mouth and, blushing, ran away. Xiang Wentian gazed at the distant figure, fading like a dream, and licked his lips, smiling blissfully, sweet and fragrant. Upon returning to the dormitory, Oscar teased, "Tian Ge. Was that enjoyable?" "Enjoyable? What do you mean?" Xiang Wentian replied, puzzled. Ma Hongjun stood up and straightforwardly stated, "Little Ao is asking you if kissing was delightful." With a slight smirk, Xiang Wentian remarked, "You'll understand once you have a girlfriend," before settling down on his bed to continue his cultivation. Days turned into months, and months into years, until 3 years had swiftly elapsed. One serene morning, Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, declaring, "At last, I have broken through to level 39. He examined his system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian. Level, Soul Master Martial Soul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 39, 9000 010 0000. Soul Rings. Purple. Age, 2100 years. Yellow. Age, 800 years. Purple. Age, 3000 years. Soul Skills. First skill, Spatial Sealing. Second skill, Angelic Glory. Third skill, Angelic Judgment. Cultivation Method, Heavenly Demon Destruction Scripture, Celestial Titan Body. Ability, Devour, the capacity to consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own soul rings and physique. After closing the system, Xiang Wentian stepped out of his room, coincidentally encountering Vice Dean Zhao Wujie. Xiang Wentian greeted him, "Good morning, Teacher Zhao." "Xiao Tian, don't wander off today. It's the day of our Shrek Academy's admission assessment." "Understood, Teacher Zhao." After breakfast, upon seeing Dai Mubai, Xiang Wentian teased, "Mubai, where are you off to today to charm the ladies?" Dai Mubai boasted, "I've recently caught the attention of a pair of twins, and we are in the throes of romance." Xiang Wentian smiled and gave a thumbs up to Dai Mubai, saying, "Impressive, Mubai. 3 in 3 days, and 2 in 5. Truly a paragon among us." Dai Mubai, rather than feeling embarrassed, took pride in the compliment, replying, "Oh, not at all. You flatter me." After Dai Mubai departed, Xiang Wentian proceeded to the 4th assessment zone, which he had overseen for the past few years. After a short while, he noticed Vice Dean Zhao Wujie approaching him. Xiang Wentian inquired, "Is there something you need, Professor Zhao?" Zhao Wujie responded, "Today, I am responsible for the 4th assessment. You may attend to other matters." Xiang Wentian awkwardly chuckled, "Teacher Zhao, isn't this rather inappropriate?" To which Zhao Wujie, slightly irritated, retorted, "What is inappropriate? The dean is absent, within the academy. My word is law." "Very well then." Xiang Wentian conceded, vacating his seat. Departing from the 4th assessment zone, he arrived at the academy's entrance. where nearly 100 students were queued to register. Upon spotting Xiang Wentian, Ru Ming inquired, "Brother, weren't you in the fourth assessment zone? What brings you here?" Xiang Wentian shook his head in resignation and said, "Teacher Zhao has taken over my position. I came to the entrance of the academy to see if there is anything I can assist with." "I see," said Ru Ming, blinking her beautiful eyes. "If any students pass the first assessment, you can guide them inside for the remaining evaluations. Would that be all right, brother?" "Sure, no problem," he replied. Shortly after, Teacher Li called out, "Wentian, come here." Xiang Wentian approached and inquired, "Teacher Li, did you call for me?" Teacher Li gestured towards a male and a female student, stating, "These two may bypass the assessments of the second and third stages and proceed directly to the fourth stage." "Understood, teacher. I shall escort them immediately," Xiang Wentian replied. Observing the two candidates, the male student was unremarkable in appearance and slender in stature, while the female student, though not conventionally beautiful, possessed a delicate charm, notably accentuated by her thick, long braid resembling a scorpion's tail. Xiang Wentian addressed the two candidates, "Please follow me." At that moment, a male student who had passed the preliminary examination, feeling a sense of unfairness, asked, "Why are they permitted to skip the second and third assessments while I am not?" Xiang Wentian gazed at the student and remarked, "As long as one's age is appropriate and their soul power exceeds level 25, they may be exempt from the second and third assessments." The male student, filled with skepticism, retorted, "Are you implying that they have all reached level 25 in soul power? I find that hard to believe." He continued, "Very well. I shall compel you to acknowledge the truth of our Shrek Academy's inner workings." As he spoke, Xiang Wentian retrieved a testing crystal ball of level 30 from the table and handed it to the student exempt from the second and third assessments, saying, "Demonstrate your soul power." The student nodded, accepting the crystal ball, and promptly infused it with his soul power. The crystal ball radiated brilliantly, indicating a soul power nearing level 30. After completing the test, the student passed the crystal ball to a nearby female student who, upon testing, also revealed a level 29. Disregarding the peculiar gazes of his fellow students, Xiang Wentian led the two students exempted from the second and third assessments directly to the fourth evaluation area. Upon arriving at the fourth assessment zone, he spotted Teacher Zhao and informed him, "Teacher Zhao, there are two students exempted from the second and third assessments." Before he could finish his sentence, Ru Ming entered with two female students, stating, "Teacher Zhao, these two students are also exempted from the second and third assessments." Zhao Wujie, observing that all four candidates were exempt from the previous tests, felt a surge of excitement and declared, "Excellent. Your task for the final challenge is to endure my attacks for the duration of a joss stick." Chapter 9, Departure. Star Do Great Forest. Zhao Wujie instructed, "Xiao Tian, please convey my strength and the characteristics of my martial spirit to them, so they may prepare accordingly." "Certainly, Teacher Zhao," Xiang Wentian replied. Turning to the four candidates with gravity, Teacher Zhao's martial spirit is the strengthened Golden Bear, a level 76 assault-type soul master. The four candidates gasped in unison upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, level 76. Next, I shall briefly outline the characteristics of Teacher Zhao's martial spirit. You four must listen attentively. Teacher Zhao's strengthened Golden Bear possesses formidable defensive capabilities, with no weaknesses apparent, while speed is typically Zhao's vulnerability. The significant disparity in soul power between you and Teacher Zhao renders speed less of an issue. To withstand Teacher Zhao's onslaught for the duration of a jaw stick, you must unite as one, working together to have any chance of passing the assessment. 3 minutes later, have you four come to a consensus? Zhao Wujie inquired. Retrieving a jaw stick from his storage belt, he struck it against the air, igniting it instantly before placing it on the ground. If you have deliberated sufficiently, let us begin. Half an hour later, as Xiang Wentian had anticipated, Zhao Wujie was thoroughly beaten. The following morning, after breakfast, the 9 stood in a line on the training ground. Flinder approached from the director's office and said, "You few, please introduce yourselves. Wentian, you may start." Xiang Wentian, possessing the martial soul of the demon angel, stands as a 39th level assault system soul master. Ru Ming, with the martial soul of the seraph, is also a 39th level assault system soul master. Dai Mubai, wielding the martial soul of the evil eye white tiger, is a 37th level assault system soul master. Oscar, his martial soul being sausage, is a 30th level food system soul master. Ma Hongjun, with the martial soul of the phoenix, is a 29th level assault system soul master. Tang San, possessing the martial soul of blue silvergrass, is a 29th level control system soul master. Xiao Wu, with the martial soul of the rabbit, is a 29th level assault system soul master. Ning Rongrong, wielding the martial soul of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, is a 26th level support system soul master. Zhu Zhiqing, possessing the martial soul of the Netherworld Cat, is a 27th level agile attack system soul master. After the introductions of the 9, Flender exclaimed in astonishment, "Oscar, you have reached the 30th level. When did this occur?" Oscar replied with excitement, "I just broke through this morning." "Excellent." Flender cheered, "Today, our lesson will be a journey to the Douluo Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his third spirit ring. I shall have Vice-Dean Xiao Wujing lead you to the Douluo Forest. Remember, the Douluo Forest is no ordinary place. One may encounter spirit beasts aged in the thousands or even tens of thousands of years at any moment. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you must exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, Dean Flender, we will certainly protect Oscar and Ning Rongrong," Xiang Wentian declared, patting his chest confidently. Flender nodded with a smile. A moment later, Zhao Wujing approached. And upon seeing him, Xiang Wentian noticed that Vice-Dean Zhao's face appeared even more swollen than the previous day. Xiang Wentian inquired, "Teacher Zhao, has your face been poisoned?" Zhao Wujing retorted angrily, "Poisoned? What kind of poison? Hurry up and set off. What are you waiting for?" "All right, we shall depart immediately," Xiang Wentian responded. The Douluo Forest is teeming with spirit beasts, known for their ferocity. Everyone must be vigilant. He instructed, "Dai Mubai, you shall lead the way. Oscar and Ning Rongrong will be in the center, while Ma Hongjun and Ru Ming flank the sides. Tang San, you will bring up the rear. With Zhu Zhiqing scouting the ground and I will oversee from the air." Tang San, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhiqing, and Xiao Wu exclaimed in unison, "Xiang Wentian, you can fly?" Xiang Wentian naturally stated, "My martial spirit is the 8-winged demon angel, inherently endowed with the ability to fly, so of course I can soar." After uttering these words, he addressed the gathered crowd, "Let us embark." With the assistance of sausages provided by Oscar, the head of the logistics department, the group reached a quaint little town on the outskirts of the Douluo Forest in just one day. This charming settlement was known as Level 7 Town. The town catered to the needs of passing merchants, adventurers, mercenaries, and students and teachers from the Soul Master Academy, offering food, lodging, and essential supplies for entering the Douluo Forest. As they walked along the main street of Level 7 Town, Xiang Wentian remarked to his companions, "Nightfall approaches. Let us first find an interest for the night, and we shall venture into the Douluo Forest come dawn." The others nodded in agreement, indeed. Xiang Wentian led the group to a hotel that appeared relatively clean and addressed them, saying, "Let us choose this establishment." At that moment, Zhao Wuji, with a grim expression, remarked, "Might this hotel be a tad expensive?" Xiang Wentian approached Vice-Dean Zhao Wuji and whispered, "No worries, Vice-Dean, this one's on me." Zhao Wuji replied softly, "Our academy's rules prohibit taking advantage of students." With a gentle smile, Xiang Wentian retorted, "Having studied at Shrek Academy for so many years, have I ever paid a single cent in tuition? What does it matter if I'm a student or not? What is mine is yours, Vice-Dean." Vice-Dean Zhao Wuji, feeling somewhat awkward, conceded, "Very well. Just ensure that those little rascals remain oblivious." "Rest assured, Vice-Dean, you can count on me," Xiang Wentian said, patting his chest with a grin. When Xiang Wentian returned to the group, Dai Mubai inquired, "What did you discuss with the vice president?" "Oh, nothing much. The vice president mentioned that this hotel is quite impressive and has a grand atmosphere." Xiang Wentian replied somewhat awkwardly. Ma Hongjun scratched his head and remarked, "Impressive? I didn't notice that." Chapter 10. Songhui Academy. Upon entering the hotel, Xiang Wentian discreetly arranged a private room for Zhao Wujie, instructing the waiter to send exquisite food and fine wine to teacher Zhao, who, after all, valued his reputation greatly. Xiang Wentian, accompanied by 9 others, found a large round table in the first-floor dining hall, and everyone took their seats. Ma Hongjun eagerly declared, "Waiter, let's order. No vegetarian dishes, bring all the meat, and 2 barrels of fine wheat beer." The group exchanged glances, unable to suppress their admiration for Ma Hongjun's insatiable appetite. Before long, the dishes arrived in abundance, and all eyes were on Ma Hongjun as he devoured his food with reckless abandon. Suddenly, he sensed the scrutiny and awkwardly said, "Stop looking at me. Just eat. It'll get cold soon, and besides, it's Brother Tian treating us. He can afford it." At that moment, the restaurant was nearing full capacity. And as Xiang Wentian savored a piece of beef, he overheard Dai Mubai exclaim, "That insignificant Songhui Academy, how audacious." Upon finishing his beef, Xiang Wentian noticed that Dai Mubai had already engaged in a skirmish with the students from Songhui Academy. With a fierce glare and hands on his hips, Xiang Wentian declared, "What? Is it the bottomless Ash Academy? If you want to brawl, let's do it outside. Fighting here would disrupt the owner's business. Anyone who wishes to fight, come with me." The students from Songhui Academy arrogantly retorted, "Fine, let us go outside. Just watch how I take you down." At that moment, Xiao Wu approached with a disdainful glance toward Songhui Academy and said to Xiang Wentian, "Senior Xiang, leave these little nuisances to me." Xiang Wentian advised, "Do not push Xiao Wu too hard." "Rest assured, Senior," Xiao Wu replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she nodded. At that moment, Tang San interjected, "Don't worry, Senior. Xiao Wu is perfectly fine." True to Tang San's words, Xiao Wu swiftly dispatched the students from Songhui Academy with remarkable ease. Just then, a middle-aged man approached and inquired, "Which academy do you belong to? May I inquire, what brings you here?" asked Wang Tiandao. "We are from Shrek Academy," came the response. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. "I have not heard of Shrek Academy. I am Yushichio, a teacher from Songhui Academy. You cannot simply dismiss the fact that you have harmed my student. I must reclaim my honor." "Where is your teacher?" With a tone full of bravado, Ma Hongjun retorted. "With your timid demeanor, do you really think you can meet our teacher? Spare us. We are more than capable of dealing with you ourselves." Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Yushichio's anger flared. "You insolent child, seeking death." He summoned the power of the Xian Gui. Observing the elder's attempt to bully the younger, Wang Tiandao discreetly addressed the other 8 members of Shrek. "My first soul skill is related to spatial manipulation. I can restrain him. Once I have him under control, follow my lead. When I say charge, we shall unleash our might upon him." He then turned to Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, when you hear my command, lend your full support to everyone. Do you understand?" "Understood, Tiangu," Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. Turning to his comrades, Xiang Wentian proclaimed, "Brothers, unleash your martial souls." The first soul skill, Space Lock, activated, and with the exception of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the rest charged forward in an instant. Ascending into the air, Xiang Wentian shouted, "Second soul skill, Angelic Glory." Third soul skill, Angelic Judgment. He utilized the second soul skill to amplify the third, resulting in a power surge that was undeniably magnified severalfold. A colossal sword of judgment, dark as pitch, materialized in the air and aimed directly at Yushichio. At this moment, Yushichio found himself utterly restrained by the space lock, devoid of the aid of soul skills. How could he withstand such a formidable strike? As the giant sword collided with Yushichio, a thunderous roar echoed, and dust erupted into the air. The onlookers were left with ringing ears, and as the dust settled, they beheld Yushichio, bloodied and barely clinging to life. Xiang Wentian cast a glance at the Songhui Academy, choosing to disregard it, and addressed the crowd. "Brothers, let us return and continue our meal." Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Tiangu, our soul skills have yet to be fully unleashed, and the battle has already concluded. Next time, do grant us the opportunity to take action." "Indeed. Henceforth each of us shall have our chance to shine," Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. Chapter 11. The Buddha's Palm. Upon returning to the hotel, everyone retired to their rooms to rest, while Xiang Wentian ascended to the rooftop, sitting cross-legged to engage in silent meditation. Soul power increased by 10. Soul power increased by 10. Soul power increased by 10. Observing the continuous rise in his soul power, Xiang Wentian felt a surge of excitement within his heart. Time passed unmeasured until he was jolted awake by the system's notification. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to the 40th rank of Soul Master." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received an upgrade reward. Would you like to open it?" "An upgrade reward? Why wasn't there one before?" Xiang Wentian inquired. "That depends on the system's mood. If the system wishes to grant you one, you shall receive it. If it does not, then you shall not." Xiang Wentian helplessly remarked, "All right. Open the upgrade rewards." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine skill, Rulei's Divine Palm." Upon witnessing the, Xiang Wentian abruptly rose to his feet. The system proceeded to examine the introduction to this formidable technique, bestowed by the Buddha to liberate sentient beings and alleviate their afflictions, is a transcendent martial art capable of rivaling natural disasters, subduing malevolent spirits, and vanquishing evildoers. These is delineated into 10 distinct forms. First form, the initial radiance of the Buddha. Second form, the golden summit of the Buddha's light. Third form, the Buddha stirs the mountains and rivers. Fourth form, the Buddha queries the Kalen. Fifth form, welcoming the Buddha to the Western paradise. Sixth form, the Buddha's light illuminates all. Seventh form, The celestial Buddha descends to earth 8th form. The boundless teachings of the Buddha 9th form. The congregation of 10,000 Buddhas. 10th form. The Buddha's annihilation of demons with exhilaration coursing through his veins. Xiang Wentian exclaimed, "With this divine palm at my side, who could possibly instill fear within me?" Upon reviewing his system panel, he noted, name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Master Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 40, 50100000. Soul Rings, purple, age, 2100 years, yellow, age, 800 years. Purple, age, 3000 years, soul skills, first soul skill, spatial lock, second soul skill, angel's glory, third soul skill, angelic judgment. Divine skill, Buddha's palm techniques, heavenly demon annihilation scripture. Celestial Titan body ability, devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own rings and power after closing the system. Xiang Wentian calmed his emotions and exhaled a heavy sigh, proclaiming, "Another splendid day awaits." 30 minutes later, the sky began to illuminate with the blush of dawn. He subsequently roused his companions from their slumber, stating, "We must set out early today to assist Oscar and myself in searching for soul rings." Daimubai inquired, "Assist you? Have you broken through?" "Indeed, I have just ascended to level 40, Xiang Wentian replied with enthusiasm. In unison, his companions exclaimed, "Freak." After rising, washing up, and having breakfast, the group departed from the 7th level town. They were now in close proximity to the Stardow forest, and with renewed vigor, they hastened their pace. Entering the outskirts of the forest in under an hour, the air around the periphery of the forest felt remarkably fresh. At that moment, Zhao Wujie called out, "Everyone, stay alert. Something is approaching at high speed." Xiang Wentian addressed the heavens, stating his intention to protect Oscar and Ning Rongrong, and then soared into the air. Making his way to the treetops, through the gaps in the leaves, he beheld a serpent that could fly, adorned with a fleshy crest upon its head. Xiang Wentian discerned this to be a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. "What do you see?" inquired Weisstein Zhao Wujie. "It is a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Approximately 1,500 years in cultivation," replied Xiang Wentian. Zhao Wujie chuckled. "Ah, little Oscar, you are fortunate. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is quite suitable for you," Tang Sen remarked. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is notoriously cunning and excels in evasion. Xiang Wentian addressed the situation. "Soon, we shall encounter the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. I will employ my first soul skill, spatial lock, to restrain it. Oscar, be ready to swiftly acquire the soul ring." Oscar, filled with both excitement and trepidation, replied, "Understood." "It approaches," Xiang Wentian calmly announced. "Martial soul manifestation, first soul skill, spatial lock." With that, he unleashed his soul skill, instantly immobilizing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake in midair. "Oscar, now!" Xiang Wentian commanded urgently. "On my way," Oscar exclaimed, brandishing 2 sausages and rhythmically striking the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiang Wentian was incensed, exclaiming, "Oscar, what are you playing at? If you do not take action soon, I shall not be able to endure any longer." At that moment, Oscar finally set aside his frivolity, drawing forth a dagger and plunging it into the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Mere seconds later, a soul ring radiating a resplendent violet hue began to ascend slowly. Oscar promptly seated himself in meditation to absorb this millennium-old soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. An hour later, Chapter 12, The Serpent Matriarch's Fragrance. After an hour had passed, Oscar completed the absorption of the soul ring. Xiang Wentian inquired, "Oscar, do you still require this serpent?" Oscar replied with enthusiasm, "No longer." Xiang Wentian crouched beside the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, extending his hand to invoke the devouring skill. Before his very eyes, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake rapidly withered away at an astonishing rate, ultimately transforming into a desiccated serpentine corpse. Ding! The host utilized the devouring skill, acquiring 1,500 points of soul power. Xiang Wentian silently commanded, "Open system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Master Martial Spirit, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 40, 15, 501, 000. 000. Soul Rings, purple, years, 2,100, yellow, years, 800, purple, years, 3,000. Soul Skills, first soul skill, Space Lock, second soul skill, Angelic Glory, third soul skill, Angelic Judgment. Divine Skill, Buddha's Palm Cultivation Technique, True Scripture of Heavenly Demon Extinction. Sky Sovereign Body Ability, Devour, capable of absorbing the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. The crowd gazed in astonishment at Xiang Wentian. Oscar exclaimed in disbelief, "Brother Tian, what have you done to this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake?" Xiang Wentian smiled as he explained, "There is no need for you to be overly astonished. This is my innate skill, Devour, which allows me to consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or spirit beasts to enhance my own soul rings, physique, and cultivation." Daimu Bai suddenly comprehended. "No wonder your soul power has increased so rapidly. Thus, your first soul ring being purple makes perfect sense." Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Tian, does this mean that by continuously devouring, all your soul rings could evolve into those of 100,000 years?" Xiang Wentian smiled gently and said, "Theoretically, it is indeed possible." Tang San, filled with astonishment, remarked, "Your demon angel martial soul truly lives up to its reputation as a supreme martial soul. It is undeniably powerful beyond measure." Xiang Wentian, feeling acutely embarrassed under the gaze of the crowd, exclaimed, "Please, do not look at me. My sister, Ru Ming, possesses the seraphim spirit, which can devour all fire elements to enhance the innate fire affinity of the seraphim." Oscar, with his head bowed in disappointment, lamented, "How can we still consider ourselves as monsters? Compared to the two of you siblings, we are merely ordinary." Ru Ming approached with a smile, gently patting Oscar on the shoulder. "Do not lose heart, Oscar. We are comrades, are we not?" Oscar lifted his head, smiling, "Indeed, we are comrades, close friends." Ning Rongrong reflected, "Is this the true strength of friendship?" At that moment, a girl rushed towards them, her short hair framing her beautiful face with an alluring figure. She exclaimed in shock, "What has happened to my phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? It has turned into a corpse." Angered, she glared at the group. "Did you do this?" Just then, an elderly woman, around 60 or 70 years old, appeared behind the girl, wielding a snake-headed cane, and with a huff, 6 soul rings emerged around her. Zhao Wujia, undeterred, let out a scoff, and 7 soul rings ignited around the Shrek members simultaneously. The elderly woman, noticing Zhao Wujia's 3 black soul rings, changed her expression and said, "I am Chao Tianxiang, esteemed soul sage. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake belongs to us. You have taken our soul ring and reduced it to a corpse. Shouldn't you provide an explanation?" Zhao Wujia, astonished, replied, "Could it be that you are the famed dragon lady, Chao Tianxiang?" The woman chuckled softly, "Oh, it is merely a title. I do not dare claim such prestige. May I ask for your esteemed name, soul sage?" "I am Zhao Wujia," he responded. "Ah, so it is the renowned unmoving shadow king of the soul master world," Chao Tianxiang remarked. "I do not deserve such an appellation. It is merely infamy," Zhao Wujia replied. Chao Tianxiang continued, "This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake belongs to us. You have hunted my granddaughter's snake. Surely, you owe us an explanation," Zhao Wujia stated. "The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake has already become a soul ring for my student. What further explanation do you seek?" Chao Tianxiang thought to herself. Observing that these children appeared no older than 15 yet had already reached level 30, their future was indeed limitless. Chao Tianxiang pondered for a moment and remarked, "Since you have absorbed the soul ring of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, I have no further objections. You shall compensate me with my granddaughter." Ma Hongjun retorted indignantly, "How can you prove that this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake belongs to you?" Chao Tianxiang replied, "Young man, do not be hasty. Observe the 3 distinct wounds on the belly of that serpent, inflicted by my hand." As Ma Hongjun approached the lifeless serpent, he indeed noticed the 3 marks and stated, "Since the die is cast, and the soul ring has been claimed by us, what do you propose?" "Quite simple," Chao Tianxiang smiled. "Let the one who absorbed the soul ring accompany us and join our family." Before anyone else could interject, Zhao Wujia stepped forward and declared, "That is out of the question." Chao Tianxiang calmly responded, "If that is impossible, then let us adhere to the customs of the spirit master community. Allow my granddaughter to compete against your student who acquired the soul ring. If she wins, we shall depart. If she loses, she will come with us." "That is also not feasible," Zhao Wujia replied. Chao Tianxiang, incensed, exclaimed, "I have already made considerable concessions." Zhao Wujia clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. My student is a food-type spirit master and cannot engage in combat with a battle spirit master." "Oh, such a young food-type spirit master," Chao Tianxiang expressed his astonishment. At that moment, Xiang Wentian interjected, "I am a level 40 spirit master. I will only use my first spirit skill and 30% of my spirit power to battle your granddaughter. Would that be acceptable?" Chao Tianxiang was taken aback. realizing that at such a young age, he had already attained the rank of Spirit Master. If he were to join their family, their strength would undoubtedly soar in the next decade. Xiao Tianxiang smiled and said, "That is agreeable, but should you lose, you must join my family." Xiang Wentian smiled gently and replied, "Certainly." Chapter 13. Oscar's third soul skill. No. Oscar interjected with a teasing tone, "This is not equitable. If you lose, you merely forfeit a snake, while our dear Tianer would risk losing his very life." Xiao Tianxiang pondered for a moment and inquired, "Young man, what do you suggest would be a fair resolution?" Oscar smirked and suggested, "If your granddaughter were to lose, she should marry him." To the heavens, Tian angrily exclaimed, "Oscar, what nonsense are you spouting?" Xiang contemplated. "Our chances of victory remain substantial. If he triumphs at such a young age, it would not be inappropriate for my granddaughter to wed him." Xiang lifted her head and declared earnestly, "Very well. I consent." Yet, still stamping her feet, her face flushed with embarrassment, she protested, "Grandma." Xiang chuckled. "Ah, youth must possess a touch of fervor, mustn't it?" Xiang Wentian declared, "Come forth." Xiang Wentian, a formidable soul master of level 40 with the demon angel martial spirit. The angelic martial spirit elicited a silent gasp from Xiao Tianxiang. Meng Yiran, wielding the serpent staff as her martial spirit, stood as a level 32 ring soul master. Meng Yiran pondered to herself, "Though you may be of level 40. If you engage me with merely 30% of your soul power, defeat is assuredly yours." Toward the heavens, he declared, "Commence the first soul skill, Space Seal." In an instant, Meng Yiran found herself immobilized, utterly taken aback, while the most astonished of all was Xiao Tianxiang. A spatial soul skill, endowed with extraordinary talent. This unparalleled technique, where did Zhao Wujie discover such prodigies? Xiang Wentian inquired. "I believe this battle has come to an end. Senior, do you think we have emerged victorious?" Xiang shook her head and sighed, "We have lost." As Meng Yiran, freed from the control of her soul technique by Xiang Wentian, exclaimed loudly, "This battle does not count. He attacked me unexpectedly." Xiao Tianxiang approached and remarked, "Yiran, even if it were a surprise attack, you cannot overcome spatial soul techniques. In the hierarchy of powers, time reigns supreme over space. Only time-based soul techniques can conquer those of the spatial realm in this world. Typically competitive." Meng Yiran could not accept the reality of her defeat, and with her head bowed, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Xiang Wentian observed Meng Yiran shedding tears of sorrow and promptly declared, "The wager we just made shall not hold. You need not marry me." He then turned to Zhao Wujie and said, "Teacher Zhao, let us take our leave." Meng Yiran interjected, "I am a person of my word. I shall honor the wager. 3 years hence, you may come to the Ming family to propose." Xiang Wentian replied upon hearing this, "No need. I already have a fiancée." After bidding farewell to Wang Tian, Zhao Wujin led the members of Shrek Academy deeper into the Star Dough Forest. As they walked, Ma Hongjun inquired, "Xiao Ao, what is your third soul skill? Hurry and unleash it for us to see." Oscar replied, "I can show you, but please do not laugh." Dai Mubai assured him, "We won't laugh." However, as Oscar began to chant the incantation, "Imaginative Mushroom Sausage," the group erupted in laughter. Ma Hongjun, clutching his stomach in mirth, exclaimed, "Imaginative is one thing, but mushroom sausage? That's just too small." Oscar, blushing with embarrassment, retorted, "Did we not agree not to laugh?" Xiang Wentian inquired, "Is it merely about flying? Surely it must involve more than that." Oscar replied, "Indeed, it encompasses far more. My third spirit ability allows me to soar with the swiftness of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake for a full minute." Zhao Wujun stated solemnly, "It is now afternoon, and we have but half a day until darkness descends. We must hasten to assist Xiao Tian in locating a suitable spirit ring. Let us depart." The group diligently searched throughout the afternoon, and just as dusk began to settle, they finally aided Xiang Wentian in discovering a fitting spirit beast, a millennium-old silverlight python. With excitement, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, "Teacher Zhao, I wish to tackle this silver python on my own and simultaneously showcase my self-created soul skill to all of you." The crowd gasped in astonishment at the mention of his unique soul skill. Damubai remarked, "Wentian, I am eager to witness the true nature and strength of your self-created soul skill." Xiang Wentian approached the silver glimmering python, stating confidently, "I shall undoubtedly bring you a delightful surprise." As he arrived before the majestic creature, the silver glimmering python regarded him with caution, emitting a hissing roar that served as a warning for Xiang Wentian to halt his advance, lest it be provoked to strike. Xiang Wentian charged forward, exclaiming, "Martial soul manifestation." First soul skill, spatial lockdown. For a 10,000-year soul beast, the duration of this spatial confinement could only last a few fleeting seconds. Yet, in those precious moments, Xiang Wentian could accomplish a great deal. With the ninth style of the Rulai Divine Palm, 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. A colossal golden hand materialized out of thin air, crashing down upon the body of the silverlight python with a resounding boom. Even hundreds of meters away, Zhao Wujie and the others felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the soul skill Xiang Wentian created himself? How can it be so formidable? Xiang Wentian unleashed the ninth form of the Buddha's palm. 10,000 Buddhas pay homage, which astonishingly drained 90% of his soul power. It appears that, unless faced with life-threatening danger, he should refrain from utilizing the Buddha's palm, as its consumption is excessively burdensome. At this moment, the silverlight python had been transformed into a flattened, python-shaped meat pie under the impact of the Buddha's palm. Xiang Wentian approached the silverlight python, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. A black soul ring encircled him, gradually vanishing into his being under the guidance of his soul power. At this juncture, the celestial titan body operated at full throttle, absorbing every last vestige of the soul power attached to the soul ring into his cellular structure, thereby enhancing his physique. This elucidates why each time Xiang Wentian absorbed the soul ring, his level increased while his soul power appeared stagnant. Upon opening his eyes, Xiang Wentian found himself the center of attention, with everyone staring at him in bewilderment. He questioned, "What are you all staring at me for?" Chapter 14. Divine Light of the Angel. Zhao Wujie chuckled. "Xiao Tian, what is your fourth soul skill? Release it so everyone can witness its power." Xiang Wentian nodded at Zhao Wujie, then turned and strode toward the open space ahead, proclaiming, "Fourth soul skill, angelic radiance." A beam of white light, as thick as a water barrel, shot forth, striking a massive boulder 100 meters away with a thunderous roar, causing it to explode into a shower of debris. Zhao Wujie remarked, "Indeed, the power is remarkable." Xiang Wentian addressed the crowd. "Please wait a moment. I shall consume the soul power of this soul beast." He then crouched down and began to absorb the soul energy of the silverlight python. Before long, the silverlight python had transformed into a lifeless, desiccated form. Ding! The host has utilized the Devour skill and acquired 11,000 points of soul power. Upon examining the system panel, Xiang Wentian silently reflected. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Soul Master Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, Level 40, 12, 550, 100, 000. Soul Rings: Purple, Age 2. 100 years, Yellow, Age 800 years. Due to the absorbed soul rings enhancing the first soul ring, the second soul ring remains at 800 years. Purple, Age 3. 000 years. Black, Age 11, 000 years. Soul Skills: First Soul Skill, Space Lock. Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory. Third Soul Skill, Angelic Judgment. Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light. Divine Skill, Buddha's Palm Cultivation Techniques, True Scripture of the Celestial Demon. Titan Body Ability: Devour can absorb the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian deactivated the system panel and stood up, declaring, "Our journey to the Douluo Forest as members of Shrek Academy has come to a successful conclusion. Given the perils of the Douluo Forest, it is prudent for us to return to the Academy post-haste." Zhao Wujie nodded in agreement, stating, "Xiao Tian speaks wisely. We should indeed make our way back swiftly." "Wait. Teacher Zhao," Tang San interjected. Zhao Wujie inquired, "What is it, Xiao San?" "Teacher Zhao, I have just achieved the 30th level and require a spirit ring," Tang San replied. Zhao Wujie exclaimed with excitement, "What? You have also broken through to the 30th level? Haha. Old Flanders will be thrilled upon our return. Very well. Let us assist you in acquiring a spirit ring." The group celebrated Tang San's advancement to the 30th level, and they set out once more into the Douluo Forest to help him find a suitable spirit ring. However, after 2 days of searching, they had yet to locate a fitting spirit beast for him. "As night approaches, let us make camp here for the evening," Zhao Wujie suggested. Xiang Wentian took the initiative to propose, "Allow me to take the first watch of the night." The others nodded in agreement, and Dai Mubai added, "If Xiang Wentian is on the first watch, then I shall take the second." Zhao Wujie responded, "Very well, let us hasten to set up camp." As the night deepened, the group succumbed to a profound slumber, While Xiang Wentian sat in meditation beneath a great tree at the forefront of their encampment, his consciousness sweeping the surroundings. Suddenly, a wave of ominous energy surged towards him at an alarming speed. Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and shouted, "Awaken! A formidable soul beast approaches." At that moment, the ground began to tremble slightly, and out of the shadows emerged a colossal black giant ape before Xiang Wentian. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Could this be the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape?" With a powerful shout, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, "Enemy attack! It is the Titan giant ape. You must flee. I will hold it off." Ascending into the sky, he let out a long cry, invoking the 10th style of the Buddha's palm, realized demonic extermination. In that fleeting moment, he felt his soul power, mental strength, and physical energy completely drained. A colossal golden hand materialized before him, distinct from the 9th style, 10,000 Buddhas paying homage. This 10th style manifested an entirely substantial golden palm. Like a golden meteor, Xiang Wentian descended from the heavens, the immense hand propelling him forward, rendering the Titan giant ape insignificant. With a thunderous crash, the area within 5 miles turned barren, reduced to mere ashes. The Titan giant ape seemed to sense the pain and roared in fury at Xiang Wentian. However, the backlash of mental energy caused Xiang Wentian to lose consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself lying in the Shrek Academy dormitory, with Ru Ming seated beside him, having fallen asleep while keeping vigil. It was evident she had been waiting for quite some time. At that moment, Xiang Wentian was beset by an excruciating headache. Realizing that the final technique of the Buddha's palm had amalgamated his soul power, physical strength, and mental energy into an unprecedented, mighty strike. Alas, the Titan giant ape's overwhelming power had resulted in a counterattack, leaving him in a prolonged stupor. Chapter 15, The Deceptive Flander. At that moment, Ru Ming noticed Xiang Wentian stir. As he opened his eyes, she rushed into his embrace, weeping, "Brother, you frightened me to death. Mother has already departed. You are my only family in this world. Please, brother, do not leave me." Raising her dreamy head, Xiang Wentian gently wiped away her tears and said, "Meng'er, I promise you, I will never leave you in the future, all right?" Meng'er nodded and replied, "MHM. I will go inform the Dean." Shortly thereafter, Dean Flandre entered. Guided by Meng'er, feigning anger as he exclaimed, "Kid, you're still alive? You've deceived me terribly over these 6 years." Upon hearing this, Xiang Wentian immediately discerned that the master had arrived at Shrek Academy. He solemnly addressed the dean, "I admit that 6 years ago, I deceived you. But it was born out of necessity. Had I not misled you then, my sister and I would have faced starvation. What would you have done in my place? Moreover, over the years, your care for me has been akin to that of a father. While you may see me as merely your student, in my heart, I have long regarded you as a father figure. Every penny I earned in the soul arena has been entrusted to you without exception." Hearing Xiang Wentian's words, the resolute expression on Dean Flandre's face softened, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. The dean replied, "You rascal, do not attempt to sweet-talk me. I am no longer easily fooled. Experience has taught me well, and I certainly do not wish to be deceived by you a second time. Now, recuperate well in your dormitory. I must take my leave." As he reached the door, he turned back to Xiang Wentian and added, "Yu Xiaojiang visited our Shrek Academy a few days ago. Once you have recovered, be sure to report to him." In the afternoon, after a period of rest and recuperation, Xiang Wentian felt significantly better and realized he was quite hungry. Rising, he made his way to the dining hall, where he encountered a middle-aged man with short hair, tending to a fire to boil water. This must be Yu Xiaojiang, the master that Dean Flandre had mentioned. He thought it appropriate to address him as master. "Greetings, master. I am Xiang Wentian, a student of Shrek Academy. I sincerely apologize for having used your name to gain entry into the academy 6 years ago." The master smiled and replied, "No harm done. It seems this was destined. Had you not taken advantage of my name, Flandre would never have discovered such an outstanding student as yourself." Xiang Wentian awkwardly replied, "Master, you flatter me." At that moment, the cafeteria door swung open, and Dean Flandre strode in, stating, "Xiao Gang, I must disagree with your words. This rascal has deceived me for many years. Let us not dwell on other matters. Surely he ought to compensate for the emotional distress he has caused." Xiang Wentian, aware of the cunning nature of Dean Flandre, timidly inquired, "What amount do you deem appropriate?" "Dean?" Dean Flandre replied with a sly grin, "It is not much. Indeed, you could not afford more. Let us settle on 100,000 gold soul coins." 100,000. Why don't you simply rob someone instead?" Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment. "Robbery lacks charm. It is far more gratifying to turn the tables on a person using their own tactics, Dean Flander chuckled malevolently. 100,000 gold soul coins, can you truly consume such an amount? Do take care not to choke, Xiang Wentian said through gritted teeth. Fear not, if it chokes me. It serves me right. Have you not noticed Xiao Gang boiling water? Dean Flander's cunning intent intensified. Master remarked, what I am boiling is salt water. It would be too salty for you to drink. Dean Flander retorted with a sinister laugh. No matter, I can drink any kind of water. Xiang Wentian weakly uttered. Can urine be consumed? Dean Flander turned his gaze and glared at Xiang Wentian, exclaiming in anger, you insolent boy, are you tired of living? Xiang Wentian witnessed Dean Flander's explosive outburst and fled like the wind. That evening, he approached the Master's chamber and said, Master, in the coming months, I aspire to enhance my combat experience at the Soto City Soul Arena. The Master inquired, why do you choose the Soul Arena instead of training alongside others? Xiang Wentian replied, you may have heard Dean Flander mention that my martial soul possesses the devouring skill. The energy I consume primarily enhances my physical form, rendering my constitution robust, thus I do not require additional reinforcement training. After a moment of contemplation, the Master remarked, your reasoning holds merit, however. I shall have Zhao Wuji accompany you to the Soul Arena. There is no need, Master. Engaging in battle at the Soul Arena will serve as a form of experience for me, Xiang Wentian asserted. Chapter 16. Slaughter and Devouring the Next Morning. Xiang Wentian ventured alone to the Soto City Soul Arena. He approached the charming attendant at the front desk and declared, I wish to participate in the life and death arena. The attendant smiled and responded, your current rank is Silver Soul Fighter. If you engage in the life and death arena, your opponents will also be Silver Soul Fighters. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Absolutely. Xiang Wentian affirmed with determination. Very well, please proceed to the waiting room, the attendant replied with a smile. Within 10 minutes of arriving in the waiting room, Xiang Wentian heard an announcement through the loudspeaker, Silver Soul Fighter Xiang Wentian. Please proceed to Arena 8 for the life and death battle. Upon reaching Arena 8, he observed that the life and death arena was starkly different from the competitive arena. It was a large, circular iron cage where only one individual would emerge victorious. Opposite him stood a burly man, approximately 40 years of age, with a long scar etched across his face. The man glared menacingly and proclaimed, I am Iron Pillar, Martial Soul, Iron Bull, Level 49 Assault System Soul Master. In the realm of martial prowess, there stands a formidable figure known as Xiang Wentian, whose soul manifests as the Demon Angel, a powerful assault-type spirit of the 40th rank. The Han warrior scoffed, declaring, daring to enter the arena of life and death at such a meager level of 40. Should you perish, do not hold me accountable. We are all merely striving for our sustenance. Xiang Wentian shook his head and inquired, can the referee declare the match to commence? The referee, standing outside the iron cage, announced, the life and death soul duel begins. At the very moment the referee finished his declaration, Xiang Wentian shouted, First soul skill, Space Lock. Fourth soul skill, Angelic Divine Light. In an instant, the imposing figure of the giant was abruptly frozen in place, followed by a massive beam of white light that shot forth. The giant's eyes widened in terror as a thunderous explosion erupted, sending him hurtling away. By the time he landed, he was already unconscious. Xiang Wentian approached and snapped the giant's neck, activating his devouring skill. Ding! The host has utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 4,000 your soul ring and 5,000 soul power points. The audience below erupted in excitement. The shock of a level 40 soul master vanquishing a level 49 soul master was not the most astonishing aspect. The true marvel lay in Xiang Wentian's acquisition of a 10,000, your fourth ring, and his devouring skill. After consuming the giant, the spectators began to categorize Xiang Wentian as a member of the sinister faction. Throughout the day, Xiang Wentian had slain 10 soul masters above level 40. Each time he devoured an opponent, his soul power would return to its zenith. Had he not exhausted his stamina, he could have continued fighting. The system consolidated all the absorbed soul rings into his first soul ring. Ding! The enhancement and fusion are complete. Please check the system panel for details. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Soul Master Martial Spirit, Demon Angel Soul Power, Level 40, 565501000000. Soul Rings: Black, Age: 40, 100 years, Yellow, Age: 800 years. The second soul ring will transform in the next chapter. Purple, Age: 3000 years, Black, Age: 11,000 years. Soul Skills: First Soul Skill, Space Lock. Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory, Third soul skill, angelic judgment. Fourth soul skill, angelic divine light divine skill. Tathagata palm cultivation techniques, celestial demon annihilation scripture. Celestial titan body ability. Devour can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian closed the system panel and made his way directly back to Shrek Academy. Chapter 17. The plump one's unhappiness from being beaten 3 months later. During these 3 months, Xiang Wentian engaged in battles at the life and death arena during the day and returned to Shrek Academy to cultivate at night. Each day was fulfilling, as his soul power ascended from level 40 to level 43, with all 4 of his soul rings elevated to over 10,000 years. The most significant enhancement was to his physique. The immense energy obtained through his devouring skill was continuously transformed by the celestial tyrant body. Over these 3 months, Xiang Wentian's physical condition advanced several tiers. Ding. Opening the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Soul Master Martial Spirit. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 43, 326650400000. Soul Rings. Black. Years. 40, 100. Black. Years. 46. 000. Black. Years. 48, 000. Black. Years. 42. 000. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Spatial Lock. Second Soul Skill. Angelic Glory. Third Soul Skill. Angelic Divine Judgment. Fourth Soul Skill. Angelic Divine Light. Divine Skill. Buddha's Palm Cultivation Method. Celestial Demon's World Extinguishing Scripture. Celestial Tyrant Body Ability. Devour can consume enemy or soul beast soul rings and soul power to enhance his own soul rings, physique, and cultivation. At noon, as usual, Xiang Wentian arrived at a secluded restaurant for his meal. This establishment was not large, and the number of patrons was limited, valued for its tranquility. Just then, he suddenly heard a series of agonizing screams emanating from a distance. The cry seemed somewhat familiar, prompting him to set down his utensils and hastily fly towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he discovered a tall, slender young man, resembling a piece of black charcoal, mercilessly beating Ma Hongjun. Upon seeing Xiang Wentian, the tall young man with a dark complexion scoffed. "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Just because you have a few feathers, you believe yourself to be formidable?" Xiang Wentian, filled with fury, addressed the dark-skinned youth, whose complexion resembled that of coal, saying, "How dare you strike even my junior? Today, you shall learn the true meaning of regret." With the first soul technique, he invoked Spatial Lock, and with the second, Angelic Glory. The tall, dark-faced youth, rendered immobile by the Spatial Lock, endured a relentless beating from Xiang Wentian, empowered by the second soul technique, for nearly 10 minutes, receiving blows primarily to his face. By the time Xiang Wentian ceased his assault, the once formidable youth was barely conscious. Observing Ma Hongjuan's face, swollen to the size of a pig's head, Xiang Wentian inquired, "Is Ma Hongjun all right?" Dazed from the beating, Ma Hongjun, upon realizing that Xiang Wentian had come to his rescue, immediately exclaimed, "Brother Tian, thank goodness you arrived. If you hadn't come, I would have been beaten to death." Xiang Wentian consoled, There, do not weep any longer. I have avenged you. Hurry back to Shrek Academy and indulge in an Oscar sausage. You will feel better." As they journeyed back to Shrek Academy, Xiang Wentian supported the injured Ma Hongjun. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, they encountered Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San inquired, "What has happened to Hongjun?" Xiang Wentian lamented, "I have been assaulted." Hongjun inquired who was responsible for his condition, and Tang San indignantly proclaimed, "I shall avenge you, my brother." "Indeed, Hongjun, do reveal their identity. Sister Xiao will surely seek retribution on your behalf," he continued. Ma Hongjun replied gratefully, "Thank you, Brother San, but there's no need for Xiao Wu's intervention. Tian Gu has already avenged me." As Tang San opened the door, Xiang Wentian supported Ma Hongjun into the dormitory. Oscar, upon witnessing this, expressed his astonishment. "Tian Gu, who is this? He resembles Zhu Ganglai." Xiang Wentian smiled helplessly and said to Oscar, "Do not jest. Hurry and prepare a recovery sausage." After Ma Hongjun consumed Oscar's recovery sausage, his condition improved significantly. Tang San inquired, "What exactly is going on here, Wentian?" To inquire of Xiang Wentian, "Is there any need to ask?" "It is undoubtedly the overweight fellow who lost in a contest of jealousy, resulting in such a beating. Fortunately, I arrived early. Had I come a bit later, the third leg of that rotund individual would likely have been broken." Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Ma Hongjun, feeling quite embarrassed, retorted, "What contest of jealousy? I merely roared in defense of justice." roared in defense of justice. You still don't have a girlfriend, do you, fatty? Oscar teased. Xiao chimed in. You need to roar any longer. Everyone knows what sort of person you are. The crowd erupted in laughter, leaving Ma Hongjun blushing with embarrassment. Chapter 18. Shrek Academy at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Xiang Wentian had ascended to the rank of Gold Spirit Master. Within the arena, he faced no rivals of equal standing, and the Great Spirit Arena could scarcely muster any Gold Spirit Masters to duel with him. Aside from challenging opponents of higher ranks, he had become unmatched within that arena. On a bright morning, after breakfast, the familiar yet foreign sound of the class bell rang. 9 individuals lined up on the playground. The weather was splendid, with a cloudless azure sky showcasing the beauty of nature. At that moment, Master had been waiting with his hands behind his back. Upon seeing everyone gathered, he said, "It has been 3 months since I arrived here. During this time, with the assistance of various teachers, you have laid a foundation for your physical training. However, to become outstanding spirit masters, this is still far from sufficient. Starting today, I will commence the second phase of your training. I have heard from Flinder that you have all visited the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. That will be your training ground from now on. This training has no time constraints. Whenever you obtain the Silver Spirit Master Badge, that will mark the end of your training. During this period, I will arrange for you to stay in an inn near the Great Spirit Arena. All expenses will be self-managed, but if you possess the capability, your earnings at the arena will be quite substantial. Moreover, you must remember that obtaining the Silver Spirit Master Badge requires not only victories in one-on-one and two-on-two duels, but also in team battles. You shall fight under the banner of the 9 monsters of Shrek. However, there are 2 key points to keep in mind. First, you must not reveal your appearances or disclose your names to your opponents. All battles will be conducted under code names. Second, no one is permitted to use hidden weapons or any arms. Third, regardless of the outcome, each person must participate in at least 2 duels daily. The master then turned to Xiang Wentian and inquired, Xiang Wentian, please share the current rank of your Spirit Master Badge and disclose your earnings from the arena. Xiang Wentian nodded at the master, retrieved the Golden Soul Badge, and proclaimed, Behold, this is the Golden Soul Badge. I am now a Golden Soul. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment, particularly Ning Rongrong, who exclaimed, Tian Gu, you look so dashing. Lu Ming added, Brother, you are truly remarkable. Others chimed in, Tian Gu, you are simply extraordinary. Xiang Wentian gestured for a moment's pause and remarked, In the Soul Arena of Soto City, I have earned a total of 50,000 gold soul coins. 50,000? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Oscar, with a sly grin, interjected, If Brother Tian can earn 50,000, surely we can manage at least 10 to 20,000, right? Dai Mubai turned to Xiang Wentian and inquired, What is your loss rate? 0. The crowd was taken aback, and Oscar exclaimed in disbelief, How can this be possible? The master responded, There is nothing impossible with diligence. You too can achieve what Wentian has. Ma Hongjun, with his head bowed, timidly asked, Is that really true? Upon observing their demeanor, Xiang Wentian noted that even before his arrival, their spirit had already dwindled. He remarked, Look at your cowardly appearance. Though the opponent has yet to arrive, your confidence has already dissipated. You are merely 2 arms supporting a single head. Who is truly afraid here? No matter how formidable the adversary may be, he is still but a person. After indulging too much, does he not also succumb to nausea? After overeating, does he not also face the consequences? Xiang Wentian solemnly addressed the 8 individuals, proclaiming, If one harbors an enemy in their heart, then the whole world becomes an adversary. If one knows no enemy, then they are invincible in the world. Damubai concurred. What do we have to fear? We need not compare ourselves to Wentian. Our sole aim is to secure the Silver Soul Badge. The group, encircling one another, resolutely echoed, Victory is ours. Victory is ours. Victory is ours. Chapter 19. The first encounter with the Imperial Battle Team a month later. Aside from Xiang Wentian, the remaining 8 members of Shrek Academy participated in team battles, achieving an impressive record of 27 victories in 27 matches. To avoid drawing undue attention, the master habitually registered his students last, ensuring their anonymity. After a month of rigorous soul battles, what once seemed an arduous task, attaining the Silver Soul Badge, was nearly accomplished among the 8. They now waited the conclusion of today's battles to tally their points. The master wished to shield his students from excessive scrutiny, for once their ages became known, the ensuing attention from various factions would be relentless. Hence, he resolved that after today, he would lead the Shrek students into the 3rd phase of training he had meticulously arranged for them. Upon reaching the registration point, The master produced the Shrek Academy team badge and presented it to the staff member. Shrek team, registering for the team battle, he stated. The staff member. Upon receiving the badge and seeing the word Shrek team, gasped in astonishment. The Shrek team. The master furrowed his brow, replying, yes, indeed, it is the Shrek team. Excuse me, sir, are you the team leader of the Shrek team? The staff member inquired with a smile. The master glanced around before responding, yes, please expedite the registration. Please hold on a moment. The staff member disregarded the master's expression and proceeded to the back office. After a brief interval, the staff member returned, apologizing. I apologize for the wait. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from backstage, addressing the master. Greetings, esteemed team leader. I am the supervisor here, surnamed Ao. I wonder if we could have a brief discussion that won't take up too much of your time. The master inquired. Are you speaking on behalf of yourself or the Soto City Great Soul Arena? Supervisor Ao smiled. Of course, I am representing the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Let me be forthright. I wish for the Shrek team to compete in today's battles at the Central Main Arena. Oh, the master exclaimed in surprise. This seems rather against the regulations, does it not? Director Ao chuckled. Esteemed team leader, there is no need for modesty. Given the performance of Shrek, it is only a matter of time before you reach that pinnacle. The master responded with calmness. It appears that you are not faring too poorly these days either. Director Ao's demeanor turned serious as he stated, let me be direct. A formidable team recently arrived at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, achieving consecutive victories. Several major powers have placed substantial bets on this team, resulting in significant losses for the arena. We at Soto City can no longer muster a second Soul Master team capable of opposing them. Upon hearing Ao's words, the master remarked, so you wish for the Shrek team to confront this powerful adversary. Am I correct? Director Ao nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Our Soto City Grand Soul Arena would not send your team into battle without compensation. Should your team emerge victorious, we shall reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins. After a moment of contemplation, the master agreed. Very well, I accept. With a smile, Director Ao handed over the team's information, saying, here are the details of the opposing team. Please take good care of it. The master received the information and made his way to the Shrek team's waiting room, where only Dean Flander and Vice Dean Zhao Wujia were present. The master approached and recounted Ao's message to them. Dean Flander sighed helplessly. Xiao Gang. It is not my intention to criticize, but you ought to negotiate with the arena. You might manage to extract some additional benefits. The master retorted. Since when did you become so avaricious? Dean Flanders shook his head, lamenting, what can I say? A wealthy man thrives, while a penniless man struggles. The master continued. If the Shrek team prevails, the rewards will be quite substantial, considering it is 10,000 gold soul coins. Shortly thereafter, the 8 members of the Shrek team, along with Xiang Wentian, returned to the waiting room. The master addressed the Shrek team, saying, this time, I have found you a formidable opponent. Come and review the information about your adversary. As Xiang Wentian approached to take the documents, he opened them to find the Royal Battle Team, consisting of 8 members. All holders of the Silver Soul Badge. Captain, Duga Chiobai, Martial Soul, Heavenly Dragon Serpent Emperor Sword, a level 41 powerful attack type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Vice Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, a level 39 powerful attack type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Dugu Yan, Martial Soul, Emerald Scaled Serpent, a level 38 control type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, a level 38 defense type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, a level 37 defense type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yufeng, Martial Soul, Windbell Bird, a level 36 agile attack type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yilingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, a level 35 support type weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Except for Xiang Wentian and Ru Meng, everyone gasped upon viewing the information. They had anticipated a formidable opponent, but were astonished at the strength displayed. Flinders stated gravely, if I am not mistaken, this team should be the royal team of Tiendo. How did they arrive in Suatua City? Xiaojiang, you truly should not have agreed to this soul fight. I fear that the little monsters may not stand a chance against them. The master responded, pressure breeds motivation. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms. Flinder sighed. Well, you make a valid point, but safety must be our priority. The master nodded. Ru Ming, Tang San. Master, teacher, Ru Ming and Tang San hastily stepped forward. The master continued. Ru Ming, this time you need not suppress your strength. Tang San, I still require you to refrain from using hidden weapons. But I permit you to utilize the 8 spider lances. Ru Ming inquired. Master, do you believe we cannot triumph over them? The master glanced at Ru Ming and replied. The chances are but 30%, primarily resting upon you, Tang San, and Zhu Qing. As when he stepped forward, he recalled my words. If one harbors enemies in their heart, then the world becomes an adversary. If one is free of enemies within, then they shall find no foe in the world. We must strive to live fully, accepting that death is inevitable. A bird may soar to the heavens while life endures for an eternity. What is there to fear? Prepare your strategies for battle. Tomorrow, I shall witness your confrontation. Wishing you all triumphant returns. Chapter 20, The Royal Fight Team versus the Shrek Fight Team, Part 1. When he spoke wisely. If one possesses enemies in their heart, the world becomes their foe. Have you all forgotten? Daimo Bai proclaimed with fervor, we have achieved a record of 27 consecutive victories. Though our opponents may be formidable, are we to consider ourselves weak? We must believe that we are the strongest. Daimo Bai extended his hand, and the Shrek Fight Team followed suit, declaring in unison, victory! 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 In the VIP area of Soto City's Grand Seoul Arena, members of the Royal Fight Team awaited the impending battle. Suddenly, the door swung open, and upon seeing the figure entering, they all rose respectfully, exclaiming, Teacher! The one who walked in was none other than Qinin. Douluo Qiubai stepped forward, inquiring, Teacher, what troubles you? Qinin sighed. It seems you have encountered a worthy adversary this time. He handed over materials on the Shrek Fight Team, instructing, take a look. Upon receiving the documents, Douluo Qiubai opened them to find Shrek Fight Team, consisting of 9 members, their origins unknown, classified as a Gold Soul Fight Team. Douluo Yen, upon reading this, exclaimed in anger, is there no one left in the Silver Soul Fight Team of Soto City? How could they send a Gold Soul Fight Team to face us? Is this not an affront? Qinin replied, there is but one holder of the Gold Soul badge, and he shall not participate. Douluo Qiubai continued to peruse the documents, reading aloud, Shrek Fight Team, Captain, Demon Angel, Martial Soul, Demon Angel. Level 40 Strong Attack System Soul Master, Soul Rings, for Black. Upon hearing the details of the Demon Angel, the Royal Fight Team gasped in astonishment. How can there be a configuration of 4 completely black soul rings? This is inconceivable. Douluo Qiubai asserted, nothing is impossible, everything is possible. My 4th soul ring is also a 10,000-year soul ring. Vice Captain, Seraphim, Martial Soul, Seraphim, Level 41 Strong Attack System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple. Team Member, Evil Eye White Tiger, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 38 Strong Attack System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Thousand Hand Azura. Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Level 32 Control System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Gentlebone Enchantress, Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit. Level 31 Strong Attack System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Evil Fire Phoenix, Martial Soul, Phoenix, Level 29 Strong Attack System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Nether Spirit Cat, Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat, Level 28 Agility Attack System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Sausage Specialist. Martial Soul, Sausage, Level 31 Support System Weapon Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, Martial Soul, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. The 27th Level Auxiliary System Soul Master, possessing 2 yellow soul rings. Note, the Shrek team has achieved an impeccable victory in group battles this month, showcasing a formidable strength that transcends mere levels. 2 individuals warrant special attention, the Seraph, who has never employed her 3rd soul skill in a team battle, and the Thousand-Handed Azura, renowned for his exceptional control. Douluo Yen chuckled lightly, remarking to the teacher, there's no need to be concerned about the Seraph. What has to worry over a blue silvergrass? Qinin responded earnestly, do not underestimate your opponents. Remember, even a lion exerts full force when hunting a rabbit. Prepare thoroughly today and devise a decisive strategy. Furthermore, ensure you rest well to face the challenges of tomorrow's battle. The following evening, as darkness enveloped the sky, the day had featured 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 soul fights, But the evening was reserved for the main event, group battles. The Soto City Grand Seoul Arena was bustling with excitement, as throngs of people flocked from all directions, having learned through various promotions that two powerful teams would engage in combat that night. Throughout history, group battles have captivated audiences. And for the wealthy, this venue offered unparalleled enjoyment. For the common folk, affordable tickets or standing room options allowed them to witness the spectacle as well, while gambling became a clandestine arena for the affluent and powerful to vie for dominance. Chapter 21. The Royal Battle Team versus the Shrek Battle Team, Part 2. In the central viewing platform of the main Seoul Arena, Xiang Wentian stood, watching the arena below, rallying his classmates with encouragement. Shrek team, you are the strongest. Victory is assured. Suddenly, the lights of the central arena illuminated, revealing an exceptionally beautiful young woman. With her left hand on her hip and a microphone in her right, she sported a pair of pristine white wings and a professional smile. Appearing to be around 17 or 18, she possessed a figure that was enchantingly alluring, with cascading golden waves of hair radiating brilliance, and her long legs showcased in a pale yellow miniskirt, accentuating her exquisite silhouette. With a flutter of her white wings, she ascended, addressing the crowd. Hello everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Douluo, your host for tonight. This evening promises to be a spectacular soul battle. Though the participants may only possess soul skills of levels 30 to 40, they embody the essence of genius. Now, allow me to introduce the team profiles for our esteemed guests. The captain of the Royal Battle Team is Douluo Bai, while the acting captain of the Shrek Battle Team is the Seraph. As the host, Douluo presented the members of both teams, then announced, "Now, let the members of both teams take the stage." At that moment, the grand doors of the Seoul Arena swung open. To the left stood the Royal Battle Team, and to the right, the Shrek Battle Team. Participants, please prepare. You have 1 minute to summon your soul weapons. Once I declare the start, you may engage in combat, and victory will be determined by either team conceding or being completely eliminated from the arena. As Dream exclaimed, the time for activating the martial soul had arrived, and the team battle commenced. Douluo Bai declared, first spirit skill, white tiger shield, and an elliptical translucent barrier enveloped him, firmly shielding him as he aimed to eliminate an opponent. With a powerful leap, he charged directly at the Shimo brothers. The brothers, upon witnessing Douluo Bai's advance, displayed no fear. Instead, they simultaneously proclaimed, first spirit skill, turtle shell defense, as a thick layer of dark turtle armor enveloped them completely. At that moment, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's amplifying light, Douluo Bai struck with his tiger claw against Shimo's armor, resulting in a thunderous impact. What formidable defense! My claw is numbed from the shock, he thought. Just then, Tang San shouted, "Mubai, retreat," as his blue-silver grass elongated rapidly, racing towards Douluo Bai in an effort to pull him back. "Tianheng, let us join forces," called Douluo Bai. He unleashed his first spirit skill, sword control technique, summoning a colossal 10-meter-long dragon sword that sliced through the air like a beam of golden light, cleaving through Douluo Bai's form and shattering Tang San's blue-silver grass into fragments. Overwhelmed by the attack, Douluo Bai succumbed to unconsciousness, prompting gasps of alarm from the rest of the Shrek team. Mubai. In that critical moment, Tianheng unleashed his first spirit skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, striking towards the motionless Douluo Bai. Zhu Zhuqing, intent on rescuing her beloved, heard Dream shout, "Zhuqing, come back. Let me go. Your spirit power is too low, and you may fall victim as well." Frustration gripped Dream, her teeth clenched in anger. She turned to Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, instructing, "Rongrong, provide support. Ma Hongjun, protect Oscar and Ning Rongrong." Ning Rongrong responded, first, strength, second, speed, realizing the need to risk it all to save Douluo Bai. Dream unleashed her second spirit skill, Angel Wings, followed by her third spirit skill, Angelic Holy Sword. This highlighted her deep concern for Douluo Bai's plight. With wings sprouting from her back, she launched a blazing sword of intense heat towards Tianheng. Meanwhile, Tang San, employing his ghost shadow perplexing steps, positioned himself beneath Douluo Bai, intending to retrieve him with the blue-silver grass. However, the Shimo brothers detected his maneuver and, discarding their turtle shells, hurled them towards Tang San. The shells transformed midair into countless smaller turtle shells, pursuing Tang San relentlessly. Yet, Tang San's movements were too elusive, making it difficult for them to catch him. Douluo Bai smirked slightly, remarking, "So these are the blue-silver grass and seraphim spirit masters that require special attention." As noted in the records, soon, Both of them shall find themselves ensnared within my grasp. Chapter 22. The Battle Between the Tiando Team and the Shrek Team, Part 3. At this moment, Ru Ming, wielding her crimson giant sword, approached Yu Tianheng. In a desperate attempt to save himself, Yu Tianheng unleashed his Thunder Dragon Claw against the crimson blade. However, given that his soul power was inherently inferior to that of Ru Ming, his first soul skill could hardly withstand her third soul skill, the Angelic Holy Sword. With a resounding crash, Yu Tianheng was sent flying, tumbling off the arena. Seeing this, Douluo Yin cried out in alarm, "Tianheng." She then turned, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Ru Ming. "How dare you harm Tianheng? You shall pay for this." With that, she invoked her third soul skill, phosphorescent purple poison. The spirit of the green-scaled serpent, coiling around her, lifted its head and unleashed a torrent of purple toxins toward Ru Ming, who hovered in the air. With a smile gracing her lips, Ru Ming declared, "My cherubic angel spirit is most resistant to poison." She deftly maneuvered through the toxic spray and soared above Douluo Bai, exclaiming, "You injured my teammate, Dai Mu Bai. You will pay dearly for this." As she unleashed her fourth soul skill, the blazing flames of heaven, torrents of searing crimson fire erupted from her cherubic angel spirit, descending upon the heads of the Tiando team members. At that moment, Tang San observed Ru Ming's fourth soul skill shattering the encirclement. First soul skill, entanglement, he shouted, as several thick strands of blue-silver grass ensnared Dai Mu Bai, pulling him towards the Shrek camp. Douluo Bai, witnessing the extensive reach of the blazing flames of heaven, felt a grave sense of urgency and swiftly activated his fourth soul skill, Heart of Defeat. A tiny golden sword, akin to a pinky finger, pierced through Ru Ming's chest. Swiftly veering toward Tang San, who was on the verge of joining the Shrek ranks, Tang San sensed the imminent danger. Utilizing his 8 spider lances, he hastily released his soul bone, resulting in a deafening crash. Although the 8 spider lances successfully intercepted the Heart of Defeat, Tang San was still violently knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As Ru Ming, severely injured, succumbed to unconsciousness, she plummeted outside the arena, causing the uncontrollable blazing flames of heaven to dissipate into the air. At that moment, Xiang Wentian activated his spirit, swiftly darting from the observation platform to catch Ru Ming. "Ru Ming, are you all right? Please wake up," he implored anxiously. Douluo Bai, turning to Xiang Wentian on the arena, reassured him, "She will be fine. She is merely gravely wounded. With some time for recovery, she will regain her strength." Xiang Wentian lifted the gravely injured and unconscious Ru Ming, speaking through clenched teeth, "Douluo Bai, I eagerly anticipate the day we shall duel. I shall show you no mercy." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Douluo Bai replied in a somber tone, "I have stood at the pinnacle of my level for a long time. I truly hope to find an opponent who can compel me to exert my full strength." At that moment, on the arena, the Shrek team found themselves at a disadvantage. Zhu Zhuqing and Osler were locked in a fierce stalemate. Xiao was surrounded by the Stone Brothers, while Ma Hongjun, aided by Oscar's sausages, was evenly matched against Yu Feng. Meanwhile, the injured Tang San was utterly overpowered by Douluo Bai, and defeat was merely a matter of time. As Dai Mu Bai gradually regained consciousness, he called out to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, use the soul fusion technique." Upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's voice, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed a fierce attack to break free from Osler and rushed towards Dai Mu Bai. Observing their intent to perform the soul fusion technique, Douluo Yin anxiously shouted, "Not good. They are about to fuse their souls. We must stop them." Upon hearing Douluo Yin's urgent cries, the Stone Brothers hastily abandoned their assault on Xiao Wu and, in unison with Osler, unleashed their third soul abilities to interrupt the fusion. Alas, it was too late. The fused form of Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a colossal phantom white tiger, and under its ferocious roar, Osler and the Stone Brothers were rendered unconscious. Seeing this, Xiao attempted to stealthily attack the support Soul Master Yi Lingling from the Tiando team, but was intercepted by Douluo Yin. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Yet it was evident that Douluo Yin was no match for Xiao Wu, who skillfully employed her agility to fling Douluo Yin off the arena. At this moment, Douluo Bai took notice of Xiao Wu and resolved to showcase the might of his self-created soul technique. The first form of Douluo Nine Swords. A massive blade of light cleaved through the struggling Tang San, sending him flying. The second form of Douluo Nine Swords. An even larger blade of light sliced the phantom white tiger in half. The third form of Douluo Nine Swords. An enormous blade of light was aimed at Ma Hongjun. Before Douluo Bai could unleash the third form, a white cloth was thrown onto the battlefield, and the master shouted, "Stop. We concede." Upon hearing the master's words, Douluo diverted the third strike, directing it towards the center of the arena, resulting in a thunderous sound as a massive sword mark was etched into the ground, demonstrating the formidable power of the third form of Douluo 9 swords. The host, Douluo, announced, "The Shrek team concedes. The Tiando team shall cease their attacks. I declare, the Tiando team has triumphed over the Shrek team." As the host proclaimed the outcome, the audience erupted in fervor, thousands cheering in excitement. What an exhilarating battle. Did you see? Douluo, despite being only in his 40s, has unleashed such tremendous soul power. Other spectators echoed in agreement. Indeed, on the arena, these two factions truly live up to their reputation as geniuses. Chapter 23, Qin Ming. Dean Flender, Vice Dean Xiao Wentian, and Master hurried over to assist the injured members of the Shrek team. With a sense of urgency, Master inquired, "Xiao-san, how do you feel?" Tang-san, clutching his chest weakly, replied, "Teacher, I am fine." Dean Flender, expressing his concern, urged, "Quickly take the children to the waiting room for treatment." In the waiting room, Oscar distributed a recovery sausage to each injured teammate. "I am sorry, teacher. I have let down your expectations and failed to secure victory this time." Tang-san expressed with guilt. Master sighed and smiled gently, saying, "Failure is the mother of success. Without experiencing failure, how can one comprehend the value of success?" "No, Xiao-san, this is not your fault. The captain of the Tiando team is simply too formidable. Even our martial soul fusion technique was rendered powerless before them." Dai Mubai lamented. "Their strength is a result of their training. If they can cultivate to such a level, why can't we?" Relying on her fading strength, Zhu Ming opened her eyes and declared, "Teacher, upon our return, please subject us to the most rigorous training." "Yes, Sister Ming is right. Teacher, we must grow stronger," Zhu Zhuqing affirmed. Observing the resolute expressions of his students, Master could not help but smile. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside, and Dean Flender, Vice Dean Xiao Wentian, and disciple Qinin entered. As Xiang Wentian approached and opened the door, he beheld a young man with short hair clad in a white robe. The young man cast a fleeting glance at Xiang Wentian before striding purposefully into the room. Following closely behind him was a beautiful woman whom Xiang Wentian recognized as Yi Lingling, the support-type soul master of the Imperial Battle Team. The young man was named Qinin, a teacher of the Imperial Battle Team. Upon entering the room, Qinin went directly before Flander and Xiao Wujia, kneeling on one knee with utmost respect, saying, "Disciple Qinin pays his respects to Dean Flander and Vice Dean Xiao Wujia." Flander chuckled, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he remarked, "After all these years, your teaching prowess has surpassed that of us old-timers." Vice Dean Xiao Wujia, grinning, helped Qinin to his feet, saying, "Even after all this time, you remain as courteous as ever." Qinin, bowing respectfully, replied, "Dean Flander, you flatter me. Regardless of the time, I shall always be a disciple of Shrek Academy." The students of Shrek Academy gasped in amazement at Qinin's words, "Disciple of Shrek Academy." Flander patted Qinin's shoulder, saying, "After being away from the academy for so many years, you still seem so restrained. Allow me to introduce you. This is the master. And these 9 little prodigies, 8 of whom you have seen on the soul fighting platform, and the 9th is the one who opened the door for you just now." Qinin respectfully bowed to the master, saying, "Greetings, master." The master, turning slightly, did not acknowledge Qinin's gesture. Feeling the awkwardness of the moment, Qinin hesitated. But Flander quickly intervened with a smile, stating, "You are his nephew's teacher, so in that regard, you are peers. Naturally, he would not accept your formalities." Confused, Qinin glanced at the master, to which Flander added, "At this point, why are you still keeping it a secret? Must I inform Qinin that Yu Tianheng is your nephew?" A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Dean Flander, Vice Dean Xiao Wujia, Master. I sincerely apologize for the injuries sustained by the Shrek students. I have come specifically to bring Yi Lingling, the support-type soul master of the Imperial Battle Team. Her martial soul is the 9-heart Sea Do, which is exceptionally effective for healing injuries, Qinin stated respectfully. Dean Flander smiled and patted Qinin on the shoulder. "Well done, my boy. Lingling, do hurry and attend to the injuries of the Shrek team members," Qinin urged. Yi Lingling nodded, unleashing her martial soul, the 9-star Sea Do, to assist the injured members of the Shrek team in their recovery. The healing effects of the 9-heart Sea Do were indeed remarkable, and soon, Tang-san and the others were restored to their former selves. Qinin cast a glance at the 9 Shrek students, his gaze settling on Xiang Wentian. Had you not been students of Shrek Academy, I would have sought to recruit you into the Tiando Royal Academy. Might you be teaching at the Tiando Royal Academy? Flander inquired. Indeed, Dean Flanders, Chinine replied. Dean Flanders remarked, this is not the appropriate place for conversation. Let us discuss it at the hotel where we are staying. Upon arriving at the hotel, Xiang Wentian addressed Dean Flanders, saying, Dean, the junior students have all sustained injuries. Allow me to order some fine food and exquisite wine to help them recuperate. Rest assured, it will be my treat. Dean Flanders, giving Xiang Wentian a reassuring pat on the shoulder, responded, Young man, you are quite considerate. Xiang Wentian generously arranged a splendid banquet for everyone and addressed Dean Flandra. Dean Flandra, I wish to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Very well, do go ahead, but do return promptly. The dean replied with a smile. As Xiang Wentian strolled through the bustling streets, an unsettling sensation of being followed enveloped him. Attempting to elude his pursuer, he retreated alone to a grove on the southern outskirts of Suatua City. Chapter 24. Press to become a disciple since I cannot shake you off. I shall ascertain your identity. Before him, a shadow gradually glided closer, prompting Xiang Wentian to inquire warily, Who are you, and why do you trail me? The shadow responded slowly, Youngster, I am your benefactor. Benefactor? Xiang Wentian echoed, perplexed. With a scoff, the shadow retorted. Have you not pondered why the Spirit Hall ceased its actions against you after the initial attack? Surely it is due to Dean Flander and Vice Dean Zhao Wujing. Xiang Wentian asserted. Humph, the shadow derided. Do you truly believe that two soul saints could thwart those whom the Spirit Hall seeks to eliminate? Is it because of you? Xiang Wentian pondered uncertainly. Humph. The shadow scoffed. From the very day you awakened your martial soul, I began to keep watch over you. Your rapid growth astonishes me. Were it not for my covert protection, you would have long since fallen to the Spirit Hall. Why do you protect me? Xiang Wentian inquired, bewildered. Your martial soul is that of a demon angel, bearing similarities to my own. I see potential in you, and I wish to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? The shadow stated slowly. I hardly know who you are or what power you wield. How could I possibly agree to become your disciple? Xiang Wentian replied. 9 soul rings began to rise slowly from the shadow, demonstrating their colors. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Tidal Douluo. Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment. There are only a handful of Tidal Douluo across the 2 great empires. Who on earth are you? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is whether you are willing to become my disciple, the shadow said, a hint of impatience in its tone. Only hearing your voice, yet seeing no martial soul. Could it be that you are? Shoo. The shadow interrupted. Knowing in your heart suffices, there is no need to vocalize it. What would happen if I chose to become your disciple, and what if I declined? Xiang Wentian questioned. Should you choose to follow me? You will receive my utmost training and protection. Refusal, however, would lead to your demise, the shadow replied, emphasizing the final word with particular weight. Very well. I shall become your disciple, Xiang Wentian conceded, resignation in his tone. The shadow expressed surprise, such decisiveness. You are not deceiving me, are you? Xiang Wentian, with a hint of anger, retorted, If I do not acknowledge you as my master, what choice do I have? Those who understand the times are truly wise. You have performed admirably. The shadow, with an air of appreciation, continued, What is a genius? A true genius is one who matures, those whose potential is cut short, regardless of their brilliance, ultimately become mere remnants of bones. Since you have chosen to be my disciple, I shall reveal to you that others have also expressed interest in taking your little wife as their pupil. Her safety is assured. Moreover, the assassin from the Spirit Hall who sought to take your life was sent by me to test you. He chuckled heartily before vanishing into the shadows. After the shadow's departure, Xiang Wentian exhaled deeply. This cunning fiend has been so insidious, monitoring me for years just to secure a disciple. What ill fortune to be compelled to take such a mediocre Tidal Douluo as my master. Upon returning to the hotel, darkness enveloped the night. Dai Mubai inquired, What have you been up to, Wentian? Why have you returned so late? Just took a stroll to clear my mind. Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. Oh, by the way, I have something to share with you. In 2 months, all faculty and students of Shrek Academy will relocate to the Royal Academy of Tiando. Dai Mubai announced. Yes, I am aware. Xiang Wentian responded nonchalantly. Why do you show no surprise? Do you not find this shocking? Dai Mubai pressed. I had anticipated this outcome. If Shrek Academy cannot find a suitable home, it will inevitably cease operations, Xiang Wentian explained. Days later, The master introduced a method for cultivating during sleep, allowing everyone to refine their skills while resting. Since adopting the master's technique, Xiang Wentian found himself dreaming nightly of his soul power ascending continuously. Soul power 10, soul power 10, soul power 10. 2 months later, Xiang Wentian successfully broke through 2 levels, reaching the realm of a level 45 soul master. Reviewing his system panel, he noted, name, Xiang Wentian level, soul master martial soul, demon angel soul power, level 45, 512366600000. Soul rings, black, age, 40, 100 years, black, age, 46, 000 years, black, age, 48, 000 years, black, age, 42, 000 years. Soul skills, first soul skill, spatial lock second soul skill, angel's glory third soul skill, angel's divine judgment fourth soul skill, angel's divine light divine skill, Buddha's palm cultivation method, true sutra of heavenly demons. Sky overlord body ability, devour, can absorb the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 25, today. I must toil in the fields below, and I may not be able to update further. I hope for your understanding. Thank you. Chapter 26. Departure within a span of 2 months. Both Ryue and Tang San have elevated their soul power by a level, with the others also making considerable progress. The current soul power levels of the Shrek Academy students are as follows. The Demon Angel, Xiang Wentian, with a martial spirit of the Demon Angel, stands at level 45 as a powerful attack-type soul master, possessing 4 black soul rings. The Seraph, Ryue, with a martial spirit of the Seraph, is at level 42 as a powerful attack-type soul master, adorned with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. The evil demon White Tiger, Dai Mubai, with a martial spirit of the White Tiger, is a level 38 powerful attack-type soul master, equipped with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. The Thousand-Hand Azura, Tang San, with a martial spirit of Blue Silvergrass, is a level 33 control-type soul master, wielding 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. The Soft-Boned Enchantress, Xiao Wu, with a martial spirit of the Jade Rabbit, is at level 32 as a powerful attack-type soul master, possessing 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. The Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, with a martial spirit of the Phoenix, is a level 29 powerful attack-type soul master, adorned with 2 yellow soul rings. The Nether Spirit Cat, Zhu Zhuqing, with a martial spirit of the Nether Spirit Cat, is at level 28 as an agile attack-type soul master, equipped with 2 yellow soul rings. The Sausage Specialist, Oscar, with a martial spirit of Sausage, is a level 31 auxiliary-type tool soul master, possessing 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, Ning Rongrong, with a martial spirit of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, is at level 27 as an auxiliary-type tool soul master, adorned with 2 yellow soul rings. Throughout these 2 months, everyone has dedicated themselves to rigorous training, while Tang San took a different path, secluding himself in a quiet chamber. Each day, the sound of metal clashing would resonate from within, indicating to Xiang Wentian that Tang San was forging hidden weapons. Today marks the day of their journey to the Tiando Royal Academy. After breakfast, the group eagerly awaited Tang San's emergence from his retreat. Shortly after, the door to the quiet chamber opened, and Tang San stepped out. Dai Mubai chuckled, "Oh, our Iron Man has emerged. Why are you so neatly dressed today?" Surely, it was Xiao San's partner who cleaned him up, Xiang Wentian teased. Xiao Wu stood to the side, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head and tugged at her clothing, murmuring, "No, it was the tea. Look, Xiao Wu is shy." Ryue laughed from the side, prompting a chorus of laughter from the others. Noticing Xiao Wu's awkward demeanor, Tang San hurriedly shifted the conversation, smiling slightly. "I've finished my work, and naturally, I had to come out. If I delayed any longer, it would hinder our journey to the Tiando Royal Academy. During this time, in addition to crafting several hidden weapons for each of you, I have also forged something rather practical." Tang San spoke mysteriously. "Do we all get one?" Ryue exclaimed with delight, and the others displayed expressions of ecstatic anticipation. "Your actions, Xiao San, are truly remarkable. Where's the item? Come on, reveal it quickly." "Don't force us to snatch it," Oscar remarked with a mischievous grin. "Third brother, what on earth is it? Hurry and show us," Ma Hongjun urged impatiently. Tang San then produced a cylindrical object resembling metal, attaching it to his arm. After making a few adjustments, he aimed at a large tree in front of him and said, "Everyone, observe my actions closely." With a press of a button, A soft whoosh echoed, and a hole was instantly pierced through the tree several dozen meters away. Ma Hongjun commented, "It seems less powerful than Zhuge's divine crossbow." Tang San replied, "This is called the Flying Heavenly Claw. Its strength is not in its might but in its ability to soar." He pressed the button once more, and the cord of the Flying Heavenly Claw yanked him into the air. "Indeed, this device possesses its unique merits," Xiang Wentian remarked. Tang San then distributed a set of concealed weapons to each person. In the morning, beneath the gentle sun and pleasant breeze, under the guidance of Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wujie, and the Master, the members of Shrek embarked on their journey to the Tiando Royal Academy. However, Flander and the Master flew while the others walked. "I can also carry someone while flying. Who wishes to accompany me?" Ru Ming inquired. The group exchanged glances, and Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "Sister Ming, why don't you take me along?" "All right," Ru Ming agreed, and they soared into the sky together. "I envy that flying soul skill. When will I ever possess a flying soul skill?" Ma Hongjun lamented. "I can also carry someone while flying," Xiang Wentian began, but before he could finish, Ma Hongjun eagerly interrupted, "Brother Tian, take me with you." Xiang Wentian pointed at Ma Hongjun's abdomen and remarked, "Look at your physique. Aren't you afraid of a crash?" "Wentian, please take Oscar with you first. He is a support-type soul master and possesses the weakest physical strength among us," Dai Mubai suggested. "How about this? I will expend all my soul power to create restorative sausages, alleviating your concerns regarding insufficient soul energy," Oscar proposed. "That sounds excellent. This way, we can journey without pause." Ma Hongjun agreed. Consequently, Oscar crafted dozens of restorative sausages, depleting his soul power entirely. After distributing the sausages among the group, Xiang Wentian soared into the sky with Oscar, heading straight for the Tiando Royal Academy. Chapter 27, The Challenge Beyond One's Limits, Part 1. The members of Shrek realized that to reach the Tiando Empire, they must traverse the Sylvis Kingdom, located north of the Balik Kingdom, before entering the territory of the Tiando Empire. The martial spirit of Xiang Wentian, the demon angel, possesses an astonishing speed, leaving others far behind in the blink of an eye. Oscar, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Slow down, Tianji, it's too fast." "Fear not. We must first catch up with the Dane. I wish to challenge him to see who reigns supreme in the skies," responded Xiang Wentian. Before long, they spotted Dean Flanders soaring through the air at an incredible pace, accompanied by the Master. "How about a little game, Dean?" Xiang Wentian proposed. "You cheeky rascal. What game do you have in mind?" Dean Flander inquired. "A race to see who can fly faster, your cat-eagle martial spirit or my demon angel. The destination is the capital of the Sylvis Kingdom. The loser treats the winner to a meal. What say you, Dean? Do you dare to compete?" Xiang Wentian said with a smile. Dean Flander chuckled. "It seems I won't be spending any money tonight." "Fine, as the Dean. I'll allow you a 1-minute head start. You said it, don't regret it. I'm off." With that, Xiang Wentian vanished in a flash. "Oh dear, how can he be so fast? I must catch up," the Master teased. "Didn't you say to let him fly for a minute before pursuing?" Dean Flander replied awkwardly. "Shao Gang, why do you always undermine me?" When Dean Flander and the Master finally reached the capital city of Sylvis, they found Xiang Wentian waiting for them. "Dean Flander, I have already reserved a hotel. I'm just waiting for you to treat us to a meal," the Master teased. "Have you ever seen a miserly old rooster lose its feathers?" Dean Flander, with a stern expression, declared, "A meal is a meal. We'll have noodles for dinner." Oscar exclaimed, "Dean, you can't be serious. We've traveled all day." Dean Flander turned to Oscar and asked, "Do you have a problem with that?" Oscar, frightened, took a step back and meekly replied, "No objections." By the time the sun had completely set, Vice Dean Zhao Wudre and the others finally arrived in Sylvis City. Upon reaching the hotel, Ma Hongjun burst in. "I'm starving. Are the dishes ready?" Oscar, looking disheartened, replied, "They're ready. But it's just a bowl of plain broth noodles." "What? Plain broth noodles?" The group gasped. "Tianji, I know you're the wealthiest among us. Treat your brothers to something better. We've been traveling all day, and our stomachs are growling," Ma Hongjun flattered. "All right, no problem." As the crowd gathered in the dining hall on the first floor, they urged Xiang Wentian to order one of everything delicious from the menu. After a while, when the feast was laid out, everyone began to devour the food with great enthusiasm, though none ate faster than our relative, Ma Hongjun. The following day, in an effort to resolve the financial crisis, Dean Flander decided to have the Shrek team participate in a soul battle at the Sylvis Grand Arena. The Sylvis Grand Arena appeared even more magnificent than the Soto City Arena. as it was the capital of the Silvis Kingdom, elevating it to a higher echelon than Soto City. Once the Shrek team donned the masks distributed by the master, a staff member approached them and said, "Esteemed Soul Master, you are not permitted to participate in tonight's team battle." The group was taken aback. Why not? Is there no one available to fight at the arena? Dean Flander exclaimed in anger. The staff member explained, "Esteemed Soul Master, we currently do not have a Soul Master team at the 40th level." Flander, eager for solutions, pressed, "Is there no alternative?" "Certainly, there is a way. Level-up challenges are not restricted by Soul Battle badges. You may participate in tonight's 50-level team battle." The staff member replied with a smile. 50 levels? Flander shook his head firmly and sighed, "Then perhaps it is best to refrain." "No, I believe it's feasible." The master interjected, "Are you out of your mind? That is a 50-level Soul King team. Do you wish to send the children to their doom?" Flander exclaimed anxiously. "Do you really think I would allow my students to perish?" "Rest assured, I have my reasons," the master assured him. He then turned to the staff member and said, "I would like to select the most formidable team within the 50-level range. Is there such a team?" The staff member assumed the master would choose the weakest 50-level team. But to their surprise, the master chose the strongest one. "Yes, we have the Bloodslaughter team. Since their registration, they have maimed 86 opponents and killed 123, earning the title of the King of Slaughter in the Silver Soul Battle teams. Due to their fearsome reputation, they have not participated in a match for nearly a month. We shall choose the Slaughter team. Our team name is Shrek Team, comprising 9 participants," the master declared resolutely. The staff member, astonished, asked, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." The master nodded again. Chapter 28, Level Up Challenge, Part 2. After completing the necessary procedures, the Silvis Grand Arena immediately publicized the announcement. By evening, the arena was packed to capacity. Have you heard? A 40th level Golden Soul Battle team wishes to level up challenge the 50-level Slaughter team. Isn't that courting death? The Slaughter team has a notorious reputation. Who would dare to face them? Indeed, we must hurry to see this. If we delay, there won't even be standing room left. Yes, let us move quickly. Such sentiments of skepticism towards the Shrek team echoed throughout Silvis City. It is understandable, level-up challenges are rare, and those who succeed are even more so. Thus, the presence of such voices in Silvis City is hardly surprising. In the Grand Arena of Silvis City, the betting zone was teeming with an eager crowd. Long lines formed as individuals queued to wager on the victory of the Bloodshed Squad, while not a single soul stood in line to bet on the triumph of the Shrek Squad. From a distance, Xiang Wentian caught sight of the large screen in the gambling area. The odds for the Killing Squad stood at 1-1, while the odds for the Shrek Squad soared to a staggering 1-10. Ru Ming, stamping her foot in indignation, exclaimed, "How infuriating. They truly underestimate our Shrek Squad. The odds being as high as 1-10 is nothing short of a blatant declaration of our inevitable defeat." Xiang Wentian gently caressed the soft, dreamlike hair of Ru Ming and said, "Rest assured, the best is yet to come." He then turned to Dean Flander and remarked, "Dean, I have 50,000 gold soul coins. Could you kindly assist me in placing a bet on the victory of the Shrek team?" Dean Flander shook his head with a sigh. "Xiao Tian, do you truly have confidence in this?" "Have no worries, Dean," Xiang Wentian replied with unwavering assurance. Soon, as the number of bets on the Slaughter team escalated, the odds for the Shrek team soared to an alarming 20-1. In front of the betting area, an exceedingly peculiar scene unfolded. A seemingly endless line of patrons queued to wager on the Slaughter team, while the Shrek betting station remained desolate, devoid of any bettors. At that moment, a sudden voice jolted the staff at the Shrek betting point from their stupor. "I will wager 50,000 gold soul coins on the victory of the Shrek team." "What did you say? How much?" the staff member asked in confusion. 50,000 gold soul coins, Dean Flander declared loudly. Nearby, a bettor for the Slaughter team scoffed. "Fools come in abundance every year, but this year, there seems to be an especially plentiful supply. Wealthy yet naive, what can one do? If you're looking for a place to squander your money, why not share it with me?" Dean Flander observed the mockery directed at them, but refrained from retorting, merely letting out a frustrated huff. An hour later, the referee's voice echoed from above the arena. "Please welcome the Slaughter team and the Shrek team to the third arena for the combat match." On the platform, the Slaughter team exuded a palpable aura of menace, contrasting sharply with the atmosphere surrounding the Shrek team. Oscar's legs trembled uncontrollably, and his voice quaked as he asked, "Wentian, Mubai, if they charge at us, can you two hold them off with Rongrong's assistance?" Dai Mubai answered without hesitation, "We cannot withstand them." Xiang Wentian gravely responded, If the hidden weapons of the third party do not eliminate the opponent, all but Ru Ming shall retreat to the arena's lower tier. The crowd echoed their agreement. Both sides readied themselves as the battle's spirit ignited. At that moment, the audience erupted in fervor, chanting for bloodshed and destruction. Killing Squad, I have wagered everything on you. You must rend them to pieces. Tanks and bellowed, Zhuge Divine Crossbow, release. With a series of piercing sounds, 3 members of the Killing Squad fell lifelessly, while the remaining 6 valiantly withstood the onslaught of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Xiang Wentian urgently commanded, everyone retreat. Ryue, unite with me. The members of the Shrek team swiftly leaped off the soul fighting platform, while Xiang Wentian and Ryue embraced each other with great urgency. The spectator stands erupted into a frenzy. Look, it's a martial soul fusion technique. A figure clad in black from the viewing area expressed astonishment. Daughter, you astound me. You have found a partner for the martial soul fusion technique. Chapter 29. The Challenge Beyond Limits. Part 3. On the soul fighting platform, a radiant golden light dazzled brightly, compelling onlookers to instinctively close their eyes. At that moment, a golden figure with 12 majestic wings, clad in resplendent golden armor and standing upon myriad beams of golden light, descended from the heavens, exuding an extraordinary presence and unmatched power. Xiang Wentian commanded the 12-winged battle angel and proclaimed, Angel's Judgment. As a colossal golden sword swept across the battlefield, as Xiang Wentian unleashed but a single skill, the 2 individual soul powers collided violently, resulting in their precipitous fall from the soul fighting platform. When the golden light dissipated, the audience beheld a harrowing sight. The remaining 6 members of the slaughter team severed in half, while Ru Ming, having exhausted her soul power, succumbed to unconsciousness. In contrast, Xiang Wentian, through sheer will, maintained a fleeting awareness, for he had yet to employ his final skill, Devour. Ding, the host activates the Devour ability, consuming 9 individuals, and thereby acquiring 9 soul rings of 5,000 years each, along with 90,000 points of soul power. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to the 46th rank Soul Master. Xiang Wentian exclaimed with enthusiasm, bestow all 9 5,000-year soul rings upon the first soul ring. A chime echoed, indicating success. The system panel unfolded, revealing the following details for the host. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Master Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 46-2, 366, 700, 000, Soul Rings, Black, age, 85. 100 years, Black, age, 46,000 years, Black, age, 48,000 years, Black, age, 42,000 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Spatial Lock, Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory, Third Soul Skill, Angelic Judgment, Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light, Divine Skill, Buddha's Palm Cultivation Techniques, Celestial Demon Annihilation Scripture, Sky Dominance Body Abilities, Devour, the ability to consume an enemy or soul beast, soul ring, and soul power to enhance one's own soul ring and soul power. Upon reaching level 46, his soul power was instantly restored. Xiang Wentian carried the unconscious Ru Ming towards the Shrek team's waiting room. Suddenly, the referee's incredulous voice rang out. The killing team faces off against the Shrek team, and the Shrek team emerges victorious, annihilating the killing team. At that moment, the audience erupted in uproar, filled with curses. The killing team was deemed utterly incompetent. I wagered my entire fortune on them. How will I survive after this loss? Lamented Lu, an elderly gambler who had never before faced defeat. I never imagined I would lose everything today. Sui Hua, I can no longer marry you. I have lost all my betrothal gifts. I implore everyone to learn from my mistake. Do not gamble. For the sake of familial happiness, steer clear of gambling. With solemnity, Xiang Wentian proclaimed, steer clear of gambling, shun the shadows, cherish life, and embrace the light. How could the Grand Soul Arena permit such malevolent wielders of soul to compete, relying on the consumption of others to augment their own strength? Kill him. At that moment, a gambler, consumed by rage, bellowed, kill him, kill him, kill him. The audience erupted in fervent outrage, their shouts of condemnation and calls for bloodshed resounding in unison. I see who dares to kill him. Step forth. At that instant, a figure cloaked in black levitated effortlessly above the arena, 9 soul rings pulsating around him, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, particularly the final crimson ring, which sent shivers down spines. What does the red soul ring signify? It represents 100,000 years of soul power. the ultimate treasure that every soul master aspires to attain. Not only is the brilliance of the red ring dazzling, but it also embodies a strength capable of intimidating legions. A hallmark of peak power. As the figure in black made his presence known, the audience fell into an immediate hush. At that moment, a youth clad in red, steeling himself, declared, "He is merely a title de law. What do we have to fear with our numbers? Let us unite and slay him." In a mere instant, the head of the youth shattered like tofu. Who else? The figure in black intoned slowly, "I despise nothing more than you cowardly bullies who prey on the weak. Xiang Wentian, you may leave. I challenge anyone who dares to impede your escape." Xiang Wentian nodded at the shadow, embracing Ru Meng as they returned to the waiting room. "Oscar, please prepare some large sausages," he instructed. After infusing Ru Meng with a portion of his soul power, she gradually awakened. "Brother, how did the soul fighting go?" Ru Meng inquired. "We emerged victorious," Xiang Wentian replied. "Really? That's splendid," Ru Meng exclaimed with excitement. "Now, let us first consume Oscar's restorative sausages." After finishing the sausages, Ru Meng began to cultivate and restore her soul power. While Ru Meng enjoyed her restorative sausages, Tang San approached and asked, "Who was that man in the black robe?" His voice sounded somewhat familiar. At that moment, Tang Hao spoke in a hushed tone. "Naturally, you couldn't recognize him as your father," Xiang Wentian explained. "I, too, am unaware of his identity." The members of the Shrek team were filled with trepidation over the recent events. Fortunately, with Xiang Wentian's timely assistance, the consequences could have been dire. In truth, Master, Flinder, and Zhao Wujie were aware that the figure was Tang Hao, as the Master had previously encountered him. And Zhao Wujie had once been on the receiving end of Tang Hao's fists. They were familiar with his attire, but Master, Flinder, and Zhao Wujie had promised Tang Hao to keep his identity a secret. At that moment, Dean Flinder burst through the door, exclaiming joyfully, "Haha, we have struck gold. Can you guess how many gold soul coins we have earned?" "Stop the suspense and tell us," Master urged. 1,000,000 gold soul coins. And after deducting fees and the Great Soul Arena's cut, we are left with 800,000. What do you think? Isn't that a substantial sum? Are you not excited? Flinder said exuberantly. "That money is not yours. Why are you so thrilled?" Master scoffed. Flinder's smile faltered. "How can it not be mine? It all belongs to me." Zhao Wujie patted Flinder on the shoulder, saying that money belongs to Little Tian. Flinder retorted cunningly, "Isn't Little Tian essentially mine? I'll hold on to this money for him, to use for his future bride." Master shook his head in resignation at Flinder's shamelessness. Zhao Wujie, gesticulating dramatically, loudly proclaimed, "Oh my goodness, I've seen shamelessness before. But never to this extent. Not only do you refuse to repay the 10 gold soul coins I lent you, but you also wish to monopolize Little Tian's 800,000 gold soul coins." Flinder's face turned crimson with embarrassment. "I'll give him the coins. Is it necessary to belittle me so?" He then produced 10 gold soul coins and handed them to Xiang Wentian. "Here, spend these for now, and if you need more, come to me. Just remember, be frugal." Xiang Wentian, upon receiving 10 golden soul coins, sighed. "Though I was poor in my youth, happiness was abundant. I thought adulthood would bring improvement, yet here I stand, both impoverished and discontented." Hearing his words, the crowd turned their gaze towards Flanders, rendered speechless. The following day, in an effort to avoid drawing attention, the Master led the group away from Silva's city at dawn, continuing their journey towards their destination, the Royal Academy of Tiando City. Chapter 30, The Royal Academy of Tiando Part 1. On the second day, as the group hastened their pace, they finally arrived at the Royal Academy of Tiando City. Perched upon a mountain, the academy was surrounded by breathtaking scenery, a harmonious blend of mountains and water. Ma Hongjun exclaimed with excitement. "This is where we will study in the future. It is truly magnificent. If I train here, I am certain my efforts will yield double the results." Indeed. The Royal Academy of Tiando offered numerous simulated training environments, allowing not only him, but all who trained there to achieve remarkable progress. As the group approached the gates of the academy, an unwelcome voice interrupted. "Halt. This is the Royal Academy of Tiando. You have no place here. Go back from whence you came." A dozen young soul masters stood in their way, clad in blue and white uniforms, indicating they were students of the academy. Unfazed, Dean Flanders responded, "We are from Shrek Academy, here at the invitation of the Royal Academy of Tiando for an exchange. Please lead the way." The leading youth disdainfully scrutinized the Shrek Academy members. "You bunch of country bumpkins, dressed like beggars. I suspect you aim to sneak into our academy." Although the group had traveled tirelessly for several days and appeared somewhat disheveled, Their condition was not as pitiful as the youth suggested. It was clear he was judging by appearances. The Royal Academy of Tiando was notorious for being an elite institution, with the most basic requirement for admission being noble status. Even the most inept soul master could gain entry if they held a noble title, making the academy renowned yet hollow in substance. The Shrek members felt anger rise within them at the contempt and insults. In a swift motion, Xiang Wentian stepped forward and coldly declared, "I may tolerate insults aimed at others, but disparaging my teachers and classmates is unacceptable. You dare insult me. What will you do about it? Go ahead. Try to touch me. Do you even know who I am?" Before the youth could finish his taunt, Xiang Wentian charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that knocked out several of the youth's teeth. Following this, he activated his martial spirit and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the group. None of the opponents possessed soul power exceeding level 30, and they were swiftly overpowered. The leader was left battered and bruised. As Xiang Wentian departed, he left behind a parting remark that nearly made the leader retch. "Oh, my apologies. I forgot to wipe off the dog waste on my shoe. And your teeth did a splendid job of cleaning it. Thank you. You scoundrel. I shall end your life. You are causing a commotion at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy." Undermining its authority, the leading youth exclaimed angrily, "Spare yourself the bravado. Your words are hardly coherent. Be cautious lest your tongue falter under the pressure of the wind. If you seek vengeance, I await your challenge," Xiang Wentian replied with an air of arrogance. "What is the meaning of this?" A powerful voice resonated, and a middle-aged man emerged from within the academy. With a long face, dark complexion, and prominent features, he carried an air of aloofness, his hands clasped behind his back. "Excellent. Teacher's son has arrived," the leading youth pointed at Xiang Wentian, declaring, "You are doomed. Teacher's son. They have come to our Heaven-Do Royal Academy and have harmed us grievously. Look at my teeth. They've been knocked out. You must take our side. Enough of this melodrama. Do not weep like a child in front of outsiders," the middle-aged man admonished his students. "Why have you harmed my students, especially within the confines of our academy? Do you presume Heaven-Do Royal Academy is without its defenders? Whether you have defenders or not is of no concern to us. We are here for a specific purpose." Director Flanders stated calmly. "Oh, and whom do you seek?" The middle-aged man inquired with an air of superiority. Flanders snorted dismissively and replied, "Qin Ming." Upon hearing Flanders' declaration, the attitude of the opposing party shifted dramatically, and they spoke courteously. "I am Sun Buyu. Might you be from Shrek Academy?" "Indeed," Zhao Wujin responded coldly. "An institution capable of nurturing someone like Qin Ming must be extraordinary. Please, allow me to escort you to teacher Qin Ming," Sun Buyu graciously offered. Chapter 31, Heaven-Do Royal Academy, Part 2. Under Sun Buyu's guidance, the group proceeded to the reception hall. Shortly thereafter, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Qinin entered briskly, bowing respectfully to Flander and Zhao Wujin. "Greetings, esteemed teachers," Qinin said. Flander quickly helped him up, saying, "You need not be so formal. We are here seeking your guidance, after all." "Such words are unnecessary, esteemed teacher. It is my honor that you have come to Heaven-Do Royal Academy," Qin replied respectfully, recognizing that he only represented his own status. "Are the arrangements for our stay prepared?" Zhao Wujin inquired. "Rest assured, I have already spoken with the higher-ups at the academy. They are very welcoming of your presence. And the talents of our younger students have been recognized under my and the Royal Combat Team's endorsement. You will stay here tonight. And tomorrow, I will introduce you to the academy's leadership, ensuring everything is in place," Qinin assured them, leading the group to the southernmost lodging building of the academy. The accommodations comprised a 3-story building, surrounded by bamboo groves, fully furnished with all necessary amenities. Flander expressed his satisfaction with Qinin's arrangements. "Well," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, filled with excitement, "this place is far superior to our humble abode at Shrek Academy." Tang San patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder and remarked with a smile, "Indeed. The Royal Academy of Tiando is directly supported by the Tiando Empire. Its financial backing is unquestionable, and thus, the grandeur of the academy is only to be expected." Hongjun maintained his composure, stating, "After all, we are also geniuses. We must not be overly boisterous, lest we lose face in front of Dean Flandra." Oscar, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor, added, "Indeed." Dai Mubai playfully kicked Oscar, retorting, "You're no better than Ma Hongjun." The group erupted into laughter at Dai Mubai's comment. The Royal Academy of Tiando is directly supported by the Tiando Empire, with the nominal head being the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire. The management of the academy falls to the 3 longest-serving committee members, who handle routine matters directly, while significant decisions require the approval of the Snow Knight Emperor. The teachers and students of the Royal Academy of Tiando are divided into 3 tiers. Teachers are categorized as follows. Those at levels 40 to 50 are known as Tianwei. Those from 50 to 60 are Tianji, and those above 60 are the highest tier, Tiando. As for the students, those below level 25 are Tianwei. Those from 25 to 30 are Tianji, and those above 30 are Tiando, Qin Yin explained slowly. Then we could certainly become Tiando-level teachers, Flandre smiled. Of course, Tiando-level teachers are responsible solely for instructing Tiando-level students, and their remuneration is exceptionally generous, with a base salary of 3,000 gold soul coins plus commission. 3,000 gold soul coins plus commission? Flandre and the other teachers exclaimed in astonishment. As the group conversed, they arrived at the committee hall. Located at the heart of the Royal Academy of Tiando, it is one of the largest structures, standing 10 meters tall and 50 meters wide, exuding an air of opulence and solemnity. Before they could step into the committee hall, they saw 3 elderly men slowly emerging, standing on the steps. Despite not releasing their martial spirits, their mere presence conveyed a heavy sense of pressure. The 3 elders were clad in black and red cloaks, draped in black capes, with an unusual flower embroidered in gold thread on their chests, an attire exclusive to the Spirit Hall, worn only by those who have reached the rank of 80-level Soul Douluo. Typically, such garments are rarely donned by Soul Douluo-level experts, reserved for solemn ceremonies. Their attire today indicated profound respect towards the Shrek group. Upon witnessing their grand attire, Flandre felt compelled to personally welcome them. Even the proud Dean Flandre was taken aback, hastily stepping forward to bow, stating, "I am Flandre, the Dean of Shrek Academy. Martial Spirit, Owl, a level 78 agility-type soul saint. It is an honor to meet the 3 esteemed elders." Chapter 32, The Royal Academy of Tiando, Part 3. The elderly gentleman standing in the center took a few steps forward and laughed heartily. There is no need for formalities. Dean Flanders. I am the chief of the Education Committee, Mengshinji, a control system Soul Douluo of level 86 with the martial soul, the Black Demon. To the right of Mengshinji, a corpulent elderly man stepped forward. This man was not merely overweight. He must have weighed at least 600 pounds. He was Bai Baoshan, the second in command of the Education Committee, a defense system Soul Douluo of level 85 with the martial soul, the Heavenly Star Furnace. To the left of Mengshinji, another elderly man emerged, his physique the stark opposite of Bai Baoshan's, emaciated and resembling a mere stick. This was Jilin, the third in command of the Education Committee, a control system Soul Douluo of level 83 with the martial soul, the Celestial Green Vine. Mengshinji gestured invitingly. Ladies and gentlemen, please come in from the long journey. The assembly entered the Education Committee's hall and took their seats. Due to the limited number of chairs, the members of the Shrek team could only stand behind Dean Flanders and the other teachers, their eyes betraying a flicker of excitement. For they were in the presence of 3 renowned Soul Douluo. At that moment, Xiang Wentian noticed Xiao Wu, who had been hiding behind the curtains. When Xiao Wu caught Xiang Wentian's gaze, she could not help but give an awkward smile. Mengshinji signaled for tea and snacks to be served, then turned his attention to the Shrek team. I have heard from teacher Qin Yin that Shrek Academy has a formidable team that has clashed with the Tiando team. Might Dean Flanders provide an introduction? Indeed, as you say, Chief Ming, Dean Flanders replied courteously. Why don't you, my little prodigies, introduce yourselves? The Shrek team began their introductions. Team leader, Demon Angel, Martial Soul, Demon Angel, a level 46 Assault System Soul Master, with 4 black soul rings. Upon reading the information about Demon Angel, the members of the Royal Douluo team gasped in astonishment. How can there be a configuration of 4 black soul rings? That is impossible. One by one, the members of the Shrek team stepped forward to salute Chief Mengshinji, Xiang Wentian, Martial Soul, Demon Angel, a level 43 Assault System Soul Master. Ru Ming, Martial Soul, Seraph, a level 42 Assault System Soul Master. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, a level 38 Assault System Soul Master. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, a level 33 Control System Soul Master. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, a level 32 Assault System Soul Master. Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Phoenix, a level 28 Assault System Soul Master. Zhu Qing, Martial Soul, Nether Cat, a level 28 Agility System Soul Master. Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage, a level 31 Support System Tool Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, a level 27 Support System Tool Soul Master. Indeed, it was no wonder that the Academy was renowned in the Soul Master community. Each student was a gem among thousands. Ming Xinji remarked in praise. Dean Flanders humbly replied, Chief Ming, your compliments are excessive. We still have a long way to go compared to the Tiando Royal Academy as Tiando Ting. Alas, why must Dean Flanders be so modest? Allow me to share the words of our esteemed student union president, the unrivaled Du Guqiubai, who remarked that the captain of the Shrek team did not participate in the match. Pray, which individual was that? Inquired Dream Machine. Xiang Wentian stepped forward and respectfully greeted Chief Ming Xinji, stating, I am but a humble student, named Xiang Wentian. Our academy student, Du Guqiubai, has triumphed over all in the Skydo City, tirelessly seeking a worthy opponent in hopes of tasting defeat. To frequently mention him signifies the presence of a true genius among geniuses, an elite among elites, Chief Ming Xinji remarked with approval. Thank you for your kind words. Had I possessed the Silver Soul badge back then, the Skydo team would undoubtedly have faced total annihilation, Xiang Wentian replied earnestly. I eagerly await the day when our two teams clash in competition, Chief Ming Xinji chuckled. At that moment, a voice resonated, powerful and authoritative, imbued with the air of a superior and laced with respect towards the three committee members. Is Chief Ming Xinji present? Chief Ming's thoughts raced. What brings him here? The three committee members promptly rose to extend their greetings. Soon, 3 individuals entered, accompanied by a dozen soldiers. Among them was a youth whom Xiang Wentian recognized, the very boy he had confronted at the academy's entrance yesterday. Chapter 33. The title Douluo. The young man trailed behind an elderly figure, who donned an opulent yellow python robe, his hair slicked back, embodying an unmistakable aura of authority as he stood with hands clasped behind his back. Behind them stood a tall, slender elder, rigid as a spear, with hair and beard tinted a faint green, his eyes sweeping across the assembly. After being scrutinized by this individual, Xiang Wentian felt as though he had been targeted by a venomous serpent. Xiao Wu crouched behind the crowd, too fearful to rise. The 3 committee members slightly bowed and greeted, Your Highness, what brings you here? The elder clad in a python robe glanced at the Shrek group and replied with a nonchalant smile. Aren't there guests here? Shouldn't you introduce them to me? Ming Xinji's expression tightened, and a faint, forced smile graced his features as he said, Your Highness, this is Flandra, the Dean of Shrek Academy. He has come to discuss a potential collaboration with us. He then addressed Flandra, This is His Highness, the Snow Star Prince of the Tiando Empire, who oversees the Tiando Royal Academy. Flandra stood and declared, It is an honor to meet His Highness, the Snow Star Prince. Yet, the Snow Star Prince did not even glance at Flandra, responding coldly, Shrek Academy? I have not heard of it. I presume it is a place for mediocre students. Ming Xinji, how could you allow individuals of questionable origin into our Tiando Royal Academy? Upon hearing this, the members of Shrek were instantly enraged. Zhao Wujia was on the brink of losing his composure, only to be restrained by the rational Flandra beside him. Ming Xinji's expression shifted as he responded, Your Highness, Shrek Academy is far from an inconsequential institution. Our esteemed teacher, Qin, hails from Shrek Academy. It is an honor for us to welcome Dean Flandra and the esteemed educators from Shrek Academy to our institution. According to Academy regulations, hiring teachers typically requires an evaluation, the Snow Star Prince remarked indifferently. Ming Xinji hastily replied, The teachers from Shrek Academy have all achieved level 60 and thus do not require further assessment. Is it truly for this matter that Your Highness has made such a special visit today? The Tiando Royal Academy is the pillar of the empire, nurturing its future talents. I will not permit the academy to hire arrogant and overbearing individuals. Ming Xinji, I have heard that upon their arrival yesterday, the members of Shrek Academy humiliated my nephew, Prince Xuebing, the 4th prince of the empire. How do you propose to address this matter? Have you inquired of your nephew as to why he was humiliated? Flandra responded coolly. The Snow Star Prince glanced at Flandra and stated, I have always treated talented individuals with kindness. Since you are here seeking collaboration, you must prove to me that you are indeed worthy. At this moment, Chu Jiangyin burst into laughter. Your Highness, are you suggesting that you wish to expel us? Although we are unaware of where we may have offended you, I assure you that my reprimanding of Prince Xuebing will not lead to such a dire consequence. One must understand the intricacies of nurturing one's own ambitions while simultaneously excluding others. As the saying goes, royalty can be the most heartless, since Xuebing is the 4th prince. He must have the support of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd princes. With the aging of the Snow Knight Emperor, should a new emperor ascend, do you think Xuebing and his faction will survive? One should never rest too close to a sleeping tiger. Impudent. To speak ill of the royal family is a capital offense. Are you not aware of this? Prince Xuesheng has indulged. Whether it is a capital offense or not, I cannot say, but I am certain that everyone present is well aware, though none dare to voice it. I merely pierce through this thin veil of silence. If I am not mistaken, you require us to prove our worth through this title Douluo, correct? Xiang Wentian stated solemnly. Silence, Xiaotian. Dean Flanders admonished. Prince Xuesheng jested. Oh? You can discern that Mr. Dugong is a titled Douluo? You are indeed correct. He then turned respectfully to the green-haired elder, saying, Mr. Dugong, I beseech your guidance. This young man possesses some insight, as he can recognize me as a titled Douluo. The green-haired elder stepped forward, and his 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, illuminated, revealing a shimmering green-scaled serpent. Let us demonstrate our strength. Come forth together. Dream God Machine fumed. Prince Xuesheng, do not overstep your bounds. The prince coldly replied. How have I overstepped? This entire academy belongs to me. Very well, let us 3 old fellows experience the prowess of the poisoned Douluo. How utterly shameless. Do not think that just because you are a titled Douluo, no one can contend with you, roared Xiang Wentian. Shrek battle team, step forward. Today, I shall extract your serpent bones and brew a serpent soup. Chapter 34. 3 titled Douluos. Good, good, good. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Remember my name. I am Dugong Bo. Do not arrive at the gates of hell unaware of who has brought you there. Now, tell me, how do you wish to meet your end? Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort and suggested they step outside, as the current environment was not conducive for their endeavors. This suited Douluo just fine, who regarded Xiang Wentian with the indifference one might reserve for the deceased. Upon reaching the open space before the education committee, Douluo calmly inquired, Are you prepared? Let us do this together. With that, he activated his martial spirit, invoking his first soul skill, space blockage, as he bellowed. To everyone's astonishment, Douluo completely disregarded his own spatial barrier, seizing his own throat. Under the overwhelming pressure of a titled Douluo, the Shrek team found themselves immobilized, frozen in place. At that moment, Flinder, Zhao Wujin, and others launched their attacks. Stop! Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated through the air. Old poison, release my disciple at once. 2 figures materialized in the void. One was shrouded in shadows, rendering their features indistinguishable, while the other held a peculiar, stunning chrysanthemum. Upon hearing this voice, everyone halted their assault, and the members of Shrek exclaimed in shock, 2 titled Douluos. How could these 2 individuals possibly be here? Douluo's expression darkened as he retorted. Who is your disciple? The boy you hold in your grasp, the shadowy figure replied slowly. Douluo, filled with malice, countered, What if I refuse to let go? The middle-aged figure with the flower interjected, I recall that your granddaughter is studying at the Tiando Royal Academy. Should anything happen to my esteemed nephew? Your granddaughter will accompany him to the grave. Do not think we are incapable of such acts. This boy is my prized disciple, whom I have painstakingly sought after. If he were to perish, I would stop at nothing, the shadow threatened. The chrysanthemum guardian and the old ghost were notorious for their ruthless methods, and countless geniuses had met their demise at their hands. I cannot wager my granddaughter's life. Very well, I will release this boy, but you must not harm my granddaughter. That is only natural, the middle-aged man replied. Douluo reluctantly released Xiang Wentian, finally freeing himself from the grip of suffocation, only to be met with violent coughing fits. As if in a dream, Xiang Wentian's companion rushed forward, patting his back anxiously. Brother, are you all right? Xiang Wentian gazed dreamily and smiled. Rest assured, Ru Ming, I am quite well. Only the sound was heard, yet the martial soul remained unseen. Were these 2 the Moongate and the ghostly charm? When did the ghostly charm become Xiao Tian's mentor? The master pondered. How had Xiao Tian become entangled with the martial soul hall? Flinder reflected. To discover that Wentian's teacher was a titled Douluo, the Shrek team was overwhelmed with joy. The bonds among the Shrek team were profound. Having a formidable ally among their ranks naturally filled them with elation. At this moment, Xiang Wentian realized that Xiao was inexplicably absent, likely hiding in fear of being discovered. Douluo, observing his 2 sworn adversaries, recognized that lingering here would yield no favorable outcomes. Thus, he quietly departed. Upon seeing Douluo leave, the 2 titled Douluo understood that Xiang Wentian was momentarily safe and also withdrew. Once the 3 titled Douluo had exited, the others exhaled in relief. Flinder sighed. Since the Tiando Royal Academy does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. Dream Machine, noticing Flinder's intention to depart, hurriedly implored, Flinder, Dean Flinder. However, Flender did not look back. If he was unwelcome here, remaining would only bring further troubles. I apologize, esteemed members of the committee, but I too must depart from the academy. Shrek Academy has been my nurturing ground, and I am a Shrek Academy student by birth. With the teachers leaving, I, as a student, have no desire to linger, Xiang Wentian expressed with sorrow and indignation. The 3 committee members were taken aback. Even Prince Xuesheng was momentarily stunned. Xiang Wentian's status at the Tiando Royal Academy was second only to the 3 committee members, and he was among the youngest to reach level 60 as recorded by the Martial Soul Hall. The committee had always believed that Xiang Wentian would inevitably become a titled Douluo before the age of 60, making him an invaluable talent for the Tiando Royal Academy. Dream Machine, witnessing Xiang Wentian and Flender's group leave, exclaimed in anger, "Alas! Look at what you have wrought, Your Highness Xuesheng. Following this incident, I shall certainly report it to His Majesty Wentian for a decision." Prince Xuesheng said nothing. Turning away in frustration, he remarked to Xuechong on the way, "The trouble you've caused uncle this time is considerable." Xuechong displayed a defiant demeanor. "I shall continue my carefree ways, uncle. You can keep cleaning up after me." Upon exiting the Tiando Royal Academy, the master inquired, "Wentian, how did you come to have a titled Douluo from the Martial Soul Hall as your teacher?" "It has been some time. Once, I discovered someone was following me, and no matter how I tried to shake them off, I couldn't. Suddenly, a shadow appeared before me, demanding that I become his disciple, threatening death if I refused. I had no choice but to acquiesce. Indeed, your choice was prudent. Had you declined, your demise would have been certain." "The Martial Soul Hall is notoriously ruthless," the master remarked. "Alas, where is Xiao Wu?" Flander inquired. "Dean, where have you been?" "I didn't see you." At that moment, Xiao Wu emerged from the crowd, feeling somewhat awkward. "I just spotted a titled Douluo and, feeling a bit weak in the knees, I went to the restroom." Upon hearing her words, everyone burst into laughter. "Oh dear, please stop laughing," Xiao Wu said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Tang San took her hand in a gesture of comfort, assuring her, "No matter what happens in the future, I will stand by your side to protect you." Xiao Wu smiled faintly, her cheeks tinged with a soft pink. Chapter 35, The Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, Part 1. As the group walked along the road, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them. "Why don't we expand the academy?" the dean proposed. "With the strength of our Golden Do Soul team, participating in soul battles should yield considerable rewards. If that doesn't work out, we could establish a mercenary group under the Shrek team. Income should not be a problem. One day, we shall make the Tiando Royal Academy regret the decision they made today," Xiang Wentian declared. His words resonated with the members of the Shrek team, who expressed their agreement. "Oh, perhaps we should reconsider. I currently lack the enthusiasm to revamp the academy," Flander replied. "So where shall we go now?" Zhao Wujie asked. "How about we head to our 7 treasure city? It is not far from the 7 treasure glazed tile school," Ning Rongrong suggested. "Let us not. I can no longer endure that feeling of being dependent on others, Rongrong." "I appreciate your kindness." Flander shook his head. The group arrived at the city gates amidst a stifling atmosphere. Just as they prepared to enter, they noticed an advertisement on the notice board at the gate. "The Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy is sincerely recruiting 15 soul masters of level 40 and above, with priority given to those possessing higher soul power. Exceptional treatment will be provided upon hiring." I have encountered this academy in a travelogue, though it was established not long ago. It is fully equipped and exclusively accepts commoners, refusing all nobles. Let me share a little secret. The teachers at the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy are stunningly beautiful, Xiang Wentian stated. "In which travelogue did you come across this?" the master inquired. "The record of Tiando's defeats. It was given to me by Dugu Qiubai during the Grand Soul Battle in Soto City. He worried that I might not be able to find him and lack sparring partners, so he gifted it to me. You can even find his name and address inscribed within," Xiang Wentian replied. The master took the book and discovered, indeed, the name and address of that child. After reading through the section about the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy, he suddenly exclaimed, "How is this possible? The dean's name is actually Lu Erlong. Where is it?" "Let me see." Flander approached, intrigued. As Xiang Wentian bit into an apple, he casually remarked, "What of Lu Erlong? As long as she is beautiful. Even if she were called Lu alone, it would be of no consequence. You know, I have heard that the principal of the Blue Ba Academy of Advanced Soul Masters resembles a woman in her 30s, still possessing a captivating charm. With a curvaceous figure that is simply enchanting, a mere glance could add a decade to one's life." At that moment, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were left slack-jawed. Smack. "Ouch! Who struck me?" Xiang Wentian exclaimed. It was I, Flander retorted angrily. A young lad like you should not be preoccupied with such matters. You ought to focus on more appropriate pursuits. But Principal Flander, Xiang Wentian protested. I merely sensed a bit of tension in our atmosphere and attempted to lighten it with a jest. Besides, I have Ru Ming at home to consider. Whom else would I ponder? Flander huffed disapprovingly. Young love is hardly a virtue. What can a child of your age possibly understand about love? Just then, Ru Ming approached with a stern expression, saying softly, Brother, from now on, do not mention other women in my presence, or I shall cease to acknowledge you. He gently grasped Ru Ming's hand, expressing his sincerity. Ru Ming, my feelings for you have remained unwavering. I was merely attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Do you trust me? With a blush on her cheeks, Ru Ming replied, I believe in you. Ma Hongjun observed the two with a hint of bemusement, muttering, You two have been together for so long, yet you still cling to each other every single day. As Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming listened to Ma Hongjun's words, an awkward silence engulfed them, their faces flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Master and Flander appeared to be engaged in discussion. Xiao Gang, how much longer do you intend to evade? Let us not forget that we cannot yet ascertain her identity. What if she merely shares the same name? We should investigate first, shall we? After nearly an hour of deliberation, Flander finally persuaded the Master to visit the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. Chapter 36. The appearance of Lu Erlong at this juncture, Qinin declared, I am familiar with the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. Allow me to lead the way. Excellent. Flander was brimming with anticipation. He was eager to discover whether Lu Erlong, the Academy's principal, was indeed the same Lu Erlong he knew in his heart. With the guidance of Qinin and the aid of the signposts, the group navigated through the winding streets until they arrived at the grand entrance of the Academy. There, on the imposing sign, were inscribed 8 gilded characters, Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy. We have arrived, Qinin announced. At the gate, an elderly guardian inquired. Whom do you seek? Qinin stepped forward and replied, Greetings, sir. We saw the advertisement at the city gate and have come to apply for teaching positions. Ah. Then follow me, the elder said, leading them to the recruitment office. He knocked on the door, asking, Is Teacher Li available? The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man who inquired, What brings you here, Uncle Wu? These soul masters wish to apply for teaching positions, Uncle Wu replied with a smile. Oh? Teacher Li glanced at the group from Shrek. Please, come in. Upon entering the office, they found it spacious, measuring approximately 50 meters in length and 20 meters in width. Furnished solely with a podium. Teacher Li stated plainly, to apply for a teaching position, you must undergo a soul assessment. Only those with a soul rank of 40 or above will be considered. Hearing Teacher Li's words, Flander remarked with a grin, Qinin, you may go first. Nodding in agreement, Qinin, who had been harboring frustration from his time at the Tiando Royal Academy, unleashed his soul without restraint. A blazing fire wolf materialized before Teacher Li, imposing immense pressure upon him. Qinin, Soul, Fire Wolf, Assault System, Rank 62, 6-Ring Soul Emperor. Teacher Li, merely a Soul King at level 50, felt the weight of the Soul Emperor's presence. Before he could react, Flander interjected, Let us proceed together. Rank 63, Dragon Pattern Staff. Soul Emperor, Li Yusong, Assault System. Rank 66, Star Realm Instrument. Soul Emperor, Lu Qi Bean, Control System. Rank 71, Jelly Bean Instrument. Soul Saint, Xiao Xin, Food System. Rank 76, Mighty Golden Bear, Soul Saint, Zhao Wujia, Assault System. Rank 78, Owl Soul Saint, Flander, Agility System. From weakness to strength. All 5 teachers of Shrek Academy unleashed their martial spirits. At this moment, Mr. Li, who stood on the podium, was momentarily stunned and respectfully said, Everyone, please retract your martial spirits. This evaluation is beyond my authority and requires the Dean's approval. Please follow me. The teachers of Shrek retracted their martial spirits and, under Mr. Li's guidance, proceeded to a bamboo grove located at the back of the academy. Mr. Flander remarked with a smile, Your Dean certainly knows how to enjoy life. Having established this bamboo grove here, Mr. Li responded with a smile, The Dean typically resides in the bamboo grove. He generally isn't disturbed unless there is something of great importance. Understanding this, as Mr. Flander was once a hands-off manager, he found it quite relatable. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, they heard a faint yet enchanting melody drifting through the bamboo. Master exclaimed in astonishment, It's her, indeed. My wife, Xiao Long Long. With that, he turned and ran. Mr. Flander called out, Is that you, Erlong? Your husband, Yu Xiaojiang, is here. Come out quickly, or he will escape. A fleeting shadow darted from the bamboo grove, blocking Master S' path. Xiaojiang, is that truly you? Am I dreaming? Master gasped in disbelief. You are not dreaming. It is indeed Xiaojiang, Mr. Flander replied excitedly. Lu Erlong turned to Mr. Flander, asking, how did you all end up here? Let us not dwell on how we arrived. Focus on keeping Xiaojiang close. If he escapes again, you may never see him again, Mr. Flander warned. Do not worry. Big brother Flander, do you think I would let him slip away this time? Lu Erlong assured him. Chapter 37. A sword comes from the west, celestial beings descend. How did you come to be here? Lu Erlong inquired again. Mr. Flander then recounted the entire story to Lu Erlong, who was infuriated upon hearing it. Since Big Brother Flander has come here, this place is now your home. Rest assured and make yourself comfortable, she declared. Mr. Flander covered his face, saying, My salary requirements are quite high. Lu Erlong laughed. Your salary will be your concern from now on, Big Brother Flander. You are the leader of our Golden Iron Triangle. Starting tomorrow, I will convene a meeting of all teachers and students to change the name of the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy to Shrek Academy. Once everything was settled, a teacher named Hai Dafu addressed the members of the Shrek battle team, saying, Today is the first day of the month. And there will be a student council peak soul battle tonight. It may be a bit noisy. It's no trouble, teacher. We won't mind. Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. Since the members of the Shrek battle team were students of Mr. Flander, and he was now the dean of the academy, all the teachers treated them with great courtesy. That evening, just as Xiang Wentian began his training, he was greeted by a cacophony of noise echoing throughout the academy. Reminiscent of a concert, he ended his practice and grumbled, What is happening in the academy? Are they holding a bonfire party? It doesn't sound like it. Daimu Bai suggested, Tang San and the others have gone out to take a look. Should we join them? All right. Upon entering the academy, Xiang Wentian observed a throng of students bustling about, their voices creating a cacophony of chatter. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the heavens. On this night of the full moon, atop the Blue Tyrant Peak, a sword descends from the west, a celestial being from beyond. A student approached Xiang Wentian and Daimu Bai, exclaiming, You are fortunate indeed to witness the duel of the two esteemed leaders of the Student Council at the Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy on your very first day. Daimu Bai scoffed, What is so remarkable about it? It's merely a duel between two students. The exaggeration is unwarranted. The student, filled with admiration, replied, These two leaders have been hailed by our Dean Lu Erlong as future title Douluos, a certainty. Their talent is astonishing. Since their enrollment, they have engaged in duels every fortnight, with no clear victor. Other students who consider themselves strong cannot withstand even a single strike from them. Is it truly that exaggerated? Today, I shall see whether their martial souls are superior to my white tiger martial soul. At this moment, the two combatants descended upon the pinnacle of the Academy's tallest structure. To the left stood a figure clad in white, his demeanor proud and his appearance striking. To the right, another in black, his face flushed yet handsome. They were Shimin Shui, the young master of the Shushan sword sect. With a martial soul of the heavenly sword, a formidable rank 45 assault-type soul master, and Yi Guqing, the young lord of Nodding City, wielding the dragon-slaying blade. Also a rank 45 assault-type soul master. Shimin Shui declared, Today, I have just comprehended an unparalleled sword technique, named Celestial Being from Beyond. I wonder if you can withstand it. Yi Guqing replied, I am prepared. With a focused gaze, Yi Guqing unleashed a series of strikes with his dragon-slaying blade, articulating each word, Celestial, Being, from, Beyond. A white ethereal figure, resembling a fairy wielding the dragon-slaying blade, materialized from the blade's aura and advanced towards Shimin Shui. Shimin Shui countered. Unity of man and sword, a smile from the sword god. Instantly, he transformed into a colossal sword. Launching himself at the celestial being from beyond, a tremendous explosion echoed through the air, and a green shockwave surged into the distance. Shimin Shui mused. I did not anticipate that my self-created soul skill would fall short against your smile from the sword god. Yi Guqing responded, Nay, do not belittle yourself, my self-created skill. The smile from the sword god, too, cannot surpass your celestial being from beyond. Next time I develop a new soul skill, we shall compete again. Shimin Shui declared as Yi Guqing vanished into the depths of the academy, and soon, Shimin Shui followed suit. I am no match for them, Daimu Bai sighed. Seeing them is akin to encountering Duga Chiobai. The feeling of helplessness is indescribable. Xiang Wentian reassured him, "Do not worry. Everyone has their own opportunities. I believe that one day you will surpass them and become one of the finest talents of the younger generation." Chapter 38. Opportunity. The following day dawned with the sun shining brightly, the sky clear and cloudless. Xiang Wentian found Tang San and said, "Today I shall take you to seek opportunities. Will you join me?" Tang San, thinking that Xiang Wentian was jesting, inquired, "What opportunities?" Xiang Wentian addressed Tang San word by word, mentioning the ice and fire yang I and an abundance of celestial herbs. Upon hearing this, Tang San was visibly stirred, exclaiming, "How do you know about the ice and fire yang I?" Xiang Wentian replied, "I possess a wealth of knowledge, akin to an encyclopedia." Tang San narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. "I see you have a profound understanding of hidden weapons. Might I inquire if you are skilled in detoxification?" Xiang Wentian asked mysteriously. "A little," Tang San responded, puzzled by Xiang Wentian's unusual demeanor today. "That is sufficient. Knowing too much can be detrimental. Come, let us first request a leave of absence from Dean Fland. We shall act according to my cues. Whatever I say goes. So refrain from speaking out of turn, understood?" Before Tang San could react, Xiang Wentian seized him and made their way toward the dean's office. As they walked, they encountered Xiao Wu. "Brother, where are you and Wentian headed?" she inquired. "We're seeking the dean's counsel on certain matters, nothing to worry about." Xiao Wu hurriedly replied, "What S with Wentian's urgency? Has he taken something strange? Dream must know. I'll ask her." Upon arriving at the dean's office, they found Dean Fland reclining in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. Xiang Wentian, still holding Tang San, entered and announced, "Dean, Tang San and I wish to request a leave of absence." Dean Fland, noticing the two, reprimanded, "You burst in without knocking. Rushing about like this. Earlier, you mentioned wanting to take leave. What is it for?" "Oh, today, Tang San told me his father misses him and wishes to see him. Moreover, his father considers me quite distinguished and handsome and wishes to introduce me to a potential bride," Xiang Wentian explained. Fland replied, perplexed. "You have a penchant for nonsensical remarks." He then turned to Tang San. "What is the truth behind this?" Tang San sighed and replied naturally, "My father wishes to see me and also to meet Wentian. As for the talk of a bride, that is entirely unfounded." Fland, agitated, retorted, "All you ever think about is women. If I catch you with those frivolous thoughts, I swear I'll teach you a lesson." With that, he tossed off one shoe and chased after Xiang Wentian throughout the academy, exclaiming, "Look at how composed Tang San is. You rascal, if I catch you, I'll give you a sound thrashing." Once their leave was granted, the two arrived at the school gate where they found Ru Ming and Xiao Wu waiting. Xiao Wu asked, "Wentian, what are you taking little San to do?" "This is a matter between men, so it's best you don't pry," Xiang Wentian replied. "What kind of matter between men can't I inquire about? You're hiding it from me in Dream, Xiao Wu challenged. "Fine, I shall enlighten you." Xiang Wentian smirked. "Tang San and I wager 100 gold soul coins to see whose is greater. We're off to a secluded spot for a comparison." Xiao Wu and Ru Ming blushed, exclaiming, "You're shameless," and ran off, covering their faces. Tang San, feeling awkward, said, "Wentian, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is wrong with it? Those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Now, let us proceed." In a secluded corner of the academy, a figure cloaked in black muttered to himself, "What is this child doing with that little companion?" Observing Xiang Wentian and his companion as they exited the academy, the cloaked figure followed closely behind. The duo soon arrived at a dense forest, where they were confronted by a swath of verdant poison that barred their passage. "Is Senior Dugu present?" Xiang Wentian called out. Shortly thereafter, Dugu Bo emerged before them, inquiring, "What brings you two little ones here?" Xiang Wentian patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, "We have come to rescue you." "Ha ha ha," Dugu Bo laughed maniacally. "Rescue me? With just the two of you little ones? If someone truly sought to end my life, you two would not even qualify to serve as side dishes, let alone save me." Xiang Wentian quietly spoke to Tang San. "As long as you can cure the poison within him, we will be able to negotiate terms for harvesting the celestial herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire." Chapter 39. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Tang San narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "Elder Dugu, you have been poisoned, and the venom has already seeped into your very marrow." "Ha ha." Dugu Bo laughed heartily. "I have spent my entire life mastering poisons. I have only ever poisoned others. How could I possibly be poisoned? Boy, are you trying to make me die of laughter? Is it truly amusing? Then let me ask you this. Whenever it rains on gloomy days, do you not feel a prickling sensation at your sides, which intensifies over time, manifesting twice. Once at noon and once at midnight? Given your current condition, it should persist for more than an hour. Furthermore, around the witching hour. Do you not experience a stabbing pain at the Bai Wei and Yongquan acupoints, leading to full-body spasms for at least half an hour? If it were not for the poison permeating your bones, how could such symptoms arise? Douluo, astonished, exclaimed, "How could you possibly know this?" This was Douluo's greatest secret, one he had never allowed anyone else to discover. At that moment, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes, nearly taking on a tangible form. How could he know? Let me enlighten you. Sensing the murderous intent in Douluo's gaze, Xiang Wentian hurriedly diverted the topic, saying, Tang San has studied medicine since childhood. Whether it be minor ailments like headaches or severe illnesses, he has the capability to heal them all, particularly in gynecology, which is his forte. Tang San cast an awkward glance at Xiang Wentian. Elder Douluo, may I have a word with you in private? Xiang Wentian inquired. Boy, you had better convince me today, or none of you shall leave here alive. Xiang Wentian and Douluo stepped aside, with Xiang Wentian whispering, Esteemed Elder Douluo, we have come today for two purposes. Firstly, to assist you in detoxification, and secondly, to gather some medicinal herbs from you. I assure you that every word I speak is the truth. Furthermore, you have a young granddaughter who is also afflicted by poison that has seeped into her very marrow. At your advanced age, you may not fear death, but what of your granddaughter? She is still in the bloom of youth. Additionally, do you know who Tang San's father is? It is Tang Hao. Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. How can this be? His martial spirit is merely blue silver grass. Indeed. But he possesses dual martial spirits, Xiang Wentian affirmed. Is that truly the case? Douluo inquired. Douluo approached Tang San, asking, You are Tang San, correct? Do you wish to take me as your master? But I already have a teacher, Tang San replied. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Douluo sighed. What a pity. Such a fine talent wasted. How do you plan to cure the poison afflicting both me and my granddaughter? Detoxification, of course, requires medicine. We need a substantial quantity of rare herbs, Xiang Wentian explained. Very well, I have plenty of herbs here. However, if you two are unable to cure the poison within me, I shall not concern myself with who his father is, Douluo responded with a hint of malice. A chill swept over the two, causing them to shiver. Rest assured, esteemed elder, without the capability to handle this task, we would never dare to undertake such a delicate matter, Xiang Wentian assured him. Xiang Wentian quietly inquired of Tang San. Do you have confidence in curing this old fellow's poison? Tang San pondered. If the ice and fire yin yang I truly lies within, then I shall possess the assurance. What are you two murmuring about? Hurry and follow me, scolded Douluo as he turned back. Under Douluo's guidance, Tang San and his companions soon arrived at the mountaintop. Before them lay an inverted cone-shaped hollow, from which dense mist billowed forth, the air thick with humidity and tinged with the distinctive scent of sulfur. Follow me, Douluo commanded as he leapt down. Xiang Wentian spread his wings and, cradling Tang San, followed suit. Before they even touched the ground, Tang San exclaimed with exhilaration, Indeed, it is the ice and fire yin yang I. Well, so many celestial herbs. Upon landing, Douluo inquired, You just mentioned the ice and fire yin yang I. What exactly is it? Tang San pointed towards the phenomenon, declaring, This is the ice and fire yin yang I. Xiang Wentian hastily remarked, With the assistance of the ice and fire yin yang I, we possess a 90% chance of healing you, and as for your granddaughter, the assurance is a complete 100%. There is no cause for concern. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Douluo's expression softened somewhat as he gestured towards the surrounding herbs. You may freely utilize the herbs here, but do not cause any destruction. Otherwise, I shall make your lives a living hell. Rest assured, esteemed Douluo, we cherish such a splendid place and have no intentions of harming it, came the reply. Additionally, do not venture near the two opposing hot springs. Neither I nor anyone else can endure them for an extended period. To touch them would be a path to certain death. With that, Douluo soared into the air, akin to a great eagle taking flight from this location. Level 40. Terrifying ascendancy after Douluo's departure. Xiang Wentian scoffed. That old poisoner. Why must he prattle on so? Always threatening our lives. Once we attain the rank of title Douluo, I shall make him regret ever crossing our paths. At this moment, Tang San was oblivious to Xiang Wentian's words, his body trembling with excitement, mumbling to himself incoherently. Two blossoms caught Xiang Wentian's attention, one red and one white. They bloomed resplendently on either side of the ice and fire yin yang I, swaying without a breeze. Overcome with exhilaration, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, "Could these be the famed Higanbana?" Legend has it that the Higanbana comes in two varieties, red and white. The red Higanbana blooms in hell, while the white one flourishes in heaven. The Higanbana, also known as the gentleness of demons, is said to be a flower that willingly plunges into hell, only to be sent back by the multitude of demons. Yet it lingers along the path to the yellow springs, where the demons, unable to bear its plight, consented to allow it to blossom along this route, offering guidance and solace to the wandering souls departing from the mortal realm. The pristine white and blood-red Higanbana together symbolize death. It is rumored that the white Higanbana flourishes along the road to heaven, thus signifying that hell and heaven are but a thin veil apart. The white represents angels, while the red symbolizes demons. Xiang Wentian exclaimed with unrestrained joy, "These two flowers are now mine." With that, he gathered the two ghostly flowers and consumed them, promptly entering a meditative position to channel the celestial demon annihilation scripture, continuously absorbing the medicinal essence of the flowers. At that moment, Xiang Wentian sensed his martial soul, the demon angel, undergoing a profound transformation, gradually becoming more formidable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming the ghostly flowers. Soul power 100, 000. Soul power 100, 000. Soul power 100, 000. Time slipped away unnoticed as Xiang Wentian absorbed the essence of the ghostly flowers. Awakening from his cultivation, he exhaled a breath of stagnant energy and remarked, "What a refreshing sensation. I feel as though I have ascended several levels." He then checked his system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian. Level, Soul Master Martial Soul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 49, 319, 268, 840, 000. No soul rings. Cannot level up until a soul ring is obtained. Soul rings, black, age 85, 100 years, black, age 46, 000 years, black, age 48, 000 years, black, age 42, 000 years. Soul skills, first soul skill, spatial lock, second soul skill, angelic glory, third soul skill, angelic judgment, fourth soul skill, angelic divine light divine skill, Tathagata divine palm cultivation techniques, celestial demon annihilation scripture. Celestial Titan body ability, devour, can consume enemy or soul beast soul rings and soul power to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Closing the system panel, he surveyed his surroundings and noted that Tang San was nowhere to be found. After searching, he discovered Tang San was soaking in the eye of ice and fire. Glancing around the eye, he noticed that the 8-angled ice grass and the flame apricot were missing, leaving only 2 roots behind. What a ruthless fellow. Could he not have left a little for me? At that moment, a faint light illuminated Xiang Wentian's face. Following the barely perceptible glow, he beheld a crystal-like flower blooming in the shadowy corner of the eye of ice and fire. It was difficult to notice unless one looked closely. This flower bore an uncanny resemblance to the crystal orchid, which he had encountered in his extensive readings in a previous life. The crystal orchid, also known as the ghost flower, is renowned for its eerie magical properties, emanating an alluring white light in darkness, a thought that sent shivers down one's spine. Due to its unique characteristics and appearance, the crystal orchid has been shrouded in the ominous title of ghost flower. Many also refer to it as the death flower of the underworld or the corpse flower, cloaking it in an aura of mystery. The crystal flower is regarded as possessing supernatural powers. However, none who have attempted to harvest it have returned alive, rendering it an insidious entity capable of causing untimely demise. Truly chilling. Xiang Wentian spoke to himself with a solemn expression, cautioning, the crystal orchid must not be touched. It can only be devoured through one's innate abilities. Otherwise, one may not even comprehend the peril that awaits. He then extended his hand, allowing the power of consumption to envelop his palm, which he pressed against the petals of the crystal orchid. With a silent incantation of consumption, he observed as the crystal orchid gradually withered under the influence of this force. Ding! The host utilized the consumption skill, devouring the celestial grade herb, the crystal orchid, and thus acquired 6,000,000 soul power. His physique ascended to the pinnacle level of the celestial titan, while his spiritual strength reached the realm of unity with the cosmos. Soul power, level 49, 919, 268, 810, 000, 000. Without a soul ring, further upgrades are unattainable. Only upon obtaining a soul ring can one progress. At that moment, Xiang Wentian felt as though his body was on the verge of bursting. He could no longer consume any more herbs, and it would be prudent to sit in meditation and cultivate. Chapter 41. The Heartfire Lotus. As Xiang Wentian immersed himself in his cultivation, he was suddenly beckoned by a faint, ethereal voice. "Child, come out for a moment." Upon opening his eyes, he pondered. Could this be a mere illusion? Yet, that cannot be. My mental prowess has ascended to the realm of unity with the heavens. Perhaps I should venture outside to investigate. As Xiang Wentian stealthily approached the direction from which the voice emanated, a figure clad in black robes suddenly appeared before him. Startled, Xiang Wentian attempted to halt abruptly, but instead collided into the embrace of the mysterious figure. At that moment, he discerned that the entirety of the black-robed individual's face was obscured beneath the hood, revealing only a strong chin, while the robust physique hinted at formidable strength. "Child, your name is Xiang Wentian, is it not? I am Tang San's father, Tang Hao. How is my son faring?" The father expressed concern. Suspecting Tang San had been sequestered in the valley for an extended period. "Uncle, Tang San is diligently cultivating within the valley. He is quite well, so please do not worry," Xiang Wentian replied respectfully. Feeling a tinge of guilt for his negligence in caring for Tang San, Tang Hao responded, "I would appreciate it if you could look after him. Rest assured, uncle. Tang San and I are good friends. I shall take excellent care of him." "Very well. Remember, what you witness concerning me must remain a secret from Tang San. Is that understood?" "Understood, uncle. If you find the time, please inform Dean Flender that we are doing well, so he need not fret. I shall return to my cultivation in the valley now, until we meet again." With that, Xiang Wentian returned to the valley, standing beside the Eye of Ice and Fire, observing as Tang San was tempered by the energies of fire and ice. Shaking his head, Xiang Wentian remarked, "Your clothing has been completely worn away. What more are you trying to achieve? Nevertheless, your physique is quite robust, akin to Oscar." Comparing Tang San's naked form to his own, Xiang Wentian chuckled with pride. "Tang San is indeed Tang San, but he must rank third. He cannot surpass me." Turning back to breathe in the fragrant air of medicinal herbs, he sat cross-legged and continued his meditative practice. Time passed unmeasured until Xiang Wentian sensed someone calling to him. Opening his eyes, he saw Tang San. "What is it, Tang San?" Tang San replied, "Let us return to the academy. It has been quite some time, but we have only been here a few days. The pace of cultivation is swift. Let us remain a few more days," Xiang Wentian insisted. "A few days? Are you dreaming? It has been half a year," Tang San exclaimed, gazing at Xiang Wentian. "What? Half a year?" Realization dawned on him. Indeed, time in the mountains had slipped away unnoticed. After regaining his composure, he concluded his cultivation. Tang San, witnessing the end of Xiang Wentian's practice, said, "This is the Earth Heart Fire Lotus I obtained in the Eye of Ice and Fire. Please take it back for Ru Meng to consume." Xiang Wentian awkwardly remarked, "Is this appropriate? What about Rumming and the others?" Tang San chuckled, "Rest assured, I've prepared provisions for everyone. Each person will receive their share." "Then I shall not be courteous," he replied. "The Earth Heart Fire Lotus is an element concealed within the energy of fire. This element takes a century to form, a millennium to mature, and a myriad of years to blossom, making it an invaluable treasure for those with a strong affinity for the fire element." Tang San urged, "We should hasten our departure. If the old monster arrives and discovers that the celestial herbs have been taken, he will surely be furious." With that, Xiang Wentian scooped up Tang San and soared into the distance. Before they could fly too far, a furious roar echoed from behind. "You two little rascals, stop right there," Tang San exclaimed with excitement. "You said I could collect the herbs, but you never specified how many. I left the roots and seeds for you. They will grow again in a few years. You little brat, I didn't say you could take them all." Douluo fumed. "What on earth is happening?" Xiang Wentian inquired. Tang San explained, "I mentioned to him that a large quantity of herbs is required to detoxify his granddaughter. So I took all the herbs from this place." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiang Wentian burst into hearty laughter and turned to the pursuing Douluo, saying, "Senior Douluo, no need to follow us. Return quickly, we will certainly use your herbs to heal your granddaughter, rest assured." Tang San added, "Old monster, after some time, bring your granddaughter to our academy, and I shall certainly assist in her detoxification. No need to escort us, we are leaving now. Farewell, you two little rascals." "You infuriate me," Douluo exclaimed, watching the pair grow increasingly distant in the sky, seething with anger. Chapter 42. Return. Xiang Wentian escorted Tang San to the entrance of the academy, where the former Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy had now been renamed Shrek Academy. The familiar gatekeeper, the elder Wu Bo, stood as always. "Which of you young men are you looking for?" he inquired. "Wu Bo, I am Xiang Wentian, and this is Tang San. Do you not remember us? 6 months ago, it was you who brought us to apply for teaching positions with Dean Flinder," Xiang explained. Wu Bo's eyes brightened with recognition. "Ah, now I remember. You two are students of Dean Flinder. Please, go right in. Both the Dean and Master have been longing to see you." Tang San glanced at Wu Bo and remarked, "Do you think Wu Bo might be showing signs of senility?" Xiang Wentian nodded and said, "It seems somewhat similar. When I have the time, I shall deliver a couple of bundles of paper for him to tear apart for amusement." Upon reaching the Dean's office, he pushed the door open to find Dean Flanders seated in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. With a smile, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, "Dean Flander, Tang San and I have returned. Are you pleased, surprised, or perhaps even astonished?" Seeing Tang San and Xiang Wentian standing at the door, Dean Flander rose with excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, you two little monsters have finally returned. I was beginning to think you had forgotten both the academy and your dean." "How could you say that?" Xiang Wentian replied. "For the past 6 months, Tang San and I have been constantly thinking of you, Dean. Isn't that right, Tang San?" Tang San, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded, "Yes, indeed." He found it strange that the Dean and Xiang Wentian were so at ease with one another, wondering why the Dean did not inquire about their whereabouts over the past 6 months. At that moment, Master entered from outside. Xiang Wentian and Tang San promptly greeted him, saying, "Greetings, Master. Welcome back, Xiaosan Xiaodian. How have you fared over the past 6 months?" Master inquired with a hint of excitement. After all, it had been half a year since he last saw his direct disciple, Tang San. It was only natural for him to feel elated throughout this period. Aside from Master and Dai Mubai, the ones who had missed Tang San and Xiang Wentian the most were undoubtedly Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. "Master, throughout these 6 months, both Xiang Wentian and I have been quite well. How is everyone else?" Tang San referred to the members of the Shrek team. Master smiled and nodded, responding, "They're all doing well. I refrained from informing them of your activities and merely stated that you both were in seclusion for cultivation. Your return is perfectly timed. Had you delayed a few more days, we might not have been here." "Why is that?" Tang San inquired. With a reassuring smile, Master explained, "Over the past 6 months, they have all made significant progress. Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shuqing have all broken through to the 30th rank. Oscar has also advanced by 2 levels. Xiao Wu has increased by 3, while Zhu Ming has remarkably risen by 4 levels. Dai Mubai is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through the 40th rank. The challenge of overcoming that bottleneck may be considerable, but he should be nearing success. Once Dai Mubai surpasses the 40th rank, we shall accompany him to hunt soul beasts for our 4th soul rings." Listening to Master S' words, Xiang Wentian silently admired the progress made by his companions. Despite the immense growth he and Tang San had achieved, their teammates had not been idle either, with each individual displaying notable advancements in strength. Now, every member of the Shrek team had surpassed the 30th rank, undoubtedly amplifying the team's overall power. "Master, let us go and see them." Xiang Wentian expressed his eagerness to reunite with their friends. Master smiled and nodded, addressing the two. "You have just returned. Do you not wish to take a moment to rest?" Tang San glanced at Xiang Wentian, who nodded in agreement. "Master, we are not fatigued. Additionally, I have gifts to present to everyone." Dean Flander approached and suggested, "Why don't we all go together?" Dean Flander was also eager to discover the nature of the gift brought by Tang San. Previously, Tang Hao had visited Flander and informed him that Tang San and Xiang Wentian were cultivating under the guidance of Douluo Bo, in an environment that was exceptionally conducive to their training, enriched with numerous unknown herbs that greatly benefited their progress. The little monsters were all engaged in their training within the simulated environment, located on the mountain behind the academy. "Follow me," Dean Flander beckoned, leading everyone towards the simulated training area. On the way to the mountain, the master inquired, "How did you two find yourselves cultivating under Douluo Bo?" Xiang Wentian and Tang San exchanged glances, and Xiang Wentian remarked, "During our time at the Tiando Royal Academy, I discerned a flaw in Douluo Bo's martial spirit, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, particularly concerning his poison techniques. Furthermore, I detected a faint aroma of medicinal herbs emanating from him, indicating that he possessed herbs beneficial for cultivation. Given that Tang San is well-versed in toxicology, I decided to bring him along to assist Douluo in rectifying his shortcomings while utilizing the herbs and environment there to enhance our own training. Chapter 43. Reunion of Lovers. Oh, is it true that Tang San excels in toxic techniques even more than Douluo? The master inquired, puzzled. Indeed. I once possessed a family heirloom technique called the Myriad Poisons Divine Skill. My lack of interest in poisons led me to let Tang San examine it. After which I discarded it, Xiang Wentian stated, concealing the truth to avoid arousing the master's suspicions. The master regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Is that so? Little San? Tang San met Xiang Wentian's gaze, sharing a knowing smile, and replied, yes, that is indeed the case. During your time at Douluo's, you must not have had much time for cultivation. Your soul power has not lagged, has it? The master queried. Not at all, master. We have dedicated approximately 90% of our time to training, and I have already advanced to the 37th level at Douluo's, Tang San answered. What? The 37th level? Both the master and Flender exclaimed in surprise. The master then smiled and asked, what about you, Wentian? I have reached the pinnacle of the 49th level and only require a soul ring to break through to the 50th level, Xiang Wentian replied. It seems my concerns were unwarranted. Even in my absence, your cultivation speed is the fastest among the Shrek team. This reassures me. With less than half a year until the elite competition of the continent's advanced soul master academies begins, it appears that you, Little San, may indeed break through to the 40th level, and Wentian, you likely have the opportunity to surpass the 33rd level. The master corrected, not merely an opportunity, it is certain. Both Tang San and I have consumed 3 heavenly grade herbs, which have infused our bodies with an abundance of medicinal energy. As long as we lay a solid foundation and maintain our training in the coming months, our strength will soar. Flender chuckled, I truly envy your talents and fortuitous opportunities. The group shared smiles and continued on their way. They soon arrived at a thicket, over a meter high and densely packed. The master called out to the thicket. Xiao Wu, pause for a moment and see who has arrived. Upon hearing the name Xiao Wu, Tang San's expression froze, his eyes reflecting a blend of urgency and elation. As Xiao Wu spotted Tang San, she dashed over, embracing him tightly, her arms wrapped around his neck and her legs entwined around his waist. As Xiang Wentian beheld the scene, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. It had only been half a year since their last encounter, yet their reaction was quite extreme. All right. Enough of this public display, he remarked. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu and Tang San blushed deeply and released each other. Xiao Wu, her cheeks aflame, lowered her head and retorted, what business is it of yours, Wentian? Just wait until Dream's sister sees you. I shall revel in teasing you. With a playful huff, she took Tang San's hand and led him away to indulge in their own intimacy. At that moment, Flander addressed Xiang Wentian, beckoning him to follow. Flander guided him to a place before a shattered wall, where the temperature was noticeably warmer than the surroundings. Before them sat a graceful figure, meditating in tranquility. Her eyes closed, surrounded by tendrils of soul energy that enveloped her being. Ruming. Xiang Wentian could not contain his exclamation. Ruming opened her eyes, concluding her meditation, and slowly approached Xiang Wentian, her gaze filled with longing. A few tears escaped her eyes, trickling down her cheeks. She gently caressed Xiang Wentian's face and spoke tenderly, brother, where have you been these past 6 months? You didn't even bother to come and see me. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you? Xiang Wentian gently wiped away the tears from Ru Meng's dreamlike face, saying nothing, but embracing her tightly. In this silent moment, his actions conveyed the depth of his yearning. After a considerable time, Xiang Wentian released Ru Meng and smiled, I have brought you a gift. He took out the Heartfire Lotus, quickly consuming it himself. This celestial herb, the Heartfire Lotus, would greatly benefit your martial soul, the Radiant Angel. Ru Meng hesitated, saying, brother, if I take it, what will happen to you? Do not worry. I have already consumed 3 celestial herbs before this. If I were to ingest any more, my body would burst, he reassured her. To convince her, Xiang Wentian activated his martial soul. Ru Meng gasped in astonishment. Level 49 pinnacle. Brother, congratulations. A smile blossomed on her face as she accepted the Heartfire Lotus. Take it here. I will protect you, Xiang Wentian said tenderly. Ru Meng nodded with a light laugh and began to consume the Heartfire Lotus. 3 hours later, as Ru Meng absorbed the essence of the Heartfire Lotus, wild flames erupted around her, reducing her garments to ashes and revealing her flawless, porcelain-like skin. Xiang Wentian quickly averted his gaze, fearing that if he continued to watch, he would be unable to contain his own burgeoning desire. As time passed, the fierce flames gradually subsided, and a melodious voice called out from behind him, "Brother, I am ready. You can turn around now." Upon turning, Xiang Wentian beheld a more radiant Ru Ming. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her delicate brows arched gracefully, and her enchanting dark eyes captivated the soul. Her elegant nose and slightly flushed cheeks were complemented by cherry-red lips, and her face, resembling a flower, gleamed like jade. Her smooth, snow-white skin, exquisite figure, and alluring demeanor exuded both charm and mischief. She wore a fiery red fluffy outfit paired with a short skirt in a muted green hue. Her sparkling eyes playfully blinked at him, and her slightly upturned nose added a hint of naughtiness. Every time Xiang Wentian gazed upon her, he felt a profound affection rising from within. With a playful smile, Ru Ming teased, "Brother, are you mesmerized? You are truly beautiful. So incredibly beautiful. I will protect you for a lifetime until my last breath," Xiang Wentian declared earnestly. "Xiang Wentian, Ru Ming, the dean is treating us to dinner today." "It's quite unexpected," an ill-timed voice interrupted the tender moment between them. "Who dares to shout like that?" Xiang Wentian retorted angrily. Seeing the ire in Xiang Wentian's eyes, Oscar realized he had likely disrupted their intimate moment, and in a panic, he stammered, "In nothing. Please, continue. I won't intrude any longer. Goodbye." Xiang Wentian observed as Oscar fled like the wind, and with a voice filled with fury, he declared, "Consider yourself fortunate for your swift escape. Otherwise, I would have dealt with you accordingly. Alas, had I not been disturbed, I would have surely taken care of Ruming by now. That detestable Oscar. I shall not let this matter rest. Brother, let us seek out Xiao Wu and the others," Ruming said, blinking her beautiful, large eyes. Xiang Wentian, captivated by the dreamlike scene before him, found it increasingly difficult to contain the restlessness igniting within. Thus, he resolutely suppressed the fiery turmoil within his being and said, "Very well, let us depart." As Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming entered the wooden cabin, they were greeted by the cheerful chatter of everyone, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Upon noticing their arrival, Tang San inquired, "Wentian, have you given Ru Ming the heart of the earth fire lotus?" "Indeed, I have," Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. "How much has Ru Ming's soul power increased?" The master asked. "After consuming the heart of the earth fire lotus, my soul power has now reached level 50. Ru Ming responded. With the consumption of the heavenly-grade herbal medicine, the strength of the Shrek team had significantly improved. Captain, the Angel of Demons, Xiang Wentian. Martial Spirit. Angel of Demons, peak level 49 strong attack system Soul Master, due to system constraints, can only reach peak level 49. Vice Captain, the Seraph, Ru Ming. Martial Spirit, Seraph, level 50 strong attack system Soul Master. Team Member, the Evil-Eyed White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai, Martial Spirit. White Tiger, level 40 strong attack system Soul Master. Team Member, the Thousand-Handed Azura, Tang San, Martial Spirit. Blue Silvergrass, level 37 control system Soul Master. Team Member, the Soft-Boned Enchantress, Xiaowu, Martial Spirit, Jade Rabbit. Level 35 strong attack system Soul Master. Team Member, the Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun, Martial Spirit. Phoenix, level 36 strong attack system Soul Master. Team Member, the Nether Spirit Cat, Zhu Qing, Martial Spirit. Nether Spirit Cat, level 38 agile attack system Soul Master. Team Member, the Sausage Specialist, Oscar, Martial Spirit, Sausage. Level 38 auxiliary system weapon Soul Master. Team Member, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile, Ning Rongrong, Martial Spirit. Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, level 37 auxiliary system weapon Soul Master. The rapid enhancement of the Shrek team's soul power was unexpectedly swift. Just as they were reveling in their excitement, Dean Flinder suddenly called out from outside the door. "Dean Flinder, did you call for me?" Tang San asked. Flinder nodded and said, "Dugubo has come with Dugu Yin, requesting that you assist in detoxifying Dugu Yin. Be cautious, Tang San. Dugubo is quite a dangerous individual." At that moment, Xiang Wentian opened the door and asked, "Tang San, do you need me to accompany you?" Tang San smiled and replied, "No need, I can manage on my own." "Very well, then be careful," Xiang Wentian advised. "Rest assured, Wentian, I will be fine." Tang San assured him, and thus Dean Flinder escorted Tang San towards the teaching building. Chapter 45, The Heavenly Star Banquet that evening. In celebration of the significant enhancement of the Shrek team members' abilities, Dean Flinder personally funded a lavish feast at the grandest restaurant in Tiando City. Known as the Heavenly Star Banquet, this banquet encompassed all the finest dishes from the Tiando Empire and the Star Luo Empire, costing no less than 1,000 gold soul coins, a true indulgence. The master remarked, "Flinder, this is not like you. Why would you treat us to such extravagant fare?" Flinder grinned mischievously and said, "Well, the money isn't mine anyway. What does it matter what I eat? It's a perfect opportunity. As I've never experienced the Heavenly Star Banquet before, today I shall feast to my heart's content." The master's expression turned serious as he questioned, "This wouldn't be Xiao Tian's money, would it?" Flander awkwardly remarked, "Isn't that mine?" The master cast a disapproving glance at Flander, stating, "I notice you're increasingly lacking in principles." After the grand feast at the Tianxing banquet, before anyone had a chance to pick up their chopsticks, Ma Hongjuan's large hand had already reached for the food. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in anger, "Ma Hongjun, your hands are filthy. How can others eat after you? Don't you know how to use chopsticks?" Oscar inquired, "What is that dish in the center?" "That is called cut cake," came the reply. "It is rumored that this delicacy is exorbitantly priced, causing the 4 wealthiest individuals of the Douluo Continent to feel profound distress." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Oscar asked. "Indeed. It is said that 1 cut brings tears to Ma Yun, 2 cuts cause Jianlin to kneel, 3 cuts break Huateng's heart, and 4 cuts lead to Qiangdong's regrets." Flander interjected, kicking his leg. Faced with such a delightful array of dishes, the group indulged in a ravenous feast, concluding their dinner amidst a whirlwind of gluttony. Days later, Dean Flander and others led the members of the Shrek team along with the nominal leaders of the 2 student unions into the forest to hunt for spirit rings. On a crisp morning, Flander, the master, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujuan stood before the gates of Shrek Academy, their hearts swelling with pride as they gazed upon the spirited 11. Achieving the realms of level 40 and 50 typically requires one to be in their 30s or 40s. And even then, a certain degree of talent is essential. Yet here stood these children, the eldest merely 17 and the youngest only 14, yet they had reached such heights. While some fortuitous circumstances contributed, it was their remarkable talent that truly shone. As their discoverers, how could Flander, Lu Erlong, and the others not feel a sense of pride? "Hey, buddy, you're Xiang Wentian, right? I'd like to have a sparring match with you," Shimin Shueishui said. "Sure. We can spar after we acquire our spirit rings," Xiang Wentian replied. "Just don't forget, my memory isn't the best," Shimin Shueishui remarked. "I share that same flaw. When the time comes, I will surely seek you out," Xiang Wentian said, giving Shimin Shueishui a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "What are you two discussing?" Dai Mubai inquired. "Shimin Shueishui wants to spar with me," Xiang Wentian responded. "Count me in." Since coming to the academy, I've found Shimin Shueishui and Yi Guqing to be quite mysterious, not having had the chance to engage with them, Dai Mubai added, casting a glance at Yi Guqing. "Brother Yi, let us hope for an opportunity to spar in the future." "Excellent. I can hardly wait." "Let us plan for after we acquire our spirit rings," Yi Guqing exclaimed excitedly. Both Yi Guqing and Shimin Shueishui were martial enthusiasts, passionately striving to enhance their strength. Naturally, Yi Guqing felt exhilarated at the prospect of someone wanting to engage with him. Chapter 46. The King of the Earth Flander declared, "All right, children, let us set forth. Our destination is the Sunset Forest. Although this journey is accompanied by our 4 instructors, I must assert one point beforehand. The process of hunting soul beasts will be undertaken by you all, and unless absolutely necessary, we shall not intervene," Yi Guqing remarked. "This is our first collaboration. May it be a delightful partnership." The Sunset Forest, in contrast to the Stardow Forest, possesses not only a significant difference in size but also many other distinctions. The Stardow Forest lies at the heart of the continent, being the largest soul beast forest in the central region. It belongs to the tropical zone, predominantly featuring tropical flora. In contrast, the Sunset Forest is situated in the center of the Tiando Empire. While it may not yet qualify as a frigid region, its temperatures are considerably lower than those of the Stardow Forest. This results in a predominance of temperate plants, unique to the northern regions. Tropical vegetation evokes a sense of density and humidity, while temperate plants, although refreshing, lack the same lushness. Consequently, navigating through the Sunset Forest proves to be significantly easier than in the Stardow Forest. Nonetheless, formidable soul beasts still favor the tropical rainforest environment of the Stardow Forest. Thus, while the Sunset Forest is home to numerous soul beasts, those with a cultivation age exceeding 10,000 years are scarce, mostly remaining within the range of 1 to 10,000 years. Coupled with the unrestrained hunting by soul masters, the general quality of soul beasts has diminished. To successfully hunt a suitable soul beast now requires not only strength but also patience. With merely half a month remaining until the commencement of the Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, this marks the final deadline for the Shrek team to hunt soul beasts. Within this time frame, regardless of their success, they must return to the academy to participate in the preliminary competition of the Tiando Empire's Twindo City Division. Having entered the Sunset Forest for half a day, the number of soul beasts encountered has been comparable to that in the Stardow Forest, albeit of inferior quality. While a few thousand-year-level soul beasts were spotted, they were mostly of marginally over 1,000 years, clearly not meeting the group's expectations. These creatures did not approach to threaten the large contingent. Let us take a moment to rest. We shall resume our search in the overcast conditions. Flandre called out to the Shrek students who were scouring the area for soul beasts, noticing the darkening sky. Thanks to the assistance of soul guidance devices, everyone was well prepared. And in no time, 2 sturdy tents were erected for quicker responses within the soul beast forest. The group selected spacious and robust tents, one for the 4 instructors and another for the Shrek students. Having collaborated before, the Shrek team exhibited remarkable synergy. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai took charge of tent assembly, while the girls, under the guidance of Lu Erlong, prepared the meals. Tangs encircled the vicinity, utilizing some special medicinal powders on his person to demarcate their camping area, which not only served as a deterrent to soul beasts but also helped prevent incursions from snakes, insects, rodents, and ants. Xiang Wentian, Shimen Shueishue, and Yi Guqing had agreed amongst themselves to take turns keeping watch during the night. At present, the 3 of them were resting with their eyes closed, preparing for their nocturnal vigil. After finishing dinner, everyone else returned to their tents for rest, leaving only the trio to guard the night. Xiang Wentian sat cross-legged, cultivating while scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense. At that moment, a fire-type soul beast appeared within the range of his spiritual perception. Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and said to Shimen Shueishue and Yi Guqing, "There is likely a soul beast approaching. I will handle it. Do you require assistance?" inquired Shimen Shueishue. "I can manage on my own," replied Xiang Wentian. And he soared forward. Before he had flown 1,000 meters, he spotted a colossal scorpion with a fiery red tail. At this point, Xiang Wentian had already identified the type of soul beast. Based on its appearance, he could ascertain that it was a king of the earth, a fire attribute soul beast. This scorpion, known as the king of the earth, was exceedingly domineering and bloodthirsty, undoubtedly a superior grade fire-type soul beast. From its 9-segmented tail, it was evident that this king of the earth was approximately 4,500 years old, as its tail grows an additional segment every 500 years. The king of the earth comes in 3 colors. A red variant signifies a cultivation age below 1,000 years, with each tail segment corresponding to 50 years of cultivation. Upon reaching a millennium in age, its massive form would revert to a smaller size, and its color would shift from red to white. Only upon evolving to 10,000 years would it change color once more, transforming into a deep blue hue. From the coloration and the number of tail segments, Xiang Wentian accurately assessed its power. Indeed, the soul beast was perfectly suited for the current needs of the Shrek team members, who possessed 40 levels of soul power. "You are unfortunate to encounter me," Xiang Wentian declared, channeling his martial spirit. Activating his second soul skill, Angelic Glory, he experienced a significant enhancement in both speed and strength. The king of the earth, witnessing a human charging towards it, pondered if this human was simply famished and intended to offer itself as a snack. Although somewhat diminutive, it deemed the human acceptable for a meal. The king of the earth unleashed fiery energy from its tail, launching several fire pillars directly at Xiang Wentian. "Humph, you dare to retaliate? Were it not for my companion's need for your soul ring, you would have already met your demise." With his first soul skill, Spatial Lock, Xiang Wentian rendered both the king of the earth and its molten magma technique immobile. He then flew towards the king of the earth, seizing its tail and snapping it off, wielding it as a weapon. With a single swing, the tail shattered into several segments. Truly pathetic. How can your scorpion tail be so frail? Subsequently, Xiang Wentian leaped onto the back of the king of the earth and began to rain down punches upon its head, striking relentlessly. As he saw the king of the earth struggling to breathe, he swiftly released the spatial lock and hurriedly grasped one of the beast's thick legs, dragging it back towards the tents. Upon reaching the tent's entrance, Xiang Wentian shouted, "Hongjun, come out, your soul ring has arrived." Shimen Shueishue and Yi Guqing inquired. "This soul beast is excellent. It is well suited for fatty. Are there any more?" "It is gone. This solitary creature arrived here on its own," as when Tian inquired. "Why did we not hear any commotion despite the grievous state of this spirit beast?" Yi Guqing asked. "My primary soul skill is of the spatial variety, which nullifies all sound. Thus, you could not hear anything." "Spatial soul skill?" The two exclaimed in astonishment. "Brother Tian, from where did this spirit beast come?" Ma Hongjun rushed out of the tent, brimming with excitement. Xiang Wentian hastily exclaimed, "Why bother with so many questions? Can't you see it is on the verge of death? The Earth King, with a cultivation span of 4,500 years, is perfectly suited for you. Hurry and slay it, so you may absorb its soul ring." Very well. Ma Hongjun retrieved a dagger and plunged it into the head of the Earth King, then seated himself to commence the absorption of the soul ring. Chapter 48. The Pink Princess Flender remarked, "Hongjun is currently absorbing the soul ring. As his teacher, I must safeguard him. Wujie, you should return to rest." Zhao Wujie, feeling quite awkward, replied, "Rest? The tent is as noisy as firecrackers. How can I possibly sleep? Perhaps you should return and rest while I stand guard here." The two fell into an uncomfortable silence, both at a loss for words. When Xiang Wentian observed that both Dean Flanders and Zhao Wujie were rendered speechless with embarrassment, he devised a clever scheme. "Deans," he inquired, "allow me to pose a question to you both. Imagine one day you witness two women falling into a river simultaneously, one possessing unparalleled beauty, the other quite the opposite. If you save the beautiful woman, she would offer herself to you. If you save the unattractive one, she would reward you with 10 billion gold soul coins. Which one would you choose to save?" "I must emphasize that you can only rescue one." Zhao Wujie, with wide eyes, exclaimed, "Is there any doubt?" "Naturally, I would save the beautiful one." Dean Flanders then interjected, "It's not that I would refuse to save the beautiful woman, but rather that I have a preference for the less attractive." Upon hearing Flanders' declaration, the crowd erupted in laughter. Zhao Wujie, clutching his stomach in mirth, retorted, "I never imagined you, Flanders, would be so avaricious." Flanders, finally grasping the jest, removed his shoe and pointed at Xiang Wentian. "Ah, I see you, you little rascal, dare to mock me. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Upon witnessing Flander about to strike himself with the shoe, Xiang Wentian, without a moment's hesitation, took to his heels and fled. The following dawn greeted them with another splendid day bathed in sunlight. As others emerged from their tents, Tang San inquired, "Principal Flander, has Ma Hongjun yet to absorb his soul ring?" Flander replied, "He completed the absorption long ago. I instructed him to continue his training, allowing the energy from the soul ring to fully merge with his body." Xiang Wentian's assistance in capturing this Earth King was fortuitously suited for him. It seems that the skill from his fourth soul ring should be quite remarkable. You all must strive diligently to discover soul beasts that suit you. The four girls felt considerably more at ease, as the remains of the Earth King had transformed into a desiccated corpse overnight, evidently devoured by Xiang Wentian. At that moment, Lu Erlong emerged from the tent, supporting the master, who appeared somewhat fatigued from the previous night's endeavors. Ma Hongjun, awakened from his training, noticed the master trembling, his eyes vacant and his complexion pallid. "What has happened to the master? He looks as if he has been consumed by Tiange," he remarked. Lu Erlong shot a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun and coldly retorted, "You little chubby one, we have yet to have breakfast. I am in the mood for roasted phoenix. I wonder if you might consider sacrificing yourself." Ma Hongjun, terrified by Lu Erlong's words, trembled and exclaimed, "Do not eat me. I shall prepare breakfast." After the group had enjoyed their meal, they resumed their quest for soul beasts. The master and Lu Erlong lingered at the rear of the group, hand in hand. Engrossed in conversation, their faces radiating a happiness that evoked envy among the others. As they advanced a mere 300 meters, a strange wind suddenly swept towards them, transforming the morning mist into a vivid hue. The once dense white fog instantaneously morphed into a soft pink, enveloping the group. This pink mist carried a faintly sweet aroma, inducing a sense of intoxication. "Everyone, be cautious. This is the enchanting mist emitted by the Pink Lady, which can bewilder soul masters," Yi Guqing warned. Blizzard, Soul Fusion Technique. In the realm of the Invincible Sword domain, Shimen Shui Shui and Yi Guqing unleashed a rare domain-type soul technique. Within this domain, Yi Guqing was the sky, while Shimen Shui Shui embodied the earth. As the domain enveloped the area, the oppressive mist dissipated, revealing countless spiders surging towards them. Among them, a colossal pink spider loomed ominously. At that moment, two voices resonated within the domain. "Sword shatters the void, blade rends the earth." At the instant these words were uttered, a flurry of sword energy and blade light cleaved a multitude of spiders in twain. The master then called out, "Do not slay the Pink Lady, simply subdue her. We require her soul ring." As the myriad sword energies and blade lights encased the massive pink spider, a voice echoed from the void, "Whoever desires this soul ring, quickly eliminate the Pink Lady. We can barely hold on." "Hurry, Xiaoyao," Flander urged. Oscar swiftly retrieved a dagger from his soul guide and dashed towards the pink lady. A colossal spider spirit beast ensnared by the blade's aura. With precise determination, he plunged the dagger into the creature's head, causing a violet soul ring to gradually materialize. Oscar immediately seated himself to absorb the soul ring. At that moment, Shimen Shui Shui and Digu Chung, having exhausted their soul power to sustain their martial soul fusion technique, succumbed to unconsciousness as they collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing this, Flander and Zhao Wuji hurriedly assisted the two, channeling a trace of soul power into them. With this infusion, they gradually regained consciousness and settled down to restore their soul energy. Chapter 49. I shall continue to update this book perpetually and will keep it free. For those who appreciate my writing, I would be grateful for a few recommendation votes. Conversely, for those who find my writing lacking, I implore you not to chastise me or criticize my supporters. One reader amusingly lamented having lost 200 yuan today and vented his frustration upon me. I ponder, have I wronged anyone? He even insisted that I do not delete his disparaging comments. I wonder, if I refrain from removing such posts, how might they affect other readers? Here's wishing you all joy in your reading, happiness in your pursuits. May you find delightful companions and prosperity each day. Chapter 50. The Blood God Fruit. Ma Hongjun inquired, Master, why did you send Oscar to absorb the soul ring of that pink lady? Although this spirit beast possesses a commendable age, its strength is rather unimpressive. The master replied earnestly, for soul masters in need of soul rings, there exists no strongest spirit beast, only the one most suited to them. This pink lady is far more beneficial to Oscar than any other spirit beast. If my conjecture holds true, acquiring this fourth soul ring will enhance your collective offensive capabilities significantly. Inquire of the heavens, Master, do you mean that the effect of Oscar's fourth soul ring will blend with the exhilarating toxin from the pink lady's miasma? The master nodded and replied, precisely. Oscar possesses a food-type martial soul, even if he absorbs the martial soul of a toxic spirit beast. His soul skills will not produce any toxins. Therefore, the skill that originally belonged to the pink lady will undergo a transformation upon his absorption. The effect should temporarily enhance the level of exhilaration. I cannot ascertain the extent of the enhancement, but it should be an all-encompassing boost. An all-encompassing boost? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Shoo! Oscar is still absorbing the soul ring. Let us speak softly, Flanders gestured. After a brief interval, Oscar awakened from his meditation. As the pink lady was slain by Oscar, a food-type spirit master, her lingering resentment made the absorption process significantly slower than Ma Hongjuan's from the previous night, taking a full hour to complete. Perhaps influenced by the pink lady's resplendent appearance, Oscar appeared even more handsome after absorbing the soul ring. Ma Hongjun, who had just finished his cultivation, could not help but remark, you truly possess a face that could charm a lady. Oscar, however, remained unfazed by the chubby one's jibe. Responding, you are merely envious. I shall pretend not to hear you. In any case, you will never have the opportunity to be as handsome as my brother. The others gathered around, and Daimubai, somewhat impatient, inquired, Little Oscar, what is your fourth soul skill? Oscar's eyes sparkled with the same exhilaration as Ma Hongjuan's earlier that morning. My fourth soul skill is exhilaration, which grants a 10% enhancement to all attributes for the user within 5 minutes. A 10% enhancement to all attributes? Xiang Wentian exclaimed. A commendable soul skill. With the assistance of your fourth soul skill, an individual's strength could instantaneously reach 101%. Yi Guqing, who had fully restored his soul power, remarked as he stood up. What is that delightful aroma? Dai Mubai sniffed eagerly. Indeed, I too can detect it, others chimed in. It is the scent of rare treasures. Xiang Wentian elucidated. The aroma emanates from ahead. I shall investigate. You all stay here and do not move, Flanders instructed. Whenever rare treasures emerge, they are invariably guarded by spirit beasts, some of which may be thousands of years old. As a battle soul sage, I am best suited for this task. In less than half a tea's time, Flanders returned swiftly, addressing the group. I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? Ma Hongjun, Flanders' disciple and a notorious jokester, boldly declared. Of course, we want to hear the good news. With a smile, Flanders replied, the soul rings you seek lie ahead, along with a ripening blood god fruit. The blood god fruit. Tangson exclaimed. Director Flanders, are you certain that it is indeed the blood god fruit? Absolutely certain. During our travels across the continent, as part of the illustrious Golden Triangle, I immersed myself in a plethora of literature. Otherwise, I would not have resorted to wearing spectacles due to my nearsightedness. Although I may not possess the same prowess in the study of martial souls as Xiao Gang, my knowledge of geography, human nature, and the treasures of heaven and earth is scarcely rivaled across the continent. Indeed, Flander was correct. Few can match him in these domains. The master interjected. At that moment, admiration shone in the eyes of the onlookers directed at Flander. What is the bad news? Xiang Wentian inquired. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's question, a grave expression clouded Flander's features. There are numerous ancient soul beasts, with the most formidable among them reaching an age of approximately 80,000 years. 80,000 years? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Regardless of the age of these soul beasts, we must obtain the blood god fruit, Xiang Wentian declared gravely. Why? Ning Rongrong questioned. There are 80,000-year-old soul beasts guarding it. Is it worth the peril? It is worth it, Xiang Wentian affirmed. Perhaps you do not comprehend the significance of the blood god fruit. To you, it may merely appear as a rare treasure. Yet I must reveal to you, the blood god fruit is not merely a divine material. It is a divine treasure. A divine treasure. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Xiao Tian speaks the truth. The blood god fruit is indeed a divine treasure. Consuming even a small morsel can revive the deceased, restore youth, invigorate the spirit, and unlock one's latent potential, let alone the enhancement of soul power, Flander elaborated slowly. Upon hearing Flander's words, the members of Shrek were filled with yearning, their eyes sparkling with excitement, particularly Ma Hongjun, whose drool was plentiful. Tang San, Xiang Wentian, and Flander remained the most composed. Even his master and Lu Erlong were captivated by the notion of rejuvenation. Director Flander, what should we do? Tang San inquired with determination. After a moment of contemplation, Director Flander responded, we shall wait for the blood god fruit to mature, gauging its ripeness by the intensity of its fragrance. It will likely be ready within 3 days. At that time, the myriad beasts will undoubtedly clash fiercely over the ownership of the fruit. In their weakened state, Xiang Wentian and Tang San, you must exert your utmost to control the soul beasts. The rest, excluding Xiao Gang, shall launch a full-scale assault. Is that understood? Understood, the crowd replied. I would like to add, Master interjected, stepping forward, that when the time comes for Xiao Tian and Xiao San to relinquish control, they must retreat swiftly and refrain from further attacks, as you will be confronting one or several soul beasts nearing the age of 100,000 years. Very well. Now that our plans are set, let us establish our camp, rejuvenate our spirits, and prepare our bodies to their optimal state for the forthcoming battle, Flander proclaimed. Chapter 51. The Great Battle 2 days later, amidst the anxious anticipation of the crowd, the aroma emanating from the blood god fruit grew increasingly potent. Even those at a considerable distance could catch a whiff of its enticing scent. With each breath, one could feel their soul powers subtly augmenting. The thought of consuming even a single fruit was tantalizing, promising extraordinary effects. At this juncture, the fragrance of the blood god fruit had reached an exquisite intensity. The serenity was abruptly shattered by the roars of beasts. The blood god fruit had ripened. Even the composed master could not conceal his excitement. Faced with such a divine treasure, not even a titled Douluo could resist its allure, let alone the master himself. Do not act impulsively. Exercise restraint. We shall advance once the soul beasts have exhausted each other. I will scout ahead and issue commands, Flander instructed. The group nodded in agreement. In the heart of the soul beast battlefield, no creature could withstand the temptation of the blood god fruit. Its benefits were immense not only for soul masters, but even greater for soul beasts. In the center of the battlefield stood a blood god tree, over a meter tall, bearing 3 pearlescent, heart-shaped fruits tinged with a hint of red. The blood spilled from the fierce clashes of soul beasts had been absorbed by the blood god tree, which radiated a mesmerizing crimson glow. At that moment, Flander's voice rang out. We can wait no longer. The blood god fruit is on the verge of ripening. If we do not harvest it within 5 minutes, the tree will wither, and its efficacy will vanish. The growth of such rare treasures is intertwined with the natural order. If not promptly collected, their spiritual essence will disperse back into the world, adhering to the eternal cycle of nature. As the blood god fruit approached maturity, the battles among the soul beasts intensified. Only a formidable 80,000-year-old sky tiger and 2 60,000-year-old blood shadow leopards remained locked in fierce combat, while lesser soul beasts under 50,000 years lay exhausted, having lost the right to contest for the blood god fruit. The master spoke gravely. Leave the 80,000-year-old sky tiger to the golden iron triangle, while Zhao Wudre and the children will handle the 2 blood shadow leopards. Is that understood? Absolutely. The group responded in unison. Now is the time, charge, Flander commanded. With that, Flander, the master, and Lu Erlong unleashed their martial soul fusion technique and surged toward the Sky Tiger. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia led Shimin Chui Shui and Yi Gu Cheng, who also activated their martial soul fusion technique, toward the Blood Shadow Leopards. Simultaneously, the Dazanian Angel team, the Yuming White Tiger team, and the remaining members rushed toward the other Blood Shadow Leopard. Xiang Wentian harbored an audacious notion to implement spatial confinement within the fusion technique of their martial souls. Witness the harmonious convergence of Xiang Wentian and Ruming's martial soul fusion technique, the Battle Angel, as they executed the fusion ring skill. This skill necessitates the compatibility of their martial soul attributes for its execution. 8 soul rings intertwined, manifesting into a colossal ring radiating vibrant hues, enveloping 3 formidable soul beasts. Let us strike together. We cannot endure for more than 10 seconds, commanded Xiang Wentian, wielding the Battle Angel. The Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique. The Golden Sacred Dragon surged forth with unparalleled might towards the sky-soaring tiger. Zhao Wujia, along with Shimin Chui Shui and Yi Guqing, unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, the Invincible Sword Domain, charging towards the Blood Shadow Leopard. The Spectral White Tiger, alongside Tang San and Ma Hongjun, propelled towards another Blood Shadow Leopard with Ning Rongrong's support. Amidst an eruption of vibrant colors and a barrage of concealed weaponry directed at the 3 soul beasts, an unparalleled cacophony ensued. In less than 8 seconds, the fusion ring could no longer withstand the strain. Fracturing as 7 of the 8 soul rings returned to the Battle Angel, while the remaining black soul ring gradually expanded, establishing spatial confinement. The once mobile bodies of the 3 millennia-old soul beasts were once again restrained. With the 9th form of the Buddha's palm, the 10,000 Buddhas congregate. Amplified by the martial soul fusion technique, the power of the Buddha's palm surged mightily. A colossal golden hand materialized from thin air, crashing down upon the Blood Shadow Leopard with a thunderous impact, embedding it into the earth. Tang San, employing his binding technique, extricated the Blood Shadow Leopard from the soil, ensnaring it tightly within a web of blue-silver grass, shortly followed by a relentless volley of concealed weaponry. The Spectral White Tiger's massive claws relentlessly struck the Blood Shadow Leopard, producing a symphony of thunderous roars. At this juncture, Ma Hongjun unleashed his 4th soul skill, the Phoenix's Cry, conjuring a pillar of fire that enveloped the Blood Shadow Leopard, igniting the blue-silver grass entwined around it into a radiant crimson glow. Ning Rongrong's amplification persisted, her spirit power waning, yet she persevered with unwavering determination. Oscar continuously hurled assistance sausages towards the group. In stark contrast, Zhao Wujia, under the 7th soul skill of his martial soul true form, incessantly unleashed his abilities. The formidable power of the great strength diamond bear was fully manifested, resonating with thunderous roars as it mercilessly battered the restrained Blood Shadow Leopard, indicating that Zhao Wujia would soon conclude this battle. Blade shatters the void. Sword cleaves the earth. The union of blade and sword, divine weapon, cleaves the heavens. In the realm of the Invincible Sword Domain, the air reverberated with fierce roars as an ethereal blade, resembling both a sword and a knife, cleaved the severely wounded Blood Shadow Leopard in 2. Observing the demise of their foe, Zhao Wujia hastened towards Tang San's side. Meanwhile, the Golden Iron Triangle struggled against the relentless assaults of the Golden Sacred Dragon, with the Flying Tiger barely clinging to life. Employing the 10th technique of the Buddha's palm, Buddha's extermination of demons, a colossal golden hand descended upon the Blood Shadow Leopard with a thunderous crash. The impact rendered the creature unrecognizable, leaving it gravely injured. At that moment, all 3 ancient soul beasts had been vanquished, and the collective soul power of the group was depleted. They collapsed onto the ground, assuming a meditative posture to recuperate their energy. The battle, characterized by the unity and determination of the group, concluded swiftly. At this juncture, Flanders approached the Blood God fruit tree, his hands trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is the divine Blood God fruit. A single bite can revive the dead." Master, standing nearby, interjected, "How do you intend to distribute the Blood God fruit? Surely, you do not wish to hoard it all for yourself, with drool dripping from your mouth." Embarrassed, Flanders replied, "How could I possibly consume it all? Even swallowing 3 at once would burst this old body of mine. I plan to divide each Blood God fruit into several portions, ensuring everyone receives a share." "That is agreeable," Master affirmed. Thus, Flanders meticulously partitioned each fruit, distributing pieces to all. With eager anticipation, the group accepted their respective portions. Xiang Wentian received his share from Flanders and promptly consumed it without hesitation. The flavor was pleasantly sweet, reminiscent of mango. At that moment, a gentle energy enveloped Xiang Wentian's body, warming his limbs and bones, inducing an indescribable comfort. In this state of bliss, he felt his soul power gradually augmenting, his physique significantly strengthening, and even his mental fortitude becoming increasingly solidified. Ding, soul power 100, 000. Ding, soul power 100, 000. Ding, soul power 100, 000. Simultaneously, remarkable transformations were occurring within the others. Suddenly, an ecstatic voice rang out, "I have broken through to level 80. I never imagined that such a small piece of blood god fruit could yield such monumental enhancement." The exuberant declaration belonged to Zhao Wujia. Enough with the howls. I too have reached level 80. Flanders interjected, albeit his tone betrayed his own exhilaration. Amidst the fallen soul beasts littering the ground, Master proposed, "Let us select several suitable ones for our soul rings." "Very well. Let us safeguard one another as we hunt and absorb the soul rings," suggested Lu Erlong. Xiang Wentian selected 2 soul beasts as his soul rings, a 30,000-year-old flame scorpion and a 60,000-year-old blood shadow leopard. His soul power had already ascended to 63rd level at the ice and fire duality, yet he had been unable to procure the necessary soul rings, remaining at the pinnacle of 49th level. Due to the indirect absorption of the 2 soul rings, the process consumed a considerable span of time, lasting a full 5 hours. Upon completing the absorption, Xiang Wentian acquired 2 new soul skills, the 5th soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash, and the 6th soul skill, Angelic Pagoda. Reviewing the system panel, he noted, name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Emperor Martial Spirit, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 65, 5292688600000. Soul Rings, black, age 85,100 years, black, age 46,000 years, black, age 48,000 years, black, age 42,000 years, black, age 35,000 years, black, age 60,000 years. Soul Skills, First Soul Skill, Space Lock, Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory. Third Soul Skill, Angelic Sacred Judgment. Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light. Fifth Soul Skill, Angelic Flame Slash. Sixth Soul Skill, Angelic Pagoda Divine Skill, Tathgata Palm Cultivation Method, Celestial Demon Annihilation Scripture. Celestial Titan Body Ability, Devour, the capability to consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own soul rings and soul power. Closing the system panel, Xiang Wentian noticed that everyone was gazing at him. With an innocent expression, he inquired, "Why are you all looking at me?" Flander responded, "Shouty on. How did you manage to absorb 2 soul rings, elevating your soul power beyond level 60? "It is as follows, Director," he explained. "During my time with Douluo, I consumed 3 varieties of celestial-grade medicinal herbs. The first was 2 strands of nether flower, which elevated my soul power to 53rd level. The second was a crystal orchid, which raised my soul power to 59th level. Additionally, by devouring the soul power of soul beasts and consuming blood god fruit, I have now attained a soul power of 65, enabling me to absorb 2 soul rings. What levels have everyone else reached? Inquire of the heavens. Let us each express our prowess." Flinder, filled with excitement, declared, "Flinder, Martial Soul, Cat Eagle, an 83rd level agility attack soul de law. Lu Erlong, Martial Soul, Scarlet Dragon, a mutated Martial Soul, an 82nd level power attack soul de law. Zhao Wujin, Martial Soul, Mighty Vajra Bear, an 81st level power attack soul de law. The Master, Martial Soul, Luo Sanpao, a 38th level soul zone. Shrek Academy student, Shimin Shui Shui, Martial Soul, Heavenly Sword, a 63rd level power attack battle soul emperor. Shrek Academy student, Yi Guchen, Martial Soul, Dragon Slayer Blade, a 63rd level power attack battle soul emperor. Captain of the Shrek team, Demon Angel Xiang Wentian. Martial Soul, Demon Angel, a 65th level power attack battle soul emperor. Vice Captain, Seraphim Ru Meng, Martial Soul, Seraphim, a 58th level power attack battle soul king. Team member, Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mu Bai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, a 49th level power attack battle soul sect. Team member, Thousand-Handed Azura Tang San. Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, a 48th level control system battle soul sect. Team member, Gentlebone Enchantress Xiaowu, Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit. A 40 level power attack battle soul master, As Xiao expressed that there was no suitable martial soul for her here, she remains a 40 level 3-ring soul zone. Team member, Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, martial soul, Phoenix, a 46th level power attack battle soul sect. Team member, Netherworld Spirit Cat Zhu Xing, martial soul, Netherworld Spirit Cat, a 49th level agility attack battle soul sect. Team member, Sausage Specialist Oscar, martial soul, Sausage, a 48th level auxiliary system tool soul sect. Team member, 9 Treasure Glaze Tao Ning Rong Rong, martial soul, 9 Treasure Glaze Tower, a 47th level auxiliary system tool soul sect. Xiang Wentian, what are your 5th and 6th soul skills? Inquired Dai Mubai. With a gentle smile, Xiang Wentian remarked, my 5th soul skill is Angelic Flame Slash, a potent fire-based slashing technique. My 6th soul skill is Angelic Pagoda, which bears some resemblance to the true form of a martial spirit. It amplifies the ethereal image of an angel, though it remains intangible. The strikes of the Angelic Pagoda grow increasingly formidable. Yet the soul power it consumes is immense. There are both advantages and disadvantages. Turning to the members of the Shrek team, Xiang Wentian inquired, what skills have you all acquired? Dai Mubai replied, my 4th soul skill is White Tiger Meteor Shower. Tang San added, my 4th skill is Blue Silver Prison. Although Tang San did not absorb a soul ring at the Eye of Ice and Fire, he succeeded nonetheless. Perhaps this is the essence of a protagonist's halo. After sharing their newly acquired soul skills, the group returned to Shrek Academy, preparing to participate in the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent. Chapter 53. Xiang Wentian vs. Yiguqing. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, the master granted everyone a day of rest to recuperate and gather their strength for the prestigious competition. At dawn, as the sun rose, the sky appeared as if it had been washed clean, a breathtaking azure that delighted the eyes. The newly risen sun, vibrant and radiant, illuminated the world with its brilliant light. Xiang Wentian was in exceptionally high spirits, for today marked a day of respite, a time when he need not engage in any tasks or entertain any thoughts. He reveled in the bliss of the morning light, unburdened and free. Suddenly, he heard someone calling out to him. Turning his head, he beheld Shimin Chui Shui and Yi Gucheng. Shimin Chui Shui, with an air of bravado, exclaimed, just now, Dai Mubai and Tang San had a friendly duel with us, and they were bested. Hence, we have come to enlist you to join us. Xiang Wentian exclaimed in indignation, what? Am I merely a pawn in your eyes? Enough of this chatter. As previously agreed, I shall first bring you down, and then engage in a proper duel with Shimin Chui Shui. Yi Gucheng retorted with disdain. I cannot fathom how, after all these years, anyone has dared to treat me as trifling. You two are the first, Xiang Wentian seethed. Humph. Defeat us, and you shall earn the respect you seek. Fail, and you shall be deemed a weakling. Weaklings in this world can only scavenge for survival, Shimin Chui Shui proclaimed boldly. Very well. Which of you shall face me first? Xiang Wentian inquired. I shall, Yi Gucheng declared, immediately summoning his martial soul. With a flourish, he unleashed his 5th soul skill, Dragon Slaying Slash. A colossal beam of light cleaved towards Xiang Wentian, entwined with several roaring azure dragons. By this single strike, you may possess the arrogance to boast. Yet it is still insufficient against me. In response, he invoked his 5th soul skill, Angelic Blaze Slash. A crimson circular wave collided with Yi Gucheng's technique, producing a thunderous roar, the shock waves radiating outward in a circular pattern. At that moment, Xiang Wentian ascended into the air, declaring, my 6th soul skill is immensely powerful and possesses remarkable persistence. Yi Gucheng, prepare yourself. As he unleashed his 6th soul skill, Angelic Pagoda, an immense demonic angelic figure manifested in the void, mirroring Xiang Wentian's movements as he aimed to punch at Yi Gucheng. Gone was the trace of disdain on Yi Gucheng's face. Instead, he wore an expression of profound seriousness. I cannot withstand Xiang Wentian's ferocious blow with my 6th soul skill. It seems I must resort to my ultimate technique. Narrowing his eyes, Yi Gucheng intoned, sky, outer, flying, immortal. With each word, he unleashed several, even dozens, of sword lights, culminating in a total of 81 strikes. These beams coalesced into a celestial maiden wielding a dragon slayer's sword, who raised her weapon above her head to block the formidable punch. Following a resounding crash, the maiden's form appeared to dim significantly. This is merely the first punch. Each subsequent strike will be more potent. As long as my soul power suffices, I can unleash 100 punches without issue. This is the Angelic Pagoda. Let us see how many punches you can endure, Xiang Wentian proclaimed, delivering his second punch. At this juncture, Yi Guqing commanded the celestial maiden with his mind. This time, she chose not to defend, but to counterattack. The maiden, brandishing her sword high, swung down towards the demonic angel's colossal fist, resulting in yet another deafening explosion. This time, the already dimmed celestial maiden could no longer sustain herself and dissipated into the void. As the celestial maiden was controlled by Yi Guqing's mind, her destruction inflicted damage upon him, causing him to spew forth blood and collapse, unconscious. Upon witnessing the situation, Xiang Wentian quickly retracted his fist that was about to launch another attack, subsequently descending from the air. Shimin Shui remained silent, nearly picking up the unconscious Yi Guqing and hastening towards the infirmary. At this moment, due to the sparring between Xiang Wentian and Yi Guqing, the area was already thronged with students. A female student clapped her hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, Senior Xiang is truly impressive." Another chimed in, "Indeed, our student council's chief, Yi, has been defeated by Senior Xiang. Henceforth, Senior Xiang shall be our new chief, wouldn't you agree?" In the Douluo Continent, where martial prowess reigns supreme, everyone venerates the strong. Many female students, captivated by Xiang Wentian's formidable strength, cast flirtatious glances and engaged in various suggestive gestures. Upon noticing that Xiang Wentian had become the focal point of attention among the female students, Ru Ming, filled with indignation, pulled Xiang Wentian back to the dormitory. "Your Senior Xiang already has someone special, so you should not harbor any hopes. I, his junior, Ma Hongjun, am still single. Perhaps you might consider me," the portly fellow proclaimed, striking various poses in a flamboyant manner. The infatuated female students, seeing Xiang Wentian taken away by Ru Ming and confronted by an unattractive, hefty figure, quickly lost interest and dispersed. Oscar stepped forward, saying, "Don't be disheartened, fatty. What belongs to you might not necessarily be a cake. It could also be a roasted pig." Chapter 54. The Awkward School Uniform in the Evening. Everyone gathered to listen to the master expounding on the rules of the elite competition for advanced soul master academies across the continent. The master stated, "I have clarified the rules of the competition. Now, I will announce the roster of participants representing Shrek Academy. Captain of the Shrek team, Xiang Wentian. Level 65 Assault System Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, Ru Ming, Level 58 Assault System Soul King. Team Member, Daimu Bai, Level 49 Assault System Soul Sect. Team Member, Tang San. Level 48 Control System Soul Sect. Team Member, Xiaowu, Level 40 Assault System Soul Master. Team Member, Ma Hongjun, Level 46 Assault System Soul Sect. Team Member, Zhu Shiqing, Level 49 Agile Attack System Soul Sect. Team Member, Oscar, Level 48 Support System Tool Soul Sect. Team Member, Ning Rongrong. Level 47 Support System Tool Soul Sect. Substitute Team Member, Shimin Shui, Level 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. Substitute Team Member, Yi Guqiang. Level 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. Substitute Team Member, Jiangzhu, Level 35 Healing System Tool Soul Honor. In the event of injuries during the competition, Jiangzhu will offer immediate assistance for healing. All right, children, rest well tonight in preparation for the competition tomorrow, the master smiled. The following day, in the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, the grand opening ceremony for the elite competition of advanced soul master academies took place. As the most prestigious competition in the realm of soul masters, it attracted attention not only from the soul masters but also from the royal family, nobility, and commoners alike. Every citizen of Tiando City regarded this event as the grandest of festivals. The opening ceremony was held at the Tiando Great Soul Arena within Tiando City. A month prior, the tickets for the opening ceremony had already sold out. It is noteworthy that the price of these tickets is equivalent to that of entry into the Tiando Great Soul Arena's Soul Battle Center. As the primary venue for the Tiando division, the Great Soul Arena ceased all soul battles a month ago for internal renovations, merging all sub-arenas with the main Soul Battle Center, thus creating an immense competition space. Apart from the VIP area, which remains situated on the northern side of the arena, the revamped Great Soul Arena can accommodate up to 80,000 spectators at once. Although ticket sales have generated substantial revenue, the arena itself has incurred considerable expenses. In the forthcoming period, all preliminary rounds of the Tiando division will take place here. In the early morning, before the sun has risen in the east, the renovated Great Soul Arena is already welcoming a vast audience. Those arriving so early are not merely seeking to enter the venue ahead of time, as each ticket is assigned a specific seat. Instead, they yearn to catch a glimpse of the young soul masters competing on this inaugural day. Among them are numerous young maidens, who, as the master has noted, number less than 100,000 across the entire continent. The participants representing the prestigious Advanced Soul Master Academies are undoubtedly the Xiang de la Xiang, subject to a strict age limit of 25 years. They have become the ideal romantic prospects in the hearts of these young women. Marrying a powerful soul master is undoubtedly a splendid affair, promising both fame and fortune. Even some nobles who purchased VIP tickets gather outside, ever eager to attract soul masters to their ranks. The elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies is a veritable cradle of talent. Even those who merely participate, let alone those who achieve noteworthy results, are highly coveted by noble families. At this moment, centered around the Great Soul Arena, nearly a third of Douluo City presents a scene of desolation, with streets nearly deserted. Since a few days ago, all hotels of varying standards within the city have been fully booked, leading to an almost 50% surge in the population. This illustrates the immense allure of the elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies. For this grand event, Douluo City has mobilized a full 5,000 city defense troops to maintain order, successfully averting any potential unrest. Xiang Wentian gazed at the crowd, all of whom had their heads lowered, and, shaking his head in exasperation, remarked, "Dean Flanders' aesthetic sensibilities are indeed questionable. The uniforms he designed for us resemble the hue resulting from an overindulgence in spinach, akin to the aftermath of an upset stomach. Utterly revolting. Yet, that is not the most peculiar aspect. The most bizarre feature is the 6 large characters embroidered in white silk thread on each individual's back, boldly proclaiming sponsorship available. Beneath these 6 characters lies a smaller inscription, indicating that for advertising inquiries, one should consult Mr. Flanders, the Dean of Shrek Academy, in person." In protest against this attire for the competition, the participants of Shrek Academy had once rallied against it, but ultimately, they were forcefully subdued by Flanders' overwhelming authority. After much fervent negotiation, Flanders reluctantly conceded that should there be any advertising revenue, a third of the total income would be allocated to us, the competitors, with the remainder reserved for the Academy's development funds. Along the way, Ma Hongjun lamented incessantly, "Tian Gu, although our strength is formidable, our image has suffered a grievous defeat. Mercilessly trampled upon and tormented by this ghastly uniform." Xiang Wentian consoled, "Let us walk our own path and allow others to speak as they wish. We shall consider this school uniform the most beautiful." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, the crowd fell silent. Chapter 55. The inauguration of the Soul Master Tournament. As the group was about to enter, Xiang Wentian encountered familiar faces, Grandfather Linus and several children from Douluo village. "Look, it's Xiang Wentian and Rumming," exclaimed one child in excitement, prompting Grandfather Linus to notice the Shrek Academy team. At this moment, Xiang Wentian approached respectfully and said, "Grandfather Linus, how have you been?" Tears of joy welled in Grandfather Linus's eyes as he replied, "Xiao Tian, Xiao Ming, I thought I would never see you again. It is wonderful to see you both. You have not disappointed me. Our village has not produced a soul master in nearly a century, and from now on, Douluo village will take pride in you." Xiang Wentian was filled with excitement at the prospect of meeting the old village chief. He addressed Lin Nas, "Grandfather Lin, we shall put forth our utmost effort in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. The honor will undoubtedly belong to Shrek Academy and to Douluo village." "Very well. I shall not delay you any further. I will await your good news outside," replied the grandfather. Due to the lack of tickets for the spectator area, coupled with Lin Nas and a few children arriving late from the countryside, they were unable to enter the venue. However, they could still view the matches on the large screen outside. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Nas, Xiang Wentian and the rest of the competing teams gradually made their way into the arena. To the dismay of Shrek Academy's members, the staff blatantly ignored their presence, ushering in other academies one after another while neglecting them entirely. It was only when their team remained the last in the resting area that a staff member finally approached them, guiding them to the entrance passage. Although they were the last to enter the venue, the moment they stepped inside, they were awestruck by the grandeur surrounding them. The expansive square was filled with countless spectators, cheering and shouting in excitement. Directly before the central arena stood a podium adorned with a golden backdrop, behind which lay the refurbished VIP area. The vast arena boasted a diameter exceeding 150 meters, where the previously entered academies had already formed orderly formations at the center. With each academy's entrance, A designated announcer on the podium provided introductions. The final team to enter was Shrek Academy. Originally known as Lamba Academy, it had undergone a name change a year prior. Their distinctive attire was striking, comprising a total of 11 competitors. Their registration slogan proclaimed, "Champions without rivals." As the announcer spoke, the audience erupted into laughter and jeers. "Look, they're even seeking advertisement endorsements, perhaps for Stinky Tofu," mocked a student clad in the uniform of the Tiando Royal Academy. "Damn it, I can hardly contain myself," Daimubai muttered, his fist clenched tightly as he moved forward. Tang San, walking closely behind him, could clearly sense the tension in Daimubai's muscles. Ready to explode at any moment. "Mubai, hold your composure. During the competition, we shall let our strength silence them," Xiang Wentian advised, glancing back at Daimubai. Daimubai shot a look at Xiang Wentian and took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his calm. If it were just him, he would have likely erupted already, without concern for anything else. Yet, it wasn't only Daimubai who was seething with suppressed anger. Everyone else felt the same. Their frustrations destined to be unleashed upon their opponents in the upcoming match. At last, all the participating academies had entered. The Shrek Academy team stood at the rear of all the groups. At that moment, Xiang Wentian noticed a few familiar faces in the VIP area. Among them was the Snow Star Prince, who had once driven them away from the Tiando Royal Academy, along with 3 committee members from the same institution. All seated in the second row of the VIP section. In the front row of the VIP section, there were only 3 individuals. The central figure, adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe and crowned with a majestic golden dragon tiara, bore a visage reminiscent of an ancient moon, appearing slightly more imposing than Prince Xuexing. There was a certain resemblance in their brows, yet the demeanor of this man far surpassed that of Prince Xuexing, although he appeared somewhat aged. His poised presence conveyed a sense of dominion over the cosmos. This individual was undoubtedly the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Night Emperor. To the left of the Night Emperor sat an elder, even more advanced in years, clad in a coat of red and white interwoven fabric. Embellished with 5 peculiar patterns of the Spirit Hall and gold thread, one could ascertain from these distinctive motifs that he was the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. The supreme authority of the Spirit Hall is, without question, the Pope, beneath whom lie the 4 major bishops, with the 5 extraordinary patterns symbolizing one of the 4 Platinum Bishops. To be worthy of the title of Platinum Bishop, this man must be the master of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, a figure of immense prestige. With his eyes gently closed, he seemed to be in a state of slumber, reclining against his seat in the VIP section. His shoulders were narrow, and his slender frame resembled that of a reed. To the right of the Night Emperor was an individual whom Xiang Wentian had never encountered before. Dressed in a flowing white robe and adorned with a 7 treasures purple gold crown, it was clear that he was linked to the 7 treasures glazed tile school, the sole supporter of the Tiando Empire's royal family among the upper 3 sections. This man was likely Ning Fengji, the father of Ning Rongrong. And as one of the leaders of the 7 great sects, he was entirely qualified to occupy such a position. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. "Look at the 3 figures in the front row." "What 3 figures? I can't see anything," Oscar protested from atop Ma Hongjuan's shoulders. "It's no surprise you can't see them from this distance," Ma Hongjun retorted. With a huff of indignation, Ning Rongrong pointed to the large screen above, saying, "Look up there. Rongrong, do you actually know them all?" Tang Sin inquired. Ning Rongrong replied, "The one on the far right is my father. The one in the center is the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Night Emperor. To the left of the Night Emperor is the Master of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, the Platinum Bishop Salus, one of the 4 Platinum Bishops. Humph, he is not a good person." The host at the side of the VIP platform announced in a resonant voice, "Now, let us invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiando Empire to declare the opening of this competition." At that moment, the crowd below erupted in a chorus of cheers and applause, accompanied by the rhythmic beating of drums and shouts, creating an atmosphere that resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Simultaneously, numerous white doves of peace ascended into the sky, and a cascade of vibrant flower petals rained down. The Night Emperor raised his right hand, gracefully waving towards the audience and the participating soul masters below. The cheers, applause, drumbeats, and calls swiftly subsided, and the vast square fell into a profound silence. A deep and resonant voice emanated through the amplification soul guide. "I, the Night Emperor of the Tiando Empire, on behalf of the Tiando Empire and as the host of this competition, hereby declare the commencement of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition." The applause erupted once more, a cacophony of cheers resounding throughout the venue. The 28 competing teams were filled with a profound sense of excitement, eager to engage in battle and showcase their prowess before the multitude of spectators. Once the applause subsided, the Emperor of the Snowy Night continued, expressing his hope that all participating Soul Masters would fully unleash their capabilities and achieve remarkable results. You are all the pride of the Tiando Empire. As applause erupted for the third time, accompanied by the booming of cannon fire, countless colorful balloons burst into the air, creating a stunningly beautiful spectacle. In that moment, the Soul Masters at the center of the competition radiated a fervent glow in their eyes. For them, this grand event served as the ultimate stage to demonstrate their talents. The Emperor returned to his seat, and the MC's voice resonated once more, inviting Mr. Ningfengji, the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, to deliver a speech for the competition. As Ningfengji rose, applause filled the air, and the audience's gaze turned eagerly toward him. As the foremost auxiliary soul master in the realm, who would not wish to witness his brilliance? With a slight smile, Ningfengji humbly gestured for silence, expressing his delight at being invited as a guest for the opening of this prestigious event. I have witnessed the rise and fall of many soul masters. Only through constant refinement can one achieve true growth. Just as His Majesty stated earlier, today you bring glory to the Empire, and tomorrow the Empire shall take pride in you. Listening to Ningfengji's address, a genuine smile finally appeared on the face of the Emperor of the Tiando Empire. The MC then posed a question. As the most powerful auxiliary soul master, which team do you favor, Master Ning? Maintaining his smile, Ningfengji replied, Indeed, I have a favored champion team. The MC, taken aback, inquired, Which team has earned your esteemed favor? Ningfengji, with a mysterious smile, responded, I shall keep that a secret for now, but rest assured, the ultimate champion will undoubtedly belong to the Empire. Seated next to the Emperor, the previously half-closed eyes of the Platinum Bishop, who had been silent, now opened. His eyes appeared murky and devoid of brilliance as they scanned the 28 teams, seemingly in search of the team Ningfengji had referenced. Meanwhile, the audience began to murmur with speculation, each guessing which team had captured Ningfengji's attention. The astute among them realized he could not possibly be referring to the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, as their strength did not measure up to that of the first seed team, making them unlikely candidates for the championship. Yet, with 28 teams in the preliminary rounds, and only 5 advancing, discerning the answer was no simple task. Ningfengji returned to his seat, and the MC remarked with a smile, regrettably, We have been unable to extract the name of the team favored by Master Ning. He then announced, Now, we invite Lord Salus, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, to conduct the draw for the first round of the preliminary competition. The Platinum Bishop Salus slowly rose, accompanied by court maidens, and approached the MC to commence the drawing. He appeared exceedingly reluctant to speak, delegating the announcement of each pair of opponents to the host. In the first round of the preliminary matches, Songhui Academy faced off against Zixing Academy. In the first round, Oakland Academy contended with the Flame Brilliance Academy. In the first round, Tiando Royal Academy clashed with Shrek Academy. In the first round, Daiwa Academy opposed Dali Academy. Ma Hongjun snorted in anger, expressing that he was filled with ire with no outlet for it. Just moments ago, they had dared to mock them as the representatives of Stinky Tofu. He eagerly anticipated how they would rectify that later. Chapter 56. A battle resolved in 1 minute before the match commenced. Master entrusted the task of commanding the Shrek team entirely to its captain, Xiang Wentian. He announced, I shall now declare the list of participants. Myself, Ru Ming, Daimubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing. We shall take to the field. Remember, we must conclude the battle within 1 minute. If we do not make a sound, we shall astonish all with our prowess. Welcome, everyone, to the Tiando Grand Soul Arena. I am Dodo, the referee for this tournament. Let us welcome tonight's main event, the second team of Tiando Royal Academy against Shrek Academy. As the crowd arrived at the arena, they beheld the members of Tiando Royal Academy's second team across from them, who regarded Xiang Wentian and his companions with disdain. Oh, is this not the Shrek team? Soon to represent Stinky Tofu? I see you are merely here to make an appearance. When the match begins, you should quickly beg for mercy. Perhaps if we are in a good mood, we might let you off the hook, the members of Tiando Royal Academy's second team jeered. At that moment, Daimubai could scarcely contain his urge to retaliate, but Xiang Wentian swiftly intervened, cautioning him against acting impulsively. The match is about to begin. There is no need to rush. Once it commences, unleash your level 40 ultimate move to teach them a lesson. You have 1 minute to prepare. The match will commence in 1 minute. Please, both sides, summon your martial souls. Brothers, let our martial souls manifest, and let our adversaries tremble before our overwhelming strength. The members of Tiando Royal Academy's second team revealed their soul rings, each showcasing the optimal yellow and purple configurations. As the Shrek Academy team activated their martial souls, the arena erupted in astonishment. Surrounding Xiang Wentian were 6 10,000-year soul rings, gently pulsating, exerting immense pressure on the members of Tiando Royal Academy's second team, who gazed at him in disbelief. Prince Xuexing's expression darkened as he fixated on Xiang Wentian's 6 10,000-year soul rings, his heart racing with shock. This is impossible. It cannot be, he thought. Dream God Machine, covering his face in despair, lamented, even now, Prince Xuexing, you continue to deceive yourself. This honor should belong to Tiando Royal Academy. How can this be? A 6-ring soul emperor, with each soul ring being 10,000 years old. The Snow Knight Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. Surely, Sect Master Ning has high hopes for this team. Ning Fengji smiled and nodded in response to the Snow Knight Emperor. At this moment, Ning Fengji's face was one of profound astonishment. This individual truly possessed extraordinary talent, should he join our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in 20 years. The sect is destined to gain a title de law. So, the Shrek Academy battle team was cultivated by your esteemed sect? Inquired the Snow Knight Emperor with a smile. A glimmer of delight evident in his eyes, showing no concern for the formidable opponent faced by the Royal Academy's second team. Ning Fengji smiled gently and replied, the Shrek battle team was not nurtured by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. My daughter is merely a member of the Shrek team. Initially, they intended to enroll in the Tianshui Royal Academy, but unfortunately, they were dismissed by His Highness Prince Xuexing. They later joined another academy in Heavendo City, which is the predecessor of the current Shrek Academy, the Blue Tyrant Senior Soul Master Academy. What? The Snow Knight Emperor was taken aback, struggling to suppress the urge to turn and question Prince Xuexing. However, memories of Dream Machine's complaints immediately flooded his mind, causing his brow to furrow deeply. How foolish of Xuexing to let such a prodigious talent slip away. Humph. Just wait until I return to settle this matter with you. Among those present, the one with the most favorable disposition was the Platinum Bishop Salus, for he was aware that Xiang Wentian was a disciple of a certain elder from the Spirit Hall. Please prepare both parties. The match will commence. As Xiang Wentian shouted, brothers, charge. Space is sealed. The stunned second team of the Tiando Royal Academy found themselves ensnared by the spatial blockade, unable to react. In a fit of fury, Daimubai could no longer contain himself and unleashed his most formidable attack, the White Tiger Meteor Shower. With a thunderous roar, the fierce patterns on his powerful physique turned to gold, and with another bellow, golden light erupted, unleashing countless orbs of golden energy the size of fists that homed in on their adversaries. Simultaneously, Xiang Wentian commanded, Angel's Floating Pagoda. A colossal, ethereal silhouette of a demonic angel materialized, striking in tandem with Xiang Wentian's movements. A gigantic angelic fist descended upon the members of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team. A cacophony of screams erupted on the arena, accompanied by the ominous sound of bones fracturing, blood gushing, and bodies being hurled through the air. Stop. We concede. The leading teacher of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team, witnessing the dire turn of events, hastily waved a white towel and sprinted onto the stage to prevent the Shrek Academy members from continuing their assault. However, it was too late. The second team of the Tiando Royal Academy was decisively knocked off the stage under the relentless barrage of Dai Mubai's White Tiger Meteor Shower and Xiang Wentian's Angel's Floating Pagoda. Their fates uncertain. The referee had been rendered speechless long before, mesmerized by the dazzling golden light of the White Tiger Meteor Shower and the immense angelic figure of the Angel's Floating Pagoda. Such brutality was a rarity not only in inter-academic competitions but even in the grand spirit fighting arenas. Could this truly be a group of students? At that moment, the 80,000 spectators in the grand arena fell into stunned silence. If previously the attire of the Shrek Academy team had been a source of mockery, now their olive green uniforms appeared almost radiant. The Shrek team had proven to the referee and the audience that their motto, champions without rivals, was not mere bravado. Unquestionably, this was a match devoid of suspense, or rather, a one-sided massacre. Yet the targets of this annihilation were not the Shrek Academy as anticipated, but rather the Tiando Royal Academy's second team, which had been laden with hopes and symbolized the imperial aspirations of the Tiando Empire. Aside from Xiang Wentian and Dai Mubai, Tang San and the others remained in a state of bewilderment. Ma Hongjun lamented, you two were far too swift. We hadn't even made our move, and the opponent was already eliminated. Xiang Wentian patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder and turned to smile at the crowd, saying, "Are you all satisfied now?" Xiao Wu, puffing with indignation, retorted, "You two may feel vindicated, but we haven't even made our move yet. Who told you to act so slowly?" Dai Mubai shrugged in response. "Referee, I wish to file a complaint. They are not competing. They are committing acts of violence. They're in violation of the competition rules. I demand that they be penalized." Observing his teammates, who were all bloodied and broken, the leading instructor from the Tiando Royal Academy furiously shouted at the referee. At that moment, the referee, fully awakened to the situation, cast a stern gaze towards the members of Shrek Academy. Xiang Wentian calmly addressed the esteemed referee. "Might I inquire if they have perished? Furthermore, this is a competition. It is entirely reasonable that injuries may occur. If one fears disfigurement, they ought to return home and embrace their children, rather than participating in such contests. Are you, the leader of the Tiando Royal Academy, jesting?" At that moment, Master Salas discreetly communicated with the other two referees affiliated with the Spirit Hall, instructing them to declare Shrek Academy the victors. The referees exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain about how to proceed. Just then, two more referees approached, and after a brief consultation, the previous referee announced loudly, in the first round of the preliminary competition, Shrek Academy emerges victorious. A tremendous uproar erupted among the audience, filled with disbelief, admiration, and, predominantly, astonishment. The formidable second team of the Tiando Royal Academy had been decisively defeated within a mere minute by an obscure team of soul masters, leaving a profound impact on the spectators. Emperor Xie rose, his countenance ashen, his gaze fixed upon the dazed Prince Xuesheng, before he snorted coldly and swept away. Ning Fengji, wearing a smile, followed closely behind the emperor as they exited the VIP section, while the Platinum Bishop Salas remained seated, murmuring to himself. Others could not discern Salas's words, but Xiang Wentian heard him distinctly. "With my presence, there is no need for concern. No one would dare to trouble you." Such a private communication hinted that the Platinum Bishop Salas might be a formidable soul Douluo. Xiang Wentian turned to the bishop with a smile and said, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Salas nodded in acknowledgement and departed from the VIP area. As if in a dream, Meng asked, "Brother, what are you saying?" Xiang Wentian smiled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Let us be on our way." Chapter 57. Ning Fengji. The members of the Shrek team arrived at the viewing platform designated for Shrek Academy. From a distance, Flinder spotted the children approaching and beamed with delight. "Little monsters, your performance has astonished me. It seems the funding for our clothing advertisement is secured." Ma Hongjun rushed forward, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, "Teacher, hurry and negotiate the advertisement. Our outstanding performance should yield a considerable sum. When we receive the funds, we must prioritize designing new uniforms for our Shrek team." Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Flinder was not angered. Instead, he chuckled. "You were quite the handful, aren't you? If the advertisement funds are sufficient, I shall entrust the design of the new uniforms to you little monsters." "Wonderful. Director Flinder, you are the most brilliant." "I wholeheartedly agree," Oscar shouted with enthusiasm. "Why celebrate so soon? Director Flinder hasn't even secured the advertisement yet. We can rejoice once the deal is finalized." Xiang Wentian doused the excitement with a dose of reality. Daimubai patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and remarked, "Xiang Wentian is right. Let us celebrate once Director Flinder has successfully negotiated the advertisement." The group departed from the Great Soul Arena in Heavendo City. The day as competition concluded, and they would return on the morrow for the next round. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujia promptly sought out Ning Rongrong, stating, "Ning Master is in the reception hall. He wishes to meet you and the members of Shrek Academy." Ning Rongrong exclaimed with joy, "Teacher Zhao, my father has arrived." Zhao Wujia nodded with a smile. Ning Rongrong then turned to Xiang Wentian and inquired, "Brother Tian, my father wishes to meet our Shrek team. Is that permissible?" Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "Of course, it is an honor for our Shrek team to meet the third greatest clan in the world. Let us proceed." The group made their way to the reception hall, where they found Ning Fengji and two elderly men enjoying tea. Upon seeing Ning Fengji and the two elders, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement, "Father, Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Bone." The members of the Shrek team respectfully saluted Ning Fengji, Grandmaster Jian, and Grandmaster Bone, saying, "We pay our respects to Clan Master Ning, Grandmaster Jian, and Grandmaster Bone." Ning Fengji smiled lightly and replied, "There is no need for such formalities. Your performance today has been remarkable. truly worthy of being praised as the golden generation of Shrek Academy by Zhao Wujing. You flatter me, Clan Master Ning. Xiang Wentian humbly responded. Ning Fingxi then turned to Ning Rongrong and asked, Rongrong, why not introduce your friends to your father? Ning Rongrong beamed and said, all right, father. This is our Shrek Team's captain, Xiang Wentian, a formidable soul emperor of the assault system at level 65. Ning Fengji narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiang Wentian, saying, so you are the one Rongrong often speaks of, Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian respectfully addressed, indeed, Master Ning, I am Xiang Wentian. Ning Rongrong continued. Allow me to introduce our Shrek Squad's vice captain, Ru Ming, a formidable soul king of the attack system at level 58. Our team members include Dai Mubai, a soul sect of the attack system at level 49. My father, this is Tang San, whom you have met before, a control system soul sect at level 48. The agile and enchanting Xiao Wu, a soul master of the attack system at level 40, the fiery and fierce Ma Hongjun. A soul sect of the attack system at level 46, the ethereal Zhu Zhuqing, a soul sect of the agility system at level 49, and finally, the auxiliary genius Oscar, a soul sect at level 48. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's introductions, Ning Fengji, Jian, and Bon Douluo were utterly astonished, though they had mentally prepared for this encounter. The revelation of such high soul power levels and achievements at such a young age was still overwhelming. Ning Fengji, gazing at them with a smile, inquired, would you like to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ma Hongjun stepped forward, thumping his chest as he boldly asked, Master Ning, do you have any daughters as beautiful as Rongrong? If so, I would gladly become a son-in-law to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji chuckled. I have only one daughter, Rongrong. If she is willing, I would welcome you to become a son-in-law. Upon hearing that Ning Fengji had only one daughter, Ma Hongjun's enthusiasm waned as he replied, oh, never mind then. Noticing the silence from the Shrek Squad, Ning Fengji quickly sought to lift the mood, stating, the doors of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will always be open to you. He then added, all right, Rongrong, your father has matters to attend to. Bring your friends to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School when you have the chance. Ning Rongrong waved goodbye. Goodbye, father. Farewell, grandfather Jian and grandfather Bon. Chapter 58. The Great Duan Academy. The following day dawned bright and clear, with not a cloud in the sky, the sun casting its radiant glow upon the earth, illuminating all with a splendid brilliance. With a languid stretch, Xiang Wentian remarked, today boasts splendid weather. As we face the competition, I possess unwavering confidence, before absolute strength. Any scheming is but a mere trinket. Members of the Shrek team, assemble, he bellowed. In less than a minute, everyone gathered before him. Today marks our 2nd day of competition. Do any of you feel pressure? Xiang Wentian inquired. None. The crowd responded in unison. At that moment, Lu Erlong approached Xiang Wentian and said, Xiang Wentian, I wish to take Xiao Wu to hunt for a soul ring today. Will this affect your competition? Ah, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, smacking his forehead. I almost forgot. Xiao Wu is yet to hunt for her 4th soul ring. Please take her, it won't impact the match. Lu Erlong nodded at Xiang Wentian and turned to Xiao Wu, saying, Xiao Wu, let us depart. After Lu Erlong and Xiao Wu left, Xiang Wentian remarked, we are one short in our team. Who wishes to participate in the competition? Shimin Chue Yue glanced around at the silence and stepped forward, saying, if no one else will go, I shall take part. Consider it an outing. Without further ado, let us proceed. Xiang Wentian addressed the group. At the venue of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, today's draw was by self-selection. As the captain of the Shrek team, it was only fitting for Xiang Wentian to draw lots himself. Approaching the stage, he beheld a fashionable young lady holding a tray containing a drawing tube. Xiang Wentian retrieved a bamboo stick, which bore the inscription, Douluo Academy. Upon returning to the waiting room, Xiang Wentian informed everyone of his draw. What on earth is Douluo Academy? Ma Hongjun queried, seemingly perplexed. Does anyone know? Xiang Wentian surveyed the group. Just as many shook their heads, Shimin Chue Yue stepped forward, coldly stating, Douluo Academy is a small institution affiliated with the Tiando Empire. I have heard of it in my sect. It is said to be composed entirely of Ronin. Ronin? What exactly is a Ronin? Tang Sin inquired, puzzled. Shimin Chue replied coolly, Ronin refers to wandering warriors, specifically those from the land of Wa. Never mind. Regardless of whether they are vagabonds or lewd, we shall confront them head-on and vanquish them, Xiang Wentian declared. Indeed. Fight while alive, perish if necessary, Ma Hongjun added. At that moment, an announcement from the soul device echoed. Now, let us welcome the Daiwa Academy team to face off against the Shrek Academy team. Let us assess the comparative strengths of both sides. Shrek Academy team captain, Xiang Wentian, martial soul, demon angel, level 65 assault system soul emperor. Vice captain, Ru Meng, martial soul, seraphim, level 58 assault system soul king. Team member, Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger, level 49 assault system soul master. Team member, Tang San, martial soul, blue silvergrass, level 48 control system soul master. Team member, Ma Hongjun, martial soul, phoenix, level 46 assault system soul master. Team member, Zhu Zhuqing, martial soul, nethercat, the 49th level of agility attack battle soul sect. Shrek Academy student, Shimin Shui Shui, martial soul, heaven-defying sword, 63rd level strong attack battle soul emperor. Today, Shrek Academy welcomed an unfamiliar face, a soul emperor, which truly astonished everyone. Let us observe what surprises the Douluo Academy shall bring us. Captain of the Douluo Academy battle team, Meichuan Nei Ku, martial soul, SHT, 53rd level strong attack battle soul king. Vice captain, Meichuan Ku Cha, martial soul, Tengu, 51st level strong attack battle soul king. Team member, Meichuan Xiong Zhao, martial soul, hummingbird, 48th level agility attack battle soul sect. Team member, Shang Chuan Nei Ku, martial soul, cannot die, 46th level control battle soul sect. Cannot die refers to a resilient plant. Team member, Xiachuan Bei Xian, martial soul, demon head knife, 45th level strong attack battle soul sect. Team member, Song Bu Dai Tao, martial soul, radiant flute, 43rd level support battle soul sect. Team member, Jian Mu Jiao Shang, martial soul, Ronin sword, 41st level strong attack battle soul sect. Both sides prepared, the match commenced. Chapter 59, The Great Battle Emerges. Warriors of Douluo Nation, for the honor of our country and academy, let the cries of our opponents testify to your might. The leader of Douluo Academy proclaimed from the arena's edge. Indeed, let the screams and the sound of broken bones bear witness to the strength of our Douluo Nation. Meichuan Nei Ku roared from the arena. Please, do take a moment to observe clearly. Is it that your undergarments are on your heads, rendering you incapable of seeing our true strength? The match has yet to begin. Yet you bizarre beings are already making a ruckus, Xiang Wentian scoffed. Baka, how dare you label us as bizarre beings? Meichuan Kucha shouted, pointing at Xiang Wentian in fury. Am I mistaken? Just look at you oddities, Meichuan Nei Ku without undergarments, and Meichuan Kucha without shorts. Is there anyone here resembling a human? Xiang Wentian taunted. This infuriates me. I shall fight you to the death. Meichuan Nei Ku bellowed. Referee, please commence the match. Just observe them squeaking and leaping about, Xiang Wentian remarked to the referee. The referee cast a glance at Xiang Wentian and declared, all right. Both sides prepare. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Match begins. Shorts formation. Meichuan Nei Ku commanded to Meichuan Kucha. Suddenly, the 6 individuals surrounded Meichuan Nei Ku, channeling their soul power entirely into him. Ha ha ha. Did you not anticipate this, Tianshou sickly ones? My SHT, as a premier martial soul, can absorb soul power to temporarily elevate my own soul power level. Today, I shall render all the prodigies of the heavenly empire powerless to fulfill the ultimate plan for the grand resurgence of our esteemed Douluo Nation, as proclaimed by the fervent and unrestrained Meichuan Nei. At this moment, a dense yellow fog envelopes the arena, obscuring the view from within and without, rendering any sound trapped within its confines. Ning Fengji discreetly conveyed a message to the Snowy Night Emperor, stating, Your Majesty, over the years, certain principalities have grown increasingly audacious under the aegis of the Spirit Hall. We must remain vigilant. Upon receiving Ning Fengji's communication, the Snowy Night Emperor smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. What transpires within the arena? Why is everything so obscured? Indeed, no sound escapes, leaving the eager audience in suspense. They murmured amongst themselves. On the Shrek observation platform, Flinder turned to the master and inquired, Will the children be safe? Rest assured, I have unwavering faith in the children. The master replied with a smile. Amidst the yellow mist, Xiang Wentian anxiously declared, Everyone, fall back behind me. I shall venture forth to scout the path. With a swift leap, Xiang Wentian soared toward the front of the arena. At that moment, the infused soul power transformed Meichuan Nei Ku, causing his physique to swell significantly, resembling a rice dumpling. My soul power has now reached level 70. You stand no chance against me. May you all perish. he proclaimed. Third soul skill, SHT no Ma. A colossal skeletal claw lunged towards Xiang Wentian. However, upon seeing the formidable appendage, Xiang Wentian remained unfazed and shouted, Buddha's palm. Ninth style, 10,000 Buddhas paying homage. A radiant golden palm descended upon the skeletal claw, shattering it as if it had encountered its nemesis. And the golden palm continued its relentless advance. A chilling scream pierced the air ahead, causing the yellow mist to dissipate. Once the fog cleared, Xiang Wentian observed that the opposing formation remained intact, save for a trickle of blood at the corner of Meituan Nike's mouth. Now is the moment, as the mist clears. Let us charge together to disrupt their formation, Xiang Wentian commanded. Meituan Nike, with a bitter glare, retorted, You think you can dismantle our formation? There is no way. You have forced my hand. As Xiang Wentian beheld the scene, Meituan Nike struck his own crown with a palm, causing blood to spatter. Yet, this crimson essence did not descend to the ground, for it was consumed by the spirit of SHTNTG. After devouring Meituan Nike's blood, the spirit transformed into a deep scarlet hue and, astonishingly, detached itself to launch an assault upon Xiang Wentian. At that moment, Shimin Shui Shui and Ru Meng, witnessing such a grotesque and sanguinary spectacle, rushed towards Xiang Wentian in unison, intent on aiding him in countering the spirit of SHTNTG. Xiang Wentian bellowed, Quickly disrupt their formation. Do not concern yourself with me. Upon hearing his words, Shimin Shui Yue and Ru Meng, alongside the Shrek team, charged towards the enemy's ranks. The sixth spirit skill, Angelic Pagoda, manifested a colossal demonic angelic shadow. Xiang Wentian hastily unleashed a punch, resulting in a thunderous crash. The SH Toko TG spirit, however, remained unscathed, hurtling towards Xiang Wentian with relentless speed. If one punch was insufficient, then two would suffice. If two were inadequate, then four would follow. The cacophony of booming sounds reverberated incessantly. At the moment Xiang Wentian delivered his ninth punch, the SH Toko TG spirit finally erupted before him. Akin to a watermelon bursting, spraying blood in all directions, accompanied by an exceedingly chilling wail that sent shivers down Xiang Wentian's spine. At this juncture, the already weakened Meituan Niku appeared to have sustained a severe blow, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, the enemy's formation crumbled under the assault of the other 6 members of the Shrek team, sending them flying. The referee, Dodo, was rendered nearly deaf by the tumult of battle, and upon witnessing the decisive outcome on the arena, he swiftly declared, Shrek Academy triumphs over Daiwa Academy. As Dodo announced Shrek Academy's victory, thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. The performance was truly spectacular. Few anticipated Shrek Academy's overwhelming strength. Indeed. Thank goodness I bet on Shrek Academy's victory. Otherwise, I would have faced significant losses. You profited immensely, but alas, I wagered on Daiwa Academy and lost my entire stake. The Snowy Knight Emperor smiled and remarked, This Shrek team continues to astonish me. At that moment, countless merchants rushed towards the Shrek Academy viewing area, eager to secure an advertising spot from Flinder. Flinder beamed with delight, nearly grinning from ear to ear. Excellent. Everyone, please line up. We have plenty of advertising space available. Chapter 60, The Elephant Armor Academy. In the evening, the Shrek team gathered in the dean's office. Xiang Wentian observed Flinder sipping on a drink, humming an unfamiliar tune. Dean Flinder, it appears you have made quite a fortune from today's advertising and betting. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Certainly. No problem at all, Flinder replied with a cheerful squint of his eyes. Xiang Wentian retrieved a costume design meticulously crafted by the Shrek team. I inquired at the tailor's shop, and the cost for these uniforms is 500 gold soul coins. Do you find this acceptable, Dean? What? 500 gold soul coins? What sort of uniforms are so exorbitantly priced? Flander exclaimed, visibly agitated. Please, Dean, do not be too distressed. This is a black gold formal attire, which naturally incurs a higher cost, Xiang Wentian elucidated. Absolutely not. The most I can offer is 100 gold soul coins, Flander retorted, holding up a single finger with a sly grin. Xiang Wentian gazed at Flander with a smile gracing his lips, remarking, Since the dean has failed to uphold his promise, we shall deliberately concede tomorrow's match, thus rendering your advertisement utterly futile. You dare to act recklessly? I shall not hesitate to thrash you, Flander retorted with a huff. 500 gold soul coins is but a trifling sum. I concede this round. Just wait until the match concludes, and you shall see how I deal with you. Humph. With Flander's acquiescence, the crowd erupted in jubilant excitement, swiftly exiting the dean's office. Damobai exclaimed, Brothers, let us revel tonight. I shall treat you to a grand feast. Indeed, Mubai is the most dashing, cheered Ma Hongjun, brimming with enthusiasm. The new school uniforms, hastily crafted overnight at the tailor's, were finally ready by the following morning. As the group donned their fresh attire, their spirits lifted considerably, though the plethora of advertisements plastered across their uniforms cast a shadow of discontent. The uniforms bore the following slogans: do not merely focus on the high price of this product. Purchasing a cheaper water heater may plunge you into dire straits. An advertisement by a certain water heater company. Another read: seeking a female secretary. Requirements include appearance akin to a youthful maiden, intellect of an adult male, demeanor of a mature woman, and diligence akin to that of a workhorse. Notorious and renowned far and wide. The aroma is pungent, yet the taste is exquisite. Indulge in the Zhuang brand stinky tofu, and you shall forget the taste of meat for 3 days. A unique flavor that lingers for eternity. Savor without sniffing, fragrant yet odorless. Inhale before tasting, the pinnacle of earthly delights, your nose may refuse. Yet your tongue shall be tempted, offering you an unparalleled flavor experience. This year, we ask for no gifts during the festival. We only accept explosive brand condoms. Seeing themselves as endorsers of stinky tofu, the crowd broke into a cold sweat. As the preliminary matches unfolded, Shrek Academy left a profound impression on the audience. Despite the brevity of their battles, the explosive power exhibited by the 7 members of Shrek Academy, particularly Xiang Wentian's somewhat ruthless tactics and the thunderous roars, captivated the spectators. The demonstration of strength compelled the audience to abandon any underestimation of this peculiar team, adorned with advertisements. As they entered the Grand Seoul Arena, 2 staff members promptly approached to guide them to the waiting room for competing teams. Upon their arrival, the members of other academies cast numerous glances in their direction, with particular attention focused on Xiang Wentian, cloaked in black, and the equally formidable Shimin Shui, both Soul Emperors. The exhibition of prowess indeed served as the most effective means of self-assertion, yet their greater concern lay in discovering how to overcome the formidable Shrek Academy team. After drawing lots today, Xiang Wentian returned directly to the waiting room of Shrek Academy. Who is our opponent today? Tang San inquired. The Elephant Armor Academy. Upon hearing these 4 words, Xiang Wentian noticed the expressions of all the members of the Shrek team, except for Shimin Shui and Ru Ming, turned grave. They were well aware of what the name Elephant Armor Academy represented. Just as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is renowned as the most formidable support sect, Elephant Armor Academy holds its own esteemed title, the strongest defensive sect. The ancestral martial soul of the Elephant Armor Academy is known as the Diamond Mammoth. A super martial soul endowed with exceptional defensive capabilities, primarily characterized by its strength and defense. Among martial souls of the same rank, few soul masters can breach their defenses. Were it not for the absence of a title de law within the Elephant Armor sect, their ranking would likely not be limited to the 6th position among the 7 sections. Nevertheless, the sect master, an 87th level soul Douluo, can withstand the assaults of non-primary attacking title Douluos due to his formidable defensive prowess, underscoring the potency of their martial soul. Why the long faces? It's just a Diamond Mammoth. There's no need for alarm, Xiang Wentian chuckled. Tang San, with a serious demeanor, replied, Wentian, let Rongrong replace Ma Hongjun. With Rongrong's assistance, our collective attack power will be significantly enhanced, thereby improving our chances of victory. Shimin Shui interjected, do you think our attacks cannot penetrate their defenses? That is not what I meant. I'm merely concerned. Before Tang San could finish, Xiang Wentian interjected, Tang San has a point. Let Rongrong replace Ma Hongjun. Daimubai, noticing Ma Hongjun's displeased expression, remarked with a smile, Hongjun, don't take it personally. Your martial soul is fire attribute. It won't be effective against the Diamond Mammoth. The captain is considering the overall strategy. Please understand. Ma Hongjun, somewhat unwilling, retorted, fine. But I was looking forward to showcasing my skills and charming a few ladies during the match. Now that it's all gone. His words elicited laughter from the group. At that moment, the door to the waiting room swung open, and the master entered, addressing everyone. I see your opponent today is the Elephant Armor Academy. Are you feeling pressured? Rest assured, master. With our formidable lineup, there is no need for your guidance except during the finals. You can comfortably watch. Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. Very well. The match is about to commence. Prepare yourselves. I'll take my leave now, the master said, surveying the group before turning to exit. Chapter 61. Elephant Armor Academy versus Shrek Academy. Hello, everyone. I am the host, Dodo. Today, in the Central Soul Fighting Arena, we have a match between the Elephant Armor Academy and Shrek Academy. Let both teams take the stage. The elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academies is about to officially begin. As an annual grand event, today's distinguished guest area differs from the first day, with 2 additional attendees joining the ranks of the esteemed guests, alongside Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Snow Knight Emperor, and the Platinum Bishop, Salus. In the front row, there were 2 individuals. One was Gu Rong, a guardian of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, while the other appeared rather peculiar. It was evident that many discerning gazes from the imperial dignitaries seated in the VIP area were fixated upon him. And even the spectators seated farther away could not help but notice his imposing presence. This man's stature was extraordinarily tall, estimated to exceed 3 meters. Seated there, he resembled a mountain of muscle. His skin was dark, his physique bursting with muscle, complemented by a pair of large, piercing eyes. A unique luminescence seemed to emanate from his ebony skin, creating an indescribable aura of pressure as he sat. Ning Fengji was taken aback by the presence of this individual in the VIP section. The bone Douluo beside him communicated telepathically, inquiring, "Fengji, how is it that this old rascal Hu Yinjin has also graced us with his presence?" Ning Fengji responded through the same method. Just take a look at whom the Elephant Armor Academy is up against today, and it becomes evident. The Elephant Armor sect has maintained close ties with the Spirit Hall over the years. Otherwise, how could he possibly sit here? Gu Rong smiled faintly, remarking, "It seems that this year's Elite Soul Master Academy competition is becoming increasingly intriguing. As you have said, we are witnessing the golden generation of the Soul Master realm. I was somewhat skeptical when you predicted this. However, it is now apparent that your foresight was indeed accurate." As they spoke, Ning Fengji noticed that Ning Rongrong had also appeared on the competition stage. "Uncle Bone, look, Rongrong is competing as well." "Ah," exclaimed the Bone Douluo, chuckling. "This makes things even more interesting. I am eager to see just how formidable our little princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School truly is. Then let us await the spectacle, for I am curious to see what surprises our little which will bring forth," Ning Fengji replied with a smile. At that moment, the members of the Shrek team observed the 7 competitors from the Elephant Armor Academy ascend the central competition platform, causing it to tremble with each of their steps. They did not appear to be merely 7 individuals, but rather 7 formidable mountains of flesh. All were clad minimally, with bare upper bodies and only long trousers. Their faces adorned with strange markings. Among the 7 participants from the Elephant Armor Academy, the shortest stood just above 2 meters, while the tallest exceeded 2.5 meters. Standing before the Shrek Academy members, they towered above them. What was more daunting than their height was their weight. Merely by visual estimation, Xiang Wentian discerned that the lightest among them weighed at least 300 pounds, while the tallest likely surpassed 500 pounds. Their explosive musculature radiated an overwhelming presence, yet the only comical aspect was their Mongolian-style hairstyles. The captain of the Elephant Armor Academy team stood at the center. He stepped forward, spreading his legs, causing the competition platform to tremble violently beneath him. This captain was Hu Yintiniu, a level 58 defense-type Soul King. Hu Yintiniu's voice boomed with a resonant timbre, his pair of copper bell-like eyes fixated intently on Xiang Wentian before him. Xiang Wentian pinched his nose and weakly remarked, "Xiaonyou, why are you speaking so loudly? I can hear you." Hu Yintiniu glared at Xiang Wentian and retorted angrily, "Do you dare to belittle me? I wouldn't dream of it, Xiaonyou. This evening, our Shrek team wishes to indulge in some beef tendons. Might we borrow your cow's hoofs?" Xiang Wentian replied nonchalantly. Hu Yintiniu burst into laughter. "You think to provoke me and throw me into disarray? Your strategy is commendable, but alas, I shall not fall for your tricks." Chapter 62. Xiang Wentian observes the battle both sides prepared as the match commenced. At the moment the host shouted start, Shimin Shui patted Xiang Wentian on the shoulder and said haughtily, "Wentian, you've had enough of the spotlight on the stage. Let us take our turn this time. You may simply watch from the sidelines." "What do you mean I've had enough of the spotlight? Am I not striving for victory?" Xiang Wentian retorted. Dai Mubai gave him a reassuring glance and said, "In the last match, we hardly exerted ourselves. The formation of the Douluo Academy was easily breached. This time, with Rongrong's support and our combined soul power significantly exceeding that of the Xiangjia Academy, just watch." Tang Xin smiled and added, "Wentian, observe how I control them, and witness our swift and decisive victory." "Fine. Majority rules. I shall watch from the side." Xiang Wentian conceded reluctantly. Shimin Shui cast a meaningful glance at Xiang Wentian. then swiftly charged towards the Xiangjia Academy, proclaiming, Huyan, your opponent is me. With his third soul skill, Etian Wenkai. A colossal white sword shot forth towards Huyan with unparalleled speed. Huyan halted abruptly, realizing that he faced the oncoming blade. Activating his third soul skill, Xiangjia Defense. The 7 burly men of the Xiangjia Academy advanced in unison, each wielding a massive shield. A thunderous crash resounded as the white sword struck the shield, shattering it into pieces. Stunned, Huyan saw stars and, before he could react, the white sword pierced through the broken shield and struck him squarely in the chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the other 6 members of the Xiangjia Academy rushed forward to shield their injured captain, but before they could act, the blue-silver prison ensnared them tightly. What an opportunity! Daimubai exclaimed excitedly, everyone, attack together. Rongrong, give it your all. Hearing Daimubai's enthusiastic shout, Ning Rongrong smiled and replied, 1 for strength, 2 for speed, 3 for soul. 6 beams of colorful light shot towards each member of the Shrek team. The team, invigorated by Rongrong's support, felt a surge of excitement. Daimubai roared fiercely, 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Transformation, 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. At this moment, Daimubai unleashed 2 skills in rapid succession. Shimen Shui, witnessing Daimubai's formidable display, was equally resolute and shouted, Unity of man and sword, the sword god's smile. As Ru Ming beheld such a powerful assault directed towards the Elephant Armor Academy, her heart ached with compassion, pondering, if I attack, will they lose their lives? Nevertheless, she dismissed her concerns and declared, 4th soul skill, Blazing Inferno. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Xing exclaimed, 4th soul skill, Phantom Shadow Clone. The 2 skills simultaneously surged towards the Elephant Armor Academy. Meanwhile, Tang San struggled to maintain control over the members of the Elephant Armor Academy. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Boom. Crack. Whoosh. The central arena of the Elephant Armor Academy reverberated with explosive sounds, engulfed in flames. As a cacophony of colorful soul skills erupted in a symphony of chaos. The air was thick with the cries of agony, the sounds of bones snapping and blood splattering, painting a horrific yet mesmerizing tableau of overwhelming dominance. The audience was a whirlwind of reactions, cheers, curses, gasps of astonishment, and sharp intakes of breath echoed throughout the stands without pause. Cease this, roared the enraged sect master of the Elephant Armor sect, Huyan. The elephant Xiang Wentian replied to his companion, of course we must give our all in the competition. Why do you even ask? Are you truly foolish? With that, he discreetly shook his head at Salis. The prestigious coach Salis chuckled at Huyan, saying, Huyan, in a match, it is entirely normal for fists to fly indiscriminately. How about this? Let all medical expenses for this match be borne by Shrek Academy. Observing Salis's subtle gestures, Huyan communicated telepathically, Lord Salis. I am an ally of the Spirit Hall. Why do you show favoritism towards them? In response, Salis conveyed, it is not favoritism. It is merely that the captain of the Shrek team, Xiang Wentian, is a disciple of one of our esteemed elders. Moreover, both Xiwei and Ning Fingxi hold Shrek Academy in high regard. If I stand in opposition to the Shrek team alone, I fear they may hinder my efforts. After much hesitation, Huyan conceded, very well, I, Huyan, shall accept defeat this time. Upon the arena, the host announced, Shrek Academy versus Xiangjia Academy. And Shrek Academy emerges victorious. The crowd erupted in a fervor. Simultaneously, the representatives of the 5 elemental academies regarded the Shrek team with newfound gravity. Each academy pondered how they would secure victory if they were to face Shrek Academy, especially since their captain, Xiang Wentian, had not even entered the fray. This undoubtedly elevated their perception of Shrek's prowess. Chapter 63, The Void Mirage. At this moment, Ning Fingxi wore a radiant smile as he beheld the ecstatic Shrek team on the arena, marveling at their triumph. It was evident that Rongrong's decision to join Shrek was indeed a commendable one. Beside him, Douluo laughed heartily, exclaiming, Splendid. Truly splendid. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school's support Spirit Master has proven invaluable. With Rongrong's assistance, Xiangjia has been utterly vanquished. Already agitated, Huyan could no longer contain his ire upon hearing Douluo's remarks. He slammed his hand on the table and stormed off from the VIP section. The defensive formation of Xiangjia Academy was formidable, and no other academy dared to claim they could breach it so swiftly, let alone dismantle it. What astonished them was that such a robust defense crumbled under the relentless onslaught of the Shrek team. As the match concluded, The audience was in a state of euphoria. Initially, only a few voices called out Shrek Academy's name, but soon it was as if a fuse had been lit, and the number of supporters multiplied exponentially. When the 7 members of the Shrek team descended from the arena, the spectators had almost forgotten that several matches remained. A wave of cheers for Shrek Academy swept through the stands. The vast majority of the audience were not spirit masters. As the saying goes, an outsider sees the excitement. The Shrek team delivered a spectacle that captivated them entirely. From Tang San's initial blue-silver cage to the astonishing white tiger meteor shower, the unity of sword and man. In the searing flames of the burning heaven, each powerful spirit skill left the audience in awe, etching an indelible impression in their minds. Moreover, the stark contrast in physiques between the two teams led the audience to perceive the Shrek Academy team as the underdogs from the outset, evoking a sympathetic response typical of ordinary people towards the weaker party. Thus, when the Shrek Academy team triumphantly defeated the Elephant Armor Academy with overwhelming force, the spectators viewed it as a classic tale of the weak conquering the strong, a miraculous feat on the viewing platform of Shrek Academy. Countless merchants encircled Flanders, their heads adorned with colorful contracts fluttering about. Flanders' face beamed with joy, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum, as he reassured, "No need to rush, there are plenty of advertising slots available." At this moment, Xiang Wentian noticed that Flanders had a gold tooth embedded in his front teeth. He turned to those nearby and remarked, "When did Dean Flanders replace his front teeth with gold ones?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed in disbelief. "What? Dean Flanders has used the advertising funds we've earned to get a gold tooth. How utterly shameless." "Wait, that's not right," Tang San interjected, puzzled. "I recall Dean Flanders' front teeth being perfectly fine before. How could he suddenly have changed to gold?" Oscar, with a contemptuous glance at Flanders, now surrounded by merchants and layers, retorted, "Isn't it obvious? He is probably just boasting, and the wind blew it right off." Dai Mubai remarked, "Oscar, don't you think your comments about Dean Flanders are a bit harsh?" "What harshness? If they want to let us spend the money, why shouldn't we have a say?" Oscar replied with irritation. Meanwhile, the Snow Knight Emperor maintained a serene smile, quietly conversing with Ning Fengji, the head of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Behind them, 3 members of the Tiando Royal Academy glared furiously at Prince Xuexing, who, having been reprimanded by the Snow Knight Emperor just the day before, was rendered speechless. Even with limited understanding, he could discern the immense power and potential of Shrek Academy. Regret seeped into his heart as he lamented his earlier decision to heed the words of the 4th prince, Xuebong, and expel these individuals. This honor rightfully belonged to the Tiando Royal Academy. At this juncture, Xiang Wentian addressed the group. "Let us return to the academy together. We might as well celebrate with a grand feast. I still have a dozen gold soul coins left for a meal." Ma Hongjun, ever the quickest to react, exclaimed, "Great. Wonderful." The others laughed heartily at Ma Hongjun's exuberance. At this moment, none of the Shrek members noticed a pair of cold, sinister eyes fixated intently upon them. Upon exiting the Grand Soul Arena, the group spotted a homestyle restaurant 1,000 meters ahead and made their way towards it, eager for a sumptuous meal. It was still morning, with the sun shining brightly, casting a warm glow that enveloped them in a cozy embrace. For reasons unknown, Xiang Wentian felt that the distance of 1,000 meters seemed unusually long today, while the others continued their jovial chatter, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. "Stop." Xiang Wentian gestured for silence, casting a vigilant glance around. At that moment, Ma Hongjun boldly remarked, "Brother Tian, with so many people on the street, what could possibly happen?" Xiang Wentian cautiously remarked, "Have you not noticed any discrepancies? We are merely a little over 1,000 meters from the homestyle restaurant, yet we have traversed over 2,000 steps. Logically, we should have arrived at the restaurant by now, but we still find ourselves nearly 500 meters away. Do you not find this peculiar?" Ma Hongjun scratched his head, pondering. "Tian Gu, I didn't feel it until you mentioned it. Indeed, it does seem a bit strange." At that moment, Tang San had quietly activated his purple extreme magic eye, having consumed the autumn water elixir. His purple extreme magic eye had attained the ability to pierce through illusions. He then declared, "It is an illusion. Everyone, be cautious." He cautioned Xiang Wentian. "This is an illusion of the void. Someone intends to harm us. Everyone should remain vigilant and prepare for battle." Chapter 64, Soulbone. Xiang Wentian quietly inquired of Tang San, "Can you discern the enemy's location?" "The adversary lies 500 meters behind us," an elderly man, Tang San whispered to the group. 500 meters was ample distance. With his eyes wide open, Xiang Wentian sprang into action, executing a swift turn in midair, and bellowed, The 10th style of the Rulai Divine Palm. Rulai annihilates demons. A colossal golden handprint, radiating with the light of the Buddha, surged forward with astonishing speed. With a thunderous crash, the illusion shattered, revealing that the restaurant was, in fact, 800 meters behind them. The individual in question was a soul sage of level 70 or above. Let us unite and vanquish him. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's furious roar, the group charged towards the foe. At that moment, the elderly man, already gravely wounded by the Rulai Divine Palm's assault, felt a mix of anxiety and bewilderment as he beheld the Shrek team rushing towards him. His anxiety stemmed from his injuries, which had severely diminished his combat prowess. He knew he could not contend with the 7 or 8 formidable youths bearing down on him. The prudent course was to flee, as the adage goes. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. His bewilderment arose from the fact that these youths, whom he had believed would perish within his remnants of dreams, had somehow discerned his whereabouts and launched such a potent strike that left him wounded and eager to escape. Yet, regardless of the elder's confusion, the events had unfolded, and fleeing was now his only option. However, as a soul sage, his dignity forbade retreat, though at this moment he could scarcely consider matters of honor. As Xiang Wentian observed the adversary's intent to flee, he urgently commanded, Zhu Zhiqing, swiftly detain him. This man must perish today. Zhu Zhiqing, being the most agile assault-type soul master among the group, was undoubtedly the swiftest choice for this task. Upon receiving the captain's order, she immediately unleashed her 4th soul skill, Phantom Shadow Clone. 2 figures of Zhu Zhiqing surged forward towards the enemy with astonishing speed. The renowned 9 treasures, second in their classification, enveloped Zhu Zhiqing in a brilliant, multicolored light, further enhancing her velocity. The opponent, not being an agile assault-type soul master, found speed to be his Achilles heel. He had barely made any distance before Zhu Zhiqing caught up to him. As the elder beheld hundreds of claw shadows rushing towards him, he was filled with alarm. How could they be so swift? Despite his shock, he did not hesitate in his assault towards Zhu Zhiqing. Little did he know that, under the speed enhancement from the world's premier support-type soul master, a delicate assault-type soul master had transcended the very limits of agility. Just as the elder prepared to strike Zhu Zhiqing, Xiang Wentian's spatial confinement and Tang San's blue-silver prison arrived just in time, completely restraining the elder on the spot. The group, witnessing the elder thoroughly subdued, felt a surge of indignation and unleashed their most formidable attacks. 5th soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash. 4th soul skill, Sky Incinerating Blaze. 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Following a series of thunderous explosions, the elder was rendered completely unconscious. As the Shrek team approached, Ma Hongjun, upon seeing the elder's face, exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this the teacher from Songhui Academy, Xinian?" "Indeed. This is Xinian. I've heard from Dean Flinder that he harbors a petty spirit and is vengeful. He is certainly not a good person. Wen Ian, we should deal with him," Daimubai remarked. Xiang Wentian commanded, "Ru Ming, utilize your blazing inferno to obliterate this individual and erase all traces of them." In an instant, Ru Ming extended her hand, unleashing a torrent of flames that reduced the remains to nothingness, leaving only a solitary soul bone behind. It was a lamentable fate for a once great soul sage, who, in a moment of unconsciousness, was quietly dispatched. Ma Hongjun, filled with excitement, retrieved the soul bone from the ground, exclaiming, "A soul bone. This is indeed a soul bone of the mental type. It would be best to divide it between Tang San and Ning Rongrong," he reasoned, as the others present lacked a focus on mental cultivation, making the allocation to the 2 of them the most fitting choice. Tang San accepted the soul bone, shaking his head in contemplation. Although this soul bone is indeed centered on mental attributes, it does not quite align with my own. It would be more appropriate for Rongrong to absorb it. This soul bone belongs to us all. I cannot accept it, Ning Rongrong stated. Xiang Wentian smiled and said to Rongrong, "Please accept this for now. When we acquire other soul bones in the future, we can distribute them among others." Observing the nods of agreement from her companions, Ning Rongrong accepted the soul bone and replied, "Then it is settled. When we obtain additional soul bones later, I shall not claim any more. All right, let us hasten our departure before the royal guards arrive. Rongrong, you may absorb this soul bone once we reach the academy." Chapter 65. The unsuccessful ticket due to the considerable commotion caused by the group in the Heaven Do Imperial City. They chose not to dine at the local restaurant, but returned to the Shrek Academy cafeteria, where Tang San prepared a sumptuous lunch for everyone. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was absent, having retreated to her dormitory to absorb the soul bone. The remaining members of the group, celebrating their victory in the competition and the defeat of a hidden adversary, indulged heartily in their meal and revelry. In an effort to keep the incident of the assassination under wraps, they decided not to inform Flinder and others, choosing instead to keep the matter to themselves. Suddenly, the cafeteria doors swung open, revealing a boy with a buzz cut. He was remarkably small, measuring barely 1.30 meters, with a face as dark as coal and an unappealing visage. The boy approached Xiang Wentian and inquired, "Excuse me, are you Senior Xiang Wentian?" "Yes, I am Xiang Wentian." "And you are?" The buzz-cut boy responded with excitement. "Hello, Senior Xiang. My name is Ticket Unsuccessful." "Ticket Unsuccessful? Does that mean your brother is named No Money?" Xiang Wentian inquired. The boy gasped in astonishment. "Oh, Senior Xiang truly possesses remarkable insight. You even know what my brother is called." Xiang Wentian shook his head and replied, "Is there even a need to ponder this? The failure to secure tickets is undoubtedly due to a lack of funds. If there were money, wouldn't one have procured the tickets already?" Ticketless, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, "Indeed. It is precisely because my father is financially constrained and yearns to explore the world that he bestowed upon us such unconventional names." Ma Hongjun approached and patted Ticketless on the shoulder, saying, "It appears your father is a paragon for our generation. I too am often taken out by the dean due to my own financial limitations." Laughter erupted among the crowd. I inquired of Xiang Wentian, "What brings you to me if the ticket is unattainable?" He replied with sincerity, "There is indeed a matter I wish to request of you, and I earnestly hope that you, esteemed senior, will acquiesce." With that, he respectfully offered a bow. Xiang Wentian stood and inquired, "What is the matter? Speak freely." Tiao Buqing replied, "Participating in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent has been my childhood dream. I consulted the dean, who advised me to seek your consent. If you agree, I may join the Shrek team for the remaining competitions. Since the dean has given his approval, it is not impossible for you to serve as a substitute." "But what is your martial soul?" Xiang Wentian asked. "I am a food-type soul master," Tiao Buqing responded. Before he could finish, Xiang Wentian interjected, "I am sorry. We already have a food-type soul master. Oscar's martial soul is a sausage, and we do not require another food-type soul master." Feeling awkward, Tiao Buqing explained, "Indeed, you possess a food-type soul master, but although Senior Oscar's sausage can provide soul power, it cannot satiate hunger. My martial soul offers food that not only fills the stomach but also provides a modicum of soul power. Can it truly satisfy hunger?" "What is your martial soul?" Upon hearing about the possibility of being satiated, Ma Hongjun became instantly exhilarated, for if it involved food, none could surpass him. Tiao Buqing, a bit embarrassed, replied, "My martial soul is somewhat unique. I shall demonstrate before the esteemed seniors." Tiao Buqing, martial soul, excrement, a level 31 food-type soul master. First soul skill, super invincible bucket. He placed a large bucket, alternating in black and yellow, upon the ground, which produced a soft thud. The recoil from the bucket caused the contents to splatter everywhere, with Ma Hongjun being the unfortunate recipient of the mess, resembling someone who had just emerged from a cesspit. The stench overwhelming. A furious cry erupted from Ma Hongjun, "Tiao Buqing, I will kill you." The others, witnessing the eruption of excrement, hastily summoned their martial souls to shield themselves from the impending disaster, but Ma Hongjun, being the closest, bore the brunt of it. Realizing the chaos he had inadvertently caused, Tiao Buqing turned and fled. The others, repulsed by the sight and the odor that filled the cafeteria, carefully navigated around the irate and soiled Ma Hongjun. Oscar, covering his nose, shook his head and remarked, "Hongjun, hurry and clean yourself up. It reeks." Zhu Zhuqing shouted furiously, "Tiao Buqing, you wait. I will ensure you remain unsuccessful for life." Chapter 66. The Blaze Academy. Following the tumult caused by Tiao Buqing at noon, everyone took a shower, particularly Ma Hongjun, who lingered in the bathhouse until evening. The next day, they proceeded to the competition venue as usual. Upon arrival, Xiang Wentian discovered that he had drawn the Weaving Fire Academy. When they reached the waiting room of the Shrek team, Oscar rushed over to ask, "Wentian, which academy did you draw today?" Xiang Wentian glanced at Oscar and inquired, "What is this?" "Oscar, do you wish to participate in the competition as well?" Oscar, feeling awkward, gesticulated animatedly, No, I was merely asking. How could a feeble food-type soul master like me possibly compete with you all? Could it be the Weaving Fire Academy, one of the 5 elemental institutions?" Ning Rongrong queried. Dai Mubai turned to Ning Rongrong and asked, "Are you familiar with this academy?" "A little. though not extensively, she replied. The Weaving Fire Academy's team consists entirely of fire attribute warriors, including fire-type heavy attackers, fire-type crowd controllers, fire-type agile attackers, and fire-type support. The Weaving Fire team does not reveal their full strength when facing weaker opponents. Much like the Thunder Academy, they are renowned for their assaults. Their strikes will be as formidable as a raging tempest. Thus, we must exercise extra caution this time. Damubai, ever brimming with arrogance, scoffed, Rome. Is the Weaving Fire Academy truly as fearsome as you describe? To the heavens, I inquired, regardless of whether the Blaze Academy possesses such prowess. The arena shall reveal the truth in due course. Although we have sailed smoothly through the competition thus far, I implore everyone to remember this. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it exerts its utmost effort. Let us not fall into the traps of arrogance and complacency. For overconfident warriors are destined to fail. The members of the Shrek Academy team responded in unison. Yes. Now, let us welcome Shrek Academy as they face off against Blaze Academy. The host announced the roster of entrants with great enthusiasm. The competitors strode into the arena with heads held high, and in an instant, the audience erupted into a tumultuous wave of cheers. A cacophony of support for both Blaze Academy and, predominantly, for Shrek Academy. Having already triumphed over one of the 5 elemental academies, the Elephant Armor Academy. A victory over Blaze Academy would elevate their status even further. The spectators eagerly anticipated this moment. At this juncture, the Shrek team members aligned themselves in formation as they entered the arena. However, it was not the team members who captured the crowd's attention, but rather their uniforms, which were plastered with an array of advertisements, from vendors selling stinky tofu to those peddling kitchenware. Surprisingly, there was even an ad for toilets. Perhaps due to the remarkable efficacy of these advertisements, Flander had secured sponsorship from hundreds of companies for the Shrek team's attire. The uniforms appeared more flamboyant and humorous. Akin to those of beggars, yet Shrek Academy reaped substantial profits. The only source of ire for the Shrek team was that the majority of the advertisement fees had gone to Flander, who adorned himself with a gold tooth. Grinning widely like a prosperous tycoon, indulging his vanity. The 7 members of the Blaze Academy team appeared to be of similar age, all in their early 20s. They arranged themselves in a triangular formation, with their captain, the Fire Cloud Evil God, leading the charge. A level 63 soul master of the assault type. His martial spirit was the Fire Bullfrog, a rather grotesque spirit that yearns for swan meat, yet remains unfulfilled. This individual was a bald young man of unremarkable appearance. Short of stature, with a pair of lecherous small eyes that darted about. Dressed in a striking red team uniform, he seemed even more unsightly, and his baldness may have been attributed to years of excessive indulgence. Following closely behind the Fire Cloud Evil God was their vice-captain. A man of average build and unremarkable looks, yet his eyes sparkled with fervor. Broad-shouldered and clad in the same vibrant red uniform, he exuded an imposing presence despite not being conventionally handsome. This man was Fire Wushuang, a level 42 assault-type soul master. With a martial spirit known as the One-Horned Fire Tyrannosaurus, a martial spirit of formidable attack power and explosive attributes. Behind Fire Wushuang walked another assault-type soul master, at level 38, who bore no notable characteristics. According to the records, this individual's martial spirit was a fire leopard. Following them were 2 youths with extremely cold visages, their identical features revealing them to be twins. 2 individuals, one named Fire Cloud and the other Fire Rain. Both wield the martial spirit of the Fire Crane. Their soul power has reached the 39th level, with just a thin veil separating them from the coveted 40th level. Among the final 2 competitors, one is a male soul master of towering stature, his visage marked by an intimidating countenance, yet he is an auxiliary soul master. The other is the sole female soul master of the Blaze Academy battle team, possessing extraordinary beauty that starkly contrasts with the fierce male soul master. Dressed in a gold and crimson battle uniform, complemented by her flowing scarlet hair, she resembles a flame capable of melting the hearts of any man. Despite being the only female in Blaze Academy, she stands as the tallest among the 7, her figure remarkably voluptuous, particularly her ample bosom, which could easily overshadow an elephant. Positioned at the center of the group, she maintains a subtle smile, adorned with a fiery red birthmark on her forehead. This individual is Fire Dance, a 34th level control-type battle soul master, whose martial spirit is her shadow, Fire Shadow. Chapter 67. The evil god of Fire Cloud. The 2 sides lined up and saluted. With a cold smile, Fire Cloud, the evil god, gazed at Xiang Wentian and declared, "The reason I have entered this competition is solely to find someone who can defeat me. I solemnly inform you that the winning streak of Shrek Academy shall come to an end today." Xiang Wentian coldly remarked, "Are you truly this confident? Have you not observed the overwhelming advantage in soul power levels of our Shrek Academy team, which utterly dominates your Blaze Academy team?" The Fire Cloud evil god scoffed, "Haha. In my eyes, soul power levels are utterly insignificant. I have single-handedly defeated the Soul Saint of our Blaze Academy. Thus, you, a Soul Emperor, hold no weight in my estimation." Xiang Wentian coldly remarked, "Do not forget that you are also a Soul Emperor, and one who stands 2 levels beneath me. Indeed, you may be a prodigy, but does that imply that others are mere wastrels?" The Fire Cloud evil god glared fiercely and declared, "Very well. Only the strong are worthy of respect. Let us determine the victor through battle." At that moment, Xiang Wentian's fighting spirit was ignited completely, his eyes ablaze with crimson fervor. And he welcomed the challenge. With the formalities concluded, the match commenced, initiated by the referee's commanding voice. In an instant, both teams sprang into action simultaneously. As Xiang Wentian and the Fire Cloud evil god collided, a tremendous roar reverberated, causing the entire arena to tremble. The unprecedented clash between the 2 Soul Emperors delivered an extraordinary sensory experience to the audience. On the arena, each member of the opposing teams radiated a dazzling array of colors from their soul rings and released soul skills, with powerful waves of destructive energy rapidly spreading outward. Sparks erupted from their support-type soul masters, as countless red specks of light swiftly converged towards these sparks. As the red points coalesced, the sparks grew larger, swirling above the heads of the 7. Even with the assistance of their support-type soul masters, the members of the Blaze Academy team were still being suppressed by the Shrek team. The disparity in soul power could not be mitigated by mere assistance. Moreover, the Shrek team boasted not only the renowned 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda, Ning Rongrong, but also the formidable Shi Min Shui Shui and Xiang Wentian, both powerful soul emperors. At this moment, upon witnessing the opposing support soul master unleash their soul skill, Ning Rongrong did not hesitate. With a smile gracing her lips, she proclaimed, "The 9 treasures are renowned. The first is strength, the second is speed, the third is soul, the fourth is control." She directly unleashed 4 soul skills, enveloping the members of the Shrek team in 6 beams of colorful light. The members of the Blaze Academy team, already struggling under pressure, found their plight even more dire. At this juncture, Xiang Wentian's fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited. Like a fierce tiger, he engaged the Fire Cloud evil god in a fierce exchange of blows, the sound of their combat resonating in waves. Breathing heavily, the Fire Cloud evil god remarked, "You are quite impressive, young man. I must concede that your physique surpasses mine. However, strength is not solely reliant on physical prowess, but also on soul skills. 5th soul skill, Toad's Head, strike with all your might." Xiang Wentian observed the Fire Cloud evil god sprawled on the ground, resembling a colossal toad. It was not merely a comparison, for his martial soul was indeed a toad. Suddenly, the Fire Cloud evil god, akin to a rocket ignited, surged towards Xiang Wentian at an astonishing speed. Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't this simply the toad technique? Witness the prowess of my 6th soul skill as I dismantle your toad technique." A colossal shadow of a demonic angel materialized in the air, delivering a formidable punch aimed at the head of the Fire Cloud evil god. A resounding crash echoed, and the Fire Cloud evil god clutched his head, bellowing, "Ouch! This is unbearable. My iron head technique has been shattered." At that moment, a large bump had formed atop his head, roughly the size of a fist, resembling an additional head sprouting from his bald crown. Furious, the Fire Cloud evil god roared, "Xiang Wentian, I shall not relent. Behold my 6th soul skill, the fury of the bullfrog." A pillar of intensely scorching flames surged towards Xiang Wentian. Even before the pillar reached him, he could feel the searing heat emanating from it, estimated to be several thousand degrees. The pillar advanced with such rapidity that Xiang Wentian found himself unable to evade it. At that critical moment, a graceful figure intervened, standing protectively before Xiang Wentian. It was Ru Meng. Ru Meng absorbed the fiery assault effortlessly, emerging unscathed, while the pillar of flames was consumed by her. "The flavor is rather delightful. Perhaps the bald fellow could send a few more my way." Ru Meng jested. The Fire Cloud evil god, taken aback, stammered, You actually devoured my 6th soul skill. Very well. Let me showcase my self-created soul skill, the 1,000-handed Buddha palm." He anxiously shouted to Ru Meng, "Quickly step aside. Allow me to take over. Suddenly, a myriad of golden hand shadows converged, forming an enormous golden palm imprint reminiscent of the Buddha's divine palm, swiftly advancing towards him. Xiang Wentian addressed calmly. Second punch of the angel's floating pagoda. The golden shadow of his palm collided with the second punch of the angel's floating pagoda, resulting in a thunderous explosion that resonated through the air. Second form of the thousand-handed Tathagata's palm. Third punch of the angel's floating pagoda. Third form of the thousand-handed Tathagata's palm. Fourth punch of the angel's floating pagoda. Fourth form of the thousand-handed Tathagata's palm. Fifth punch of the angel's floating pagoda. 18th form of the thousand-handed Tathagata's palm. 19th punch of the angel's floating pagoda. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, only 3 figures remained on the arena: Huiyun Xieshun, Xiang Wentian, and Shimin Shui. The others had either been defeated and eliminated or had been swept off the stage by the aftermath of the battle between Xiang Wentian and Huiyun Xieshun. Shimin Shui stood at the edge of the arena, observing the duel with an air of concentration, gesturing as if he were simulating some profound insight. At this juncture, both Huiyun Xieshun and Xiang Wentian were nearly drained of soul power. Gasping for breath, Xiang Wentian declared, "Huiyun Xieshun, I shall not accompany you any longer. I am utterly exhausted. With a single palm strike, I shall send you off the stage, concluding this matter." Ninth form of the Tathagata's divine palm. 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. Huiyun Xieshun, who was already on the verge of collapse, was struck down from the stage by this powerful blow, falling into unconsciousness. At this moment, Xiang Wentian, having forcibly executed the ninth form of the Tathagata's divine palm, 10,000 Buddhas pay homage, found his soul power utterly depleted and succumbed to unconsciousness as well. Now, only Shimin Shui remained at the edge of the arena, mumbling incessantly, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. The referee, Douluo, watched Shimin Shui with a mixture of bewilderment and pity, shaking his head as he announced, "Shrek Academy triumphs over Blaze Academy. Shrek Academy is victorious." Even after the referee had declared Shrek Academy the winner, Shimin Shui continued to mutter, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Moments later, Xiang Wentian regained consciousness. Though a sliver of soul power had returned within him, it was insufficient to affect his mobility. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in a thunderous chant. "Xiang Wentian! Xiang Wentian! Xiang Wentian!" The sound was deafening and unrelenting. "Xiang Wentian, I adore you. I wish to marry you and bear your children." To Xiang Wentian, "I love you. I wish to marry you and share a profound bond with you." Upon hearing that a woman wished to marry him, and that a man also desired to wed him, Xiang Wentian could not help but break into a profuse sweat, a veritable cascade of perspiration reminiscent of Genghis Khan. Amidst the thunderous applause of the audience, he descended from the stage, yet Shimin Shui remained steadfast, 1, 2, 1, 2, incessantly. Consequently, Xiang Wentian removed one of his shoes and hurled its sole at Shimin Shui, producing a soft thud. Struck by the shoe's sole, Shimin Shui stood momentarily frozen for 3 seconds. After this brief interlude, he erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "I have succeeded. Ha ha ha. I have finally triumphed." Xiang Wentian cast a glance at Shimin Shui and shook his head, saying, "This fellow has lost his mind. Let's lock him up tightly and allow him to sleep with the dogs." As Xiang Wentian approached the arena, Oscar hurried over and said, "Here, have a sausage to restore some soul power." "All right." Xiang Wentian accepted the sausage and began to eat. As the sausage entered his stomach, he felt a warm current flowing through his limbs, sweeping away all fatigue and restoring some of his previously depleted soul power. Oscar chuckled. "Do you realize how handsome you looked on the arena? Absolutely stunning." Oscar's chatter was in full swing. When the 7 members of the Shrek team entered the resting area, the gazes of the competitors, whether they had fought, were about to fight, or had already finished, were tinged with awe, particularly when they looked at Xiang Wentian and Shimin Shui. In this preliminary round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, the Shrek Academy team had undoubtedly made a remarkable impression, especially in their matches against the Jiaojiao Academy and the recently concluded battle with the Qihua Academy. They had triumphed with overwhelming strength. The members of the Qihua Academy also returned to the resting area, feeling a deep sense of unwillingness. Yet what could they do? As the competition concluded, they gradually calmed down. Chapter 68. Boiling eggs with urine. Huiyun Xieshun snorted angrily. "Humph. The captain of the Shrek Academy team, Xiang Wentian, is far too powerful. Even with all my might, I was defeated by him. I have never felt such pressure, not even against a soul sage. Xiang Wentian is indeed an enviable yet respectable opponent. Huo Wushuang sighed, alas. It's true. Not just Xiang Wentian. The most infuriating one is Tang San, constantly controlling everything. His blue-silver grass is simply a nuisance. What is most vexing is Shimen Shui. His strength is astonishing. I was eliminated before I could even exchange 10 moves with him. Stop complaining. Their strength is the result of diligent training. No one's abilities come from thin air. Since they are so formidable, we must strive harder in our training and face the remaining matches with all our might. Let us rally together, everyone. Do not lose your spirit over one defeat. Failure is not the enemy. The true peril lies in failing to grow from it. Huo Wu inspired. Huo Yunxian stood up and declared loudly, Huo Wu is right. Shrek team, don't let me encounter you again, otherwise I will make sure you can't hold your heads high. Chihua Academy will surely prevail. The members of Chihua Academy echoed in unison, victory is ours. Victory! Victory! As Xiang Wentian, accompanied by the members of the Shrek Academy battle team, returned to the academy, they observed Dean Flender carrying a large wooden barrel along the path leading to the teaching building, leaving them curious about his intentions. Xiang Wentian approached and inquired, Dean Flender, what brings you here? Dean Flender, upon noticing the gathering, exclaimed with enthusiasm, our little monsters have returned. I would like to request the assistance of a few young gentlemen. He then asserted, gentlemen may stay. Ladies, please return to your dormitories and attend to your grooming. At this moment, only Xiang Wentian, Shimen Shui, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and a few other young men remained. Filled with curiosity, Xiang Wentian asked, Dean Flender, please feel free to convey your needs. What assistance do you require? We shall do our utmost. Dean Flender, somewhat embarrassed, explained, you see, I recently had a dental crown replaced, and it feels rather uncomfortable. The root has been causing me some pain. Thus, I visited the hospital, and the doctor prescribed an unconventional remedy, eggs boiled in the urine of a young boy. The group gasped in astonishment at the mention of such a remedy. Dean Flender, maintaining his seriousness, continued, do not underestimate the efficacy of this treatment. I have researched it. The urine of a young boy is known to possess various benefits. It can reduce inflammation, alleviate stress, promote digestion, enhance beauty, suppress coughs, and moisten the lungs. Furthermore, experts recommend that those suffering from dental pain and swollen gums consider consuming eggs boiled in this remedy, as it can yield remarkable results. Xiang Wentian suddenly realized and exclaimed, so the dean intends to use our urine to boil eggs. Indeed, that's correct. Dean Flender chuckled. Which of you is still a virgin? Step forward. The crowd exchanged glances, each hesitant to reveal themselves. Dean Flender, growing impatient, urged, who among you is still a virgin? Step forward, or I shall impose a penalty on each of you to run 2 laps around the heavenly dual imperial city. Upon hearing the consequence of running laps, Oscar hastily stepped forward and declared, Dean Flender, I shall be the first to confess. I am no longer a virgin. I once went out with Ma Hongjun and, oh dear, I never would have guessed, Oscar. So you are that kind of person, Dai Mubai exaggeratedly remarked. Dean Flender retorted, don't point fingers at others. You are even worse, surrounded by so many women in the past. Turning to Tang San, he said with a smile, it seems only Tang San remains untouched. Tang San stepped forward, feeling awkward, and said, Dean Flender, I must apologize. On a moonless and windy night, Before Tang San could finish, Flender interrupted. No need to elaborate. I thought you were the purest of all, but it seems I was mistaken. Humph. Dean Flender then turned to Xiang Wentian and inquired, so, Wentian, you must be, right? Apologies, Dean, Xiang Wentian awkwardly stated. Since I was 3 years old, I have already shared a marital bond with our family member, Rumming. Dean Flender retorted with indignation, look at all of you, possessing such appearances yet behaving in a most repugnant manner. After delivering this rebuke, Flender stormed off without a backward glance. By afternoon, the members of the Shrek team learned that Dean Flender had summoned several of his old acquaintances, the youngest of whom was 57 years old. Each contributed a sample of urine, filling half a bucket for Dean Flender. With a sense of satisfaction, he carried the bucket to the kitchen to prepare eggs boiled in this peculiar concoction. Once the eggs were cooked, he called everyone to the kitchen and proclaimed, I shall eat here, and you will watch. This is your punishment for your vile behavior. Upon entering Dean Flander's exclusive kitchen, the atmosphere was overwhelming, an unbearable stench filled the air, and the scene was indescribably nauseating. The onlookers covered their noses, forming a line against the wall. Dean Flander, with a mischievous grin, peeled an egg with one hand while consuming it with the other. Just then, Ma Hongjun entered, inquiring, "What are you eating, Dean Flander?" "It smells delightful." Dean Flander replied, "Eggs, would you care for one?" To which Ma Hongjun responded, "I am not fond of eggs. I would prefer a sip of soup instead." Chapter 69. Songhui Academy. The others watched in horror as Ma Hongjun gulped down the repulsive old virgin soup, simultaneously feeling a mix of sweat and disgust. Given Ma Hongjun's already unpleasant odor, this only exacerbated the situation, creating an atmosphere thick with resentment. Oscar, pinching his nose, quietly asked in disbelief, "Does Ma Hongjun not find this vile?" Dai Mubai, equally speechless, mused, "Perhaps it's due to his first soul skill, super invincible, which has dulled his sense of taste." The group shook their heads in exasperation, covering their noses as they observed Ma Hongjun consume an entire pot of the unsavory soup, feeling both nauseated and relieved that Dean Flander had not compelled them to partake in it. However, the effects of the urine-boiled eggs proved remarkably beneficial, alleviating Flander's dental discomfort and swelling by the following day. On the next day, the Shrek team arrived at the competition venue as usual, and to their astonishment, Xiang Wentian drew Songhui Academy for their match. In the waiting room, Dai Mubai dismissed the challenge nonchalantly, stating, "Songhui Academy, a trivial matter." When Tian addressed the question, "Do not underestimate the enemy. I have resolved to have Yi Guqing replace Zhu Zhuqing today. Is there any objection?" Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment before replying, "No objections." Oscar, perplexed, interjected, when Tian, "Is that truly necessary? We did not deploy Yi Guqing against the Blaze Academy. Is it really warranted to use him against the rubbish of Songhui Academy?" Xiang Wentian spoke in a solemn tone. "The Songhui Academy may not be as insignificant as you think. Have you paid attention to their record? Since the commencement of the matches, they have only suffered 3 defeats. And those were against the formidable Xiangjia Academy, Thunder Academy, and Shinkong Academy. Against all other opponents, they have emerged victorious. And they currently even rank above Xiangjia Academy in the overall standings. In their upcoming matches, they will face several formidable adversaries: our Shrek team, the Blazing Academy, and the Tian Shui Academy. In these 3 encounters, they must secure at least 2 victories to advance to the next round. Although we hold the initiative, I cannot shake the feeling that Songhui Academy poses a challenge. Coupled with the long-standing rivalry between our 2 teams, I am certain they will exert every effort in today's match. I have decided to field Yi Guqing to ensure our triumph and the safety of our team." Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, those brash youngsters from Songhui Academy think they can act so arrogantly. Today, we shall demonstrate the prowess of our Shrek Academy team. To even think they could advance to the next round is sheer folly." Suddenly, a voice interrupted Xiang Wentian's tactical discussion with the team. "Hey, are you the members of Shrek Academy?" Turning towards the source of the voice, they saw a young man clad in a sky blue team uniform, his white hair partially obscured by a mask, who had just entered the waiting room of the Shrek Academy team, wearing a broad smile. Damubai furrowed his brow and replied, "Yes, we are Shrek Academy." "And you are?" The young man grinned and said, "I am Feng Xiaodian. Perhaps you haven't heard of my name, but that is of no consequence. We will meet in the matches ahead. I'm here to cheer you on. You must give it your all and vanquish Songhui Academy." Damubai exchanged glances with his teammates, and aside from Xiang Wentian, everyone else appeared somewhat taken aback. Although they had not closely observed their opponents' matches, they could infer from the young man's attire that he belonged to Shinkong Academy, with a total of 28 competing teams. Everyone aspired to win and secure a place in the next round, resulting in minimal interaction between the teams. This was the first instance since the competition began where someone had approached the Shrek team in such a friendly manner. Xiang Wentian nodded and assured, "We will certainly spare no effort, rest assured." Feng Xiaodian chuckled, "So you are Xiang Wentian. Your strength is formidable, rivaling that of our captain. However, you should exercise caution. Our academy once clashed with Songhui Academy. Though their strength appeared rather mediocre, I always felt they were not exerting their full power during our match. It seemed as if they were deliberately concealing something. I have high hopes for you. At least before facing our academy, you must not be defeated. Now, prepare yourselves. For I must also partake in the competition." Tang San pondered, Wentian, that Feng Xiaodian came over and spouted a bunch of nonsensical remarks before leaving. What do you think his intentions were? Intentions? Xiang Wentian shook his head and smiled. He must have developed a fondness for some girl, and since that girl admires strength, he wishes for us to triumph, hoping to confront us in the subsequent matches. Should he defeat us, he would win her heart. Oscar scoffed, with his appearance resembling a white-haired girl. Does he really think he can contend with our Shrek Academy team? I wouldn't even need to intervene. Mubai could easily take care of him. Dai Mubai grinned. I am quite curious to see what your abilities are like. The others erupted in laughter at Dai Mubai's words. Oscar retorted, am I not just boasting a little to uplift everyone's spirits? Must you ridicule me so? To the heavens, I say. Enough talk. Let us swiftly devise our tactics. For the competition is about to commence. In the waiting room of the Kamikaze Academy, Xiao Tian. Where have you been? Feng Xiao Tian replied meekly. I went to cheer for the Shrek Academy. Cheering for them? Are you representing yourself or our academy? Feng Xiao Tian hung his head in silence. Look at what you have become, utterly bewitched by a woman. Should you dare to repeat such folly, I, as captain, shall expel you from the Kamikaze Academy's team. Feng Xiao Tian, in a flustered tone, responded, Captain, I shall not repeat my mistakes. I promise I will never err in such a manner again. Chapter 70. Yi Gu Cheng at that moment. The door to the waiting room of the Shrek Academy team swung open once more, revealing the esteemed Principal Flander. With a smile, he adjusted his glasses and said, Little monsters, when you take to the field, give it your all, no matter the heights you may reach in the future. Always remember to be a talent that is beneficial to society. Oscar inquired, Principal Flander. What constitutes a talent that is beneficial to society? An excellent question, Flander chuckled. A talent that serves society is akin to a teacher who meticulously sifts through many, much like sifting sand, repeatedly selecting and eliminating until only those truly valuable to society remain. Xiang Wentian stood up and addressed Dean Flander. Is this a talent? This is nothing but scum. Dean Flander glared fiercely, retorting, Xiao Tian, why do you always oppose your teacher? Are you itching for trouble? The Shrek Academy Battle Team and the Zhonghui Academy Battle Team. Please proceed to the Central Soul Fighting Arena for the competition. Dean Flander, my apologies, but the match is about to commence. We must take the stage now. Farewell. Dean Flander. As he spoke, Xiang Wentian swiftly departed, narrowly avoiding Dean Flander's wrath. The other members of the Shrek Academy team exchanged awkward glances and said, Dean Flander. We too must participate in the competition. Farewell. At that moment, both teams entered the arena, and the crowd erupted in a frenzy of cheers, which, of course, were not in favor of Zhonghui Academy. Defeat them. Tear them apart. Crush them. Shrek will surely prevail. Various chants reverberated from the audience, while the professional commentators in the VIP section focused their attention on the two teams. The competition at the Central Soul Fighting Arena is about to begin. As you can see, the Shrek Academy team is participating in this round, facing off against Zhonghui Academy. Zhonghui Academy is a formidable team in this competition. Who will emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome. Based on my personal judgment, the victory in this match is without question, with the only uncertainty being how long Zhonghui Academy can withstand the onslaught from Shrek Academy. The commentator's words were undoubtedly sharp and critical. As a professional commentator, he had no personal biases. His inclinations shifted solely based on the audience's sentiments. Clearly, the audience's support rested firmly with Shrek Academy, and his remarks heightened the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Let us observe closely. Today, Shrek Academy has altered their lineup, replacing the agile attacker Zhu Xing with a competitor who has never appeared before. Who might he be? Allow me to check the records. Behold, his name is Yi Gu Cheng, possessing the martial Soul Dragon Slaying Blade, a level 63 powerful assault-type spirit master. Today, Shrek Academy has sent him into battle. Could it be that Zhonghui Academy is perceived as even more formidable than the Blaze Academy in the eyes of Shrek Academy? Let us await the outcome. These words from the commentator undoubtedly escalated the audience's enthusiasm. It is worth noting that due to the overwhelming popularity of the preliminary rounds, ticket prices had already doubled since the opening day. The commentator's statements further ignited fury within Zhonghui Academy and Blaze Academy. One team was deemed as certain to lose, while the other, Blaze Academy, suppressed their anger as they entered the waiting room. On the Blaze Academy side, the Fire Cloud Evil God gritted his teeth in rage, exclaiming, Xiang Wentian, just you wait. If I encounter you on the arena, I will ensure you leave searching for your teeth. Hu Wushuang walked behind the Fire Cloud Evil God and timidly said, Captain, what if we encounter the Shrek Academy team in the future and are unable to defeat them? Fire Cloud Evil God turned around, glaring at Hu Wushuang with fury, and harshly replied, If you cannot defeat them, then go eat dirt. Witnessing the fiery anger and fire cloud evil god's eyes, the members of the Blaze Academy team bowed their heads in silence. In the central main battle spirit arena, both teams had completed their entrance. Hello everyone. I am your host, Douluo. Welcome to continue watching today's match. Now, we present the eagerly anticipated event. The teams prepared themselves, and the match commenced. What do the audience most enjoy watching? Naturally, it is the clash within the arena, the fierce battles between soul masters. Furthermore, the moment when all the soul masters release their martial spirits at the onset of the match is undeniably the most dazzling spectacle. The emergence of soul rings and the varied effects produced by different martial spirits create a brilliant display that never fails to stir the audience's emotions. The Shrek Academy team observed their opponents, 3 soul masters above level 40, along with 4 soul masters above level 30. From the very beginning of the match, Shrek Academy held a significant advantage in soul power levels over their adversaries. Among the 7 members of the Xiang Academy, only their captain was a soul master with a strength exceeding level 40, while the others were merely in their 30s. Additionally, one of their soul rings was not optimally paired, with all 3 soul rings being yellow. The 7 members of Xiang Academy appeared cautious. As the referee announced the start and the release of martial spirits, they swiftly gathered together, their captain positioned at the forefront, forming a circular formation. Chapter 71, Blood Demon God and the Blood Demon Frenzy. The 7 members of Xiang Academy formed a circular formation, attentively observing the 7 from Shrek Academy. Xiang Wentian cautioned, "Everyone be careful. Among the members of the Xiang Academy team, there are 4 individuals who have never appeared on the battlefield. This suggests that they have either forfeited the competition or possess means to counter us." Before them stood the 7 members of Xiang Academy, each wielding a diamond-type martial soul. A quintessentially rare soul. The presence of such a martial soul on the field indicated their capability to unleash formidable techniques. At that moment, the captain of the Xiang Academy team smirked and addressed Xiang Wentian. "To be frank, we have long collaborated with the Douluo Academy for decades. Through the diligent research of our esteemed predecessors, we have recently developed a 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Today, we present our strongest lineup with the sole purpose of defeating your formidable team and securing the championship. It is safe to say that our victory is a foregone conclusion." The commentator in the VIP section could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why hasn't the Shrek Academy team made a move yet? Could it be that they fear their current opponents? The disparity in strength is evident, and a few aggressive advances should suffice for victory. Why are they hesitating? Are they perhaps apprehensive about something?" Seated in the front row of the VIP section, the Night Emperor turned to Ning Fengji and quietly inquired, "Master Ning, what do you think is causing their reluctance to engage? The caution displayed by both sides seems excessive, considering the apparent imbalance in their strengths." Ning Fengji smiled slightly and replied, "Appearances can be deceiving. I believe the Shrek Academy team must have sensed something amiss, which is why they have refrained from acting impulsively." Nearby, the Platinum Bishop Salas coldly remarked, "Is it really necessary for Xiang Wentian, the captain of Shrek Academy, to intervene against such worthless opponents? Clearly, he wishes to afford his teammates the opportunity to strike, while the rest of the Shrek team cowers in fear." Upon hearing Salas's words, the Night Emperor and Ning Fengji seemingly chose to disregard him, allowing Salas to boast about the members of the Spirit Hall without interruption. "If you do not take action, both of your academy teams will be automatically eliminated." The audience below, growing impatient, began to shout, "Shrek, what are you waiting for? Hurry and charge in to tear them apart." Under the referee's warning and the urging of tens of thousands of spectators, the members of both teams on the central competition stage finally sprang into action. With a commanding shout, Xiang Wentian urged, "Charge." The Shrek Academy team advanced in a triangular formation towards the Xiang Academy team. The captain of Xiang Academy, with a sinister smile, remarked, "What I fear most is your inaction." Suddenly, his eyes widened as he bellowed, "Attack." The 7 members of Xiang Academy bit their fingers until they bled, marking their foreheads with crimson droplets. The captain then proclaimed, "Unity of the 7 spirits, merge." Instantly, the diamond spirits of the 7 members ascended, swirling rapidly in a circular formation above them. Their faces grew noticeably pale as they utilized their blood to invoke the abyssal summoning. "Arise, great blood demon god." A blood-red figure began to descend slowly from the aerial circle. A resonant voice emanated from the crimson figure, declaring, "I am the blood demon god of the Douluo Continent." Blood demon frenzy. Who dare summon me? The captain of Songhui Academy bowed respectfully and said, "Great blood demon god, we 7 have summoned you. Please vanquish our adversaries." The blood demon god replied, "It is possible. However, my own blood energy is insufficient. I require the blood of you 7 to replenish it." The captain inquired, "How much blood do you need?" The blood demon god, cracking his neck, replied in a deep tone, "All of it." As soon as the words left his lips, the bodies of the 7 members of Songhui Academy exploded in an instant, enveloping the arena in a dense crimson mist. This mist, seemingly alive, swiftly coalesced into a colossal blood-red sword, hovering behind the blood demon god. A tempest arose, filled with a suffocating aura of bloodlust. "What is happening?" From the VIP section, Emperor Shuai gasped in astonishment, murmuring, "Could this be the unity of the 7 spirits?" Ning Fingji exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. This is a malevolent entity summoned through blood. The 7 from Songhui Academy are too weak to control it and will suffer a backlash, perishing on the spot." On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Flanders, taken aback, exclaimed, "Xiao Gang, what do we do? This summoned demon is evidently formidable. We must rush to save the little monsters." The master, filled with anxiety, replied, "With their long absent, the 2 of us cannot possibly manage this." The Platinum Bishop, Seralis, urgently shouted, "Xiang Wentian, flee." In the audience, gasps of shock, cheers, and angry shouts echoed throughout the arena, plunging the entire venue into chaos. Chapter 72. Battling the malevolent entity. Emperor Shuai rose, commanding, "All soul saints and above from the Tiando Empire, unite to slay this malevolent entity." Ning Fingji quickly stood, urging, "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, hurry to rescue them." On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Flanders' usual cunning demeanor vanished, replaced by urgency, as he declared, "All soul emperors and above from Shrek Academy, join forces to eradicate this malevolent entity and save the little monsters." Meanwhile, in the audience, dozens of formidable figures soared into the air, their martial souls manifesting as they charged towards the blood demon god. Atop the highest edifice of the competition arena, a cloaked figure murmured, "Little 3, Father has come to rescue you." Simultaneously, 2 figures descended from the sky, proclaiming, "Evil spirit, how dare you harm my disciple? Witness the might of the Spirit Hall S Dual Douluo as we confront you." One of these individuals was the ghost Douluo, Guimei, and the other was the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in a tempest of chaos, the air thick with a palpable sense of impending doom. On the platform, Xiang Wentian shouted, "Shrek Academy S team, retreat at once. The blood demon god is beyond our capabilities. Let the other powerful beings deal with him." "Ha ha ha," cackled the blood demon god. "I have been summoned to annihilate you 7. Do you truly believe you can escape?" At that moment, the blood demon god unleashed a devastating attack, the earth-shattering slash, directing a crimson strike towards Xiang Wentian and his companions. As a sense of impending danger enveloped Xiang Wentian, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Just as the 7 members of the Shrek Academy battle team were on the brink of annihilation in the realm of the 2 extremes, the martial soul fusion technique of the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo manifested just in time to rescue them. As the 7 members of the team observed the abyssal blood demon temporarily immobilized, they fled without a backward glance. At that moment, the assaults from other arriving powerful beings simultaneously struck the abyssal blood demon. Sensing the imminent danger, the demon roared in fury, berserk. Instantly, it broke free from the confines of the dual polar stillness. However, it could not evade the onslaught of attacks from the other formidable beings, taking the full brunt of them. With a maniacal laugh, the abyssal blood demon proclaimed, "Ha ha ha, I am immortal. Death resistance." A cerulean light materialized from thin air, cascading over the abyssal blood demon and restoring its vitality in an instant. The demon bellowed, "With so many of you besieging me alone, splendid. I shall slay all of you and devour your blood, further enhancing my cultivation." At this moment, the abyssal blood demon's eyes blazed crimson, and its blood energy surged violently. Awaken, abyssal blood demon. First awakening, blood prison slaughter. Nearby, several soul masters of lesser cultivation, unable to escape in time, exploded, their blood gushing forth, which was swiftly consumed by the massive blood-red sword hovering behind the abyssal blood demon. Having devoured a tremendous amount of blood, the sword transformed, floating ominously behind the demon. The abyssal blood demon roared, "Let me show you the true extent of my strength after awakening." The demon brandished the colossal sword and struck at the crowd attacking it. creating a resounding explosion. A massive pit formed, and a torrent of molten lava erupted from its depths, surging upwards for miles. The unprepared elite soul emperors were reduced to ashes in the onslaught of the molten flow. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes descended rapidly from above, wielding the Grand Samurai hammer. A gigantic shadow of the Haotian hammer plummeted toward the abyssal blood demon. Noticing the robed figure, the demon howled in rage and soared into the air. With a devastating slash, it unleashed a torrent of blood energy, sending the black-robed figure crashing backward. The dual polar stillness reactivated, as the fusion technique of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Do once again immobilized the abyssal blood demon within its grasp. In that instant, Bone Douluo unleashed his 9th soul skill, conjuring a colossal bone dragon, upon which Sword Douluo Xian stood, wielding a 7-kill sword over 100 meters long, charging towards the abyssal blood demon. At this moment, the Snow Knight Emperor commanded, "Seize this opportunity to eradicate the malevolence." With that decree, countless powerful beings surged towards the abyssal blood demon. The demon's pupils constricted as it beheld the myriad of attacks approaching. The most formidable being the bone dragon and the white-robed middle-aged figure wielding the enormous sword. The bound blood demon god, powerless to resist, could only watch helplessly as a myriad of colorful soul techniques surged toward him. Countless formidable soul techniques struck the blood demon god, who ultimately could bear it no longer and erupted in a cloud of crimson mist that dissipated into the air. Just as the onlookers believed the blood demon god was utterly vanquished, a frail and ancient voice echoed from above, "I shall remember all that you have done to me today. When my dark powers reach their zenith, I will surely wash the Douluo Continent in blood." Chapter 73. The return of Xiao Wu. The Jew Douluo gazed at the cloaked figure in the arena and murmured, "Could this person be Tang Hao? Tang Hao, Tang San. So it is." A peculiar smile flickered in the Jew Douluo's eyes. Meanwhile, Flinder swiftly led the others back to Shrek Academy, while Oscar, exhausted from crafting his imaginative mushroom sausages, nearly succumbed to fatigue. Thus, they were oblivious to the fierce battle that had unfolded in the arena. Though Flinder cherished wealth dearly, he treasured talent even more. Faced with such a dire crisis threatening the Shrek team, especially since the malevolent forces had been summoned to eliminate them, he hurried the small monsters back to the academy, their true haven, which offered relative safety. Upon their hasty return to Shrek Academy, they were greeted by the sight of Lu Erlong bringing Xiao Wu back. Noticing the panicked expressions on their faces, Lu Erlong inquired, "Flinder, what has transpired? Why are you all in such a flurry?" Before Flinder could catch his breath, Oscar quickly interjected, "Oh, Aunt Lu, you have no idea. We nearly didn't make it back." He then recounted the events of the arena in vivid detail. Lu Erlong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a wave of concern wash over her. Xiao Wu, disregarding the crowd, dashed to Tang San, and they embraced tightly. "Brother, are you all right?" Xiao Wu asked anxiously. "I'm fine," Tang San replied gently, though Oscar is quite exhausted and is currently dealing with a rather unfortunate situation. "Ugh, brother. We're having a moment here. Why bring him up? It's disgusting," Xiao Wu retorted with playful indignation. Upon hearing Tang San's comment about the unfortunate state of his trousers, Oscar looked down and exclaimed, "Oh no." At this moment, everyone finally took notice of Oscar and instinctively covered their noses, retreating to a safe distance. Flinder then inquired, "Where did you hunt for your soul beasts? What is Xiao Wu's 4th soul skill?" Lu Erlong responded, "I took Xiao Wu to the Sunset Forest, but we got separated. I was frantic, searching everywhere for her, and it was not until the 3rd day that I encountered Xiao Wu again, which is how we returned." Xiao Wu stepped forward, her expression somewhat awkward as she explained, "I got separated from my mother and panicked. During the time, a soul beast collided with a tree and fainted. So I reluctantly took it as my soul ring." Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that truly possible?" Daimubai responded, "Last time you encountered a fainted soul beast. And now again, it seems your luck is exceptionally favorable, Xiao Wu. From now on, let us accompany you in hunting for soul rings. We can simply collect them without engaging in battle." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Xiao Wu offered an awkward smile. The following day, Flinder instructed everyone to remain at the academy while he alone ventured to the competition venue. Upon his return in the afternoon, he informed them, "The evil spirit has been vanquished, you may rest assured. Additionally, the arena has sustained considerable damage and requires repairs, thus we shall participate in the competition 3 days hence." The Heaven Do Empire, in response to the matter of the evil spirit, made every effort to suppress the news to prevent public panic, conveying to all simply, The evil spirit has been slain. There is no further threat. Please remain at ease. Hearing Flinder's announcement, the group collectively sighed in relief. Their anxieties dissipated. Consequently, they enjoyed a delightful 3-day respite. 3 days later, the group arrived punctually at the arena. On this day, Xiang Wentian entered the venue and retrieved a bamboo stick from a tray, upon which the words Tianshui Academy were inscribed in golden sand. Simultaneously, Tianshui Academy drew a bamboo stick that bore the name Shrek Academy. Chapter 74. Tianshui Academy. Upon returning to the battle room, Tang San inquired of Wentian, "Which academy shall we face today?" To Xiang Wentian, "Tianshui Academy." "Tianshui Academy," Dai Mubai exclaimed. "How? Are you familiar with Tianshui Academy?" Xiang Wentian inquired. Dai Mubai replied, "I know a little. In my eyes, the 5 elemental academies are somewhat peculiar." "Peculiar?" The crowd echoed. Dai Mubai continued, "Indeed, they are quite unusual. Each of the 5 elemental academies has its own unique admission criteria. For instance, the requirements for admission to the Elephant Armor Academy stipulate that the applicant must weigh over 300 pounds, followed by criteria regarding their martial soul. The requirements for the other elemental academies primarily focus on the characteristics of the martial souls. For example, the Blaze Academy mandates that applicants possess a fire attribute martial soul, while Tianshui Academy naturally requires a water attribute martial soul. Among the 5 elemental academies, Tianshui Academy has the most stringent admission standards, as they impose additional criteria beyond merely having a water attribute martial soul. First, they only accept female students. Second, only exceptional beauties are admitted. Third, those without a bosom larger than a pot bottom are not accepted. Fourth, applicants whose posteriors are not as large as a basin are rejected. Fifth, those with waists thicker than their thighs are dismissed. Lastly, individuals with excessively dark skin are not considered. Although Tianshui Academy maintains rigorous standards for the physique and appearance of female applicants, they also exhibit a humane aspect. It is the only academy among the 5 elemental institutions that is open to the common folk, much like our Shrek Academy. Therefore, all members of the Tianshui Academy team participating in this competition are not only composed entirely of female students, but are all exceptionally beautiful. Oscar, standing nearby, indignantly remarked, "I bet the dean of Tianshui Academy is a middle-aged man." Ning Rongrong expressed her surprise. The dean of Tianshui Academy is indeed a middle-aged man in his 60s, who appears rather scruffy. "How did you know, Oscar?" Oscar replied matter-of-factly, "Isn't it obvious? The dean of Tianshui Academy is an old lecher who, in his youth, couldn't attract a wife. Now, having become a scruffy old man, he has no woman to look at. Hence his stringent admission requirements are undoubtedly a form of revenge against women." Ma Hongjun admired. "Oscar, you are truly a role model for us, with your keen insights. I can hardly wait." Dai Mubai approached and patted Oscar on the shoulder, saying, "Who would have thought, Oscar, that you possess the potential to become a scruffy old lecher?" Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, everyone burst into laughter. "Now, let us invite the Shrek Academy team and the Tianshui Academy team to the central main arena. Enough chatter. Today, the participating team members will accompany me to the central main arena for the competition." At that moment, upon seeing the Shrek Academy team, a girl from the Tianshui Academy remarked, "Sister, look, that Dai Mubai from Shrek Academy is quite dashing. I heard he is nicknamed the Evil-Eyed White Tiger, with his unique dual pupils." The speaker was a girl with an oval face, appearing to be in her early 20s, petite in stature, with a vibrant head of dark green short hair. This group of girls, all clad in blue uniforms, were indeed the opponents facing Shrek Academy, Tianshui Academy. The girl with dark green short hair, who is speaking, appears to be the youngest among the 7 formal team members, her face still bearing traces of youth. While Dai Mubai is indeed quite charming, I hold the belief that their captain, Xiang Wentian, is the most handsome. It is said that he is nicknamed the Demon Angel, being the strongest member of the Shrek team. The speaker is a girl with an oval face, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old, possessing a slender physique and long, alluring light green hair. "Old 6, old 7, when did you both become infatuated?" teased a girl with a round face and red hair. "At this rate, won't you two be enchanted by the opponent before the match even begins?" "All right, you all stop joking," interjected another girl, her voice notably more composed compared to the previous 2. "The competition is about to commence, and Shrek Academy is formidable, making them a tough adversary. From the preliminary rounds to now, they have yet to lose a single match. The defeats of both the Fire Academy and the Elephant Armor Academy at their hands were no mere coincidence. Overcoming them will not be an easy feat. If we lose to them today, we will be at a psychological disadvantage in the finals should we encounter them again. Therefore, in today's battle, it is imperative that everyone gives their utmost effort. Among the competitors from Tianshui Academy, she is not the oldest and may even be the youngest, appearing to be under 20. However, when she speaks, the expressions of the other 6 girls become considerably more subdued, their gazes towards her filled with respect. Standing at approximately 165 centimeters, she has a well-proportioned figure, evident from her ample bosom, suggesting she possesses considerable assets. Her backside resembles 2 balloons, making her an ideal candidate for a fruitful marriage. Her long, aquamarine hair cascades down her back, and her fair complexion is adorned with delicate features. At first glance, she may not seem extraordinarily beautiful, but upon closer inspection, her beauty reveals itself gradually, evoking an enchanting allure that draws one in irresistibly. She is Shui Binger, the captain of the Tianshui Academy team, affectionately referred to as Big Sister by her teammates, despite being the youngest, due to her undeniable strength and leadership. At this moment, the time has finally arrived for their team to enter the arena for the final round of competition. As the 5 Elemental Academies and Shrek Academy made their entrance simultaneously, the entire Tiando Grand Soul Arena erupted with excitement. The Shrek Academy team and the Tianshui Academy team ascended the stage from opposite sides of the central platform. Meanwhile, the enthusiastic commentator on the stands proclaimed, "The final round of this preliminary competition is about to begin. First, let us direct our attention to the left side of the competition stage, where the Elephant Armor Academy faces the UC Academy. And finally, let us focus on the central platform, where the most thrilling match of the day will take place. The Shrek Academy team, already confirmed to advance from the preliminaries, will face off against the Tianshui Academy team in a spectacular showdown of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament's Tiando City preliminaries. On one side stands this year's dark horse, while on the other lies a seasoned powerhouse, who, then, shall emerge victorious in the end. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. I kindly request both Shrek Academy and Tianshui Academy to pay their respects." The teams from both academies form a line, with Shui Binger and Xiang Wentian positioned opposite each other. Upon observing Shui Binger, Xiang Wentian is momentarily taken aback. At first glance, she appears unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, he finds himself entranced. Were it not for his unwavering resolve, he would surely be captivated. She is a remarkable woman, possessing both beauty and intellect. To demonstrate his respect for her, Xiang Wentian proclaims his soul power level. "I am Xiang Wentian, captain of the Shrek team, possessing a formidable level 65 attack-type Soul Emperor." Shui Binger, captain of the Tianshui team, responds, "I am Shui Binger, a level 43 control-type Soul Zone." Miss Shui Binger. The disparity in soul power between the Tianshui Academy team and the Shrek team is immense. "I suggest you consider forfeiting," remarks Xiang Wentian. Angered, Shui Binger retorts, "You expect me to concede? Soul power does not equate to true strength. Even if you are all soul saints, our Tianshui Academy team shall fight with all our might. Since Tianshui Academy exhibits commendable courage, let the battle commence." Chapter 77, Snowflakes Fall. Shuewu, a level 41 attack-type Soul Master, stands beside Shui Binger. This is the same young lady who previously expressed interest in Xiang Wentian, now boldly stating her name. At this moment, both Xiang Wentian and Shui Binger find themselves momentarily stunned. The captains announcing their soul power levels is already a gesture of respect. This is a competition, not mere sparring. Shuewu's interjection suddenly feels out of place. Upon realizing her misstep, a faint blush colors her cheeks, yet this girl exhibits a charming boldness, unabashedly revealing her interest in Xiang Wentian, her bright eyes fixated upon him. As Xiang Wentian noticed the other party gazing at him intently, he mischievously grinned and asked, "Shall we meet, beautiful?" At that moment, Shuewu blushed and replied, "At 7 in the evening, room 606 on the 6th floor of the One Night Stand Hotel. No. 38, Tiando Imperial City. Let us not miss each other." Shui Binger scolded, "Shuewu, this is a competition. Do you think this is your home where you can do as you please?" Meanwhile, Ru Ming was consumed by jealousy, pinching the soft flesh at Xiang Wentian's waist 3 times, causing him to grimace in pain, overwhelmed by the sensation. At that moment, the host, Dodo, could no longer bear to watch. Hey, what are you 2 teams doing? Are you here for a date? This is a competition arena, not a lover's hotel." Without further ado, let the match begin. Xiang Wentian proclaimed to the Shrek team, defeat the enemy within a minute, to which they responded affirmatively. At this moment, Shui Binger, utterly incensed, retorted, Xiang Wentian, you regard our Heavenly Water Academy with such disdain. You believe you can conclude the battle in merely a minute? Humph. With a commanding voice, she invoked martial soul fusion technique, snowflakes drifting. Instantly, a tempest erupted, and dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. Meanwhile, the host, Douluo, hovering in the sky, expressed his astonishment. I never expected that the undefeated Heavenly Water Academy would employ a martial soul fusion technique at such an early stage. They have never utilized this technique in previous competitions. Before the audience, Shui Binger and Shui Wu's martial souls melded seamlessly into one, transforming into a brilliant blue beam that soared into the tumultuous clouds above. In that moment, both Shui Binger and Shui Wu vanished from sight, unleashing the full force of their martial soul fusion technique. The technique, snowflakes drifting, contrasted starkly with Xiang Wentian and Ru Meng's martial soul fusion technique, Battle Angel. While Battle Angel represented a powerful explosive force, snowflakes drifting embodied an incessant flow. Though its might paled in comparison to Battle Angel, it excelled in its enduring resilience. Xiang Wentian bellowed, Tang San, unleashed the blue-silver prison to safeguard Ning Rongrong. The combined martial soul fusion technique of two soul masters above the 40th rank is comparable to the full-force strike of a 60th ranked soul master. Ning Rongrong, being the sole support soul master of the Shrek team, possesses no defensive capabilities. Should an accident occur, I, as the captain, would be unable to account for it to the Academy's instructors. Schwabinger, the moment you take the stage, you unleash the martial soul fusion technique. Do you wish for mutual destruction? My net is far sturdier than your fish. With that, he activated his sixth soul skill, Angelic Pagoda. An ethereal angelic figure manifested in the sky, delivering a powerful punch towards the martial soul fusion technique. Snowfall. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air. At this moment, Shui Wu, floating in the sky, anxiously exclaimed, Elder Sister, Xiang Wentian's soul skill possesses overwhelming attack power. I fear we cannot endure many blows. What shall we do? Schwabinger narrowed her eyes, gritting her teeth as she declared, for the honor of the Academy, we must give our all and confront him head-on. In the sky, the martial soul fusion technique, Snowfall plummeted rapidly, its target set firmly on Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian, filled with rage, exclaimed, You two wretched women are truly ruthless. Do you seek to take my life? It seems I must engage with you more seriously. With that, he unleashed the ninth stance of the Buddha's palm. 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. A radiant golden handprint, imbued with the essence of the Buddha, burst forth from his palm, rapidly expanding as it soared toward the rapidly descending Wuhuan fusion technique, Snowfall. A thunderous roar ensued. The clash of Snowfall and the golden handprint was nothing short of cataclysmic. As the former crumbled upon impact, like a poorly constructed edifice, scattering countless shards of ice. Yet, the golden handprint remained undeterred, shattering the Snowfall technique and continuing its ascent, ultimately colliding with the rooftop above, resulting in a deafening explosion. In the aftermath of this explosive confrontation, a rain of bricks and debris cascaded from the heavens, injuring numerous spectators, leaving them bloodied and bruised. Chapter 78, The Green Hat. The host, Douluo, who was spinning in midair, was not spared either, as a brick struck him, sending him plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in a cacophony of curses and shouts. You, Xiang Wentian, have struck my head with great force. When you launched your assault on Xiang Wentian, could you not have spared a modicum of your soul power? My nose has been struck so forcefully that it nearly reached my ear. Xiang Wentian, my dentures have been shattered by your actions. A woman exclaimed. Xiang Wentian, my virtue has been destroyed by you. Return to me my first night, bellowed a burly man. Xiang Wentian, my first kiss has been taken from me. You must return it, shouted another. A voice lamented, my colossal bucket of super invincibility is on the verge of being broken by you. At this moment, the snowy night emperor could hardly contain his laughter, yet, as a sovereign, he recognized the necessity of maintaining his dignity. Thus, he stifled his mirth and pronounced with authority. Esteemed guests and audience, please maintain silence. All medical expenses for the injuries you have sustained today shall be covered by the Tiando Empire. Upon this declaration, the venue fell into an immediate hush. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It is undeniable that the Snowy Knight Emperor commands significant respect within the Tiando Empire. He continued with a resounding voice. Now, I declare the competition shall resume. At that moment, the host, Douluo, staggered to his feet, appearing somewhat dazed, and floated into the air as if intoxicated, announcing, I declare, the Shrek Academy team has triumphed over the Tianshui Academy team. After uttering these words, he inadvertently veered off course and collided with the rooftop, losing consciousness. In that instant, Xiang Wentian shouted towards the Shrek Academy team's waiting area, Jiangzhu, come down quickly and save someone. Hearing his call, Jiangzhu dashed down like the wind and inquired, Captain, whom shall I save? Xiang Wentian pointed towards the celestial figures of Shui, Binger, Shuewu, and the host Douluo of the Tianshui Academy. After undergoing treatment from Jiangzhu, the three women gradually regained consciousness. The first to awaken was the host Douluo, as she had only suffered a mild concussion. Following her were Shui Binger and Shuewu, who had sustained more serious injuries. Although they had temporarily regained consciousness, they would require additional time for recuperation before fully recovering. Meanwhile, at the viewing platform of Shrek Academy, as usual, Flandres found himself surrounded by dozens of merchants, each presenting contracts to pay for advertisements. Upon seeing this, Xiang Wentian addressed the members of the Shrek team. Our bodies are completely covered in advertisements. Where else could Dean Flandre possibly place more? Tang San replied with a hint of resignation, as long as they don't stick them on our faces, it would be acceptable. Otherwise, it would mar our appearances. Hearing Tang San's words, everyone was left speechless. Xiang Wentian led the group to the home-style restaurant they had previously missed, indulging in a sumptuous feast. After the grand meal, they returned to Shrek Academy, and it was already evening. Shortly after they entered their dormitory, Flandre opened the door and walked in, holding a paper bag containing clothing. Upon noticing the arrival of Dean Flandre, Xiang Wentian respectfully inquired, Dean Flandre, what brings you here? Flandre, with a sweet smile, replied, You have all been working exceedingly hard lately, so I have expended a considerable sum and endured numerous hardships to procure a small gift for you. You must accept it and wear it, otherwise I shall be quite displeased. Upon hearing such words from the dean, the group thought to themselves, this cannot bode well. Surely, it is akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well, harboring ill intentions. With that, Dean Flandre retrieved several hats from a paper bag. The hats themselves were of little concern, but they were an unsightly shade of green, specifically a murky, unappealing brownish green. Yet, the most alarming aspect was that the hats were plastered with garish, brownish-green advertisements. Daimubai, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Dean Flandre, you cannot be suggesting that we collectively don these ridiculous hats. I must insist you reconsider. Flandre, glaring fiercely, warned, if you know what's good for you, you will obediently wear the hats. Should you disobey, I shall certainly take matters into my own hands. Reluctantly, the group donned the hats adorned with garish green advertisements. Chapter 79. The Convergence of Winds and Clouds. The following day, the Shrek Academy team arrived at the arena with drooping spirits. Along the way, none dared to lift their heads. The thought of Dean Flandre's imposition of the green hats filled them with indignation. In the waiting room of the Shrek Academy team, the doors suddenly swung open, revealing the host, who approached Xiang Wentian and announced, Your opponents, the Thunder Academy, have forfeited today's match. Thus, only Shrek Academy and the Wind God Academy remain, and there is no need for a draw. Does this mean the preliminaries will conclude after today? Xiang Wentian inquired. Pretty much. This is my first time hosting here, and I consider myself fortunate. Beyond that, I am not entirely sure. Here's the basic information about the Wind God Academy. Do keep it safe. The host then produced a piece of paper from the Soul Guide, which contained the fundamental details regarding the Wind God Academy. Xiang Wentian received the materials and said, Thank you. The host, with a professional smile, remarked, I look forward to your splendid competition. Farewell. Xiang Wentian addressed the crowd, saying, Attention, I will now present the basic information about the Kamikaze Academy battle team. Captain, Bu Jingjun, a level 63 strong attack system Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, Nie Feng, a level 63 strong attack system Soul Emperor. Team member, Feng Xiaotian, a level 44 strong attack system Soul Master. After Xiang Wentian finished reading the information, Ning Rongrong stood up and exclaimed, You mean their captain's surname is Bu? And his name is Bu Jingyun. In the depths of his heart, Xiang Wentian was perplexed by Ning Rongrong's astonishing actions. He inquired, Rongrong, do you have any insight into their leader, Bu Jingyun? Ning Rongrong replied earnestly, I do not know much about the captain of Shifeng Academy, Bu Jingxian, but I am aware that there is only one family with the surname Bu in the Douluo Continent. My father once told me that the Bu family is also known as the Bu Divine Clan. It is said that the Bu Divine Clan originated in the Yin Kingdom, and their ancestral figure was indeed a deity. For reasons unknown, this ancestor saved the god of life, Hyarala, while slaying the god of destruction, Nyaba. Consequently, the Bu Divine Clan was simultaneously blessed by the god of life and cursed by the god of destruction. Those of this lineage are exceptionally gifted in every millennium. An extraordinary genius emerges from the Bu Divine Clan. As long as this prodigy does not meet an untimely demise, ascension to divinity is merely a matter of time. Each of these unparalleled talents bears a remarkable birthmark upon their visage. However, every genius of the Bu Divine Clan is cursed by the god of destruction, resulting in their lives not extending beyond the age of 7. Clearly, the captain of the Shifeng Academy team, Bu Jingxian, has surpassed that age, signifying his inevitable ascent to godhood. Oh no, Oscar exclaimed, I have seen their captain, and he indeed possesses a birthmark. Ah, the crowd gasped. Does that mean we have encountered a near deity? At this moment, Xiang Wentian stepped forward, declaring, let us not inflate their spirits at the expense of our own. No matter how formidable their captain may be, the crucial point is that he is not yet a god. What is there to fear? Tang San was the first to react. Exactly. He is just a person, like us. Why should we be afraid? Indeed, he is a human, not a god. What is there to fear? The crowd suddenly realized. Oscar then inquired, what about their vice captain, Nia Feng? Ning Rongrong responded, if the Bu family is a divine clan, then the Nia family is a demonic clan. It is said that the ancestors of the Nia family and the Bu family were sworn brothers in life and death. In ancient times, the ancestor of the Bu family was cursed after defeating the god of destruction, while the ancestor of the Nia family killed the blood demon. In his dying moments, the blood demon also cast a blood curse upon the Nia family, condemning them to madness for generations. Only a genius who can master the heart of demons can survive. Otherwise, they will succumb to insanity. Clearly, the vice-captain of Shifeng Academy, Nia Feng, has mastered the heart of demons. However, this is not the most terrifying aspect. The most dreadful truth is that the Bu Divine Clan and the Nia Demonic Clan share a bond whereby male members become sworn brothers with females and females become sworn sisters. If a male and female unite, they become husband and wife. For tens of thousands of years, these two clans have been close, and their affinity lies in the high compatibility of their martial souls, allowing them to execute a formidable martial soul fusion technique. Chapter 80. Nia Feng and Bu Jingyan, are you saying that the relationship between their two families is akin to that of Zhu Zhuqing and me? Dai Mubai inquired. Indeed. Ning Rongrong replied. Tang San inquired, what is the martial soul fusion technique of the two? Ning Rongrong pondered, I was not entirely certain about it before. It was recently revealed to me by my father. Their martial soul fusion technique is called Wind and Cloud Convergence, Infinite Ma. Wind and Cloud Convergence, Infinite Ma? The crowd questioned. Ning Rongrong elaborated, according to what my father mentioned, Wind and Cloud Convergence, Infinite Ma is classified into 3 tiers, Primordial Ma, Celestial Ma, and Terrestrial Ma, each representing the realms of divinity, magic, and humanity. Infinite Ma is the combined skill of the captain and vice-captain of the Divine Wind Academy. The essence of Infinite Ma refers to formless wind. Formless wind is further divided into 10 manifestations: color, sound, aroma, flavor, touch, birth, existence, decay, masculine, and feminine. The term Infinite Ma signifies boundlessness. It possesses no concrete attack form. Both formlessness and impermanence convey the notion of unpredictability. This technique wields tremendous power, capable of shaking the heavens and earth, instilling terror in the hearts of spirits, and can instantaneously amplify the strength of its practitioners tenfold. So formidable. Rongrong. You cannot be jesting, Oscar questioned. Tang San gravely addressed Wentian, saying, according to Rongrong's words, it seems we have encountered a formidable opponent this time. What should we do, Wentian? Xiang Wentian declared. This time, the number of participants remains unchanged. Myself, Ru Ming, Shimin Shui Shui, Yi Gu Qing, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong, a total of 7. At the same time, in the waiting room of the Shinkong Academy, a tall figure with long, tousled hair, a dark complexion, and a stature of 8 feet, clad in a flowing black robe, was none other than Bu Jingxian. Accompanying him was another imposing figure with shoulder-length hair, a fair complexion, and an exquisite appearance, also standing at 8 feet tall, dressed in a pristine white robe, who was Nia Feng. Bu Jingjun spoke gravely. It appears we have encountered formidable opponents. Our adversaries are the Shrek Academy team. The details of the Shrek team are as follows. Captain, Xiang Wentian. A level 65 Assault type Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, Ru Ming, a level 58 Assault type Soul King. Team members, Shimen Shui, level 63 Assault type Soul Emperor. Yigu Cheng, level 63 Assault type Soul Emperor. Dai Mu Bai, level 49 Assault type Soul Sect. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, level 48 Control type Soul Sect. Ning Rong, level 47 Support type Soul Sect. Niafeng inquired, Brother Yun, the total soul power levels of the Shrek Academy team are evidently higher than ours. What do you intend to do? Bu Jingjun replied, the soul power levels are not the most critical factor. What truly matters is that among the Shrek Academy team, there are two wielders of martial soul fusion techniques, Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming with their fusion technique, Battle Angel, and Shimen Shui and Yigu Qing with their fusion technique, Invincible Sword Domain. Therefore, we must give our all this time. I have decided that our martial soul fusion technique should be capable of contending against their two fusion techniques, he asserted. Feng Xiaodian declared, rest assured, Captain, we will give our utmost effort. Bu Jingyun nodded to the crowd and proclaimed, for the honor of our academy, Shinkong Academy shall emerge victorious. Victory! 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 Simultaneously. In the waiting room of the Shrek Academy, Xiang Wentian inspired his team, for the honor of Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy shall prevail. Victory! 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 The announcement was made for the Shrek Academy team and the Shinkong Academy team to proceed to the central main arena for the final showdown. Chapter 81. Shrek Academy vs. Shinkong Academy. As Xiang Wentian observed, Shinfeng Academy, like his own team, adopted a triangular formation. The two teams gradually approached the arena and stood side by side. To express Shrek Academy's respect for Shinfeng Academy, Xiang Wentian announced his soul power level. Xiang Wentian, a level 65 attack system Soul Emperor. Seeing the respect shown by the opposing team, Bu Jingjun also declared his soul power level. Bu Jingjun, a level 63 attack system Soul Emperor. Both sides prepared themselves, ready to unleash their martial souls. Once the martial souls were activated, Xiang Wentian noticed that Bu Jingyun's martial soul manifested as a pitch-black longsword, while Niafeng's martial soul appeared as a blood-red saber. Shinfeng Academy lacked support type and agility type soul masters, indicating that they were indeed a formidable attack-oriented team with exceptional combat capabilities. On the side of Shinfeng Academy, Bu Jingyun noted that aside from Shrek Academy's captain, Xiang Wentian, there were two other Soul Emperors above level 60 within Shrek Academy, Shimen Shui and Yigu Qing. Bu Jingjun surmised that the disparity in strength between the two teams was not particularly vast, even if a gap existed. The fusion technique between himself and Niafeng would bridge this difference. In this world, no other martial soul fusion technique could compare to their combined prowess, thus promising an incredibly intense battle ahead. With both sides ready, the competition commenced. Xiang Wentian commanded, Tang San, protect Rong and maintain control over the battlefield. The rest of you charge forward. Bu Jingjun responded, let us advance together. I will confront their captain. Feng Xiaodian, given your swiftness, devise a way to neutralize their support-type Soul Master. The two teams collided like a torrent unleashed. The most intense battle unfolded between Xiang Wentian and Bu Jingyun. As each aimed for the other's vital points with relentless ferocity, the sound of clashing swords and striking fists reverberating through the air. Bu Jingyun bellowed, Fourth Soul Skill. Sword 8. As Xiang Wentian beheld 8 pitch-black swords hurtling towards him with astonishing speed, he bellowed, Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light. A column of dark energy shot forth, colliding with the oncoming swords, resulting not in the expected thunderous explosion, but rather in a direct disintegration and dispersal in the air. Seizing the initiative, Xiang Wentian declared, Fifth Soul Skill, Angelic Flame Slash, unleashing a colossal wave of fiery energy towards Bu Jingyun. Bu Jingyun's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, all swords return to the source. Countless ebony swords converged, forming a massive dark blade that struck horizontally against the fiery wave. A deafening roar erupted as an immense shockwave radiated outward, scattering energy in all directions. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Feng Xiaodian were embroiled in an equally fierce battle, exchanging blows without restraint. Feng Xiaodian, utilizing his gale wings, soared through the air, evading Dai Mubai's attempts to counter him, as Dai Mubai lacked aerial skills and could only attack from a distance. Dai Mubai shouted, First Soul Skill, White Tiger's Protection Barrier. Third Soul Skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. With the enhancement of the diamond transformation, the power of the Radiant Wave surged exponentially, sending a beam of white light towards Feng Xiaotian. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian was not focused on Dai Mubai. His eyes were set on the support soul master of the Shrek team, Ning Rongrong, whom he sought to approach, only to be obstructed by Dai Mubai. Realizing that Dai Mubai was launching a ranged attack against him, Feng Xiaotian resolved to eliminate him first before dealing with Ning Rongrong. He shouted. Fourth soul skill, Demon Wolf Storm. A colossal azure wolf's head descended from above, aimed squarely at Dai Mubai. Despite the might of Dai Mubai's second soul skill, it was futile against the overwhelming force of Feng Xiaotian's fourth soul skill. At the moment of collision between the Radiant Wave and the Demon Wolf Storm, the latter proved impenetrable, akin to light striking a wall. Just as the storm was about to crash into Dai Mubai, he roared, fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Countless white fists materialized around him, launching upwards to intercept the descending storm. An array of thunderous explosions resonated, and as the cacophony faded, Dai Mubai staggered backward, while Feng Xiaotian was propelled into the air. Both warriors, reeling from the intense clash of their fourth soul skills, bore pale expressions, blood trickling from their lips. In midair, Feng Xiaotian remarked, Dai Mubai, you are formidable. However, I wonder if you can withstand the power of my self-created soul skill. The Gale Demon Wolf's 36 strikes. Behind Feng Xiaotian, his gale wings expanded rapidly, swirling in the air before gathering strength and diving straight towards Dai Mubai. Self-created soul skills possess a might that surpasses that of ordinary soul skills, as they are honed through personal experience and comprehension, rendering them more practical and potent. Upon realizing that his opponent was employing a self-created soul skill, Dai Mubai's expression turned grave as he declared, second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A beam of white light shot towards Feng Xiaotian, yet the latter evaded it with astonishing speed, launching his strike at Dai Mubai. With a resounding boom, Feng Xiaotian's Gale Demon Wolf's 36 strikes. The first strike collided with Dai Mubai's White Tiger Guardian Barrier. Although the barrier withstood the blow, the tremendous force still caused Dai Mubai to stagger back 2 steps. Having executed the first strike, Feng Xiaotian did not linger. Instead, he soared into the air, spun around, and released his second strike. Chapter 82. The Convergence of Wind and Clouds, Mok Wuliang, Part 1. At this moment, on the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Flinder exclaimed anxiously, This is bad. The Gale Demon Wolf's 36 strikes is a self-created soul skill that gains power with each consecutive strike, meaning each blow exceeds the last. Ma Hongjun, equally distressed, asked, What should we do? The master looked at the arena, calmly stating, It depends on Dai Mubai's adaptability and Xiang Wentian's battlefield command. Seeing Dai Mubai in peril, Tang Xin intended to intervene, but a voice interrupted him, instructing to proceed as planned. It was Xiang Wentian, the captain of the Shrek team. As Feng Xiaotian prepared his fourth strike, Dai Mubai's White Tiger Guardian Barrier finally faltered and shattered, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. The spectators from Shrek Academy were in a state of anxiety, with Zhu Zhiqing gasping in alarm, Mubai. In the VIP section, the Snow Knight Emperor remarked to Ning Fengji, It seems that the Divine Wind Academy has gained the upper hand. Ning Fengji replied with a smile, Not necessarily, Your Majesty. Observe that the support soul master from Shrek Academy, my daughter, has yet to make her move. They surely have their own strategy. Oh? The Snow Knight Emperor lightly exhaled, turning his gaze back to the arena. On the stage, Xiang Wentian shouted now. At that moment, Tang San's blue-silver prison had fully charged, and he bellowed, Fourth soul skill, blue, silver, prison. Simultaneously, Xiang Wentian's first soul ring radiated brilliantly as he commanded, Space, Lockdown. 2 powerful control skills ensnared the 7 members of the Divine Wind Academy team, rendering them immobile. Even Feng Xiaotian, who was airborne, fell to the ground. At this juncture, the 7 members of the Divine Wind Academy found themselves frozen in place, enveloped by the blue-silver prison. At this moment, Xiang Wentian proclaimed, Now is the time for the strongest display of combat prowess. With that, he unleashed his 6th soul skill, Angelic Pagoda. Lu Ming followed suit, invoking his 4th soul skill, Blazing Flames of Heaven. Shimen Shui declared, Unity of man and sword, the sword god smiles. Yi Guqing intoned, Heavenly Immortal descending from the sky. Ning Rongrong asserted, First is strength, second is speed, third is soul. Boom, boom, boom. A vibrant array of soul skills erupted upon the arena, filling the air with cries of agony and the sound of bones fracturing. At this breathtaking spectacle, The audience erupted in fervor. The purpose of the spectators attending the elite competition of the continent's prestigious Soul Master Academies was to witness such thrilling moments. Today, the Shrek Academy team fulfilled their expectations, leaving the audience in sheer delight. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, the Emperor of the Snowy Night was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Such an exquisite strategy! Truly unprecedented! Which team has trained them?" Ning Fengji whispered. "They were cultivated by the Master of Shrek Academy, Your Majesty. To possess the Master is to hold the world." The Emperor replied, "Oh, it seems I must meet this Master." On the viewing platform of Shrek Academy, Flinder was ecstatic, exclaiming, "Splendid! They should have been dealt with like this long ago." The Master turned to Flinder and remarked, "Do you understand? This is strategy. As the saying goes, strike when the enemy is unprepared. If we had unleashed such skills from the outset, success would have been impossible, as the opponents would be fully prepared and brimming with soul power." "Are you foolish?" Flinder, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nodded in agreement. On the arena, after the Shrek team had unleashed their soul skills, Daimubai wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Surely, the match must be coming to an end." Just as the Shrek team believed the contest was nearing its conclusion, two bloodied figures shakily rose to their feet. The Shrek team witnessed the scene they dreaded most. With a tremendous fusion of forces, Niafeng and Bujingzhen unleashed their unique martial soul fusion technique, the convergence of wind and cloud, limitless Mocha. This technique was unlike any other martial soul fusion, while others merely combined their martial souls. This fusion melded both the souls and the very beings of Niafeng and Bujingzhen together. Once the fusion was complete, an unfamiliar figure emerged upon the stage. Tangsen exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. The opponent, despite their grievous injuries, is resorting to a martial soul fusion technique. It seems they are willing to risk their lives to fight us." At this moment, Niafeng and Bujingzhen were filled with fury. They had faced a setback today, but they were determined to reclaim their honor. Upon witnessing the opposing figures, Shimin Chue Shui gravely declared, "Yi Gu Qing, soul fusion technique, invincible sword domain. Ru Ming, join me in executing Battle Angel. Everyone else, swiftly withdraw from the arena." Chapter 83, The Fusion of Wind and Clouds. Imokuwu Yang Part 2. In response to Shimin Chue Shui's urgent call, Tang San and his companions promptly exited the arena. Tang San realized that remaining on the stage would serve no purpose and would only become a burden to others. At that moment, Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng activated their soul fusion technique, Invincible Sword Domain, enveloping the unfamiliar man across from them. The man, born from the soul fusion technique of Niafeng and Bujingzhen, murmured, "My father poured his life's energy into creating the sacred spirit sword technique, Sword 23 at the brink of death. Today, it finally finds its purpose. Under the condition of wind and clouds fusion, employing Sword 23 would yield formidable power, perhaps even capable of slaying deities, as my father had proclaimed." As the invincible sword domain loomed above the unfamiliar man, Yi Gucheng and Shimin Chue Shui shouted, "Sword shatters the heavens, blade rends the earth." The sword aura surged forth, slicing towards the man, while the blade wind howled, striking down upon him. Yet, the unfamiliar man gazed upon the descending sword energy and the cleaving blade aura with an expression devoid of panic. Instead, he calmly intoned, "Sacred Spirit Sword Technique, Sword 23. An invisible sword aura manifested like a colossal shield, enveloping the already expansive invincible sword domain. Inside the sword aura, the sword that shattered the heavens and the blade that split the earth came to a standstill. Everything was frozen in time. At that moment, a humanoid phantom emerged from above the unfamiliar man's head, wielding a black longsword, and struck downwards, an intangible sword energy, cleaving the invincible sword domain in twain. The soul fusion technique of Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng was forcibly disrupted, causing both to spurt blood and be sent flying, their fates uncertain. At this juncture, Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming's soul fusion technique, Battle Angel, had also been completed. Yet, upon witnessing the preceding scene, Xiang Wentian's heart raced with trepidation. What manner of soul fusion technique could wield such overwhelming power? Even a titled Douluo could hardly execute such a devastating blow. In the observation area of Shrek Academy, Dean Flander exclaimed, "Time does not yield to space. Little Tion fears time-type soul techniques the most. The bizarre yet powerful strike just unleashed by the opponent is not merely a time soul technique, but also a mental attack. This is troublesome." The Master's face, usually composed, now bore a look of urgency as he asked, "Flander, do you possess a countermeasure?" Flander shook his head helplessly. "None." Unless Little Tian also possesses a time-type soul technique. Daimubai exclaimed anxiously, the crux of the matter is that when he lacks time-type soul skills. In the VIP section, Emperor Shuya expressed his astonishment. This year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition has showcased an abundance of exceptional talents, truly worthy of the two teams that hold the record for 12 consecutive victories. Ning Fengji remarked, Your Majesty, this is what I referred to as the Golden Era. Capturing the talents of this age is tantamount to seizing control of this continent. Sarah snorted coldly, thinking to himself, You desire to possess the geniuses of this era? How naive. Little do you know, our spirit hall has been making moves long ago. At that moment, the audience erupted in fervor, their roars and screams reverberating throughout the arena. On the stage, Xiang Wentian, controlling the battle angel, wore a grave expression. He could not afford to lose. Should he falter, it would also endanger Rumeng. He could not yield, for the Shrek Academy was watching him closely. With no choice but to act, Xiang Wentian unleashed his first soul skill, Space Lock, followed by the 10th technique of the Buddha's palm, Buddha's destruction of demons. A mysterious figure, born from the convergence of winds and clouds, smiled as he gazed at the rapidly descending golden Buddha seal and thought, Xiang Wentian, let you perish beneath my ultimate sword technique, Sword 24, so that you may die with a smile. The stranger bellowed, Holy Spirit sword technique, Sword 24. An invisible sword aura enveloped the entire arena. Within this sword aura, not only was time suspended, but space itself was frozen. Subsequently, a black sword light slashed down towards the battle angel. Wherever the black sword light passed, space shattered, revealing numerous fissures. At this moment, Xiang Wentian, controlling the battle angel, found himself unable to move, even to breathe. He could only watch in horror as this formidable strike descended upon him. His previously unleashed Buddha's palm technique disintegrated under the onslaught of the black sword light, dissolving into fragments of golden light, vanishing from sight. Chapter 84. The Buddha Kingdom in one's palm. Just as imminent peril loomed, Xiang Wentian was engulfed in a hazy and enigmatic realm, devoid of sky and earth, existing only in a void of nothingness. In this moment, he recalled the martial arts film from his previous life, where Su Qier fused 17 palms into one, resulting in the 18th palm. What if I were to merge the first 10 techniques of the Buddha's palm into one? What would that yield? As Xiang Wentian opened his eyes, he sprang into action, his thoughts flowing freely. At that moment, he experienced a profound realization, which propelled him to move. Upon nurturing this thought, an indescribable energy emanated from within him, effortlessly breaking through the confines of the sword energy space. Thus, Xiang Wentian invoked Ruleized Divine Palm, first style, the initial radiance of Buddha, second style, the golden summit of the Buddha lamp, third style, the Buddha moves the mountains and rivers, fourth style, the Buddha queries the Kalanda, fifth style, welcoming the Buddha to the west, sixth style, the Buddha's light illuminates all, seventh style, the celestial Buddha descends to the world, eighth style, the boundless Dharma of the Buddha, ninth style, the congregation of 10,000 Buddhas, 10th style, Ruleized annihilation of demons. 10 palm strikes were unleashed in succession by Xiang Wentian, layering and manifesting before him. These 10 palm imprints swiftly merged into one, revealing a circular, golden, translucent energy shield. Within this energy shield appeared the Western Paradise, with 800 Arhats and 3,000 Buddhas, all encapsulated within. The golden energy shield expanded exponentially, ultimately enveloping the arena entirely. At that moment, a swift black sword light slashed down upon the golden energy shield, yet it was unable to inflict the slightest harm upon it. Xiang Wentian realized that at this moment, he was the heavens, he was the earth, and the entire arena lay within his grasp. He observed a stranger on the stage, recklessly slashing, yet failing to inflict even the slightest damage upon the golden energy shield. Xiang Wentian soared into the sky, gazing down upon the unfamiliar man encased within a golden energy shield. 2 beams of golden light emanated from his eyes, targeting the stranger on the arena below. The strange man, noticing the descending beams, summoned all his soul power and unleashed hundreds of formidable sword energies in a desperate attempt to thwart the oncoming light. However, he found himself utterly incapable of halting their relentless speed. With 2 sharp cracks, the mysterious figure was pierced through by the golden beams, the tremendous impact sending him crashing backward. Upon landing, he transformed into 2 individuals, Ye Feng and Bu Jingyu. Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Wind and Cloud Convergence, Mo Kuwuyang. Break. At that moment, the host, Dodo, exclaimed in astonishment, the formidable martial soul fusion technique of the Shinkong Academy has actually been shattered. On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Oscar shouted in excitement, "Come and see. Come and see. The most powerful martial soul fusion technique in the world, the birth of the battle angel." Dean Flinder grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of golden teeth, and remarked, "No matter how talented or formidable the geniuses from other academies may be, they remain utterly insignificant before my students." In the VIP section, Emperor Shui pondered. The elite competition of high-level Soul Master academies across the continent is soon to conclude. I must find a way to recruit these prodigies into the Tiando Empire's ranks. Atop the highest structure of the arena, a figure cloaked in black murmured, "These two children possess terrifying talent. Alas, they belong to the Spirit Hall. It seems I must prepare early for the sake of Xiao-san." In a corner of the arena, the titled Douluo, Douluo, chuckled, "Old Ghost. It seems you have taken on a fine disciple. Who do you intend to support for the next pope?" Gue Douluo replied. "As for the most qualified candidates from the Spirit Hall for the next pope, it can only be Qian Rinxue and Hu Laina. Pope Bibidon favors Hu Laina. Yet the Elder Hall supports Qian Rinxue. Everyone has their own selfish interests, and we are no exception. I wish for Wentian to become the next pope. You must assist me when the time comes." "You're quite right, old ghost. If your disciple ascends to the papal position, our statuses will be one above 10,000. Rest assured, I shall help you. After all, he is my nephew." Douluo laughed. On the arena, Xiang Wentian gradually withdrew the golden energy shield, reappearing on the stage. Contemplating, "What shall I name the 11th style of my self-created Buddha's palm? It bears some resemblance to the Buddha's realm within the palm of the Tathagata. Perhaps it shall be called the realm of the palm." At this moment, Xiang Wentian and Ru Ming had dispelled their martial soul fusion technique, Battle Angel. Only the two of them remained on the arena. Seeing this, the host, Dodo, announced loudly, "Shrek Academy versus Shinkong Academy. Shrek Academy emerges victorious." Instantaneously, the audience erupted in fervor, the atmosphere electrifying as chants of "Long live the Shrek team" echoed throughout the venue, resounding endlessly. "Long live the Shrek team. Long live the Shrek team. Long live the Shrek squad." Meanwhile, the system notification sounded, "Congratulations to the host for independently comprehending the heavenly Tao divine art, the Buddha kingdom in the palm. The host's soul power level has increased by 1 tier. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Emperor Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 66, 6292688700000. Soul Rings, Black, age 85,100 years, Black, age 46,000 years, Black, age 48,000 years, Black, age 42,000 years, Black, age 35,000 years, Black, age 60,000 years." Soul skills: First soul skill, Space Lock. Second soul skill, Angelic Glory. Third soul skill, Angelic Holy Judgment. Fourth soul skill, Angelic Divine Light. Fifth soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash. Sixth soul skill, Angelic Pagoda Divine Skill. Buddha's Palm Divine Art. Buddha Kingdom in the Palm Cultivation Method. Heavenly Demon Annihilation Scripture. Celestial Tyrant Body Ability, Devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 85. Post-match rewards in the elite tournament of advanced soul master academies across the continent. The Shrek Academy emerged victorious as the reigning champion of the Heaven-Do Empire Regional Finals, boasting an impressive 14 consecutive wins. Among the 28 participating teams, 15 distinguished themselves, with Shrek Academy claiming the top position and earning the esteemed title of the best team in the Heaven-Do Empire region. During this tournament, Shrek Academy triumphed over renowned institutions such as the Blaze Academy, the Water Academy, and the Divine Wind Academy, substantiating their true prowess through their remarkable achievements. The title of the strongest academy team in the Heaven-Do Empire is undeniably well-deserved, a testament to the collective efforts of the Shrek squad. At this moment, several healing-type soul masters emerged from various academies to tend to the injured participants. Despite some contestants sustaining serious injuries, they were able to walk unassisted following treatment from the healing soul masters. The host, Dodo, proclaimed from the air, "Next, the esteemed Emperor Shueye of the Heaven-Do Empire, along with Sect Master Ning of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and Platinum Bishop Salas, will personally present the honorary certificates and monetary rewards to the top 5 victorious academy teams." There are 2 types of honorary certificates: the Academy Honor Certificate and the Team Honor Certificate. Initially, the Shrek Academy was unaware of the monetary rewards. It was later revealed to Xiang Wentian by Ning Rongrong. In the elite tournament of advanced soul master academies across the continent, The rewards for the victorious teams in the Heavendo Empire Regional Finals are as follows. First team, 30,000 gold soul coins. Second team, 20,000 gold soul coins. Third team, 15,000 gold soul coins. Fourth team, 10,000 gold soul coins. Fifth team, 5,000 gold soul coins. Beyond the initial 5 ranks, only an honorary certificate is awarded, with no further rewards, rendering the endeavor somewhat futile. Such are the rewards of the regional finals. As the grand finals of the regional tournament approached, the prizes for the top 3 victors would be graciously provided by the Spirit Hall. Once the awards were presented, the host relinquished the floor to the illustrious Snowy Knight Emperor, the most esteemed figure present. The Emperor's gaze swept across the victorious students from the 15 competing academies, lingering a moment longer on the members of the Shrek Academy team before he smiled and proclaimed, "First and foremost, congratulations to Shrek Academy for achieving an outstanding record of 14 consecutive victories." Applause erupted from the members of the 15 academy teams, their cheers echoing throughout the venue. You have successfully completed this year's elite tournament of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent, specifically the regional finals of the Tiando Empire. As the supreme ruler of the Tiando Empire, I take great pride in you all. You are the hope of our empire's future. Furthermore, as the captains and vice-captains of your respective teams, your prowess has played a pivotal role in this competition. Therefore, I have decided to confer the title of Viscount upon the captains and vice-captains of the top 5 academy teams, and the title of Baron upon the other participants from these teams. Upon your graduation, the doors of the Imperial Palace will always be open to you, and your fiefs will be allocated uniformly after you complete your studies. At this moment, the Platinum Bishop Saras interjected, "Your Majesty, this may not be appropriate." The Snowy Knight Emperor cast a calm glance at Saras and replied, "What is amiss, Your Excellency?" Saras continued, "In previous competitions, there has been no precedent for awarding noble titles. Moreover, are the titles being granted not excessively high in both the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire? The hierarchy of noble titles is Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. To bestow 10 Viscount titles for merely the top 5 teams in a regional final is indeed astonishing." The Snowy Knight Emperor silenced Saras with a single remark, "Your Excellency, the granting of titles is an internal matter of the Empire and has no relation to the Spirit Hall or this competition. I simply admire the rewards these children deserve. They represent the Tiando Empire in this grand tournament of advanced Soul Master Academies. Is it not within my rights to bestow a few titles?" He continued, "Moreover, I offer you a promise. Should any team emerge as the ultimate champion in the finals, their noble titles will be elevated by 1 rank, and the name of their academy will be prefixed with Royal, receiving financial support from the Empire." Though these young leaders were accustomed to the world, the overwhelming array of rewards from the Snowy Knight Emperor left them somewhat bewildered. What did noble titles truly signify? The Viscount was already in possession of his own territory and personal soldiers, in addition to receiving a certain subsidy from the state, thus achieving both fame and fortune. Although many soul masters held noble titles, attaining a title from a kingdom or duchy was relatively easy. However, acquiring a title from an empire was considerably more challenging, particularly the prestigious title of Viscount, which conferred upon its holder a territory equivalent to a small city, comparable in size to Soto City. Chapter 86. Journey to Soul City. What made this situation even more remarkable was that the Snowy Knight Emperor had assured the 10 individuals present that, upon the conclusion of the ongoing competition, they would be granted their respective lands. This indicated that their titles were not mere honorary distinctions but rather signified true nobility with genuine holdings. It was evident that the Emperor intended to compel the academies below to choose their allegiances. It appeared that the conflict between the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall had reached an irreconcilable state. Saras bore a grim expression, having said little more, yet his eyes reflected a hint of malice. Ning Fengji stood silently beside him, smiling without a word, as if all of this had no bearing on him. Soon, the finals would commence, a decisive battle to determine the strongest academy on the continent. As the Emperor, the Snowy Knight Emperor could not leave Tiando Imperial City at will. However, he announced that the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, would represent him as the Tiando Empire's envoy in the judging of this grand competition. The 15 teams from the Tiando Empire would be personally led by Xue Qinghe to the Soul City, located at the juncture of the 2 great empires, for the final showdown. The finals would be hosted by the Spirit Hall, with only 3 days allocated for the various teams to prepare. 3 days later, A total of 15 teams, accompanied by their instructors and 500 royal knights, would set forth toward the venue of the finals in Seoul City, comprising a contingent of over 1,000 individuals. Originally, the finals were not scheduled to take place in Seoul City, however, for unknown reasons. The Spirit Hall had suddenly decided to relocate the final competition to its main city, which was almost entirely under the dominion of the Spirit Hall. Seoul City, positioned at the border of the two empires, was not claimed by either. The city's most significant structures were the Hall of the Pope and the Hall of Elders. The Hall of the Pope, a newly constructed edifice, was lauded as the most magnificent building on the entire continent. It was this new Hall of the Pope that had transformed Seoul City into a sacred place for all Soul Masters. Traveling from Tiando City to Seoul City would require approximately 20 days. The time frame for the finals was relatively brief, as it was conducted in a knockout format. With a total of 33 teams, the victor could be determined in less than 10 days. Just before the Shrek Academy members were about to depart, Linaz approached Xiang Wentian accompanied by a young girl. Upon inquiring of the heavens, I asked, "Grandfather Linus, what brings you here?" He responded, "I have come to see you. This time, you have truly brought glory and honor to our village. I can walk with my head held high before the other village leaders, exuding an air of magnificence, indeed. Ha ha ha. By the way, I have brought some local delicacies from our village, your favorite fruits. However, remember this, the fruits must not be consumed in vain. After enjoying them, you must secure the championship title, bringing further honor to our village. Do you understand?" Linus spoke with utmost seriousness. Xiang Wentian accepted the fruit handed to him by Linus and reassured, "Rest assured, Grandpa Linus, I shall undoubtedly bring back a championship gold medal for you." Linus smiled brightly and replied, "That's wonderful. At last, my efforts in nurturing you have not been in vain." At that moment, Xiang Wentian turned to the little girl and inquired, "Grandpa Linus, who is this young lady?" "This is my granddaughter. With the summer vacation upon us, she has come back to enjoy some watermelons from the field," Linus said with a smile, glancing at the girl. "Celia, why don't you greet your elder brother? Have you not always admired Soul Masters? This young man before you is indeed a remarkably powerful Soul Master." Linus kindly pointed to Xiang Wentian as he spoke to the girl. Upon hearing Linus's words, Celia, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Celia has met her elder brother." Xiang Wentian gently patted Cyria's head and said to Linus, "Grandfather Linus, we are about to set off. While the day is still young, you should quickly return to the village." After bidding farewell to Xiang Wentian, Linus, and Celia, the group boarded the carriage, setting off with a grand procession of over 1,000 individuals. Shrek Academy remained the center of attention, while the Five Elements Academy appeared subdued, perhaps due to their recent defeat by Shrek. To ensure the competitors could rest adequately, the Tiando Empire provided a total of 15 luxurious, oversized carriages specifically for the contestants. Throughout the journey, Xiang Wentian diligently urged the Shrek team to continue their training and forbade any mischief. Flanders wholeheartedly supported Xiang Wentian's approach. Chapter 87, The Canyon Battle, Part 1. From the day of departure, the Shrek Academy team was missing a key figure, the Master. While the others were oblivious to his whereabouts, Xiang Wentian, having lived 2 lives, was well aware. Inside the teacher's carriage of Shrek Academy, Lu Erlong seethed with anger. Addressing Flanders, "Old Flander, you knew Xiao Gang was going to meet her. Why didn't you inform me?" Flanders shook his head helplessly. "It's not that Xiao Gang and I were afraid you'd be upset." Lu Erlong huffed. "Humph. Upset? If you had told me, I wouldn't have been angry at all. Besides, Xiao Gang is my husband. If he had shared the truth, would I have been upset?" She then muttered darkly, "Just wait, Xiao Gang. When you return, I'll make you regret it." Flanders shuddered at her words, thinking, "Thank goodness this woman never took a liking to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how I would meet my end." Aside from Xiang Wentian, the rest of the Shrek team remained unaware of the Master's departure. Even Tang San, the Master's most trusted disciple, had not divulged the information and left quietly without even informing Lu Erlong, much to the disappointment of the Emperor of Snowy Night who had sent for him. "Xiao Wu, your godmother seems to be in a rather foul mood these days. What is going on?" Ning Rongrong whispered to Xiao Wu while leaning close in the carriage. Xiao Wu shook her head in resignation. "I have no idea. But my mother has always had a temper. Everyone should be cautious around her. Don't provoke her, or you'll only end up with misfortune." Ma Hongjun scoffed. "I'm not afraid. Teacher Erlong is a fire dragon, while I'm a fire phoenix, after all." Oscar, stifling laughter, chimed in, "Teacher Erlong. Fatty says you're a fire dragon." Daimubai shot a glare at Oscar and Ma Hongjun. "Keep it down, you two. Do you want to get us all killed?" If I'm not mistaken, Teacher Erlong's bad mood is likely connected to the Master's departure. However, since she hasn't exploded yet, she must know where the Master went. It's strange, though. Xiao-san, why don't you know where the Master is gone? Tang-san smiled slightly. How could I know what the Master intends to do? Mubai, you should focus on healing from your injuries sustained in the fight against Feng Xiaodian. If you don't recover well, you want to be able to participate in the finals, which would be quite unfortunate. Dai Mubai let out a snort. Although merely 3 or 4 days had passed, the wounds on my body had already healed. However, there remained a lingering ache in my internal organs. With a couple of days of rest, I should be fine. Xiang Wentian spoke earnestly, urging everyone not to squander their time. This carriage is truly remarkable. Practicing on it poses no challenges whatsoever. Your soul powers are on the verge of a breakthrough. Hurry and cultivate. Let us strive to elevate our levels before the finals, thus ensuring we possess greater confidence when we arrive at the ultimate competition. Ning Rongrong softly interjected. Father informed me that the greatest threat we face this time comes from the team dispatched by the Spirit Hall. Only by defeating them can we secure the championship. This will be the most significant trial our Shrek team has encountered since its inception. Xiang Wentian inquired, Ning Rongrong, do you possess knowledge of their precise soul power levels? Ning Rongrong replied, I am not entirely certain of their exact soul power levels. But my father informed me that their soul power is undoubtedly on par with our Shrek team, if not exceeding it. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong mention the team from the Spirit Hall, the expressions of the other members of the Shrek team darkened, with the exception of Xiang Wentian. Although the Shrek team had the potential to reach such heights after consuming the celestial herbs, they had yet to attain that level. Facing such formidable opponents in the upcoming competition would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge given their current capabilities. However, the existence of these adversaries was undeniable, and retreat was not an option. The question of how to overcome their foes had become a focal point of contemplation for the Shrek team over the past few days. Xiang Wentian said solemnly, regardless of the circumstances, we must overcome this challenge. Even if our adversaries are a formidable Soul Sage team, we must fight with all our might. In a narrow confrontation, the brave shall prevail. The Shrek team is invincible. You must maintain an unwavering belief in our invincibility. Without the conviction of victory, how can we ascend to the pinnacle of greatness? Do you truly wish to lead a life of mediocrity? Upon uttering these words to Wentian, the members of the Shrek team radiated an unwavering determination to triumph. Tang-sen asserted, Wentian is correct. Having arrived in this world and embraced the path of a soul master, we shall pursue it to the end, vowing not to relent until we reach the pinnacle. Simultaneously, Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gu Chung exclaimed, the sword and the blade are the essence of the heart. They can serve both as instruments of slaughter and as guardians of peace. The blade commands all weapons, while the sword reigns supreme among them. United in our blade and sword, we shall sweep across the world. Shimin Chue Shui continued, in our recent encounter with Fengyan, we discerned the deficiencies in our soul fusion technique. Drawing upon their experiences, we have reinterpreted our technique and named it, the convergence of blade and sword, sweeping the world. Yi Guqing added, we now possess unwavering confidence in our soul fusion technique. Shimin Chue Shui then recited, a melody that rends the heart. Where can one find a kindred spirit across the vast expanse? With that, the two sat aside and began to play their flutes. While the others rejoiced internally at the revelation of the new soul fusion technique, they couldn't help but shake their heads at the duo's theatricality, likening them to street performers. Chapter 88. The Battle in the Canyon, Part 2. Oscar turned to inquire, Ning Rongrong, did your father mention what prizes the Spirit Hall is offering this time? Ning Rongrong replied, the Spirit Hall is presenting 3 spirit bones as the champion's prize, each over 10,000 years old. Tang-san expressed his astonishment, such grandiosity. To offer 3 spirit bones as the championship reward. Wentian, have you received any recent news? Indeed, there are those who may pose a threat to us on the road. Everyone, hasten your training and remain vigilant, Wentian responded. Ma Hongjun remarked, who would dare oppose us? We are under the protection of the Tiando Royal Knights. Hush. Xiang Wentian gestured for silence and said, focus on your training. Do not ask questions. In due time, there will be those who rise to protect us. Meanwhile, above a canyon along the path of the Tiando Empire's forces, a shadow spoke slowly, Lord Lodia, when the time comes to act. Eliminate everyone from the Shrek team except for Xiang Wentian and his girlfriend, Rume. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. Lodia obeys the elder's decree. Just then, Xiang Wentian noticed Feng Xiaodian speaking with a soldier from the Knight's Order. After their conversation, Feng Xiaodian made his way towards the Qihua Academy's team. Brothers of Qihua Academy. May I enter? Feng Xiaodian called out beside the carriage. Feng, what brings you here? The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing the face of Huiyin, evil god. Feng Xiaodian smiled awkwardly and replied, I came mainly to see Sister Huowu and to discuss our team's collaboration with Qihua Academy on behalf of our captain. Huowu coldly retorted, If you wish to discuss matters, just say so. No need for pretenses about visiting me. Feng Xiaodian anxiously said, Sister Huowu, please don't be upset. I truly came to see you. Fine, let us talk. Come inside. Huoyun, evil god, interjected. All right. Feng Xiaodian entered the carriage and smiled at Huowu. Then turned to Huoyun, evil god, and asked, Brother evil god, do you think Qihua Academy alone can defeat Shrek Academy? Huoyun, evil god, sighed. Given the explosive power of Shrek Academy, we at Qihua Academy cannot possibly triumph over them. Do you have a solution? Feng Xiaodian replied with a smile. That is precisely why I'm here. Our captain, Hu Jingyun, proposed merging the Qihua Academy team with the Shinkong Academy team, renaming it the Finghua team. Before Feng Xiaodian could finish, Huoyin, evil god, shook his head with a smile and said, That is impossible. The Spirit Hall would never agree. Brother evil god, you are mistaken. I assure you that the Spirit Hall will absolutely agree, as our vice captain Ye Feng's father is a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Once he is notified, there will be no objections. If Qihua Academy consents, we can finalize this today. Oh, if that is the case, it would benefit both parties. How could we possibly refuse? Huowu's father is the head of Qihua Academy. As long as she speaks with him, it will be no problem. Feng Xiaodian smiled. If that is the case, does this mean Brother Evil God agrees? Huoyin, evil god, replied with a smile, Indeed. I agree. Huowu added, If the captain agrees. Then I agree too. Great. Xiang Wentian turned to Huowu and asked, Sister Huowu, what about us? Huowu gazed at Feng Xiaodian and said, Brother Feng, I know you have feelings for me, and I appreciate your kindness. However, I must tell you that we are not meant to be. My heart belongs to another. Feng Xiaodian's expression darkened as he inquired, Sister Huowu, could you enlighten me as to who it is? Upon mentioning Xiang Wentian, a glimmer of unique brilliance sparkled in Huowu's eyes. Her fervent pursuit of strength was undeniably comparable to that of many exceptionally gifted male soul masters. The formidable prowess of Xiang Wentian undeniably captivated her. However, it was not a mere attraction of the opposite sex. In Huowu's heart, her singular focus was on surpassing and defeating Xiang Wentian. Should she fail to achieve that, she would resign herself to marrying him. Yet, Xiang Wentian already had a girlfriend. Did that not concern you? Feng Xiaodian asked anxiously. Huowu replied, It does not concern me, unless one day you can surpass Xiang Wentian. Only then will I consider dating you. With unwavering resolve, Feng Xiaodian declared, Very well. Sister Huowu, your words grant me reassurance. Please allow me time. I shall undoubtedly surpass Xiang Wentian. With that, Feng Xiaodian opened the carriage door and stepped outside. Huowu gazed at his retreating figure, suddenly perceiving something anew. She recognized that while Feng Xiaodian may not match the pinnacle of genius, his sincerity towards her was undeniable. Huowu discovered numerous admirable qualities in him that she had previously overlooked. Perhaps it was Feng Xiaoyan's genuine heart that touched her, leaving her momentarily spellbound. Chapter 89, The Canyon Battle, Part 3. In a brief span, the Shifeng Academy and the Qihua Academy reached a collaborative agreement. Though this information remained strictly confidential from other teams, they would not disclose it until the commencement of the finals. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek Academy enjoyed a pleasant period. Each day, the team would gather on the carriage for training. Following his recent advancement in rank during the previous matches, Xiang Wentian managed external affairs alongside Flender. For the rest, coordination required minimal rehearsal. The paramount focus was the enhancement of their soul power. After numerous battles, these exceptionally gifted youths, having gained substantial practical experience, also made remarkable strides in their soul power. In just a few days, each member, having reached a bottleneck, broke through to the next level. The current strengths of the Shrek Academy team members are as follows. Captain of Shrek Team, the Demon Angel Xiang Wentian, Martial Soul, Demon Angel. Level 66 Assault System Soul Emperor. Vice Captain, the Radiant Angel Roaming, Martial Soul, Radiant Angel, Level 59 Assault System Soul King. Shrek Student, Shimen Shui Shui, Martial Soul, Etian Sword. Level 64 Assault System Soul Emperor. Shrek Student, Yi Guqing, Martial Soul, Dragon Slaying Knife, Level 64 Assault System Soul Emperor. Team Member, the Evil-Eyed White Tiger Dai Mubai. Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 50, 4-element assault system soul sect. Only one soul ring away from becoming a soul king, but with the competition approaching, he has no time to hunt for it and must wait until after the finals. Team member, Qianshou Sholuo Tangsan, martial spirit, blue silvergrass. Level 49 control system soul master. Team member, Rugu Meitu Xiaowu, martial spirit, soft bone rabbit, level 48 assault system soul master. Team member, Shehua Phoenix Mahongjun, martial spirit, Phoenix, level 47 assault system soul master. Team member, Yuming Lingmao Zhu Zhuqing, martial spirit, Yuming Lingmao, level 54 ring agility system soul master. Team member, Xiangchang Zhuanmai Oscar, martial spirit, sausage, level 49 support system soul master. Team member, Jiobao Yuli Ning Rongrong, martial spirit, Jiobao Yuli Tower, level 48 support system soul master. While their levels may not elicit much astonishment at first glance when one considers their young ages, it is sufficient to astound anyone in the realm of soul masters. This remarkably youthful team possesses the capability to participate in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. What heights will they achieve in 5 years? It is a mystery beyond anyone's judgment. Throughout their journey, the entire team remained tranquil. As the days passed in silent cultivation, 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and they had traversed half the way to Spirit City. Under the leadership of 500 royal knights and Prince Shueqing'a, they were met with utmost reverence wherever they went, encountering no troubles along the path. Bandits, upon learning that the royal knights were passing through, fled in terror, dismantling their camps and retreating for miles. Today, as usual, under the urging of Xiang Wentian, everyone engaged in their training. Observing that the members of the Shrek team had all entered their cultivation, Xiang Wentian let out a gentle sigh, seated himself, and began to meditate. Just then, he sensed a powerful surge of soul energy emanating from ahead. Opening his eyes with a sly smile, he remarked, "So you finally come, my experience points." Their team predominantly traveled along official roads, with only the perilous Doomsday Canyon lying in their path. And the surge of soul energy was unmistakably emanating from above this canyon. Of course, Xiang Wentian was not the only one to perceive the soul energy fluctuation. At that moment, the entire Shrek team simultaneously opened their eyes. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in alarm, "Brother Tian, could it be that you were right? Is someone truly attempting to ambush us on the way?" Tang San replied gravely, "There's a murderous intent. Everyone, be cautious. Quickly dismount the carriage," Xiang Wentian commanded. "The target is too conspicuous atop the vehicle, making us more susceptible to attack." It was evident that the Shrek team was not the only one sensing the fluctuations of soul energy. The captain leading the Royal Knights also bellowed for vigilance, alerting his troops to the impending situation. The members of the Royal Knights, stationed beside the Soul Masters, promptly raised their lances in readiness. However, the Academy's students remained unfazed. With so many talented Soul Masters and esteemed instructors present, what did they have to fear? Although the Academy's numbers did not match those of the Royal Knights, each member of their teams was a paragon of excellence and talent. Furthermore, among their instructors were formidable Soul Masters, including those of the Soul Emperor rank at level 60, Soul Sage at 70, and even Soul Douluo at 80. The Academy's students perceived the bandits who dared to obstruct their path as foolishly challenging the inevitable, a futile endeavor. Chapter 90. The Valley Battle, Part 4. At that moment, countless boulders cascaded down from the hillsides like rain, appearing not only unexpectedly, but also in perfect alignment. They plummeted rapidly towards the ground, creating a disadvantageous terrain for the entire team. The captain of the Royal Knights hastily issued a command to accelerate their advance, while the members of the Royal Knights prepared to withstand the onslaught of the falling stones collectively. This was the moment when the true caliber of the Royal Knights was revealed. Although not all were Soul Masters, their overall strength was impressively formidable. The hills flanking the canyon, while steep, were not excessively high, meaning the impact of the descending boulders was not insurmountable. The soldiers of the Royal Knights retreated several steps, leaving a central passageway open for movement, their lances raised high to confront the descending rocks. Meanwhile, the Academy's team dismounted and surged forward through the passage. Just then, even larger boulders began to tumble down. The captain of the Royal Knights shouted, "Form ranks." Instantly, 500 members of the Royal Knights swiftly aligned, creating a circular formation while leaving a long corridor for the Academy team to pass through expeditiously. The Knights concentrated their soul power, forming a massive shield of steel to withstand the boulder's assault from above. Witnessing this scene, the Academy members quickened their pace, discarding their carriages to hasten their progress. As long as they could escape the treacherous terrain before them, there was little to fear. Everyone was eager to discern who would dare to attack even the royal knights in this, the territory of the Tiando Empire. Could they truly be bandits? Emboldened to the brink of recklessness? Flender and Lu Erlong led the Shrek team forward at a brisk pace. At this moment, Lu Erlong's temper flared once more, exclaiming, "I can't take this anymore. I need to unleash my fury." She intended to charge into the canyon for a bout of carnage, but was halted by Flender. "Flender, why are you stopping me? These blind bandits, I shall eliminate them all," Lu Erlong declared with dissatisfaction. Flender, with a serious demeanor, replied, "The situation is far from simple. Do you not find it curious? Although the Heavendo Empire is home to several large bandit groups, they are remarkably well-informed and flee at the first sign of trouble. What gives these attackers the audacity to confront our troop? The fallen rocks on the mountainside clearly indicate prior preparation, not mere coincidence. Regardless of their intentions, our foremost priority is to safeguard the children. Moreover, with Xiao Gang absent, our Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique cannot be utilized. Protecting the children is of utmost importance." Upon hearing Flander's words, Lu Erlong felt a twinge of dissent, but refrained from arguing. The royal knights began to struggle against the mounting pressure, as massive boulders pierced through their iron shields and crashed into their ranks. In this critical moment, the prowess of the Academy's soul masters became evident. The elite from various prestigious soul master academies of the Heavendo Empire remained composed, each unleashing their martial souls and shielding the support-type soul masters within, while the attack and defense specialists held the line. As the rocks flew, they were swiftly shattered, causing no hindrance to the advancing troop. As they neared the passage between two hills, the royal knights began their gradual retreat. Suddenly, a cannon fired from an unknown location, and thousands of figures clad in black emerged from the hills, charging downwards with astonishing speed. In the midst of the royal knights' withdrawal, the soul masters from the 15 academies could only rely on their own strength for protection. Brilliant colors erupted around them as they activated their martial souls, their soul rings gleaming. They were prepared for battle. Though there was no coordination among the academies, each formed a cohesive unit, and the appearance of the enemy ignited their fighting spirit. Instead of retreating, they surged forward, driven by instinct rather than any organized command. However, to their astonishment, just as they believed they could easily rout their foes, they found themselves pushed back by the enemy's ferocity. Combined, the 15 academies fielded only around 200 individuals, and with the 500 royal knights, their total was merely 700. In stark contrast, the opposing force numbered in the thousands, most of whom were formidable warriors above level 50, working in flawless unison to drive the Heavendo Empire's forces backward. Just as the Academy troop burst forth from the canyon, they were repelled once more. "Form the formation, Iron Charge," commanded the leader of the royal knights. The 500 soldiers immediately restructured their ranks, while nearly 100 flying soul masters ascended the canyon cliffs to engage the descending foes. Meanwhile, the masked leader of the enemy, recognizing the royal knights as a formidable opponent, shouted, "Fall back and regroup." Before long, hundreds of adversaries soared back into the air, aligning themselves in a row, channeling all their spiritual energy towards the leader among them. At that moment, a jet-black, millennia-old soul ring illuminated upon the figure of the dark-clad leader. From this ancient soul ring emerged a colossal black fist, which thundered down upon the royal knights' iron assault. In an instant, chaos erupted within the royal knights. They were thrown into disarray, blood and flesh scattered, and severed limbs lay strewn everywhere. Chapter 92. The surge of fury. Xiang Wentian curled his lips into a faint smile and murmured, "At last, my turn has come," concentrating his spiritual energy beneath his feet. Countless ethereal black threads woven from his soul power radiated outward. Wherever they passed, be it severed limbs, broken arms, or even intact corpses, all withered into desiccated husks within mere seconds. Ding! Host has utilized the devouring ability, assimilating dismembered limbs to obtain a 1,000 year soul ring and 2,000 units of soul power. Ding! Host has utilized the devouring ability, assimilating incomplete corpses to obtain a 2,000 year soul ring and 4,000 units of soul power. Ding! Host has utilized the devouring ability, assimilating intact corpses to obtain a 5,000 year soul ring and 10,000 units of soul power. Ding! Host has utilized the devouring ability, obtaining a 5,000 year soul ring and 10,000 units of soul power. At first, none took notice. Only after the span of a teacup's cooling did the battlefield's denizens perceive this macabre spectacle. Among the Heaven-Do Empire's ranks, though Xiang Wentian stood as an ally. Silent reproach stirred within their hearts. What a sinister martial soul, to consume the essence of others for its own gain. The enemy forces, bound by their elders' decree not to harm Xiang Wentian, could voice no protest. Ding. Host has assimilated 200 dismembered limbs. Ding. Host has assimilated intact corpses. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 67. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 68. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 69. Xiang Wentian exclaimed with excitement. Bestow upon me the power of all soul rings. He opened the system panel, revealing, name, Xiang Wentian, level, Soul Emperor, Martial Soul, Demon Angel, Soul Power, level 69, 988888810000000. Soul Rings, red, age 155, 100 years, red, age 116, 000 years, red. Age 118, 000 years, red, age 112, 000 years, red, age 105. 000 years, red, age 130, 000 years, soul skills, first soul skill, spatial blockade, second soul skill, angelic glory, third soul skill, angelic judgment, fourth soul skill, angelic divine light, fifth soul skill, angelic fiery slash, sixth soul skill, angelic pagoda, divine skill, Buddha's palm, techniques, celestial demon annihilation scripture, overlord body of the firmament. Ability, devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own soul rings and soul power. After closing the system panel, Xiang Wentian laughed maniacally towards the heavens, declaring, who in this world can contend with me? Only I, the demon angel Xiang Wentian, have returned to obliterate the universe and reign supreme. Those around him regarded him with expressions akin to witnessing madness, pondering whether he had lost his sanity. Yet, when they beheld the dazzling crimson soul rings shimmering around him, each a staggering 100,000 years old, they were left in stunned silence, their astonishment rendering them speechless. Although the members of Shrek Academy understood that these soul rings were acquired through Xiang Wentian's innate ability to devour, they remained profoundly astonished. At that moment, Xiang Wentian felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. The turbulent waves of soul power within him threatened to erupt. He felt as though he could slay deities themselves. Thus, he bellowed, who dares to challenge me in battle? Upon uttering these words, he noticed the onlookers, all with mouths agape, gazing at him in disbelief. An overwhelming sense of invincibility filled his heart, yet a twinge of loneliness crept in, prompting him to ponder. Have you all grown timid in the face of my unmatched power? Have I truly ascended to the pinnacle, with no rivals left? Am I destined to retreat into obscurity? Is there no one in this world who can withstand my advance? At that moment, several dozen figures clad in black, unable to tolerate Xiang Wentian's grandstanding any longer, surged towards him. They were soul masters, their pride unwilling to endure such an affront. You may insult my character, and you may belittle my dignity, but you shall never demean my esteemed soul power. They resolved. Defying even the elder's orders, they were determined to vanquish him on the spot. Xiang Wentian then shouted with fervor, Brothers of the Spirit Hall, are you heroes? The black-clad individuals responded, Indeed, we are heroes. Since we are heroes, let us together witness the shattered cosmos. The crowd cheered in unison. Only heroes read the tome, The Shattered Cosmos. Chapter 93, The White-Clad Masked One. As Xiang Wentian beheld dozens of shadowy figures advancing towards him, a surge of battle fervor ignited within his heart. Come forth, he proclaimed, invoking the second skill of his sixth spirit ability, Angelic Meteor Shower. A crimson soul ring, aged 10,000 years, spiraled skyward, transforming into an immense ethereal angelic silhouette. Suddenly, the angelic visage opened its eyes wide, unleashing countless colossal meteors that plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the throng below and erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Dozens of dark-clad assailants were obliterated, reduced to mere remnants of flesh and bone, leaving Xiang Wentian with no opportunity to absorb their essence. At that moment, the 15 spirit master squads of the Tiando Empire stood in stunned disbelief, as did the figures above in the gorge. Tang San murmured in astonishment, Is this truly the might of a 10,000-year soul ring? Its power seems almost grotesque. When shall I ever acquire one myself? Perhaps, like the other title Douluos, I may never have such fortune. 10,000-year soul beasts are not easily vanquished. And even if one were fortunate enough to slay one, the process of absorbing its spirit ring is fraught with peril. Wentian, your devouring ability is truly enviable. Since you have chosen to strike against me, I shall not concern myself with your identities. Only through unrelenting carnage can my soul power and spirit rings experience profound elevation. As the saying goes, the death of a friend does not hinder my path. In this perilous realm of Douluo Continent, strength is synonymous with survival. With renewed determination, Xiang Wentian unleashed the second skill of his sixth spirit ability once more, Angelic Meteor Shower. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of deafening explosions. As the enemy was engulfed in a gruesome spectacle of blood and carnage, Devour echoed through the chaos. Ding. The host utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 1 5,000-year soul ring and 10,000 points of soul power. Ding. The host utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 1 5,000-year soul ring and 10,000 points of soul power. Ding. The host utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 1 5,000-year soul ring and 10,000 points of soul power. Just as Xiang Wentian reveled in his slaughter, a haunting voice pierced the tumult. Wentian, what are you doing? You are slaying your own kin. Do not forget that you are also a part of the spirit hall. Xiang Wentian swiftly surveyed his surroundings, finding no formidable opponents. His heart settled as he concluded that it must be his mischievous master causing a ruckus again. He bellowed, I am merely seeking a worthy adversary. I do not indulge in senseless slaughter. It is merely that these individuals are exceedingly weak. Above the valley, a figure clad in white and masked turned to a shadowy silhouette and remarked, Oh, he claims that the individuals we brought are too weak. Old ghost, it seems your disciple believes he has grown wings and is becoming rather disobedient. Allow me, as a senior, to descend and teach him a lesson. The voice of this white-clad figure was sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a eunuch's croak. The shadow replied, It is indeed time for a lesson, otherwise. Should he become a titled Douluo, he may no longer regard me with respect. However, any chastisement must be measured. We must not harm his life. The white-clad figure paused, turning back with a grin. Old ghost, do you still doubt my abilities? I shall ensure he learns obedience while also experiencing pain, making him aware of the consequences of disregarding his master's commands. At that moment, Xiang Wentian observed the white-clad figure rapidly descending from the canyon above. Although the individual was masked, Xiang Wentian could discern their identity from their physique. While he knew who it was, he chose not to reveal it. With his newfound strength, he sought a powerful adversary to test his capabilities, and the arrival of this individual was most fortuitous. Xiang Wentian regarded the masked figure and declared, Who approaches? State your name. I do not slay nameless foes. The white-clad figure retorted in a shrill tone, Oh, you have quite the audacity, demanding I reveal my name. You have yet to earn such a privilege. Only when you become a titled Douluo may you speak thus. In the white-clad figure's mind, Xiang Wentian was merely a minor soul emperor, easily disregarded. Very well. Today, I shall crush you and prove my worth. Xiang Wentian responded fiercely. Chapter 94. The Withering Chrysanthemum's Sixth Soul Skill, Angelic Floating Pagoda. Suddenly, a colossal, demonic angelic apparition emerged behind Xiang Wentian, launching a powerful punch toward the masked figure. The white-clad individual scoffed, refraining from unleashing their martial soul, and countered with a punch of their own, relying solely on their physical strength to meet the oncoming strike of the massive angelic form. The punch from the white-clad figure appeared minuscule in comparison to the formidable force of the angelic apparition. Yet astonishingly, this seemingly insignificant strike managed to intercept the devastating blow from the demonic angelic figure. A thunderous sound echoed, leaving the white-clad figure utterly astonished. A mere soul emperor could unleash such formidable power. Xiang Wentian was equally astonished. This individual had managed to withstand the force of my sixth soul skill, Angelic Stupa's first strike solely through physical prowess. However, the power of my sixth soul skill, Angelic Stupa, only intensifies with each blow. I shall see how many punches you can endure. Without hesitation, Xiang Wentian unleashed the second strike of the Angelic Stupa. Boom. The cloaked figure in white emitted a cold snort and remarked, Another one of your tricks? It seems you are out of options. In that fleeting moment when the two punches collided, the cloaked figure was utterly astonished to discover that this punch possessed nearly double the power of the previous one. Caught off guard, the figure was forced to retreat 2 steps from the attack. With a cold laugh, Xiang Wentian declared, The true power lies ahead, today. You shall indulge in a grand feast. With a resounding impact, the third strike collided, sending the cloaked figure in white staggering back 5 steps. The fourth blow followed, forcing the masked individual to retreat 10 steps. Gasping for breath, the figure contemplated. It seems that refraining from using my martial soul and soul skills is no longer an option. Otherwise, I would surely embarrass myself and provide Old Ghost with ample amusement. Activating the third soul skill, Breath Barrier, a translucent energy shield enveloped an extensive area of over 100 meters, rendering all soul masters within unable to channel their soul power. With a smile gracing his lips, Xiang Wentian remarked, "A mere aura barrier cannot confine me. I possess not only spatial soul skills but also temporal divine abilities. Your aura barrier is utterly futile against me." The figure cloaked in white, finally taken aback, pondered. How can this be? Under my aura barrier, he is still capable of launching a counterattack. Boom. In the midst of the confrontation, Wang Tian unleashed his sixth soul skill, the Angelic Pagoda, which struck the cloaked figure in white with tremendous force. The figure let out a pained cry, soaring backward, a trickle of crimson staining the corner of his mouth. Rising from the ground, the cloaked figure wiped away the blood with a vengeful glare and declared, "You have thoroughly provoked my wrath." He then summoned his sixth soul skill, Golden Petals Radiating Twilight. In an astonishing display, a peculiar flower, the celestial chrysanthemum, rapidly expanded in his grasp, transforming into a colossal pink chrysanthemum. From its center, a beam of red light shot forth, aimed directly at Wang Tian. As Xiang Wentian beheld the crimson pillar of light hurtling towards him with astonishing speed, his eyes sharpened with focus, and he summoned forth all his soul power. The sixth soul ring around him ignited with brilliance rivaling the sun in the sky. In that fleeting moment, as the colossal fist of the angelic demon collided with the red beam, the latter dissipated inch by inch, utterly unable to withstand the force of the demon angel's strike. The figure cloaked in white, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "How can this be? A mere soul emperor, even one with a 10,000-year soul ring, should not possess such might." With a tone of finality, he declared, "I shall no longer indulge you. If I do not subdue this insignificant soul emperor today, what face shall I have in the realm of soul masters henceforth?" The commotion caused by Xiang Wentian's clash was so immense that it drew the attention of the entire team of the Heavenly Empire, who were engaged in battle with the cloaked figures. Flender, witnessing the rapid illumination of the white-clad figure's ninth soul ring, cried out, "This is dire. Little Tian faces a tidal Douluo." Yet, the members of Shrek Academy were besieged by hundreds of black-clad assailants, unable to spare a moment to assist, frantically scurrying like ants on a hot pan. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong was entangled in combat with a soul Douluo, unable to divert her attention, and furiously declared, "If anything befalls little Tian today, I care not who you are. I shall eradicate you all." The black-clad combatant engaged with Lu Erlong sneered, "Let us see if you can survive until the day's end." At that moment, Ru Ming found her path obstructed by a dozen black-clad figures. Though they refrained from lethal force, they prevented her from breaking through the encirclement. The white-clad figure then bellowed, "The chrysanthemum withers, leaving wounds upon the earth, the flowers fall." Before he could finish, Xiang Wentian interjected, "I shall wither your chrysanthemum, and your sister too." With that, Xiang Wentian unleashed his divine power, the Buddha kingdom in his palm. A circular energy shield expanded rapidly, enveloping the white-clad figure within. Ascending into the air, his eyes wide with determination, he shouted, "Buddha kingdom, wrathful divine light." Two golden beams shot forth from his eyes, piercing through the figure's rear, only to emerge from his mouth, accompanied by a foul, sanguinary mist that could only be described as reeking of death and carnage. Xiang Wentian pinched his nose and inquired, "What have you consumed?" "It reeks worse than an overwhelmingly large bucket of refuse." The figure cloaked in white, concealed by a white veil, had been splattered with a gruesome mix of black and yellow ichor. Suddenly, he clutched his behind and leaped high into the air, emitting a series of anguished cries. "Oh, ah, ouch, how excruciating." After a few frantic jumps, the white-clad individual vacated the battlefield. Witnessing his erratic movements, Xiang Wentian experienced a moment of realization. "Now I understand." He was startled so profoundly that he jumped all the way to his grandmother's house. It is indeed true. At that moment, a shadowy figure atop the gorge, covering his face, shook his head in utter embarrassment, lamenting, "What an utter disgrace." Chapter 95. Each displays their powers. The white-clad figure, still clutching his behind, hopped back to the top of the gorge, grimacing in pain. "Ouch, it hurts so much." Upon seeing this, Ghost Douluo retrieved a red petal from his soul guide and tossed it towards the white-clad individual. The latter caught the petal and hastily consumed it. Within 3 breaths, his injuries healed completely, and the pain in a certain area ceased abruptly. The white-clad figure lamented, "This time, I have truly embarrassed myself. As a chrysanthemum Douluo, I was actually defeated in such a manner. How can I show my face in the spirit master world after this? Although my face is covered, my martial soul is well known. I have lost all dignity, and it has been wiped clean." Hearing the white-clad figure's lament, Ghost Douluo sighed. "I never expected that the prodigy of the Golden Age would be so formidable. My somewhat fortunate disciple is hailed as the greatest genius of the Tiando Empire. Yet he is indeed remarkable." The white-clad figure, witnessing Ghost Douluo's endless musings, retorted angrily, "Old Ghost, had it not been for our long-standing friendship, I would have already dealt with that wretched boy, Xiang Wentian. If I had not shown mercy this time, your disciple would have long been a corpse." A forced smile crept onto Ghost Douluo's stiff face as he replied, "I extend my gratitude to brother you for your leniency towards my apprentice. Now, let us not dwell on anger. It is time for us to take action." The white-clad figure, filled with resentment, declared, "Tang Hao, you have opposed our spirit hall for so many years. Today, let your son's life serve as a means to collect some interest." With that, the two charged toward the Shrek Academy battle team below the gorge. As Xiang Wentian observed, two figures approached rapidly from above the canyon. One was the masked man in white with whom he had just battled, and the other was a shadowy figure whom Xiang Wentian recognized as his mentor, the Ghost Douluo, Mei. It became apparent to Xiang Wentian that these two were eager to eliminate Tang San, thereby eradicating any potential threats. Meanwhile, the fierce battle continued. On the side of the Shinkei's Academy, Niefeng and Bujingzhen activated their martial soul fusion technique, encountering gods and vanquishing Buddhas alike. The fusion technique, wind and cloud convergence, materialized a mysterious figure amidst the chaos. Though the number of black-clad attackers targeting the Shinkei's Academy was limited for the two brothers, only the dead posed no threat. Surrounded by a dozen black-clad assailants, the enigmatic figure opened his eyes slowly, two beams of divine light emanating from them. He stepped forward and proclaimed, "Sword 24." Instantly, within a radius of 100 meters, the area was enveloped in sword energy. The black-clad assailants trapped within this space found themselves immobile, unable even to breathe, rendered helpless. The mysterious figure unleashed a series of 14 colossal sword lights, each one cleaving through multiple black-clad enemies. Those struck by the sword lights were dismembered, reduced to halves, or even quarters. Not only were the foes surrounding the Shinkei's Academy decimated, but some black-clad attackers targeting other academies also met their demise. Simultaneously, the battle on the side of the Blaze Fire Academy was equally intense, though it could not compare to the brutal clash occurring at Shrek Academy. It was still ferociously contested. The captain of the Blaze Fire Academy, Huiyunxia, unleashed his fury with wild abandon. He shouted, "Fifth soul skill, Toad's Peak." Rammed into oblivion. Upon activating his fifth soul skill, he shot forth like a cannonball, ramming into the chest of a black-clad opponent. The force sent the enemy flying over 500 meters before they came to a halt. Upon landing, the black-clad man glanced down, only to find his chest utterly caved in, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, sufficient to irrigate 10 acres of land. After slaying one black-clad adversary, Huiyunxia's bloodlust surged, igniting his primal instincts. Spotting 5 black-clad foes charging towards him, he felt an exhilaration instead of fear and exclaimed, "Sixth soul skill, Toad's Wrath." Instantly, his martial soul expanded exponentially, transforming into a massive bullfrog. The bullfrog opened its mouth, unleashing a colossal column of fire that swept toward the 5 approaching black-clad figures. The intense heat incinerated them upon contact, reducing them to ashes, vanishing from existence. At that moment, the masked man in white and the Ghost Douluo had closed in to within 50 meters of the Shrek Academy's battlefront. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above the canyon. "Those who seek to harm Shrek Academy must first pass my test." Chapter 96, The Sword Path of Dust. Suddenly, an elderly figure clad in green emerged before the Shrek team. Surrounding him were 6 long swords embedded into the ground, and 9 soul rings pulsated rhythmically around his body. Daimubai, upon seeing the elder's appearance, solemnly remarked, "Another titled Douluo. It seems this titled Douluo has come to assist Shrek Academy." At the Blaze Fire Academy, the malevolent deity of fire, Huiyunxia, paused his slaughter, his expression grave. 9 soul rings, a titled Douluo. Why are so many formidable beings congregating here today? Could there be a hidden conspiracy at play? Meanwhile, at the Divine Wind Academy, Niefeng and Bujingzhen sensed an overwhelming wave of soul power emanating from afar. Turning toward the source, they both solemnly declared, "Such immense pressure. Could that direction lead to Shrek Academy?" At this moment, both the Tiando Empire's team and the black-clad figures felt the formidable aura, momentarily halting their battles to gaze toward the source. The dual-titled Douluo, Zhu, and Gui observed the sudden appearance of the elder in green and consequently halted their advance. The masked figure in white, Zhu Douluo, expressed his astonishment, the sword path of dust. It was no wonder that Zhu Douluo was taken aback. The figure before him was renowned as the most formidable attacking title Douluo, whose attributes were wholly counter to Zhu Douluo's. Among the known titled Douluos, this elder in white was undoubtedly one of the few who could effectively restrain him. This elder was none other than Xiang Wentian, one of the two ultimate guardians of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, in the realm of titled Douluos. Others commonly referred to him as the Sword Path of Dust. He had devoted his life to mastering his 7-killing sword martial soul. In terms of offensive power, few could rival him. Sword Path of Dust. Even you have chosen to wade into this turmoil? Zhu Douluo remarked, his tone a facade of bravado. Xiang Wentian replied indifferently. The Shrek team is a friend of our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. To harm our friends is akin to opposing us. Upon finishing his words, Xiang Wentian raised his 7-killing sword. The 6 swords surrounding him merged with the sword in his hand, and he soared into the air, launching an assault on Zhu Douluo. In the air, Xiang Wentian unleashed a multitude of azure sword auras, slicing toward Zhu Douluo. Seeing the myriad of sword auras converging upon him, Zhu Douluo swiftly maneuvered to evade while releasing his martial soul, the enigmatic celestial chrysanthemum, in a bid to withstand the powerful onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. The numerous sword auras crashed against Zhu Douluo's martial soul, causing his arms to go numb from the impact. Zhu Douluo, with a grave expression, acknowledged such formidable attacking prowess, truly worthy of the Sword Path of Dust. 5th soul skill, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. As Xiang Wentian observed a vast chrysanthemum petal hurtling toward him, he remained unfazed, swiftly retreating several hundred meters to evade the attack. Simultaneously, with his 7-killing sword pointed forward, he declared, 6th soul skill, all swords return to their origins. The masked figure in white, Zhu Douluo, observed an array of 7-killing swords hurtling towards him. Hastily, he summoned all his soul power, channeling it into his formidable martial soul, the enigmatic chrysanthemum, to fend off the onslaught of swords. The clangor of metal echoed continuously, clash after clash resonated in the air. Jian Daoqinshin, with a scoff, remarked, "Seeing you struggle so greatly, I shall amplify the downpour of swords, ensuring your exhaustion leads to your downfall." Thus, he concentrated his soul power into his 6th soul ring. In an instant, a greater multitude of 7-killing swords surged forth at an accelerated pace, targeting Zhu Douluo. The cacophony of strikes intensified. Despite the resilient nature of the enigmatic chrysanthemum, being a plant-type martial soul, it could not withstand the relentless assault of the swords. Yueguan, having already expended a significant amount of soul power and being at a lower level than Qinshin, realized that if he did not act swiftly, defeat was inevitable. Jiwa Guardian. Merge, he commanded. Polar stasis domain. Witnessing the impending fusion of the two Douluo, Jian Daoqinshin was alarmed, exclaiming, "I must prevent their merging." He unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Sword Wings Like the Wind. Propelled by the 7-killing swords, he soared into the air with remarkable speed, racing towards Zhu and Gui Douluo to thwart their fusion. Above the valley, Ning Fengji, upon witnessing the scene, urgently called out, 7 treasures, illuminate with Liuli, 2nd, speed. A radiant spectrum enveloped Jian Daoqinshin, enhancing his already swift movements to unparalleled extremes. He charged forth, disrupting the near-complete fusion of Zhu and Gui Dao's martial souls. The amalgamation of their martial souls was forcibly interrupted, resulting in severe backlash. Zhu Douluo clutched his chest, exclaiming, "Why is Jian Daoqinshin's speed so astonishing?" Gui Douluo, casting a spiteful gaze at Ning Fengji above, retorted, "Ning Fengji, do you intend to oppose us to the bitter end?" In a flash, Ning Fengji descended to the valley floor, addressing Gui Mei, "The 3 sects are interconnected. Surely, you are not unaware of this?" The masked Zhu Douluo, with resentment, declared, "Today we concede. The mountains may change, but the rivers will flow eternally. We shall see what unfolds." With that, the 2 titled Douluos, Zhu and Gui, retreated into the distance. Yueguan and Gui Mei discreetly withdrew, and the black-clad figures faded away like a receding tide, ensuring not a single weapon was left behind as they carried away their fallen comrades. These assailants had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, the threat they posed had vanished beyond the hill. "Daddy, what brings you here?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, rushing into Ning Fingxi's embrace. His mere presence had repelled the adversaries, a straightforward outcome. While his offensive and defensive capabilities were not particularly formidable, his presence alone rendered a title Douluo equivalent to two. With his assistance, a sword Douluo named Qinshin was more than capable of contending with the two-titled Douluo, Zhu, and Gui. Ning Fingxi embraced his daughter with a smile, stating, "I am not here to protect you. I have been entrusted by His Majesty to safeguard the Crown Prince." It turned out that Prince Xueqinghe, representing the Heaven Dou Empire, had not brought many attendants. Besides the 15 Soul Master Academies, he was accompanied by a carriage, which did not contain him alone, but also included Ning Fingxi and Sword Douluo Qinshin. As the Crown Prince, Xueqinghe represented the future of the Heaven Dou Empire. How could the Emperor Shui allow him to venture into danger alone? Thus, he implored Ning Fingxi to provide covert protection. As the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingxi was invariably accompanied by a formidable guardian Douluo. This time, it was Sword Douluo who accompanied him, while Bone Douluo remained stationed at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Initially, upon witnessing Xiang Wentian in peril, Qinshin intended to intervene but was restrained by Ning Fingxi. The reason for stopping Qinshin was straightforward. Xiang Wentian was a member of the Spirit Hall, and they would not act to harm him. However, upon seeing the simultaneous emergence of Zhu and Gui, both Douluo, it became imperative for Sword Douluo Qinshin to act. For failure to do so would place Shrek Academy in grave danger. Consequently, the battle lost its suspense. Under the combined efforts of Ning Fingxi and Sword Douluo Qinshin, the bandits were thoroughly subdued. The two titled Douluo, being cunning individuals, quickly retreated with their subordinates upon realizing their disadvantage. Chapter 97, Spirit City, Part 1. As the bandits withdrew, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At the onset of the bandits' appearance, the Soul Master Academies had dismissed them. However, when the two titled Douluo made their entrances, their hearts raced with apprehension. What astonished them most was Xiang Wentian's ability to thwart a titled Douluo, which was nothing short of remarkable. Previously, Nia Feng from the Shinkong Academy, Bu Jingzun, and Huiyun Xiexin from the Qihua Academy had been somewhat discontent with their defeat against Shrek Academy. Yet today, upon witnessing Xiang Wentian engage the masked titled Douluo in fierce combat and emerge victorious, any lingering resentment was cast aside, leaving only profound admiration. At this moment, the Heaven Dou Empire's Academy team was filled with awe. After all, they were titled Douluo. Within just a single day, in this diminutive Doomsday Canyon, 3 of them had appeared, nearly equivalent to 1/5 of the entire continent's titled Douluo population. In the presence of such esteemed figures, even though they were prodigies, elites, and key-nurtured individuals of the Academy, they felt akin to mere ants, gazed down upon and trembling, unable even to muster thoughts of resistance. In that pivotal moment, Xiang Wentian stepped forth, valiantly battling the masked titled Douluo, and ultimately defeating him. This undoubtedly ignited a spark of hope within their hearts, illuminating the realization that titled Douluo were not insurmountable foes. If Xiang Wentian could achieve this, they too believed that they could reach such heights. At this moment, Nia Feng, Bu Jingyun, and the fire cloud evil god once again radiated a dazzling brilliance in their eyes. They firmly believed that one day they would undoubtedly surpass Xiang Wentian. That day was not far off. With relentless effort combined with their extraordinary innate talents, they were certain to achieve this. Meanwhile, Xueqinghe commanded the captain of the Royal Knights to tally the casualties. The results were alarming. The Royal Knights had suffered the loss of 102 members, with 37 severely injured and 86 sustaining minor wounds, while nearly every remaining member bore some form of injury. The Academy's side also faced numerous casualties. Although they had successfully repelled the bandits, the victory for the Tiandou Empire was indeed a Pyrrhic one. After compiling the casualty report, Xueqinghe ordered the Royal Knights to bury their fallen comrades and horses on the spot. With the enemy's retreat, he promptly began to orchestrate the Royal Knights with precision, directing them to pull the undamaged carriages forward, to rescue the injured horses and severely wounded comrades, and to restore their formation. Furthermore, Xueqinghe specifically instructed for 2 carriages to be set aside for those severely injured who could not regain their mobility. As Xiang Wentian gazed upon the bodies of the fallen knights of the Royal Knights Order, interred within this picturesque canyon, he could not help but reflect. Loyal bones lie buried beneath the verdant hills. What need is there for a horse's hide to shroud the dead? Fallen petals are not devoid of sentiment. They transform into spring's nourishing earth, nurturing the blossoms anew. With this contemplative spirit, Xiang Wentian heaved a massive stone from the side, channeling his soul energy to sculpt it into a rectangular monument, inscribing the words "Monument to the Loyal Souls." At that moment, as Xiang Wentian erected this tribute, hundreds of knights from the Royal Knights Order shed silent tears. This act signified the recognition of the Empire's most gifted individual towards their sacrifice. Once he had organized the Royal Knights Order and the Academy's members, Xue Qinghe returned to the side of Ning Fengji and respectfully inquired, "Master, what shall we do next?" Ning Fengji smiled serenely and resolved to proceed as originally planned. Having learned from their recent ordeal, they would no longer act impulsively. Indeed, let us advance. After the members of the Shrek team returned to their carriage, the entire entourage continued their journey, yet the atmosphere had undeniably shifted to one of tension, with each individual adopting a more cautious demeanor. Even Ma Hongjun and Oscar ceased their usual playful banter. The carriage belonging to Shrek Academy fell into a hushed silence, with everyone lost in thought. Observing this, Xiang Wentian mused that it was for the best, as it would prevent them from squandering precious training time. At that moment, the one who appeared most troubled was none other than Tang San. As the saying goes, what one fears is not the thief who steals, but the thief who covets. Being coveted by a titled Douluo of such caliber was no trivial matter. While it brought fame, it also ushered in the specter of imminent peril. Xiang Wentian sincerely advised, "Tang San, I suggest you go to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School instead. Refrain from participating in the tournament at Wuhan City." Tang San, however, regarded Xiang Wentian with a hint of wariness and declared, "Wentian, I must attend the tournament in Wuhan City. For the sake of our Shrek team and in honor of our master, I have no choice but to go. I understand their motives for wanting to kill me. It is tied to my father. Yet, these factors shall not impede my progress. Xiang Wentian, may I inquire if you have encountered your father?" "Indeed. Not only have I met my father, but he has also imparted all the knowledge unto me. I must grow stronger. I must become formidable," Tang San declared with unwavering resolve. "Each individual possesses their own choices, and we are no exception. Since you have opted to confront this path, you must persevere to the end. As your captain, there is little I can offer you. However, I will support you in spirit." "Thank you, Wentian. Yet, I harbor a question I wish to pose to you, though I am uncertain if you can provide an answer," Tang San responded, gazing intently at Xiang Wentian. "Feel free to ask," Xiang Wentian replied. Tang San, locking eyes with Xiang Wentian, inquired, "Wentian, do you have the capacity to take my life?" As this question escaped Tang San's lips, a palpable tension enveloped the carriage, and the members of Shrek Academy turned their gazes towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian gazed at the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "How could it be otherwise? Though I am a disciple of the spectral arts, I am also the captain of the Shrek team. We are brothers, comrades, and inseparable friends. My fervent wish is to remain with you for all eternity, sharing joys and sorrows, facing life and death together." At that moment, tears glimmered in Tang San's eyes. Moved by the profound bond of friendship that promised unwavering loyalty through thick and thin, he felt that having such companions was more than enough for this lifetime. "I would like to introduce two individuals to everyone today, those who seek to eliminate Tang San. The first to step forward is the masked figure in white with whom I have previously battled, known as Yueguan. His martial soul is the Chrysanthemum, and he holds the title of Chrysanthemum Douluo. His soul power is estimated to be between the 94th and 95th levels. The shadow that follows is my master, the one who compelled me to become his disciple. He bears the title of Ghost and possesses a level comparable to that of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. His martial soul is quite peculiar, known as Spectre, and he is also referred to as Spectre in person. He is an agility-type titled Douluo." After speaking to Xiang Wentian, Ma Hongjun erupted into uncontrollable laughter. The others looked at Ma Hongjun in confusion. Xiang Wentian inquired, "Hongjun, what is it that amuses you?" Amidst his laughter, Ma Hongjun replied, "Tian Gu, I was pondering whether your teacher, when compelling you to take him as your master, threatened to strip you of your trousers if you refused. Otherwise, why would you be so fond of?" Xiang Wentian shot a dark glare, seething with anger as he declared, "If Ma Hongjun dares to make a jest of the captain again, I shall throw you out." Upon uttering these words, Ma Hongjun immediately covered his mouth, refraining from further speech. At that moment, Xiao inquired, "When Tian, why do they know that each other belongs to the Spirit Hall, yet refrain from revealing it?" This question transcends the confines of the Spirit Hall. It equally applies to the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire. It suffices to understand in your heart that they are responsible, yet one must not vocalize it. There lies a fundamental difference between awareness and disclosure, when Tian explained. Xiao shook her head, expressing, "I still do not comprehend." Tang San chuckled and remarked, "In time, by engaging more with people from society and sharpening your wits. You shall come to understand. Xiang Wentian smiled and said, everyone, do not linger. Seize the time to cultivate and strive to bring your bodies to their optimal state before the finals. The group exchanged glances, closed their eyes to rest, and entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 98, Spirit City, Part 2. The journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of any troubles. Finally, on the 21st day, the entire team arrived at Spirit City. Spirit City, while not particularly large, was comparable to Soto City. However, its significance for soul masters was profound, as it was the sacred ground of spirit masters. Though modest in size, the walls and structures of Spirit City were more majestic than those of the capital of the Tiando Empire. The city wall soared to 300 meters in height and stretched 80 meters in width, presenting an imposing sight from the outside. Entirely constructed from azure stone, one could only imagine the formidable defense these walls provided. What was truly breathtaking, however, was the intricate reliefs adorning the walls. Spirit City was a massive hexagonal fortress, with each wall displaying a colossal emblem of a spirit, identical to that on the Spirit Hall's insignia, symbolizing 6 powerful spirits. Upon entering Spirit City, one was enveloped by an air of prosperity. The streets bustled with people, shops lined the avenues, and the sounds of commerce echoed throughout. Here, one could find a variety of restaurants, hotels, home-style cuisine, and even spatial-type soul-guiding devices for sale. The Spirit Hall sent a cardinal clad in red to welcome the group, underscoring the importance they placed on the Tiando Empire's team. Under the cardinal's guidance, the party of over 200 was swiftly accommodated in the largest luxury hotel within Spirit City. The only source of discontent among the group was that their lodging and meals were at their own expense. To their astonishment, the cost of accommodation was exorbitant, at 10 gold soul coins per night, not to mention the expense of meals. This revelation nearly caused Flander to lose his composure. Yet, there was no alternative. For the Spirit Hall mandated that participation in the competition required residence here, indicating their intent to profit from the attendees. Once settled, the Spirit Hall informed them that the competition would commence in 3 days. The following day, Xiang Wentian wandered alone through the bustling streets of Spirit City, surrounded by the lively sounds of bargaining and lively trade. As Xiang Wentian observed the passers-by around him, a sense of melancholy enveloped his heart. Perhaps it is only by embracing a life of simplicity that one can truly comprehend the essence of joy and happiness. The ancients have said, nestled by the mountains and beside the waters, a few humble dwellings provide tranquility both in travel and in residence. A single plow ox and half an acre of land yield harvests dictated by the heavens, whether bountiful or barren. After the rain, as the skies clear, a small boat glides through the waters, with fish on one side and wine on the other. Coarse cloth offers warmth that surpasses fine cotton. It can be worn long or short. Simple tea and plain meals suffice to fill the belly. Both breakfast and dinner are sweet in their own right. In leisure, one may ponder over literary works, seeking neither fame nor profit. In the evening, by the lamp, a conversation unfolds with one's wife, discussing both the present and the past. Even when the sun is high in the sky, one may still indulge in slumber, not a deity, yet akin to a deity. As the sun rises from the eastern sea and sets in the western mountains, sorrow and joy each claim their day. When faced with challenges, do not dwell on trifles. Both the person and heart shall find ease. In moments of poetic contemplation, one inevitably succumbs to the allure of wine, indulging in 3 or 5 cups. Thus, Xiang Wentian stepped into a modest tavern, where business was rather slow, with only one patron present. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Tang San. Xiang Wentian observed Tang San sitting alone, consumed by melancholy as he sipped his wine, seemingly unaware of his presence. It was evident that Tang San was preoccupied with his thoughts. Well then, if you are troubled, I shall share in your sorrow, he mused, deciding to sit down and keep him company over a couple of drinks. Thus, Xiang Wentian plopped down opposite Tang San and inquired, Tang San, do you have something weighing on your mind? Upon seeing Xiang Wentian before him, Tang San was momentarily taken aback before responding, Wentian, what brings you here? With a cheerful smile, Xiantian said, I too arrived here by chance, and I did not expect to find you drinking alone in despondency. Tang San sighed deeply, forcing a smile as he replied, it is nothing of great consequence. I simply felt a sense of restlessness while alone, so I came out to indulge in a bit of wine. Xiang Wentian smiled knowingly and said, you need not speak, nor shall I inquire. Today we shall indulge in wine and refrain from discussing matters. He called out, waiter, bring me 2 barrels of fine wine, 10 pounds of beef, and 10 sticks of donkey whip. Splendid. And you, just a moment, it shall be served shortly. At that moment, Xiang Wentian noticed Shui Binger from the Tianshui Academy entering the tavern and making her way towards them. Shui Binger smiled and asked, Wentian, may I join you here? Of course, he replied. The old-fashioned square table could accommodate 4 individuals, and even with Shui Binger seated, there was ample space. Once seated, she inquired, Xiang Wentian, is this your friend? Might you introduce us? Xiang Wentian inquired knowingly, and then introduced, he is my teammate, named Donkey Whip. Tang San had just taken a sip of wine. Before he could swallow, he spat it out in bewilderment, exclaiming, why does my name sound so ridiculous? Xiang Wentian offered an awkward smile and said, I apologize, I misspoke. His name is Tang San. Shui Binger covered her mouth, giggling and nodding in acknowledgement. Tang San noticed the expression on Shui Binger's face, which clearly indicated her interest in Xiang Wentian. Realizing that his continued presence would only serve as a third wheel, Tang San downed his drink and remarked, you two carry on with your conversation. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Although Tang San did not articulate the reasons for his somber mood, Xiang Wentian understood that the very ones seeking to eliminate Tang San were from the Spirit Hall. Now that he was in the Spirit City, he faced imminent danger to his life, a burden that anyone would find overwhelming. Within less than 10 minutes, 2 barrels of wine, 10 pounds of beef, and 10 donkey whips were presented one by one on the dining table. He raised the wine barrel towards Wentian, pouring a full cup of wine for Shui Binger. He inquired, Miss Shui Binger, may I ask what brings you to seek my presence? Shui Binger, her face flushed with embarrassment, replied, Wentian, do you have only one girlfriend? Dream? Xiang Wentian reminisced dreamily, a blissful smile gracing his face as he replied, indeed. Miss Shui Binger, what prompts your inquiry? Shui Binger lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with a vibrant hue, exuding a captivating charm, and shyly inquired, would you mind having one more girlfriend? Xiang Wentian suddenly froze, his heart racing with anxiety as he inquired, are you suggesting that? Shui Binger, with a determined resolve, clenched her silver teeth and boldly declared, what I mean is, I have feelings for you, and wish to be your girlfriend. Will you accept my proposal? Xiang Wentian felt both anxious and awkward as he said, isn't this a bit too hasty? I'm still struggling to come to terms with it. Shui Binger let out a shy hum, turning her head away, and replied, if you prefer to take your time, then we shall proceed slowly. She paused and sighed, now. Let's not dwell on that. By the way, what dish is this? Xiang Wentian observed Shui Binger pointing at the donkey whip, and, mindful of the young lady's presence, could not reveal its true identity. Thus, he awkwardly responded, this is known as the roots of an old tree, a potent supplement, particularly beneficial for men suffering from insufficient vitality, lethargy, and physical weakness. The most remarkable aspect is its chewiness, reminiscent of crunchy bones. Men consuming it can remain awake for 3 consecutive days and nights, while women benefit from enhanced beauty and improved hormonal balance. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is that so? Such a long, thick, and dark object possesses such remarkable properties? I must try it. Shortly thereafter, after consuming a piece of the donkey whip, Shui Binger turned to Xiang Wentian and inquired, so, how was it? Was it delicious? Her expression was somewhat peculiar as she added, indeed, it is quite chewy, but why do I sense an unpleasant odor within? Xiang Wentian awkwardly remarked, this dish has its unique flavor, you should indulge in it a bit more. Amidst the somewhat uncomfortable atmosphere of their conversation while dining, he and Shui Binger spent nearly an hour consuming all the food and drink laid before them. During this time, Xiang Wentian couldn't help but admire Shui Binger's exceptional talent for conversation, as she effortlessly engaged him in a myriad of topics, meandering from one subject to another, even bringing up her grandmother in the discourse. Ultimately, with no other option, Xiang Wentian finished his meal and, under Shui Binger's reluctant gaze, settled the bill and took his leave. Chapter 99. The City of Martial Spirits, Part 3. On the third day, the final competition was about to commence. At this moment, no one was inclined to ponder the gravity of the situation. Everyone remained enraptured by the splendor of the martial spirit city. Over the past 3 days, they had thoroughly enjoyed their time there. In the morning, the group was engrossed in strategizing when suddenly, the door swung open, and the master entered with a smile. How are you, my children? Upon seeing the master, the group exclaimed, Master, you have returned. The master nodded at them and inquired, where are Flander and Lu Erlong? The finals are about to begin, It is peculiar not to see them here at such a critical moment. Xiao Wu looked up respectfully and replied, "My mother introduced a lady named Ru Hua to Dean Flander. She took him out for a matchmaking appointment." A noticeable frown crossed the master's face as he remarked, "That old bachelor, even at this juncture, cannot forget to seek companionship." He then turned to Tang San and asked, "Xiao San, are you all right? Teacher, are you already aware?" "I'm fine, thanks to Uncle Ning and Grandpa Qinshin. Otherwise you might not have seen me again." The master sighed, "It is my fault. I should not have permitted you to participate in this competition. I did not anticipate that you would draw their attention." Tang San smiled slightly and said, "Teacher, there is no need for you to blame yourself. I am fine. Consider it an alternative form of training. It is only through experiencing true battles with formidable opponents that I understand the insignificance of my own power. I will strive to cultivate even harder in the future." Finally, a hint of a smile appeared on the master's face. "You have always been so understanding. You are right. Focus on your training. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure no harm comes to you." The master then glanced at Xiang Wentian with a gentle smile. "In your heart, you regard Tang San as a friend, do you not? I believe that if you were in danger, you would protect him, would you not?" Nodding towards the master, I reassured him, "Rest assured, with me around, Tang San shall face no peril. Furthermore, the finals are about to commence. Will you assist us in formulating our strategy?" The master shook his head and replied, "I have faith that you shall excel in your role as the captain of the Shrek team. The tactics should be deliberated among yourselves. My duty is to observe. After this competition, you will all graduate, so unleash your own brilliance before you depart. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is of paramount importance to every student. Here, you can express your individuality and ensure that your name resonates throughout the continent, immortalized in history." Before long, Flander and Lu Erlong returned. The assembly noticed several enormous red lip prints adorning Flander's face, resembling that of a bovine. One such imprint nearly enveloped his visage entirely, let alone the multiple marks scattered across his face, head, and back of his skull, eliciting quite a reaction from onlookers. Upon catching sight of Flander, the master exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my, what manner of creature is this?" Before even crossing the threshold, Flander broke down in tears, enveloping the master in an embrace, lamenting, "Xiao Gang, I have preserved my innocence for over 50 years, and now it is all for naught. Erlong took me on a blind date, and to my horror, the lady was a towering figure, reeking abominably, as robust as an ox, and grotesquely unattractive, with a face riddled with blemishes. I was left utterly disgusted as I drooled incessantly." Gently patting Flander's back, the master inquired, "Wasn't Erlong meant to accompany you?" Lu Erlong, visibly embarrassed, replied, "I did bring Flander there. Initially, it was agreed upon that a charming young woman would be present, but somehow, a mound of flesh appeared instead. I mistook the matchmaker for a mere bystander and paid no mind, allowing Flander to converse with her while I went out shopping. When I returned, this was the outcome." With an air of embarrassment, Xiang Wentian addressed the three teachers, saying, "You may continue your discussion. We shall proceed to the competition." Having spoken, he led the members of the Shrek team toward the arena. The finals featured a total of 33 teams, among which 3 were designated seed teams, representing the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall. Undoubtedly, the most formidable threat to the Shrek Academy team would come from the team sent by the Spirit Hall, who would pose the greatest challenge they had to face. The finals consisted of 5 rounds. Due to the limited number of matches, the duration of the competition would be condensed. However, this brevity would only serve to heighten the intensity of the contests. In the first round, the 3 seed teams would receive a bye, while the remaining 30 teams vied for 15 advancement slots, with the defeated teams facing immediate elimination. Such a ruthless elimination format would undoubtedly compel each Spirit Master team to exert themselves with utmost fervor. They would reveal all their hidden strengths during the finals, thus presenting multiple trials for the Shrek team. In preparation for the finals of the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Competition, the Spirit City had designated a special venue. This arena was centrally located within Spirit City, featuring an enormous arena with a diameter of nearly 100 meters, constructed entirely from azure stone. Directly in front of this competition platform stood the Pope's Hall, situated less than a kilometer from the hill where the hall was located. The Spirit Hall had announced in a public notice that the final 3 teams would compete in front of the Pope's Hall, where the Pope himself would be present to personally crown the ultimate champion. For any Spirit Master, this represented unparalleled glory. Early in the morning, all participating academies were escorted to the competition grounds by representatives from the Spirit Hall. Each academy had its own designated resting area, constructed around the competition venue. Opposite the Pope's Hall was the VIP judging area, where representatives from the two great empires and individuals from the Spirit Hall gathered to observe the matches. Upon arrival, Xiang Wentian addressed his companions, instructing them, "Please tidy up this area. I will go draw lots." The group nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ru Ming stepped forward and gently said to Xiang Wentian, "Brother, once we graduate, will you take me on a journey across the continent?" Xiang Wentian caressed Ru Ming's cheek, responding with equal tenderness, "When the time comes, I shall spend all my savings for an impromptu adventure just for the two of us." Ru Ming smiled blissfully as she joined the others in organizing the resting area designated for Shrek Academy, while Xiang Wentian made his way directly to the preliminary area to draw lots. Chapter 100, Wind and Fire Academy. Upon reaching the preliminary area, Xiang Wentian found dozens of team captains and academy instructors lined up to draw lots. To his surprise, the individual overseeing the drawing was an old acquaintance, Su Yuntao. Upon seeing Xiang Wentian, Su Yuntao expressed great excitement, saying, "Xiang Wentian, it is a pleasure to see you again." Upon noticing Su Yuntao greeting him, Xiang Wentian was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Su Yuntao, how is it that you find yourself here?" With a beaming smile, Su Yuntao replied, "It is all thanks to you. The elusive elder has taken you as his disciple and attributed his accomplishments to me, which has led to my promotion. I am now an elder in the Spirit Hall. Congratulations, Elder Su Yuntao," Xiang Wentian exclaimed. "But let us not dwell on that any longer. It is time to draw lots." Su Yuntao then extended the lottery cylinder to Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian drew a bamboo stick from the fortune-telling tube, upon which was inscribed Finghua Academy. Su Yuntao inquired, "Which academy have you drawn?" "Finghua Academy, it must be part of the Stellar Empire's academic faction," replied Xiang Wentian with a smile. Su Yuntao shook his head and said, "No, you will understand upon reviewing the information." Upon receiving the documents, Xiang Wentian was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Could it be that the Divine Wind Academy and the Blazing Fire Academy have invested substantial funds, thereby becoming members of the Spirit Hall?" The documents clearly stated, "Members of the Wind and Fire Academy. Captain, Bu Jingyun, Vice Captain, Hui Yunxia, Team Members, Nia Feng, Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, Huo Wu Shuang." Su Yuntao chuckled. "You may ponder this for yourself." Upon returning to the Shrek Academy lounge, the crowd gathered around Xiang Wentian. Dai Mubai inquired, "Wentian, which academy did you draw?" Xiang Wentian handed the materials to everyone, saying, "You may peruse them yourselves." Dai Mubai took the documents and exclaimed, "The Wind Fire Academy." Before he could utter another word, the crowd gathered around, clamoring excitedly, "The Wind Fire Academy. Let me see. Let me see." Oscar adjusted his windproof goggles and remarked nonchalantly, "Which unfortunate academy has crossed paths with us? Shrek Academy?" Ning Rongrong playfully kicked Oscar in the rear and retorted, "Unfortunate, you say? The Windfire Academy is merely a temporary alliance between the Shinkong Academy and the Qihua Academy." Rongrong spoke truthfully. Xiang Wentian reassured them, stating, "Indeed. The Windfire Academy is a temporary coalition of the Shinkong Academy and the Qihua Academy, yet we need not worry. Can we not triumph over former adversaries with our strength? Even if they unite, they remain our past vanquished foes." Ru Ming chuckled softly. "One candle can be lit. Two candles can be lit just the same." Dai Mubai glanced at Ru Ming and turned to Xiang Wentian, asking, "Isn't it said that participating academies cannot change their members midway through?" Xiang Wentian pondered, contemplating the connections that must exist within the Spirit Hall. With appropriate maneuvering and exploiting loopholes in the competition rules, it was indeed feasible to substitute participants midway. However, this did not imply that the academies officially registered could not make last-minute changes. This was not explicitly stipulated. The competitors from both academies were included in the final roster of participants, as long as the elder responsible for the competition in the Spirit Hall received certain benefits. The collaboration of the two academies could be realized. Ma Hongjun, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "If they proceed in such a manner, Brother Tian, we should unite all academies to confront these two. It's too late. We're running out of time." "The match is about to commence," Tang San reassured him, patting Hongjun on the shoulder. "All right, everyone, calm down. The competition is imminent. Let us demonstrate our prowess against these financially backed academies." Xiang Wentian smiled. "We must teach them a lesson," Hongjun asserted vehemently. "Let us turn them into laughingstocks." Xiao Wu added, equally incensed. We must make them understand that financial backing and cheating are two entirely different matters, Zhu Qing declared with fervor. Chapter 101, Tang San vs. Feng Xiaodian. Upon entering the arena, Xiang Wentian beheld 5 enormous blue granite platforms, each nearly 100 meters in diameter, exquisitely adorned with countless relief sculptures. These carvings depicted not only various formidable martial souls but also numerous powerful soul masters roaring towards the heavens. Prominently inscribed among the sculptures were the words, "Heaven is merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. The divine is indifferent, regarding the populace as mere livestock." These reliefs not only represented respect for the ancestral soul masters, but also showcased, in an alternative form, the injustices of the heavens. The Shrek Academy team, under Xiang Wentian's leadership, slowly entered the arena. Ma Hongjun, lagging behind, remarked, "Why are there so few spectators for the finals? It pales in comparison to the heavenly battle city." Dai Mubai replied with a smile, "Naturally. The Spirit City does not permit commoners to watch. Those present here are all teachers and students from the participating academies." Xiao Wu, hands behind her back, leisurely stated, "Fatty, regardless of the number of onlookers, what matters is that we secure the championship in this final." Oscar struck a cool pose, asserting, "For us, claiming the championship is merely a stroll in the park." Zhu Zhuqing playfully smacked Oscar on the back of his head. "Always acting cool. Can't you refrain from boasting for once?" Ning Rongrong chuckled at Oscar's predicament. "Oscar, if you believe winning the championship is so easy, why don't you compete alone?" Laughter erupted among the group. Tang Sen added, "If Oscar were to compete alone, he would surely be beaten to a pulp, perhaps even more than Hongjun." At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from above the arena. "Good morning, friends from the Soul Master Academy. I am Douluo, the host for this tournament. The next phase for our participants will be the elimination rounds. The elimination round consists of one-on-one matches, with competitors taking turns until one side is entirely defeated to claim victory." Upon observing the host Douluo in the sky, Xiang Wentian noted the striking resemblance to Douluo from Tiando City. Both shared the same martial spirit, the peace dove. However, the distinction lay in their ranks. She was a 4-ringed soul master, while Douluo was merely a 3-ringed soul scholar. It was evident that they were sisters, the Wan siblings. Now, let us welcome the Shrek Academy team to battle against the Finghua team. Next, the royal team of the Xinglua Empire will face the Daidai Academy team, followed by the Tianshui Academy team confronting the Moro Academy team. May each side send forth a representative to the stage. Dai Mubai, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "Wentian, allow me to take the stage. I shall make those who rely on underhanded means regret their actions." Dai Mubai was inherently a proud individual, viewing the Xinfeng Academy and the Qihua Academy as entities that had only succeeded through dubious connections, which he found intolerable. His heart seethed with anger, vowing to eliminate each of these opportunists one by one. At this moment, the members of the Shrek team echoed his sentiments, clamoring, "Wentian, let me take the stage. Wentian, let me take the stage." Even Oscar joined in the commotion, declaring, "Captain, allow me to participate." Xiang Wentian smirked and said, "All right. Oscar, you go first." Oscar immediately felt embarrassed and replied, "I was merely caught up in the enthusiasm of everyone else, joining in the cheer." Xiang Wentian cast a stern glance at Oscar and said, "I understand that everyone wishes to participate in the first battle, but the opponent is not to be underestimated. Their strength is nearly on par with ours, with 3 Soul Emperors among them as well. How about this? Let Tang San take the lead in the first match. What do you think, Tang San?" Tang San replied with enthusiasm, "I could not wish for anything more." Meanwhile, on the side of the Wind and Fire battle team, Hu Jingyun dispatched Feng Xiaodian. As the first battle was meant to be a probing encounter, neither side would deploy their strongest members nor their weakest. Rather, they would send forth their most reliable fighters. In this regard, Feng Xiaodian and Tang San were undoubtedly the most dependable participants from their respective teams. The host, Douluo, announced in a clear voice, "The Wind and Fire battle team has sent Feng Xiaodian to compete in the first elimination match. Now, let us see who his opponent is." The big screen revealed that his adversary was Tang San from Shrek Academy. The participants from both sides were invited to enter the arena. As Feng Xiaodian ascended the stage, the audience from the Heavendo Empire's team erupted in boos. In their eyes, the Wind and Fire battle team had gained entry through favoritism, merging the two academies unfairly in their view. Conversely, when Tang San took to the stage, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, chanting for Shrek Academy to defeat this interloper. "Beat him up. Leave him with his two front teeth. I want to handle him personally. The cacophony of cheers and jeers filled the air. While the Wind and Fire battle team had indeed secured their position, they had simultaneously alienated all competing academies from the Heaven Do Empire. At this moment, the fiery-tempered Hui Yunxie nearly lost his composure upon hearing the insults from below, vehemently declaring, "Do not let me encounter you on the stage, otherwise I shall ensure you regret ever coming into this world." Huo Wu was equally furious, but when her gaze fell upon Xiang Wentian in the spectator area of Shrek Academy, a peculiar light flickered in her eyes, and her anger subsided somewhat. As both sides prepared, the match commenced. Chapter 102, Tang San vs. Feng Xiaodian Part 1. Tang San fixed his gaze upon Feng Xiaodian, asking Xiang Wentian for permission to be the first to take the stage. "I must defeat Feng Xiaodian to lift the morale of our entire team." Feng Xiaodian met Tang San's eyes with equal intensity, proclaiming, "Today, I shall not only defeat Tang San, but also every member of Shrek Academy, though my soul power may not match that of the main forces in their team. For Huo Wu's sake, I must emerge victorious. Accept your defeat," Feng Xiaodian bellowed. Almost instantaneously, as the host Douluo announced the beginning of the match, Feng Xiaodian's body surged forward, racing toward Tang San with astonishing speed, leaving a long blue trail behind him. Tang San was taken aback. Having previously witnessed Feng Xiaodian's battle with Dai Mubai, he had not sensed any overwhelming pressure. Today, I found myself engaged in a solitary duel against Feng Xiaodian, only to realize that he is not only a formidable assault-type soul master, but also possesses astonishing speed. It is no wonder that Dai Mubai falls short against him. Even in my confrontation today, the outcome seemed evenly poised. The moment the host, Do announced the commencement of the match, Feng Xiaodian's body accelerated instantaneously, charging directly towards Tang San, with azure light trailing behind him, creating a long, ethereal afterimage. With a thunderous roar, Feng Xiaodian declared, "First soul skill, Wind Blade formation." Time did not allow Tang San to ponder, for as Feng Xiaodian surged forward, his first soul ring illuminated, and sharp wolf claws erupted from his palms. His piercing and ruthless gaze locked onto Tang San, and before he could arrive, the wolf claws were already unleashed. A barrage of semicircular wind blades, accompanied by a shrill sound of slicing air, sealed off all avenues of escape for Tang San. Typically, the first soul skill of the Gale Wolf martial spirit is the Wind Blade, yet Feng Xiaodian, endowed with the Gale two-headed wolf martial spirit, unleashed the Wind Blade formation, a clear enhancement evident in the sheer multiplicity of his attack. As Tang San found himself encircled by the dozen wind blades, he swiftly activated his purple extreme demon eye and ghost shadow phantom steps, his feet moving with such agility that his form became a blur. No one could discern the rhythm of his steps, and in that fleeting moment of transformation, Feng Xiaodian was astonished to find himself unable to pinpoint Tang San's aura. Tang San's silhouette danced erratically, effortlessly evading the seemingly unavoidable wind blades through his extraordinary evasive maneuvers, emerging unscathed. As their figures intertwined, they were merely 5 meters apart. At this juncture, Tang San refrained from summoning his blue-silver grass, instead launching both hands toward Feng Xiaodian in a direct assault. Feng Xiaodian also eschewed further soul skills, meeting Tang San's advance with his wolf claws. Astonishingly, both opted to engage in close combat, relying on their innate soul power rather than soul skills. From this alone, Tang San recognized Feng Xiaodian as confidence and prowess. The soul power of a soul master is finite. Regardless of the soul skill employed, it will invariably deplete some energy. In contrast, hand-to-hand combat consumes significantly less soul power. Without an understanding of their opponent's attacks, the one who first employs a soul skill risks falling behind. Their choice not to utilize soul skills did not imply a lack of readiness. Once the adversary initiated their soul skill, they would undoubtedly respond in kind. Tang San's right hand connected with Feng Xiaodian's right. With a swift twist of his wrist, Feng Xiaodian's sharp wolf claws grasped Tang San's palm. Possessing a beast martial spirit, his enhancements were clearly superior to Tang San's weapon spirit. When his wolf claws latched onto Tang San's right hand, even Feng Xiaodian himself was taken aback. He firmly believed that, given the minimal difference in their ranks, if Tang San were to suffer injury at his hands, he would stand no chance. However, upon their palms finally making contact, Feng Xiaodian realized something was amiss. Tang San's hands were as white as jade, a beauty unparalleled even by the most exquisite of maidens. Yet, these jade-like hands were harder than steel, Feng Xiaoyan's wolf claws struck against Tang San's palm, sparking a flurry of sparks without leaving a single mark. The pain from the recoil of his claws sent a chill through Feng Xiaoyan's heart. A man of immense battle experience, he promptly unleashed his first soul skill without hesitation. The evidence soon confirmed his decision was wise. For Tang San's mysterious jade hand had already clutched his pulse gate. Had Feng Xiaoyan hesitated even a moment longer, that hand would have ensnared him, rendering the outcome of the match utterly predictable. 5 blades of wind erupted, the distance between them far too close. The wind blades unleashed from within their palms made a series of crisp, resonant sounds against Tang San's jade hand. In an instant, they separated. Both Tang San and Feng Xiaoyan retreating simultaneously. At that moment, a blue-silver grass quietly began to creep from beneath Feng Xiaoyan's feet. As soon as Tang San's foot touched the ground, he sprang back into action, unwilling to grant Feng Xiaoyan a moment's respite. Relying on his impenetrable jade hand and the assistance of ghost shadow misty steps, he closed the distance once more, this time launching his entire body into Feng Xiaoyan's embrace. Feng Xiaoyan was engulfed in an indescribable shock. He had never anticipated Tang San's close quarters compatibility to be so formidable. A strong premonition gripped him. Once Tang San breached his defenses and attacked, he would stand no chance. In the midst of this crisis, Feng Xiaoyan reacted with astonishing speed, leaping backward in a heartbeat, widening the gap between them. Not only did he evade Tang San's assault, but he also narrowly escaped the encroaching tendrils of blue-silver grass from below. What incredible speed! Chapter 103, Tang San vs. Feng Xiaoyan, Part 2. Witnessing Feng Xiaoyan's swiftness, Tang San suddenly recalled what Xiang Wentian had once said. Feng Xiaoyan's martial spirit was the gale, two-headed wolf, which conferred the advantages of both powerful and agile attacks. The might of an offense-oriented soul master, combined with the speed of an agility-oriented soul master, explained his formidable prowess. Since comprehending the essence of his martial spirit and resolving the doubts within his heart, Tang San's approach to combat had undergone a significant transformation. As a control-type soul master, his soul skills were primarily designed to subdue his foes. Yet, he was also a disciple of the Tang sect. Were the techniques of the Tang sect inferior to his soul skills? Certainly not. Although he could not employ hidden weapons and poisons at present, significantly diminishing the power of Tang sect's martial arts, their abilities remained far more practical. As for his controlled soul skills, they must be applied with utmost precision. Wielded only when necessary, and when unleashed, they must inflict the most severe damage upon the opponent. While retreating, Feng Xiaoyan no longer hesitated. After a brief period of probing, he realized that, as a powerful dual-element battle soul master, he found it exceedingly difficult to gain the upper hand in close combat against Tang San. This was not the time to ponder why Tang San's hands were so resilient. Rather, the focus should be on securing victory in this match. Consequently, as Feng Xiaoyan withdrew, both his second and third soul rings simultaneously illuminated. A pair of enormous azure wings unfurled from his back, while the azure light converged behind him, taking the form of the storm-wind, dual-headed wolf. Under the magnificent radiance of the colossal shadow, Feng Xiaoyan soared into the air with a single flap of his wings. Harnessing the winds aloft, his body ascended rapidly, reaching an altitude of 50 meters above the ground, a height unattainable by Tang San's blue-silver grass. Upon witnessing Feng Xiaoyan's sudden ascension, Tang San remained unfazed. He fixed his gaze upon his adversary while gradually moving to the center of the competition arena. Feng Xiaoyan, with his wings gracefully extended in the air, stared down at Tang San, musing that he hadn't anticipated Tang San to be mightier than Douluo Bai. Yet, for the sake of Huo Wu, he was determined to defeat him. He declared that he would vanquish Tang San using his self-created soul skill, granting him a semblance of honor in defeat. Stormwind Demon Wolf 36 strikes. The mere mention of a self-created soul skill astounded the majority of the soul masters present. It is well known that while self-created soul skills may not naturally form like those granted by soul rings, any soul master capable of creating their own skills is undoubtedly exceptional. These self-created skills are the result of personal refinement, proving to be more potent than conventional soul skills. On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Douluo Bai expressed his concern. This is Feng Xiaoyan's self-created soul skill. Stormwind Demon Wolf 36 strikes. It seems little San may be in jeopardy. Hearing Douluo Bai's words, Xiaowu's face clouded with worry. What makes Feng Xiaoyan's Stormwind Demon Wolf 36 strikes particularly formidable? Douluo Bai recollected. Feng Xiaoyan's technique relies on charging and leveraging force as its striking mechanism. His attacks grow stronger with each strike. I was once injured by his self-created soul skill, and I wonder how many times Little San can withstand it, with each strike growing stronger. Does that not place Little San in peril? Xiao fretted. You need not be overly concerned. If Tang San continues to utilize his first spirit, the blue silver grass, he will naturally be no match for Feng Xiaotian. However, should he release his second spirit at a critical moment, he can certainly surpass Feng Xiaotian. Do not forget, Tang San has also trained in enhancement-type soul skills, the chaotic wind hammer technique, Xiang Wentian stated calmly. On the stage, the dual-headed wolf shadow behind Feng Xiaotian gradually merged with his body, signifying the activation of his second soul skill, dual wolf possession. Under such circumstances, his attack, defense, and agility would all increase by 50%. Coupled with his third soul skill, storm wind wings, he had elevated his state to its most optimal level. Only with the assistance of these two soul abilities could his self-created soul skill truly manifest. From a certain perspective, his self-created soul skill was certainly not inferior to his own fourth soul skill, perhaps even surpassing it, while consuming minimal soul power. With a long cry, Feng Xiaotian sprang into action, his body descending from the heavens like a meteor racing toward the moon. Strangely, his massive form, with wings unfurled, produced not a single sound during its descent. The enveloping azure light retracted entirely. At that moment, his body and wings aligned at a perfect angle. The absence of sound indicated that the wind resistance had minimal effect on him. Only a wind-attributed soul master like him could adeptly navigate through the wind to find the optimal descent path. The sharp edges of his wings glimmered with a faint azure light under the sun, and the so-called 36 consecutive slashes of the gale wolf evidently emanated from these wings. Blue-silver grass surged skyward, transforming into countless vines that spiraled directly toward the descending Feng Xiaotian. His seemingly relentless advance in the air made a subtle adjustment, altering his trajectory just before making contact with the blue-silver grass. Light glimmered upon his wings, severing the vines with ease. Those encircling blue-silver grass could not impede his forward motion, being effortlessly sliced apart as they rushed toward Tang San. Tang San executed an audacious maneuver, launching both fists simultaneously toward the origin of Feng Xiaotian's wings, his shoulders. At the moment of impact, Feng Xiaotian's wings melded seamlessly with his arms, a crucial factor in the formidable power of his winged assaults. However, Feng Xiaotian was no ordinary opponent. He was eager to ascertain the true resilience of Tang San's hands. Slightly adjusting his body, he uniquely contracted his shoulder, allowing the sharpness of his wings to meet Tang San's fists, which radiated a pearly glow. With a resounding boom, Feng Xiaotian soared upward, his body propelled into the air, while Tang San's hands emerged unscathed. Thanks to the enhancement of his second soul skill, Twin Wolves, Feng Xiaotian remained uninjured. A profound pain coursed through him, causing his gaze to shift peculiarly. Was that truly a hand? He clearly remembered that his winged assault during the 36 consecutive slashes had effortlessly cleaved through a meter-thick granite. Feng Xiaotian was sent flying, and Tang San did not fare much better. His feet sank deep into the ground, a faint blush rising on his face as blood surged within him. Both their thoughts raced like lightning. Feng Xiaotian's assault would not cease, and Tang San's defense must continue. In Chapter 104, The Duel Between Tang San and Feng Xiaotian, Part 3, Feng Xiaotian, propelled by his momentum, did not ascend to the heights Tang San anticipated. Instead, he merely spun in the air before once again slashing down with his right wing. This time, his single wing flickered in the air, continuously altering its trajectory to evade Tang San's fists. The hardness of his fists did not imply invulnerability. Should such a formidable blade descend upon him, the consequences would be dire. A layer of purple-gold light flickered in Tang San's eyes as he quietly fixed his gaze upon the descending wing. As the wings neared within a meter of him, his hands finally rose once more, simultaneously launching a strike. With a resounding thud, Feng Xiaotian soared into the air, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not fathom how, despite his utmost efforts to control the situation, Tang San was still able to discern the point of attack beneath his wings. It seemed almost impossible. Little did he know, Tang San, hailing from the Tang sect, possessed an acuity unmatched by anyone from this realm. Not only could he evade the lethal blades of Feng Xiaotian's wings, but he could also deflect countless concealed weapons flying at him from all directions. Both Feng Xiaotian and Tang San were taken aback, however. Their combat remained unaffected by their astonishment. Feng Xiaotian spun midair, his wings striking downward in succession, unleashing his third and fourth slashes. Tang San, too, met these attacks with his mystic jade hand. The evidence was clear. Tang San's judgment was accurate. Each of Feng Xiaoyan's strikes was progressively more powerful, though the increase in force was slight. Yet, Tang San's arms began to feel sore and numb. His mystic jade hand had not yet reached its pinnacle, and the relentless onslaught from his opponent caused a sharp pain to throb in his palms. Suddenly, Tang San smiled, an unexpected reaction amid such intensity. As he braced for the next strikes, his calves sank into the ground, recalling Feng Xiaoyan's earlier assertion that his Gale Demon Wolf slash consisted of 36 strikes. Observing the current scenario, it was evident that not only was the force of Feng Xiaoyan's attacks escalating, but the speed was also on the rise. The correlation between speed and power was becoming increasingly apparent. The hallmark of his self-created soul skill lay in harnessing velocity and gravity to amplify his assault. Tang San contemplated. Although Feng Xiaoyan could indeed execute all 36 strikes, should he manage to withstand each one, it was plausible that the sheer force might ultimately break his wings. With a soul power 2 levels above Tang San's and the added enhancement, how could Tang San possibly endure such attacks? At this moment, a terrifying sharpness emanated from Feng Xiaoyan's body, rendering Tang San's attempts to utilize his second soul skill, Parasite, futile. Even the potential activation of his third soul skill, Web Binding, wrist being severed by the increasingly amplified blades. What options remained for Tang San? Should he unleash the 8 spider lances and engage directly? No. That was not his choice. Feng Xiaoyan's relentless offense stirred memories within Tang San, recalling an ability from his repertoire that had lain dormant for some time. The most inconspicuous of them all. In the brief pause between Feng Xiaoyan's 4th and 5th strikes, a surge of dark energy enveloped Tang San's right hand, materializing into an unassuming small hammer that now rested within his grasp. Meanwhile, a resounding explosion erupted beneath Tang San's feet and centered around his legs, which were embedded in the ground. The earth suddenly fractured, forming a large pit. As his body pivoted, Tang San gripped the hammer tightly, channeling power through his calves, waist, and back, executing a half-turn. The diminutive black hammer, merely a foot in length, was deftly lifted from below, directly countering Feng Xiaoyan's 5th strike. The impact sent Feng Xiaoyan soaring to an extraordinary height. Had one been able to observe, they would have noticed a fissure appearing on his wings. The excruciating pain rendered his face a deep crimson. In the midst of his spinning body, he gazed in horror at the small hammer in Tang San's grasp, his mind racing with questions regarding how his opponent had acquired a weapon. The referee had not called a halt, indicating that his adversary had not violated any rules of the competition. Little did he know that the referee was utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. The two figures rotated almost synchronously, one soaring above, the other grounded. Feng Xiaoyan struck downward with his wings, while Tang San swung the hammer upward once more. The violent clashing resonated like relentless rain on banana leaves. Both Tang San and Feng Xiaoyan accelerated their spins. In the blink of an eye, the series of collisions had concluded. At the apex of the Pope's chamber, Pope Bibidong, wielding a scepter, squinted as she observed Tang San, who was brandishing the Haotian hammer. She murmured, "Tang Hao, you have repeatedly opposed me. The last time, I spared your son. This time, I shall not allow him to escape. Killing your son will serve as a form of interest owed." Beside Pope Bibidong stood the formidable Jew Douluo, who respectfully inquired, "Your Holiness, shall I eliminate that boy now?" With a commanding presence, Pope Bibidong responded, "To slay him now would be too lenient. It would be far more advantageous to capture him post-match and use him as leverage against Tang Hao. Once Tang Hao falls into the trap, we shall eliminate both father and son. Your Holiness is astute. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once," Jew Douluo replied, a sinister glint in his eyes. At that moment, a voice reached the ears of the host, "Dodo, that is not merely a weapon, it is a martial soul. An apex existence among weapon martial souls, the Haotian hammer." The host, Dodo, exclaimed in shock, "The Haotian hammer, an unparalleled weapon martial soul." Chapter 105. The Victor the Blue Silver Grass, a standard waist martial soul, juxtaposed with the Haotian hammer, an elite weapon martial soul, manifested simultaneously within a single individual, evoking a sense of seamlessness. No one had anticipated that the blue silver grass, which dwelled below, and the Haotian hammer, which soared above, would coexist within one being. In the minds of the onlookers, the only phrase that surfaced was dual martial souls, Haotian sect, and Haotian hammer. 3 words, emblematic of the unparalleled martial spirits within the realm of soul masters, resonated deeply within the minds of all present. Although Tang San displayed no outward signs, the ability he wielded at this moment was none other than the unique sect soul skill of the Haotian clan. the chaotic wind hammer technique. It is said that when perfected, this technique can unleash a relentless barrage of 81 strikes, each more potent than the last. Even a true deity would find it impossible to withstand the final strike of those 81 hammers. The Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp, though diminutive and seemingly ordinary, represented an unparalleled legacy. In this moment, no one could doubt his identity. Only a direct descendant of the Haotian clan is permitted to learn the chaotic wind hammer technique. It must be acknowledged that Feng Xiaotian was indeed a remarkably gifted soul master. The soul skill he created bore considerable power. In a fleeting moment, the 36 consecutive slashes initiated from the air were sufficient to vanquish opponents of greater strength. Unfortunately for him, he faced an adversary whose self-created skill completely countered his own. The chaotic wind hammer technique stands as one of the most supreme augmentation techniques. Grounded firmly, Tang San had a distinct advantage in exerting force compared to his opponent. Each of Feng Xiaotian's slashes derived its augmentation from speed and gravity. In contrast, each of Tang San's strikes drew upon not only these elements, but also his intrinsic strength. In terms of weight, could Feng Xiaotian's own mass possibly compare to the staggering 500 pounds of the Haotian hammer? The chaotic wind hammer technique had been honed by Tang San through countless repetitions. In earlier clashes, Feng Xiaotian could hold his ground against Tang San, even gaining a slight edge. However, after the 10th strike, he began to falter, akin to iron being forged by the Haotian hammer, repeatedly struck and propelled forward. By this point, the wings tethered to his arms had become completely numbed. Feng Xiaotian sought to halt his advance, only to discover that he was utterly incapable of doing so. It appeared that Tang San's Haotian hammer possessed a peculiar adhesive force, drawing him in, rendering him unable to execute his Gale Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes. At this juncture, Feng Xiaotian exhibited the demeanor of a formidable warrior. As he prepared to unleash his 19th slash, he let out a fierce roar, a surge of azure light erupting throughout his being. In a resounding explosion, torrents of blood rained down from the heavens as Feng Xiaotian audaciously shattered his own wings. Countless fragments of flesh, imbued with tremendous vigor, hurtled toward Tang San, while Feng Xiaotian, now devoid of wing control over the currents, was propelled at an angle by the immense force. A bold sacrifice indeed. Although those wings were not limbs, they were none after the 36th strike. It was no longer within his control. Moreover, during his initial use of the Haotian hammer and its accompanying technique, Tang San discovered that the hammer itself emitted a unique force field, which harmoniously complemented the chaotic wind hammer technique. The magnitude of its power surpassed even his imagination. However, a significant challenge arose. The Haotian hammer was exceedingly heavy, weighing over 10 times that of a standard forging hammer. While he could harness control through rotation, halting its momentum proved immensely difficult. In fact, after executing the 24th strike, it became nearly impossible to manage the terrifying force unleashed. At that juncture, Feng Xiaotian, ensnared by the Haotian hammer's force field, faced near certain demise. At this moment, as Feng Xiaotian plummeted with shattered wings, his injured flesh failed to inflict damage upon Tang San. The whirlwind created by the Haotian hammer swept away the powerful torrents of blood and flesh, depositing them directly onto the ground. Tang San, having relaxed his body, spun dizzily for several revolutions before barely stabilizing himself. His complexion was ashen, and a wave of dizziness assaulted his mind, prompting him to retract the Haotian hammer, for he struggled to maintain his grip on such a formidable weapon. Presently, while Tang San's soul power had not been significantly depleted, the strain on his body had reached its zenith. The two adversaries stood several meters apart. Despite one being upright and the other fallen, neither was in optimal condition. Both gasped for breath, locking eyes, resolute in their determination not to concede. In truth, Tang San had not wished to employ his Haotian hammer. Rather, at that moment, he could conceive no alternative means to counter his opponent's Gale Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes. Even the 8 spider lances might not suffice. After all, this self-created skill's offensive power was continuously augmented, bolstered by the strength of 2 soul rings, making it Feng Xiaotian's ultimate technique. Tang San immediately recalled the chaotic wind hammer technique and executed it, showcasing his battlefield experience by making the most judicious decision in the briefest span of time. It was precisely due to this that he succeeded in overcoming his foe. Though both were nearly exhausted, Feng Xiaotian bore severe wounds from his shattered wings. The contest was on the verge of concluding. Dual spirit souls, are they? He managed to utter, struggling to rise. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tang San did not contest this assertion. Hammer name, Haotian. Haotian hammer? Feng Xiaoyan's pupils constricted sharply, and he forced a wry smile. It seems I cannot dispute my defeat. With a sigh, Tang San replied, in truth, you have not truly lost to me. You merely succumbed to your own self-created soul technique. Your Gale Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes were precisely countered by me. Otherwise, the outcome of our battle remains uncertain. The Shrek Team's Tang San triumphed over the Finghua Team's Feng Xiaoyan. Chapter 106, A Decisive Surrender. The competitors beneath the arena were ablaze with fervor. A hastily assembled team dared to dream of victory, how naive. Although the Wind and Fire Team boasted formidable strength, they were destined to fail against the Righteous Squad. After all, the Wind and Fire Team had resorted to underhanded tactics. Their defeat would be well-deserved. On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu was beside herself with excitement, exclaiming, Xiao San, you're incredible. I love you. The atmosphere at Shrek Academy was undeniably jubilant, as the first victory held immense significance, bolstering their morale. In stark contrast, the Wind and Fire Team wore expressions of despair. The malevolent fire cloud evil god seethed. How can a mere trash defeat Feng Xiaoyan? I shall deal with him myself. Wu Jingzun, equally incensed, retorted, Evil god, do not utter his name. Otherwise, we risk disqualification from the tournament. Fear not, while we cannot take his life. Ensuring he lies incapacitated for 3 months is certainly feasible, Fire Cloud Evil God replied with a sinister tone. The host, Douluo, announced with clarity, now. The Wind and Fire Team has dispatched their ace, Fire Cloud Evil God. At this moment, Tang San found himself depleted, utterly powerless against Fire Cloud Evil God. Even at his peak, he would have been no match, how much less so now. Yet, bound by the rules of the competition, he had no choice but to persist. Seeing Tang San in such a dire state, Xiao Wu's heart was heavy with anxiety. What should we do? The Wind and Fire Team has sent forth their main force. Fire Cloud Evil God and Xiao San is surely outmatched. What shall we do? Xiang Wentian, equally filled with concern, spoke. I suggest you concede. Xiao Wu, her face etched with worry, nodded in agreement. On the stage, Tang San, weakly half-kneeling, suddenly heard a voice whispering in his ear, as soon as the match begins. You must concede. Recognizing the voice of Xiang Wentian, the captain of the Shrek team, Tang San nodded towards him in the spectator area, offering a reassuring smile. On the arena, the malevolent Huiyun Xieshen glared at Tang San and declared, You brat, I will ensure you lie in agony for 3 months. Rest assured. It shall not be a day less. Tang San, wearing a faint smile, replied to Huiyun Xieshen, Perfect, I could use a rest, please. Be a bit more forceful. You insolent brat. The match is about to commence, and your tongue will only bring you 1,000-fold more suffering. Huiyun Xieshen retorted furiously. The match between Tang San of the Shrek team and Huiyun Xieshen of the Feng Hua team was about to begin. Before the host, Douluo, could announce the start, Tang San cried out, Referee, I concede. Huiyun Xieshen's cruel smile vanished abruptly, and in a state of disbelief. He shouted angrily, Did you not say you wished to rest for months? Did you not ask me to be more forceful? You liar. I truly wish to tear you apart. Tang San, should we meet again, I shall strike you without mercy. Tang San turned slowly to leave the arena, casually remarking. With our Shrek captain protecting me, I fear nothing. Ha. Huiyun Xieshen, consumed by rage, retorted, What does it matter if he protects you? I shall strike him down as well. Is that so? As you wish, I am here, a calm voice interrupted from afar. Huiyun Xieshen turned to see Xiang Wentian approaching the stage, greeting Tang San along the way. In that moment, Huiyun Xieshen realized that this entire situation had been a trap set by Xiang Wentian. Designed to provoke him into stepping onto the stage and dismantling his team, a remarkably clever strategy, indeed. The Shrek team had dispatched their captain, Xiang Wentian. The audience erupted in excitement. Xiang Wentian was hailed as the foremost genius of the Tiando Empire. And a match against the Feng Hua team promised to be nothing short of spectacular. Countless participating soul masters turned their gazes towards Xiang Wentian on the platform, anticipating an exhilarating contest. At the pinnacle of the Pope's palace, Bi Bidong smiled at the ghostly elder beside her and said, Elder Gue, this is your disciple. Notably, he possesses exceptional talent. Thank you for the compliment, Your Holiness, Ghost Douluo replied respectfully with a deep bow. I have heard you intend to recommend him as a candidate for the new generation of Pope? Bi Bidong inquired with a hint of intrigue. My subordinate does have such intentions. May I ask what Your Holiness implies? I certainly have no ulterior motives. The successor to the Pope should be the most capable. The Spirit Hall has always treated everyone fairly. If you believe he possesses such ability, I shall not oppose, Bibidong replied, her expression enigmatic. As she returned the respectful gesture to Douluo. On the arena, the host Dodo observed that both Xiang Wentian and Huiyun were fully prepared. He proclaimed in a clear voice, Xiang Wentian versus Huiyun. I hereby declare the match to commence. Chapter 107. A clash of titans. At this moment, Huiyun's expression was one of utmost seriousness. He resolved to devise a novel strategy to achieve victory through unconventional means. The instant the host Dodo announced the beginning of the match, Huiyun unleashed his fifth soul skill, propelling himself forward like a cannonball at an astonishing speed towards Xiang Wentian, shouting, Fifth soul skill, Toad Smash. I shall strike with all my might. Xiang Wentian contemptuously remarked, Are you resorting to this tactic once more? Is the lesson I imparted to you the last time insufficient? Do you still wish to cultivate a festering sore upon your bald head? At that moment, Xiang Wentian caught sight of the fire cloud evil god hurtling towards him, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. The thousand-handed Dithagata palm. Even if you are as cunning as a fox, you could not have anticipated that my fifth soul skill is merely a ruse, intended to swiftly bridge the distance between us. I aim to deliver a fatal blow utilizing the thousand-hand relay palm. At this moment, I, Xiang Wentian, was prepared to unleash my sixth soul skill, the angelic pagoda. However, I suddenly witnessed the fire cloud evil god executing a rapid change in tactics, catching me off guard. There was no time to alter my approach. I could only withstand the onslaught of the fire cloud evil god's thousand-hand relay palm. Yet, the thousand-hand relay palm is the most formidable attack of the fire cloud evil god. While the angelic pagoda is merely the first strike among soul skills that enhance through accumulation, how could it possibly contend with the thousand-hand relay palm? To confront my opponent's mightiest strike with an ordinary blow of my own, the outcome is all too predictable. A resounding explosion erupted as the immense golden light palm clashed with the demonic angel's ethereal fist, producing a sound that reverberated through the heavens. The fire cloud evil god maintained his aggressive stance, while I, Xiang Wentian, was forced to retreat 3 steps from the impact. At that moment, the fire cloud evil god's eyes narrowed, seizing the opportunity to strike, invoking the second form of the thousand-hand relay palm. As Xiang Wentian beheld the fire cloud evil god, he anticipated a powerful strike aimed at unseating him from the arena. However, his retreat was abruptly halted. Gazing at the now colossal second palm of the thousand-handed Buddha, he remained unfazed and proclaimed, Ninth style of the Buddha's palm, 10,000 Buddhas paying homage. What followed was a golden handprint, magnified several times beyond that of the thousand-handed Buddha, emanating from Xiang Wentian's palm. Upon collision with the fire cloud evil god's palm, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The once formidable thousand-handed Buddha began to dissolve like ice under the summer sun. Although it melted away, Xiang Wentian's palm, radiant with golden light, continued its advance toward the fire cloud evil god. With a resounding crash, Xiang Wentian's ninth style of the Buddha's palm landed squarely upon the fire cloud evil god's body. The latter was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, blood spurting forth as he fell, motionless and seemingly lifeless upon the ground. A thunderous cheer erupted from the audience below. The Wind and Fire team, which had relied on underhanded tactics to gain strength, faced yet another defeat, an outcome most eagerly anticipated by the competing Soul Master students. Xiang Wentian truly embodied the pinnacle of talent from the Tiando Empire, having dispatched the principal force of the Wind and Fire team, the Fire Cloud Evil God, in but 2 swift moves. What good were their dubious methods when they were utterly overpowered by the Shrek team? It was merely luck for Shrek Academy. Had the Wind and Fire Academy encountered our Xinglua Royal Academy, their defeat would have been even more devastating. Bu Jingyan inhaled deeply, declaring with solemnity, Now that Xiang Wentian has made his move, I shall confront him personally, even if it requires the full extent of my hidden cards. I will defeat Xiang Wentian. Hearing Bu Jingyun's grave words, Nie Feng's expression turned anxious as he cautioned, Brother Yin, Xiang Wentian is formidable. You must exercise caution. Bu Jingyan nodded gravely at Nie Feng and strode purposefully toward the arena. Meanwhile, the announcer, Dodo, proclaimed with vigor, the Wind and Fire team has dispatched their captain, Bu Jingyun. Bu Jingyun stands as the mightiest of the Wind and Fire team, while Xiang Wentian is equally the strongest of the Shrek team. It shall be a clash of titans. Who will emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome. As Bu Jingyan ascended the stage, he fixed his gaze upon Xiang Wentian across the arena and solemnly stated, Xiang Wentian, I am well aware of your strength. But today I shall summon 120% of my fighting spirit to face you. For the honor of the Shifeng Academy, your defeat is inevitable. As Xiang Wentian observed Bu Jingyun's serious expression and solemn words, he pondered whether Bu Jingyun had an undisclosed trump card to reveal today. A knowing smile crept across Xiang Wentian's face as he remarked, "Is that so? I hope you will surprise me today and not suffer too terribly, lest others accuse me of not giving the wind and fire team their due respect." In response to Xiang Wentian's words, Bu Jingyun erupted into a boisterous laugh, declaring, "Such brazen arrogance! Let us see if you can claim victory over me first. Has the referee not yet announced the start?" Hearing Bu Jingyun's urging, the host Douluo momentarily froze in surprise before quickly regaining composure and announcing loudly, "Xiang Wentian versus Bu Jingyun. The match begins." Chapter 108, The Dance of Ghosts and Gods, the Death Goddess chapter. With a thunderous strike, the sword of the heavens unleashed fury. A myriad of golden rays shocking both gods and spirits. The wind heralded the rain, shrouding the moon, as the sword of the ghostly god laughed at the heavens, invoking the lament of the death god. "Be cautious, Xiang Wentian." In that very instant, the host Douluo proclaimed the commencement of the match. Bu Jingyun unleashed the awe-inspiring ghostly god sword technique. The clouds above and the sunlight streaming down became distorted, as the arena filled with a tangible sword aura of intermingled black and white. Countless strands of sword energy sliced through Xiang Wentian, producing a cacophony of sound. Though Xiang Wentian was shielded by the celestial dominance body, the powerful recoil of the sword energy rendered him as if he were being flayed alive. At that moment, the space before Xiang Wentian was engulfed in a chaotic dance of black and white sword energy, obscuring any sight of Bu Jingyun's position. At this moment, Xiang Wentian found himself devoid of any viable options, resorting to frantically unleashing his soul abilities amidst the sea of sword energy. His sixth soul skill, Angelic Pagoda, allowed him to deliver a maximum of 99 punches. However, the potency of Angelic Pagoda is cumulative. Each strike surpasses the previous one. Despite Xiang Wentian's array of soul skills, none possess the destructive power that exceeds the 99th punch of Angelic Pagoda, not even the Buddha realm in his palm. The immense silhouette of a demonic angel loomed over the sea of sword energy, unleashing formidable punches, each one more powerful than the last, creating cataclysmic force. By now, Xiang Wentian had unleashed 81 punches, and wherever the shadows of his fists passed, the very fabric of space shattered, and the sword energy dissipated. The overwhelming might of Angelic Pagoda had surpassed Xiang Wentian's control. He could no longer restrain his own body, surrendering to the swift onslaught of the demonic fists, only able to direct their trajectory. At this juncture, Bu Jingyun gazed in horror at the colossal demonic angelic silhouette behind Xiang Wentian, which seemed to be in a frenzy, relentlessly swinging its powerful black fists. As the dark fists of Xiang Wentian drew perilously close to him, Bu Jingyun, unwilling to be passive, summoned his most potent assault. The ultimate secret of the Ghost God Sword technique, the Death God chapter of the Ghost God Dance. The Death God chapter of the Ghost God Dance was a soul skill of Bu Jingyun's own creation, conceived after his previous defeat, merging it with his newfound insights into his martial spirit. It is undeniable that Bu Jingyun is indeed worthy of being a descendant of the Bu clan. Possessing an extraordinary talent that is almost otherworldly, no wonder survival past the age of 7 is deemed as having attained semi-divine status. Bu Jingyun bellowed the name of his technique, and in an instant, countless strands of black and white sword energy began to coalesce on the arena. As if drawn by an unseen force, they swiftly converged into a colossal black sword, 7 zhang in length and 1 zhang in width, which then hurtled towards Xiang Wentian with breathtaking speed, nearly arriving in the blink of an eye. As Xiang Wentian beheld the enormous black sword hurtling towards him at breakneck speed, he felt no trace of panic within. Instead, his fighting spirit surged to unprecedented heights. Regardless of the myriad of techniques at play, he was resolute, prepared to unleash his tenfold strength to conquer all obstacles, to shatter myriad laws with a single force. A thunderous roar erupted, resonating not only through the arena but also causing a subtle tremor among the spectators gathered above. The angelic pagoda of Xiang Wentian, with the shadow of a demonic angel, unleashed its 82nd fist, striking heavily upon the tip of the obsidian giant sword. A faint cracking sound resonated as the dark blade met the force. Remarkably, Xiang Wentian felt no discomfort. Instead, a sense of exhilaration surged within him, as if he had struck something tangible. In stark contrast, Bu Jingyun was shaken to his core. He was all too familiar with the deathly essence of his self-created soul skill, the Death God chapter from the Dance of Ghosts and Deities. Having recently mastered this formidable technique, he had once cleaved a mountain wall nearly 100 meters deep. Yet now, Merely being struck by Xiang Wentian's angelic demon fist had caused the blade to emit a sound of fracture, a testament to the immense power behind Xiang Wentian's sixth soul skill, Angelic Pagoda. Before Bu Jingyun could retract his obsidian sword, Xiang Wentian's 83rd fist surged forward, delivering a solid blow to the sword's body. A thunderous crash ensued as the obsidian blade shattered into fragments. Immediately following was the 84th fist of the Angelic Pagoda. Xiang Wentian understood that should this blow land upon Bu Jingyun, it would obliterate him into a mist of blood. Their rivalry was merely that of competitors in a tournament, devoid of deep-seated enmity. Furthermore, if Bu Jingyun were to perish in the arena, the Shrek team would be disqualified from the competition. Thus, this blow was destined for the arena floor. Boom. The colossal stage, crafted from blue limestone, shattered into pieces, while Bu Jingyun was propelled backward by the sudden force, soaring 100 meters into the air before losing consciousness even before he touched the ground. Xiang Wentian, having exhausted his soul power, could not unleash his 85th fist. Had he been at full power, the destructive capacity of that final blow would have been unfathomable. At that moment, the blue limestone arena lay in ruins, shrouded in dust and smoke, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. No one anticipated that Xiang Wentian, the captain of the Shrek team, could deliver such a formidable strike. This power had not only surpassed the full might of a Soul Douluo but was also beyond what many title Douluo could manifest. After several moments, the audience erupted into a fervent uproar, their cheers ascending from whispers to a thunderous crescendo, echoing continuously. At the pinnacle of the papal palace, Pope Bibi Dong was astounded, exclaiming, "The disciple of the ghost Douluo possesses such extraordinary talent. If he possesses excellent leadership and the wisdom of a strategist, he could easily be the next pope." Alas, individuals who excel in both intellect and valor are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, not easily found. I never imagined you to be so powerful. The last time I faced you, I suffered greatly. It seems my defeat was not unwarranted, mused Zhu Douluo. At that moment, the host, Dodo, finally regained composure from the shock and hastily announced, "Xiang Wentian versus Bu Jingyun, and the victor is Xiang Wentian." The audience, comprising participants and teachers from both the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, erupted into thunderous applause. For them, the battle between Xiang Wentian and Bu Jingyun was an extraordinary spectacle, one worthy of being etched into the annals of history. Chapter 109. On the way back to the hotel at this moment, Niefeng's face was etched with despair as he cradled the unconscious Bu Jingyun, who had fallen to the ground. With a heavy heart, he uttered, "We, the Wind and Fire battle team, concede." Deep within Niefeng's mind, he understood the immense power of Bu Jingyun's ultimate self-created soul technique, the Dance of the Ghosts and Gods, Death Edition. Yet, he recognized that even this formidable skill could not rival Xiang Wentian. Even if their team took turns to compete, they would merely be sacrifices. Thus, conceding was the most prudent choice for Niefeng, as the Wind and Fire battle team still had to face opponents from other academies. If they faltered here, their elimination would be inevitable. Xiang Wentian understood why Niefeng made such a choice. Even though Xiang Wentian himself lacked sufficient soul power, Shrek Academy still had two formidable members, Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng. In contrast, the Wind-Fire team was left with only Niefeng as their mainstay. If he insisted on fighting, elimination would be their only fate. However, by choosing to concede, Niefeng's decision would bring hope to the Wind-Fire team. As the defeated Academy team still had the opportunity for a rematch, a victory would allow them to continue to the finals. Conversely, a loss would lead to direct elimination. The Spirit Hall's decision aimed to provide powerful teams with a chance for redemption, preventing them from being ousted by stronger opponents and losing the opportunity to recruit hidden talents. After Shrek's victory, Xiang Wentian led the group back to the hotel, while Flandra and the Master continued to watch the matches. For Flandra, the chance to watch the competition without needing a ticket was rare. If he didn't team maximize this opportunity, it would be an affront to his grand gold tooth. On their way back, Oscar displayed great enthusiasm. For the food-type Soul Master, continuous victories were the most pleasing outcome. In contrast, Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng were less satisfied. For these martial enthusiasts, combat was even more vital than eating or sleeping. Along the way, Ru Ming clung to Xiang Wentian's arm, and the series of uninterrupted victories instilled a sense of pride in the Shrek team, an emotion shared by Xiang Wentian. He understood that overconfidence could lead to downfall, and thus, they urgently required a formidable opponent to awaken their spirits. Wentian, your sixth soul skill, Angel Pagoda, bears some resemblance to my chaotic cloak hammer, perhaps even surpassing it. Would you be open to sharing insights into the essence of such soul skills? Tang San inquired. Of course. The fundamental difference between my Angel Pagoda and your Chaotic Cloak Hammer is that my Angel Pagoda is derived from soul rings, allowing me to infuse an unlimited amount of soul power for amplified critical strikes. In contrast, the Chaotic Cloak Hammer is a self-created skill without soul rings to infuse power, meaning it can only channel soul power into the martial soul. This delineates the core distinction between soul skills and self-created skills. While self-created skills are often more practical and powerful, their lack of soul rings limits them significantly. Thus, it offers both advantages and disadvantages, Xiang Wentian explained. Ah, now it makes sense, Tang Sin responded, enlightened. Then, if I aim to break through to the 81st strike of the Chaotic Cloak Hammer, what suggestions might you have? Xiang Wentian mused. In this world, there exists no perfect soul skill, only the most suitable combination of soul skills for oneself. If you truly break through the limits of the Chaotic Wind Hammer technique, you will inevitably lose something. Heaven is fair, day and night walk hand in hand. While you possess immense power, have you considered whether your speed can keep pace, or if your body can withstand it? Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Tang San fell into silence, murmuring, is there truly no method to transcend the limits? Shimin Shui replied nonchalantly, of course there is. It requires your own pursuit. Wentian is correct. In your quest to surpass the limits of the Chaotic Wind Hammer technique, you will indeed sacrifice certain things. As the group continued their discussions on cultivation insights, they unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Chapter 110, The Background of Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing Part 1. To celebrate the victory of their first battle, Xiang Wentian generously treated everyone to a delightful feast. After a night of rest, the group's bodies had adjusted to their optimal condition. On the following morning, as the sun rose, the sky appeared as if it had been washed clean, a brilliant azure that was pleasing to the eye. The heavens were clear and vast, adorned with vibrant clouds, as the members of the Shrek team, invigorated by the sunlight, made their way to the competition venue. As on the previous day, Xiang Wentian arrived at the preliminary zone to draw a bamboo stick from the hands of Su Yuntao. Upon inspecting the stick, he discovered inscribed upon it the name of the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Xiang Wentian shook his head knowingly, as if he already anticipated the outcome of the competition. Upon returning to the Shrek Academy Team's resting area, the moment he stepped through the entrance, Oscar hurriedly approached him, inquiring, which academy team did you draw today? The Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, Xiang Wentian articulated with precision. The Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy is the team sent by the Star Luo Empire among the 3 seed teams. Hearing that Shrek's opponent this time was the Star Luo Royal Academy team, Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing exchanged glances, their expressions darkening in surprise. Naturally, Xiang Wentian understood the reason behind Dai Mubai's expression, yet the others remained oblivious. Thus, Tang San inquired, Mubai, Qing, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Why do your brows furrow? Upon learning that their next opponent for the Shrek team was the Star Luo Royal Academy, Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing were momentarily taken aback, their demeanor shifting to one of profound gloom, starkly contrasting their usual selves. Even when faced with formidable adversaries, they had never exhibited such expressions. It seemed as though they were amassing a latent power, poised to erupt once fully gathered. Teetering between an ascendant outburst and a dismal demise, this was the truest reflection of their countenance. Suddenly, both of them opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes ablaze with fervor, their faces contorting with barely contained excitement. In an astonishing display, they bowed deeply to the assembly without uttering a word. A flicker of emotion crossed the otherwise impassive face of Shimin Shui as he wondered if the two had lost their senses. Tang San, taken aback by their actions, exclaimed, Mubai, Zhu Qing, what are you doing? At this moment, the others were equally astonished, perplexed by the unexpected behavior of the duo. Noticing the bewildered stares of the crowd, Dai Mubai nodded to Zhu Qing, stating, Qing, why don't you explain? Zhu Qing exchanged a glance with Dai Mubai before affirmatively replying, in this match, we must secure victory. This is our only opportunity. Oscar, confused, asked, what exactly is going on? Do you have enemies at the Star Luo Royal Academy? Zhu Qing shook her head, clarifying, not at all. This is a conflict between families. Both Mubai and I hail from the Star Luo Empire, belonging to 2 prominent families with an intricate relationship, including customs of marital alliances. Only the most exceptional members of our families may ascend as future heirs. Neither Mubai nor I are the direct heirs. My elder sister and Mubai's older brother were betrothed from a young age, and so were we. The 4 of us are the most distinguished children of our respective families. Our journey to the Heaven Do Empire was to enhance our abilities. This prestigious elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent is an opportunity bestowed upon us by our families. Given our status as non-heirs, our chances of inheritance are considerably diminished. If we can surpass our siblings, we will gain the qualification to inherit. Tang San asked, "So, your siblings are part of the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy team?" Zhu Zhiqing nodded silently. "Initially, I believed we had no hope. However, upon arriving at Shrek Academy and meeting all of you, I suddenly realized that with your assistance, we have a genuine chance at victory." Unable to contain herself, Xiao interjected, "Is power truly so significant? Even if you were to inherit your families, would you genuinely find happiness in that?" Zhu Zhiqing let out a wry smile. "If only it were that simple. Do you think we truly value power so highly? No, it is not like that. Both of our families have exceedingly peculiar regulations. In order to cultivate exceptional heirs for the future, once the contenders are chosen, they are trained to regard one another as adversaries. The victor may inherit the family legacy, but the vanquished face a grim fate. To prevent internal strife within the family, the competitors who fail are ruthlessly eliminated. Thus, we vie not only for power, but also for our very lives." At this point, Zhu Zhiqing's emotions became fervent. "Do you know why I have always been so cold towards Mubai? It is because I have resigned myself to the certainty of my demise before the age of 25. I may not even reach that age. Mubai's elder brother is 6 years his senior, possessing exceptional intelligence and strength. My sister is also 7 years my senior. Competing against them leaves us with virtually no chance. Therefore, upon arriving in the Tiando Empire, Mubai chose to indulge in a life of debauchery, lingering among frivolous pursuits. His choices leave us with little hope for survival. I am incensed by his lack of ambition." Finally, Dai Mubai spoke. "Compete? How can we compete? My brother is 6 years older than I. He is already the nearly assured heir of the family. My selection as a backup is merely to provide my brother with additional pressure and motivation." It was only upon arriving at Shrek Academy and meeting Wentian, Ruming, Shimin Shui Shui, Yigu Qing, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, and knew that I glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The family has set the deadline for our endeavors at the age of 25. Beyond intellectual prowess, our personal strength will be tested in the elite competition among the advanced soul master academies across the continent. Zhu Qing and I must surpass our elder siblings during their participation in the competition. They are nearing 25, and this edition of the contest represents our singular opportunity. If we fail, we must excel in other areas to even have a chance at recognition. However, the support they receive far outweighs our own, rendering success nearly impossible. I harbor resentment towards my family, yet for Zhu Qing's sake, I will no longer retreat. In today's battle, even if it leads to death, I shall never concede." With eyes like crimson embers, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. No one could have anticipated the immense pressure and background looming behind Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing. It was a threat to their very existence. Chapter 111, The Background of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing, Part 2. Xiang Wentian gazed steadily into Dai Mubai's eyes and spoke slowly yet resolutely. "We shall undoubtedly triumph. Please have faith in your captain and your comrades." As Dai Mubai met Xiang Wentian's unwavering gaze, a flicker of warmth ignited within his once icy heart. "Thank you, Wentian. Thank you all. You have bestowed upon me hope, the hope of victory, the hope of survival. Do you remember the words I once shared with you? When the enemy resides in the heart, the world becomes an adversary. When the heart knows no enemy, one remains unconquered throughout the realm." He continued, "During the match, I will ensure that you and Zhu Qing take the field. Remember, only by maintaining an invincible belief can we vanquish formidable foes." Under the encouraging gazes of the onlookers, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing nodded with determination. At that moment, the melodious voice of the host, Do, echoed through the sound amplification soul guide. "Now, let us welcome the Shrek team and the Xingluo Royal team to the stage for the elimination round." As they approached the viewing platform, Xiang Wentian noticed the opposing team. Their attire marked with the insignia of the Xingluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Leading them was a young man with flowing golden hair cascading down his back. Exuding an air of languid nonchalance, his eyes shimmering with a violet hue, though not of dual pupils. His visage bore a striking resemblance to Dai Mubai. Yet he stood a few inches taller. Despite his casual demeanor, a hint of a superior smile lingered upon his lips. Following closely behind him was a statuesque young lady, her form nearly matching his height, with a voluptuous figure and skin as smooth as white jade. She too wore a smile, even as she clasped the former's arm amidst the competitive atmosphere. This young lady was beautiful, akin to Zhu Zhiqing, yet devoid of her icy aura. Instead, She radiated a gentle warmth that made her beauty all the more universally acknowledged. Trailing behind them was a bald man, whose fierce countenance was imposing. Towering at 9 feet tall, his bronze skin gleamed in the morning sun, and his explosive musculature emanated an overwhelming pressure. From start to finish, he wore a sinister grin that evoked discomfort in those who beheld him. Even before either side had dispatched their contestants onto the stage, the air was thick with tension. The youth leading the opposing team cast a casual glance at Dai Mubai and remarked, "Mubai, I never imagined you would make it this far to the finals. The mere fact that you can challenge me face to face signifies your success. Yet, you should know, this will compel me to strike you down. Davis, spare me the pretense. When have you ever ceased your assaults against me? Today, on this stage, we are adversaries. If you possess the skill, defeat me first. Otherwise, the inheritance of our family name remains uncertain." Davis regarded Dai Mubai with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. "Oh, our once dashing playboy has transformed. Very well. I am keen to see what skills you have acquired in these years away from home, daring to speak to your elder brother in such a manner. It seems Xu Qing has joined you. Are you truly ready to resist us to the end?" Davis's gaze fell upon Xu Qing, his expression growing solemn. A brief exchange of glances with the girl beside him revealed a chilling glint in their eyes. "Xu Qing, if I am not mistaken, you are barely 15 years old, correct? To participate in this competition at such a young age and reach the top 10 is quite remarkable. I cannot decide whether to commend your luck or your prowess. However, this is where your journey ends. In truth, both your father and mother miss you dearly, but they cannot defy our ancestral rules. After the competition, you must return with me." The girl beside Davis spoke with a tone distinct from Xu Zhuqing's cold demeanor. Her voice exuded an alluring charm that was difficult to resist. "Zhu Zhuyun, there is no need for your feigned concern. Had I not left home, I might have already perished at your hands. Miss me? Is there such familial affection within our clan?" Zhu Zhuqing's voice turned even colder. For both her and Dai Mubai, this couple before them represented a future they could not escape, bound by an indelible bloodline. They were ensnared in a struggle where only one could survive under the weight of familial expectations. Regardless of the reasons, they were compelled to fight with all their might. For no one wished for their existence to be extinguished so easily. The conversation on stage was not conducted in hushed tones, and the soul masters in the audience possessed sharper hearing than ordinary folk. When they heard Zhu Zhuyan mention Xu Zhuqing's tender age, even the most arrogant soul masters were taken aback. At this moment, Xiang Wentian, feeling helpless, realized that fate had drawn adversaries together. Even before entering the competition area, tensions were already palpable. If Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing encountered this pair on the arena, it would undoubtedly lead to a life-and-death struggle. Thus, Xiang Wentian addressed the members of the Shrek team. "All right, it is time for us to depart. Let the arena determine our fates." As the Shrek team entered the viewing area, Dai Mubai hastily and resolutely declared, "Wentian, please allow me to be the first to compete." "Why?" Xiang Wentian inquired. "Because the captain of the Star Luo Royal Academy team, Davis, will surely be the first to take the stage. It is time for me to confront our shared past. Since you have made your decision, pursue it wholeheartedly. I will arrange for you to be the first to compete." Xiang Wentian assured Dai Mubai. "Please have both teams take the stage." The host, Douluo, exclaimed in astonishment. "It is truly remarkable that the captain of the Star Luo Royal Academy team is the first to enter the arena, while the Shrek team sends forth only an ordinary member. Is it that the Star Luo Royal Academy overestimates Shrek's abilities, or are there other reasons? Let us await the outcome." Chapter 112, Dai Mubai vs. Davis, Part 1. Both sides prepared to unleash their martial souls. As the host Douluo announced the commencement of the battle, the 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, on Dai Mubai's body shone brilliantly. Davis, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the resplendent soul rings adorning his brother and sensed an undeniable pressure emanating from Dai Mubai's soul skills. At level 49, the only individuals capable of instilling such a sensation of pressure were those at the 50th level with 4 soul rings. This realization was unfathomable. Just 2 years prior, Dai Mubai had possessed only a soul power of 25. How could he have possibly ascended beyond level 50 in such a brief span? Upon arriving at the finals of the Shrek Academy competition, Davis had already taken note of Dai Mubai, yet he had never regarded his younger brother as a formidable rival. His attention had been fixated solely on the monstrous figure with 600,000-year soul rings. To his astonishment, the brother he had consistently underestimated had now left him utterly astounded. The notion that Dai Mubai had gained 25 levels of soul power in just 2 years was staggering. an almost mythical talent that could only be described as monstrous. Given their age difference, how could Dai Mubai possibly catch up to him? Even learning that Shrek Academy had emerged as the champion of the Heaven Do Empire's regional tournament had not altered his perception. As one of the three-seeded teams, Davis and his companions had regarded only the team endorsed by the Spirit Hall as their true adversary. However, upon witnessing Dai Mubai's display of power as a level 50 Soul Master, Davis was not only shaken but also filled with a murderous intent. The gap in their ages was significant, yet Dai Mubai had rapidly surpassed him in strength. If given more time, Davis would be left with no opportunity to prevail. Thus, even at the cost of violating the tournament's rules, he resolved to eliminate this burgeoning threat. Dai Mubai, coldly observing Davis, could easily discern the murderous intent in his brother's eyes. In terms of innate talent, he excelled far beyond Davis. His naturally sinister dual pupils had always drawn attention, which was why he had become a worthy rival to his brother. At that moment, even before the match had commenced, Dai Mubai felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. Throughout their lives, every encounter with Davis had been marked by a deep-seated disdain in his brother's gaze, as he had never acknowledged Dai Mubai as a contender. Yet now, he could see seriousness, pressure, and a hint of fear reflected in Davis's eyes. This transformation was the result of Dai Mubai's relentless pursuit of strength and fortune. The competition began. With the command issued by Dodo, this decisive battle that would determine the fates of Dai Mubai and Davis finally commenced. The two collided with tremendous force, producing a resounding boom, and then engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their martial souls clashing against one another. In an instant, they exchanged hundreds of strikes, neither able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, both unleashed powerful punches toward each other, resulting in another deafening crash before swiftly separating. Second soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. In an instant, Davis unleashed his second soul skill, the White Tiger's radiant wave, directing a brilliant beam of white light towards Dai Mubai. In response, Dai Mubai immediately activated his first soul skill, the White Tiger's barrier, enveloping himself in a protective yellow energy shield. The incoming white beam struck the barrier, yet due to its fortification, Dai Mubai emerged unscathed. As the white light relentlessly battered against his energy shield, Dai Mubai, maintaining his stance, looked upon Davis with disdain and remarked, "Davis, are you merely tickling me? Is this the extent of your prowess? If so, your demise is inevitable today." Davis chuckled lightly. "Allow me to present you with a surprise." With that, he conjured the splitting light-cutting line, compressing the robust energy beam into a razor-sharp energy line that swept towards Dai Mubai. Upon witnessing this, Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly dispelled the White Tiger's barrier, leaning back as the cutting line just barely grazed the tip of his nose, the resultant gust leaving him stinging. Seething with anger, Dai Mubai realized that without resorting to his ultimate techniques, he posed no significant threat to Davis. He activated his third soul skill, the White Tiger's diamond transformation, followed by his fourth, the White Tiger's meteor shower. In a magnificent display, Dai Mubai unleashed two soul skills simultaneously, augmenting the power of the meteor shower under the enhancement of the diamond transformation. Countless white meteor fists rapidly coalesced around him, and with a decisive punch, he propelled the barrage toward Davis. Davis, with a sardonic smile, countered with his own soul skill, the White Tiger's destruction shield, conjuring a massive white shield that firmly protected him. The barrage of meteor fists collided against the colossal shield, causing it to tremble under the relentless assault. Despite the violent quaking, the shield remained unblemished until the onslaught subsided. As the echoes of the barrage faded, Dai Mubai's expression turned grave. He had failed to breach the formidable shield. He shouted, "Reverse meteor." To his astonishment, the multitude of meteor fists that had just been released reappeared behind Davis, launching themselves toward him. Sensing an impending threat, Davis swiftly turned the giant shield to face the back, but before he could fully position it, he felt a powerful tremor and was met with a cacophony of explosive impacts. Davis was utterly taken aback. Could it be a self-created soul skill that allowed such a counterattack from behind? As Davis had turned his back, it was now exposed before Dai Mubai. With a cunning smile, Dai Mubai exclaimed, "Davis, you have fallen into my trap." The comet explosion was unleashed. With fists tightly clenched, a multitude of meteors converged upon his hands. Dai Mubai shouted, "Explosion!" A colossal beam of white light shot forth at an astonishing speed from his fists, striking Davis squarely in the back. The impact sent Davis hurtling forward, blood erupting from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Moments later, just as the host Dodo was about to announce the outcome of the match, Davis abruptly rose, wiping the blood from his lips. With a cruel grin, he remarked, "Mubai, It has been 2 years since we last met, and your progress is indeed impressive, leaving me astonished. However, I believe this duel will soon reach its conclusion, for I shall employ my ultimate technique." Upon hearing Davis's words, Dai Mubai's expression grew exceedingly grave. The disparity in soul power between them was merely a single rank. Should Davis wish to take a fall, Dai Mubai might find himself in peril as well. Davis's gaze sharpened as he declared, "Second soul skill, White Tiger Quake." Upon unleashing his second soul skill, the arena trembled violently, akin to tumultuous waves, rendering Dai Mubai immobile and unable to leverage any power. Davis would not afford Dai Mubai a moment's respite. With the second phase of his second soul skill, White Tiger Uplift, several massive boulders formed from condensed soul power ensnared Dai Mubai, trapping him within their crushing embrace. With a cold snort, Davis spoke indifferently, "Mubai, it is over." Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Annihilation. Upon invoking his fourth soul skill, he leapt into the air and delivered a powerful punch upon the boulders confining Dai Mubai. The boulders shattered, sending Dai Mubai, now free from their confinement, crashing backward, unconscious. The true strength of White Tiger Annihilation lay not in its physical might but in its psychological assault. Though Dai Mubai sustained little physical harm from the direct hit, his mental faculties were compromised, rendering him insensible. "Mubai!" Zhu Zhiqing gasped in alarm. At that moment, Xiang Wentian beheld Dai Mubai lying unconscious, left vulnerable to the whims of his adversary. Davis, however, began to approach Dai Mubai with ominous intent. Just then, Xiang Wentian drew forth the white handkerchief adorned with the image of a pair of mandarin ducks swimming, a gift from Meng. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the air, landing on the stage before the unconscious Dai Mubai. He tossed the handkerchief to Davis and firmly stated, "I am Xiang Wentian, captain of the Shrek team. I represent Dai Mubai in conceding the match. Your next opponent is me." Davis said with malice, "Xiang Wentian, should you dare to interfere in the affairs of our Star Luo royal family, you shall be considered an enemy of the Star Luo dynasty. I advise you to contemplate the consequences carefully." Xiang Wentian laughed heartily and replied, "In this world, there is no one who can instill fear in me, Xiang Wentian. If it is for my brothers and kin, I would not hesitate to face the world as an adversary." Davis, seething with rage, retorted, "Xiang Wentian, you had best never set foot in the Star Luo Empire in this lifetime, or you shall incur the wrath of the entire Star Luo Empire." Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort, raising his gaze to the host, Douluo, suspended in the sky. "Are you waiting to announce the competition results? Or are you merely enjoying a spectacle?" At that moment, Douluo finally grasped the situation and declared in a clear voice, "Dai Mubai faces Davis, and Davis emerges victorious." Instantly, the observation platform below erupted in chaos. The captain of the Shrek team, Xiang Wentian, was critiqued for his apparent folly. After all, the captain of the Star Luo royal team had already taken the stage, while he sent a mere pawn to compete. Was this not a blatant concession? It became evident that Xiang Wentian, whom many had believed to possess exceptional strategic prowess, was merely a brawny fool lacking in cleverness. On the Shrek Academy observation platform, Ru Ming furiously retorted, "You are the ones who lack strategy. You are the real fools." Before Ru Ming could continue her tirade, Tang San interjected, "Our Shrek team has never relied on popularity, but rather on our strength." Zhu Zhiqing, filled with guilt, expressed, "I am sorry, everyone. It is my and Mubai's shortcomings that have led to our team's defeat in this match." Seeing Zhu Zhiqing's distressed demeanor, Ru Ming quickly comforted her, saying, "What are you doing, Zhiqing? We are a united front in the Shrek team, inseparable. By saying this, do you imply that we are not friends?" "Indeed, Zhiqing. We are close-knit partners. Your words seem to distance us," Ning Rongrong added supportively. Yi Guqing spoke slowly. "Our Shrek team has consistently triumphed. Other Soul Master Academies hold us in high regard. In their eyes, we are invincible. A single defeat tarnishes our image, rendering it unacceptable, which explains their strong reactions." Shiman Shui coldly snorted, dismissing the concerns with indifference. "Let them talk. We shall walk our own path. With 3 mainstays in our Shrek team, which academy can truly rival us? Maintaining our unbeaten spirit and focusing on our own performance is paramount." At that moment, Oscar glanced toward the arena, grinning. "When Tian has already taken the stage, let us see how he overcomes his adversary." The captain of the Shrek team personally stepped into the arena to confront the captain of the Star Luo Royal Advanced Academy. Who would emerge victorious? We shall see. The match commenced. Chapter 114. Hu Hongxi. At this juncture, Davis felt a profound sense of helplessness swell within him. With a soul power disparity of over 10 levels between himself and Xiang Wentian, and after the intense battle just fought, His soul power had been significantly depleted. Even at his peak, he would not stand a chance against Xiang Wentian, how much less so now. Consequently, Davis lowered his noble head and reluctantly declared, "I concede." Seeing Davis voluntarily concede, the host Douluo announced, "Captain of the Douluo Royal Team, Davis has chosen to forfeit. Xiang Wentian is the victor." Below the arena, murmurs of disappointment filled the air. To concede before even fighting? The captain of the Douluo Royal Team is rather cowardly, a youth from a nearby academy retorted. Another student countered, "What do you know? Xiang Wentian possesses over 10 levels more soul power than the captain of the Douluo Royal Team. By conceding now, he retains his strength. Had he chosen to fight, he would surely have sustained grave injuries. I believe he is considering the Douluo Royal Team as well." The gentleman's opinion is quite agreeable to some. A young lad in red at the back spoke up. Davis descended from the arena, returning to the viewing platform of the Douluo Royal Academy, nodding at a bald youth. The bald youth understood and strode confidently towards the stage. The host, Douluo, announced in a clear voice, "The Douluo Royal Team has dispatched their main force, Hu Hongxi. This competitor is making his debut. So let us take a look at his profile." The large screen in the arena displayed, name, Hu Hongxi, martial soul, bully hammer, soul power, level 64 soul emperor. Team, main force of the Douluo Royal Team, Academy, Douluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. On the viewing platform of Shrek Academy, Flandra murmured, "Indeed, he is a level 64 soul emperor. Could this truly be the golden era? Are the geniuses of this golden era so extraordinary? If given time, within 2 decades, numerous titled Douluos will emerge across the continent. Perhaps among these talented individuals, even a god may be born," the master pondered. On the stage, Xiang Wentian gazed at Hu Hongxi opposite him, murmuring, "What a peculiar individual he is." Hu Hongxi, as usual, donned the uniform of the Douluo Royal Academy. The only difference being that today he wore a thick hemp belt around his waist, and with his nearly 2-meter height, he resembled a mountain cannon. At that moment, Xiang Wentian smiled and inquired, "Brother opposite, you are Hu Hongxi, right? Since coming to Seoul City, have you been to the cinema to watch a movie?" Hu Hongxi grinned and replied, "I have, but I don't know the name of the movie." Xiang Wentian let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Indeed. It is a mountain gun entering the city, bound with hemp rope, having watched a film whose title escapes me." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian refer to him as a mountain gun, Hu Hongxi furiously retorted, "Xiang Wentian, you are the true mountain gun. And your entire family is comprised of mountain guns. Who is the mountain gun?" Xiang Wentian jested. "The mountain gun is you," Hu Hongxi responded, only to realize the implications of his words moments later. His face turned a deep shade of purple with rage as he declared, "Xiang Wentian, you are the first to dare mock me. I shall reduce you to a pulp." The host, Douluo, observed the escalating tension between the two before the competition had even commenced and helplessly suggested, "Let both parties summon their martial spirits." At that moment, Hu Hongxi trembled with fury, proclaiming, "Martial spirit, manifest." As Xiang Wentian beheld Hu Hansen's martial spirit, the tyrant hammer, he observed its formidable design, a pair of round, double-headed giant hammers adorned with intricate, arcane patterns. 6 soul rings, glowing in rhythmic harmony, hovered above the hammers, their colors alternating, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. The tyrant double hammers bore no resemblance to Tang San's Haotian hammer. The latter was elongated with a rectangular head, while the former was characterized by its short, rounded heads, reminiscent of the drum and cauldron golden hammer, albeit significantly larger. Hu Hansen wielded the massive tyrant double hammers with ease, akin to an ant dragging 2 yellow beans, creating a stark disparity in size. The sight of Hu Hansen brandishing the oversized hammers rendered him a strikingly incongruous figure, further accentuated by his rugged banded appearance and attire reminiscent of a mountain ruffian, epitomizing an extraordinarily peculiar character. The juxtaposition of his tyrannical visage projected an amalgamation of bully, bandit, mountain ruffian, and oddity, culminating in a truly unique and bizarre spectacle. Meanwhile, the impact on Xiang Wentian was profound. Previously, while observing from the spectator's platform, the sight of Xiang Wentian's 600,000-year soul rings had been impressive, yet it had not generated the pressure Hu Hansen now felt in their direct gaze. It was in this moment that Hu Hansen recognized the magnitude of the challenge posed by Xiang Wentian, who stood as the strongest adversary he had ever encountered. As both contenders prepared, the match commenced. Chapter 115, Xiang Wentian versus Hu Hansen. At the instant the host announced the commencement of the duel, Hu Hansen let out a fierce roar, leaping into the air with his double hammers in hand, and hurled them down towards Xiang Wentian while bellowing. Fifth soul skill, overwhelming might. In an instant, the tyrant double hammers expanded exponentially, descending upon Xiang Wentian with the crushing force of Mount Tai. Upon witnessing the formidable dual hammers of Hu Hansen's martial soul, Xiang Wentian felt as though two colossal mountains were descending upon him. These were no mere hammers. They resembled two immense, circular peaks plummeting towards him. In that moment, Xiang Wentian chose not to endure the onslaught but instead deftly evaded to the edge of the arena. Just as he narrowly escaped, a thunderous roar akin to a tsunami erupted behind him. The overwhelming force of the impact propelled the entire arena nearly 100 meters into the air. As the platform fell back down, it unleashed a resounding crash that echoed through the air. The host, Douluo, exclaimed in astonishment, "What tremendous power! Is this the strength of a soul emperor? It seems almost unnatural." Yet, Douluo was not the only one taken aback. The crowd below erupted into chaos, with soul masters beneath the rank of soul sage rendered speechless, unable to articulate the earth-shattering, soul-stirring blow they had just witnessed. On the observation platform of Shrek Academy, Flander remarked gravely, "How can a soul emperor possess such overwhelming strength? Even Zhao Wujia pales in comparison." Meanwhile, on the viewing platform of the Tiando Royal Academy, Dugu Qiubai, filled with fervor, declared, "The finals of the elite competition among the continent's top soul master academies are indeed a gathering of exceptional talents. It seems the coming days will be anything but dull. I hope my 3 strikes can withstand him." At the Spirit Hall Academy's observation platform, a robust young man opened his tightly shut eyes and murmured, "The power is sufficient. Yet the accuracy leaves much to be desired." On the arena, Xiang Wentian, still reeling from the shock, shook his head to regain his composure and proclaimed, "You have finished your assault. Now it is my turn." With that, he summoned the second soul skill of his 6th soul ring, Angelic Meteor Shower, followed by the first soul skill of the same ring, Angelic Pagoda. Xiang Wentian consecutively unleashed 2 soul skills. The 6th of his 100,000-year soul rings radiated a brilliant red light, soaring into the sky before erupting in a magnificent explosion, transforming into a colossal crimson phantom of a demon angel. The demon angel's eyes widened in fury as its demonic fists were unleashed. Countless massive meteors cascaded from the heavens, crashing down simultaneously with the angelic punches aimed at Hu Hansen. At this moment, Hu Hansen beheld the sky filled with meteors intertwined with the spectral remnants of angelic fists, all hurtling toward him. Armed with his formidable double hammers, he desperately swung them to fend off the deluge of meteors and the onslaught of angelic punches. In that instant, Hu Hansen was left with nothing but the ability to parry, utterly devoid of any means to counterattack, and he was gradually forced to retreat under the relentless barrage. The depths of his despair were known to none. Although the strikes of the meteor shower were powerful, their force was uniform. Yet, each punch from the angelic phantasm surpassed the last in intensity. Hu Hansen now felt as insignificant as a mosquito under the bombardment of 100 cannons, powerless and with no refuge, wherever he attempted to evade. The meteors and demon fists followed. Just as he was on the verge of being thrown off the arena, Hu Hansen let out a furious roar, 6th soul skill, overwhelming hammer shattering the heavens. In an instant, his 2 massive hammers swelled as if inflated, growing larger than the arena itself. With a mighty spin, he hurled the colossal hammers, first targeting the demon angel phantom in the sky, then directing the second towards Xiang Wentian on the arena. As Xiang Wentian observed 2 colossal hammers hurtling toward him and his martial spirit with great velocity, he swiftly unfurled his 4 pairs of angelic wings, soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Buddha's palm, 9th style, 10,000 Buddhas paying homage. Buddha's palm. 10th style, Buddha's annihilation of demons." In an instant, 2 golden light palms were propelled forth by Xiang Wentian, crashing powerfully against the massive hammers. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the air as the hammers, akin to 2 locomotives accelerated to their utmost, rebounded violently, careening directly toward the stunned Hu Hongxi. As Hu Hongxi beheld the hammers approaching, growing larger with each passing moment, an overwhelming darkness suddenly enveloped the sky. The hammers then descended with tremendous force upon Hu Hongxi, sending him hurtling backward at blinding speed, akin to a cannonball, colliding with the grand entrance of the Pope's palace a kilometer away. In the fleeting moments before losing consciousness, he murmured, "I never imagined it could be played this way." It seems Hu Hongxi was the first person in the history of this continent to be crushed by his own martial spirit. The arena below erupted in a frenzy. The crowd was in an uproar. "He is astonishingly powerful. Xiang Wentian is undeniably formidable. Even someone as formidable as Hu Hongxi was dispatched with mere techniques. Left grievously injured and on the brink of death. If we were to encounter him, would there be any chance of survival? This individual is overwhelmingly strong and cannot be confronted directly. We must resort to cunning strategy, or he shall be the sole barrier to our academy's triumph. As the thousands of soul masters beneath the arena stood in stunned disbelief, 3 healing-type soul Douluos from the Spirit Hall rushed toward the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, hastily administering treatment to the gravely injured Hu Hongxi. Meanwhile, the host, Douluo, snapped out of his astonishment and declared with clarity, Hu Hongxi versus Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian emerges victorious. At that moment, on the observation platform of the Douluo Royal Academy, Zhu Zhuyun closed her eyes, 2 crystalline tears cascading down her cheeks as she helplessly remarked, "Davis, let us concede defeat. The captain of the Shrek team is simply too powerful. Not even Hu Hongxi stands a chance against him. If we continue, we shall undoubtedly face elimination." Davis understood all too well that Hu Hongxi was gravely injured and could not continue in the subsequent matches. If the Douluo Royal team were to lose both him and Zhu Zhuyun, it would be tantamount to certain elimination. Chapter 116. The Pursuit of Defeat. As Xiang Wentian observed Davis shaking his head in despair as he approached the referee's table, a minute later, the host Douluo announced in a clear voice, "The Xingluo Royal team has chosen to forfeit, allowing Shrek Academy to advance directly to the next match." A wave of excitement surged through the audience below the arena. The Xingluo Royal Academy, having suffered only 2 defeats, opted for forfeiture. Could it be that they deemed Shrek Academy's prowess so insurmountable? At the Tianqiu Royal Academy's viewing platform, Douluo Qiubai fixed his gaze upon Xiang Wentian. Transmitting a covert message, "Xiang Wentian, I extend a challenge to you on behalf of the Tianqiu Royal Academy team. Do you dare to accept?" Suddenly, the voice of the legendary Douluo Qiubai resonated in Xiang Wentian's ears. He turned his gaze toward the viewing platform of the Tianqiu Royal Academy and, utilizing a method of secret transmission, addressed Douluo Qiubai, "What is there to fear?" A quarter of an hour later, the host, Douluo, announced, "The Tianqiu Royal Academy team has issued a challenge to the Shrek team, opting for a method of a single match to determine the victor." After extensive discussions among the organizers and the judging panel, the duel was officially sanctioned. Meanwhile, on the Shrek Academy viewing platform, Xiang Wentian inquired of his teammates, "Do you believe in me?" The members of the Shrek team met his gaze with unwavering determination. Responding in unison, "We believe you shall emerge victorious. In our hearts, you are the eternal god of war, an undefeated legend." Fran, witnessing Xiang Wentian's intent to accept the challenge, hurried over, his expression fraught with concern. "Wentian, are you confident? You just participated in a match. Is your soul power sufficient?" "Rest assured, Dean Fran," Xiang Wentian replied. "My soul power has not been significantly depleted. I am more than capable of handling this match." Fueled by an unwavering belief in victory. "That is good to hear. Remember, you must win this match. I have placed considerable stakes on you," Fran said with a grave expression. Xiang Wentian could not help but shake his head and sigh, murmuring to himself, "Unbeknownst to us, our Shrek team has become the golden goose in the mind of Dean Flander. He can never return to his former self, for he has now become utterly ensnared in the allure of wealth." In the arena, the host, Douluo, announced with a resonant voice, "Today, the Shrek team will face 2 formidable matches. Are you ready, Shrek team? Always prepared to embrace challenges from various academies." Xiang Wentian infused his words with soul power, articulating slowly. At that moment, every spectator in the arena could hear Xiang Wentian's proclamation, yet none perceived him as arrogant. He, through his undeniable prowess, demonstrated to all present that the Shrek team harbored the potential to seize victory. The mantra of champions is not merely spoken, it is proven through action. Since the Shrek team is prepared, let us invite Xiang Wentian and Douluo Qiubai to the stage for the competition. As Xiang Wentian and Douluo Qiubai approached the arena with heavy steps, their unparalleled aura emanated a sense of impending confrontation that felt less like a competition and more like a life-and-death duel. Little did they know the profound connection between them. On the stage, Xiang Wentian gazed at his opponent, Douluo Qiubai, and slowly inquired, "Do you recall the words I spoke to you at the Grand Soul Arena in Suatua City?" Douluo Qiubai, with a satisfied smile, replied, "Of course I remember. You said that we would inevitably clash, and that you would hold nothing back, giving your all. What I desire is an opponent like you, one who is fully committed. To be invincible among my peers is exceedingly lonely. Come on, stop pretending, it's infuriating," Xiang Wentian retorted, his face twitching. Dugong Qiubai shook his head with a sigh. How could you mortals comprehend my realm? All right, enough. I can no longer tolerate it. Your words make me feel nauseous. Host, please announce the start of the match. Xiang Wentian was unable to endure Dugong Qiubai's continued pretense. Hearing his plea, the host, Douluo, proclaimed loudly, the match begins. Chapter 117. The triumph of defeat. At the very moment the host declared the commencement of the match, Xiang Wentian mused. I have spared the other academies to avoid burdening Dean Flanders. As for you, I shall show no mercy. First soul ring, first soul skill, space lock. First soul ring. Second soul skill, time stasis. Second soul ring, first soul skill, angel's glory. Second soul ring, second soul skill, demon frenzy. In an instant, Xiang Wentian unleashed 4 soul skills as the match commenced. The formidable power endowed by the 200,000-year soul rings was astonishing, particularly the second soul skill of the second ring, demon frenzy, which amplified Xiang Wentian's strength and speed by 50%. With the dual enhancements of demon frenzy and angel's glory, his power and speed surged to a staggering 100%, effectively doubling his prowess. It was not merely a case of 1 + 1 equating to 2. In stark contrast, Dugong Qiubai had yet to activate his soul skills before Xiang Wentian rendered him completely immobilized, unable to move an inch. Boom. With a single step, Xiang Wentian appeared before Dugong Qiubai, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring off the ground, spinning into the sky until he vanished from sight. Xiang Wentian unfurled his 8 angelic wings behind him and soared into the heavens, pursuing his target with unwavering determination. Below, the audience was utterly astounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They were all too familiar with the formidable prowess of Dugong Qiubai, who had consistently triumphed over his opponents with a single strike in previous battles. Yet here he was, utterly powerless against Xiang Wentian, who had sent him flying with just 1 punch, leaving him disoriented and lost in the air. On the observation platform of the Spirit Hall, a young boy clad in black wore an expression of grave concern, murmuring, how has Xiang Wentian become increasingly formidable? His current strength is nearly unfathomable. At the pinnacle of the papal hall, Pope Bibidong's countenance darkened as she reflected, this child's talent is terrifyingly strong, a 16-year-old soul emperor exhibiting such fierce combat capabilities. Within a decade, no one in the Spirit Hall will be able to suppress him, and at that time, the position of Pope will be in jeopardy. At the Shrek Academy viewing platform, Flanders, witnessing Xiang Wentian ascend into the sky, shouted with exhilaration, my golden goose. My golden goose. Ha ha ha, victory is assured this time. My wealth, an endless supply of wealth, ha ha ha. Looming, filled with excitement, pointed at Xiang Wentian and exclaimed to the crowd, look, look. My brother is riding the rainbow clouds to the heavens. In the air, Xiang Wentian swiftly reached above Dugong Qiubai and bellowed, third spirit ring. Second spirit skill, demon slashing heaven. A colossal wave of black blade light erupted, with demonic flames surging forth, enveloping half the sky and striking directly at Dugong Qiubai. He plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, rendered unconscious upon impact. Xiang Wentian descended upon the arena with an invincible demeanor, instantly captivating the attention of all present. The young boy from the Spirit Hall, observing from the platform, wore an increasingly grave expression as he murmured to himself, is this the extent of Xiang Wentian's power? It seems rather monstrous, as if he has consumed a potent stimulant. How has his combat prowess surged to such extraordinary heights? Why had he not displayed such strength before? The host, Douluo, gazed in astonishment at Xiang Wentian's arrival and proclaimed with fervor, Xiang Wentian faces off against Dugong Qiubai, and Xiang Wentian emerges victorious. Amidst the cheers from below the arena, Flinder rushed forward and embraced Xiang Wentian, his excitement bubbling over as he exclaimed, Wentian, I have struck gold. I wagered all my wealth on you, and this time I have reaped a fortune, 1 million gold soul coins. Xiang Wentian, feeling quite embarrassed, exclaimed, please release me. Let us discuss how to divide this sum at a more leisurely pace. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Flander was momentarily taken aback, loosening his grip and staring blankly. Divide? What do you mean by divide? Who are you dividing with? Perhaps you should divide it with your second uncle-in-law. I shall take my leave now. I have said nothing and know nothing of this. Farewell. Xiang Wentian gazed at Flander, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed that Flander had become increasingly avaricious, utterly ensnared by the allure of wealth, and irretrievably lost in its depths. Upon returning to Shrek Academy with the members of the Shrek team, Xiang Wentian opened the system panel and began to scrutinize it intently. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Emperor Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, Level 69. 9899999100000. Soul Rings. Red. Age 155, 100 years. Red. Age 116, 000 years. Red. Age 118. 000 years. Red. Age 112, 000 years. Red. Age 105, 000 years. Red. Age 130, 000 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Space Lock. Time Stasis. Second Soul Skill. Angelic Glory. Demon Rampage. Third Soul Skill. Angelic Judgment. Demon Sky / Fourth Soul Skill. Angelic Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill. Angelic Flame / Demon Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill. Angelic Pagoda. Angelic Meteor Fall. Divine Skill. Buddha's Palm Cultivation Method. True Scripture of Heaven and Demon Destruction. Celestial Titan Body Ability. Devour can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 118. King of Slaughter. At that moment, Ma Hongjun entered, addressing Xiang Wentian. Brother Tian, someone is looking for you. Who is it? Xiang Wentian inquired. I don't know him. He claims to be the captain of the Martial Soul Academy team, named King of Slaughter, and is currently in the reception hall. Ma Hongjun replied. All right, I understand, Xiang Wentian said, watching Ma Hongjun leave before swiftly making his way to the reception hall. Upon entering the reception hall, Xiang Wentian spotted a young man clad in a black Martial Soul Academy uniform, sipping tea leisurely. This must be the captain of the Martial Soul Academy team. King of Slaughter. The youth had lustrous black hair cascading down, sharp brows arched like swords, and piercing black eyes that hinted at keen intelligence. His thin lips were delicately pressed, and his features were sharply defined, embodying a tall and slender figure that was neither coarse nor imposing. He resembled an eagle in the night, exuding a cold, aloof demeanor that commanded respect and reflected a certain pride. Such an aura was typical of every academy team captain, cultivated through years of leading a team and dominating the battlefield. Xiang Wentian seated himself beside the other and inquired, Are you Brother Pig Killer? May I ask what brings you to me? Brother Pig Killer swallowed the tea in his cup and, fixing his gaze upon Xiang Wentian, replied nonchalantly, Brother Wentian, I have come to discuss a matter with you. What matter? Xiang Wentian urged him to speak candidly. Tomorrow, in the arena. I wish to engage in a duel with you, Brother Pig Killer stated solemnly, his eyes locked onto Xiang Wentian. That seems inappropriate, does it not? After all, we have yet to reach the finals, Xiang Wentian remarked. No, Brother Wentian, you're mistaken. As long as our two academies teams compete and determine a victor, the winner will undoubtedly be crowned the champion team. Who would dare to contest that among the other academies? Xiang Wentian gazed at his opponent and proclaimed, Very well. Shall it be a duel or a free-for-all? You decide. I, the King of Slaughter, represent the Wuhuan Academy team and shall engage you in a one-on-one battle tomorrow. Each word was enunciated with conviction by the King of Slaughter. Good. If it is to be so straightforward, I too shall represent the Shrek team and accept your challenge. Farewell. With that proclamation, the King of Slaughter took his leave. As Xiang Wentian gazed at the departing figure of the Pig King, he wryly remarked, Indeed. It is true that a person fears fame just as a pig fears becoming plump. My reputation now precedes me, to the extent that even the captain of the Wuhuan Academy team wishes to challenge me. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Xiang Wentian summoned the members of the Shrek team and addressed them. This year's finals will not feature team battles. The captain of the Wuhuan Academy team approached me today, expressing his desire to challenge me on the arena tomorrow. The outcome of this battle will determine the champion. Oscar, upon hearing this news, exclaimed exuberantly, Hooray! I believe in you, Wentian. You will undoubtedly prevail. No one in your rank can match your prowess. He continued, Tomorrow, when you secure the championship, we can bask in the joy of an effortless victory. Ma Hongjun, munching on an apple, mumbled indistinctly in agreement. In contrast, Shimin Shui and Yi Gucheng displayed no excitement at this announcement. For them, the improved Wuhuan fusion technique held no practical application in the competition, as all the limelight had been seized by their captain, Xiang Wentian. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, After the competition tomorrow, we shall graduate. Where do you all plan to go afterward? If you are unsure, you are welcome to stay with us at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for a while. To Ning Rongrong, her companions were rare young talents, and if one or two were to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it would not be long before they produced a title Douluo, elevating the school's overall strength significantly. Ru Ming approached Xiang Wentian, wrapping her arms around his, her face beaming with happiness. After graduation, My brother Wentian and I plan to travel across the continent. Xiao Wu, with her head lowered, blushed and said, Wherever the third brother goes, I shall follow. Oscar, with his charming eyes wide open, teased Tang San and Xiao Wu. Are you two planning a honeymoon? Don't be ridiculous. Xiao Wu and I are simply going to the seaside to enjoy the ocean, Tang San replied, slightly embarrassed. Well, however you choose to explain it, in my eyes. It's a honeymoon, Oscar retorted, turning to pat Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, asking, What are your plans, fatty? Ma Hongjun stuffed an apple into his mouth and replied indistinctly, I've agreed with Dean Flander to stay at Shrek Academy to assist him in teaching students. With my strength, I could certainly serve as a teacher. Dai Mubai patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, jesting, You're not doing this to help Dean Flander. You're just looking to chase girls, aren't you? Laughter erupted among the group at Dai Mubai's playful jab. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and said, I believe everyone is aware of my and Dai Mubai's identities. After graduation, we shall return to the Star Luo Empire to attend to some matters. Shimin Shui sighed. A song of parting evokes deep sorrow. Where in this vast world can one find a kindred spirit? After graduation, Yigu Qing and I will seek to challenge the world S-Masters, dedicating our lives to honing our wuhuan. Xiang Wentian gazed at Shimin Shui and Yigu Qing, expressing profound admiration. Your unwavering dedication to your martial spirits deeply moves me. As the captain, I have little to add, but I wish you both the swift ascent to the pinnacle of the great path. The determination you both exhibit in your cultivation is truly rare in this world, and I, Tang San, hold you in high esteem. Oscar surveyed the surroundings, plucked an apple from the table, took a bite, and remarked, Let us not indulge in mutual admiration. Since you both have your own pursuits, I shall return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School with Rong Rong. Chapter 119, Xiang Wentian vs. King of Slaughter. The following day, the members of the Shrek team arrived at the arena as usual, but the venue had undergone a significant transformation since the previous day. The multiple stages that had been present were now reduced to a single one, and the judges' table had vanished, replaced by a majestic and imposing papal chair. Seated upon this chair was a strikingly beautiful woman, adorned with a papal crown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her oval face was complemented by captivating eyes that sparkled like stars, and beneath a nose reminiscent of a heavenly path sat a mouth as delicate as a cherry. Clad in the robes of a pope, wielding a papal staff, she appeared as if a celestial being had descended to earth, none other than the Pope Bibi Dong. In his heart, Xiang Wentian thought, O master, you are truly foolish. How could you disregard such a stunning beauty and choose to marry your cousin? Are you perhaps blind to her allure? On either side of Pope Bibi Dong stood the formidable spirit Douluos, Gui Mei, and Yu Guan, with 6 mysterious elders clad in black standing behind them. Xiang Wentian had never encountered these individuals before and had no inkling of their identities or their roles within the Spirit Hall. Welcome, everyone, once again to the arena of Spirit City. Seated in the esteemed VIP section is His Holiness, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Let us invite His Holiness to deliver the opening address for this grand tournament. The host, Douluo, proclaimed with a resonant voice. The atmosphere in the arena erupted with excitement. Whether among the educators or the competitors from various academies, the presence of the supreme ruler of the Spirit's sacred land was an unparalleled honor. The Pope is the sovereign of the Spirit's sacred land, one of the most powerful individuals in the world. I, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, am delighted to witness the talents of both great empires. Your performance yesterday was remarkable, truly deserving of the title of genius. Although each of you shone brightly, there can only be one champion. The outcome rests upon your efforts, he declared. The crowd roared with applause and cheers. Today's contest pits the Spirit Academy team against the Shrek Academy team, with the 2 captains set to determine the victor. The winner shall be crowned champion. Should any academy deem it unfair, they may challenge the champion team, and if victorious, they shall claim the title. The applause grew thunderous, and cheers erupted. The opportunity to face the champion team directly would save them from numerous convoluted procedures. How could they not feel elated? Yet, most were aware that defeating the champion team would not be an easy feat. Nonetheless, a mere attempt to showcase their prowess was still worthwhile. As Pope Bibiong concluded her address, the host Douluo announced, Thank you, Your Holiness, for your magnificent words. Now, let us invite Wang Shaju, the captain of the Spirit Academy team, and Xiang Wentian, the captain of the Shrek Academy team, to the stage for their decisive battle. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Wang Shaju and Xiang Wentian advanced towards the arena. The 2 sides prepared for battle, calling forth their martial spirits. Martial spirit manifestation. Martial spirit manifestation. Xiang Wentian beheld the martial soul of the Pig King, which manifested as a black wild boar. However, unlike the martial souls of ordinary individuals, his bore resemblance to the martial soul of the master, the three canons of Luo, in that it was a disembodied martial soul. The 6 soul rings adorning the Pig King pulsed rhythmically. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. At that moment, the Pig King regarded Xiang Wentian with a similar intensity. Previously, while observing from the spectator's platform, he had witnessed Xiang Wentian's martial soul, the demon angel, accompanied by 600,000-year soul rings. Although this was indeed awe-inspiring, it did not instill in him an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, upon stepping onto the arena and witnessing Xiang Wentian unleash his martial soul, he comprehended why others had suffered such crushing defeats at his hands. The pressure exerted by those 600,000-year soul rings was not something every individual could withstand. At that moment, the Pig King's unwavering belief in his victory began to waver. Nevertheless, he resolved to grit his teeth and fight until the very end. For he was the captain of the Martial Soul Academy's team, the Pig King. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, he would dare to wield his sword. The Pig King, Martial Soul, Zhu Ganglai, a level 67 powerful attack-type soul master. Xiang Wentian, Martial Soul, Demon Angel, a level 69 powerful attack-type soul master. Both parties announced their names, martial souls, and soul power levels, a gesture that reflected profound respect for one another. They prepared themselves, and the match commenced. In the instant that the host, Douluo, proclaimed the beginning of the contest, both combatants sprang into action. The disembodied martial soul of Zhu Ganglai seamlessly fused with the Pig King, transforming him into a colossal black-haired wild boar. It was the first time that Xiang Wentian encountered a soul master whose martial spirit was in perfect harmony with his physical form. Typically, soul masters merely manifest their martial spirits, but the King of Pig Slaughter was different. His martial spirit had fused with his corporeal body, transforming him into a colossal black-haired wild boar. With a mighty stomp of its hind legs, it charged towards Xiang Wentian, bellowing, "Ultimate strike, wild boar charge. Xiang Wentian, I shall gore you." The boar's visage contorted with ferocity, its blood-red eyes glaring, nostrils flaring as it unleashed a torrent of white vapor, surging forward with astonishing speed and immense force. Utilizing his first soul ring, he activated his first soul skill, Spatial Lockdown. Following this, he unleashed his second soul skill, Time Stasis. 2 translucent fields enveloped the wild boar, but to Xiang Wentian's astonishment, the colossal creature managed to move slowly within the confines of both the spatial lockdown and time stasis, its hind legs thrashing wildly against the ground, desperately attempting to break free from the confines of the barrier. The scene on the arena was utterly comical, with the gigantic wild boar seemingly dancing in a frenzy. In an instant, the 2 fields shattered like glass, reminiscent of the legendary Pangu from ancient times. Could it be that such overwhelming power truly existed in this world? The pressing situation left no room for contemplation. Xiang Wentian swiftly maneuvered, his 6th 10,000-year soul ring radiating brilliantly as he unleashed his 6th soul skill, Angelic Pagoda. A crimson demonic angel emerged, soaring skyward and surpassing the height of the Pope's palace in a heartbeat. In that fleeting moment, the demonic angel unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike landing squarely on the wild boar's elongated snout. Boom! The resounding explosions echoed as the charging wild boar was forced back by the onslaught of the demonic angel's colossal fists. When the demonic angel delivered its 99th punch, the wild boar could no longer withstand the barrage and was sent soaring backward, its visage plummeting from the air, landing atop the arena. Upon hitting the ground, the King of Pig Slaughter reverted to human form, clutching his bloodied and mangled face, wailing, "My pig head meat, I give it to you." Xiang Wentian nonchalantly kicked the pig's face toward the lamenting king, retorting, "Take your black pig face away. Perhaps you the host, Douluo," proclaimed in a resonant voice. Upon the conclusion of Douluo's announcement, the audience from various universities did not erupt into significant cheers, for in their hearts, it was only natural that Xiang Wentian's displayed prowess surpassed that of this competition. Douluo paused momentarily before continuing. "If any university team wishes to challenge the champion team, they may come to me to register for the challenge. The Shrek Academy team has claimed victory, but I, from the Douluo Academy, am the first to express my dissent," Meichuan Nei furiously declared. It is evident that Xiang Wentian would not hesitate to confront Meichuan Naiku, for Xiang Wentian had previously incapacitated a member of the Douluo Academy, forging an unbreakable enmity between them. "Shall we engage in a one-on-one duel or a full-scale brawl? Speak your preference," Xiang Wentian remarked with an air of indifference. Meichuan Naiku retorted angrily. Naturally, it shall be a team battle. In Meichuan Naiku's mind, he believed that Xiang Wentian had expended considerable soul power in the recent fierce battle and would be incapable of participating in the forthcoming challenge. Without Xiang Wentian, the Shrek Academy team would be as easily vanquished as mere chickens and dogs. While Meichuan Naika harbored such thoughts, reality would soon deliver a harsh lesson. Before other academies could register for the challenge, the captain of the Douluo Academy team had already begun to boast loudly. Xiang Wentian addressed the host, Dodo, who was currently receiving registrations, with a commanding voice. Please announce that the Douluo Academy team will engage in a battle with our Shrek Academy team. Do you require a moment's respite? Dodo inquired. No need, let us commence immediately. Then, Xiang Wentian called out to the viewing platform of Shrek Academy. Shimin Shui Shui, Yigu Qing, Daimu Bai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Ru Ming, come quickly. We have a challenger for our Shrek Academy. Chapter 121. The challenge. Upon hearing that Xiang Wentian would continue without a break for the forthcoming challenge, Meichuan Niiku's face turned pale, murmuring. Could it be that Xiang Wentian is some sort of monster? He wishes to continue the challenge? Hasn't he exhausted his soul power yet? Ma Hongjun was the first to dash from the viewing platform, exclaiming, who dares to challenge our Shrek team? Are they tired of living? Shimin Shui and Yigu Chung followed closely behind, their excitement for the competition surpassing even their hunger. Daimubai trailed them, cracking his knuckles and declaring, whoever wishes to challenge our Shrek team, mark my words, I shall stand on the stage and lie down after. Tang San, also brimming with excitement, followed Daimubai. Meanwhile, Ru Ming lagged behind the others, her demeanor calm. She was a girl who preferred tranquility over action. The only person who captivated her heart in this world was Xiang Wentian. As her betrothed, she was more than willing to participate in the competition. Xiang Wentian is biased. Why am I not allowed on stage? I am the continent's foremost support-type soul master, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in indignation. Zhu Zhuqing smiled slightly and replied, I haven't gone on stage either. Ultimately, as long as our Shrek team secures victory, does it matter who steps up? Zhuqing is right. We can cheer for them from below. Isn't winning while lying down the most effortless? Oscar chuckled. Ning Rongrong huffed and fell silent. The Shrek team ascended the arena, and Ma Hongjun stood at the edge, gazing at the Douluo Academy team closest to the stage, pointing at Meichuan Niiku with disdain. So, it is you from Douluo Academy who wishes to challenge our Shrek Academy? Have you lost your senses? Haven't we taught you enough in the last match at the Tiando Empire's division? Are you itching for another lesson today? Meichuan Niiku, incensed by Ma Hongjun's arrogant demeanor, retorted, You little rascal, how dare you insult the warriors of our Douluo Academy? Are you tired of living? What did you say? Ma Hongjun shouted in fury, If you have the guts, come up to the stage and don't cower. Let's see if I won't roast you. You rogue who doesn't even wear undergarments. You, the diminutive winter melon, prepare yourself. For I shall not relent in the arena until I have extracted 2 pounds of oil from you. I shall not be called Meichuan Niiku otherwise. And what of your lack of undergarments? Witness as I, before Ma Hongjun can finish his call, interject with a firm command to Xiang Wentian. Enough, Hongjun. Do not squander your breath on them. Let the true contest unfold upon the stage later. Subsequently, Xiang Wentian addressed the members of the Shrek team with a confident demeanor. Bring forth your full strength to greet those bold enough to challenge our Academy's team. And let them comprehend the dire consequences of confronting us, either death or ruin awaits them. The group nodded eagerly, ready for the challenge. Now, let the Douluo Academy team ascend the stage to confront the reigning champions. At that moment, Meichuan Niiku glared at Ma Hongjun. And upon seeing Xiang Wentian and his companions, his complexion shifted from green to pale, yet, having registered for the challenge, he had no choice but to muster his courage and participate in the contest. As Xiang Wentian beheld the Douluo Academy's team, led by the formidable Meichuan Nii, the 7 members ascended the arena with a deliberate grace. At the moment they stepped onto the stage, Xiang Wentian proclaimed to the audience with a resonant voice, To all those who have registered to challenge our Shrek team, heed this warning. On this battleground, strikes are indiscriminate. Should any unfortunate incidents arise resulting in severe injury, disability, or even death, Shrek Academy bears no responsibility. All consequences shall be borne by you. This was a blatant threat, a stark declaration. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's ominous warning, numerous Academy teams who had registered opted to forfeit. However, a handful, undeterred by superstition, believed that the Shrek team would not dare to follow through, thinking such actions would surely incur penalties or disqualify them from the championship. What they remained oblivious to was that Xiang Wentian was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, a disciple of the elusive Gui Mei, and the nephew of Yu Guan, both favored by the Pope himself. How could the Spirit Hall possibly allow such defiance? Chapter 122. The champion with both sides prepared, the match commenced. With a commanding shout, Xiang Wentian urged, Shimen Shui Shui, Yi Gucheng, move. At his behest, Shimen Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng sprang into action simultaneously, their blades intertwining in a sweeping arc that threatened the world. They unleashed an enhanced version of their martial soul fusion technique. As their souls converged into a singular force, a colossal white blade resembling both a sword's radiance and a knife's edge, swiftly cleaving toward the Daiwa Academy team. Before the Daiwa Academy could mount any form of defense, they were severed from the arena, their fates unknown. The astonishing speed of the Daiwa Academy's defeat was beyond anyone's imagination. Throughout history, no academy had ever been vanquished from the stage without even enduring a second of combat. It could be said that both the Shrek team and the Daiwa Academy had simultaneously set records on the Douluo Continent, one for the swiftest victory and the other for the quickest elimination from the arena. At that moment, silence enveloped the stage as all eyes gazed in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Had Shrek Academy truly ascended to such heights of power? The Shrek team was an insurmountable force. Perhaps it would be wise to concede gracefully rather than risk severe injury or lifelong disability, a loss too great to bear. In this golden age, the mightiest team had emerged, their strength unfathomable. Within the span of a decade, it was inevitable that numerous titled Douluo would arise across the continent. And amidst the fierce competition, the divine might even make an appearance. The audience from various academies erupted in a chorus of praise, astonishment, and resignation. A ceaseless stream of exclamations. The host, Douluo, announced with clarity, the Shrek team triumphs over the Daiwa Academy team. Who else dares challenge us, the Shrek team? Today, we welcome all comers. Xiang Wentian bellowed to the crowd. The spectators, jolted by his roar, regained their senses, only to witness the grim sight of the Daiwa Academy team being carried away by medical personnel. A chill swept through their hearts. It seemed that the Shrek team had fully unleashed their prowess, unwilling to allow any academy to threaten their champion status. Should anyone dare to challenge them, they would respond with a ferocity reminiscent of thunder, striking down the boldest of challengers. Those who stepped up to confront the Shrek team would face dire consequences, severe injuries, or worse, a fate of disability or death. No one wished to become the next sacrificial team, the final straw that would break Shrek's dominance. Just then, a figure, his face wrapped in bandages save for his eyes, prepared to step forward, but was swiftly halted by the leader of the Martial Soul Academy. The leader of the Wuhuan Academy, known as Insha, is a peak soul Douluo with a formidable soul power of 89 levels. This individual possesses a long face adorned with a head of neat black short hair. Beneath two arched eyebrows lie a pair of piercing eyes, complemented by a prominent nose and lips resembling delicate wings. Clad in a black uniform with golden trims that signifies his status as a teacher at the Wuhuan Academy, he appears exceptionally tall and imposing, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters. With a 2-meter-long silver spear in hand, his presence exudes both majesty and authority. And the soul skills swirling around the spear undoubtedly signify his Wuhuan. Insha addressed the pig slayer calmly, stating, "There is no need to proceed. The overall strength of the Shrek team surpasses ours by several tiers. Moreover, with the formidable attack power of Xiang Wentian's 600,000-year soul rings, I believe there is no academy on the continent whose students can rival him in combat prowess." As he spoke, Insha revealed an expression of longing and continued, 100,000-year soul ring is a coveted treasure for every soul master. Even the Pope possesses only a single 100,000-year soul ring. The pig slayer, disheartened, inquired, "Teacher, is there truly no way for me to defeat Xiang Wentian?" "It is not that there is no possibility," Insha replied, shaking his head. "Unless you acquire a 100,000-year soul ring yourself, perhaps you may stand a chance against Xiang Wentian, with the outcome being a 50-50 split." "Teacher, how did Xiang Wentian obtain his 100,000-year soul ring? Even his first soul ring is from 100,000 years. How did he achieve that?" Insha smiled slightly and explained, "This is something I have heard from Elder Gui Mei. Xiang Wentian's Wuhuan possesses the ability to devour. It can absorb the soul power and soul rings of others for his own use." "Ah, so that's how it is. What an enviable Wuhuan," came the reply. Above the arena, the host Douluo noticed that all the registered participants had forfeited, leaving no challengers for the Shrek team. Thus, Douluo proclaimed loudly, "Since there are no challengers for the Shrek team, I hereby declare that the champions of this year's elite tournament of the Advanced Soul Master Academy from the Douluo Continent are the Shrek Academy team from the Tiando Empire. At the moment Douluo announced the champions, celebratory cannon fire erupted, flowers bloomed in abundance, and countless doves of peace soared into the sky. Drums beat in jubilation, and horns sounded, raising the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Oscar leaped in excitement, exclaiming, "Did you see that? This is what we call a lei win. It's all about strategy, not just woohooing and soul power." Even I, Oscar the sausage specialist, could have clinched the championship. Seeing Oscar so exuberant, he seemed deranged. Zhu Zhuqing gave him a swift kick in the rear and retorted, "Lei win, you say? If you dare to shout like that when we go on stage to accept the award, just wait and see how I'll deal with you when we return." Rubbing his sore backside, Oscar chuckled, "I was just too excited and lost control. I promise I won't embarrass the team when we accept the award." "That's more like it. I'll continue cheering with Rong Rong," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "What is this? You do not allow me to rejoice and celebrate. Yet both of you are filled with joy and exultation. What kind of situation is this?" Chapter 123. The storm is about to rise. As the Shrek Academy collectively erupted in cheers and jubilation, Pope Bibi Dong rose and proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations to Xiang Wentian for leading Shrek Academy to victory in this championship." Xiang Wentian, with a demeanor neither submissive nor arrogant, expressed his gratitude to His Holiness. "Thank you for your praise, Your Holiness. Achieving victory in this championship is the result of our collective effort as the Shrek team." Pope Bibi Dong nodded with a smile, but her gaze suddenly turned icy as she swept her eyes across the crowd, commanding, "Seize Tang San and the girl named Xiaowu." A palpable shock rippled through the audience, excluding Xiang Wentian. At that moment, Master rose from the Shrek viewing platform, his voice laced with urgency, "Your Holiness, what is the meaning of this?" Bibi Dong responded with a slight smile. "Tang San is the son of the wanted criminal Tang Hao, a scion of crime. As for the girl Xiaowu, she is a transformed 10,000-year soul beast. Is it not natural for me to capture them, to lay hands on my students? You must first consider whether our golden iron triangle will permit it," Flander interjected boldly. "Haha. This insignificant golden iron triangle can be extinguished with a mere wave of my hand. You three dare to obstruct the steps of the Spirit Hall? Truly, you overestimate yourselves." The speaker was a formidable middle-aged man, standing at 7 feet tall, exuding an aura of power. Adorned with a golden crown and possessing piercing single phoenix eyes that glimmered with intensity, he bore a thin-lipped visage beneath a prominent nose. Clad in a black and gold python robe that accentuated his commanding presence, a sea turtle spirit materialized behind him. Surrounded by 9 pulsating soul rings, he was indeed a titled Douluo. "And who might you be? The Spirit Hall has never acknowledged someone of your stature," Flander inquired gravely. "Since you ask, I shall enlighten you, so you need not inquire in the underworld about my identity. Pay heed, my title is Dominator." On the viewing platform of the Tiando Academy, Chen Xian intended to rise, but was restrained by Ning Fengji, who cautioned, "Sword Uncle, now is not the time. Let us wait a while longer." Observing Ning Fengji's profound expression, Chen Xian gradually sat back down. Simultaneously, Ru Ming anxiously questioned, "Brother, they are about to capture Tang San and Xiaowu. What shall we do? Perhaps you could plead with your master for a few kind words on their behalf." "Kind words? Have you not realized that His Holiness is resolute in capturing Tang San and Xiaowu?" Daimubai exclaimed. "The Shrek team is united. Anyone who seeks to harm Tang San and Xiaowu is challenging us as a whole. Do not act rashly. Do you not see how many titled Douluos are present? Even if our Shrek team wishes to rescue Tang San and Xiaowu, it would lead to our annihilation. We must observe the situation and rely on wits rather than brute force," Xiang Wentian advised softly. "Captain, to merely watch as events unfold? Tang San and Xiaowu are our brothers. How can we stand by and do nothing?" Ma Hongjun pleaded anxiously. "Can you contend with the titled Douluo?" Xiang Wentian countered. The group fell into a stunned silence. Tang San surveyed his surroundings and sighed. "I anticipated this day would come. From the moment I decided to journey to the Spirit City, I was prepared. I have means of escape, and there will be those to rescue me. There is no need for you to intervene. I do not wish to see our Shrek team face total destruction. Brother, even in death, we shall perish together." Xiaowu gazed tenderly at Tang San. At that moment, Xiang Wentian, observing the expressions of the two lovers, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He could not bear the thought of these star-crossed souls departing for the underworld, and should Tang Hao fail to rescue them, he would undoubtedly intervene. "Attack!" The Pope, Bibi Dong, commanded coldly. Just as her order was issued, A figure cloaked in black descended from the heavens, laughing maniacally. Bibi Dong. Do you truly believe you can take my son? Ha ha. Chapter 124. Tang Hao. As the voice of the cloaked figure echoed, a colossal Haotian hammer materialized from thin air, enveloped in a tempestuous energy of lightning. The crimson glow of the figure's 100,000-year soul ring flared brilliantly, transforming the massive blue-black Haotian hammer into a vivid red. Bibi Dong, I wonder how much you invested in your newly established papal hall. I do hope my obliteration of it does not cause you too much anguish. Ha ha. The raucous laughter continued. The cloaked figure swung the enormous hammer, crashing it down towards the papal hall. In an instant, the sky darkened, the winds howled, and the atmosphere crackled with electricity, warping as if aflame. The numerous teachers and students of the Soul Master Academies below watched in horror. Had this cloaked man lost his wits, daring to destroy the sacred hall of Soul Masters? Did he not fear the collective wrath of the global Soul Master community? This thought resonated within the hearts of many. Tang Hao, you dare. Pope Bibi Dong seethed with fury. She, along with Douluo and Ghost Douluo, sprang into action, soaring towards the immense hammer. Simultaneously, 6 other figures shot forth from the papal hall, totaling 9, all converging on the descending giant hammer. With a thunderous crash, the sound reverberated through the air, causing the eardrums of those soul masters below level 50 to rupture, leaving them bleeding from their orifices and unconscious. A faint expression of understanding appeared on Xiang Wentian's face, as if he had anticipated Tang Hao's arrival. The formidable Xiang Wentian aimed at a gap in Tang Hao's defenses and unleashed a white beam of light towards him, who was still regaining his strength. As the 9 figures suspended in midair were struck down, the white beam struck Tang Hao squarely in the chest. With a cough, Tang Hao spat out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood, his complexion turning exceedingly pale. Nevertheless, he continued to laugh maniacally, vowing that the spirit hall would pay dearly for the life of Ayin, and that one day he would use the entire spirit hall as a burial site for her. In an instant, Tang Hao's figure moved with incredible speed, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only a fading afterimage in the air, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Simultaneously, a resonant voice echoed from afar, Flandra, Master. You have taught the child for many years. There will surely be great rewards in the future. As the body of Pope Bibi Dong touched the ground, her face flushed with color, and she took a deep breath, the redness gradually dissipating. Behind her, Douluo slowly retracted his martial soul, the wondrous heaven-connecting chrysanthemum, letting out a cold snort. The figure of Ghost Douluo stood beside him, indistinct in the shadows, his face obscured. The other 6 members stumbled to their feet after landing. Shaken, the blow dealt to Tang Hao by Xiang Wentian was the most severe and the key reason for his bloodshed. Tang Hao was indeed exceptionally astute. He understood that attacking Pope Bibi Dong would likely be futile and could even result in his own demise. Thus, he chose to strike at the Holy Hall of the Spirit, a sanctuary representative of the Spirit Hall itself. Bibi Dong and her colleagues would undoubtedly not allow him to destroy it and would exert their utmost to thwart him. Pope, let old Gue and me pursue him. Douluo respectfully inquired. There is no need to chase. It would be futile, Bibi Dong replied with a tone of resignation. For years, she had relentlessly trained, finally reaching the level of a titled Douluo. In her mind, her imagined rival had always been Tang Hao. Yet, today, facing him, she realized that despite their soul rings being identical, her aura paled in comparison to his. The Haotian Douluo truly lived up to his reputation. At this moment, Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Xiang Wentian, contemplating that perhaps he alone could surpass Tang Hao in the future. Pope, Tang Hao has created chaos in our spirit hall, tarnishing our reputation. If we do not pursue him now, when shall we? Ghost Douluo exclaimed in anger. Bibi Dong rebuked him sternly. If Tang Hao were so easily dealt with, he would not have survived until now. However, he is ultimately but one man. This is not the time to confront him. We must concentrate on the entire continent. Ghost Douluo fell silent, while Douluo interjected. What shall we do about the people from Shrek Academy, Your Holiness? Upon seeing the golden iron triangle standing there, poised with their martial soul fusion technique, Bibi Dong exhaled and remarked. If we were to kill the teachers from the participating academies here, who would come to our spirit hall for the elite competition of advanced soul master academies in the future? Let them leave with their prizes. We shall retain Wentian. He is a remarkable talent of the younger generation in our spirit hall. Pope Bibi Dong let out a cold snort and swept away, accompanied by 6 formidable figures who had remained silent throughout. As everything gradually came to a close, The golden iron triangle slowly disbanded their martial soul fusion technique. Chapter 125. 3 soul bones after Pope Bibidong's departure, Guime, Yueguan, and 2 cardinals continued to preside over the competition. The host, Dodo, received a telepathic message, nodded in Guime's direction, and turned to announce in a clear voice, "Now, let us invite the champions, the Shrek Battle Team, to the stage to receive their award." The members of the Shrek Battle Team all looked towards Xiang Wentian, who understood the thoughts of the crowd. He had exerted the most effort throughout the competition, while the others had nearly secured victory effortlessly. Moreover, as the captain of the Shrek Battle Team, it was only fitting for him to step forward to accept the accolade. Xiang Wentian glanced around at the members of the Shrek team, nodding before approaching. Before the VIP platform, it was none other than his esteemed master's uncle, Yuguan, who was bestowing the awards upon the champion team. Xiang Wentian approached the VIP platform and respectfully greeted Yuguan with a bow, saying, "Master Uncle, greetings." The rituals of etiquette hold great significance in the Douluo Continent, and Xiang Wentian's salutation to Yuguan was entirely appropriate. Yuguan smiled gently and remarked, "Congratulations, Wentian, for leading the Shrek Academy team to victory in this competition. That old ghost has an eye for talent, to have accepted such an exceptional disciple like you. If only you were my disciple." Observing the admiration on Yuguan's face, Xiang Wentian humbly replied, "Master Uncle, you flatter me. I believe you will surely find a disciple even more outstanding than I." Yuguan chuckled heartily and said, "I appreciate your kind words. I too hope for that. Here is your prize, take it." With that, Yuguan lifted the tray covered with a red silk cloth from the VIP platform and presented it to Xiang Wentian. With utmost reverence, he accepted the tray from Xiang Wentian. Just as he was about to descend the stage, a sudden voice echoed in his ears, instructing him to visit the papal hall after distributing the prizes. Without a second thought, he recognized the voice as that of his master, echoing with an ethereal quality. Xiang Wentian nodded slightly at the specter and proceeded towards the Shrek viewing platform below. As Xiang Wentian arrived at the observation platform of Shrek Academy, amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, he unveiled the red silk cloth covering the tray. In an instant, 3 beams of resplendent white light erupted forth. 3 soul bones. Though the members of the Shrek Battle Team were already aware that the prize for this grand competition consisted of 3 soul bones, the sight before them elicited gasps of astonishment. After all, soul bones are coveted treasures for soul masters, the very essence of their aspirations. Xiang Wentian smiled and remarked, "Indeed. These 3 soul bones are as follows: the wisdom skull of spiritual convergence, the blazing flame right arm of explosive incineration, and the swift wind left leg of rapid advancement. Each of these soul bones originates from a 10,000-year soul beast. Now, allow me to allocate the rightful ownership of these soul bones." As Xiang Wentian concluded his words, Ning Rongrong hastily interjected, "The last time, everyone allocated a soul bone to me. This time, I cannot accept another. I forfeit my claim to the distribution of the soul bones." Oscar surveyed the group and remarked, "None of these 3 soul bones are suitable for me. As a food-type soul master, even if I were to acquire a soul bone, my combat prowess would not be enhanced. I too relinquish my claim to the soul bone distribution." Daimubai chuckled, "None of the 3 soul bones are suitable for me, so I withdraw as well." Stop. Xiang Wentian gestured for silence and said, "I have yet to allocate the soul bones. Why are you all in such a hurry? I have not declared that I would distribute them to you. Look at you all, acting as if you were wealthy landlords. As if you have created these soul bones yourselves." After addressing Xiang Wentian, the crowd fell into an awkward silence. "Now, I shall allocate the ownership of the soul bone. The right arm of the explosive flame of incineration belongs to Ma Hongjun. Does anyone have any objections?" The group unanimously responded in the negative. Ma Hongjun, feeling hesitant, interjected, "Brother Tian, that won't do. You should give it to Rumming instead. Her flame abilities are exceedingly potent, and the right arm of the explosive flame of incineration would not serve her well. If she were to absorb it, it would become a mere burden. Furthermore, Rumming's flames are of a fusion and purification nature, which does not align with the attributes of the explosive flame of incineration. Thus, this soul bone is ill-suited for her. Conversely, your phoenix flame is of a highly explosive type, perfectly complementing the attributes of the right arm of the explosive flame of incineration. Therefore, it is most fitting for you to absorb it." Ma Hongjun, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Since that is the case, Brother Tian, I shall accept it." The ownership of the left leg of Swift Pursuit was designated to Zhu Shiqing. The left leg of Swift Pursuit enhances speed, making it suitable for agility-based soul masters. And among our entire team, Only Zhu Zhiqing qualifies as such. I shall assign the left leg of swift pursuit to her. Does anyone object? The response was a resounding no. Do we have any soul masters in our team who have cultivated spiritual power? Xiang Wentian inquired. The group exchanged glances when suddenly Yi Guqing stepped forward and said, My heavenly flight is a self-created soul skill that includes a spiritual impact. Captain, may I be granted the wisdom skull of spiritual condensation? Take it, Xiang Wentian replied succinctly. Is it truly that simple? Captain, you aren't jesting, are you? Yi Guqing asked nervously. The sight of Yi Guqing's anxious yet exhilarated expression elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. With a playful smile, Xiang Wentian remarked, Have you ever known me to make a promise I wouldn't keep? Observing Xiang Wentian's unwavering resolve, Yi Guqing picked up the final piece of soul bone and returned to the side of Shimin Shui Shui. Well then, the soul bones have been distributed. For those who did not receive one, do not be disheartened. In the future, should we acquire more, you shall be the first to receive them. Additionally, I have a matter to attend to. I must pay a visit to the papal palace. Please wait for me here. With that, Xiang Wentian made his way directly to the papal palace. Chapter 136. The acting pope. Upon entering the papal palace, Xiang Wentian's gaze immediately fell upon Bibi Dong, seated regally upon the papal throne. A closer inspection revealed her unparalleled beauty, captivating and ethereal. In a voice that was both melodious and commanding, she addressed him, Xiang Wentian. From the moment you awakened your martial soul, I have acquired your complete dossier. It was I who instructed the elder Gui Mei to take you as a disciple. The Spirit Hall requires extraordinary talents like yourself. Are you willing to become the next pope, dedicating yourself wholeheartedly to the Spirit Hall and leading it to its zenith? Thank you for your kind words, Your Holiness. I am willing, replied Xiang Wentian. Bibi Dong smiled and continued, Traditionally, the female pope retires at 55, while the male pope retires at 60. I am 56 this year, thus well past the retirement age. With a shift in her tone, she inquired, Do you know why I've chosen you to be the next pope? Xiang Wentian respectfully inquired, Might I seek your guidance, Your Holiness? The pope, Bibi Dong, responded with a mysterious smile, It is because you are the most exceptional among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. Your remarkable leadership skills and prodigious talent leave me in awe. Bibi Dong then sighed, Our generation has grown old. The future of the Spirit Hall must rely on you young ones. Upon uttering these words, Bibi Dong gazed skyward, her heart laden with melancholy. Qianxuanji, I do not harbor resentment towards you. Rather, it is you who have made me acutely aware of how heartless and ungrateful Yu Xiaojiang truly is. He would rather marry his sister than spare me a glance. Perhaps you were right all along. They were indeed my adversaries. Yet, why does a pang of sorrow linger in my heart? Perhaps it is because there once existed a deep love between Xiaojiang and me. With this thought, Bibi Dong resolved within herself, her expression darkening with a hint of malice as she declared, Xiang Wentian, I wish for you to promise me that upon your ascension as Pope, you will eliminate 2 individuals. Pray, Your Holiness, whom do you wish to be rid of? Xiang Wentian asked. The first is Tang Hao, and the second is Yu Xiaojiang. Can you fulfill this task? Bibi Dong questioned sternly. Xiang Wentian was taken aback, exclaiming, Tang Hao and the Master. What, are you unable to do it? Bibi Dong inquired calmly. Xiang Wentian shook his head and replied, No. It is not that I am incapable, but rather that I perceive a heart demon within your gaze. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects one's heart. Demons are born from the seeds of the heart, and heart demons arise from hatred. Tang Hao and the Master are exceptional talents, rare to encounter. If you allow the heart demon to transform them into your rivals, the only one who will suffer is yourself. Since Tang Hao is difficult to handle and you, Master, possess a compassionate heart, why not ease your mind and entrust them to me? I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Have they truly become my heart demons? Perhaps I am unaware, Bibi Dong pondered. Xiang Wentian, it is utterly impossible for them to join the Spirit Hall. They have opposed us for years and have become our sworn enemies, burdened by an unbreakable hatred. How could they possibly be willing to serve the Spirit Hall? Your Holiness, grant me time, and I shall ensure their admission into the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian asserted resolutely. Pope Bibi Dong shook her head in derision, saying, This task is nearly insurmountable. Are you certain you wish to pursue it? If you fail to accomplish this mission, you will be ineligible to become the next pope. Are you prepared to accept this trial? Absolutely, Xiang Wentian affirmed with determination. Very well. Truly, a young bull knows no fear of tigers, Pope Bibi Dong commended. However, beyond this task, a series of trials await your completion. Only by succeeding in these trials will you earn the right to become the next pope. Thank you for your recognition, Your Holiness. Xiang Wentian expressed with reverence. Bibi Dong nodded approvingly, saying, I will soon convene a Spirit Hall assembly to announce your appointment as the acting pope. Prepare yourself for the trials that lie ahead. Thank you for your promotion. Your Holiness, Xiang Wentian once again bowed respectfully. Enough, you may leave now, Bibi Dong instructed. Yes. With that, Xiang Wentian slowly exited the Pope's chamber. Upon stepping out, he returned to the rest area of Shrek Academy, where Zhu Zhuqing eagerly inquired, Brother, what did the Pope want with you? Xiang Wentian smiled and said, His Holiness the Pope has appointed me as the acting Pope. Once I complete her trial, I shall ascend to the position of the next Pope. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Oscar stepped forward, rubbing his hands with a sly grin, and remarked, Wentian, you've become the acting Pope. Haven't you? Observing Oscar's cunning demeanor, reminiscent of Flandre, Xiang Wentian replied with a smile, Are you hoping for a grand feast? Tonight, let us head to the opulent restaurant in Seoul Master City. Hooray! Wentian, you are truly magnificent. Oscar cheered. At that moment, everyone was elated by Xiang Wentian's elevation to acting Pope. For them, having an acting Pope as their leader meant they could traverse the continent with ease, and proclaiming it would surely bring them immense prestige. That evening, after a celebratory banquet with the Shrek team, the following day, Bibi Dong indeed fulfilled her promise, elevating Xiang Wentian to the esteemed position of acting Pope. However, Xiang Wentian was unaware that this role was merely the beginning of his path towards carnage. Chapter 137, The Hellish Demon Sect. After the grand ceremony of his appointment, Xiang Wentian faced the first task of the Pope's trial. With Xiang Wentian now serving as the acting Pope, Bibi Dong had retreated to the shadows. In the Pope's hall, Xiang Wentian sat regally upon the Pope's throne, while two elders and a row of guards stood respectfully below. The two elders were titled Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. Yueguan and Gue may pay their respects to Your Excellency, the acting Pope. There is no need for such formalities, my teacher and uncle, Xiang Wentian responded, turning to the guards and commanding, Bring forth seats. Before long, the guards brought in 2 chairs. Yueguan and Gue May bowed respectfully to Xiang Wentian, saying, Thank you, Your Excellency, the acting Pope, for your gracious invitation to sit. Once the 2 elders were seated, Xiang Wentian inquired, Might I ask what brings you here today? Yueguan rose solemnly and stated, By the command of His Holiness the Pope, there have been unusual movements from the blazing sect of the Star Luo Empire, indicating a potential departure from the Spirit Hall. We implore the acting Pope to address this matter. Is the Pope's intention to kill or to spare? Xiang Wentian asked with gravity. Yueguan chuckled softly, If they comply, naturally we shall spare them. If they resist, he paused, casting a glance at Xiang Wentian, revealing a hint of a sinister smile. Xiang Wentian nodded respectfully and said, Thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance. I understand what I must do. At that moment, the enigmatic figure spoke slowly, Your Excellency the acting Pope, you must embark on this journey alone. There will be no assistance, no reinforcements. This is also a trial set forth by His Holiness the Pope, so you must proceed with caution. Thank you for your concern, Master. I will keep it in mind. Xiang Wentian replied with deference. It could be said that the enigmatic figure was indeed showing care for him. Now that Xiang Wentian had ascended to the position of acting Pope, he owed part of his success to the support of both individuals. As Xiang Wentian rose to this exalted status, the two of them also experienced a corresponding elevation in their own fortunes. Thus, the enigmatic figure and Yueguan were the two who least wished for any misfortune to befall Xiang Wentian. The following day, Xiang Wentian set forth alone on his journey to the Fire Leopard sect of the Star Luo Empire. The Fire Leopard sect is one of the lower 4 sects, historically tethered to the Spirit Hall. Each of the lower 4 sects is guarded by one or several sole Douluos, with no titled Douluos among them. As such esteemed figures reside only within the upper 3 sects. The Fire Leopard sect's desire to sever ties with the Spirit Hall indicates that there are likely unseen forces at play. Otherwise, given their strength, they would not dare to make such a bold move. Who could possibly be behind this? Who would have the audacity to undermine the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall holds a preeminent status across the continent, unmatched by any other force, not even the formidable Haotian sect, which chose to retreat into seclusion. The Fire Leopard sect is acutely aware of the Spirit Hall's immense power. Thus, their insistence on breaking away suggests only one possibility. The opposing force must be stronger than the Spirit Hall. Yet, this seems implausible. What other force on the continent could surpass the Spirit Hall? As Xiang Wentian journeyed, he pondered and deduced numerous possibilities, yet none aligned with the prevailing circumstances of the continent. The Fire Leopard Sect. Nestled within the rolling hills on the outskirts of the Sun City in the southern region of the Xinglua Empire, sprawls over 8,000 acres. Its ancestral martial spirit is the Fire Leopard, an agile attack-type spirit, which lends the sect its name. Within the sect, the direct disciples number in the thousands, complemented by a multitude of servants and laborers, totaling over 10,000 individuals. With the 8 wings of the infernal angel unfurled behind him, Xiang Wentian swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Fire Leopard sect. Before its gates stood 2 remarkably lifelike statues of fire leopards, seemingly roaring to assert the sect's esteemed status. The imposing city walls, crafted from indestructible granite, extend over 100 meters in length and boast a thickness of approximately 10 meters, showcasing formidable defensive capabilities. The walls are adorned not only with the majestic carvings of the 2 fire leopards, but also with vivid depictions of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, each rendered with exquisite detail. Xiang Wentian stood resolutely 10 meters before the sect, channeling his soul power, and bellowed, "I am Xiang Wentian, the acting pope of the Spirit Hall. Where is the master of the Fire Leopard sect? Why does he not come forth to meet me?" Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's thunderous roar, an elderly man hastily emerged from the sect, his face adorned with a smile, brimming with deference. He respectfully replied, "It is indeed a blessing for the Fire Leopard sect to receive the esteemed acting pope. I am the steward of the Fire Leopard sect, and I humbly invite you to enter our domain." Humph. Xiang Wentian's eyes glimmered with frost as he coldly retorted, "Where is your sect master? To send merely a steward to dismiss me is a blatant disrespect. Does the Fire Leopard sect desire to erase its name from the Douluo Continent? Oh, such audacity from the acting pope. You would threaten to erase the Fire Leopard sect? I wonder if you have consulted the Hell Demon sect about this matter?" A disdainful voice echoed from atop the city wall. As Xiang Wentian gazed upward, he beheld a youth of around 16, exuding an aura of confidence. However, Xiang did not perceive the slightest ripple of soul power emanating from him, indicating that this individual was not a soul master. The young man sported long, flowing white hair and possessed strikingly handsome features, though the disdain evident in his eyes was particularly striking. Clad in resplendent brocade and jade ropes, he wielded a 3-foot-long azure blade, pointing it menacingly at Xiang. The contempt in his gaze and the derision in his words ignited a surge of fury within Xiang Wentian. Chapter 138. Outsiders, what infernal demon sect are you speaking of? I have never even heard of it. From which obscure corner have you crawled out to speak so brazenly? Xiang Wentian bellowed in anger. Ha ha, what a farce. A mere substitute pope, nothing more than a mockery. To think that you, from the Douluo Continent, are unaware of our infernal demon sect from the Tianwu Continent is utterly laughable. Truly, you are a product of ignorance. His opponent mocked, before abruptly shifting his tone, adding, "Oh, it is to be expected that you natives of the Douluo Continent have never heard of us from the Tianwu Continent. After all, being uncultured is to be anticipated among the indigenous." Upon hearing this, Xiang Wentian's eyes suddenly glimmered with understanding, and he exclaimed, "So you are not from the Douluo Continent. How did you manage to arrive here?" The other party disdainfully shook his head and replied, "Letting you play the role of a shadowy specter is amusing. Are you familiar with the Gate of Space? It is evident from your foolish demeanor that you know nothing, yet you claim to be an acting pope. Have you indulged too much in swine flesh?" At this moment, Xiang Wentian could no longer contain his indignation and shouted furiously, "Curse you. May you meet your demise. First soul ring, first soul skill, space lock. First soul ring, second soul skill, time stasis. Fifth soul ring, second soul skill, kiss of the demon." In an instant, Xiang Wentian unleashed 3 soul skills, and his first and fifth soul rings radiated a brilliant crimson glow. The young man atop the sect's walls was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place as a dark lip print shot forth from Xiang Wentian's lips, landing squarely on the young man's cheek with a soft pop. He barely had time to scream before he disintegrated like ice in the sweltering summer sun, vanishing as though he had never existed in this world. The astonishing events unfolding on the sect's walls left every member of the Fire Leopard sect dumbfounded. The formidable disciples of the infernal demon sect, whom they regarded as their stronghold, were reduced to mere dust before the acting pope, utterly powerless. Among the shocked onlookers were 6 disciples from the infernal demon sect, their elder brother aghast at the horrific demise of his junior. Heartbroken, he cried out, "Seventh brother." The other 5 disciples echoed his distress. "Acting Pope Xiang Wentian, I shall grind you to dust and avenge my 7th brother." Fellow disciples, let us slay him together. The elder brother's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he spoke with rage. With a fierce resolve, they emerged into the void, swords drawn and aimed at Xiang Wentian. Each disciple unleashed a distinct sword technique, and in an instant, the air was filled with dazzling flashes of sword light, as the atmosphere shifted dramatically, charged with an overwhelming aura of death. As Xiang Wentian beheld the myriad lights of swords descending upon him, a smile graced his lips. No matter how resplendent your sword light or how intricate your attacks, I shall dismantle them with but a single technique. With the invocation of his first soul ring and second soul skill, time stasis, he declared, devour. In that fleeting moment when Xiang Wentian halted time, the 6 individuals found themselves suspended in midair, rendered incapable of any action save for the rhythm of their breaths. Subsequently, 6 strands of darkness emanated from his hands, ensnaring the 6 figures. In an instant, 5 of them transformed into lifeless husks, while the remaining one, the eldest brother among them, appeared emaciated. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of his chest, one might easily mistake him for a mere corpse. Xiang Wentian had spared him with the intention of extracting 3 crucial inquiries, from whence they hailed, the location of the spatial gate, and their purpose for arriving in the Douluo Continent. Ding. Host has devoured 6 cultivators, gaining 1-800-000 soul power. They were indeed not denizens of the Douluo Continent, for through the devouring skill, no soul rings were acquired. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level is now 70. Soul Sage. Xiang Wentian, having ascended to the rank of 70th level Soul Saint, paid little heed to his newly acquired status. Instead, he slowly approached the dying cultivator and inquired, "From whence do you hail? Where's the spatial gate? What purpose do you serve in the Douluo Continent?" The man, amidst coughs and laughter, replied, "I shall never divulge such secrets. Abandon any hope, for do you truly believe that only the 7 of us inhabit the entirety of Douluo Continent? You are gravely mistaken. Within a decade, all souls of Douluo will become slaves to our Tianwu continent." With those fragmented words, he perished on the spot. At that moment, the 7 from Tianwu continent lay vanquished, leaving Xiang Wentian with no choice but to place his hopes upon the Fire Leopard sect's leader, hoping he might unravel the origins of this event. The once invincible 7, regarded as the sect's ultimate support, were now lifeless. The entire Fire Leopard sect, from its leader to the most common laborers, was engulfed in unparalleled horror. They had witnessed the battle between the 7 and their leader, knowing full well that the leader could not withstand even 5 moves against each of them. It was evident that the 7 were genuine titled Douluo, yet before Xiang Wentian, they crumbled like fragile dust. How could the Spirit Hall possess such formidable individuals? Each of their soul rings was of 10,000 years, which explained how he ascended to the position of acting pope. At this juncture, the leader of the Fire Leopard sect trembled and knelt before Xiang Wentian, stammering, "I beseech you, acting pope, spare my life." I was left with no choice. With a cold snort, Xiang Wentian inquired, "I demand to know the truth behind these 7 individuals. Relate to me the entire sequence of events in detail. Should you utter a single falsehood, beware for your life." Chapter 139. The Fall of the Fire Leopard Sect. The old servant dared not defy him. The leader of the Fire Leopard Sect recounted, a month ago, "These 7 appeared in my chamber without warning. They proclaimed themselves disciples of the Hell Demon sect from the Tianwu continent. At the time, I dismissed them with the intention of eliminating them. However, I soon discovered that their combat prowess rivaled that of an ordinary titled Douluo, while I am merely an 89th level soul Douluo, utterly outmatched by these 7. They demanded my cooperation in aiding the Hell Demon sect to conquer the entire Douluo continent. Realizing the formidable strength of their disciples, I could not help but ponder the godlike abilities of their elders and sect master. They promised that once the Douluo continent was subjugated, I would be granted the authority to govern it. I must admit, I was somewhat tempted. Yet the paramount concern remained their overwhelming strength. I was powerless to resist. Thus, I implore your grace, the acting pope, to show leniency in my judgment." Xiang Wentian continued to inquire, "One final question. Are you willing to stand by my side and assist me in overthrowing Pope Bibidon?" "I am willing. I am willing." Xiang Wentian beheld the leader of the Fire Leopard sect, who resembled a pug, emanating an aura of murderous intent. He declared, "A blade of grass sways with the wind. What purpose do you serve me, Xiang Wentian? Prepare to meet your demise." Before the leader of the Fire Leopard sect could react, a dagger materialized in Xiang Wentian's hand, plunging directly into the leader's skull. The Fire Leopard sect leader, in disbelief, gazed at Xiang Wentian and stammered, "Why? I have already submitted to you. Why must you kill me? I am not merely a blade of grass." Xiang Wentian, with a face full of murderous intent, spoke, "Not all insects can transform into butterflies. You are merely a maggot. The consequence of betraying the spirit hall is singular, death. Not only will you perish, but the entirety of the fire leopard sect shall meet the same fate. This is the price of your misguided decisions." The ruthless leader of the fire leopard sect, on the brink of death, stammered, "Devour." Ding. The host activated the devouring ability, consuming a soul Douluo and acquiring 130,000 year soul ring and 60,000 points of soul power. The elders of the fire leopard sect, witnessing the transformation of their leader into a lifeless corpse, were struck with terror. "The spirit hall intends to spare us no mercy. Let us fight back. To engage, you must possess the requisite strength," Xiang Wentian derisively retorted. As he beheld the three elders of the fire leopard sect charging toward him, accompanied by hundreds, if not thousands, of direct descendants, Xiang Wentian chose to unleash a massacre. With the second soul ring's first soul skill, Angelic Glory, and the second soul skill, Demonic Fury, followed by the third soul ring's second skill, Demonic Decapitation, Xiang Wentian's overall combat prowess surged to unprecedented heights. A massive, boundless wave of dark blade light cleaved through the ranks of the fire leopard sect, leaving chaos in its wake as bodies were severed in twain. With the sixth soul ring's second skill, Angelic Meteor Fall, a colossal crimson demon angelic apparition opened its eyes wide, unleashing countless massive meteorites that rained down upon the crowd, exploding in a cacophony of blood and gore. Limbs flew. Cries of anguish echoed, and the sickening sounds of bones fracturing and bodies being reduced to pulp resonated throughout the once mighty fire leopard sect, which had now transformed into a hellish purgatory. Devour. Countless dark tendrils extended from Xiang Wentian's grasp, withering every severed limb or intact corpse they touched into desiccated husks. Ding. Host has utilized devouring ability, consuming severed limbs to obtain 1,000, your soul ring 2,000 units of soul power. Ding. Host has utilized devouring ability, consuming incomplete corpses to obtain 4,000, your soul ring 8,000 units of soul power. Ding. Host has utilized devouring ability, consuming intact corpses to obtain 10,000, your soul ring 20,000 units of soul power. Ding. System has evenly distributed the acquired soul rings across 6 existing 100,000, your rings. System interface. Name, Xiang Wentian. Rank, Soul Emperor. Requires 7th soul ring to ascend to Soul Sage. Martial Soul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 78, 81, 686, 286, 900, 000. Soul Rings. Gold, 1, 666, 666 years. 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 Soul Skills. First, Spatial Seal Temporal Stasis. Second, Angelic Glory Demonic Frenzy. Third, Angelic Judgment Demon Sky Cleaver. Fourth, Divine Radiance Death Ray. Fifth, Blazing Angel / Demon's Kiss. Sixth, Angelic Pagoda Celestial Meteor Fall. Divine Skill. Buddha's Palm Cultivation Arts. Heaven Devouring Apocalypse Scripture. Tyrant Body of the Azure Heavens Abilities. Devour. Absorb soul rings and soul power from foes or spirit beasts to enhance one's own. After a long pause, Xiang Wentian closed the system interface and exhaled deeply. "It seems I must obtain my 7th soul ring," he murmured. A day later, news of the fire leopard sect's annihilation spread across the Douluo Continent, casting a shadow of fear over all. While the world buzzed with shock and speculation, Xiang Wentian had already arrived at the Star Do Great Forest to claim his 7th soul ring. Chapter 140. The Ruinous War Demon Tiger with his current power. Xiang Wentian stood unrivaled in the Douluo Continent. Though still a Soul Emperor in rank, his cultivation had already reached Soul Sage level, and his 6 soul rings had shattered the million-year threshold, an unprecedented feat that might never be surpassed. Even gods would tread carefully when absorbing a million-year soul ring, for the overwhelming soul power and divine essence within could instantly obliterate the unworthy. Xiang Wentian, however, is free from such concerns. He effortlessly acquires power through the system's devouring and enhancement. Deep within the Star Dough forest, 6 golden soul rings, each 1,000,000 years old, rhythmically pulsate around him, emanating an unparalleled oppressive force that spreads in all directions. Simultaneously, Xiang Wentian's consciousness radiates outward in a circular scan, revealing various soul beasts, each distinct in appearance and varying in strength, manifesting in his mind. These soul beasts, sensing the immense pressure bestowed by Xiang Wentian's soul rings, hastily flee in all directions. At this moment, a 90,000-year-old soul beast, the Breaking Army Heavenly Demon Tiger, enters the range of Xiang Wentian's consciousness. With a subtle acknowledgement, Xiang Wentian's mental mark directly locks onto the trail of the Breaking Army Heavenly Demon Tiger. Meanwhile, the tiger, feeling the formidable pressure approaching from afar, initially intends to escape, but suddenly spots a figure, half black and half white, with 8 wings sprouting from its back, descending from the heavens. The 6 golden soul rings surrounding this being pulsate slowly, exuding an extraordinary might that renders the tiger utterly motionless. Xiang Wentian spoke to himself. The Breaking Army Celestial Demon Tiger is an ancient exotic species, inherently endowed with the ability to disregard defenses. It reigns supreme among attack-type soul beasts. Utilizing its soul ring to manifest as my martial soul's true form is most fitting. At that moment, although the Breaking Army Celestial Demon Tiger was unable to move, the wildness and vigilance emanating from its eyes invigorated Xiang Wentian's spirit. Indeed, it deserved its title as the king among attack-type soul beasts, even in such dire circumstances. It displayed no trace of fear, truly embodying the most suitable soul beast for the manifestation of a martial soul. Excitedly, Xiang Wentian continued, Breaking Army Celestial Demon Tiger, would you be willing to sacrifice yourself to become my 7th soul ring, my martial soul's true form? Xiang Wentian inquired earnestly. The Breaking Army Celestial Demon Tiger had attained an age of 90,000 years, its intelligence rivaling that of humans. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, it regarded him with an expression akin to that of a fool. Xiang Wentian gazed at the expression of the Pejuan Tianma tiger, showing not a hint of anger, but rather a glimmer of fervent killing intent. He spoke slowly, since you refuse to comply, I shall forcibly take what I seek. With a flourish, he unleashed his 4th soul ring's 2nd soul skill, Death Ray. A slender beam, as fine as a mosquito's thread and swift as lightning, descended from above, cleaving the Pejuan Tianma tiger in two. A soul ring, black with a hint of crimson, gradually emerged from the beast's lifeless body. Xiang Wentian seated himself beside the carcass of the Pejuan Tianma tiger, commencing the absorption of this 90,000-year-old soul ring. His physical form, having been honed through the celestial titan body, was remarkably refined. His body as sturdy as gold and iron. The absorption of this ancient soul ring required minimal effort, and the immense soul power contained within propelled Xiang Wentian to transcend into the realm of an 80-level soul Douluo. Ding. The system panel activated. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Saint. Requires the acquisition of the 8th soul ring to become a soul Douluo. Martial soul. Demon angel soul power. Level 80, 9000866. 1000. Soul rings. Gold, age, 1. 666, 666 years. 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 Black, age, 91. 268 years. Soul skills. First soul skill, spatial lock. Time stasis. Second soul skill, angel's glory. Demon frenzy. Third soul skill, angel's divine judgment. Demon sky cleave. Fourth soul skill, angel's divine light. Death ray. Fifth soul skill, angel's fiery slash. Demon kiss. Sixth soul skill, angel's floating tower. Angelic meteor shower. Seventh soul skill, true form of martial soul. Divine skill, Buddha's palm. Cultivation method, true scriptures of demon destruction, celestial titan body. Ability, devour, can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and remarked, I have reached the realm of an 80-level soul Douluo. Yet, I still require a soul ring. As Xiang Wentian rose to his feet, intending to venture deeper into the forest, a sudden flash of colorful light caught his attention. Turning to gaze at the corpse of the breakthrough demon tiger, he discerned that the radiant glow emanated from its leg. Xiang Wentian knelt down and retrieved a dagger from his soul guide device, carefully slicing open the leg of the breakthrough demon tiger. To his astonishment, he uncovered a bone from the right arm radiating with a spectrum of colors. No longer composed, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, "Soul bone. Breakthrough demon's ignorance of defense right arm." Chapter 141, Ignorance of Defense, Breakthrough Strike. This right arm soul bone is perfectly suited for me. Absorb. As Xiang Wentian felt the soul bone merging with his right arm, an excruciating pain surged through his mind. Gritting his teeth, he endured the torment, channeling all his soul power into his right arm to expedite the fusion. The soul bone, break army demon, adhered to his skeletal structure like rubber, completely enveloping his right arm. With a chime, the absorption of the soul bone was complete, bestowing him with the accompanying skills, Ignore Defense and Break Army Strike. Opening the system panel, the host was prompted to review the following information. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Soul Saint. Requires the acquisition of the 8th soul ring to ascend to Soul Douluo. Martial Soul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 80, 900086610000000. Soul Rings. Gold, 1,666,666 years. 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 Black, 91,268 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Space Lock. Time Stop. Second Soul Skill, Angel's Glory, Demon Rampage. Third Soul Skill, Angel's Sacred Judgment, Demon Sky Slash. Fourth Soul Skill, Angel's Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill, Angel's Fiery Slash, Demoness Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill, Angel's Floating Pagoda, Angelic Meteor Shower. Seventh Soul Skill, True Form of Martial Soul. Soul Bone, Break Army Demon. Ignore Defense Right Arm, with attached skills. Ignore Defense, Break Army Strike. Divine Skill, Buddha's Palm. Cultivation Technique, True Scripture of Demon Destruction. Celestial Titan Body. Ability, Devour can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. As Xiang Wentian opened his eyes, a smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself, "It is time to journey to the heart of the Star Dove Forest to seek my 8th spirit ring." Just as he ventured deeper into the forest, at the edge of a serene lake within its depths, a graceful figure sat in meditation by the water's edge. Slowly opening her eyes, she whispered, "Such a familiar aura, reminiscent of the scent that clings to Wentian. Irene, accompany me on an outing." Beside the maiden, a colossal Titan giant ape nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Xiao Wu. I too sense a strange presence approaching us, radiating immense power. I doubt I could contend with it. Perhaps we should summon De'in to join us." The girl smiled and shook her head, saying, "There is no need for Irene. I am well acquainted with this aura. It belongs to my captain, Xiang Wentian." The Titan giant ape nodded, lifting Xiao Wu onto its shoulder, and with a few powerful leaps, they vanished into the heart of the forest. Meanwhile, Xiang Wentian had fully activated his spiritual awareness, extending it to its maximum capacity. Within a 10-mile radius, not a single creature, whether bird or beast, flower or insect, could escape the scrutiny of his perception. To conserve time and prevent any complications, he directly summoned his martial soul. As 6 golden spirit rings and 1 black spirit ring began to rhythmically pulse around him, all spirit beasts within several miles that sensed this formidable aura fled in terror. At that moment, a massive Titan giant ape entered the range of Xiang Wentian's spiritual awareness, and upon its shoulder perched a delicate figure clad in pink attire. Xiang Wentian was momentarily taken aback, a surge of excitement coursing through him as he exclaimed, "Isn't that the Titan Great Ape and Xiao Wu? What brings them here? Perhaps Xiao Wu has sensed my presence. Could this be one of life's 4 great joys, encountering an old friend in a foreign land?" In an instant, the ground began to tremble slightly, and within 3 breaths, Xiang Wentian beheld the Titan Great Ape soaring high into the air, landing heavily before him. Dust and debris erupted, scattering dirt and withered branches in all directions. Wang Tian spat out the dust from his mouth and waved his hand to disperse the remnants, expressing his displeasure. Oh, mighty gorilla, might I request that your next appearance before me be a tad more gentle? My handsome visage has been thoroughly tarnished by your ferocious entrance. The Titan ape remained silent, while the petite figure perched upon its shoulder. Xiaowu stifled a laugh, remarking, Wang Tian, you do appear rather disheveled. Your face is entirely obscured by the yellow earth. And what is that in your hair? Is it a hairpin fashioned from a branch? With a huff of annoyance, Xiang Wentian harnessed his soul power to shake off the dust and withered branches from his body, expressing his displeasure. Xiaowu, did you orchestrate the Titan Great Ape's ferocious entrance? Is this truly your way of welcoming your old captain? Xiaowu, with a hint of playful charm, replied, Wentian, I am delighted to see you in the depths of the Douluo Forest. It was merely a jest. Do not take it to heart. By the way, what brings you to this place? Xiang Wentian spoke with a serious tone. I have reached level 80 and come to the Douluo Forest in search of a soul ring. So soon? Xiang Wentian, you truly possess the greatest talent among our Shrek team. At that moment, Xiaowu finally noticed the soul ring on Xiang Wentian's body and exclaimed in astonishment, Golden. A million-year soul ring. How did you achieve this? Did you devour an enemy's soul ring once again? Xiang Wentian smiled and nodded, stating, I am now the acting pope of the Spirit Hall. The Fire Leopard sect has betrayed us, and I have just annihilated them. Chapter 142, Soul Douluo. Acting Pope. Xiaowu exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder your cultivation has advanced so swiftly. By the way, what type of soul ring do you intend to seek in the Douluo Forest? An immensely destructive killing-type soul beast, Xiang Wentian replied without hesitation. Xiaowu pondered for a moment. I do know of a soul beast that somewhat aligns with your requirements, although its age is rather low, merely a 30,000-year-old soul beast. Oh? Xiang Wentian inquired. A lower age is inconsequential. I can enhance the soul ring's age through devouring. What soul beast is it? Xiaowu retorted with indignation. It is the Invincible Spider Emperor, a most despicable soul beast that revels in tormenting the weak and possesses tremendous destructive power. It also delights in stealing the eggs of other soul beasts. Both Erin and I have attempted to capture it numerous times, yet it always managed to escape. The Invincible Spider Emperor is exceedingly cunning and adept at fleeing. Xiang Wentian's eyes brightened as he remarked, no problem. I possess time-space soul abilities and the 8 wings of a demon angel. In terms of speed, I believe no soul beast can surpass me. Well, without further ado, let us embark on our journey. All right, replied Xiaowu. Half an hour later, Xiaowu and the Titan Great Ape guided Xiang Wentian to a marshy region. Xiaowu whispered, the Calamity Spider Emperor resides in the heart of this marsh. It is its lair, and during the day, it should be located at the center. Understood. Xiang Wentian nodded. You two wait here for me. I shall investigate the marsh's center first. Be careful. Xiaowu expressed her concern. Rest assured. Xiang Wentian offered a reassuring smile, unfurling his demon angel wings and soaring into the depths of the marsh. The marshland, characterized by its excessively wet surface or thin layers of standing water, features soil that is nearly saturated with moisture, resulting in the accumulation of peat and the growth of hydrophilic and hygrophilous marsh plants. The abundance of water renders the soil oxygen-deprived, leading to a slow decomposition of organic matter under anaerobic conditions, ultimately forming peat. Furthermore, the strong water retention of peat exacerbates the oxygen deficiency, prolonging the decomposition process and diminishing nutrient availability. Consequently, many marsh plants exhibit underdeveloped root systems, often exposing their roots above the surface to adapt to the hypoxic environment. Marsh plants possess developed aeration tissues, adventitious roots, and unique reproductive capabilities. There are 3 types of marshes: woody marshes, primarily found in temperate regions, which can be subdivided into tree and shrub marshes, with dominant species including those of the genus Daphne, Betula, and Salix; herbaceous marshes, which are diverse and widely distributed, with dominant species such as sedges, followed by reeds and cattails; and moss marshes, also known as high bogs, where the dominant species is the Sphagnum genus. The Douluo Great Forest belongs to the temperate forest category, and this particular marshland is indeed a woody marsh. At this moment, Xiang Wentian, with his demon angel wings unfurled, hovered in midair and observed a massive hexagonal spider web at the center of the marsh, connected to dozens of towering marsh trees, gently floating above the water's surface. At the heart of this enormous hexagonal web sat a colossal black spider, the Calamity Spider Emperor itself. It appeared that the Calamity Spider Emperor had sensed Xiang Wentian's presence in the air, as it suddenly propelled itself away from the web with its 8 legs, vanishing from sight. Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is no surprise that the most adept spider at evasion possesses such remarkable skills. Its ability to flee is truly unparalleled, moving with astonishing swiftness. At this moment, Xiang Wentian set aside his shock and, with a flourish of his 8-winged demonic angel, pursued the creature. You have 8 legs, and I possess 8 wings. While you race on the ground, I chase through the skies. Let us see whose speed prevails. However, one must consider, how could one running on the ground possibly outpace one soaring through the air? With fervent determination, Xiang Wentian fiercely unleashed the 8 wings of the malevolent angel behind him, his speed reaching its zenith. In mere moments, he swiftly caught up with the Calamity Spider King. First Soul Ring, First Soul Skill, Spatial Lockdown. First Soul Ring, Second Soul Skill, Time Stasis. Xiang Wentian unleashed 2 soul techniques in quick succession, instantly freezing the fleeing evil arachnid emperor in place. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort, saying, "Can a mere 30,000-year soul beast escape?" With the activation of his 4th soul ring and 2nd soul skill, Devil's Kiss, the eerie spider emperor was instantly transformed into a puddle of pus upon contact with the Devil's Kiss, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a black soul ring. A testament to the eerie spider emperor's fleeting existence in this world. Absorbing the soul ring. For Xiang Wentian, a 30,000-year soul ring was exceedingly trivial. He absorbed it with almost effortless ease, achieving success in an instant. However, due to the limited age of the eerie spider emperor's soul ring, his soul power saw only a modest enhancement after the absorption. Ding. The host has absorbed the 8th soul ring, acquiring the soul ring skill, Annihilation Strike. Ding. Accessing the system panel, please review it yourself. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Soul, Douluo Martial Soul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 80, 906668661000. Soul Rings. Gold, Age: 1, 666. 666 years. 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 Black, Age: 91. 268 years. Black, Age: 36. 888 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Space Lock. Time Stop. Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory. Demonic Fury. Third Soul Skill, Angelic Judgment. Demonic Slaughter. Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill, Angelic Flame Slash. Devil's Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill, Angelic Pagoda. Angelic Meteor Fall. Seventh Soul Skill, True Form of Martial Soul. Eighth Soul Skill, Annihilation Strike. Divine Skill, Tathagata Palm Cultivation Method. True Scriptures of Heavenly Demons. Overlord Body of the Heavens Ability. Devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 143. Crisis in Douluo Continent. With the absorption of the soul ring complete, Xiang returned to the edge of the swamp. Wang sat upon the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, inquiring, "Have you found the eerie spider emperor?" Xiang Wentian smiled slightly, replying, "I have finished absorbing the soul ring." Upon hearing Xiang's words, Wang appeared momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "So soon?" "Of course." Xiang said matter-of-factly, "The eerie spider emperor is merely a 30,000-year soul beast. Absorbing its soul ring is quite simple, and it was completed in no time. By the way, how is Tang-san?" At the mention of Tang-san, a hint of nostalgia crossed Wang's face, and she smiled sweetly, saying, "San has been taken away by Uncle Tang Hao. I do not know where they are now. But he should be doing well." Xiang Wen nodded solemnly and said, "Wu, I must take my leave now, but before I go, there are some words I wish to share with you. The Douluo Continent is currently in turmoil, with clouds of conflict gathering ominously. I have a premonition that an unprecedented battle is imminent, for I have discovered individuals from another world traversing the spatial gates, intending to seize control of the Douluo Continent and plunder its resources, aiming to enslave humanity. However, I shall not grant them this opportunity. I will lead the Spirit Hall in a relentless confrontation against them." Wu, upon hearing this weighty news, expressed her shock. "People from another world. Who are they?" "I do not know precisely who they are, but I am aware they hail from the Martial Continent," Xiang Wen replied earnestly. "The Martial Continent? What must I do?" Wu inquired urgently. Your immediate task is to unite the soul beast within the Stardow forest to preemptively guard against unforeseen dangers, Xiang Wentian suggested. Understood. I will discuss this with Daming upon my return. What will you do next? Wu asked, her concern evident. I must first return to the Spirit Hall and disseminate this matter through its influence, Xiang Wen stated. Indeed, time is of the essence. I shall return to inform Daming at once, Wu affirmed. Xiang Wen nodded and said, I must also take my leave. When we next meet, I hope it will be during a reunion of our Shrek team. Wu smiled knowingly, waved farewell to Xiang Wen, and then addressed the Titan Great Ape, Erming. Let us depart. The Titan Great Ape nodded, and with a few leaps, they vanished from Xiang Wen's sight. At that moment, a wave of nostalgia washed over Xiang Wen. Everyone has a homeland, yet I, Xiang Wen, have none. My hometown, Earth, is a picturesque realm, lush trees, blooming flowers, and people enjoying their leisure and games. Driving along the Riverside Avenue, a beautiful tableau unfolds before me, where vehicles traverse the roads as if one were wandering through a painting. I long for my homeland in the Yinzhou region. Xiang Wen closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, two beams of resolute light bursting forth. I shall cultivate to the pinnacle of the great path, traversing the cosmos to return to my homeland, where my family awaits me. My hometown is waiting for me. My motherland is waiting for me. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, chaos reigned within. Pope Bibi Dong had been grievously wounded and left on the brink of death during her ascension to the position of the Rakshasa god, ambushed by a stranger. Fortunately, the 6 elders of the Elder Hall, led by Qian Daolu, sacrificed themselves to save her life. However, due to her severe injuries, Bibi Dong's soul power had regressed to the level of an 80-rank soul Douluo. Without the assistance of a precious divine-grade elixir, she would be unable to achieve divine-level comprehension for the rest of her life. According to Qian Daoliu's recollections, those who severely injured Bibi Dong were cultivators devoid of soul rings. Xiang Wen immediately deduced that these were individuals from the Martial Continent. It seems they are eager to strike against the Spirit Hall. At this moment, the Spirit Hall was leaderless. As the acting pope, Xiang Wen had no choice but to bear the immense burden of holding the Spirit Hall together amidst the chaos. Subsequently, he issued a papal decree, calling upon all soul masters to unite against the impending onslaught of the Martial Continent. Months later, the air reverberated with thunderous sounds. One after another, translucent portals gradually opened, allowing countless cultivators to descend. Their voices were filled with avarice as they shouted, "The Douluo Continent belongs to us. Men, go forth and mine. Women, remain here. Soul beasts shall be exchanged for riches, and herbs for alchemy. Charge forth, brothers." Chapter 144, The Earth-Shattering Battle. In the hallowed halls of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian abruptly opened his eyes. Time was of the essence, and there was no moment to lose in issuing commands. He swiftly exited the Spirit Hall and ascended into the skies. Channeling his soul power as he proclaimed, the Spirit Hall stands as both the foremost and final bastion safeguarding the Douluo Continent. I, the acting pope of the Spirit Hall, command, elite individuals of the Spirit Hall across the continent, clench your fists, unleash your spirits, and drive the outsiders from Douluo. Let the bloodshed commence. I, Xiang Wentian, the acting pope of the Spirit Hall, vow here and now, as long as I, Xiang Wentian, draw breath, I shall ensure the safety and tranquility of the countless souls of Douluo. Should I perish, I shall transform into a demonic angelic spirit, safeguarding Douluo for eternity, never to fall into ruin. This oath, witnessed by the sun and moon, attested by heaven and earth, shall be heard by all celestial, demonic, and divine beings. The resounding cries and oaths infused with soul power towards the heavens reverberate through every corner of the mountains and earth. Every common citizen on the continent takes pride in having a magnificent pope for the Spirit Hall. Each soul master leads their families and sects towards this battleground to confront the invading outsiders. The Haoyan clan has re-emerged, casting aside their prejudices against the Spirit Hall in the face of a formidable enemy, and has rallied hundreds of soul masters to join the fray. Numerous sects, including the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, alongside many others of varying strengths, hasten to this conflict, bringing countless soul masters with them. At this moment, whether from hidden sects or formidable soul masters, all are drawn into this grand battle, fully aware that the downfall of the Spirit Hall would spell catastrophe for them all. As Xiang Wentian soared into the sky to engage in battle alongside the foreign cultivators, a host of formidable titled Douluos, including Gue Mei, Yu Guan, and Qian Daolu, followed closely behind, unleashing their martial souls to join the fray against the extraterrestrial adversaries. As Xiang Wentian engages in a fierce battle with the foreign cultivators, a chorus of roars reverberates through the air. How could this grand conflict be complete without me? Tang Hao? Xiang Wentian, I, Tang San, have returned. Haha. At last, I, Yi Guqing, and Shimin Shui find the opportunity to showcase our prowess. Having lived a solitary life, I seek but a single defeat. Thus, I, Duge Bai, have arrived. Countless familiar and unfamiliar figures begin to converge towards Xiang Wentian. At this moment, Xiang Wentian's eyes blaze crimson with fury, unleashing a continuous roar. 6th Soul Ring, 1st Soul Skill, Angelic Stupa. 7th Soul Skill, True Martial Spirit. In the state of the Angelic Pagoda, Xiang Wentian unleashed the true form of his martial soul, manifesting an enormous and formidable demon angel silhouette that doubled his combat prowess. With a thunderous roar, the transformed Xiang Wentian struck with a single fist, sending numerous cultivators flying. As these cultivators regained their breath, they beheld a fist, as colossal as a mountain, hurtling towards them. With a single strike, Xiang Wentian's second punch shattered the bones and tendons of numerous cultivators, sending them flying and resulting in instant demise. Manifesting both the Angel's Pagoda and his true martial spirit, Xiang Wentian experienced a tremendous surge in power, his strength doubling. The demonic angel's illusory form materialized, inheriting the characteristics of the Angel's Pagoda, with each punch surpassing the last. Xiang Wentian cultivated the true scripture of the heavenly demon annihilation, and his soul power was several times denser than that of a tidal Douluo. As long as his soul power remained abundant, he could unleash a relentless barrage of angelic demon fists, each blow more formidable than the preceding one. No one stood a chance against Xiang Wentian after unleashing 50 punches. Any foreign cultivator daring to approach him would be reduced to a mist of blood, vanishing from existence. Countless foreign cultivators, witnessing Xiang Wentian's ferocity akin to a relentless killing machine, were struck with paralyzing fear. Boom, boom, boom. Under Xiang Wentian's full throttle assault, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, transforming into a one-sided massacre. The towering demonic angelic martial spirit, standing 100 feet high, struck with fists that resembled divine retribution, reaping the lives of countless cultivators. At that moment, a foreign cultivator gazed in terror at Xiang Wentian, who loomed like a mountain, and his mental defenses crumbled as he cried out, "The end of the world has come. I must return to the Douluo Continent." This cultivator's frantic cries seemed imbued with an infectious magic, instantly spreading panic among the majority of foreign cultivators. Like lost dogs, they fled toward the spatial gateway. Xiang Wentian gazed at all of this, a smile playing upon his lips, and said, "Do you think you can escape?" Boom. Xiang Wentian's 81st punch struck the spatial gate with tremendous force, causing it to shatter as if it could not withstand the earth-shattering blow. One of the white-haired elders, engaged in a fierce battle with Tang Hao, lamented painfully, "The spatial gate is destroyed. Everything our ancestors sacrificed has been obliterated. The main forces cannot advance, it is over." As the spatial gate crumbled, countless cultivators were engulfed in despair. "It is time to send you back to the void," murmured Xiang Wentian, brimming with murderous intent. The 1st Soul Ring, 1st Soul Skill, Spatial Lock. The 1st Soul Ring, 1st Soul Skill, Time Stasis. 2 translucent shields instantaneously enveloped a 10-mile radius, rendering all foreign cultivators within unable to speak or move, like fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of their adversary. 3/4 of an hour later, the final foreign cultivator was obliterated by a single punch from Xiang Wentian, marking the official conclusion of this monumental battle. Devour. After the fusion of his martial soul's true form with the angelic visage, Xiang Wentian unleashed the devouring skill. Unlike the previous black threads, it transformed into a tempest of demonic energy, turning the battlefield into a sea of dry corpses, amidst countless severed limbs and rivers of blood. Ding, 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 ding. Host has utilized the Devour ability, consuming severed limbs, and gains 2,000 soul power points. Host has utilized the Devour ability, consuming incomplete corpses, and gains 1 4,000-year soul ring, 8,000 soul power points. Host has utilized the Devour ability, consuming complete corpses, and gains 20,000 soul power points. Among the innumerable bodies lay not only those of foreign cultivators but also those of soul masters. With the extensive application of the Devour skill, Xiang Wentian's soul power level surged by 5 levels, and the accumulated age of his soul rings soared to over 100,000 years. He directly infused the soul rings obtained through devouring into his 7th and 8th soul rings. The system panel has been activated. Please review it at your leisure. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Soul, Douluo Martial Soul. Demonic Angel Soul Power. Level 85. 56666686660000000. Soul Rings. Gold. Age. 1,666,666 years. 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 Black. Age. 161,668 years. Black. Age. 116,888 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Spatial Lock. Time Stasis. Second Soul Skill. Angelic Glory. Demonic Fury. Third Soul Skill. Angelic Judgment. Demonic Heaven Slaughter. Fourth Soul Skill. Angelic Radiance. Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill. Angelic Flame Slash. Demonic Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill. Angelic Visage. Angel Meteor Fall. Seventh Soul Skill. Martial Spirit True Form. Eighth Soul Skill. Annihilation Strike. Divine Skill. Tathagata Palm. Technique. Celestial Demon Annihilation Scripture. Sovereign Body of the Heavens. Ability. Devour. Capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 145. The Affiliation of the Shrek Battle Team. Closing the System Panel. Xiang Wentian dispelled the martial spirit true form and summoned the spokespersons of the various sects along with Tang Hao, the Master, and others to the Pope's Hall. Xiang Wentian gazed down at the numerous individuals standing below and spoke. I am aware that some among you harbor deep-seated grievances against the Spirit Hall. However, the Spirit Hall remains one of the protective forces of our continent. Today, I have summoned you all to forge an alliance to collectively resist the unknown dangers emerging from other realms. I wonder how you all perceive this proposition. The soul-titled Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, their patriarch, Yu Wentian, then interjected, I am in favor of establishing this alliance. But I am curious about the position of the leader. Before he could finish, Yu Egwan, standing nearby, sharply rebuked, impudent. Before the Pope, do you dare to contest for the leader's position? Xiang Wentian raised his hand to halt him, stating, the position of the alliance leader is naturally reserved for the strong. If Master Yu possesses the confidence to surpass all others, you may take on the role of leader without hesitation. Yu Wentian was about to agree, but then recalled Xiang Wentian's unprecedented golden soul ring and his extraordinarily formidable power. Shaking his head, he replied, Your Holiness, I must first return to confer with the elders of my sect. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity once a decision has been reached. A trace of murderous intent subtly flickered in Xiang Wentian's eyes as he smiled and said, It seems that Master Yu is able to consider the elders of the sect. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan must indeed be quite united, a quality that my Spirit Hall should aspire to learn from. Too kind, Your Holiness, your praise is undeserved. Yu Wentian replied with a smile, clasping his fists in respect. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort in his heart. Thinking that even the Spirit Hall must learn from him, he questioned whether there existed any force in the world capable of imparting knowledge to the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Ning Fingji stepped forward and clasped his fists, addressing Your Holiness. Yet before he could finish his words, Xiang Wentian interrupted, saying, Master Ning, I noticed that Rongrong has grown quite a bit. When do you intend to pass on your position to your daughter? Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Ning Fingji's expression clearly showed a moment of surprise, though he quickly masked it, replying, I, Ning, am still in good health. I shall retire in a couple of years. With a cold snort, Xiang Wentian thought to himself, the old fox, oblivious to the passage of years, knows not the burdens that come with the papacy. It's no wonder that Bibi Dong seeks your demise. Nonetheless, a smile graced Xiang Wentian's lips as he turned his gaze towards the leader of the Haotian sect. Inquiring with a grin, might I ask if the Haotian sect still intends to remain in seclusion? The leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, merely nodded in response. Choosing silence over words, Xiang Wentian offered a gentle smile and addressed the assembly, esteemed guests who have traveled from afar. Your immense contributions towards safeguarding our continent are deeply appreciated. Today, we at the Spirit Hall host a grand banquet to celebrate our victory in war. And I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence. Thank you, Your Holiness. The leaders of various sects express their gratitude. Yet a few obstinate individuals regarded Xiang Wentian's gesture with disdain, which he noted with keen remembrance. After the banquet, Xiang Wentian gathered the members of the Shrek team and declared, "At this moment, I am not the Pope. Rather, I stand before you as the captain of the Shrek team, inviting you to join the Spirit Hall. Do you accept this invitation?" Before anyone could fully process his words, Ruming eagerly raised her hand and exclaimed, "Brother, I am willing." Xiang Wentian nodded lightly at Ruming, then turned his gaze toward Shimin Shueishui and Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing remarked, "As long as I can refine my sword intent, it matters not which faction I align with. Since the Pope of the Spirit Hall is your captain, once I join the Spirit Hall, you must frequently engage in sparring with me." Xiang Wentian offered a gentle smile and nodded, then turned his gaze toward Shimin Shueishui. Shimin Shueishui pondered, "The Shushan Sword sect is a reclusive sect, detached from worldly powers. Since Guqing has joined, I shall join as well." Nodding towards Wentian, he turned his gaze to Dai Mubai and said, "Mubai, what about you and Zhu Qing?" Dai Mubai replied with a smile, "The power struggles within the Starluo Empire are quite vexing. Qing and I are still following the captain. Since Mubai has joined, how could I, Ma Hongjun, possibly be absent? Brother Tian, I too have joined the Spirit Hall, but if I find myself in trouble, you'll have to look out for me," Ma Hongjun declared, thumping his chest with unwavering conviction. Xiang Wentian cast a faint smile towards Ma Hongjun before turning to Tang San and inquiring, "What about you, Tang San?" Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's question, Tang San found himself in a quandary. In his heart, the Spirit Hall represented an adversary. His mother had fallen victim to the hands of the Pope, Qiang Sunji. He had initially harbored intentions to eradicate the Spirit Hall. Yet now, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma, torn between his father, who viewed the Spirit Hall as a mortal enemy, and his brother-in-arms, making it exceedingly difficult for him to arrive at a decision. Seeing Tang San in a state of indecision, Xiang Wentian spoke, "Tang San, I understand that you harbor a deep-seated grudge against the Spirit Hall for the murder of your mother. However, considering that Qian Xuanji has been deceased for many years, can this emotional knot never be unraveled?" Tang San gazed at Xiang Wentian with unwavering resolve and replied, "It is not merely Qian Xuanji, it includes Moonlight and Ghostly Charm, as well as those adversaries who once persecuted my parents. Unless they are all dead, I shall never ally with the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall shall forever remain my enemy. Captain, please forgive my selfishness." Xiang Wentian shook his head in resignation and said, "Everyone has their own choices. Your decision reflects your filial piety, and I shall not hold it against you." He then turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, feeling the weight of Xiang Wentian's stare. Ning Rongrong lowered her head nervously and softly spoke, "Wentian, as the sole heir of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I must obtain my father's consent before deciding whether to join the Spirit Hall." Oscar, the lovesick man, noticed Ning Rongrong's indecision and awkwardly remarked, "Wentian, I have always cherished Rongrong. Her choice shall be my choice as well." Observing that everyone else had made their decisions, Jiang Zhu felt a bit embarrassed to remain silent and promptly declared, "I will join the Spirit Hall and follow the captain towards greater heights." Xiang Wentian smiled and nodded at Jiang Zhu, saying, "Regardless of the choices each of you make, always remember this. No matter when or where, we shall forever be good brothers, steadfast partners, and the most splendid of teams." Chapter 146. The Atomic Core. Following Xiang Wentian's persuasion, aside from Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong, all other members of the Shrek squad have joined the Spirit Hall. Upon returning to the papal chamber, Xiang Wentian seated himself upon the papal throne, closed his eyes, and began to quietly cultivate the celestial demon annihilation scripture. An hour later, while immersed in his practice, Xiang Wentian was interrupted by a knock at the door. He opened his eyes, halting his meditation, and two beams of crimson light erupted from his gaze as he commanded with authority, "Enter." The grand doors of the papal chamber slowly swung open, revealing Duke Jiao Yueguan, who stepped inside with utmost reverence. "Your Holiness," he began, "during this great conflict, we have discovered a survivor." "A survivor?" A glimmer of interest sparked in Xiang Wentian's eyes. "Have we interrogated him?" Yueguan replied respectfully, "Your Holiness, I must report that he has divulged everything during the interrogation." Xiang Wentian inquired, "Oh? I have previously interrogated dying witnesses, yet they remained silent even in death. How did you manage to extract information?" Yu Guan, with a serene smile, replied, "It was the old ghost who conducted the interrogation. He is quite the expert in this domain, possessing a martial soul that is the essence of the spirit, allowing him to delve directly into the witness's sea of consciousness. Even if the individual wishes to remain silent, it becomes impossible. Understanding dawned upon Xiang Wentian as he nodded. I see. Please relay the results of the interrogation to me. Yes, Your Holiness, Yuguan continued, after the interrogation. It was revealed that the inhabitants of the Douluo Continent are willing to risk everything to traverse the spatial gateway for a certain treasure. A treasure? What sort of treasure could compel the entire Douluo Continent to cross the spatial divide at any cost? Xiang Wentian asked. Yuguan respectfully replied, Your Holiness. It is referred to as the atomic core. The witness was unaware of its precise nature, likely due to their lowly position, but they did possess some knowledge of its effects. What effects? Inquired Xiang Wentian. The witness knew of two effects of the atomic core. Firstly, it pertains to the secret of immortality. Secondly, it can break through cultivation barriers, enhancing oneself and opening pathways between realms. The witness was oblivious to any further effects beyond these two. These two effects alone are sufficiently enticing. Should there be additional effects? Even a sage would be envious, Xiang Wentian pondered aloud. Elder Yuguan, did the witness disclose the location of the atomic core? How many are there? Yuguan respectfully answered, the witness did not know the location of the atomic core, but they mentioned that there are many on the Douluo Continent. Many. Yet their locations remain unknown. Truly a vexing predicament. Xiang Wentian scratched his head in frustration. Your Holiness, there is no need for distress. I believe that one day we shall surely uncover the truth, Yuguan reassured him. Very well. I understand. You may leave now, Xiang Wentian commanded. Yes, Your Holiness. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months had flown by. Today, the grand doors of the papal palace opened slowly to reveal a disheveled figure. With a sallow complexion and an unkempt appearance, dressed in tattered gray garments and wielding a transparent staff topped with a large red gemstone. This was a rather unkempt elder named Laduzi. His martial soul was an exceedingly rare staff devoid of offensive, defensive, or supportive capabilities. Its soul power lay in the realm of parables, making him the only soul Douluo within the martial soul hall without any combat prowess. Laduzi hurriedly entered the papal palace. Kneeling on one knee in a state of panic, Your Holiness, grave news has arrived. Seated upon the papal throne, Xiang Wentian, exuding an air of authority, commanded. What has caused such alarm? Speak slowly. In a flustered tone, Laduzi replied, Your Holiness. I have just employed my 8th soul skill, ultimate parable, and discovered that the continent is on the brink of a monumental upheaval, heralding an unprecedented war. A war? Xiang Wentian questioned skeptically. The spatial gate of the heavenly martial continent has been shattered by my own hand. What faction within this realm could possibly rival my spirit hall? Your Holiness, Laduzi proclaimed. The forces that are about to clash with our spirit hall are not of this world, but rather from beyond. According to the prophecies, countless dimensions are set to descend upon Douluo Continent, heralding a cataclysmic battle. A new world shall emerge, and with it, new rulers will rise. I implore Your Holiness to make the necessary preparations. Oh, Xiang Wentian furrowed his brow. Is this prophecy concerning Douluo truly credible? Laduzi affirmed confidently, based on the prophecies. It is indeed true. Very well, I understand. You may leave, Xiang Wentian replied. Once Laduzi exited the Pope's chamber, Xiang Wentian's expression grew grave. According to what Bibi Dong has said, Laduzi's prophetic abilities are remarkably accurate and unfailingly precise. Since Laduzi has foreseen impending chaos in the merging of worlds, it is prudent to regard this with serious consideration. Bring forth Yueguan and Gueme. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Yueguan and Gueme appeared instantaneously within the Pope's chamber, respectfully bowing. Yueguan and Gueme pay their respects to Your Holiness. Xiang Wentian nodded and said, according to the predictions of the fabled Douluo, chaos will soon engulf the world, leading to the fusion of countless dimensions. Upon hearing this momentous news, Yueguan and Gueme exchanged glances, their faces etched with astonishment. Xiang Wentian commanded, Yueguan, you are responsible for gathering all the citizens within the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall and escorting them to safety. Ensure that ample provisions are prepared and send strong protectors to safeguard them. Yes, Yueguan acknowledged the order and vanished in an instant. The populace is the very foundation of the Spirit Hall. Without the people, the Spirit Hall would be akin to a towering edifice bereft of its foundation, destined to collapse in an instant. It would cease to exist as the Spirit Hall. Thus, Xiang Wentian prioritizes the welfare of the citizens above all else. Xiang Wentian then commanded, Gueme, notify all the powerful individuals from the Spirit Hall who are currently on missions to return promptly. Additionally, inform the members of the Spirit Hall to prepare for defense. Yes. Upon receiving the order, Gue Mei vanished without a trace. Chapter 147. The Fusion of Realms. A fortnight later, under the effective promotion of the Spirit Hall, the inhabitants of Douluo Continent became aware that a significant transformation was imminent in their world. Within the Pope's chamber, Xiang Wentian sat regally upon the Pope's throne. Eyes closed in serene meditation, slowly honing his skills. Zhu and Gue, two Douluos, stood respectfully at his sides. Below them, a petite round table was adorned with a variety of delectable fruits, while beneath the table lay a thick, soft canvas. Like a dream, she sat upon the canvas, indulging in the delicious fruits, exuding an air of ease and comfort, unbothered by the imposing dignity of the Pope's chamber. In her heart, Xiang Wentian was the Pope, and she would soon be the Pope's consort. There was no need for formality. She would indulge freely, savoring every moment, embodying the spirit of joy. Amidst Xiang Wentian's tranquil meditation and silent cultivation, the heavens suddenly stirred, with fierce winds swirling and dark clouds gathering ominously, heralding the approach of a tempest. Xiang Wentian suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of divine light erupting forth, penetrating through the apex of the Pope's hall. He beheld the heavy clouds rushing from south to north, shrouding the earth in an instant darkness, where once the sun had shone brightly. Now a veil of gloom enveloped the atmosphere. Yuguan whispered to Gue Mei, "Old ghost, observe the ominous clouds above. It appears as though a tempest is imminent." Gue Mei turned his gaze toward the outside, extending his consciousness, and gravely remarked, "Rain? I have never witnessed such dense clouds and foreboding weather. Should it rain, it would indeed be a cataclysmic downpour. I sense an unusual disturbance. Such weather is exceedingly rare, a true anomaly." Curiosity piqued, Lu Ming leaped outside to take a look and returned to Xiang Wentian, exclaiming, "Brother, the clouds outside are extraordinarily heavy, as if the sky is about to collapse." Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "Let us return to the room, Dream." Dream pouted, unwillingly replying, "I do not wish to go back. I want to play here a while longer." "Be obedient," Xiang Wentian commanded with authority. "Oh," Dream murmured, lowering her head. After a moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky as lightning crackled amidst dark clouds. The tumultuous clouds surged and clashed against the daylight, producing a cacophony of rumbling sounds, while the sky grew increasingly ominous and heavy, plunging the world into darkness. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble violently, reminiscent of a cataclysmic earthquake. The ground gradually split apart, as countless mountains rose majestically. Could this be the result of tectonic shifts in the ensuing upheaval? The scene above the earth bore a striking resemblance to tectonic activity, albeit at a far more intense scale. Xiang Wentian observed as the ground fissured, revealing the newly risen mountains. Abruptly, he was taken aback, murmuring to himself, "Could this be a sign of dimensional convergence?" Nearby, some hastily constructed temporary camps around the martial Soul City succumbed to the violent tremors, collapsing with resounding crashes. Yuguan and Gue Mei followed Xiang Wentian outside the palace. Yuguan, astonished, pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "There are indeed cities in the heavens." Upon hearing the astonished exclamation of Yuguan, both Xiang Wentian and Gue Mei looked up, only to behold several mountains, rivers, cities, and verdant lands of varying sizes fleeting through the void. The phrase dimensional fusion resonated simultaneously in the minds of the three. Gue Mei, in a state of astonishment, remarked, "Is this what dimensional fusion entails? It is truly breathtaking." Xiang Wentian was equally astounded and remarked, "The fable of Douluo is indeed accurate. Countless dimensions have merged." Yuguan gazed at Xiang Wentian, exclaiming in shock, "With the convergence of innumerable dimensions, a colossal new world has emerged. Will this not lead to chaos and strife across the land?" Gue Mei, with a grave expression, stated, "I sense impending danger. The strongest from the Douluo Continent have yet to reveal themselves, while we, the titled Douluo, can barely withstand the pressure. We are fortunate that His Holiness the Pope has personally intervened to quell the turmoil. With so many dimensions manifesting in the realm, there are surely powers surpassing that of the Douluo Continent. When the great conflict arrives, how shall we respond?" With a gentle smile, Xiang Wentian displayed not a trace of fear, proclaiming, "A new world shall give rise to new rules, at which point all powers will be reshuffled. The law of nature dictates that the strong shall prey upon the weak, and encountering a mightier adversary will only serve to motivate one further. Why should there be any fear? When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it. To grow stronger in the face of strength, to embody unparalleled combat spirit is the very essence of our martial soul hall. Teacher, you're overly concerned. Gu Mei slightly closed her eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, replying, Thank you for your reminder, Your Holiness. At the Tiando Royal Academy, Duga Chobai gazed at the distant mountains and cities that were descending, feeling a tumultuous mix of anxiety and excitement. Is this the merging of planes? Will countless powerful beings from other realms arrive? In that case, I shall better hone my invincible sword intent and swiftly elevate my strength. Xiang Wentian, wait for me. One day, I shall defeat you. At the Blazing Fire Academy, the Fire Cloud Evil God stood atop a rooftop, astonished by the expanding world before him. Deep in his heart, he understood that this was indeed the merging of planes. Before him, dozens of miles away, a fiery domain descended, radiating flames of extreme heat. Even from such a distance, he could feel waves of scorching heat approaching, and the increasing fire element caused his soul power to surge rapidly. Above the Divine Wind Academy, a magnificent palace, resplendent with colorful light, suddenly appeared, resembling a celestial realm. Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun intended to investigate, but were unexpectedly rebuffed by an invisible barrier. The entire world was expanding at an astonishing rate. Continents shifted, cities rose, grasslands spread, and treacherous terrains emerged. The heavens had changed, the earth had transformed. Yet the only constant remained the insatiable greed of the human heart. Chapter 148. The Great Summer Dynasty. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. As the merging of planes and the expansion of the continents brought about a tempestuous shift in circumstances that would render sleep impossible for anyone. On the following morning, the Earth's crust finally ceased its movement. The merging of planes was complete. The dark clouds began to disperse, and the long-awaited sun gradually ascended. The order of countless realms slowly blended, forming an entirely new divine rule. Each individual's soul power and cultivation were no longer suppressed, and the speed of cultivation increased significantly. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth was almost palpable, and with a deep breath, one could feel their soul power steadily growing. Although the world had undergone tremendous changes, the benefits bestowed upon the people were indeed immense. In the Pope's Hall, Xiang Wentian, as the Pope, sat as usual upon the exquisitely luxurious papal throne. Suddenly, the grand doors of the hall swung open, and Ma Hongjun, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, exclaimed in panic, Tiangu, something terrible has happened. Xiang Wentian slowly opened his gently closed eyes and inquired with a hint of concern, What troubles you? Please, speak at your own pace. Ma Hongjun took a deep breath and replied, 50 miles to the south of Spirit City, there exists an immensely vast fortress. One that dwarfs even the imperial city of Tiandu by several magnitudes. The inhabitants within possess no soul rings. They are undoubtedly not of our continent. Likely the result of interdimensional convergence. These are foreign cultivators. Surprised, Xiang Wentian furrowed his brow and remarked, Is that so? We must venture out and investigate. As Xiang Wentian strode towards the palace entrance, he gazed into the distance and beheld an immense city that soared into the clouds. The city was enveloped in mist, with purple clouds billowing and auspicious clouds soaring, while celestial cranes danced gracefully, a truly ethereal realm. Xiang Wentian spoke gravely, The cultivators within this city are undoubtedly profound and inscrutable. By the decree of the Pope, no one shall tread a step further into the city without my command, lest we bring disaster upon the innocent. Following this directive, Ma Hongjun hastened to relay the Pope's orders. After the convergence of realms, it was Xiang Wentian's first inspection of the Spirit Hall. As he traversed the halls of the Spirit Hall, soul masters congregated in small groups, engaged in fervent discussions regarding the colossal city that had emerged in the south. Salutations to Your Holiness. Each soul master who encountered Xiang Wentian bowed respectfully, for in their hearts, he was not merely the Pope of the Spirit Hall, but also its guardian deity and an unparalleled powerhouse. In this world where strength reigns supreme, it is the mighty who are forever revered. At that moment, Yuguan and Gu Mei simultaneously appeared before Xiang Wentian, bowing with utmost respect. We pay our respects to Your Holiness. Xiang Wentian smiled and said, There is no need for excessive formality, esteemed elders. Yuguan respectfully replied, We have just completed our patrol around the Spirit Hall. Within the immense city ahead, there emanate several formidable auras. We did not dare to venture inside, uncertain whether this suddenly appearing city poses any threat to us. Xiang Wentian pondered softly, There certainly exists a threat, yet not at this moment. The merging of realms has only just concluded, and it is inevitable that some ambitious individuals with formidable power will begin to stir. The current tranquility merely heralds the tempest to come. At present, The identities of our foes and allies remain shrouded in uncertainty. We do not yet know who stands as our enemy or companion. Our priority must be to fortify our defenses and refrain from creating adversaries. Understood, Yu Guan replied, taking his leave along with Gui Mei, both vanishing as swiftly as they had appeared. At that moment, a sense of urgency gripped Xiang Wentian's heart. He felt the sands of time slipping away. Following the realm's fusion, unknown dangers would inevitably descend. It was merely a matter of time. Whether he could safeguard the spirit hall would depend on his own strength. Overthinking would yield no fruit. He resolved to devote himself to cultivation, striving to attain the level of title Douluo as swiftly as possible, thereby augmenting his capacity to protect his loved ones. Days later, within the papal hall, Xiang Wentian sat upon the Pope's throne, silently cultivating. Following the realm's confluence, his rate of advancement had noticeably accelerated, multiplying several times over. This was fortuitous for him, yet beneficial for others as well. Xiang Wentian did not harbor the delusion that possessing a system could render him invincible. The crux lay in his own prowess. Suddenly, a faint ripple of soul power emerged, prompting him to open his eyes and behold the presence of Zhu and Gui Air, both titled Douluo, standing before him. They bowed and spoke, "We pay our respects to your holiness. Masters, uncles, please rise. What brings you both here so suddenly?" In public, Xiang Wentian would refer to them as elders, but in the company of the three, he felt it appropriate to address them with the honorifics of master and uncle. Yu Guan's expression turned grave as he replied, "The southern city has dispatched envoys demanding our submission." Submission? Xiang Wentian furrowed his brow. Are they an empire or a dynasty? Yu Guan's face darkened with a hint of indignation as he continued. The other party claims to be the Daxia dynasty, demanding that our spirit hall yield and pay tributes annually. Or else. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort, indignantly stating, "I intended for us to coexist peacefully as neighbors. But as the ancients say, how can one allow others to sleep soundly beside one's own bed?" The saying "a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers" indeed holds true. Just as the plains have recently merged, trouble comes knocking at our door. Do they think the architecture of the spirit hall pales in comparison to theirs? Upon witnessing Xiang Wentian's wrath, Yu Guan and Gui Mei hastily interjected, "Your Holiness, please temper your anger." Xiang Wentian let out a disdainful snort and inquired, "Where are their envoys?" "They have departed," Yu Guan replied cautiously. Xiang Wentian declared with fierce determination, "I shall personally journey to the southern giant city." "Absolutely not," both individuals exclaimed in unison. Yu Guan expressed his concern. "The Daxia dynasty is fraught with peril. Your Holiness, I cannot rest easy with you venturing forth alone. This is an order." Xiang Wentian insisted with unwavering authority. However, as the two attempted to further dissuade him, they were abruptly silenced by Xiang Wentian's raised hand. Chapter 149, Yutin City, Shaoyan. Xiang Wentian exhaled deeply, calming himself as he reflected, in terms of architecture, momentum, and the number of people involved. The opponent's strength and influence are evidently superior to that of the Spirit Hall. What difference does it make if I go alone or if the three of us go together? As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I have already prepared myself for the possibility of sacrifice at any moment. The Spirit Hall may fall, but the countless citizens within our jurisdiction must not perish. As long as our foundation remains, our spirit shall endure. With that, Xiang Wentian soared into the sky, instantly arriving above the vast city of the great Xia dynasty. Standing above the clouds, Xiang Wentian gazed down upon the towering city that pierced the heavens and proclaimed with great fervor, "I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. You dare demand my submission? Such audacity is truly insatiable. Do you not fear the consequences of your overreach?" No sooner had he uttered these words than 5 figures from the colossal city hurtled towards him at remarkable speed, simultaneously declaring, "Flying is prohibited over the capital of the Daxia dynasty. Violators shall face death." Before Xiang Wentian could respond, they launched their assault upon him, leaving him with no opportunity for rebuttal. The 5 assailants, adorned in golden helmets and cloaked in resplendent golden armor, wielded gleaming golden holy swords. With swift movements, they unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending arcs of crescent-shaped golden sword light hurtling towards Xiang Wentian. In response, he executed the 9th stance of the divine palm of the Buddha, 10,000 Buddhas bowing in reverence. A colossal golden radiance, resembling a handprint of divine light, descended upon them, shattering several sword lights and continuing its trajectory towards the 5 attackers. With a thunderous impact, before they could launch a second wave of assault, the golden handprint of Buddha's light sent them reeling away. Xiang Wentian furrowed his brows, employing the formidable technique of 10,000 Buddhas paying homage. a feat that even an ordinary title Douluo would find challenging to withstand. Yet, the 5 adversaries were merely knocked back, suffering minimal harm. Which underscored the profound depth of the Xia dynasty's heritage. The casual emergence of 5 individuals was sufficient to match the title Douluo level. Simultaneously, the opposing party was equally astounded. This individual, with a single strike, had repelled their combined efforts, illustrating his formidable prowess that could not be underestimated. Just as Xiang Wentian contemplated launching a second wave of attack, a group of over 10 figures appeared in the distance, among whom one particular individual captured his attention. Clad in dark garments, this person bore an enormous black measuring rod on his back, its size comically disproportionate to his stature. With a glance, one could not help but find the sight ludicrous. This individual hurled several severed heads and proclaimed, "Xia dynasty. How dare you assert that the people of Wutan City shall toil for you in mining? I, Xiaoyan, cannot possibly forgive such insolence. Here are the heads of your envoy, take them." No sooner had Xiaoyan uttered these words than another figure soared into view. Before Xiang Wentian could discern this person's features, a lewd voice echoed from afar. "Ha ha ha. I, Lin Fan, the master of the Invincible Peak, have arrived." Xiang Wentian shook his head, pondering that if heaven intends to bring about one's demise, it must first drive one to madness. The appetite of the great Xia dynasty seems insatiable, attempting to assimilate such a multitude of forces. This time, it will surely lead to their own undoing. As he observed the formidable figures emerging from the distance and joining the fray, a sense of urgency welled within him. These are my accomplishments in cultivation. I cannot allow you lot to squander them. Thus, he proclaimed, "Kill." With unwavering resolve, Xiang Wentian unleashed his full might. Surrounded by 1,000,000-year golden soul rings and a 100,000-year golden soul ring, radiating an intense brilliance. The first soul skill of the second soul ring, angelic glory. The second soul skill of the second soul ring, demon frenzy. The first soul skill of the sixth soul ring, angelic pagoda. The first soul skill of the seventh soul ring, true martial soul. The second soul skill of the seventh soul ring, true demon form. Empowered by such an array of soul rings, Xiang Wentian's demon angelic true form transformed from a crimson hue to a dark golden shade. Enveloped in a swirling aura of demonic energy, resembling a fiend emerging from the depths of hell and an angel descending from the heavens, with devastation unmatched. The 5 individuals who had just been sent flying by Xiang Wentian charged towards him once more. This time, they faced a colossal fist shrouded in demonic energy, its size akin to a mountain crashing down upon them. Boom. Before they could even initiate their assault, they were obliterated by Xiang Wentian's demon angelic fist, reduced to mere fragments, with not a single intact piece of flesh remaining. In such a state, the true extent of Xiang Wentian's strength remained an enigma, even to himself, as he had never ventured to explore it. After vanquishing the 5 adversaries, Xiang Wentian charged directly towards the battlefield below, in his true form as the demon angel. Wherever his demonic aura swept through, the deceased transformed into desiccated corpses, augmenting Xiang Wentian's own cultivation. Ding. The host has utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 points of soul power. Ding. The host has utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 points of soul power. Ding. The host has utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 points of soul power. Surrounding him, countless corpses were transmuted into Xiang Wentian's own cultivation. Xiang Wentian gazed at his rapidly burgeoning cultivation with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Roaring with fervor, "Slay, slay, slay. Your lives are all mine, entirely mine." Boom. With every strike, Xiang Wentian can obliterate numerous cultivators. He refrains from approaching those overwhelmingly powerful beings, for whether he can contend with them is a different matter altogether. The crux of the issue lies in the waste of time. It is perhaps best to leave formidable cultivators to be dealt with by the truly strong. With great haste, he surged towards the densely populated area of the celestial realm, unleashing a single punch that obliterated dozens into a mist of crimson. The dark aura enveloped the scene, causing the sanguine fog to vanish in an instant. Ding. The host utilized their devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 points of soul power. Ding. The host utilized their devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 points of soul power. Ding. The host utilized their devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 points of soul power. Boom, boom, boom. With a flurry of punches, Xiang Wentian unleashed a relentless onslaught, striking down with the swiftness of a mountain. Countless cultivators were reduced to mere flesh and debris, and as the demonic energy enveloped them, the remnants swiftly transformed into dry husks. Despite Xiang Wentian's fervent killing spree, he found himself scarcely besieged by any cultivators. Casting his gaze around, he soon realized that, in comparison to the formidable warriors who had arrived later, his tally of slain foes was astonishingly the least. Upon encountering the individual who claimed to be the invincible leader of the peak, Lin Fan, Xiang Wentian perceived him as a veritable beast of slaughter. It was unfathomable what cultivation technique he had mastered, for his physique had ascended to a staggering height of several meters, his body a mass of sinewy muscle. What astounded Xiang Wentian even more was the fact that this man seemed impervious to death. Even when reduced to mere pulp, he would resurrect in a mere 10 seconds. Fully restored. What manner of aberration was this? Even the most elite VIPs could not engage in such antics. It was as if he were wielding some form of supernatural cheat. Xiang Wentian once again beheld the youth clad in black, wielding a colossal ruler with wild abandon. Encircled by a multitude of fire dragons. His ferocity was unparalleled, particularly highlighted by his ability to hurl red lotus blossoms, which detonated like bombs, engulfing vast expanses in their wake. The violent inferno of fire energy contained within reduced the surroundings to mere ashes, leaving no trace untouched. Behind him, Xiang Wentian found himself deprived of any opportunity to unleash his devouring skills. Chapter 150. Lin Fan's immortal body. Xiang Wentian's admiration is directed towards a certain swordsman, whose name remains unknown to him. Yet, the rhythmic swordplay resonates with an enchanting melody that captivates Xiang Wentian's senses, with a glimmer of cold light and a blinding radiance. He questions the significance of vanquishing the world. Deeply buried yet unwavering in his ambition, he believes that gathering the tempest signifies sovereignty. In contrast to others, the corpses he leaves behind are remarkably intact, often merely bisected, unlike Lin Fan, whose aftermath is a gruesome array of dismembered limbs, nor like Xiaoyan, who is left with naught but a cloud of ashes. This is a primary reason why Xiang Wentian stealthily follows him to collect the bodies. An unblemished corpse is far easier to consume, yielding a greater accumulation of soul energy. After engaging in combat for a while, Xiang Wentian ceased his efforts, allowing others to continue the fight while he focused solely on devouring. Ding. The host has utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 points of soul power. Ding. The host has utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 points of soul power. Ding. The host has utilized the devouring ability, acquiring 20,000 points of soul power. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is that of an 86th rank soul Douluo. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is that of an 87th rank soul Douluo. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is that of an 88th rank soul Douluo. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is that of an 89th rank soul Douluo. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current soul power level is that of a 90 rank. The host has reached 90 rank, unlocking the mall system. A new point column has been added to the panel. The host will earn points for defeating cultivators of varying ranks. Upon hearing the message transmitted by the system, Xiang Wentian was momentarily taken aback, before exclaiming with fervor, "The marketplace, the points, what am I waiting for? Attack." At this juncture, Xiang Wentian became increasingly frenzied, plunging directly into the fray. With the full force unleashed, his combat prowess surged several-fold. The enemies on the battlefield were dwindling in number, and Xiang Wentian transformed into a towering demonic angel, roaring at the opposing forces. The adversaries of the Great Xia dynasty were now pushed back to the vicinity of the imperial palace, struggling to hold their ground. Meanwhile, Emperor Jihaodian of the Great Xia dynasty was locked in a fierce battle with Xiaoyan, bellowing in despair. At this critical juncture for the survival of the Great Xia dynasty, why does the ancestor not emerge from seclusion, with a fist as formidable as a mountain? Xiang Wentian struck the imperial palace of the Great Xia dynasty, shattering it into ruins. Countless princes and princesses within the palace met their untimely demise. Jihaodian, engaged in a fierce battle with Xiaoyan, was consumed by anguish as he roared in despair, "My beloved, my son." Seizing an opportunity, Xiaoyan unleashed a powerful blow that sent Jihaodian hurtling through the air. As Jihaodian soared through the sky, he was met with another devastating punch from Lin Fan. Xiang Wentian, witnessing the gravely injured Jihaodian, exclaimed with exhilaration, "I shall seize this opportunity to end your life." Boom. With a powerful strike, Xiang Wentian sent Jihaodian crashing into the ground, and simultaneously, The system notification chimed once more. Ding. Host has slain a formidable cultivator, earning 1,000 points. With a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth, Xiang Wentian unleashed a powerful fist towards the feeble enemies at the Imperial Palace, who were struggling to hold their ground. The ground trembled as he struck down a cultivator, earning himself 50 points. Again, he felled another, garnering another 50 points. Lin Fan, witnessing Xiang Wentian eliminate Ji Dian, exclaimed, "You colossal angelic monster! How dare you steal my kill? Once this battle concludes, I shall settle the score with you." Half an hour later, after the last enemy had been defeated, an overwhelming aura of killing intent began to permeate the ground. A tremendous noise erupted as the earth fractured. And from beneath, an elder with flowing white hair, a face etched with wrinkles, donned in a resplendent golden dragon robe, emerged, brandishing a golden holy sword. He hovered in midair, exuding a terrifying malice as he proclaimed, "You wretched scoundrels dared to disrupt my ascension and ravage the great Xia dynasty. None shall leave this place alive today, not even those who stand behind you. All shall be annihilated." Lin Fan soared into the sky, locking eyes with the elder, and scoffed, "What do you mean by annihilation? With a mere firewood stick, you think you can vanquish us all? Look at your face. It's as round as a dumpling." The elder raised his sword, seething with rage. "Ignorant child, this is the Supreme Emperor's weapon, the Tai Wang sword." "What of the Tai Wang sword? I desire the San Wang sword." Lin Fan retorted dismissively. The elder glared with wide eyes and, with a cold snort, swung his sword down towards Lin Fan. In a flash, a blade of light cleaved Lin Fan in two. "Ignorant child, your death is of no consequence," the elder sneered, as Lin Fan's bisected body plummeted to the ground. The elder coldly declared to the crowd, "None shall escape from here today." Just as the elder prepared to attack the others, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, old man, don't leave yet. Let us exchange a few blows." The elder spun around, incredulous at the sight of the fully revived Lin Fan. "Didn't you die?" "How can you?" Lin Fan interrupted. "I did die just now, but now I live again." The elder revealed a sinister smile. "Ah, a fine secret technique. That was merely your clone, correct? I shall reduce you to mincemeat and see how you revive then." Categorizing Lin Fan's resurrection as a form of sorcery, the elder charged towards him. Standing at a distance, Xiang Wentian rallied the others. "Everyone, attack together and vanquish this fiend." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's command, the crowd surged towards the elder. The elder, witnessing the oncoming throng, laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. One is killable, and so is a multitude. How delightful that I need not chase you down." Xiang Wentian, commanding the true form of the demon angel, unleashed a powerful punch towards the elder. The elder, however, did not evade the attack and instead thrust his sword directly at the colossal fist. The impact was tremendous. A subtle ache emanated from the colossal fist directed at Xiang Wentian, who cast a wary glance at the elderly man with white hair. While the strength was indeed sufficient, alas, the speed was lacking. The old man cackled maniacally. Chapter 151. Chu Yang's 9 Calamity Sword Technique. Is my speed truly insufficient? Then allow me to demonstrate my Chu Yang's 9 Calamity Sword Technique. Xiang Wentian gazed at the sword-wielding youth and murmured, "So his name is Chu Yang." With a long sword in hand, Chu Yang charged towards the elder with breathtaking speed, simultaneously proclaiming, a single glint of cold light, a myriad of radiance. What harm is there in slaying the world? Deeply buried yet unyielding in ambition, when the winds and clouds converge, I shall be the sovereign. A blade spanning the heavens in eternal autumn. This path leads to the depths of the underworld. Severing the ties of the sentimental, my brilliance shall bring all to rest. Chu Yang unleashed a flurry of sword lights, each emanating an unparalleled swiftness and fierce sword energy, directly slicing towards the elder. A cold smile crept upon the elder's lips as he declared, "The art of assault, the imperial essence of the dragon." 9 colossal golden dragons erupted from the elder's being, forming a circular shield that deflected Chu Yang's countless sword energies. "Evade," Xiaoyan shouted, as he hurled a golden fire lotus, radiating a destructive aura, towards the elder. "Let you experience the might of 12 different flames fused into one." As Xiang Wentian and Chu Yang beheld the golden fire lotus radiating such a cataclysmic aura, they instinctively recoiled. In stark contrast, Lin Fan remained unfazed, resolutely embracing the elder who sought to evade the impending destruction of the fire lotus. Despite the elder's frantic attempts to break free, Lin Fan did not relent. The elder bellowed in a fit of rage, "You scoundrel, release me at once. Do you wish to perish alongside me?" A deafening explosion ensued, leaving Lin Fan utterly obliterated. while the elder lost one leg and both arms, his body marred with grievous wounds. Xu Yang, having barely escaped, was violently hurled 100 meters away, coughing up blood and appearing pallid and weakened. Xiang Wentian, safeguarded by the true form of the demon angel, possesses the formidable Xiangtian overlord body through his own cultivation, rendering him largely unscathed. In contrast, the astonishing Xiaoyan, who unleashed such a cataclysmic and awe-inspiring attack, found himself severely weakened by his own onslaught, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood before regaining his senses. The onlookers on the battlefield, struck by Xiaoyan's indiscriminate assault of the devastating Fire Lotus, were left in disarray, cursing vehemently. Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, "That individual named Xiaoyan, are you foolish? Who imparted this martial technique to you, causing you to injure yourself? The one who bestowed this technique upon you surely harbors ill intentions, aiming for your demise." Xiaoyan rose to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and weakly replied, "This is a combat technique of my own creation." Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, the crowd erupted in scorn, calling him a fool. They speculated that if he were to mishandle it one day, he might end up destroying himself, thereby gaining notoriety in the cultivation world. Turned his gaze towards the elder, initially intending to deliver a fatal blow. However, at that moment, a rather annoying voice interrupted. Brother, let me assist you." Boom. Xiang Wentian witnessed Lin Fan's resurgence, as he delivered a powerful punch that reduced the elder to a mist of blood. Xiang Wentian shook his head and murmured to himself, "The points are gone. But surely I can still devour some cultivation." Devour. As Xiang Wentian directed his malevolent energy towards the swirling blood mist, the fog dissipated in his wake, and the coagulated blood swiftly desiccated. Ding. The host has employed the devouring ability, acquiring 50,000,000 soul power points. Xiang Wentian marveled. Indeed, a formidable individual, to have bestowed upon oneself a staggering 50 million soul power. Subsequently, he accessed the system's marketplace, where the array of offerings left him utterly astonished. Soul rings, soul bones, martial techniques, and cultivation methods were all available for purchase. At present, what Xiang Wentian lacked most was the 9th soul ring, and the marketplace boasted soul rings of 10,000 and even 1 million years. To avoid being overwhelmed by the multitude of choices, Xiang Wentian commanded the system to select the soul ring most suited to him. Ding. Due to the host's limited points, insufficient to reach 30,000. The system recommended a 20,000-year soul ring from the lion sea crane whale, which would grant the soul skill, force that shatters the heavens. To the heavens above. Xiang Wentian casually remarked, "It matters not, for in the future, there will be points and soul rings to enhance and elevate one's abilities. Purchase and absorb." Ding. The host has completed the absorption. Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment. So swift. Truly a masterpiece produced by the system. He opened the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Title, Douluo Martial Soul. Demon Angel Soul Power. Level 91. 110001200000. Soul Rings. Gold. Age. 1. 666. 666 years. 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 Red. Age. 161. 668 years. Red. Age. 116. 888 years. Black. Age. 20,000 years. Soul skills. First soul skill. Space blockade. Time stasis. Second soul skill. Angelic glory. Demon frenzy. Third soul skill. Angelic divine judgment. Demon heaven slash. Fourth soul skill. Angelic divine light. Death ray. Fifth soul skill. Angelic flame slash. Demoness kiss. Sixth soul skill. Angelic pagoda. Angelic meteor fall. Seventh soul skill. Martial soul. True body. Demon true body. Eighth soul skill. Annihilation strike. Extinction of all. Ninth soul skill. Power breaking the 9 heavens. Divine skill. Buddha's palm. Points. 623 cultivation methods. Heavenly demon annihilation scripture. Azure sky dominance body. Ability. Devour. Capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 152. The Shameless Duanda. After Xiang Wentian closed the system panel, he discovered that a crowd had gathered before a 12-story pavilion behind the palace. Seemingly embroiled in a heated debate, the atmosphere thick with tension as if a storm were about to break. Curiosity enveloped Xiang Wentian as he flew closer, only to witness a chaotic scramble among the crowd vying for ownership of the great Xia dynasty's treasury. Countless pill vials lay strewn across the ground, a clear indication that the treasures had already been thoroughly pillaged. At that moment, the focus of contention was a sword, which Xiang Wentian recognized as the Supreme Emperor's sword, wielded by the old man before his demise. This very sword was now clutched in Lin Fan's hand, who nonchalantly declared, "As long as this sword is in my possession, it belongs to me. Anyone who dares to seize it shall meet their end in a burst of fireworks." Lin Fan, you shameless rogue. You've already taken a significant share of the pills and techniques. Do you truly wish to claim the Supreme Emperor's sword as well? This is utterly outrageous. A youth named Bei Di shouted in rage. Another young man, known as Di Tian, threatened, "Surrender the Supreme Emperor's sword, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, we shall unite against you, and you will undoubtedly perish. Venerable Wu Liangshan, the Supreme Emperor's sword is fated to be mine." Lin Fan, it would be wise for you to relinquish it. A Taoist named Duanda smiled, his face betraying a glint of greed. Hand over the Supreme Emperor's sword, Lin Fan. If you refuse, your demise is assured. The young elites and formidable figures echoed in unison, their threats resonating in the air. Should you desire the Supreme Emperor's sword? Then come and slay me. If you fail to do so, it is you who shall meet your end, Lin Fan retorted, displaying no hint of fear, but rather an expression of avarice. In his mind, he mused, "You are all mere points to me. I lack nothing in techniques but require points. Though your appearances vary, you will suffice as fireworks. How audacious. Let us join forces and decide the fate of the Supreme Emperor's sword after we eliminate him." "Very well." Lin Fan responded with a grin. "No one has ever dared to steal from me. You are the first. Remember, I am Lin Fan, the Invincible Peak Master of Yanhua sect. Should you perish, do not forget who brought about your demise." "Arrogant fool." The crowd charged at Lin Fan in unison. Yet, Lin Fan exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. As he descended, he vanished in an instant, shouting, "Unleash all firepower." His body swelled rapidly, muscles coiling like mountain ranges, his long hair billowing like a dragon, and his eyes gleaming with madness. Seeing Lin Fan store the Supreme Emperor's sword within a spatial ring, Bei Di seethed. "Die. Even in death, the spatial ring will still belong to me. First form of Ice Heaven's 9 techniques. Absolute zero." Bei Di bellowed. Lin Fan had intended to confront Bei Di head-on, but was instead encased in ice before he could break free. Before he could escape the icy prison, the crowd surged forward, shattering him into a cascade of ice shards. Di Tian rushed forward, eager to locate Lin Fan's spatial ring amidst the icy remnants, while Bei Di, undeterred, pressed on, utilizing his icy powers to sense the ring's position. To his astonishment, however, he found no trace of the spatial ring among the shards. Just then, a mocking voice chimed in his ear. "What are you searching for?" The Emperor of Heaven responded with consciousness, "The spatial ring." "Oh, you seek the spatial ring. It is with me." Suddenly, the Emperor turned around to behold a face that was both familiar and irritating. With astonishment, he exclaimed, "Lin Fan." Just as the Emperor uttered those 2 words, Lin Fan, who had been gathering his strength, struck him with a single punch, sending him flying. At that moment, the crowd, who had been searching for the spatial ring, lifted their heads upon hearing the Emperor's cry. They were astonished to see Lin Fan, who had previously been shattered into ice shards, standing there unscathed. One youth, suddenly enlightened, remarked, "That was certainly his doppelganger. Let us eliminate him and see how many semblances he possesses." This statement jolted the astonished crowd back to reality, reigniting the fierce battle against Lin Fan. In the distance, Xiang Wentian stood atop a palace untouched by the chaos of battle, silently observing the unfolding conflict. At that moment, Xiao Yan approached slowly from afar, joining Xiang Wentian, and inquired, "You are called Xiang Wentian, are you not?" Xiang Wentian glanced at Xiao Yan without uttering a word, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Xiao Yan continued to inquire, "Why do you not seek to claim the Supreme Emperor's sword? It is, after all, an unparalleled divine weapon." Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "It is because I do not wield a sword." "Why do you not compete? Do you also refrain from using a sword?" Xiao Yan drew the colossal from his back and swung it several times, saying, "My weapon is the Xianzhong Qi." At that moment, a Taoist named Duanda arrived alongside Chu Yang, standing beside Xiang Wentian and Xiao Yan. Duanda, enigmatic and profound, proclaimed, "Wolyong Tenzuan, dear friend Wentian. The angel exuding demonic energy from your back is fated to cross paths with me. Please entrust him to me. And I shall take him back to recite scriptures day and night, offering him salvation. Xiang Wentian cast a sidelong glance at Duanda, retorting with irritation, "You audacious thief. Have you come to rob me here? This is my martial soul, the demon angel. How could I possibly hand it over to you?" Upon realizing that this ominous angel was indeed Xiang Wentian's martial soul, Duanda's face flushed with embarrassment. He quickly exclaimed, "Infinite Celestial Venerable, I misspoke. The Tai Wang sword on the battlefield is the weapon truly destined for me. I shall fetch it at once, Infinite Celestial Venerable." After Duanda departed, Xiao Yin turned to the 3-foot Qing Feng sword in Chu Yang's hand and inquired, "My good sir, as a swordsman, why do you not seek to claim the Tai Wang sword for yourself?" Chu Yang gently caressed the Jiujia sword he held, a look of fondness gracing his features as he replied, "A sword. In life, one is sufficient." Chapter 153, The Wrathful Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan and the others were locked in a fierce battle. Neither side could completely vanquish the other. Lin Fan could not kill them, nor could they extinguish him. In this cycle of dying and resurrecting, Lin Fan found himself in a precarious state as the others continued their relentless assault. Suddenly, Xiang Wentian made his move. Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, "If you continue like this, you will never determine a victor, even after a lifetime of struggle. Allow me to bring this futile contest to an end." With a flourish, Xiang Wentian summoned the 8 wings of the demon angel, instantly arriving above the battlefield. Simultaneously, the first soul ring of Xiang Wentian blazed with resplendent light. The first soul skill of the first soul ring, spatial sealing. The second soul skill of the first soul ring, time stasis. The multitude engaged in the fierce contest for the Tai Wang sword found themselves abruptly immobilized, rendered utterly motionless. Although Xiang Wentian had succeeded in freezing the throng, the sheer number of adversaries, many of whom were formidable, meant that the consumption of soul power was immense. Yet for Xiang Wentian, time was no longer a concern. He approached Lin Fan, removed his spatial ring, adorned it upon his own hand, and triumphantly declared, "The Tai Wang sword and 80% of the elixirs and techniques are now mine. Farewell." With that, Xiang Wentian vanished from sight in an instant, propelled by the pulsating wings of the demon angel. After Xiang Wentian fled, the spatial blockade and time stasis, 2 formidable soul techniques, collapsed instantaneously, leaving the others free to move once more. Lin Fan's furious roar pierced the air. "Xiang Wentian, how dare you seize my spatial ring? I shall reduce you to mere fireworks." With that, he dashed in the direction where Xiang Wentian had vanished. The others, filled with trepidation, recalled how Xiang Wentian had immobilized them all, possessing the opportunity to annihilate them effortlessly. Only the indomitable Lin Fan remained unafraid of death. Consequently, apart from Lin Fan, the others, clutching their hard-won spoils, dispersed in various directions. At that moment, Duanda retracted his inscrutable expression and murmured to himself, after the merging of dimensions, "Such an abundance of prodigies has emerged, the immortal Lin Fan and the time-space wielding Xiang Wentian. I wonder how many more extraordinary talents and formidable foes will arise in the future." Xiao Yin, observing the vanishing figures of the elders, remarked gravely, "The convergence of dimensions and the shifting of eras. How fierce will the competition between geniuses and strong warriors become? I must first locate the lair of the ancient Emperor Tuashi." Meanwhile, Chu Yang silently gazed into the distance where the others had disappeared, lost in contemplation. Xiang Wentian soared into an unnamed canyon, where he proceeded to erase the restrictions on Lin Fan's spatial ring. He extracted an array of elixirs, techniques, martial skills, and the Tai Wang sword from within. The sheer volume of elixirs that Xiang Wentian poured onto the ground formed a substantial heap, sufficient to fill a room of at least 100 square meters. Gazing at such an abundance of elixirs, he found himself momentarily stunned and inquired of the system, "What should I do with all these elixirs? If I consume them, will I risk overindulgence?" The system replied, "Host, these elixirs are intended for cultivators. They hold no effect for soul masters. It is advisable for the host to utilize the system's recycling feature." "What do you mean?" Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment. "You can actually recycle elixirs?" "Indeed." Xiang Wentian urgently exclaimed. "System, please retrieve promptly." Ding. Retrieval in progress. As Xiang Wentian observed the dwindling supply of elixirs, they were swiftly reclaimed by the system in an instant. Ding. Reclamation complete. Host points increased by 168, 886, 868. Wow. Xiang Wentian exclaimed, mouth agape with excitement. "I've struck gold. I've struck gold. System, enhance the duration of my soul rings. I wish to purchase soul bones." Ding. The host expended 701. 442 points to elevate the 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings to 666 years. Ding. The most suitable soul bones for the host are the Demon Angel War God Skull, 1,000,000 years, the Demon Angel War God Backbone, 1,000,000 years. The Demon Angel War God Left Arm, 1,000,000 years, the Demon Angel War God Right Leg, 1,000,000 years. And the Demon Angel War God Left Leg, 1,000,000 years. The complete set of the Demon Angel War God grants a 100% increase in all attributes, including speed and strength. However, due to the absence of the right arm bone in the set, the system tailored a comprehensive skill for the host, War God Possession. When the host activates War God Possession, their battle prowess multiplies tenfold. Purchase. Xiang Wentian declared with fervor. Ding. The host spent 5 million to acquire the incomplete angel set. Incomplete is no matter. It merely lacks one right arm bone, yet it is already astonishingly powerful. After his initial excitement, Xiang Wentian inquired, System. Do you accept martial arts techniques? Scanning for martial arts techniques. Ding. Scanning complete. The system has a backup of all martial arts techniques possessed by the host. Therefore, none will be accepted. What is this? Xiang Wentian exclaimed in disbelief. With so many martial arts techniques, you refuse to accept them? Have you even considered my feelings? Ding. The system is an emotionless machine and will not take the host's feelings into account. Xiang Wentian paused momentarily and said, All right, let us conclude our transaction for today. In the future, when I recall what I lack, I shall seek you out again. He accessed his system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Title Douluo Martial Soul, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 91. 110000012000000000. Soul Rings. Gold. Years. 1. 666. 666. X9 Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Space Lock. Time Freeze. Second Soul Skill. Angel's Glory. Demon Frenzy. Third Soul Skill. Angel's Divine Judgment. Demon Slay Heaven. Fourth Soul Skill. Angel's Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill. Angel's Blazing Slash. Kiss of the Demon. Sixth Soul Skill. Angel's Pagoda. Meteorite of the Angel. Seventh Soul Skill. True Form of Martial Soul. True Form of Demon. Eighth Soul Skill. Annihilating Strike. Extinction of All. Ninth Soul Skill. Breaking the Heavens. Primordial Tremor. Soul Bones. Demon Angels War God Skull. Demon Angels War God Spine. Demon Angels War God Left Arm. Demon Angels War God Right Leg. Demon Angels War God Left Leg. Ignoring Defense Right Arm of the Breaking Army Demon. Soul Bone Skills. War God Possession. Fusion Skill of the Demon Angels War God Soul Bone. Ignoring Defense. Breaking Army Strike. Attached Skill of the Breaking Army Demon Right Arm Bone. Divine Skill. Tathagata Palm. Points. 15. 986. 049 Cultivation Method. True Scripture of the Demonic Destruction. Celestial Titan Body. Ability. Devour can absorb the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance his own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 154. The Indestructible Lin Fan. As Xiang Wentian had just closed the system panel, a colossal fist suddenly hurtled towards his face with tremendous force. Xiang Wentian was sent flying hundreds of meters by a direct hit. Fortunately, he was protected by the Sky Sovereign Body. Had it been any other title de law, they would have been instantly annihilated. Standing there, Lin Fan, with his towering stature and sinewy muscles, exuding immense power, shouted furiously, Xiang Wentian, return my spatial ring. Xiang Wentian was incensed by Lin Fan's sudden punch. In an instant, he summoned his martial spirit, and several golden soul rings around him radiated brilliant light. The first soul skill of the sixth soul ring, Angelic Pagoda. The first soul skill of the seventh soul ring, True Martial Spirit. The second soul skill of the seventh soul ring, True Demon Form. Xiang Wentian's martial soul, the Demon Angel, suddenly soared into the sky, transforming into a towering figure 100 feet high. He bellowed fiercely at Lin Fan, You dare to ambush me? Today, I shall beat the very essence out of you. Faced with the formidable presence of Xiang Wentian's Demon Angel, Lin Fan appeared as vulnerable as an infant. In a state of furious indignation, he retorted, Do you think your size makes you impressive? If you do not surrender the spatial ring, I shall ensure your defeat today. Xiang Wentian, gazing at the unyielding Lin Fan, was engulfed in a tempest of fury, unleashing a thunderous roar as he charged at Lin Fan. The two collided with a cacophony of sound, their fists striking with primal force, devoid of any technique, merely a clash of raw power. The violent confrontation summoned howling winds and unleashed a torrent of energy, transforming the surrounding area into a desolate wasteland. The nameless canyon, caught in the throes of their ferocious struggle, was reduced to barren earth. While the flora and fauna within 100 miles succumbed to the overwhelming shockwaves, lifeless in the wake of their battle. Beasts, mythical creatures, and spirit entities beyond that range fled in terror. After exchanging hundreds of blows, neither could claim victory, each stalemate a testament to their formidable strength. Indeed, Xiang Wentian, you were the first to withstand such a barrage of punches under the heavens. I never anticipated your immense stature concealed such power. How exhilarating. I've never experienced such delight. Come, let us clash once more. Lin Fan's fighting spirit surged, his blood boiling with fervor. In his mind, he believed himself adorned with myriad enhancements, each amplifying his might to a degree no one could endure. Yet today, he encountered an adversary of equal caliber, igniting a fierce desire to triumph over Xiang Wentian. He considered himself the very essence of strength, the progenitor of all enhancements. At that moment, Lin Fan's battle intent reached its zenith as he proclaimed, Xiang Wentian, today you shall witness the true extent of my power. All strength converges within me. Xiang Wentian gazed across the expanse, perceiving the myriad laws of power, entwined around Lin Fan's form like chains. The crimson patterns of power's order writhed upon Lin Fan's surface. Xiang Wentian could scarcely fathom the immense strength Lin Fan possessed at that moment. We're God incarnate, he bellowed. A formidable layer of golden armor enveloped the demonic angel, enhancing Xiang Wentian's overall combat prowess by more than tenfold. In this state, he felt a surge of confidence, believing that even the heavens could be pierced. With a resounding roar, the two clashed in a titanic confrontation. Their fists collided, unleashing a tempest of power that ravaged everything in their vicinity. Lin Fan sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying force emanating from Xiang Wentian's fist. With a deafening crash, Lin Fan was sent hurtling backward, disbelief etched on his face as he murmured, how can this be? How is it possible for someone to overcome me through sheer force alone, disregarding all defense with a single strike? With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wentian unleashed the soul-bone skill of the ignoring defense arm, the demonic force of the breakthrough. Just as Lin Fan was sent flying and crashed to the ground, Xiang Wentian swiftly approached, delivering a colossal punch to Lin Fan's chest. The immense power of the angelic demon fist, infused with the might of the ignoring defense breakthrough, reduced Lin Fan to mere pulp. Xiang Wentian understood that even obliterating Lin Fan into nothingness would not ensure his demise, having witnessed Lin Fan resurrecting from utter annihilation. He sought to prevent any chance of escape. Thus, Xiang Wentian invoked the 12th style of the Buddha's palm, the Buddha kingdom within the palm. A circular golden light rapidly expanded, enveloping an area spanning dozens of miles. Stepping into the Buddha kingdom, he was both the sky and the earth, commanding the forces of the laws with effortless grace. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan revived once more, unleashing a barrage of fury as he charged towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian smiled softly, murmuring to himself, in my realm, what storms can you still conjure? The celestial prison, bound by countless laws of power, ensnared Lin Fan, rendering him utterly immobile. With a resounding punch, Xiang Wentian struck Lin Fan's chest, reducing him to a mist of crimson. After a mere 10 seconds, Lin Fan resurrected once more. Boom! Lin Fan was once again shattered into a cloud of blood. After hundreds of repetitions, Xiang Wentian grew increasingly exasperated. Faced with such an indomitable creature, he found himself devoid of any solutions, compelled to repeat the cycle of Lin Fan's resurrection and subsequent obliteration. After thousands of resurrections, Lin Fan finally pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, stop, stop. Cease this relentless assault. Continuing in this manner yields no results and is merely a waste of time. How about this? I shall forego the elixirs and the Supreme Emperor's sword. Could you at least return my martial arts techniques? With a sense of resignation, Xiang Wentian complied, acknowledging that although he thrived within the realm of the Buddha, where his soul power remained inexhaustible, the weariness of his body persisted. Even if fatigue did not manifest today, it would inevitably arise over time, for Xiang Wentian was but a mortal, not a deity. Consequently, he stored the martial arts techniques from the system space into Lin Fan's spatial ring, tossing the ring to Lin Fan. With a sigh, Xiang Wentian stated, today, we have unexpectedly become acquainted through conflict. Let us consider this matter settled. How about we forge a friendship moving forward? In response, Lin Fan, with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Xiang Wentian and retorted, you wish to befriend me? Have you forgotten how thoroughly you have defeated me today? Friendship might be feasible, but only after I have thoroughly humbled you. With a resolute expression, he reclaimed the Buddha kingdom from the heavens, unearthing the true form of the demonic angel. Shaking his head with a smile, he remarked, "Very well. I shall await the day when you possess such strength, and I will be ready to receive you at any moment." Lin Fan retrieved the spatial ring, adorning it upon his middle finger, and with a huff of indignation, he departed into the distance. As Xiang Wentian gazed upon Lin Fan's figure gradually vanishing into the horizon, the resounding vibrations of the eight-winged demon angel dissipated into the ether. Chapter 155. Tang Hao, Tang San, Xiao Wu. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Xiang Wentian observed the gathered crowd standing anxiously in a line before the papal hall. At the forefront stood an elderly man clad in a flowing white robe. His demeanor equally fraught with urgency as he paced back and forth, his ethereal form captivating. His long, silvery hair cascaded over his shoulders, glimmering softly, while his youthful visage belied his age, with piercing eyes that sparkled with vitality. Despite the passage of time, his spirit remained unwavering, undeterred by the trials of life, embodying the indomitable will to rise above the mundane. A true sage, he was a figure of celestial grace, seemingly untouched by the earthly realm. This venerable individual was none other than Douluo, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. Upon witnessing Xiang Wentian's return, Douluo and the assembled throng promptly knelt on one knee, offering their respectful salutation. "We greet your holiness." "Rise," Xiang Wentian commanded with an air of authority. In a swift motion, Ru Ming rushed forward, her concern palpable. "Brother, are you unharmed? The capital of the Daxia Empire has erupted into a cataclysmic battle, and the resulting chaos has rendered it perilous for us to approach. We have all been deeply worried for your safety." Xiang Wentian bestowed a reassuring smile upon Ru Ming and addressed the assembly with an air of authority. The great Xia dynasty, in its ambition to dominate the entire continent, has been met with the formidable resistance of countless powerful beings and has been vanquished. Following the convergence of dimensions, various factions are now cautiously testing one another, with many merely seeking to reap the benefits from the chaos. Those who dare to stand out will inevitably face annihilation. The external forces are indeed formidable. Some possess such strength that even deities can be effortlessly dispatched. Thus, I hereby declare, members of the Wuhuan Temple should minimize their excursions, confining themselves to patrolling and defending. "As you command." The thunderous response reverberated, amplifying the gravity of Xiang Wentian's authority. Xiang Wentian continued, "Moreover, it is imperative to seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently, ensuring that one is perpetually enhancing oneself. Presently, the continent is teeming with spirit beasts, magical creatures, and wild beasts. The laws of Douluo Continent have intertwined with this realm. Thus, whether vanquishing spirit beasts, magical creatures, or wild beasts, one can acquire spirit rings. When Spirit Douluo and Tidal Douluo embark on the quest for spirit rings, I must personally accompany them." "Understood. Very well. You may disperse and return to your training with utmost urgency." Xiang Wentian gestured dismissively. "Yes." The following day, the Spirit Hall welcomed three familiar guests, Tang Hao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. As Xiang Wentian entered the reception hall, he found three individuals engaged in conversation over tea. Awaiting his arrival, he inquired, "Did you not leave? What brings you back?" Tang Hao drained his cup in one swift motion, exhaling deeply as he replied, "It's a long story. We intended to take Xiao San back to the Haotian sect to reconnect with our roots, but then the world was suddenly transformed. Countless cities, mountains, and rivers appeared, intertwining in a chaotic manner, leaving us lost and unable to find our way back. We had no choice but to return to the Spirit Hall and seek refuge here." Xiao Tian. "Uncle Tang, you are too modest. It is an honor for me, as a junior, to host you at the Spirit Hall. There is no need to speak of seeking accommodation. I shall arrange rooms at once." Xiang Wentian said with a smile. Having been saved by Tang Hao and being the father of Tang San, it was only fitting that he treated him with the utmost respect. At that moment, Xiao expressed her concerns aloud. "I cannot even find the Stardow Forest. I wonder how Deming and Erming are faring." Tang San gently grasped Xiao's hand and reassured her, "Do not worry. Deming and Erming possess 10,000 years of cultivation. They will surely be fine." As Xiao gazed into Tang San's tender eyes, a ripple of warmth surged within her, and her worries for Deming and Erming began to dissipate. Just then, a servant from the Spirit Hall entered. Bowing respectfully to Xiang Wentian, "Your Holiness, the rooms have been prepared and are ready for your occupancy." "Very well, you may leave." Xiang Wentian nodded in acknowledgement. Once the servant departed, he turned to Tang Hao and the others, stating, "The rooms have been arranged, 3 in total. Uncle Tang, Xiao San, and Xiao Wu will each have their own." Tang Hao nodded. his expression softening considerably. In his heart, he harbored resentment towards the spirit hall, not towards Xiang Wentian. Now, witnessing Xiang Wentian seated in the position of pope and reflecting on the continent's upheaval, he felt a sense of confusion. Yet his animosity towards the spirit hall began to wane. After Xiang Wentian escorted the three individuals to their guest rooms, he returned to the papal hall and summoned Ru Ming. Upon entering the papal hall, Ru Ming took a seat beside Xiang Wentian, her face radiating affection, and inquired, "Brother, have you called for me regarding something of importance?" Xiang Wentian smiled warmly, gently saying, "Make haste in your training. Once you attain the rank of title Douluo, I shall present you with a set of seraphim soulbone armor." "Seraphim soulbone armor," Ru Ming exclaimed in excitement. Xiang Wentian smiled and nodded slightly. Upon witnessing his nod, Ru Ming rushed over and planted a deep kiss on his cheek, her face flushed with embarrassment as she darted out of the Pope's palace. Her voice echoed, growing fainter as she moved away, "I shall begin my cultivation now. I will surely attain the rank of title Douluo in the shortest time possible." Chapter 156, The Heavenly Paths Rankings. Xiang Wentian gazed at the ethereal figure of Ru Ming as it faded away, his eyes brimming with affection. Although Ru Ming was Xiang Wentian's childhood bride, the bond they shared leaned more towards familial love than romantic attachment. At that moment, a majestic and ethereal voice resonated from the heavens. The integration of the heavenly Tao is complete. A special ranking of heaven, earth, and humanity has been established. The human list will feature 108 formidable beings of the divine realm. The earth list will comprise 72 powerful entities of the sacred realm. And the heaven list will showcase 36 supreme masters of the sovereign realm. The top 3 of each list shall receive the blessings of the heavenly Tao. The center of the continent is located at the pinnacle of Mount Huashan within the 9 domains. Every year, on the 15th day of the 8th month, during the night of the full moon, the summit of Huashan will host the Day of Discourse and the contest for rankings. The resounding and imposing voice of the heavenly Tao echoed across every corner of the continent, invigorating the most powerful beings who heard it. For every cultivator, the prospect of merit was an enticing treasure. The establishment of such accolades immediately following the integration of the heavenly Tao was nothing short of exhilarating. Upon hearing this voice, Xiang Wentian immediately entered the system space and inquired, "System, did you hear that sound just now? What is the significance of merit?" The system replied, "The significance of merit is manifold. It fortifies the physical body, elevates one's realm, and more. However, the most crucial aspect is its ability to eradicate karma. A cultivator's life is often replete with bloodshed, thereby accumulating boundless karma, which invites numerous tribulations. Merit serves to dispel these calamities, paving a path for the cultivator's ascension." Xiang Wentian continued to inquire, "Oh, is that so? Then why does the heavenly Tao reward only the top 3 on the list, rather than granting rewards to the entire ranking?" A strong cultivator enhances the strength of the heavenly Tao. Thus, the top 3 on the list must be individuals of exceptional talent, making them more conducive to the cultivation of the heavenly Tao, and consequently, they provide the greatest assistance to it. Xiang Wentian realized, so it is. After comprehending everything, he withdrew from the system space. At that moment, the elders of the Spirit Hall and the members of the Shrek team gathered in the Hall of the Pope. The Grand Elder, Qian Daolu, inquired, "Your Holiness, did you hear that voice just now?" Xiang Wentian nodded slightly, his demeanor authoritative as he stated, "I have heard. But it bears little significance for us. Only the top 3 of the heaven, earth, and human rankings will receive merits. And those top 3 are destined to be extraordinary prodigies of exceptional talent." Damubai inquired, "What exactly are merits, and what purpose do they serve?" Xiang Wentian solemnly explained to the assembly, "As soul masters, the path to strength is inevitably paved with acts of slaughter. And each act of killing leaves a trace of malevolence. This malevolence, akin to a virus, lurks within every individual, bringing forth various tribulations for the cultivators. However, virtuous deeds can eradicate this malevolence, while simultaneously fortifying the physical body, enhancing soul power, augmenting soul rings, and ultimately boosting overall combat prowess." Ma Hongjun exclaimed with delight, "The benefits of virtuous deeds are truly manifold. I shall claim the top 3 spots on the list for myself." Zhu Zhiqing cast a disapproving glance at Ma Hongjun and scoffed, "If acquiring the top 3 ranks were so effortless, would it fall to you? Wentian and Mubai occupy the first 2 positions, and you cannot even contend with Tang San, yet you aspire to be on the list." Ma Hongjun, feeling embarrassed, replied, "I merely spoke in jest, attempting to lighten the mood for everyone." Tang San inquired, "Wentian, as the captain of our Shrek team, do you have any plans?" Xiang Wentian nodded and said, The Shrek team is training diligently. This August 15th. We shall collectively head to Jiuyu Huashan to compete for a place in the top 10 of the rankings. Tang San nodded, taking Xiao Wu's hand, and gently said, "Let us return to our training." Xiao Wu nodded and followed Tang San out of the papal hall. Ma Hongjun, with a sycophantic tone, said, "Brother Tian, considering our brotherhood, do lend a hand when the rankings are announced." Before Xiang Wentian could respond, Dai Mubai delivered a swift kick to Ma Hongjun's ample backside, retorting, "You are oblivious to the need for diligent training, spending your days indulging like a pig. Even if everyone helps you secure a rank, you won't be able to stand firm. Now, off you go to train." Ma Hongjun looked at Xiang Wentian with a face full of grievance, only to see Xiang Wentian shake his head in disapproval. Feeling even more aggrieved, he hurried back to his training. After this day, the Spirit Hall was engulfed in a fervor of training, and Xiang Wentian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As evening fell, the night sky adorned itself with a resplendent moon, shining bright and pure, like a grand disk inviting admiration. The moon hung high, while stars twinkled softly, casting an aura of tranquility and beauty that sparked the imagination. To the north of the Spirit Hall, 200 miles away, lay a sect known as the Mingguang sect. A figure clad in black and masked swiftly traversed the city walls of the outer Spirit City, unnoticed, before infiltrating the inner sanctum of the Spirit Hall. With the merging of realms, this force is the closest to us. I must ascertain the strength of its members to ensure better survival, the cloaked figure mused. To him, this force appeared unimpressive. Although the walls were tall, they did not evoke awe, and he classified it as a second-rate sect. Truly powerful forces were distinctly different, with their strongholds spaced miles apart, clearly visible. In his eyes, the walls here were not particularly high, lacking even a protective formation, thus he deemed it a second-rate sect. As the black-clad figure beheld the majestic papal hall, he murmured, "This structure is adequately maintained, offering a fleeting sense of astonishment, albeit just a fleeting one." The figure continued to scrutinize every building of the Spirit Hall, critiquing and judging. He intended to push open the doors of the papal hall for a closer inspection. But before his hand could touch the grand entrance, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged forth from within, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. A martial god-level expert. How could such legendary power exist? Intruders into the Spirit Hall shall face death. A voice of authority resonated from the papal hall, rendering the black-clad figure momentarily deaf and causing him to spit a mouthful of blood. Clutching his chest in horror, he exclaimed, "Predecessor, I did not intend to intrude. I hail from the Mingguang sect, 200 miles from here, a neighbor to your esteemed sect. I came to seek better development and merely wish to investigate. I harbor no ill intentions. I beg for your understanding." With a thunderous sound, an invisible force materialized before the cloaked figure, coalescing into a colossal fist that sent him hurtling through the air, vanishing from sight. The moment the figure entered the domain of the Spirit Hall, he was detected by Xiang Wentian, who chose not to intervene immediately, preferring to observe the individual's intentions. Fortunately, the cloaked figure exhibited no hint of malice. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to a mere mist of blood. Several dozen miles away from the Spirit Hall, a resounding crash echoed as the cloaked figure crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. In a state of shock, he exclaimed, "How could this be? Within a second-rate force, there exists a legendary martial deity. This sect is far too formidable. It must not be provoked. I must return to the Mingguang sect at once to report this to the sect leader." Chapter 157. Mingguang sect. A sly smile crept across Xiang Wentian's face as he muttered to himself, "How could I possibly let you escape after infiltrating my Spirit Hall? Without leaving any witnesses, how can one hope to catch a great fish?" In an instant, Xiang Wentian activated the 8 wings of his demonic angel, vanishing from sight, and stealthily followed the gravely injured figure clad in black. He journeyed 200 miles north of the Spirit Hall, where an enormous mountain devoid of peaks came into view, its summit seemingly cleaved by a powerful force. Smooth and even. Atop this majestic plateau stood an immense sect, its walls soaring approximately 800 meters in height and 50 meters in thickness. Adorned with intricate carvings of countless avian and terrestrial creatures, flora and fauna, and ancient auspicious beasts, all rendered with astonishing vividness. The mountain gate was particularly awe-inspiring. Entirely forged from diamond, exuding unparalleled opulence, the sect's plaque was crafted from luminous stones, ensuring that even in the depths of night, the area before the mountain gate remained brilliantly illuminated. The 3 characters of Mingguang sect shone with an extraordinary brightness, easily discernible from a distance of 1,000 meters. 6 disciples of the Mingguang sect stood in 2 straight lines before the mountain gate, their gazes fixed ahead, standing remarkably erect. Encircling the entire sect was a faint pinkish glow, enveloping the Mingguang sect within its protective barrier. At that moment, the barrier's hue was dim, indicating that the protective array had not yet been activated. It would only be summoned in times of dire peril for the Mingguang sect. As Xiang Wentian observed the figure in black entering the mountain gate, a smile graced his lips as he mused, "The fish has taken the bait. It is time for me to strike and annihilate this sect." The figure in black hastened towards a grand hall upon entering the Mingguang sect. With a resounding crash, the figure burst through the hall's door, spitting blood, the fate of his mask unknown. Inside the hall, four jade pillars upheld the ceiling, and at the center, an elderly man with silver hair and a ruddy complexion, exuding an aura of celestial grace, slowly opened his eyes in astonishment. "Inku, did you not go to scout information? How could you return in such a state?" The figure, identified as Inku, replied in terror, "Sect leader. I ventured to the Southern Lin sect tonight to gather intelligence, but unexpectedly, I was discovered and gravely injured. Thankfully, they did not exert their full strength. Otherwise, I would not have returned tonight. What level of cultivation does the opponent possess to inflict such injuries upon you?" The elder inquired. "Sect leader. They are a martial god realm expert," Inku exclaimed, still trembling with fear. "A martial god realm expert." The elder gasped, but soon regained his composure, wisdom gleaming in his eyes. "Inku, for the time being, I must ask you to take refuge in the dungeon to avoid further trouble. I will go to offer my apologies, hoping they will not press too hard on our sect." Meanwhile, Xiang Wentian calmly approached the Mingguang sect's mountain gate. The 6 guarding disciples, upon seeing him, were taken aback and shouted, "This is the forbidden area of the Mingguang sect. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. Do not advance further, or you shall be deemed an intruder." In response to their admonition, Xiang Wentian did not halt his steps. 9 golden soul rings gradually emerged around him. The 6 disciples, unaware of the nature of soul rings, initially thought them to be magical artifacts. However, they were soon overwhelmed by an indescribable, immense pressure that forced them to kneel, rendered immobile and speechless. Confronted by such a formidable presence, the disciples could only submit, their minds racing with curses at the thought of who might have offended such a powerful being, as he approached the mountain gate without uttering a word. "Unaware of your esteemed arrival, I extend my sincerest apologies for not welcoming you properly. I hope for your understanding." A cordial voice resonated from within the mountain gate. With a series of clicks, the gate slowly opened, revealing a white-haired elder who floated in gracefully, a gentle breeze accompanying him, his face radiating friendliness. "May I inquire from whence you have come and your intended destination?" As the adage goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Given the elder's affable demeanor, Xiang Wentian, not being a man of malevolence, felt his murderous intent dissipate and, retracting his martial spirit, replied calmly, "I hail from the Wuhuan Palace. Today, I discovered a petty thief sneaking into our domain. I refrained from ending his life and instead followed him here. How shall we address this matter?" The other party appeared on the verge of tears, forcing a smile as he spoke. "I initially intended to send my subordinate to visit our neighbors. However, he has just returned to inform me that he entered without notifying your esteemed clan. Enraged, I cast this individual into the dungeon, planning to come to your clan to offer my sincerest apologies. To my surprise, a distinguished guest such as yourself has come in person. I humbly ask for your understanding of my negligence." Xiang Wentian understood that the other party, in their quest for self-preservation, was compelled to resort to such desperate measures. Faced with formidable adversaries, sacrificing one individual was far preferable to the annihilation of the entire sect. Thus, Xiang Wentian waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "No matter." The other party, laden with apologies and entreaties, effectively quelled Xiang Wentian's thoughts of exterminating their sect. Chapter 158, Ginseng Fruit and the Golden Melon of the Rabbit Day. Esteemed guests, please enter. The elder chuckled. Xiang Wentian followed the elder into the Mingguang sect. Although it was night, the sect was ablaze with light. Hundreds of luminous pearls, akin to footballs, were embedded throughout the corridors, imparting a touch of opulent charm to the Mingguang sect. The elder led Xiang Wentian to the reception hall, where 2 rows of seats stood against the walls. And in the center, a round dining table was adorned with an array of fruits. Xiang Wentian sat across from the elderly man. At that moment, a servant approached with a tray, upon which was an elegantly arranged wine jug and 2 goblets. Another servant bore a tray featuring 2 fruits, glistening like infants, resembling the legendary ginseng fruit. The third servant carried a tray with a sizable red lobster, approximately the length of a measuring stick, exuding an enticing aroma. This lobster was unlike any common variety, for it possessed a pair of wings. The fourth servant presented a tray with a three-eyed bull's head. Its reddish-brown hue reminiscent of braised pork, causing Xiang Wentian to salivate. The fifth servant displayed two dragon claws, their scales charred to a deep black, as if burnt. The final servant brought forth a watermelon, leaving Xiang Wentian somewhat perplexed. How could an ordinary watermelon possibly grace the table? After the servants had meticulously arranged the delectable dishes and fruits on the round table, the elderly man waved his hand, signaling the servants to withdraw. Rising, he clasped his hands in greeting and smiled. I am Li Chafeng, the head of the Mingguang sect. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Xiang Wentian. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, came the reply. Oh, the esteemed Pope. My apologies for my earlier oversight. Li Chunfeng chuckled apologetically. Not at all, Xiang Wentian remarked, gesturing towards the lavish spread before him. What are these dishes? Surely it is inappropriate to include a mere watermelon among them. Li Chunfeng laughed. What you may not realize, esteemed Pope, is that this is no ordinary watermelon. It is the golden melon of the Miao Day, thriving in areas abundant with sunlight. It takes 3,000 years to bloom, 6,000 years to bear fruit, and 9,000 years to yield this singular golden melon, which is not only delectable but also immensely beneficial to cultivators. Oh, I see. And what are these infant-like fruits? Are they the fabled ginseng fruits? Indeed. Your discerning eye has recognized them. These are the ginseng fruits, also known as the grass-returning elixir. They bloom every 3,000 years, bear fruit every 3,000 years, and mature after another 3,000 years, requiring a total of 10,000 years before they may be consumed. In such a millennium, only 30 fruits are produced, resembling young children with all limbs and features intact. The ginseng fruit tree is a rare root of the earth, and its fruits are treasures of the world. Should one be fortunate enough to encounter these fruits and merely inhale their fragrance, they could live for 360 years. Consuming one would grant them an astonishing lifespan of 47,000 years. Xiang Wentian inquired, is it true that the ginseng fruit possesses such remarkable effects? The elder, with an awkward smile, replied, indeed, for ordinary individuals, it holds such extraordinary benefits, but for practitioners like us, it merely aids in enhancing our cultivation, solidifying our realms, and fortifying our physical forms. That is still quite commendable, remarked Xiang Wentian. What, then, is this creature known as the dual-winged lobster? How can a lobster possess wings? The elder chuckled and explained, it is not without reason that the esteemed Pope is unaware. This is a unique product of our moonlight continent, known as the flame dragon dual-winged lobster. This creature does not inhabit the waters, but rather resides within magma, drawing upon the energy of the fire attribute to elevate its cultivation. After the elder had thoroughly introduced the exquisite delicacies and fine wines on the table, the two began to indulge in the feast. Xiang Wentian picked up a ginseng fruit and inhaled its fragrant aroma, which instantly filled his lungs, leaving him with an invigorating sensation that made him feel as though he were floating. Bringing the ginseng fruit closer to his lips, he took a bite, and his mouth was instantly filled with an exquisite fragrance that lingered delightfully, combining crispness with a rich sweetness and a smooth, refreshing texture, truly delectable. Unable to resist, he devoured the remaining ginseng fruit in a manner reminiscent of Zhu Beiji's indulgence, swallowing it whole without a moment's chewing. Almost immediately, he felt a profound and gentle power surging throughout his being, as the heavenly demon annihilation scripture swiftly transformed this immense energy into his cultivation. Ding! The host has consumed one ginseng fruit, resulting in a 4-level increase, now reaching a soul power level of 95. Xiang Wentian was overwhelmed with joy. He had never anticipated that a single ginseng fruit could elevate his cultivation by 4 levels. Once a soul master attains the prestigious level of 90, each subsequent advancement demands years of diligent accumulation. To ascend 4 levels in one fell swoop was akin to bypassing over a decade of toil. If he were to consume a few more fruits, would he not become invincible across the realm? Moreover, the ginseng fruit not only enhanced Xiang Wentian's cultivation but also fortified his physical form and refined his innate talents, providing manifold benefits that would significantly aid his future endeavors in cultivation. After finishing the ginseng fruit, Xiang Wentian seized the daylight golden melon, smashing it into 2 halves with a single punch, heedless of the onlookers. Without hesitation, he embraced it and began to feast. With a slurping sound, he finished the melon and let out a satisfied belch. Ding! The system notification chimed once more, indicating that the host had consumed the daylight golden melon, resulting in a 4-level increase in cultivation, currently reaching a soul power level of 99. Following the consumption of the fruit, Xiang Wentian continued to devour the remaining dishes with fervor, not due to a lack of decorum, but rather because the food was simply exquisite. The elderly man, still holding half of the ginseng fruit, had yet to take a bite, while Xiang Wentian had already cleared the dining table of all its offerings. Xiang Wentian gently caressed his round belly and inquired, "How many ginseng fruits and golden melons of the auspicious sun can you pack for me?" 180, please. Upon hearing this, the elder was immediately taken aback. 180, Your Excellency the Pope? This is not merely a matter of cabbages. Moreover, ginseng fruits and golden melons of the auspicious sun are rare treasures of heaven and earth, meant for a single consumption. Their efficacy does not extend to a second use. What do you mean? No efficacy upon the second use? Xiang Wentian had initially intended to consume a substantial quantity of ginseng fruits and golden melons to elevate his realm. But now his plans were utterly thwarted. However, upon further reflection, it was reasonable. Such extraordinary treasures must possess certain resistances. The elder presented Xiang Wentian with a spatial ring, feeling somewhat pained, and declared, "Your Excellency the Pope, from this day forth, my Mingguang sect and the Wuhuan Temple shall stand united in life and death, advancing together." Xiang Wentian received the spatial ring, and upon opening it, he discovered several ginseng fruits and 2 golden pumpkins, delightfully exclaiming, "Masterly, from this day forth. The Mingguang sect and the Spirit Hall shall be allies, sharing both joy and hardship, life and death." The elder beamed with joy, replying, "Thank you, esteemed Pope. Time is of the essence. I must return to the Spirit Hall." With that, Xiang Wentian vanished from sight. The elder had intended to offer polite entreaties to retain him. But seeing Xiang Wentian's instantaneous departure, he was left without words. Upon returning to the Pope's hall, Xiang Wentian promptly accessed the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level, Ultimate Douluo Martial Spirit, Demon Angel Soul Power, level 99, 90000001100. Soul Rings, Gold, 1,666,666 years, 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 Gold, 1,666,666 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Spatial Lock, Time Stasis. Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory, Demonic Fury. Third Soul Skill, Angelic Judgment, Demonic Slash. Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill, Angelic Flame Slash, Demonic Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill, Angelic Stupa, Angelic Meteor Fall. Seventh Soul Skill, True Form of Martial Spirit, True Form of Demon. Eighth Soul Skill, Annihilation Strike, Total Oblivion. Ninth Soul Skill, Power Breaking the Heavens, Primordial Shockwave. Soul Bones, Skull of the God of War of the Demon Angel. Spine of the God of War of the Demon Angel, Left Arm of the God of War of the Demon Angel. Right Leg of the God of War of the Demon Angel, Left Leg of the God of War of the Demon Angel. Right Arm of the Ignoring Defense of the Breaking Army Demon. Soul Bone Skills, God of War Possession, Fusion Skill of the Soul Bone of the God of War of the Demon Angel, Ignoring Defense. Breaking Army Strike, Skill of the Breaking Army Demon Right Arm Bone. Divine Skill, Buddha's Palm. Points, 159866049. Cultivation Method, True Cannon of Demon Destruction, Celestial Titan Body. Ability, Devour, the capacity to absorb the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 159, The Strength of the Shrek Team. Closing the system panel, Xiang Wentian summoned the Shrek team to the Pope's hall, distributing the 6 ginseng fruits and 2 golden pumpkins among them. Ru Ming took the ginseng fruit and affectionately inquired, "Brother, what is this? It looks just like a baby." With a gentle smile, Xiang Wentian introduced, "This is the ginseng fruit, also known as the herb that returns the soul. It blossoms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and takes an additional 3,000 years to ripen. Only after 10,000 years can it be consumed. In such a long span, it yields merely 30 fruits, resembling children not yet fully grown, complete with limbs and features. The ginseng fruit tree is the root of the earth's spirit, and its fruit is a rare treasure. Should one be fortunate enough to merely inhale its fragrance, that could live for 360 years. Consuming one grants an astonishing lifespan of 47,000 years, and its effects significantly enhance and solidify one's cultivation and realm. Given that there are only 6 ginseng fruits, and not enough for each person, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were instead given 2 daylight gold melons. Ma Hongjun, cradling a large daylight gold melon, lamented, "They say that what is concentrated is essence. Brother Tian, providing us with 2 melons as a substitute feels rather dismissive, does it not?" Dai Mubai shot a glance at Ma Hongjun and replied, "There must be a purpose behind Wentian's actions. Just enjoy your melon and refrain from unnecessary chatter." Xiang Wentian shook his head with a smile and said, "This is no ordinary watermelon. This is the Maori Sun Gold melon, cultivated in a place of abundant sunlight. It blossoms after 3,000 years, bears fruit after 6,000, and after 9,000 years, we finally obtain this singular Maori Sun Gold melon. Not only is it exquisitely sweet and delectable, but it also offers immense benefits to cultivators, its effects comparable to that of the ginseng fruit." Ma Hongjun exclaimed with excitement, "Does that mean the Maori Sun Gold melon is tailor-made for me? Brother Tian knows I have a hearty appetite, and he specifically prepared this for me. Not only will it satiate my hunger, but it will also enhance my cultivation level, truly a double blessing." Upon hearing the mention of hunger and satisfaction, Dai Mubai, who was also holding a Maori Sun Gold melon, awkwardly remarked, "Ma Hongjun, all you ever think about is eating. This is a heavenly treasure bestowed upon us by Wentian to elevate our realms, not mere fruits and vegetables for filling our stomachs." Ma Hongjun chuckled and replied, "As long as it fills my stomach, it matters not." With that, he disregarded the peculiar gazes of the others and began to devour the Maori Sun Gold melon, rind and all. The onlookers watched in bemusement as he consumed the fruit with the voracity of a starving ghost, shaking their heads and smiling in disbelief. As Ma Hongjun continued to eat, his words became garbled, yet he could not contain his praise, exclaiming, "Delicious, truly delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite fruit before. Stop staring and eat quickly, we must not waste Brother Tian's good intentions." Seeing Ma Hongjun's voracious appetite, Xiaowu expressed her disdain, saying, "Ma Hongjun, let us eat over there with Sister Meng." Tang San, holding a ginseng fruit, caught sight of Xiaowu's disapproving gaze and was reminded of the scene where Ma Hongjun drank from the old boy's urine, instantly feeling nauseous. He hurriedly followed Xiaowu to sit beside Meng, turning his back to Ma Hongjun as he began to eat the ginseng fruit. The group had just ingested the heavenly treasure and felt little at first, but in the next moment, a powerful yet gentle energy surged throughout their bodies. They immediately sat cross-legged, channeling their soul power to absorb this immense and soothing energy. At that moment, Xiang Wentian sighed, pondering, if only Oscar and Ningrongrong were here. It would be perfect. I wonder how they are faring at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School right now. At this moment, the ethereal martial soul, the Seraph, emerged with fervor, voraciously absorbing the immense energy from within. As her soul power surged, the searing fire attribute energy engulfed everything around her. Not only did her soul power experience a significant elevation, but her realm also solidified with unparalleled strength. Seated beside her, the petite figure of Xiaowu manifested her martial soul, the soft-boned rabbit, similarly drawing in the energy from her core. The enhancement from the ginseng fruit was particularly pronounced for her martial soul, enveloping both Xiaowu and her martial spirit in a radiant pink halo. As if undergoing a transformation, this not only elevated her soul power and solidified her realm, but also hinted at an unknown evolution of her martial soul. Adjacent to Xiaowu, Tang San, endowed with twin martial souls, the blue silver grass and the Haotian hammer, experienced a simultaneous amplification of soul power. It appeared as though his martial soul, the blue silver grass, was on the verge of a second awakening, transitioning from blue to a pearlescent white, while the profound violet black of the Haotian hammer gradually morphed into pure black. As an observer, Xiang Wentian was left astounded. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing witnessed a heightened compatibility between their martial souls, the evil-eye white tiger and the ghostly spirit cat. As an onlooker, Xiang Wentian imagined that following this enhancement, their martial soul fusion technique would become remarkably potent. In stark contrast to the others, Ma Hongjun's appearance was quite comical. His corpulent frame was scorched to a charred red by the phoenix flames, resembling a roasted pig leg at a street vendor. Should a glutton be present, they might be tempted to take a bite from Ma Hongjun's plump visage. The inseparable duo, Shimen Shui Shui and Yi Gu Cheng, exhibited a rather singular enhancement, as both pursued the path of utmost excellence. Shimen Shui Shui, born for the sword, relentlessly sought the pinnacle of swordsmanship, thus his martial soul did not undergo any mutation, but rather experienced a significant elevation in rank alongside a rapid increase in both soul power and realm. Yi Gu Cheng's martial soul, the dragon-slaying blade, mirrored this phenomenon. As for Jiangzhu, a healing-type soul master, her enhancement in soul power was notably conspicuous, having ascended several levels in a brief span. This was closely tied to the quality of her martial soul. With a subpar martial soul, the capacity to contain soul power would be limited, and any excess soul power would merely aid in elevating her realm. After several hours, the vast medicinal potency within the group was fully absorbed, resulting in each member ascending several ranks, with Xiao Wu, Tang San, and others experiencing mutations in their martial souls, much to the delight of everyone present. Currently, the strength of the Shrek team is as follows: Xiang Wentian, martial soul, demon angel, level 99 limit Douluo. Ru Meng, martial soul, seraph, level 73 assault system soul saint. Shimen Shui, martial soul, heavenly sword, level 78 assault system soul saint. Yigu Cheng, martial soul, dragon slaying blade, level 78 assault system soul saint. Daimu Bai, martial soul, white tiger, level 72 assault system soul saint. Tang San, martial soul, blue silver grass, level 72 control system soul saint. Xiao Wu, martial soul, jade rabbit, level 71 assault system soul saint. Ma Hongjun, martial soul, phoenix, level 69 assault system soul emperor. Zhu Xing, martial soul, ghostly spirit cat, level 71 sensitive attack system battle soul. Jiangzhu, martial soul, healing staff, level 66 healing system battle soul emperor. Chapter 160, the 100,000-year soul ring. The crowd rose, expressing their gratitude towards Wentian with warm smiles. Turning to Wentian with a sense of comfort, Tang San said, "Congratulations to all of you for transcending several realms." A knowing smile graced Tang San's face as he continued, following the fusion of dimensions. "The order of this world has undergone tremendous transformation. After breaking through to Soul Sage, I find that I can still ascend further. Now, I require a soul ring. Perhaps we should embark on a quest to hunt one." Ru Ming chimed in with a smile. "Indeed. I too have sensed the shift in the celestial order. Brother, I too need a soul ring. Where do you suggest we venture to acquire one?" Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, "No. You do not need to venture out to hunt for soul rings. Simply inform me of the soul rings you wish to acquire, and I shall assist you in crafting them on the spot." "Craft soul rings?" The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Daimu Bai inquired with curiosity, "Wentian, how will you help us in the creation of soul rings?" Naturally, Xiang Wentian would not disclose that he could purchase soul rings in the system shop using points. Instead, he stated, "My ninth soul ring possesses a unique ability. It can endlessly produce soul rings, with the potential to create red soul rings of up to 100,000 years. 100,000-year soul rings." The crowd gasped in astonishment. It is well known that before the integration of planes, a 100,000-year soul ring was a coveted treasure sought after by every soul master. The revelation that Xiang Wentian could produce soul rings without limitation left everyone in awe. Jiangzhu inquired, "Captain, what level of soul power do you currently possess?" Xiang Wentian spoke calmly, 99th level limit Douluo. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more, and their excitement surged to an unprecedented height. Their captain, Xiang Wentian, possessed such formidable strength and an astounding spirit power, along with the ability to craft soul rings. Each revelation struck them like a thunderbolt, sending their spirits soaring. In that moment, Ma Hongjun, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Brother Tian, hasten to create a 100,000-year soul ring for me, and I desire it to be of the fire attribute." "May I inquire, have you surpassed the 70th level of soul power?" Xiang Wentian asked. Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I am currently at the 69th level. I have yet to reach the 70th. Daimu Bai, dismissively shoving Ma Hongjun aside as if swatting away a fly, retorted, "Away with you. What business do you have here when you haven't even broken through to 70? Xiang Wentian, please create for me a soul ring with formidable attack attributes. One that is 100,000 years old." "Very well." Xiang Wentian's consciousness entered the system space. "System, assist me in selecting a soul ring of exceptional attack power. One that is 100,000 years old." Beep. Selection complete. The soul ring of extraordinary attack power is the gold-consuming White Tiger soul ring. Absorbing the soul ring will grant the true form of the White Tiger. Shall the host proceed with the purchase? Yes. Beep. The host has consumed 100,000 points of experience and has acquired the 100,000-year gold-consuming White Tiger soul ring, which has been automatically stored in the system space. As Xiang Wentian feigned the operation of his soul power, the demon angel emerged with an ethereal presence. 9 golden soul rings pulsated rhythmically. And under the overwhelming pressure of the million-year soul rings, The members of the Shrek team collectively gasped in astonishment. While they were aware of Xiang Wentian's ability to enhance his soul rings through devouring, none could have anticipated the terrifying extent to which his soul rings would be augmented. Xiang Wentian retrieved the crimson soul ring of the 100,000-year Krypton golden white tiger from the system's spatial realm. Before him, the resplendent red soul ring gradually materialized, within which a phantom of the Krypton golden white tiger roared incessantly, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Its mere presence conveyed the extraordinary nature of this soul ring, suggesting an exceptionally formidable offensive power. With a gentle smile, she said to Wang Tian, "This is a soul ring crafted specifically for you, derived from your martial soul. The Evil Eye White Tiger, and it is a 100,000-year premium white tiger soul ring." Dai Mu Bai, filled with excitement, promptly seated himself and began to slowly draw upon the soul ring with his soul power, initiating the process of absorption. Xiang Wentian meticulously crafted a similar arrangement, acquiring for each of the illustrious figures, Dream, Tang San, Xiaowu, and Zhu Qing, a soul ring of 100,000 years, a product of the system, undeniably exquisite. While the absorption of these soul rings does not enhance their soul power, it poses no hindrance whatsoever for the group. The soul rings bestowed by Xiang Wentian bring forth more benefits than drawbacks. An hour later, all 5 individuals successfully acquired their 7th soul ring, brimming with exhilaration. Xiang Wentian said with a serious expression, "Very well, let me outline our future plans. In 3 months, it will be the 15th day of the 8th month. We must set off for Jiuyu Huashan in advance to participate in the contest for the 3 rankings of Heaven, Earth, and Man. I have decided that we shall depart together tomorrow." Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat troubled, replied, "Brother Tian, is it really necessary to leave so soon?" Tang San interjected with a smile, "The distance to Jiuyu Huashan is far too great. If we do not set out early, we shall miss the opportunity to compete in the contest." Xiang Wentian inquired, "Hongjun, is there something amiss? Are you unable to go?" Dai Mubai replied, "It's nothing significant. He has merely taken a fancy to a young lady named Jean Lian in Wuhuan City and is currently pursuing her." Jean Lian, Xiang Wentian exclaimed in surprise. "Does she happen to have the surname Pan?" "Indeed, Brother Tian, how did you know her name is Pan Jean Lian?" Ma Hongjun asked, puzzled. Xiang Wentian remarked, "I have merely made the acquaintance of Pan Jean Lian." Ma Hongjun, "How dare you pursue Pan Jean Lian? In the end, you will not even know how your demise came to pass." "Very well, rest well today. We shall set out tomorrow," commanded Xiang Wentian. After the members of the Shrek team departed, Xiang Wentian summoned the elders of the Spirit Hall to the Pope's chamber, completed the transfer of duties, and then returned to his quarters to rest, patiently awaiting the morrow's journey. Chapter 161. Sun Lukong. The dawn gradually unveiled its splendor, heralding yet another resplendent morning, infused with refreshing vitality descending upon the world. Xiang Wentian led the members of the Shrek team, embarking quietly towards the heart of the continent, the 9 domains Huashan, without disturbing any prelude. Along the way, Ma Hongjun incessantly extolled Pan Jinlian, praising her beauty as celestial, her purity and kindness, and her unparalleled thoughtfulness. The others observed Ma Hongjun's infatuation with bemusement, shaking their heads. Ru Ming inquired, "Where is the 9 domains Huashan? Surely we cannot traverse blindly?" Xiang Wentian smiled gently and replied, "The path has already been marked at the 9 domains Huashan. If you focus and truly feel, you will discern its location." Wu, with her hands behind her back, playfully declared, "I possess an acute sense. I have already sensed it. Just follow me." As the 10,000-year soft-boned rabbit, Wu indeed had a far superior perception than the others, thus providing the group with a compass of sorts, alleviating any fears of losing their way due to insufficient awareness. The group did not rush along their journey. With 3 months remaining until the competition at 9 domains Huashan, they had ample time to reach their destination. After traveling 200 miles, they encountered a peculiar quartet. Leading the way was a figure that resembled a monkey rather than a human, possessing round eyes, floppy ears, and a hairy visage, with a face that was gaunt and a mouth resembling that of a thunder god. Though human-like, it lacked the defining features of a human. Adorned with golden hair and a golden circlet, possessing fiery eyes, it wore a brocade robe and a tiger-skin belt, wielding a golden iron staff, and donned a pair of deerskin boots. Its hairy face and thunderous mouth, coupled with its pink lips, bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Sun Wukong. Trailing behind Sun Wukong was a pig demon, with a yellow face, short bristles, a long snout, and large ears, clad in a robe of indeterminate hue. A black round had adorned its head, embroidered with a large character for Buddha in yellow thread upon its front. As it walked, its large head swayed left and right, Who else could this be but Zhu Beiji? Following Zhu Beiji was a handsome young man riding a white horse, exuding an air of elegance with red lips and white teeth. He bore a broad forehead and a full brow, with striking features that were both refined and captivating. His ears were adorned with exquisite jewels, and he possessed an uncommon talent, a youthful and charming figure. He could easily be compared to the revered monk Tang Xing in his prime. At the rear stood a bald figure with tousled hair, large eyes, and a face as dark as charcoal, whose appearance resembled that of a nightmarish creature, even surpassing it. Adorned in a feathered blue cloak, he was cinched at the waist with a white vine belt. Beneath his neck hung 9 large Buddha beads, and in his hand, he wielded a scepter, balancing 2 burdens, an unmistakable representation of the black old sand. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with golden light as he beheld the dancer leading the way ahead. He bellowed, "By Zhu Beiji, Shashidi, safeguard our master. There lies a rabbit spirit ahead. Allow me, the great sun, to capture her so we may proceed westward." In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished from his original spot. Tang Xing, who was mounted on the white dragon horse, hastily cautioned, "Wukong, remember not to take a life." Xiang Wen observed an oversized monkey brandishing a golden staff, swinging it round to strike him on the head. Sun Wukong's speed was so astonishing that the onlookers could scarcely react. Xiang Wen shouted, "Where did this monkey spirit come from? Daring to obstruct the path of the Wuhuan temple? You seek death." In a flash, Xiang Wen summoned the power of his martial spirit. 9 golden soul rings materializing around him, exuding a formidable pressure that caused even Sun Wukong to furrow his brow. First soul ring, first skill, space lock. First soul ring. Second skill, time freeze. 6th soul ring, first skill, create pagoda. 7th soul ring, first skill, true martial spirit. 7th soul ring, second skill, true demon form. Sun Wukong was immediately suspended in midair as Xiang Wen transformed into a towering demon, launching a fist towards him. A tremendous crash echoed as the colossal fist passed through Sun Wukong, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit several tens of feet deep before the eyes of the spectators. Xiang Wen frowned, perplexed that he had failed to strike Sun Wukong. His tried-and-true skills of space locking and time freezing had inexplicably faltered this time. At that moment, Sun Wukong reappeared 100 feet away, his sharp voice ringing out in laughter. "Not bad, not bad. The strength is sufficient. But you've merely struck the tip of a hair on my monkey body. How does it feel to possess power without a target?" Transformed into his demonic form, Xiang Wen did not directly address his question, but stated gravely, "I am Xiang Wen, Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. Pray tell, what prompts you to assault us?" Sun Wukong pointed at the dancer, coldly asserting, "Because she is a monster, and I, Sun Wukong, am here to deal with monsters." "A monster?" Xiang Wen was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the 4 individuals before him, then scoffed, "Look at yourselves, aside from the man on the white horse. Who among you resembles a human? You call others monsters while you are one yourself. Do you not feel a tinge of embarrassment?" Sun Wukong's anger flared. "You dare to call me a monster? I am the great sage, Sun Wukong, who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace 500 years ago. Never heard of it." Xiang Wen's words nearly suffocated Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, filled with rage and fierce intent, glared menacingly and spoke with a chilling tone. "Ah, I see you are in league with this rabbit demon. Prepare to face the consequences." Just as he was about to strike, a voice emerged from the lips of a man riding a white horse, addressing Wukong's assistant. Sun Wukong, known for his aversion to evil and his unwavering commitment to justice, was somewhat receptive to the words of Tang Xing and thus refrained from attacking. Xiang Wen cast a glance at Sun Wukong and remarked to Tang Xing, "It appears that among you 4, there is still one who possesses a sense of reason." Chapter 162, The Battle of Shrek against the 4 disciples after dismounting. Tang Song, safeguarded by the 3 protectors of Sun Wukong, approached Xiang Wen, clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, and solemnly stated, "Amit Ba. I am the humble monk Tang Sanzang. It was my disciple who acted impulsively. I hope you will not hold it against us." Xiang Wen smiled and inquired, "It matters not. May I ask from whence the master hails and to what destination he travels?" "Amidst the grace of Amit Ba, I, a humble monk, journey from the eastern land of the Tang dynasty, bound for the west in pursuit of the scriptures. Alas, due to the convergence of realms, the Buddha has proceeded to Mount Huashan in the 9 domains to partake in the contest for the rankings. Thus, my 3 disciples and I must first visit Mount Huashan to pay our respects to the Buddha before we continue to the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the west to seek the sacred texts." The Tang monk's unwavering dedication to the Dharma was indeed commendable. Even with the Buddha's presence at Mount Huashan, he remained intent on paying his respects. Was such devotion genuine or merely pedantic? As these thoughts crossed Xiang Wen's mind, he smiled faintly and suggested, "We too are en route to Mount Huashan. It would be fortuitous to journey together." The Tang monk replied earnestly, "Amiba, I fear this may impose upon your kindness." Suddenly, Sun Wukong sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "Master, do not be deceived. That girl with the scorpion braid is a monster." The Tang monk admonished, "Wukong, do not speak foolishly. How could such an innocent girl possibly be a monster? Should you continue to utter such baseless claims, I shall have no choice but to invoke the tightening spell." The others, incensed by Sun Wukong's repeated accusations of monstrosity, pointed angrily at him. "You foul, hairy monkey. It is you who is the true monster. Dare to call me a monster again, and I shall break your legs." At that moment, Tang San's murderous intent became palpable. Wu was his Achilles heel. Had it not been for Xiang Wen's timely intervention, Wu might have already met his demise. Hearing Wu's furious rebuke and perceiving the lethal intent in the air, Sun Wukong's anger flared. "Monster, prepare to face my wrath. Assist me, Wukong." Disregarding the Tang monk's protests, Sun Wukong advanced, launching an attack against Wu. The members of the Shrek team immediately summoned their martial spirits, uniting in their assault on Sun Wukong. The Tang monk, witnessing some transforming into tigers and others into cats, was taken aback and stumbled backward in astonishment. Noticing the Tang monk's fright, Zhu Beiji instructed Sha monk to safeguard him while he brandished his nine-toothed rake and joined the fray. Upon witnessing Zhu Beiji joining the fray, Xian Wen immediately unleashed his true demonic form and commanded, "Tang San, exert your utmost effort to contain Sun Wukong. Daimu Bai and Zhu Qing. Execute the martial soul fusion technique Ethereal White Tiger, Shimen Shui Shui, and Yi Gu Qing. Unleash the combined might of your blades in a sweeping assault. Wu and Ruming. You too shall confront that pig-headed foe. Jiang Zhu, remain poised to provide healing at a moment's notice." Upon the completion of his command, Xiang Wen transformed into a towering demon, launching himself directly at Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing Xiang Wen's metamorphosis, Sun Wukong was instantly overcome with rage, exclaiming, "Let us see if I can grow larger." In a flash, he invoked his divine powers and also assumed a colossal form. At that moment, Xiang Wen's demonic fist reached Sun Wukong, who swiftly raised his golden staff to block the impending strike. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong was sent flying for several thousand meters. In that instant, Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared Sun Wukong like a multitude of vines, binding him tightly and restricting his movements. Before Sun Wukong could escape the grasp of the blue-silver grass, a massive ghostly white tiger struck him with its claws, propelling him hundreds of meters away. Before he could even touch the ground, a colossal sword of light descended and cleaved him in two. Just as the onlookers believed Sun Wukong had been utterly vanquished, his severed body astonishingly rejoined, transforming into an entirely new Sun Wukong. Pointing at the crowd, he taunted, "With skills as feeble as yours, do you dare think you can slay me? Take a moment to reflect on your own worth. I have long since forged my body into steel and iron, attaining an immortal form. To slay me is no easy feat." Was he once again facing an indestructible foe? Xiang Wen felt a heavy weight in his heart as he declared, "I refuse to believe that there exists a being that cannot be killed." With the embodiment of a war god, a golden armor enveloped Xiang Wen, amplifying his power tenfold. Utilizing his ninth soul ring, he unleashed his first soul skill, Force Breaking 9. A gargantuan demonic fist, propelled by Xiang Wen's full strength, surged towards Sun Wukong. True to its name, this skill was capable of shattering the heavens, granting Xiang Wen a tenfold increase in power for 3 fleeting seconds, enough time to obliterate any adversary. As Sun Wukong observed the immense demonic fist barreling toward him, he initially contemplated evasion. Yet, no matter how he maneuvered, the fist seemed to possess a sentient awareness, relentlessly pursuing him. Resolute, Sun Wukong decided to confront the oncoming attack head-on. His Rui Jingu Bang rapidly expanded, resembling a colossal pillar. Channeling his entire strength from his feet through his knees and into his waist, he swung the staff with a powerful arc toward the approaching fist. A tremendous sound erupted as the two forces collided, generating a violent shockwave that radiated outward, devastating the surrounding landscape. Rivers and mountains crumbled in the wake of the impact, while the very fabric of space fractured under their fierce clash, revealing numerous spatial rifts and black holes that voraciously consumed everything nearby. Sun Wukong was sent reeling hundreds of miles away from the blow, while Xiang Wen's complexion paled in response to the shock. As the spatial rifts and black holes gradually healed and vanished, silence ensued. Sun Wukong has returned, brimming with vitality and unparalleled combat spirit. Well, he exclaimed, addressing Xiang Wen with 3 greetings. I truly envy your immortal body, Sun Wukong. Since I cannot slay you, I shall suppress you instead. Upon hearing Xiang Wen's words, Sun Wukong laughed maniacally. Do you think you can subdue me? The only one capable of restraining me is Shakyamuni himself. I shall see if the winds can indeed silence your tongue. With that, he unleashed the 12th form of the Buddha palm, the Buddha kingdom in the palm. A circular golden light swiftly enveloped an area spanning several miles. Sun Wukong gasped in alarm. This is bad. How do you possess the powers of that old man? The Tathagata? He intended to flee, but it was already too late. Instead of responding to Sun Wukong's words, he remained composed and declared, within the Buddha's realm in my palm, all things are at my command. Unless you can conquer that song, Sun Wukong, you shall inevitably be subdued. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of the well rope for 10 years. The moment Sun Wukong found himself ensnared within the Buddha's realm, he was thrown into disarray. Wildly wielding his golden staff in a frantic attempt to shatter the barrier of the Buddha's domain and escape, Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, "It is futile. Do not waste your efforts. Your powers are insufficient to contend with Tsang." With a firm command of the earth's might, he exclaimed, "Stabilize." In an instant, within the realm of his palm's Buddhist domain, the ground rose while Tsang descended, compressing Sun Wukong into a singular point. A resplendent character for stability shimmered amidst the earth, thoroughly suppressing Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, the other seized the opportunity to assail Zhu Beiji, who soon found himself ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass, bound tightly like a rice dumpling. Observing that both Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji had been captured, Sha Sung wielded his demon-slaying staff and charged at the group. Yet, under the united onslaught of Xiang Wen and his companions, Sha Sung could not withstand even 3 exchanges, falling victim to Xiang Wen's spatial confinement and temporal stasis, rendering him immobile. Tang Song, witnessing 1 disciple subdued and 2 captured, remained composed. With a solemn tone, he proclaimed, "Amit Ba, if you desire to consume this humble monk's flesh, feel free. Just spare my 3 disciples." "Stop, stop, stop," Xiang Wen interjected, "who wishes to devour your flesh?" This conflict arose solely due to your disciple Sun Wukong's provocations. Had he not insisted that we are monsters, this confrontation would not have transpired. Even if we were indeed monsters, we have not harmed you. Why must your disciple adopt such a confrontational stance? Amaba, it is our fault as a group of 4. I shall now offer my sincere apologies. I implore you to spare my 3 disciples. Spare them, indeed, but you must keep a watchful eye. Should he seek trouble with us again, we shall not hesitate to capture and suppress him once more. Amit Ba, a monk does not speak falsehoods. I assure you, there will be no trouble from us. Thus, Xiang Wen retracted his palm's Buddhist domain, lifting the spatial confinement and temporal stasis, while Tang San withdrew his blue-silver grass. The 3 brothers, now liberated, no longer exhibited their former arrogance. At this juncture, Xiang Wen resolved not to accompany the 4 any longer and quickened his pace, moving forward. Chapter 164, The Joyous Forest. As they traveled swiftly, the group soon left Sun Wukong and others far behind, their taillights fading from view in a mere instant. The journey was remarkably tranquil. Along the way, they encountered several parties heading towards the 9 domains of Mount Hua, yet no conflicts arose. However, 300 miles into their journey, a dense thicket of jungle obstructed their path. The forest was a tangle of towering trees and twisting vines, resembling an intricate web or the depths of a dark green sea, where not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. A gust of wind swept through, causing the trees to bow as if caught in a tempest, creating an uproar of crashing waves and thunderous sounds. The imposing trees embraced one another closely, and the shadowy, silent entrance to the forest resembled the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, eagerly awaiting its next feast. Upon seeing the jungle, Wu felt an overwhelming sense of excitement, as if returning home, and cheerfully led the way into the lush wilderness. After venturing 200 meters into the forest, a colossal stone tablet, 10 meters tall, 3 meters wide, and 1 meter thick, came into view. The 16 characters inscribed upon it were strikingly prominent. Entering the forest brings joy, leaving the forest brings death. Stop. Xiang Wen made a gesture to halt, casting a serious glance around, and inquired, "Have you noticed anything amiss?" Ma Hongjun, pulling a roasted pig leg from his storage soul guide, spoke through his mouthful, "Brother, don't be so alarmed. It's merely a forest. What could possibly be wrong?" "Indeed. No one regards you as mute," Daimubai retorted sharply, then turned to Xiang Wen and asked, "Do you perceive anything unusual? Do you not find it strange? In such an expansive forest, aside from the rustling of leaves, there is not a single bird's call, nor the roar of a beast. Moreover, The inscription on the stone tablet reads, "Enter the forest with joy, exit the forest with death." Is this not contradictory? Xiang Wen remarked gravely. Wu pondered. The absence of birdsong and beastly roars suggests but one possibility. This is the habitat of a powerful soul beast. Having finished the pig leg, Ma Hongjun tossed the remnants aside, seemingly unperturbed. What is there to fear? With our cultivation, even encountering a 10,000-year soul beast would pose no challenge. Daimubai, unable to bear the sight of Ma Hongjun's pig-like visage, retorted irritably, all you do is feast on pig legs, trotters, and head meat. You've turned yourself into a pig's kidney. Do you not comprehend that a heart steers a ship for 10,000 years? Wiping the drool from his face with a look of disdain, Ma Hongjun replied, Mubai, can we refrain from spitting while we converse? Look at the mess you've made on my face. Daimubai, both furious and amused, shot back. Fine, I'll spit, and I might just hit you as well. Enough of your bickering, you two, Tang Sen interjected sternly, then suggested, there is certainly something amiss in this forest. I propose we retreat and take a different route. Xiang Wen nodded and remarked, San's suggestion is quite reasonable. Let us retrace our steps and take a detour. Just as they were about to depart, a voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, but rather grotesque and repugnant, echoed through the air. In an instant, the group became alert, and Xiang Wen commanded, prepare for battle. Awaken our martial spirits. The collective activation of their martial spirits ensued. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently, and countless dark, gaping pits suddenly materialized on the surface. Enormous red ants, each the size of a calf, surged forth from these holes, encircling the members of the Shrek team with an impenetrable barrier. Anyone with a phobia of clusters would surely faint at the sight. Amidst the throng of red ants, a pathway cleared, revealing a colossal creature with a human head and an ant's body, advancing slowly towards them. This creature could only be the Ant Queen, with long, dark hair cascading down her head, and a single vertical eye adorning her forehead. The beauty of her visage was marred by a fearsome maw filled with jagged teeth, from which a foul stench emanated, rendering her simultaneously alluring and repulsive. The Ant Queen opened her gaping, tooth-filled mouth and spoke languidly, welcome, distant guests, to the joyful forest. Please do leave your delectable bodies to satiate the hunger of my offspring. Fear not, for my children's teeth are exceptionally sharp. You shall feel no pain, only the bliss of a swift demise. At this moment, Xiang Wen understood the eerie silence within the forest, with this horde of ants present. No amount of food would suffice for their insatiable appetite. Chapter 165. The Blood-Red Cannibal Ant Queen. The members of the Shrek team formed a protective circle around the healing spirit master, Jiangzhu. With a cold huff, Xiang Wen remarked, if you wish to consume us, you must first ascertain whether your teeth are sufficiently robust. The Ant Queen, baring her formidable fangs, cruelly commanded, intransigent fools, tear them apart. Kill. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wen unleashed the true form of the demon, vanishing from his original position in an instant. The 8th soul ring activated the 2nd soul skill, annihilation of all things. A terrifying force of obliteration erupted from Xiang Wen's being, swiftly engulfing the surroundings. Countless crimson ants, akin to the size of calves, were reduced to mere ashes the moment they encountered this overwhelming power. Ding. The host has slain 100 blood-red cannibal ants, earning points. The host has slain 200 blood-red cannibal ants, earning points. The host has slain 300 blood-red cannibal ants, earning points. The 6th soul ring activated the 2nd soul skill, meteoric descent. A multitude of colossal meteors cascaded down, crashing into the densely packed swarm of ants, annihilating vast numbers of blood-red cannibal ants. Subsequently, the meteors that struck the ground erupted explosively, and the shockwaves tore through the bodies of countless blood-red cannibal ants. The system notifications rang incessantly, and as Xiang Wen observed the rapid accumulation of points on the system panel, his fighting spirit surged, and his murderous intent intensified. The host has slain 200 blood-red cannibal ants, earning points. The host has slain 400 blood-red cannibal ants, earning points. The host has slain 600 blood-red cannibal ants, earning points. Witnessing the ruthless slaughter of her offspring, the blood-red cannibal ant queen was filled with rage, letting out a furious roar as she charged towards Xiang Wen. With a cold snort, Xiang Wen remarked, do you really think that with just your single ant queen, you can impede my quest for points? You are utterly deluded. Suddenly, the essence of a war deity enveloped him. A layer of golden armor instantaneously cloaked the demon's form, as if a god of war had descended upon the realm. Xiang Wen clenched his demonic fist and charged towards the blood-red man-eating ant queen. Observing Xiang Wen's audacious advance, the ant queen, with her massive jaws adorned with sharp fangs, revealed a chilling smirk. Her forehead's vertical pupil abruptly opened, unleashing a crimson beam that shot directly towards the true form of the demon. Xiang Wen, undeterred, swung his demon fist fiercely at the crimson pillar of light. To his astonishment, the crimson pillar was indeed tangible, not an illusion. In the very moment his demon fist struck the red light, the pillar shattered into fragments, revealing the head of the blood-red, man-eating ant queen. A resounding explosion ensued, empowered by the dual forces of the war god and the true form of the demon. Xiang Wen's combat prowess was formidable. The blood-red ant queen was sent flying thousands of meters away. However, to Xiang Wen's surprise, despite enduring such a powerful assault, the blood-red ant queen remained unscathed. Shaking off the daze from the impact, she advanced toward him once more. He inquired with a hint of surprise. "Just how thick-skinned are you? I struck you with all my might, yet you emerged unscathed." The enraged queen of the blood-red man-eating ants retorted, "Human, you have thoroughly provoked my ire. I shall tear you apart and consume you piece by piece, ensuring you experience unfathomable agony." With a disdainful snort, Xiang Wen remarked, "Do you not fear your yellowed teeth shattering? Humans shall perish," roared the blood-red queen of the man-eating ants. Ignoring all defenses, she unleashed a devastating strike. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wen instantaneously activated the soul bone skill of the breaking army, which disregards defense. Tightening his grip as he unleashed a devastating blow with his demonic fist towards the blood-red ant queen. The impact was explosive, under the enhancement of the defense-ignoring strike. The ant queen was shattered, instantly dissolving into a mist of crimson, her existence utterly extinguished. Clink! The notification chimed as the ant queen fell, and Xiang Wen was awarded 5,000 points. Meanwhile, the members of the Shrek team formed a protective circle around Jia Zhu, fiercely resisting the relentless onslaught of the blood-red ants from all directions. With the death of their commander, the blood-red ant army was thrown into chaos, yet they continued to charge at the team with reckless abandon. Due to the ant queen's prior orders to eliminate the team, the Shrek members realized that they could not escape unless they eliminated these blood-red ants. Chapter 166 of Douluo Continent, Frenzied Slaughter. Kill. As Xiang Wen gazed upon the seemingly endless swarm of blood-red man-eating ants, a fierce battle spirit surged within him, prompting a wild roar. At that moment, the members of the Shrek team, all of whom were above level 70, unleashed their martial spirits in their true forms, valiantly slaughtering the relentless tide of blood-red ants from all directions. Faced with the tough exoskeleton and flesh of the formidable creatures, Tang San found his hidden weapons rendered ineffective and thus resorted to releasing his blue-silver grass and the Haotian hammer to engage in fierce combat against wave after wave of the blood-red ants. Daimubai transformed into his towering evil eye form, sweeping his tiger claws to eviscerate dozens of the blood-red ants, leaving them in tatters, lifeless on the ground. Ma Hongjun hovered in the air, his phoenix phantom unleashing a torrent of fireballs and fiery columns. The fireballs erupted amidst the ant horde, incinerating numerous blood-red ants into ashes, while the columns blazed like flamethrowers, scorching swathes of the swarm. As a close combat soul master, Wu stood guard around her comrades, systematically eliminating any ants that managed to slip through. Zhu Zhuqing, embodying a swift attack spirit master, transformed into a towering spectral cat, collaborating with Wu to slice the advancing blood-red ants into segments. Shimen Shui Shui and Yi Guqing, serving as the primary assault forces, operated like twin turrets, their blades and swords dancing in a flurry, cleaving through clusters of the ants ahead. Like a dream, Ma Hongjun soared through the air, transforming into a 10-foot-tall flame envoy, using his intense flames to incinerate every group of ants in sight. Meanwhile, as a healing soul master, Jiang Zhu wielded her healing staff, radiating multicolored beams of restorative light towards each member of the Shrek team. Although they remained unharmed, the healing light served to alleviate their physical fatigue. Under the enhancement of the true form of the demon, various soul skills were unleashed, mercilessly slaughtering the surrounding horde of blood-red man-eating ants. The first soul skill of the third soul ring, Holy Judgment, a colossal sword of divine light manifested from thin air, sweeping through the ranks of the blood-red ant legion, cleaving dozens upon hundreds of them in twain. Ding! The host has slain 158 blood-red man-eating ants, earning points. The second soul skill of the third soul ring, Demon Slash. A dark blade of light swept across the ground, and wherever it passed, the blood-red ant horde was instantly transformed into wisps of black mist, dissipating into the air. Ding! The host has slain 216 blood-red man-eating ants, earning points. The first soul skill of the fourth soul ring, Divine Radiance. A beam of divine light surged forward, shattering countless blood-red ants into fragments, creating a path strewn with their severed limbs. Ding! The host has slain 317 blood-red man-eating ants, earning points. The first soul skill of the fifth soul ring, Inferno Slash. A massive circular wave of fiery energy surged into the horde of blood-red ants, causing fiery splashes to erupt as it passed, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans and the rhythmic chimes of the system's notifications, intertwining to form a symphony of exquisite chaos akin to a hellish inferno. After nearly an hour of relentless slaughter, the battle was declared over when the Xiang Wentian spoke earnestly. Jiang Zhu employs her healing abilities to tend to the wounds of many and alleviate their fatigue. Jiang Zhu nodded, her healing staff radiating a resplendent five-colored light that enveloped all within its glow. Those bathed in the divine light of healing found their external injuries swiftly scabbed and shed, while the weariness within them dissipated entirely. He then said, "Rest in place for 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes, depart from the group." Upon issuing the command, Xiang Wen activated the devouring force within, and a dense black mist erupted from his body, surging wildly and spreading outward. Wherever the dark fog passed, the blood-red man-eating ants were instantly reduced to desiccated corpses. Once the devouring was complete and the black mist returned to his body, a melodious system notification suddenly echoed. Ding! The host has acquired an immense amount of soul power through the devouring skill. Soul power is now at capacity, achieving the 100th level of divinity. The host's entire soul power has been automatically transformed into divine power. However, as the host lacks a divine position, one must undergo trials to attain the true path to divinity. With a questioning demeanor, Xiang inquired, "How can one succeed in passing the trial?" Struck by lightning. The system's response was remarkably succinct, leaving Xiang utterly speechless. "Very well. Before undertaking the trial, I shall first enhance the longevity of my soul rings and procure a high-level soul ring." "Certainly. May I inquire to what age the host intends to elevate the soul rings?" "To a magnitude tenfold, a million-year level. Douluo Continent, the indomitable upgrade." Chapter 167, The Path to Godhood. Ding! The host has expended 135 million points, elevating the overall soul ring longevity to the million-year level. System. Please select a divine soul ring that is suitable for me. Ding! Currently, the most fitting divine soul ring for the host is. On the sidelines, Klopp was exceedingly irate, bouncing and leaping in a display of his dissatisfaction, naturally inciting a stern warning from the fourth official. This was indeed a serious admonition. For instance, if the vehicle ahead suddenly braked, it could be attributed to fatigue-induced drowsiness leading to an inadvertent application of the brakes, which would be quite troublesome. As for the following vehicle, a hasty misinterpretation of the accelerator as the brake could serve as an adequate explanation. Well, this is good. The development of the Tibetan regions exists solely in my dreams. Lu Basong wiped away his tears and nodded. Just 2 days prior, he had received news from his father, informing him of a new board member whose shares matched his own. Moreover, Jiwei, observing Yu Qin, discerned the preferences of the head of the Sinan public security system regarding subordinates. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the girl mentioned by Qiao Zhilan was already waiting in the lobby. The moment she spotted her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. She gazed up at the sky, inhaling deeply to alleviate the pressure in her chest, forcing her tears back into her eyes. Reflecting on this, a shadow of darkness flickered in Yun Qihan's eyes as she cast a sharp, icy glare at Yun Fangfei, akin to a drawn sword that severed the sound of Yun Fangfei's weeping. She had never anticipated that her son had genuinely fallen for Zixin, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Chu Jinran could not rein in her momentum, delivering a kick to Shi Wang's waist, causing Shi Wang to falter, nearly collapsing to the ground. On the journey back home, Wu Yang pondered the stringent border checks and how he might manage to return to the country. Placing him in the box like this would undoubtedly lead others to perceive themselves as traffickers of human lives. Under the moonlight, Aunt Wang's face flushed instantly, rendering her speechless. She did not flee, but lowered her head like a child who had committed a wrongdoing, despite her expression lacking brilliance or a commanding presence. Her youthful depth and restraint instilled a profound wariness in Wu Qiuemo. The enmity between the human race and the ghost clan has been cultivated over generations, perpetuated through the lineage's will. Moreover, the villages nestled within the desolate underworld have invariably faced oppression from the ghost clan, the demon tribe, and other races. Tang Shui swiftly seized a stone from her side and hurled it at the snow wolf. Though injured, her aim remained precise, striking the leading snow wolf squarely on the head. As darkness descended, I could no longer wait. I resolved to untie the rope bound to the stone, allowing it to dangle against the stone wall. Zhao Dezhi regarded Qin Lily with an expression of indifference, showing no concern for her apparent calmness at this moment. However, since the wine had been procured, it would be a shame to let it go to waste. Why not indulge oneself for once and drink to oblivion? Wu Yong tore open the packaging, twisted off the cap, and took several gulps. Qin Lily hastily assured Zhao Taizhu, her tone brimming with certainty and confidence, oblivious to the hint of politeness in his voice. It is essential to understand that the Fengyi royal family governs the empire. The annihilation of the Fengyi clan would signify political turmoil, heralding widespread conflict and chaos within the empire. Wu Mian stepped outside. And although Zhou Hui was dressed in casual attire, her waist was notably bulging, clearly concealing a weapon. Interactions among peers are inherently effortless. Jiang Yang occasionally strayed off topic, while Chu Chenyue's bizarre and peculiar logic made their conversations exceedingly enjoyable. Even when mealtime arrived, their chatter persisted, as if they had become the best of friends, sharing everything without reservation. Chapter 168, The Heavenly Tribulation. At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder roared, and as time progressed, the clouds thickened, intensifying the power of the lightning. With a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck toward the questioner with great speed. Xiang Wen observed the lightning without a trace of panic. Surrounding him were several radiant soul rings, particularly the iridescent one, which shone with extraordinary brilliance. In an instant, the true form of a towering demon, clad in golden armor, sprouting black and white 8 wings, and wielding the colossal divine sword, emerged. A massive beam of sword light illuminated the scene, instantly reducing the lightning in the void to nothingness. With a thunderous roar, the second bolt of lightning, even more formidable than the first, descended like a great vat of water, yet before the demon's true form, it appeared as delicate as a mere thread. Xiang Wen brandished the magnificent sword, and the second beam of sword light shimmered, instantaneously obliterating the lightning into nothingness once more. Twice the calamity struck. Yet not a hint of harm befell Xiang Wen. It seemed the heavens were growing increasingly irate. Dark clouds began to gather, and the lightning coalesced, forming a bolt as thick as a house, hurtling directly towards Xiang Wen. The previous 2 bolts of lightning were akin to the initial stage of divine realm prowess. Yet this third bolt displayed an overwhelming might, reaching the pinnacle of divine level strength. The onlookers below quivered under the residual force of the calamity. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in terror, "Such formidable lightning power! Brother, will you be turned into charcoal?" In response, Zhu Zhuqing delivered a sharp kick to Ma Hongjun's rear, sending him flying, and coldly retorted, "Dare speak such nonsense again, and I shall seal your ungracious mouth." Ru Meng gazed at the unparalleled might with unwavering resolve, declaring, "Brother, I believe in you. You will undoubtedly succeed. You promised to marry me, and you would never go back on your word." Tang San, weighed down by gravity, remarked, "Is this the nature of an attack at the divine level? It is astonishingly potent. Unbeknownst to us, one has surpassed us by such a margin. In both past and present, he remains the most gifted individual I have ever encountered." Jiang Zhu, filled with envy, remarked, "Ru Meng, I envy you. If only Xiang Wen were my boyfriend, how splendid that would be. To marry him is to aspire to be the strongest." As Xiang Wen faced the formidable might of the earthly tribulation, a profound gravity enveloped his heart. He unleashed a resounding roar, channeling all his divine energy into the colossal Caitian sword. In an instant, the sword erupted with resplendent 7-colored radiance, cleaving toward the calamity with unwavering determination. As the brilliant hues illuminated the surroundings, a cataclysmic roar resonated at the moment of collision, shattering the calamity into fragments. The vibrant light pierced through the thunderous tribulation, severing the ominous clouds above into 2 halves. The bifurcated clouds gradually dissipated, revealing a colossal eye formed of swirling lightning, which suddenly materialized to fix its gaze upon Xiang Wen before slowly fading away. At this juncture, Xiang Wen's back was drenched in cold sweat. The moment the eye appeared, he found himself rendered immobile, his body subjected to a mysterious energy scanning him repeatedly. Had the eye harbored any intent to kill, he would undoubtedly have met his demise on the spot. Once the tribulation was surmounted, a system notification abruptly echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully overcoming the tribulation, you have now ascended to the realm of a true divine master. Go forth and celebrate this momentous achievement." Xiang Wen, after surviving a perilous ordeal, exclaimed in anger, "I celebrate your sister. Do you have any idea that I was on the brink of death just moments ago?" Nevertheless, I must indeed celebrate the fact that surviving such a calamity surely heralds future blessings. Xiang Wen retrieved the true form of the demon and the colossal sword. Returning to the ground, as if in a dream, she rushed over with concern. Brother, are you all right? Xiang, with a subtle smile, reassured, rest assured. Not only have I emerged unscathed from the confrontation with the thief, but my divine power remains largely intact. Dai Mubai congratulated him, saying, Xiang, congratulations on achieving divinity. You are the first among our Shrek team to attain this status. Let us hasten our steps to see if there are any towns ahead, where we can celebrate your achievement. Both Dai Mubai and the others were elated for Xiang, as from this moment forth, the Shrek team boasted a divine expert. Tang San approached and patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder, smiling, now that Xiang has attained divinity, we must also strive to improve. Otherwise, if we lag too far behind, we shall become a burden to him. Everyone nodded in resolute agreement. Xiang, are you weary? Allow me to use my healing staff to alleviate your fatigue. Jiangzhu softly suggested, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Xiang Wen gently shook his head and said, Jiangzhu, thank you, but I am not fatigued. Let us hasten our journey. Upon hearing his words, Jiangzhu felt a tinge of disappointment, yet she followed the group onward. Chapter 169. The street vendor Yi Fan. After a while, the group finally emerged from the vast and dense forest, revealing before them a colossal city that soared into the clouds. This city rivaled the fallen Great Xia dynasty, with its walls adorned with exquisite reliefs depicting dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and myriad floral and faunal motifs, showcasing the artistry of ancient civilizations in all their splendor. The massive city gates, crafted from an unknown material, exuded an overwhelming sense of weightiness, shimmering with a golden-green hue. Above the entrance, for black and gold characters loomed, exuding a magnificent aura. A throng of formidable soldiers stood guard at the gates, meticulously scrutinizing all who sought entry. The line of newcomers stretched long before the city gates, a testament to the city's bustling prosperity. The group joined the queue, and after approximately half an hour, they finally reached the front. The gatekeeper, with a commanding tone, declared, to enter the city, a fee of 10 copper coins is required. He inquired as he retrieved a gold soul coin from the storage soul guiding device. Do you think this coin is acceptable? The city gate guard took the gold coin, glanced at it, and muttered to himself, what sort of coin is this? I seem to have never encountered it before. A soldier standing nearby remarked, what does it matter what kind of coin it is? If it's gold, it's valid. The soldier holding the gold coin replied, wait a moment, I shall fetch you some change. Xiang Wen shook his head and replied, no need, it's not just me. My brothers and sisters behind me also wish to enter the city. The guard soldier, eyeing the gold coin in his hand, grinned and said, all right, hurry in. The gold soul coin, crafted from pure gold, allowed the guard to admit 10 individuals into the city, a lucrative gain for him. As the Shrek group entered the city, they marveled at the bustling streets lined with shops, where the vibrant exchange of goods and lively chatter filled the air. The enticing aroma of steamed buns and the pungent scent of stinky tofu wafted through the atmosphere. Come play at our Yihong courtyard for a while, sir. Chui is waiting for you, lost in thoughts of tea and meals. Ma Hongjun, upon seeing the Yihong courtyard, was overtaken by desire, gazing at the ladies within, drooling uncontrollably. With a lewd expression, he turned to Xiang Wen and suggested, brother, how about we sit at Yihong courtyard for a bit? Ru Ming immediately retorted, get lost, you fat oaf. Our one would never go to such a place. Wu placed her hands on her hips, pointing accusingly at Ma Hongjun. You glutton. You can't even walk past such a place without being distracted. If you want to go, go by yourself. Don't drag our son along. After being berated by Ru Ming and Wu, Ma Hongjun fell silent, his expression one of feigned innocence, which, combined with his pig-like features, struck a comical note. Just then, Xiang Wen spotted a familiar figure, disheveled and clad in a Taoist robe. It was Duanda. Source Stone. A superb source stone. A handsome young man in a short, scholarly robe was fervently hawking his wares. At that moment, Duanda approached with a greedy smile and said, isn't this Master Yi Fan? Do you remember this humble Taoist? Yi Fan regarded Duanda with disdain and replied, why is it that you're everywhere? You already robbed me of my treasure in the Emperor's tomb. And now you wish to steal my source stone as well? Duanda smiled amiably. Stealing is such a harsh term. Your source stone is fated to be with me. Possessing it will only bring you misfortune. It would be best to hand it over to me, and I shall chant scriptures day and night to dispel your calamity. Yi Fan, now incensed, retorted, bah? You deceitful old Taoist, if you dare take my source stone, I will fight you to the end. Young man, do not be angry. Anger harms the body. I am only trying to save you, Duanda replied soothingly. Xiang Wen, observing from the side, shook his head repeatedly and stepped forward, saying, everything is destined to connect with you. The courtesans of the Yiheng courtyard are fated for you, yet you do not venture there. Simultaneously, Xiang Wen conveyed to Ma Hongjun, go to the Yiheng courtyard and summon several young ladies for Duanda, quickly. Ma Hongjun, somewhat perplexed, did not inquire further and proceeded to the Yiheng courtyard to fetch the ladies for Duanda. Upon turning, Duanda recognized the speaker as Xiang Wen and smiled. Ah, it is you, benefactor Xiang. Before he could finish, Xiang Wen interjected, I shall not converse with unscrupulous Taoists who disregard the precepts. Step aside. Xiang Wen approached Yi Fan and inquired, how much do you sell the source stones for? I do not sell them. I only engage in barter, Yi Fan replied. Oh, may I ask what you wish to exchange for? Xiang Wen probed further. Elixirs, techniques, and treasures, Yi Fan responded. Xiang Wen delved into the depths of the consciousness sea system, spending 1,000 points to acquire a body cultivation technique titled Titanic Devil Body. He inquired, could you take a look at this cultivation method and see if it is possible to exchange it? Yi Fan accepted the tome of the Titanic Devil Body and examined it attentively for a moment before responding, indeed, it can be exchanged. Consequently, Xiang Wen collected the hundreds of diverse source stones that Yi Fan had laid out and stored them within his soul guiding device before turning to leave. Yet, before Xiang Wen could take more than a few steps, Duanda hurried after him, his face alight with avarice, saying, Infinite Honorable One, Master Xiang. These hundreds of source stones are fated to be mine. If you purchase them, it will only bring you misfortune. It would be far more appropriate to entrust them to me. Turning back, Xiang Wen pointed to the figure behind Duanda and exclaimed, Duanda, your sister has arrived. Duanda offered a faint smile, not turning around, and replied, I have no sister. The Taoist brother, Zuihua, has come. The Taoist brother, Lu, has arrived. The Taoist brother, Juhua, is here as well. Before he could finish his sentence, a group of young ladies from the Yiheng courtyard rushed over, encircling Duanda. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Wen joined the members of the Shrek team and proceeded forward together. Chapter 170. We are all Earthlings. The group meandered through the streets for quite some time before ultimately deciding on an inn to rest for the night, planning to continue their journey the following day. This inn was named the Glorious Inn. Although its name seemed rather commonplace, the decor was undeniably opulent. The Glorious Inn stood as an 8-story hexagonal pagoda. Apart from the ground floor, which served as a dining area, the 2nd to 8th floors were dedicated to accommodations. Upon entering the inn, a young attendant wearing a round hat and gray attire, draped with a cloth over his shoulder, greeted them with a smile, asking, esteemed guests, will you be dining or lodging? We would like a private room for dining first, and then we'll stay the night, Xiang Wen instructed. Of course. Please, right this way. The attendant replied with a professional smile. Guided by the attendant, they arrived at room 8, a number considered auspicious, symbolizing prosperity. As they opened the small door to the room, they were greeted by a round dining table adorned with a pristine white cloth, surrounded by 10 chairs. The floor was made of polished bamboo, gleaming and impeccably clean. A subtle floral fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating their senses and compelling them to inhale deeply. Shiwu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, relishing the scent. How delightful! What kind of flower is this? Its fragrance is truly unique, she inquired. The attendant respectfully answered, this is a local specialty flower known as Wanli Chun. Its sole benefit is to uplift one's spirits. We display this flower in the Glorious Inn to ensure our guests enjoy their meals in a cheerful mood. Ma Hongjun picked up the menu from the table, glanced through it, and declared, bring us one of everything delicious and refreshing that your establishment offers. Certainly. Please hold on a moment. The attendant responded with a beaming smile as he closed the door to the private room and went to inform the kitchen. For the attendant, encountering such generous guests was a rarity. The more dishes ordered, the pricier they became, resulting in higher commissions for him. On the walls hung 12 flower baskets, each containing a bouquet of Wanli Chun. The number 9 signifies extremity, while 12 represents completeness. The Glorious Inn's attention to detail reflected its exceptional service and exquisite decor, leaving no room for criticism. As everyone settled down, Ru Ming inquired, brother, what was the purpose of exchanging source stones with that young man? What use do source stones serve? Xiang Wentian smiled faintly and remarked, indeed, it serves a significant purpose. I utilize this source stone precisely to enhance your cultivation speed. The source stone is an energy crystal formed over the years by gathering the essence of heaven and earth, the quintessence of the sun and moon. When you cultivate, you can absorb the essence from the source stone and refine it into your own soul power, which is exponentially more efficient than solitary practice. Tang Xin expressed his astonishment. Does that imply that the source stone is akin to precious heavenly treasures? It is, in fact, a type of mineral treasure, Xiang Wentian replied with a smile. Ma Hongjun eagerly interjected, Brother Tian, please distribute some to us. I intend to use it for my cultivation tonight, striving to swiftly elevate to the 70-level soul sage realm. Xiang Wentian observed Ma Hongjuan's impatient demeanor and shook his head, saying, Do not rush. There is enough for everyone. Subsequently, Xiang Wentian distributed hundreds of source stones evenly among the group. The moment each person received their share, they felt the gentle yet powerful energy emanating from the stones, stirring a profound excitement within their hearts. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. The group assumed that their meal was ready to be delivered. But upon opening the door, they were surprised to find Yufan standing there. Xiang Wentian stood up and inquired, My friend, how did you arrive here? What did you say? Yufan responded in astonishment. Xiang Wentian suddenly recalled the term brother, which these natives could not possibly comprehend. Thus, he came to a startling realization and inquired, Brother Yi, how did you manage to come here? However, Yufan did not directly respond to Xiang Wentian's question. Instead, he uttered two words that left Xiang Wentian astonished. Earth. Startled, Xiang Wentian instinctively exclaimed, China. To his surprise, the two grew increasingly animated, their excitement mounting. The Great Wall, Yufan declared with fervor. The Forbidden City, Xiang Wentian responded enthusiastically. Beijing, Yufan continued, brimming with excitement. Shanghai, Xiang Wentian echoed, equally exhilarated. Then, in unison, they exclaimed. Fellow townsmen, Xiang Wentian requested a chair from Xiao Air, allowing Yufan to take a seat beside him. Yufan, where is your hometown? He inquired. I am from Beijing, Yufan replied with enthusiasm. I hail from Hebei, so we are not far apart, Xiang Wentian exclaimed excitedly. How did you arrive here? He further questioned. Yufan sighed. I fear you may laugh at my tale. I came here in a coffin. My friend, your tastes are rather peculiar. To travel here in a coffin, I must admit, while intoxicated, I am in awe of you, Xiang Wentian laughed. And you, Xiang Wentian? How did you come to be here? Yufan asked. After I died, I simply opened my eyes and found myself here, Xiang Wentian replied. The others, seated nearby, listened in confusion, but Tang San was struck by a profound realization. He was not the only traveler from another world. Both Xiang Wentian and the youth named Yufan were also transplants. Amusingly, Yufan had arrived in a coffin. How had he not suffocated? Rumeng, unable to comprehend their conversation, interjected, Brother, what do you mean by traveling through? Is this about the Great Wall or the Forbidden City? What is all this? Xiang Wentian cast a casual glance and remarked, it's nothing. As the saying goes, when fellow townsfolk meet, tears brim in their eyes. After dinner, Xiang Wentian and Yufan engaged in delightful conversation, reveling in each other's company until the late hours of the night, before retiring to their respective quarters. Chapter 171. The rascally King Qing Yaojin in the early morning, just as dawn broke. The pale blue sky was still adorned with a few scattered remnants of stars. Xiang Wentian rose early, ordering breakfast for everyone, and subsequently awakened each individual in turn to prepare for the meal. After breakfast, the group commenced a new day's journey. As Xiang Wentian settled the bill and stepped out of the inn with the group, he noticed Yufan, clad in flamboyant floral shorts, engaged in his morning ablutions. Xiang Wentian bid farewell to Yufan, saying, Fellow townsmen, I must take my leave. May our paths cross again in the vastness of this world. Yufan inquired. Given your direction, are you heading to the 9 domains, specifically Mount Hua? Nodding at Xiang Wentian, he said. We are bound for the 9 domains Huashan to partake in the contest for the rankings. Yufan responded earnestly, You may go ahead, once I have resolved my own matters. I too shall make my way there. Wishing you a safe journey. Waving farewell to Xiang Wentian, Yufan echoed the sentiment with a similar gesture. Farewell. After bidding farewell to Yufan, Xiang Wentian led the group out of the capital of the ancient Hua dynasty, continuing their journey into the distance. As they departed, a sense of melancholy lingered within Xiang Wentian's heart. For both him and Yufan, this encounter marked the first meeting with a fellow countryman in this foreign realm. The joy of reuniting with an acquaintance in an unfamiliar land is indeed a blessing in life, and the sorrow of parting is a sentiment universally shared. The group encountered little trouble on their journey, occasionally warding off one or two wild beasts that dared to disturb them with ease. By midday of the following day, they stumbled upon a lush green expanse, which upon closer inspection revealed a sprawling peach orchard, its trees flourishing with abundance. It was the autumn season, and the landscape was awash in vibrant hues of peach pink, a sight truly enchanting. Among the trees, one stood out remarkably, laden with large, ripe peaches that resembled the blushing cheeks of a shy maiden, tempting enough to make one yearn for a taste. The scorching sun bathed the earth in warmth, as the trees, adorned with their brilliant red fruits, peeked out from the sea of green, offering a cheerful countenance. They blushed with delight and bowed gracefully under the weight of their bounty, bestowing a delightful sweetness upon the weary travelers in this hot summer. Xiao Wu, bubbling with excitement, tugged at Tang San's sleeve and exclaimed, "Tang San, look at all the peaches." Ru Ming, holding Xiang Wentian's hand, pointed towards the orchard and joyfully urged, "Brother, there are so many peaches. Please help me pick a few. I want to eat." Even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing couldn't suppress a faint smile in the face of such beauty and the alluring peaches. Jiang Zhu, with her composed demeanor, observed the scene, her expression revealing a strong desire to taste the peaches. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was the most impatient of all, dashing into the orchard to pluck several large peaches, devouring them eagerly while exclaiming, "Delicious! So fragrant, so sweet, so delightful." As Xiao Wu playfully dragged Tang San into the orchard, they were about to indulge in the ripe fruits when Xiang Wentian chuckled, "If you wish to eat peaches, remember they have fuzz. Wash them before consuming." With a wave of his hand, an endless force of nature converged, summoning a stream of fragrant water from the heavens to cascade over the peach grove, cleansing the fruits thoroughly. The group ventured into the orchard, and Xiang Wentian picked a large, rosy peach, handing it to Ru Ming with a smile, "Go ahead and enjoy." Ru Ming accepted the peach, her face glowing with happiness as she took a bite. Just as they were savoring the sweet fruit, a gruff voice suddenly boomed. "Who are these wild children daring to eat the peaches from my old Shang's orchard? Have they grown tired of living?" Looking up towards the sky, one beheld a figure upon the shaded path, a visage dark as coal, with indigo complexion and vermilion brows, clad in bronze helmet and iron armor, astride a yellow bull, wielding a formidable golden axe, bellowing with a fearsome ferocity. At first glance, he resembled a dread spirit from the heart of Africa, evoking an unsettling chill. Xiang Wentian politely addressed the man, saying, "Good sir, we have traveled from afar and are truly parched. We were unaware that this peach orchard belonged to you, and we seek your understanding." The burly man with a grim visage retorted fiercely, "Do not call me sir. Address me as master. This expansive peach orchard, spanning several hundred acres, belongs entirely to me, Cheng. Since you have partaken of the fruit from my trees, it cannot be without recompense. Surrender all your valuables, or I shall not hesitate to take your lives." Xiang Wentian's expression turned icy as he inquired, "Could it be that this esteemed gentleman intends to seize our wealth?" The burly man, known as Cheng Yaojin, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Who is unaware that I, old Cheng, am the master of plundering the heavens above, the earth below, and even the very air in between? Within a radius of several hundred miles, who has not heard of my infamous title, the Demon King Cheng Yaojin? You rascally youngsters should hand over your money willingly. Otherwise what?" Xiang Wentian interjected coldly. Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Otherwise, I shall cleave you in two." Xiang Wentian scoffed, "You have no money, but you offer a life. Come on then." Chapter 172, Marching Forward Relentlessly. "You foul brat, with your obstinate words. Let me show you how I can cleave you in two," Cheng Yaojin declared as he leapt from the back of the yellow ox. He spat into his palm and smeared the saliva upon the axe blade and his hair, adopting a flamboyant pose that exuded an air of superiority and disdain. With a peculiar yet rhythmic gait, he spun like the wind, launching a horizontal strike towards Xiang Wentian. The members of Shrek had no intention of offering assistance. Upon observing Cheng Yaojin, they recognized that he was merely a faade of gold and jade, hollow within, a pretentious individual, fierce in appearance yet lacking in true cultivation. Xiang Wentian, devoid of even the activation of his martial soul, struck with sheer physical might against the blade of Cheng Yaojin's axe. The formidable technique of body refinement, Songtian body, was immediately manifested. With a resounding crash, Cheng Yaojin was sent hurtling 20 meters away, his hands trembling and his grip on the axe faltering, sending it soaring into the heavens, vanishing from sight. Had Xiang Wentian not held back, Cheng Yaojin would surely have met his demise on the spot. Moreover, had it not been for the recent merging of realms, individuals lacking any cultivation would have long been eradicated by the world. Cheng Yaojin, trembling, managed to rise. His heart racing with panic at the realization that a mere youth could possess such overwhelming strength. He thought to himself, it would be wise for me, old Xiang, to make a hasty retreat. Thus, feigning composure, Xiang Wentian declared, youngster, I have yet to eat today, so wait for me. Once I have satisfied my hunger, you shall see how I deal with you. Xiang Wentian gazed at Xiang Wentian and shook his head, saying, do not venture out to commit robbery again. The world you once knew is no longer the same. Otherwise, should you meet your demise, you would not even comprehend how it transpired. Xiang Wentian snorted disdainfully, mounted his yellow ox, and with a swift crack of the whip on the beast's flank, departed with an air of defiance. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek, amidst the peach grove, harvested a selection of peaches, storing them within their soul-guiding devices for sustenance along their journey. After traversing the peach orchard, they continued onward into the distant horizon. As they walked along the path, Xiang Wentian addressed the group, have you all noticed something peculiar? Upon our exit from the Spirit Hall, we encountered numerous teams bound for the 9 domains Mount Hua. Yet now, not a single one has come into view. Tang Sin pondered aloud. Could it be that we departed too early and are progressing too swiftly? Other teams may either still be preparing or have been left in our wake. It is unlikely, Dai Mubai interjected, his expression hardening as a sudden realization struck him. He continued gravely, we have faced numerous dangers along the way. Had it not been for Wentian's formidable strength, we might have perished on the journey. Ma Hongjun chimed in. Indeed, especially in the Joyous Forest. Were it not for Brother Tian vanquishing the majority of the blood-red man-eating ants, we likely would have been exhausted there. At this point, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but feel a wave of trepidation wash over him. With a narrowed gaze, Xiang Wentian solemnly stated, do you truly believe that if the contest for the rankings were initiated by our Shrek team, we would allow them to ascend the ranks with ease? He continued, absolutely not. If it were up to me, I would undoubtedly impose formidable obstacles and select only the most formidable contenders to rise to prominence. Tang San, unable to contain himself, interjected. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, Wentian, are you suggesting? Xiang Wentian smiled gently and nodded, saying, indeed. It is not that the number of teams heading to the 9 domains Mount Hua has diminished, but rather that most have been eliminated along the way. Surely, we are not the only ones who wish to appreciate the scenery while journeying. The answer is unequivocally no. Upon reaching the 9 domains Mount Hua, we will undoubtedly encounter formidable opponents. This is why I have repeatedly urged you to devote yourselves to training diligently. Ma Hongjuan's expression darkened as he replied, Brother Tian, are you implying that there are still dangers awaiting us ahead? Nodding towards Wentian, he replied, it should be so. Dai Mubai patted Ma Hongjuan's shoulder and said calmly, what is there to fear? Combat is the most expedient way to enhance our cultivation speed. Haven't you noticed that after each battle, our overall strength significantly improves? Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of anxiety and awkwardly replied, it's not that I'm afraid. I'm merely concerned that the monsters and spirits may hinder our progress. Xiaowei chuckled softly and remarked, oh, fatty, your fear is already evident on your face, yet you claim not to be afraid. Look at Sister Jiangzhu. As a support-type soul master, she shows no sign of fear whatsoever. What do you have to be afraid of, being a boy? Ma Hongjun turned to glance at Jiangzhu, and upon seeing her offer him a gentle smile, he felt an even greater sense of embarrassment. Xiang Wentian encouraged the crowd, saying, there is no need for fear. As long as we unite our efforts, we shall inevitably reach the majestic Mount Huashan in the 9 domains. Cast aside such thoughts, keep your gaze fixed ahead, and march forward resolutely. When soldiers come, we will counter them. When water arrives, we shall dam it. Upon witnessing Xiang Wentian's calm demeanor, the group felt as though they had a sturdy support, dispelling any lingering fears and quickening their pace onward. Faced with the unknown perils ahead, not a single person dared to claim they felt no trepidation. Ru Ming silently conveyed to Xiang Wentian, brother, do you not feel even the slightest bit of anxiety? Xiang Wentian smiled faintly and spoke to Ru Ming, saying, to claim that I feel no tension would be disingenuous. I am, after all, a person of flesh and blood, subject to the full spectrum of emotions. However, as the captain, I must not display any signs of anxiety. If I were to exhibit even the slightest hint of nervousness, what would the members of our Shrek team think? Ru Ming understood and nodded slightly, reflecting that indeed, those not in a position of authority often do not concern themselves with such matters. The greater the capability, the heavier the burden of responsibility. Chapter 173. Ningrongrong 3 days later, a majestic mountain loomed before them, with a serene canyon cutting through its center, leading to the other side. Within the canyon, the air was thick with the essence of swordplay and vibrant colors swirled around, accompanied by the sounds of fierce combat. The group exchanged glances, and Xiang Wentian declared, "Let us proceed to investigate." Xiang Wentian surged ahead, leaping forward with great agility, while the others hastened to follow, some running with their spirits soaring. Although the mountain loomed colossal, and the canyon stretched long and foreboding, infused with a palpable aura of menace, it mattered little to Xiang Wentian's swiftness. With merely a few beats of his wings, he could effortlessly reach the heart of the canyon. As Xiang Wentian soared above the heart of the canyon, he beheld a multitude of stone beings, each towering at 3 meters, besieging an elderly man and 2 young companions. At that moment, the trio was on the brink of peril, for their primary source of offensive strength was the venerable elder. With a long sword in hand, he deftly slashed at the encircling stone entities, yet they seemed impervious to defeat, scattering only to reassemble, launching relentless assaults upon the defenseless trio below. The 2 youthful companions remained steadfastly shielded by the elder's unwavering protection. Xiang Wentian gazed into the distance with a mixture of excitement and astonishment. For the 3 figures before him were none other than familiar acquaintances, the sword-fighting Douluo Continent, along with Ning Rongrong and Oscar. In that moment, Qinshin was filled with urgency, felling the surrounding stone people while deliberating on a strategy. Among the multitude of stone people attacking them, there must surely be a stone spirit. If he could locate and eliminate the stone spirit, the remaining stone people would cease their assault on their own accord. Ning Rongrong, wielding the 7-treasure glazed tower, tirelessly supported Qinshin. However, due to Qinshin's overwhelming strength and her own position as an advanced support, her soul power was depleting at an alarming rate. Now on the brink of exhaustion, she gritted her teeth to persevere. At that critical juncture, a smile from Xiang Wentian unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. It is often said that in times of crisis, one recalls their most cherished loved ones. Could it be that Wentian is the one I hold dear? Overwhelmed by the severe depletion of her soul power, she slipped into a hallucinatory state just before losing consciousness. A faint smile of bliss gracing her lips. Memories of Xiang Wentian, the warmth of his smile, his every gesture, and the words he had once spoken, flashed continuously in her mind. Nearby, Oscar clutched a sausage in each hand, trembling as he pointed at the stone people. You, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll smash you with my sausages. Old sword, the stone people are coming again. Help. At that moment, Oscar had not exhausted much of his soul power, thus far. Qinshin had yet to consume a single one of his recovery sausages, having only provided a few to Ning Rongrong. Yet, as her soul power drained rapidly from her advanced support role, no amount of Oscar's recovery sausages could remedy the situation, rendering them as a last resort for escape. As the wielder of the 7-killing sword, Qinshin's pride was formidable. The dignity of his title as a title Douluo forbade him from retreating before reaching the final step. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of sword energy, cleaving the advancing stone person in 2. Yet, within mere seconds, the stone person reassembled itself at the same spot, rising once more to launch an attack on the trio. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiang Wentian immediately unleashed his demonic angelic form and bellowed as he charged downward. The Shrek team, Xiang Wentian is here. Following closely was Ru Ming, who exclaimed in shock, "It's Rongrong. Rongrong, I have come to support you." Upon hearing Ru Ming's cry, the others instinctively thought of the fierce battle ahead and realized that Ning Rongrong was in peril. They needed to rescue her. In an instant, the group surged forward, rallying behind Xiang Wentian to confront the stone golems besieging Ning Rongrong. The Shrek team, Dai Mubai is here. The Shrek team, Tang San is here. The Shrek team, Ma Hongjun is here. As Xiang Wentian transformed into the formidable form of a 100-foot-tall demon angel, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the multitude of stone beings below. With a resounding crash, countless stone figures were sent scattering in all directions, some disintegrating into mere ashes on the spot. However, to Xiang Wentian's astonishment, the system notification failed to sound, indicating that these stone beings were not vanquished. The sword Douluo Qian witnessed the colossal demon angel and heard the fervent cries of the Shrek team, realizing that reinforcements had arrived. Yet, upon seeing the 10 radiant soul rings encircling Xiang Wentian in his demon angel form, he was struck with profound astonishment, the notion of divinity flashing through his mind. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing Xiang Wentian's roar, smiled sweetly before collapsing into unconsciousness. Oscar, thrilled by the arrival of the Shrek team, was suddenly thrown into disarray upon noticing the unconscious Ning Rongrong, his heart filled with deep concern. Chapter 174. Stone Spirit. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong in a state of unconsciousness, Xiang Wentian commanded, Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun. You five shall safeguard Jiang Zhu as she makes her way to Ning Rongrong, so that she may administer healing. The five nodded in agreement, collectively shielding Jiang Zhu as they advanced into the fray. At that moment, the sword Douluo Continent urged, quickly locate the stone spirit and eliminate it. The stone golem shall collapse without a fight. Xiang Wentian engaged in combat with the surrounding stone golems, extending his consciousness to survey the area. Yet he found no signs of life among them. He turned to the sword Douluo Continent and remarked, there are no signs of the stone spirit in this canyon. Where could it possibly be? Continent had already scanned the canyon countless times with his spirit consciousness, also failing to locate the stone spirit. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The stone spirit must be concealed somewhere, controlling these golems. It could either be hidden within the mountains or beneath the ground. He then advised Xiang Wentian, blast open the mountains and penetrate the earth. The stone spirit is likely concealed within the rock or the soil. With that, he unleashed his 9th spirit ring's 2nd spirit ability, Primal Tremor. Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, Xiang Wentian unleashed a cataclysmic force. He soared into the heavens, leaping an astonishing 90,000 miles, and dove from the sky with fists clenched, delivering a strike imbued with unparalleled might upon the earth. The impact resonated like the explosion of an atomic bomb, sending a shockwave rippling outward. Countless stone figures disintegrated into mere ashes, while Shrek's members and Chen Xian were hurled several dozen miles by the ferocity of this force. They shielded Jiang Zhu and Ning Rongrong, but were still flung away by the onslaught. Subsequently, the entire mountain and ground began to tremble violently, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 10. With such tremendous vibrations, the mountain fractured, and magma erupted from its depths. Following this, an unearthly wail pierced the air, which Xiang Wentian swiftly detected. Turning his gaze, he beheld a fire-red stone orb, roughly the size of a soccer ball, soaring from the molten depths. With a swift motion, he soared into the air and seized the figure, exclaiming, "Are you not the stone spirit?" The stone spirit, trembling with fear, replied, "Please do not take my life. I am merely famished and seek to consume a few souls to quench my hunger. To the heavens, I inquire, how many lives have you taken?" "I have never taken a life," the stone spirit responded in terror, for he dared not admit to such deeds. If he spoke the truth, the human before him would undoubtedly not hesitate to end his existence. With a thunderous voice, he admonished Xiang Wentian, "Cease this nonsense. You have never taken a life. Yet you have grown to this stature. However, it matters little. I can see that the fire elements within you are abundant. Soon, I shall find someone to refine you. No, please spare me." The fire spirit pleaded in terror. Xiang Wentian harnessed his psychic power, propelling himself directly into the core of the stone spirit. Upon encountering Xiang Wentian's consciousness, the stone spirit's essence dissipated entirely, vanishing into the ether. Instantly, the world was cleansed, devoid of the stone spirit's dissonant pleas for mercy, transforming instead into a sphere radiating a rich aura of fire elements. Ding! Host has slain the stone spirit, earning 100,000 points. The system notification chimed. Yet Xiang Wentian paid it little heed, merely scoffing softly. He pondered, had your power surpassed mine today, would you have spared me? The answer was undoubtedly no. To survive in this realm, the only path forward is relentless self-improvement. At that moment, those who had been thrown back by the shockwave returned once more. Sword Douluo Continent, leading the charge, approached Xiang Wentian. Upon observing the stone spirit in Xiang Wentian's grasp, which was as large as a football, he expressed his astonishment. "I had no idea this stone spirit was so massive. It must be no less than 100,000 years old, a true soul beast. No wonder I was no match for it." Turning towards Xiang Wentian, Chen Xian smiled and remarked, "I am grateful for your timely arrival. Otherwise, I would have been worn down here. With the stone spirit present, escape would have been impossible." With a smile, Xiang Wentian retrieved the stone spirit and said, "Grandfather Jian, why must you be so modest? With your prowess, it would be a mere trifle for you to lead Ning Rongrong and Oscar to safety. Besides, Rongrong and I are comrades. Encountering this situation, we are bound to offer our assistance." At that moment, the others approached. Ning Rongrong inquired, "Brother Tian, how is it that you possess 10 soul rings? Have you ascended to divinity?" Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "It is merely a stroke of luck." "What luck could that possibly be?" "Merely a fluke," Ma Hongjun exaggeratedly remarked, turning to Ning Rongrong and animatedly declaring, as if he had ascended to divinity himself. Rong. You have no idea. Our captain is not only a 100-level deity, but has also received celestial acknowledgement, achieving divine enlightenment. Oscar expressed his astonishment. That's incredible. I understand the concept of becoming a 100-level deity, but what does achieving divine enlightenment entail? Similarly, Sword Douluo Continent expressed his confusion. I am aware that one can ascend to godhood at 100 levels, but I have never heard of anything called achieving divine enlightenment. Chapter 175, The Dreamlike Power. Xiang Wentian smiled and explained, prior to the convergence of the realms, one could attain divinity upon reaching the 100th level. However, since the realms merged, a new heavenly Tao has emerged. Now, not only must soul masters achieve the 100th level, but they must also pass the trials set by the heavens and endure the tribulations to attain divinity. This process is known as the proof of the Tao to become a deity. Soul masters who have successfully navigated these heavenly trials possess greater strength in battle compared to those who achieve divinity solely at the 100th level. Hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Sword Douluo Continent replied with a grave expression, Wentian, since you have endured the tribulation, how formidable was its power? Xiang Wentian remarked, the power of the first two tribulations is merely equivalent to that of the first and second levels of the divine realm. Yet the third tribulations might escalate directly to the pinnacle of divinity. Jian Douluo Chen's heart was filled with astonishment as he responded. Followed by a sigh, the path of cultivation for us soul masters is fraught with challenges. Who could have anticipated that after the merging of realms, ascending to divinity would become even more arduous? Xiang Wentian consoled, Grandfather Jian, there is no need for such despair. This is merely my solitary experience of transcending tribulations. Perhaps when you ascend to divinity in the future, your power will not be as formidable. Jian Douluo Continent shook his head and sighed in resignation. Achieving divinity is far from simple. I fear there is little hope for me in this lifetime. Ning Rongrong approached and tugged at Qinshin's sleeve, saying, Grandfather Jian, do not lose heart. As long as you strive earnestly and have no regrets, that is what truly matters. Jian Douluo Continent looked at Ning Rongrong, who resembled his granddaughter, and smiled kindly. Rongrong understands me best. Dai Mubai inquired, Rongrong, how did you come to be here? Ning Rongrong replied, because Grandfather Jian is participating in the ranking battle. I found it intriguing and decided to accompany him. Tang Sen asked, why did Grandfather Bone not come to the ranking battle? Rongrong laughed, covering her mouth. Grandfather Bone originally intended to attend, but the 7 Treasures Glaze Tile sect requires strong guardians. Thus, Grandfather Jian proposed a one-on-one duel, with the victor proceeding to Jiuyu Huashan to partake in the ranking battle. Xiaowu ran over and grabbed Ning Rongrong's sleeve, saying, Rongrong, you are still as lively and playful as ever. At that moment, Xiang Wentian retrieved a stone spirit the size of a soccer ball and approached Ru Ming, saying, you shall refine it. I will protect you. Ru Ming took the stone spirit into her hands, feeling its intense heat and weight. Is this truly a stone spirit? The potency of the fire element is so rich, I sense my seraphim martial soul quivering with excitement, as if it has encountered a sumptuous feast. Xiang Wentian gazed at Ru Ming, who was cradling the stone spirit in silence, seemingly deep in thought. He inquired, what troubles you? Nothing, Ru Ming replied, shaking her head. She seated herself cross-legged and commenced the soul refinement of the stone spirit. At that moment, a circle of onlookers formed, standing vigil to protect her. As a supreme fire attribute soul, Ru Ming's martial soul, the seraph, possessed the ability to devour all flames in existence and convert them for her own use. Flames of exceptional intensity erupted from her seraph martial soul, enveloping the stone spirit as the refinement began. Initially, there were no signs of the stone spirit melting or diminishing. However, as time passed, the stone spirit gradually began to dissolve, the potent and fervent essence of fire being slowly consumed by Ru Ming's seraph. Concurrently, her cultivation soared, and her fire attribute intensified, as if on the brink of a transformative evolution. After 2 hours, just as Ru Ming was nearing completion of the refinement, her seraph martial soul unexpectedly underwent a mutation. The originally crimson seraph radiated a magnificent golden light, transforming into a dazzling entity with flames of gold ascending majestically. Once the refinement concluded, Ru Ming opened her eyes, retracting her seraph martial soul and rising to her feet. Ning Rongrong approached, having witnessed the end of the refinement, and asked, Sister Ming, has your martial soul evolved? With a smile, Ru Ming nodded. I feel that the power of my fire attribute martial soul has increased by over 10-fold. Xiao Wu chimed in. I sense a significant boost in your soul power. What level are you at now? 83. Ru Ming exclaimed with excitement. 83. A full 10 levels gained. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Sword Douluo Continent remarked nonchalantly. This is quite normal. She has consumed a stone spirit that is 100,000 years old. Although this mineral is not a soul beast, it is classified among the rarest treasures of heaven and earth. A soul master with a fire attribute martial soul can rapidly enhance their soul power, provided they withstand the formidable fire energy of the stone spirit. The crowd nodded in understanding. Ru Ming playfully winked at Xiang Wentian and said, "Brother, quickly assist me in crafting a 100,000-year fire attribute soul ring. It must possess formidable power." Xiang Wentian immersed his consciousness into the system space, allowing the system to procure a soul ring of the 10,000-year twin fire dragon leopard for Ru Ming. Upon absorbing the soul ring, he would gain the formidable skill known as the Fire Flame Heaven Slash, whose power was truly terrifying. At that moment, Sword Douluo Continent expressed his bewilderment. Crafting a soul ring? Ru Ming nodded and explained. After Xiang Wentian acquired his 9th soul ring, he obtained a unique ability, the ability to create soul rings, although he can only produce one 10,000-year soul ring at most. 10,000-year soul ring! Exclaimed Qianxin, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar in unison. Ru Ming continued. The 10,000-year soul ring created, upon absorption, does not enhance or amplify soul power in the slightest. However, there is also no danger when devouring the soul ring. In summary, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. Sword Douluo Continent breathed rapidly, utterly astonished. He thought of Xiang Wentian, who not only possessed extraordinary talent but also wielded such an incredible ability. Although he was currently the Pope of the Spirit Hall, his conduct suggested he was an upright man. Even if he could not dominate the world in the future, he would surely become a formidable figure. I must find a way to have Rongrong marry him. That way, he would become our 7 treasure glazed tile school's son-in-law. When the disciples of our sect require soul rings, it would be an effortless endeavor. And perhaps the soul rings he creates will change the fate of our auxiliary system soul masters. At that moment, Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and retrieved the 10,000-year soul ring from the system space. Ru Ming observed as the soul ring slowly floated above the ground. He then seated himself and silently began to absorb the crimson 10,000-year soul ring. While others had previously witnessed Xiang Wentian crafting soul rings and were not particularly surprised, Sword Douluo Continent, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar were left speechless upon seeing this 10,000-year soul ring. The sight of the crimson soul ring further solidified Qianxin's resolve. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, filled with excitement, realized that in the future, acquiring soul rings would no longer necessitate hunting soul beasts. They could simply request them from their captain. Moreover, they could obtain 10,000-year soul rings, and the more they contemplated, the more exhilarated they became. An hour later, Ru Ming finished absorbing the soul ring, opened his eyes, and stood, smiling at the others. Ning Rongrong approached, taking Ru Ming's hand, and inquired, "What is your 8th soul skill? Please demonstrate it for us." With a slight smile and a nod, Ru Ming stepped forward into the open area of the canyon, soaring into the air. 8 soul rings materialized around him, particularly the 8th red soul ring, which radiated a dazzling brilliance. The Fire Flame Heaven Slash, a brilliant golden red flame energy blade, was unleashed towards the canyon's ground. With a deafening roar, a massive chasm, 1,000 meters long and several meters deep, manifested in the canyon, leaving everyone in utter awe. Ning Rongrong gasped, covering her lips in disbelief, and exclaimed, "Is this truly the power of a 10,000-year soul ring? It is astonishingly terrifying." As Ru Ming retracted her martial soul and returned before the crowd, she proudly declared, "Did you see that? This is the power of the soul ring crafted by my brother, a skill of instantaneous slashing." Each time Ru Ming mentioned Xiang Wentian, a smile of contentment would grace her face. Who wouldn't desire an exceptionally talented fiancé? As Xiang Wentian remarked, "All right. We have lingered here for quite some time. Let us continue our journey." The group nodded in agreement and proceeded forward. Chapter 176. The 9 Styles of Divine Punishment. Along the way, with the additions of Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Jian Daoqianxin, the atmosphere became significantly more vibrant. While the others engaged in cheerful conversation, Xiang Wentian felt an inexplicable void. Ever since he acquired the colossal Qie God sword, he had yet to discover a swordsmanship style that suited him. Thus, during their travels, he immersed his consciousness into the system marketplace to select a sword technique tailored to his needs. Upon entering the system marketplace, a dazzling array of sword techniques overwhelmed him. The Starry Sky Sword Art, rank, Primordial Infinite, created by the Starry Sky Sword God, consists of 12 forms. Mastery of this technique can shatter galaxies and dissolve chaos, wielding terrifying power. It is recommended for peak Supreme Realm practitioners. Price: 999, 999, 999 points. The Heavenly Abyss Wild Sword Art. Rank: Advanced Sacred Level. Crafted by the ancestor of the Blood Sea and Nether River, comprises 36 forms. Mastery of this technique can obliterate the wilds and reverse the 9 domains, possessing immense power. It is recommended for peak Sacred Realm practitioners. Price: 999, 999, 999 points. The Purple Sky Divine Thunder Sword Art. Rank: Advanced Divine Level. Devised by the Jade Emperor. Consists of 72 forms. Mastery of this technique allows one to command the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, making it an unparalleled choice for cultivating thunder attribute techniques. It is recommended for peak Divine Realm practitioners. Price: 99, 999, 999 points. This is impossible. I desire each and every one of them, he lamented. Yet my points are limited and cannot be squandered frivolously. Perhaps it is best to allow the system to make a selection for me. Ding. Currently, the host's realm is divine level. It is recommended that the host cultivate the 9 styles of divine punishment sword art. Upon observing the 9 divine sword techniques of heavenly punishment, one finds that this intermediate divine tier martial art was conceived by the revered Thunder Punisher. It comprises 9 distinct forms, and mastery of its entirety enables the wielder to command the wrath of heavenly lightning, exhibiting formidable power. This technique is particularly suitable for practitioners at the initial to intermediate stages of the divine realm. The price is set at 666 points of contribution. Without hesitation, Xiang Wentian chose to purchase knowledge, thus compensating for his shortcomings in swordsmanship. Upon seeing his dwindling points, he felt a twinge of anxiety. These points represented his currency, and an insufficient balance left him with an unsettling sense of insecurity. Time flew by, the sun and moon danced in their eternal cycle, and before long, another month had elapsed. Throughout this period, the group faced numerous challenges, yet, thanks to the presence of Xiang Wentian, a formidable being, they navigated through them unscathed. Suddenly, the resonant chimes of bells echoed, and the group gazed into the distance where a temple came into view. The temple lacked grandeur and appeared somewhat worn, yet it emanated an imposing aura replete with profound Taoist essence. Above the entrance, the character for Tao caught their eyes, and upon seeing it, Xiang Wentian felt as though he were witnessing the cosmos, the genesis of planets, the emergence of life, and the fierce clashes of countless warriors. On either side of the entrance hung couplets rich with meaning, seemingly encompassing the essence of the myriad paths. The first line read, "The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things." The second line proclaimed, "Man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, Tao follows nature." At that moment, a voice, both majestic and ethereal, resonated. "Congratulations on overcoming numerous obstacles to arrive here. This will be your final trial before reaching the 9 domains of Mount Huashan. Successfully passing through this gate will grant you entry into the contest for the rankings. Failure means all is lost, and your lives will be forfeit. Let us begin." Abruptly, the temple vanished, the authoritative voice ceased, and before them stood a vast and desolate mountain range. The mountains were devoid of flora and fauna, merely a colossal accumulation of stones, projecting an aura of chilling terror. Oscar trembled, stammering, What is this place? Where has the temple gone? Who spoke just now? Could there be ghosts? What if we turn back?" Zhu Zhuqing gave Oscar a swift slap to the back of his head. Irked, "Turn back? We've come this far. If you utter such defeatist words again, I'll deal with you." The most composed among them were Chen Xian and Xiang Wentian. Chen Xian, with a grave expression, remarked, "That voice seemed to belong to the heavenly Tao. Since this is the final trial, it is undoubtedly significant. We must unite and avoid straying too far from one another. With our concerted efforts, I believe we can succeed." The group nodded in agreement, and Xiang Wentian declared, "As captain, I will take the lead. We shall advance in a triangular formation. I will be at the forefront, with Grandpa Jian and Ru Meng flanking me. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing will follow closely behind, while Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Xiao will protect Jiangzhu, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong within the formation." Shimin Shui and Yi Gucheng took the rear as the group nodded in agreement, collectively advancing towards the distant mountains. Chapter 177. The final barrier. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they beheld a sparse scattering of bones. As they ventured further, the remains became increasingly abundant. Raising their gazes, they discovered a thick layer of skeletal remains blanketing the entire range, a sight that stirred an unsettling chill within their hearts. Most of the bones remained intact underfoot, indicating that the deceased had not long succumbed. It appeared that countless expeditions en route to the 9 domains Mount Huashan had met their demise here. The sight of such an overwhelming accumulation of remains caused an involuntary trepidation among the group. How many lives must have been lost to create such a mountain of corpses? Reflecting on this grim reality, Xiang Wentian commanded, "Exercise caution and remain vigilant." Be prepared. Xiang Wentian gestured for everyone to halt, and they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Oscar and Ma Hongjun trembled, a sudden urge to relieve themselves overwhelming them, followed by a warm stream trickling down their trousers. The nearest to them, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, wrinkled their noses in disgust. Xiao Wu muttered in revulsion, "You two are utterly pathetic. How could you wet yourselves?" Just then, a peculiar cackling echoed once more. "Delicious food has arrived. Children, come forth and indulge in your feast." In an instant, an army of enormous spiders emerged from beneath the bones, their grotesque forms adorned with human-like faces. Cloaked in black, they bore shimmering blue runes that danced across their bodies. Their 8 legs, sharp as spears, glistened with a chilling light. The sheer number of spiders was overwhelming, uncountable, with the weakest among them boasting an age of 30,000 years, while the most formidable reached a terrifying 100,000 years. In that moment, the term human-faced demon spider resonated in the minds of all present. Xiang Wentian spoke gravely, "This must be a creature cultivated by the heavenly Tao, the humanoid demonic spider. Everyone, maintain your formation and charge forward." In an instant, countless spiders leaped into the air, as humanoid demonic spiders surged from both the sky and the ground, launching a relentless assault on the crowd. With a direct invocation, Xiang Wentian unleashed his demonic angelic form, wielding the colossal Shuchue divine sword, effectively blocking 80% of the oncoming man-faced demon spiders. Beneath the razor-sharp brilliance of the sword, countless arachnids were cleaved into fragments. The war god's presence enveloped him in a resplendent golden armor, amplifying Xiang Wentian's combat prowess manifold. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered, casting an inky shroud over the sky. To the others in Shrek, it felt as if heaven and earth were on the verge of merging. Suddenly, the heavens erupted with flashes and roars, lightning striking down with the ferocity of a whip, instilling a sense of dread. At last, a brilliant lightning bolt erupted like a sword, slicing through the sky, illuminating the pitch-black expanse. From afar, it appeared as though the very essence of the demonic angel manifested within the dark, oppressive clouds. As thunderous roars echoed through the cosmos, it resembled the very collapse of the heavens, with myriad bolts of lightning cascading down. In that moment, Xiang Wentian bellowed, "Heaven's punishment, 9 forms." First form, thunder commanding lightning wind. Countless crackling bolts converged upon the Shuchue divine sword, transforming Xiang Wentian into a veritable god of thunder. As he surged forward with lethal intent, a terrifying beam of lightning, charged with the essence of tempestuous winds, cleaved through the horde, reducing the man-faced demon spiders to mere voids, revealing an expanse crackling with electric energy before the onlookers. The sword Douluo Continent was astounded. As was Ning Rongrong and Oscar, all present were left in awe. Was this the overwhelming power bestowed upon one who had transcended to divinity? It was a terror so profound, it seemed insurmountable. Ding. Host has slain 80 man-faced demon spiders, earning 800,000 points. Host has slain 120 man-faced demon spiders, earning 200,000 points. Host has slain 240 man-faced demon spiders, earning 400,000 points. Despite the magnitude of Xiang Wentian's strike against the relentless tide of the undaunted man-faced demon spiders, the impact was but a drop in the ocean. The group fought valiantly amidst the dense onslaught, struggling to advance. Oscar tossed an assortment of sausages, varying in size and hue, to his comrades, replenishing their soul power while enhancing their combat strength. Holding the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Ning Rongrong emitted radiant beams of color to bolster their strength, speed, soul power, and defenses. Upon witnessing injuries among her allies, Jiangzhu promptly activated her healing staff, mending their wounds. Together, with unwavering resolve and harmonious coordination, they pressed onward against the overwhelming tide. Chapter 178. The Man-Faced Demon Spider King. Thunderous roars echoed once more. The heavens were shrouded in an impenetrable veil of ominous clouds, where lightning writhed and roared like furious dragons, blurring the boundaries between sky and earth into an indistinguishable abyss. The thunder's growl began as a low, muffled rumble, rolling ominously across the desolate landscape strewn with bones, until it erupted into deafening cracks that split the very fabric of the firmament. A suffocating miasma of malevolence merged with the ink-black storm, casting a pall of dread over the land, choking the daylight with its ghastly presence. The densely clustered human-faced spiders, seemingly agitated by the thunder's resonance, faltered in their advance, their movements growing erratic and sluggish. Then, a piercing shriek sliced through the air, a command, and the arachnid horde surged forward once more. Heaven's wrath, second form, storm's howl. The serpentine bolts of lightning wove together into a crackling net of divine retribution, their deafening roar shaking the earth. Countless spiders convulsed and collapsed, stunned by the celestial fury. In an instant, the tempest coiled into a blinding pillar of light, descending upon the mountains like the judgment of gods. Boom! A monstrous mushroom cloud erupted, soaring into the heavens, carrying with it the mangled remains of the spiders in a grotesque rain of blue blood and severed limbs. The stench of gore and the suffocating aura of slaughter turned the battlefield into a scene from the deepest pits of hell, a nightmare of carnage that would sicken even the most hardened souls. Ding! Host has slain 200 human-faced spiders. 2,000,000 points acquired. Host has slain 400 human-faced spiders. 4,000,000 points acquired. Host has slain 600 human-faced spiders. 6,000,000 points acquired. Screeches and chittering, mechanical and relentless, echoed through the storm. The Spider King, witnessing the unprecedented slaughter of its kin at the hands of these intruders, seethed with wrath. Never before had humans resisted so fiercely, never had they butchered so many. And among them, that demonic angel at the forefront, a true spider slayer. If they were allowed to leave, the Spider King's reign would be forever shamed. With a furious roar, it lunged, its 8 spear-like legs wreathed in dark energy, gleaming with murderous intent. Swordmaster Dustheart's gaze snapped upward. His face paled. Beware, he bellowed. 100,000-year human-faced Spider King. The group turned as one, their eyes widening at the monstrous arachnid descending upon them, 10 times larger than its lesser kin, its limbs like obsidian lances, dripping with malice in the promise of annihilation. As lightning blazed from the depths of Xiang Wentian's eyes, 2 tangible bolts of thunder erupted forth. He brandished the colossal sword, the giant K, while behind him, the 8-winged demon angel fervently flapped its wings, surging towards the descending visage of the demonic Spider King in the sky. The void left by the triangular formation was swiftly filled by the resolve of the sword Douluo, Dustheart. With a roar directed at the heavens, he invoked the 3rd style of heavenly punishment, the howl that shatters thunder. In that instant, the deafening roar of thunder ceased, and the brilliance of lightning vanished, plunging the world into utter darkness. The next moment, a resounding clap of thunder erupted, piercing the silence with its ear-splitting resonance, illuminating the sky in a brilliant flash. Above Xiang Wentian's head, a transparent small sword soared into the sky, merging with the lightning and transforming into a colossal sword forged from pure electricity. The immense blade descended with force, piercing the back of the faceless Spider King, causing it to plummet from the sky, impaled into the ground. This was the 4th style of heavenly punishment, thunderous slash of heaven. At that moment, the faceless Spider King felt an excruciating pain coursing through its body and soul. As if it were on the verge of dissolution, it roared in agony, desperately attempting to rise, but a brilliant flash of lightning cleaved it in 2. In the instant following the demise of the faceless Spider King, the ground began to tremble violently, as if the very earth were quaking. The colossal mountain range split apart, creating an abyssal chasm that widened ominously. Boom, boom, boom. A pillar-like spider emerged, crashing down upon the flanking mountains, soon followed by a second and third. A gargantuan faceless spider erupted from the depths of the chasm, dwarfing even Xiang Wentian in his 100-foot demon angel form. As the massive faceless spider fully emerged, countless smaller spiders prostrated themselves in reverence, as if they were witnessing their emperor. The enormous creature cast a disdainful gaze upon the onlookers, its eyes brimming with loathing, sending shivers down their spines. With a voice that dripped with contempt, it declared, "Humans, you dare to slay my subordinate? I shall make you regret ever setting foot in this world. My subjects will consume you alive, forcing you to endure the terror of death and the agony of endless suffering." Chapter 179, The Divine King, Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian disdainfully remarked, "Look at you, so repulsive. What a waste of that human visage. Judging by your physique, you must be the human-faced demon spider monarch. Since I have already dispatched the demon Spider King, allow me to accompany you on your journey to oblivion." At that moment, apart from Xiang Wentian, The others were engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. It was not that they lacked the courage to fight, rather, the overwhelming presence of the ancient human-faced demon spider monarch, who had existed for over 100 millennia, crushed their spirits and extinguished their fighting confidence. Arrogance. Die! Roared the human-faced demon spider monarch as its colossal spider legs, akin to celestial pillars, came crashing down upon them. After enduring a grueling battle, Xiang Wentian's divine power had been significantly depleted. He swiftly activated the Buddhist realm within his palm. A golden aura radiated throughout the heavens and the earth, harnessing the elemental forces to serve his will. Within this realm, his divine power was boundless. As long as the realm persisted, his strength would be inexhaustible. You all retreat. I shall withstand it, Xiang Wentian bellowed, soaring into the air to confront the human-faced demon spider monarch. Celestial punishment, 9th technique, 5th form, thunder shatters all loss. A shield entirely composed of lightning enveloped Xiang Wentian, rendering him impervious to harm. Celestial punishment, 9th technique, 6th form, wrathful thunder that shakes the heavens. In an instant, the skies erupted with thunderous roars, and the atmosphere crackled with lightning, illuminating the overcast firmament as if it were midday. The thunder rumbled and coalesced until it formed an immense ball of electrical energy, plummeting towards the human-faced demon spider monarch with the force of a comet striking the earth. Upon witnessing the impending onslaught, the human-faced demon spider monarch furrowed its brow. It raised its head, unleashing a beam of azure light towards the descending lightning sphere. Meanwhile, its two massive spider legs, resembling celestial columns, scythed towards Xiang Wentian in a menacing crosscut. Should he be struck, Xiang Wentian would be cleaved asunder. Xiang Wentian soared into the air, barely evading the oncoming attack, and roared with fury. 9th style of heavenly punishment, 7th strike, celestial seal. The atmosphere crackled with a tempest of lightning, intertwining to form a colossal net that enveloped the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the world was illuminated as brightly as day. Even the unfathomable abyss was aglow with the brilliance of the electric storm. The immense lightning net descended swiftly, ensnaring the faceless demon spider monarch and rendering him utterly immobile. Xiang Wentian was acutely aware of the formidable cultivation of the faceless demon spider monarch. The celestial seal would not restrain him for long. However, for Xiang Wentian, even a fleeting moment was sufficient. 9th style of heavenly punishment. 8th strike, the descent of divine retribution. As Xiang Wentian's eyes widened in astonishment, he let out a formidable roar. Dark clouds rapidly congregated in the sky, coalescing into a dense mass. A colossal pillar of white lightning, the size of a football field, descended from above, striking the back of the humanoid spider emperor with tremendous force. A resounding explosion erupted, giving rise to a mushroom cloud as an immense shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern. Countless smaller humanoid spiders were obliterated in an instant, disintegrating midair upon encountering the shockwave. Ding! The host has slain the humanoid spider emperor, earning 888 points. The host has vanquished 1,000 humanoid spiders, earning 10,000 points. The host has defeated 3,000 humanoid spiders, earning 30,000 points. The host has eliminated 6,000 humanoid spiders, earning 60,000 points. The members of Shrek, witnessing this cataclysmic shockwave, were struck with terror, momentarily forgetting to evade the impending danger. However, Jian Daochenshin, with his wealth of combat experience, was unfazed by the apocalyptic scene. He shouted, "I am as a sword." A magnificent 7-killing sword materialized before the group, inverted and standing tall, shielding them from the onslaught of the shockwave. Suddenly, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour of blue blood rain and chunks of flesh, burying those who could not escape in time beneath the gruesome deluge. After vanquishing the spiders in this realm, Xiang Wentian unleashed his devouring skill, emanating a dense, dark magical aura. Wherever this malevolent energy swept through, the bodies and flesh of countless humanoid spiders were reduced to mere desiccated remains. Ding! The host utilized the devouring skill, consuming 1,000 humanoid spiders and acquiring 1,000 divine power points. Due to the host's excessively high level, the soul rings could not augment his abilities. Ding! The host employed the devouring skill once more, consuming 3,000 humanoid spiders and gaining an additional 3,000 divine power points. Ding! The host activated the devouring skill yet again, devouring 6,000 humanoid spiders and receiving 6,000 more divine power points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Your current divine level is 101. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Your current divine level is 102. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Your current divine level is 103. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the realm of the Divine King. Your current divine power level is 119. Thunder and lightning entwined, the winds howled with fury, shattering the heavens with thunderous roars. The tempestuous bolts cleaved through the sky, unleashing cataclysmic divine thunder. Name: Xiang Wentian. Level: Divine King, Demonic Angelic Deity, Martial Soul, Demonic Angel Divine Power. Level 119, 9666, 810-0000. Soul Rings. Orange. Duration: 16, 666, 666 years. 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 Rainbow. Duration: 16, 666, 666 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill: Spatial Lockdown, Time Stasis. Second Soul Skill: Angelic Glory, Demonic Fury. Third Soul Skill: Angelic Judgment, Demonic Sky Cleaver. Fourth Soul Skill: Angelic Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill: Angelic Flame Slash, Demonic Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill: Angelic Stupa, Angelic Meteor Fall. Seventh Soul Skill: True Form of Martial Soul, True Form of Demon. Eighth Soul Skill: Annihilating Strike, Obliteration of All. Ninth Soul Skill: Force that Shatters the Nine Heavens, Primal Tremor. Divine Level Soul Skill: God-Slaying Sword. Unlimited Usage. Soul Bones: Demon Angel War God Skull, Demon Angel War God Backbone. Demon Angel War God Left Arm, Demon Angel War God Right Leg, Demon Angel War God Left Leg, Pijuan Demon S Defense Bypassing Right Arm. Soul Bone Skill: War God Manifestation, Fusion Skill of the Demon Angel War God Soul Bone. Defense Bypass, Pijuan Strike, Skill accompanying the Pijuan Demon Right Arm Bone. Divine Techniques: Buddha's Palm. Heavenly Punishment 9 Styles. Points: 666618288. Cultivation Method: True Scriptures of the Demon S Annihilation, Sovereign Body of the Azure Sky. Ability: Devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Upon closing the system panel, Xiang Wentian witnessed a rather ludicrous scene. He observed the members of Shrek emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as if they were uprooting radishes, accompanied by a series of popping sounds. Although Xiang Wentian was inclined to laugh, he restrained himself upon seeing Jian Dao Qinshin, as respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a virtue worthy of honor. Chapter 180, atop the summit of Huashan in the Nine Domains. The group emerged from the mountain of dismembered flesh, spotting the smiling Xiang Wentian in the distance. Xiao Wu shook off the remnants of flesh and blue blood clinging to her, exclaiming in disgust, "How foul! This is revolting. Tang San, hurry and find some water to help me clear." Upon hearing Tang San's call, Xiang Wentian nodded and declared, "Since rain is to fall, let it pour with great vigor." With a flick of his hand, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, and a fierce wind howled. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning cleaved the heavens, followed by a thunderous roar that shook the earth. In an instant, torrential rain cascaded down, weaving the space into an unbroken net of rain, leaving everyone drenched, washing away the remnants of flesh and blue blood. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently, the immense vibrations causing many to struggle to maintain their footing. Massive fissures on the Earth's surface gradually converged and vanished amidst the intense quaking of the mountains. Shortly thereafter, a radiant golden light slowly emerged in front of the mountain range, its brilliance overwhelming. As the golden glow dissipated, a colossal golden portal came into view, resplendent and magnificent, surrounded by 9 golden dragons that spiraled and danced in the air. Ethereal sounds resonated in the air, and golden lotuses descended from the heavens, evoking the sanctity of a celestial realm. Upon the golden portal, two couplets exuded profound resonance, majestic in their expression. The first line proclaimed, "The Tao transcends the tangible realm of heaven and earth." The second line continued, "The altar resides within the ethereal void." Upon gazing at this couplet, Xiang Wentian felt as though his consciousness was about to immerse itself within its depths. A faint and ethereal voice resonated within his heart. There are myriad paths, yet none are the same. Amidst the mundane world, the heart remains vacant. Sever the 7 emotions to overcome the 8 sufferings, and reignite the 6 desires of love and hatred. Suddenly awakened, Xiang Wentian found himself contemplating the notion that he was being urged to renounce the world and become a Taoist priest. However, he resolutely rejected such an idea. He could not betray his beloved, for he longed to save her life and had a beautiful existence awaiting his exploration. At that moment, the ethereal voice sighed and vanished, never to be heard again. Boom, boom, boom. The 12 chimes resonated through the heavens and the earth. Yet the crowd did not feel the slightest tremor of fear at the sudden tolling. Instead, upon hearing the bells, a profound sense of tranquility and solemnity enveloped their hearts. The trials and tribulations of 81 challenges had been fulfilled, leading them to ascend the golden gates atop Mount Hua. Calamity and fortune are intertwined, and the fortunes of merit depend solely on individual effort and determination. A majestic and elusive voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the assembly, abruptly rousing them from their serene and harmonious reverie. As Xiang Wentian gazed up at the heavens, he discerned no trace of any figure, his heart resolutely affirming that it must be the voice of the celestial Tao, perfectly resonating with the sound that had just echoed within his mind. At that moment, Jian Daochenshin, fixing his gaze upon the golden gate of the 9 dragons, declared with unwavering conviction, "For this moment, we have sacrificed so much. Let us enter." The instant the group stepped through the golden gate of the 9 dragons, the scene before them transformed dramatically. Majestic snow-capped peaks loomed, their brilliance renowned from afar. Blossoms danced amidst the clouds, vibrant in hue, while birds soared and settled beside ancient pines. Unique lilac flowers bloomed resplendently, scattered like pearls and jade azaleas. Dragon scales shimmered with azure waters, the reflections in the jade lake resembling the heavens. Verdant branches dotted the distant ridges, and faintly, red lotuses swayed at the horizon. An avalanche startled the deer at the slope's edge, while the roar of a tiger sent the geese soaring from the valley below. What a magnificent domain of the 9 regions! The Huashan Mountain. Upon reaching the summit of Huashan, they beheld a colossal arena suspended above the peaks, its material an enigma, neither gold nor jade, yet exuding an opulent golden hue that conveyed an indescribable grandeur and immeasurable value. Surrounding the arena were 108 vast observation platforms, stretching across the void and encircling the grand stage, seemingly forming a grand formation reminiscent of the Bagua. At this moment, numerous teams had already taken their positions on the observation platforms, engaging in animated discussions, as if they were destined to claim the top spot for themselves. Ahmedba, I. The burning lamp, proclaimed that in this battle for the ranking, the top position can only belong to the Western Pure Land. The burning lamp Buddha radiated with myriad golden lights, his dignified visage embodying the serenity of an ancient monk in deep meditation. Burning lamp, you shall not seize the top position. As long as I, the Taoist of no heaven, stand here, your Western Pure Land shall not prevail. The top position rightfully belongs to me. The Taoist of no heaven was enveloped in a swirling aura of demonic energy, his resolute and handsome features illuminated with the glimmer of a king, clad in resplendent black and gold robes that accentuated his formidable presence. In this world, who reigns supreme if not my demonic lord? As for the rightful claim to the top position, it undoubtedly belongs to me and my brother, Douluo Continent. The two stood apart, one clad in black and the other in white, the demon lord surrounded by ominous energy, while Douluo Continent shimmered with divine light. Even before the battle for the ranking commenced, the atmosphere was thick with tension as all prepared to vie for the top position 1 month hence. Chapter 181. A gathering of the strong. The members of Shrek found an unoccupied observation platform and approached it, standing atop as they observed the other teams bristling with anticipation, ready to contest the coveted top position. The Shrek group could only shake their heads in disbelief at the palpable intensity among the various teams. Xiang Wentian surveyed his surroundings, finding no familiar faces, and thus closed his eyes to cultivate, gradually immersing himself in his training. As Xiang Wentian entered his meditative state, the members of Shrek also began to focus on their own cultivation, preparing for the impending ranking battle a month hence. Wielding Tinzuan. This viewing platform holds a special significance for me. I kindly ask everyone to vacate the space. After an indeterminate passage of time, an exceedingly irritating voice suddenly pierced the silence. The members of Shrek opened their eyes. Xiang Wentian gazed around and discovered that the 108 spectator platforms were now filled with people, some seated, some standing, some whispering among themselves, and others eagerly preparing for the spectacle, each displaying a unique demeanor. In front of the platforms, he spotted a Taoist priest standing imposingly, prompting Xiang Wentian to exclaim in astonishment, "Shameless Duanda, how is it that you still live?" Duanda's face immediately darkened, and he said irritably, "Infinite Heavenly Sovereign, I, a humble monk, am living quite well, yet you wish for my demise. What is your intent? Your intentions lie in the foul mire. If you are fated to encounter them, hasten to retrieve them." Xiang Wentian expressed his disdain. Every time he encountered Duanda, an overwhelming sense of aversion washed over him. This fellow incessantly proclaimed his supposed connections, akin to a bandit, evoking profound disgust. "Please, good sir, mind your words, otherwise, upon your demise, you may find yourself condemned to the abyss, facing the punishment of having your tongue severed," Duanda intoned, shrouded in an air of inscrutable wisdom. "Then may I inquire, esteemed Taoist, what does this incessant talk of connections have to do with the abyss? What utterances are deemed worthy of such a fate?" Xiang Wentian retorted indignantly. "Infinite Heavenly Lord, all 3,000 paths are indeed the way. As a humble practitioner of the way, I hold the right to utilize all manifestations of the 3,000 paths. Thus I share a profound connection with all things in the world." The members of Shrek could no longer endure the audacity of this individual, whose shamelessness reached an unparalleled level, resorting to such brazen sophistry. "Such sophistry!" Dai Mubai exclaimed in fury, intending to teach Duando a lesson, when suddenly an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. The pressure of the heavenly way. The spectators exclaimed from the 108 observation platforms. Xiang Wentian gazed at Dai Mubai with solemnity and cautioned, "Mubai, restrain your impulses. Engaging in combat before the designated time is deemed disrespectful by the heavenly Tao." The members of Shrek Academy collectively held their breath for Dai Mubai. Simultaneously, the back of Dai Mubai's robe was thoroughly drenched in cold sweat as he realized how insignificant he felt beneath the heavenly Tao's gaze. Had he succumbed to his fury and acted rashly, he would have been utterly annihilated by now. This chilling realization sent a wave of retrospective fear coursing through him. Meanwhile, from the surrounding observation platforms, some spectators watched with malicious glee. To them, the elimination of a single contender by the heavenly Tao meant one less rival in the upcoming ranking war. In their hearts, they secretly wished for the demise of every participant, envisioning an effortless path to the coveted top position. The ultimate prize of the ranking war was merit, a treasure beyond compare in this world. Accumulating such vast merit through virtuous deeds alone would require countless millennia, time they could ill afford, as cultivation demanded their undivided attention. Having witnessed the heavenly Tao's intervention and Shrek Academy's refusal to yield their spot, Duanda had no choice but to slink away in defeat, seeking another observation platform as a so-called fated participant. Following this incident, the Shrek team abandoned their cultivation efforts, quietly awaiting the commencement of the ranking war. Days later, all 108 observation platforms were packed to capacity, with even the surrounding mountain slopes teeming with cultivators of diverse origins and appearances. Among them, Xiang Wentian recognized many familiar faces: Xiaoyan, Yifan, Lin Fan, and even the legendary Duga Qiubai from the Heaven Do Royal Academy. The renowned duo from Divine Wind Academy, Feng and Yun, as well as Huiyun Xieshan from Blazing Fire Academy, were also present. To Xiang Wentian's surprise, even Linas and Celia had arrived, accompanied by 4 burly swordsmen exuding an aura of ferocity. Each of these warriors wielded a distinct blade, ranging from a short sword, a long sword, a great sword, to a luminous lightsaber. Xiang Wentian found it perplexing that Linus, the village chief of Douluo village, could possibly be in such a place. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that this individual was indeed Linus, the only explanation being that he was a reclusive master. Chapter 182. The ancestor Hongjun. At that moment, Wu Wu from the Academy of Flames lifted her gaze to see Xiang Wentian scanning the crowd below. A flutter of excitement stirred within her heart, for her dream lover was just above, filled with a mix of exhilaration and uncertainty. She finally summoned the courage to send a message to Xiang Wentian. "Wentian, you all have arrived quite early. There are even seats available at the viewing platform." Xiang Wentian heard the voice transmission and recognized it as Wu Wu. Glancing downward, he saw her smiling playfully at him, with a faint smile of his own. He responded through the same telepathic means, "Indeed. We arrived a month early. How did you manage to make it here?" Hearing Xiang Wentian's reply, Huowu felt her heart race uncontrollably, two faint blushes blooming upon her cheeks. With a nervous tremor in her voice, she replied, "It was my ancestor, the fire cloud evil god, who escorted us here. The journey was perilous indeed. Had it not been for his protection, we would never have made it." As Huowu spoke, Xiang Wentian's gaze fell upon an elderly man standing at the forefront of the Blazing Fire Academy delegation. The venerable figure possessed crimson locks as fiery as his namesake, his countenance bearing the majestic bearing of the legendary Guan Yu, clad in resplendent vermilion robes embroidered with golden dragons. An aura of divine radiance shimmered around him, undeniable proof of his status as a deity-level master. Sensing Xiang Wentian's observation, the elder lifted his head and bestowed upon him a knowing smile, transmitting his voice directly into the young man's mind. "So you are the Xiang Wentian who occupies Huowu's waking thoughts and dreams? Not bad at all. Your potential is remarkable. Esteemed Elder Huiyun, the venerable patriarch, you are cordially invited to grace the illustrious Huiyun noble house with your esteemed presence." Xiang Wentian was taken aback in his heart. Daydreaming? Xiang Wentian did not take the old man's words to heart, merely nodding at him cordially. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the ranking competition had arrived. The summit of Mount Hua was teeming with people, the crowd so vast it spilled down to the mountain's base. Judging by the sheer numbers, cultivators from sects and factions across the continent had gathered, no fewer than 500,000. Only 10% of those who had set out to compete for the rankings had made it here. The remaining 90% had perished along the way. The path of cultivation was arduous, more treacherous than scaling the heavens themselves. Silence. A hoary and ethereal divine voice descended from above. As the crowd lifted their gaze, they beheld an ancient sage with flowing white hair and beard, suspended effortlessly in the void. His countenance, smooth as polished ruby without a single wrinkle, radiated benevolence. Eyes twinkling like celestial stars, a nose embodying the essence of the Tao, and lips shaped with Buddhist serenity. His entire form was gracefully enveloped in the orthodox robes of the Tai tradition. "I am Hongjun, the Venerable One proclaimed, known to many as the Patriarch of Tao. By decree of the Heavenly Way, I preside over this ranking contest. This marks the inaugural competition since the fusion of realms, to be henceforth convened every century. Today, 48,888 fortunate souls shall compete, an exceedingly auspicious number indeed. The contest shall proceed through elimination duels. Shortly, each participant shall bear a numerical insignia. Those bearing matching numbers shall ascend the platforms to engage in combat. Let it be known that in the dance of fists and feet, fate alone governs life and death." With a sweeping gesture, the patriarch transformed the singular grand arena overhead, dividing it first into 2, then 4, then 8, until countless platforms filled the firmament. This effortless display of power left the assembled multitude awestruck. While many below possessed the ability to multiply objects, none could match the patriarch's flawless execution, his casual mastery serving as undeniable testament to his unfathomable cultivation. Suddenly, crimson numerals materialized upon Xiang Wentian's chest, 888. Observing this fortunate sequence, the young man's lips curled into a triumphant smile. An exceedingly propitious omen, he mused inwardly. Fortune shall smile upon me this day, wealth shall flow, and victory shall follow victory in unbroken succession. His burgeoning delight manifested in unrestrained laughter. The Shrek contingent observed Xiang's self-satisfied mirth with curiosity. "Elder brother," murmured Ru Ming with puzzled concern, "what amuses you so?" Xiang Wentian pointed to the prominent number 888 on his chest and chuckled. "Do you see this number? It is remarkably auspicious, as if it were tailor-made for me." Jian Daochen observed the 662 emblazoned on his own chest and remarked with profound insight, "It seems to be considerably more fortuitous than my 662. Oscar, wearing a gloomy expression as he gazed at the number 444 on his chest, felt a deep sense of frustration. "I am a support-type soul master, and they have assigned me this number. While it's acceptable to issue numbers, why not grant me a more auspicious one? Receiving a 444 is akin to cursing my demise." Contemplating this, Oscar lamented, as a support-type soul master, wouldn't stepping forward be tantamount to courting death? Before the characters from Shrek could engage in conversation, the voice of Hongjun Laozu resounded once more. "Those who do not ascend the stage within 3 breaths during the competition for the rankings shall be deemed to have forfeited their participation. After securing a place among the top 10 in the human rankings, one may automatically enter the contest for the Earth rankings. Similarly, those who claim a top 10 position in the Earth rankings shall automatically qualify for the contest of the Celestial rankings. The foremost contenders of the three rankings, Heaven, Earth, and Humanity, shall receive merits in descending order, 60%, 30%, and 10%, respectively. Additionally, the top 10 of each ranking shall be awarded various tiers of prizes. That is all. The rules regarding rewards have been articulated, and I hereby declare the commencement of the contest for the leaderboard. At this moment, Xiang Wentian addressed the crowd. Those who lack confidence in securing victory should refrain from taking the stage, lest they endanger their lives. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Zhang Zhu nodded in understanding. Chapter 183. The battle for the rankings commences. Xiang Wentian reiterated. Should you perceive an overwhelming disparity in strength with your opponent, abstain from engaging and concede directly. At that moment, a cacophony of clamorous voices erupted upon the dueling platform. A shrill, effeminate voice pierced through the chaos from atop the stage. Who bears the number 888? Hasten to Arena 888 and meet your demise. Contestant 251. Come forth to perish. Contestant 444. Step forward to your doom. The members of Shrek Academy exchanged knowing smiles, their composure unshaken, radiating serene confidence. Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "The moment has arrived for our Shrek team to shine. Let history bear witness to the strength of each member of Shrek. I shall go first. See you soon." Apart from Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Jiang Zhu, all other members of the Shrek team chose to participate in the battle. Sword Douluo Continent had yet to step onto the arena, yet his martial soul was already unleashed. Tang Xin held nothing back, soaring directly onto the stage. Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing exchanged a glance, activated their martial souls, and leaped onto two separate platforms. On arena number 888, a young man with long black hair, sharp eyebrows, a pale face with a hooked nose, and thin pink lips stood clad in black robes. With an air of supreme arrogance, he declared, "I am the young master of the northern region's foremost demonic sect, the Lihin sect, the little demon lord of heaven's wrath. When you perish, do not forget who struck you down." After the fusion of dimensions, the Lihin sect descended upon the polar north. With overwhelming power and numerous experts, they swiftly unified tens of thousands of sects across a radius of thousands of miles, instantly shaking the northern region. His father, known as the great demon lord of heaven's wrath, earned his title through cultivation of the heaven's wrath scripture. Hence his soul heir bore the name Little Demon Lord of Heaven's Wrath. Xiang Wentian paid no heed to the taunts of the hateful demon prince, instead unleashing his true form as a demon angel at full power. Wielding the mighty divine sword, he launched his assault. The fourth technique of the heavenly punishment 9 forms, thunderous sunder of the heavens. With a deafening roar, the sky erupted in lightning, illuminating the heavens as countless thunder dragons surged wildly. The chaotic tempest coalesced into a single, devastating slash, a blade of light 10,000 zhang long, descending upon the hateful demon prince with the speed of lightning. Horror gripped the hateful demon prince as he beheld the celestial blade, vast as a river of stars, bearing down upon him. His mind reeled. Such overwhelming power. Does he mean to kill me? I am the young master of the northern domain's foremost demonic sect. Does he not fear retribution? Yet there was no time for hesitation. With a furious roar, he summoned his ultimate technique, a divine martial art imparted by his father. The great hateful demon king. Hate the heavens, hate the earth, hate all living beings, hate oneself, hate, hate, hate. The fist of the hateful demon king. Dark energy surged around him, condensing into an immense demonic fist that collided with the descending blade. But despite its might, the fist was no match for the celestial strike. The moment they clashed, the demonic fist was cleaved in two. The hateful demon prince could only stare in disbelief, muttering, "How is this possible?" Boom. The impact shook the very arena, and with a final, despairing cry, the hateful demon prince was obliterated, his last words a curse. "My father, the great hateful demon king, will never forgive you." Aya, ding. Host has slain the hateful demon prince. Obtained 96,000 points. Xiang Wentian cast a disdainful glance and remarked with contempt, "Be it the great demon king or the petty fiend lord, should they dare appear, I shall slay them one by one." Retrieving the true form of the demon angel and the colossal sword, the divine blade, Xiang Wentian gracefully turned and returned to the observation area of the Shrek battle team. Upon returning to the Shrek team's observation area, Xiang Wentian was met with 4 intense and hostile gazes fixed upon him. One among them, trembling with fear, exclaimed, "What shall we do now that the young master is dead? Even if we survive the return to the sect, we will be left severely crippled." The second, filled with resentment, retorted, "My family remains within the sect. I cannot flee. We must provide an honest account upon our return." The third spoke with indignation. "Were it not for this person's formidable cultivation, I would have relished the opportunity to crush him into pulp on the stage." The fourth shook his head, lamenting, "If only the sect master had not been in seclusion, this person would not be alive. Let us forego participation in the ranking battle. Once it concludes, we shall return to the sect and report the circumstances. Even if we face execution for failing to protect the young master, I shall accept it." The first one sighed. "When we set out, we numbered in the hundreds to safeguard the young master. Who could have foreseen that only we 4 would remain before even returning to the sect? I hope that he survives. Otherwise, we will have no explanation upon our return." Chapter 184. The Top 30 at the Shrek Observation Platform. Xiang Wentian observed Ma Hongjun standing there, visibly dejected. He inquired, "What troubles you, Hongjun?" Ma Hongjun replied with a frown, "I didn't achieve any notable results today. Why am I so unfortunate? Even before stepping onto the stage, the opponent's overwhelming aura has left me breathless. How can I possibly fight? I have decided to forfeit." Xiang Wentian patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, offering comfort. "It's all right, Hongjun. You simply encountered a formidable opponent this time. The road ahead is still long. Hold your head high, and you shall prove yourself a true man. Yes, don't worry, Brother Tian. I'm fine. I have long understood that even if I were to overcome my opponent, I would not enter the top 10. Rather than struggle for an extended period, it is wiser to observe from the sidelines," Ma Hongjun declared resolutely. Xiang Wentian smiled knowingly and remarked, "Indeed, this is the fiery phoenix Ma Hongjun from our Shrek team." The two exchanged amused glances. At that moment, Dai Mubai returned to the Shrek viewing platform, brimming with excitement. Upon seeing Dai Mubai's jubilant smile, everyone understood that he had undoubtedly emerged victorious. Approaching the group, Dai Mubai embraced Xiang Wentian's shoulders and exclaimed, "Wentian, you would never guess who my opponent is." "Who is it? Is it someone whose martial soul is that of feces?" "Feces?" Xiang Wentian responded in astonishment. How could he possibly be here? "He came here with his great uncle, the Fire Cloud ancestor," Dai Mubai replied with a grin. In disbelief, Xiang Wentian exclaimed, "What is this? Piao Buqing is actually related to the Fire Cloud evil god? Why has he never mentioned it?" Ma Hongjun responded, "Piao Buqing has only met us a few times. We are hardly acquaintances. Why would he disclose the identities of his distant relatives? After he left me in a rather unpleasant state last time, I gave him a good thrashing, and since then, he has taken to avoiding me. He has never mentioned that the Fire Cloud evil god is his cousin." "Indeed." Xiang Wentian turned to ask, "Mubai, when Piao Buqing fought you, did he still use the soul skill super Invincible a big bucket?" "No," Mubai replied, somewhat disgusted. "That rascal has become a soul king during our battle. He unleashed his 5th soul skill, Mountain of Excrement and Sea of Urine. It nearly knocked me out with the stench. Fortunately, with the 100,000-year soul ring you helped me craft, I managed to break through his foul attack. Mountain of Excrement and Sea of Urine. Goodness, Piao Buqing truly is a remarkable character," Ma Hongjun remarked in astonishment. Upon hearing that name, the others were left speechless. After a while, the members of Shrek gradually returned to the observation platform, each fortunate enough to have faced relatively weak opponents in their initial matches. Among them, Xiao Wu had the best fortune, encountering an opponent who was merely going through the motions. Had he not been waiting for Tang San, he would have returned long ago. After the first day of the ranking battle, the participants dwindled from 488,888 to 244,444. During this time, Zhu Shiqing forfeited due to an excessively strong opponent. By the end of the second day, the number further decreased to 122,222, with Yiguqing eliminated. Following the third day, the count fell to 61,101, as both Dai Mubai and Tang Sen opted to forfeit. Time flew by, and after 13 grueling days of elimination battles, the top 30 contenders emerged. These 30 individuals were the strongest competitors vying for supremacy in the 3 categories of heaven, earth, and humanity. Xiang Wentian had to exert himself to the fullest against each opponent, as they too would hold nothing back in pursuit of merit. During this time, aside from Xiang Wentian, all other members of Shrek had been eliminated. On a bright morning atop the 9 domains Mount Hua, the dawn light broke anew. as the sun rose slowly from the sea of mountains, casting its radiant beams across the sky. The snow-capped peak of Mount Hua appeared as if a maiden had delicately brushed rouge upon her cheeks, glowing with exquisite charm. Today marked the 14th day, the day of the decisive battle among the top 30. After a night of recuperation, Xiang Wentian was in peak condition. He slowly opened his eyes. Two beams of divine light bursting forth, he was determined to claim the top merit. As Hongjun Daozu announced the commencement of the final battle, Xiang Wentian stepped into the arena, treading the void with measured grace. The crowd below erupted in cheers, filled with excitement. For them, witnessing the clash of titans was not only an opportunity to glean combat experience, but also a chance to observe the profound essence of the Tao, hastening their own paths to breakthroughs. Chapter 185, The Young Master of Nine Nether. Xiang Wentian gazed at the black-clad youth across the arena, whose countenance was marked by an air of defiance, and a flicker of solemnity crossed his face. The black-clad youth arrogantly proclaimed, "State your name, for I, the foremost heir of the Nine Hells, do not slay nameless foes." Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "The foremost among the Nine Hells? A nameless wretch. I have never heard of such a title. I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the Divine King Xiang Wentian." The black-clad youth, known as the foremost among the Nine Hells, narrowed his eyes and retorted, "You possess great audacity, daring to label me the foremost among the Nine Hells. As a nameless wretch, it appears you are weary of life and courting death." With that proclamation, the foremost among the Nine Hells launched an attack on Xiang Wentian. As Xiang Wentian beheld the swiftly approaching first young master of the Nine Hells, he felt not an ounce of fear. In an instant, he unleashed his demonic angelic form, his power surging forth as he wielded the colossal divine sword of the giant K, slashing towards his adversary. Both combatants unleashed their full might, the air resonating with thunderous roars as they exchanged blows, engaging in over 100 strikes without a clear victor emerging. Xiang Wentian, armed with the divine sword, faced the first young master of the Nine Hells, who countered with his bare fists. As time passed, their battle ignited with true fervor. The spectators below were left in awe, whether at Xiang Wentian's arena or others, as battles raged on, the cacophony echoing to the heavens. The ninth heavenly punishment. Seventh strike, the heavenly seal strike. A resounding thunder erupted in the sky, transforming into a colossal net woven from lightning, ensnaring the first young master of the Nine Hells. He struggled fiercely, bellowing in fury, desperate to escape the electric web. With the prowess of the first young master, breaking free from the net should have taken less than a second. However, for Xiang Wentian, a single second was ample time to accomplish much. The ninth heavenly punishment. Eighth strike, the descent of heavenly retribution. The clouds above grew ever thicker and heavier, as if intent on crushing the earth beneath. A tempest howled, a hurricane ravaged mercilessly, scattering the millennia-old snow from the peaks. With thunder roaring and winds surging, the snow-capped mountains crumbled, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a symphony of thunder, myriad lightning dragons coalescing into a massive sphere of electric fury, descending upon the first young master of the Nine Hells like a comet. The deafening explosion shattered the arena, a circular shockwave of lightning radiating outward in all directions, akin to a nuclear detonation. A mushroom cloud of electricity surged into the sky, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Some spectators, whose cultivation was comparatively feeble, were swept into the heavens by the shockwave, vanishing without a trace. The onlookers gasped in horror, feeling as though they were part of the spectacle, exclaiming, "What immense power! Can such force truly be unleashed by a mere mortal?" The end of the world has come. As the lightning subsided and the shockwave dissipated, Xiang Wentian was profoundly astonished. Aside from Lin Fan, this was the second individual he had encountered possessing an immortal body. With a grave expression, Xiang Wentian inquired, "Do you, perchance, belong to the realm of the immortal?" The first young master of Jiuyo offered a slight smile, shaking his head in admiration. Possessing the physique of the Jiuyo domain and cultivating the Jiuyo mystical arts can indeed forge such a constitution. You are truly impressive. Your attacking prowess is the strongest I have ever witnessed. However, even so, you cannot truly defeat me. You have exerted all your strength, yet I have not even begun. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my Jiuyo domain's mystical arts. Jiuyo Tongtian Fist. As Xiang Wentian gazed upon the approaching first young master of Jiuyo, he murmured, "Who claims I have exerted my utmost? I possess one final move yet to be unleashed." He invoked the celestial punishment's ninth technique, annihilating thunder of the world. In an instant, the first young master of Jiuyo erupted, transforming into an endless surge of demonic energy, swiftly coalescing into a fist resembling a meteorite. Engulfed in boundless flames of darkness, hurtling towards Xiang Wentian. Simultaneously, the heavens roared with thunder, as if the sky were collapsing. The world illuminated in flashes. Bolts of lightning morphing into a colossal eye of thunder. This enormous eye opened wide, directing a beam of pure purple lightning towards the demonic fist formed by the first young master of Jiuyou. With a thunderous crash, the meteorite-like demonic fist collided with the purple beam, which was the size of a football field, resulting in an explosion akin to the Big Bang. Space fractured, time froze, and chaotic currents of time and space intertwined, creating a vast black hole. Several gamma rays erupted from the black hole, sweeping across the surroundings, reducing all beings and objects touched by the rays to mere dust, consumed by the black hole. Countless cultivators below witnessed this apocalyptic scene, with thousands struck by the gamma rays and tens of thousands swallowed by the black hole. In sheer terror, they fled towards the horizon. Meanwhile, Hongjun Daozu stood firm in the void, effortlessly waving his hand to dispel the black hole and the gamma rays, rendering them non-existent. Xiang Wentian beheld the effortless manner in which Hongjun Daozu subdued the spatial black hole and gamma rays, leaving him profoundly astonished. What level of cultivation does Hongjun Daozu possess? How could he so effortlessly quell the aftermath of the most formidable strikes from two powerful beings? When shall I acquire such formidable strength? Perhaps then I could traverse the cosmos and return to the Milky Way in search of that cerulean planet, my homeland, my home, Earth. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a sense of urgency welled within him. Xiang Wentian steadied his thoughts and gazed at the first young master of Jiuyou, who had been violently thrust 10,000 meters away by the residual force, his body grievously injured. Unlike the previous encounter, where he healed at an astonishing pace, this time, Xiang Wentian concluded that the first young master of Jiuyou must have exhausted too much vital energy, leaving him with insufficient power to mend his wounds. Conversely, Xiang Wentian had sustained minimal injury, merely experiencing some shock. He recognized that he had emerged victorious in this battle and gracefully turned to return to the Shrek Team's viewing platform. As he arrived, his pallid visage caught the attention of Lu Meng, who rushed forward with concern, inquiring, "Brother, how are you? Are you injured?" Xiang Wentian gently shook his head and smiled, saying, "It's nothing. Just a minor shock. A moment of rest will suffice." Jian Daoqinshin, with admiration, remarked, "Wentian, your strength truly astounds me. I never imagined that within just a few short years, you would grow to such formidable heights. I am truly in awe." With a gentle smile, Xiang Wentian said, "Master Jian, you flatter me." Jian Daoqin chuckled heartily. "I meant no flattery. Since you are still unmarried, how about I betroth Rongrong to you?" Upon hearing Jian Daoqin's words, Xiang Wentian appeared momentarily taken aback. Ru Ming showed signs of distress, her heart racing with anxiety. "Brother, you must not agree. You belong solely to me. I am the one who loves you the most." Oscar, pale as a ghost, felt as though struck by lightning, silently lamenting, "Is my goddess truly slipping away? Why must I be a support-type soul master, unlike them who are battle soul masters? If only I were a battle soul master as exceptional as Xiang Wentian." Ning Rongrong's heart raced with unease, thinking, "Xiang Wentian, please agree. You foolish head, just agree." After a moment of daze, Xiang Wentian turned to Jian Daoren and said, "Grandfather Jian, my heart is already devoted to another, and besides, Rongrong may not necessarily be willing." As soon as Xiang Wentian finished speaking, Ning Rongrong, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, "I am willing." Only after uttering those words did she realize her boldness, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hid behind Xiaowu. Jian Daoqingsen, observing Ning Rongrong's expression, understood immediately and chuckled. "Did you see that? Rongrong is willing." Xiang Wentian intended to speak, but was promptly rebuffed by Jian Daoren, who said, "Wentian, refrain from uttering a word. Jian Grandpa understands your intentions. You would not wish to diminish my dignity and leave me in disgrace." With a sense of resignation, Xiang Wentian could only shake his head, dismissing all concerns and thoughts, settling into a meditative posture to recuperate and heal. Chapter 187, The Supreme Taboo of the Ancient Era, the God Douluo Continent. The duel with the first of the 9 underworld has concluded. Yet others have only just begun. Upon one of the arenas, the ancient and forbidden deity, Douluo Bai, gazed intently at Linus across the platform, a mixture of joy and excitement swelling within him. Slowly, he opened his mouth, unable to conceal his fervor. "You are Linus?" Linus, taken aback, replied, "You know me?" "Of course, not only do I know you, but we were once good friends," Douluo Bai reminisced. Good friends? I cannot recall ever having a friend by that name. Linus questioned. Do you remember Aganzo? Aganzo was my brother. I certainly remember him. I am Aganzo. Ha. Linus erupted into a fit of laughter. Friend. Your jest is rather amusing. Douluo remained unfazed, stating, You once forged a colossal sword for me, known as the ineffectual cloud sword. I had you inscribe the words Douluo upon it. Do you recall? In an instant, Linus was transported back to the moment Aganzo had commissioned the sword and inscribed the name. In disbelief, he exclaimed, You truly are Aganzo. I thought you were dead. How can you be here? Douluo gently closed his eyes, a hint of sorrow gracing his features as he began to recall. In my previous existence, I witnessed the extinction of all beings. Upon my death, my soul traversed into the body of an infant in the land of Arad, where my father named me Aganzo. At the age of 35, I ascended to the pinnacle of sword mastery, mere steps away from the realm of sword deity. It was during this time that fate intertwined my path with that of the dark elf swordsman, Lucy. I promised her I would journey across the continent alongside her. And soon we encountered Shilan, Buenga, and Barn, who informed us of the disturbances in the Wailing Cavern. Without hesitation, Lucy and I decided to join their party to investigate. Within the Wailing Cavern, I confronted the formidable fifth apostle, Xylok. Despite my strength not being inferior to his, I ultimately succumbed to his mental domination. Just as my will was on the brink of being consumed by Xylok, Lucy, in a reckless act, broke free from the restraints of the ghost hand. In her frenzied state, she harnessed the power of the ghostly deity to slay Xylok, yet at the cost of her own life. From that moment forth, I was engulfed in guilt and harbored an intense hatred for Kazan's syndrome. In my quest to discover a remedy for the ghost hand, I traversed the continent, until the outbreak of the nightmare catastrophe plunged all of Arad into chaos and ruin. At that point, I ceased my search for a cure and, alongside Buenga, took on the responsibility of rescuing survivors, utilizing the breath of the ice dragon to seal those monsters weakened by nightmares. In the forests surrounding the Silver Village, I led a group of adventurers back to the village. Subsequently, having exhausted all the breath of the ice dragon I had carried, I had no choice but to bid farewell to the Silver Village and return to the Northern Sanctuary. From that moment onward, I resided in the Northern Sanctuary, overseeing and guarding the frozen monsters upon the desolate icy cliffs. During this time, I developed a renowned sword technique known as the Return of 10,000 Swords, until I eventually succumbed to the ravages of age. Upon awakening, I found myself transformed into an infant, and in this life, my father named me Douluo. Ultimately, as the realms converged, I participated in the Battle of Rankings, leading to our present encounter. Upon hearing Douluo's narrative, Linus could not help but reflect, pondering the tragic fate of the lovely Lekexi who had perished in the Wailing Cave. The memories of his cherished confidant, Lekexi, filled Douluo with sorrow, prompting him to inquire, I have concluded my tale. How did you find your way into this world, Linus? Chapter 188. The Past of Aganzo and Linus. Linus reminisced with a heavy heart. I, Linus, once held the esteemed title of the foremost swordsman and blacksmith of the Douluo Empire, a figure of boundless potential and radiant glory. One day, my friend Max attempted to harness the power of the spectral deities, but due to insufficient mastery, he was instead consumed, becoming a vessel for their wrath and unleashing a frenzy of slaughter upon those around him. In that moment, I received a desperate plea for help from Max's wife and hastened to his home, hoping to subdue the Max who was now under the thrall of the spectral forces. Alas, he was frightfully powerful, and in my desperation, I inadvertently caused his demise. Subsequently, I found myself unable to face my dearest friend Max's family, overwhelmed by guilt. It felt as though every soul I encountered was casting judgment upon me, driving me to the brink of madness. In my despair, I perceived no refuge, compelling me to bravely traverse the temporal gates to the Douluo Continent. Upon my arrival, I took temporary residence in Holy Soul Village, earning my keep as a blacksmith, crafting agricultural tools for the villagers. Later, a formidable blacksmith named Tang Hao appeared in the village, and with two blacksmiths competing for sustenance, it became untenable. Thus, I ventured to Douluo Village, where the Wuhuan Hall, recognizing my vigor and status as the sole blacksmith, appointed me as village chief. Some years later, a widow passed away, leaving behind 2 young children, whom the village took under its care. Years later, Azura, Ghost Cry, Sword Soul, and Mad Warriors sought me out, accompanied by Syria. And from that day forth, we shared our lives together until the realms merged, leading to our meeting now. Douluo gazed at Linus across from him and smiled knowingly, saying, It appears we are kindred spirits in our shared plight. Since fate has brought us together, why not settle our differences in a duel? Indeed, let it be so. Linus replied in kind. Douluo Bai's eyes sharpened as he called out, Linus, behold my blade. His weapon, a unique creation that resembled both a sword and a dagger, was named Douluo, reflecting the profound solitude within his heart. As Linus witnessed Douluo Bai charging at him, he bellowed, dragon-slaying strike, transforming into a colossal dragon that surged toward Douluo Bai. Reverse Chaos 8 styles. First style, Turbulence Calming Palm. As Douluo Bai observed Linus taking his fight seriously, he swiftly altered his stance. With his right hand wielding the Douluo, he thrust his left hand forward, unleashing a cerulean palm imprint directed at Linus. The moment the imprint collided with the massive dragon, a thunderous roar erupted. Following the deafening sound, chaotic currents of space surged, time crumbled, and the fabric of reality fractured, with black holes emerging in an instant. Douluo Bai harbored no concern for Linus's safety, for at their level of mastery, such spatial anomalies could merely tickle them. Those who had reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm had long transcended the confines of time and space, freely traversing the gateways of existence, navigating the cosmos. Just as the turbulent spatial currents dissipated, Linus bellowed, Extreme. Ghost Sword Technique, Storm Style. 24 long swords coalesced into a circular sword formation, hurtling towards Douluo Bai at a velocity surpassing that of light. A smile graced Douluo Bai's lips as he murmured, Linus, it seems you have gone all out, even resorting to your awakening. Let me demonstrate how to counter your awakening. All swords return to their origin. 66 colossal swords materialized above Douluo Bai, rapidly converging to form a massive azure longsword, which then cleaved towards the circular sword formation. Upon encountering the azure giant sword, the circular formation swiftly disintegrated, as if made of mere paper, shattering into fragments. Douluo Bai dismantled Linus's first awakening but refrained from pressing the attack, instead offering a faint smile and stating, Linus, let us conclude this battle. Linus retreated to the edge of the arena, realizing that Douluo Bai had intentionally held back. Otherwise, he would have surely sustained grave injuries. Slowly lifting his head, Linus wore a weathered expression and remarked, Everyone compares me, Linus, to the 4 great sword saints, yet in comparison to the foremost among them, I remain significantly lacking. Douluo Bai chuckled, My dear brother, why must you belittle yourself? Linus offered a self-deprecating smile and replied, I do not belittle myself. It is simply the truth. Should I address you as Douluo Bai or Aganzwa? After a brief moment of contemplation, Douluo Bai answered, Let it be Douluo Bai. Linus gave a thumbs up and said, Douluo Bai, you truly deserve the title of the foremost among the 4 great sword saints. I, Linus, accept my defeat without grievance. With that, Linus turned away without a backward glance and descended from the arena. As Douluo Bai watched Linus's retreating figure, he couldn't help but recall the beautiful visage of Lucy. It was only when thoughts of Lucy crossed his mind that he would once again embody Aganzwa. Chapter 189, The Top 5. On a nearby arena, Yi Fan and Xiao Yan's battle was drawing to a close, concluding with Yi Fan's victory. In another arena, the contest between Lin Fan and Duan De continued. Although Duan Duxiu's cultivation was superior to Lin Fan's by 2 realms, Lin Fan, relying on his indestructible body, managed to deplete Duan De's vital energy and ultimately emerge victorious. On the most fringe arena, Zhu Yang faced off against Jun Moxie. Both wielded their swords with astonishing swiftness, yet Jun Moxie, hailing from a lineage of assassins, secured a narrow victory with a cunningly angled strike. Thus, the top 15 contenders were established. The rankings are as follows: 5 in the Supreme Realm, 5 in the Earth Realm, and 5 in the Human Realm. As dawn broke, a new day arrived. From the majestic peaks of Mount Hua in the 9 domains, countless mountains surged forth, rising into the clouds like an exquisite tapestry unfurling from the heavens. The morning glow brought a refreshing chill, invigorating the spirit and mind alike. After a night of recuperation, Xiang Wen's body had returned to its prime state, ready to embrace any challenge that may come his way. However, to his astonishment, he found himself with a bye today. Within the realm of human rankings, there were 5 formidable contenders: Xiang Wen, Yi Fan, Lin Fan, Jun Moxie, and Ling. Today, the battles were set as Yi Fan faced Ling, while Lin Fan was pitted against Jun Moxie, leaving Xiang Wen to sit out. On the arena, the clash between Yi Fan and Ling persisted for nearly an entire hour, culminating in both of their energies being completely depleted. Ultimately, Yi Fan triumphed narrowly, thanks to the resilience bestowed by his ancient sacred physique. Meanwhile, on the stage where Lin Fan and Jun Moxie fought, Jun Moxie was left speechless and exasperated. Despite his unparalleled speed and sharp swordsmanship, which severed Lin Fan into several pieces multiple times, Lin Fan would miraculously revive in 10 seconds. Even after being reduced to a pulp, in the end, Lin Fan managed to outlast Jun Mo Xie in this war of attrition. On the following morning, Xiang Wen opened his eyes to find Lin Fan approaching him. Lin Fan exuded an air of invincibility as he stated, "Xiang Wen, today I have a bye. Which means it is your turn to duel with Yi Fan. You must not lose. Hold on until tomorrow when you face me. The last time you bested me quite thoroughly, but now my strength has surged, and I shall make you regret it." The members of Shrek encircled Lin Fan, with Daimu Bai furiously exclaiming, "You must be tired of living, daring to come to our territory and stir trouble. If it weren't for the rule prohibiting combat beneath the arena, you would surely leave here in a state far worse than your arrival." Lin Fan regarded the Shrek members with unyielding defiance, arrogantly retorting, "What a strong wind. Are you not afraid it might blow your tongue away?" Daimu Bai was left speechless, his fists clenched in fury. At that moment, Wu pointed her finger at Lin Fan, chastising, "Look at you, with your crude language and a face that resembles a shoehorn. Like a mountain bumpkin. You probably don't even know what a movie is, you big oaf." Lin Fan, incensed, declared, "Fine. You little girl, I shall remember you. You are the first to call Lin Fan, the invincible lord of Yanhua sect, a mountain bumpkin. Here, I cannot touch you due to the rules. But once we leave the 9 regions and ascend Mount Hua, I will make you into a firework." Xiang Wen approached, placing a hand on Lin Fan's shoulder, and threatened, "Buddy, that's enough. Don't push your luck. Otherwise, tomorrow on the arena, it will be a spectacle of fireworks." Lin Fan, filled with rage, responded with a mocking smile, dismissively saying, "Xiang Wen, do you truly believe that just because you managed to defeat me once, you can triumph over me a second time? Let us wait and see. Tomorrow, I shall be waiting for you in the arena, and you shall witness me vanquishing you thoroughly." With that, Lin Fan pushed past the crowd and exited the Shrek battle team's viewing platform. At that moment, Yi Fan stood upon the arena, clasping his fists towards Xiang Wen, saying, "Brother Xiang, it is our turn to battle. Shall we engage in a friendly match?" Xiang Wentian leaped onto the arena, standing face to face with Yi Fan. With a smile, he proclaimed, "Let us engage in a friendly match. To demonstrate my respect for warriors, I shall give my all while ensuring that I hold back at the same time." Yi Fan, brimming with fighting spirit, replied, "I share the same sentiment. Let us begin." Chapter 190. The battle between Xiang Wentian and Yi Fan. In an instant, Xiang Wentian unleashed his true form as a demonic angel, fully armed with formidable power, transforming into a towering figure clad in golden armor, wielding the colossal divine sword, and charging towards Yi Fan. Observing the rapidly approaching giant demonic angel, Yi Fan activated the golden Taiji circle, clenched his fists tightly, and recited the 6 paths of reincarnation incantation as he hurled himself forward to collide with Xiang Wentian. The sight of his diminutive form colliding with the towering demonic angel appeared utterly absurd. With a resounding crash, the two were propelled apart in midair. Yi Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart, contemplating the overwhelming force of the attack, even with his perfected sacred body. Employing the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to counter it left his hands numb from the impact. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist, a technique birthed by the progenitor of the sacred body, is an exceptional martial art well-suited for those of the sacred physique. The integration of the 6 paths technique into the reincarnation fist evolved into an unparalleled martial art. The fact that such a supreme fist could not even shake Xiang Wentian illustrates the extraordinary realm he had attained. As Xiang Wentian observed the serious expression on Yi Fan's face, he couldn't help but ponder, "It seems this young man has been subdued by my power. How could he possibly fathom the extent of my soul techniques and martial skills? In light of this, let us clash once more." With this thought, Xiang Wentian gripped the colossal K divine sword tightly and charged towards Yi Fan again. Seeing the transformed Xiang Wentian, now resembling a 100-foot-tall demonic angel, advancing towards him, Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile laced with intrigue. He summoned the primordial chi cauldron, positioning it above his head. As streams of profound yellow energy enveloped his entire being, with a commanding voice, Yi Fan proclaimed, "Those who engage in battle, all are counted." Advance with the secret of the soldier's character. Suspended in midair, Xiang Wentian suddenly felt his K-divine sword slip from his grasp, as if it were no longer under his control, and it soared into Yi Fan's primordial chi cauldron. However, the primordial chi cauldron was not an ultimate imperial weapon. The K-divine sword, a fusion of Xiang Wentian's divine soul ring and the supreme imperial weapon, the Tai Huang sword, emitted a cacophony of ringing as it was drawn into the cauldron, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Yi Fan was astonished to find that the K divine sword, now under the influence of the soldier's character secret, was gradually slipping from his control, engaging in a fierce struggle against the primordial Qi cauldron. At that moment, Yi Fan finally relinquished control over the K divine sword. Both the primordial Qi cauldron and the K divine sword broke free from his grasp, soaring into the sky, where the two weapons clashed violently against one another. Xiang Wentian beheld in astonishment as his formidable weapon, the giant quiescent divine sword, autonomously engaged in combat against Yi Fan's primordial mother Qi cauldron. A smile curled at the corners of Xiang Wentian's lips as he declared, "Yi Fan, as our weapons determine the victor, so too must we ascertain our own fates." With a silent scoff echoing in his mind, he mused, "Without the giant quiescent divine sword, I still possess 2 pairs of angelic demonic fists. Let us see how you shall withstand them." Resolute, he clenched his fists and advanced with renewed vigor toward Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan contemplated, "Without the giant quiescent divine sword, how can you contend with me? I am the eternal sovereign, the primordial sacred body." Resolute in his conviction, Yi Fan hesitated not for an instant, tightening his fists and invoking the 6 paths of reincarnation incantation as he charged at Xiang Wentian. The clash of their 4 fists erupted in a thunderous roar, neither side yielding in the face of the confrontation. Upon their separation, Yi Fan bellowed once more, "The 9 secrets of combat, all shall be unleashed." In that moment, his combat prowess, speed, and regenerative abilities surged to unprecedented heights. He further activated the full capabilities of the primordial sacred body, with sacred body array symbols unfurling from his back, spreading across the vast expanse of the heavens. Xiang Wentian exclaimed, "Yi Fan, you possess the perfected ancient sacred body, while I have long since cultivated the celestial overlord body to completion, though I have never employed it until now. Today, let us witness which of these 2 physiques is truly superior." With that, he declared, "Celestial overlord body, unleash your full might." With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wentian transformed at an astonishing pace. The angelic demon's true form morphed into a dragon's head, while its angelic body took on the majestic guise of a white tiger. From its back, the 8 wings of the demon angel transpired into 4 pairs of vermilion bird feathers, and its 2 legs metamorphosed into towering pillars reminiscent of the black tortoise. A serpentine tail swiftly elongated behind it. In Chapter 191, the clash of the celestial overlord body against the primordial sacred body, Yi Fan was engulfed in profound shock, muttering to himself, "Xiang Wentian is indeed the nemesis of my ancient lineage, the celestial overlord body." The gathered cultivators below were equally astounded, rendered speechless by the rapid transformations of the 2 beings. Wanda, reveling in the spectacle, exclaimed, "Ah, who would have thought that after the convergence of realms, we would witness the confrontation between the primordial sacred body and the celestial overlord body?" On the observation platform of the Shrek battle team, Dai Mubai turned to Rumung and inquired, "I did not anticipate that Wentian possessed such a hidden card. Why have we never seen him use it before? What technique is he employing now?" Rumung shook her head, replying, "I am uncertain. He has never disclosed this to me." Ma Hongjun, dismissively addressing Dai Mubai, remarked, "Did you not hear? Wentian just unleashed a roar, the celestial overlord body." The sword Douluo Continent nodded with a smile, reflecting, "Truly, he is worthy of my esteemed granddaughter's choice. Possessing numerous hidden cards signifies immense strength, making him pleasing to behold." Atop the peaks of the Lu Yuhua mountain, Huowu found herself in despair, pondering, "Wentian, you are so extraordinary, can I truly be deserving of you?" Suddenly, a surge of determination coursed through her, and she resolved, "I can. I will. Life is but a fleeting century. To love fiercely and hate passionately is the essence of my being." On the arena where Yi Fan faced Xiang Wentian, the latter, empowered by the dual augmentations of the demon angel's true form and the celestial overlord body, undoubtedly surpassed Yi Fan's primordial sacred body in strength. Coupled with the radiant soul rings, the battle did not prolong. Yi Fan swiftly fell into a defensive stance. The 2 exchanged blows, fists against fists, palms against palms, a fierce clash where neither yielded. Xiang Wentian delivered a powerful punch to Yi Fan's chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, Yi Fan retaliated with a forceful kick to Xiang Wentian's abdomen, the sharp pain serving to heighten his adversary's alertness. Suddenly, the 2 exchanged another fierce blow before swiftly disengaging from each other. With a slight smile, she addressed Wentian, saying, "Yi Fan, though your strength is commendable, It pales in comparison to mine by a fraction. Let us bring this battle to a swift conclusion. The 12th style of the Buddha palm, the Buddha kingdom in the palm. After invoking the Buddha kingdom within his palm, a radiant golden shield swiftly enveloped the entire arena. Enshrouded in this celestial aura, Yifan suddenly realized that the forces of heaven and earth had become inaccessible to him. Without the enhancement of these elemental energies, the manifestations of the 9 secrets and the sacred body behind him swiftly faded away. Outside the arena, in the Western Paradise, Guanyin Bodhisattva observed the match and recited a Buddhist chant. Addressing Shakyamuni Buddha, "Buddha, the young man on the stage appears to be utilizing your divine power." The Buddha kingdom within his palm. Shakyamuni Buddha, also reciting a chant, remarked, "While the appearances may seem similar and the names the same, their essences differ. I perceive that this young man's Buddha kingdom is a result of his own enlightenment. He is destined to connect with my teachings. After the contest, you shall guide him to my Western Paradise." Guanyin Bodhisattva, with a solemn demeanor, responded, "Amit Ba, I will obey your command." Back in the arena, devoid of the forces of heaven and earth, Yifan stood gravely and declared, "I shall compete with you using only my physical form." Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, "Well, since your competitive spirit is so fervent, I shall acquiesce to your desire. Seal the town." With a gentle utterance of 2 words, Xiang Wentian summoned forth an immense power from the realm of his palm, transforming the boundless energies of heaven and earth into a singular character that descended with breathtaking speed, sealing Yifan within its confines. Inside the character, Yifan unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Even as the resonating sound of the character's seal echoed through the heavens, it remained impervious to his might. It was only when his vital energy and physical strength were utterly depleted that he finally closed his eyes, whispering softly, "Wentian, I concede. Please retract your divine power." Retrieving the Buddhist realm from Xiang Wentian, he released the true forms of the demon angel and the celestial dominator and ascended the arena. He helped the crouched Yifan to his feet and remarked with a smile, "There are always those beyond us, and realms beyond the heavens. You and I are alike. We must both strive doubly hard in our cultivation. Regardless of victory or defeat, we are fellow townsmen." Yifan nodded, a sincere smile gracing his face as he replied, "Very well. I shall take my leave for now, but once the contest for the rankings concludes, I will seek you out for further sparring." Xiang Wentian chuckled and said, "It is a pursuit that cannot be fulfilled. Remember, it is the spirit hall, do not mistake it." At this moment, in the high skies, the Wanhua Materia Cauldron and the Zhuek Divine Sword were still entangled in fierce combat. Both Xiang Wentian and Yifan simultaneously channeled their innate powers to retract their weapons. Yifan, having retrieved the Wanhua Materia Cauldron, addressed Xiang Wentian, saying, "Spirit Hall, I shall remember it and will not err. I have left my essence upon your Zhuek Divine Sword. I will undoubtedly find you." With a knowing smile, Xiang Wentian strolled towards the observation platform of the Shrek Brigade. Chapter 192, The Arrogant Lin Fan. Xiang Wentian returned to the Shrek battle team's observation platform. As Ru Meng rushed over, her excitement was palpable as she exclaimed, "Brother, you have triumphed once more. If you can defeat that detestable Lin Fan, you will become the champion of the human ranking, earning not only generous rewards, but also the opportunity to challenge the formidable beings of the Earth ranking." Xiang Wentian shook his head and said, "I am confident in securing the championship of the human ranking, but challenging the formidable beings of the Earth ranking is perhaps a step too far. Each realm after reaching the divine realm is vastly different, and given that I am several major realms below the Earth ranking's sacred beings, victory is simply unattainable." Jian Daochen approached with a smile and remarked, "He who is content is perpetually joyful. Your ability to be satisfied indicates a steadfast heart on your path. The disparity between a divine realm expert and a sacred realm expert is akin to that between a soul king and a title Douluo. The difference in strength is insurmountable. It would be wiser to wait until your own strength reaches the sacred realm before embarking on such a challenge." Xiang Wentian nodded slightly to Jian Daochen and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Master Jian. I understand." At that moment, Tang San stepped forward and inquired, "Wentian, what is the celestial overlord body that you just transformed into?" Xiang Wentian would certainly not disclose that this was a gift from the system. Thus, he replied, "The celestial dominance body is an exclusive cultivation technique inherently bestowed by my demon angel martial soul." An exclusive cultivation technique? Does that imply that only the possessor of the demon angel martial soul can practice it? Tang San inquired. Xiang Wentian nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Unless one possesses a demon angel martial soul, it is impossible for others to cultivate. Jian Daoqianxin remarked. A martial soul that inherently includes body-tempering techniques has never existed in history. This can only indicate that Wentian's martial soul is extraordinarily powerful. As the members of the Shrek team engaged in conversation, an exuberant voice suddenly echoed through the air. Xiang Wentian, you have indeed not disappointed me. Tomorrow, you and I shall determine the rightful champion. But do not forget to prepare several pairs of trousers. Otherwise, should I defeat you thoroughly, you may find yourself without attire. Seeing Lin Fan approach, Xiao Wu exclaimed in anger, Lin Fan, you ruffian, what brings you here? Are you here to issue a challenge? There is no need to rush to your demise. Just wait until tomorrow when our captain makes you regret your bravado. Ah, it's you again. Little Xiang Wentian observed Tang San's barely contained murderous intent, realizing that it was on the verge of eruption, for Xiao Wu was indeed his Achilles heel. He placed a reassuring hand on Tang San's shoulder and cautioned, do not act impulsively. We cannot engage in conflict here, for it would invoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Lin Fan, witnessing Tang San's unabashed display of killing intent, felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He secretly hoped for Tang San to unleash his fury, as it would provide Lin Fan with the perfect opportunity to eliminate the members of the Shrek team effortlessly, using the hand of the heavenly Tao. With this in mind, Lin Fan became increasingly arrogant, swaggering before the crowd, swaying his hips and tauntingly exclaiming, come on, strike me if you dare. You, a mere wretch not even worthy of the divine realm, dare to reveal such hostility towards me? Truly, you are oblivious to your own mortality. Were it not for the constraints of the heavenly Tao, you would have long since been reduced to mere ashes. His words served to incite the Shrek team further, and the atmosphere grew tense, as both sides prepared for an inevitable confrontation. Xiang Wentian exclaimed, enough. Stop the noise. Lin Fan, out of respect for you, shall we have a proper duel tomorrow? Respect? Who do you think you are? You're about to be beaten to a pulp. And you still want to talk about respect? Lin Fan retorted defiantly. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Xiang Wentian's expression darkened as he replied, get lost. Our Shrek observation platform does not welcome you. Oh, you want me to leave? I shall not comply. Watch me as I stroll away, and then return. What can you do about it? Lin Fan arrogantly paced back and forth. Xiang Wentian retorted angrily, if you do not leave now. Do you dare to see if I can trick you into submission? What nonsense! You think you can trick me? Come and try. I have yet to encounter anyone capable of bending me to their will, Lin Fan declared, hands placed firmly on his hips, exuding arrogance. Xiang Wentian shook his head and addressed the crowd. Sit down, close your five senses, and begin your cultivation. Do not pay him any mind. He is merely a lunatic. Lin Fan, pointing at Xiang Wentian, shouted, who are you calling a lunatic? You are the one who is insane. At this moment, the members of Shrek could hear no further sounds, for they had already closed their five senses. Realizing that his provocations had failed to elicit any response, Lin Fan quietly exited the observation platform of the Shrek team. Chapter 193, the final battle the following morning. The members of the Shrek team reopened their five senses. Xiang Wen slowly opened his eyes, and a pair of divine lights erupted forth. After a night of cultivation, his body had been adjusted to its optimal state. Xiang Wen stood up and smiled at the crowd, saying, today marks the final battle for the rankings. A day that will determine the champions of the earth, humanity, and the three lists. I shall take the stage first, and I ask you to cheer and support me from below. Wang walked over, filled with resentment, and said, 1. You must ensure that Lin Fan, that brash fool, is utterly defeated. Ma Hongjun, recalling Lin Fan's brashness, could not contain his anger and exclaimed, brother, you must turn Lin Fan into a pig's head. So much so that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Daimu Bai, remembering Lin Fan, was infuriated to the point of steaming nostrils and remarked to Xiang Wen, you must make sure that Lin Fan is even fatter than Hongjun. The crowd, in a fervor of indignation, expressed their collective disdain for Lin Fan, each voice echoing the other's grievances. After nodding towards the crowd, he made his way directly to the arena. As Xiang Wen ascended to the arena, Lin Fan had long been awaiting his arrival. Lin Fan mused to himself, having reached the pinnacle of the Divine King realm, it should pose no challenge to utterly defeat Xiang Wen. The last time this brat bested me, I am determined to exact my revenge today. With this thought in mind, he caught sight of Xiang Wen glaring at him with fury, prompting Lin Fan to smile faintly and respond nonchalantly, Xiang Wen, you must be surprised. Ever since you bested me last time, I have diligently cultivated and doubled my efforts in slaying foes. Now, I stand at the zenith of the Divine King realm. Today, I shall make you regret your actions. I wonder, though, have you prepared enough trousers? You wouldn't want to find yourself without a change. For that would be quite the embarrassment. Lin Fan's taunts echoed from the Shrek battle team's observation platform, inciting widespread ire. Meanwhile, Xiang Wen seethed with rage. Dismissing Lin Fan's words entirely as he summoned his demonic form, wielding the colossal god-slaying sword as he charged toward Lin Fan with a fierce strike. The annihilating thunderclap resonated through the air. As Xiang Wen made his move, he unleashed his most formidable attack, clearly indicating that he had been thoroughly provoked by his opponent. Lin Fan had endured repeated taunts from the Shrek battle team, and it was only natural that anyone in his position would reach their limit. Now, the day had finally arrived for him to confront his adversary, and he would not cease until he had fully vented the fury that had built up within him. A deafening rumble filled the air as dark clouds gathered, accompanied by the simultaneous crackling of thunder. The once quiet sky was pierced by a dazzling and fierce bolt of lightning, resonating through the towering peaks of Mount Huashan. As the thunder subsided, a massive eye appeared in the void, fixated on Lin Fan. Lin Fan stretched out his arms, yawning nonchalantly, and remarked, "The grandeur is indeed impressive. I wonder about its true might." With that thought, his expression shifted, and he bellowed, "Unleash all firepower." In an instant, Lin Fan's entire form began to swell, transforming into a colossal humanoid beast towering over 10 zhang, his explosive muscles resembling mighty mountains across his chest and abdomen. Countless power runes shimmered across his body. Lin Fan was a practitioner of ultimate strength, unmatched beneath the sacred realm. At that moment, a colossal violet beam of light, akin to the size of a football field, erupted from the eye in the sky, aiming directly at Lin Fan below. With a thunderous roar, Lin Fan clenched his fists and charged toward the divine purple lightning beam. The purple divine lightning enveloped Lin Fan entirely, submerging him and propelling him straight toward the arena. A tremendous crash echoed as the purple beam struck the arena, causing the ground to quake violently, while the air became saturated with a destructive aura of thunder. The spectators, sensing the impending devastation, retreated several thousand meters, unwilling to endure a second wave of impact. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan resurrected at his original spot, fully revitalized. He cracked his neck and adopted a mischievous grin, stating, "Ah, the power is quite substantial. It blasted me to the point of leaving not a single hair behind. Yet it still cannot bring me down." Xiang Wen smiled and said, "Is that so? I am aware that you are invincible, and I do not expect to vanquish you. Though I may not be able to end your existence, I possess the power to confine you in this very posture for eternity, until the wasteland withers and the universe meets its demise." First spirit ring, first spirit skill, spatial lockdown. First spirit ring, second spirit skill, time stasis. The Buddha kingdom in my palm. As Xiang Wen unleashed a series of potent techniques, 2 soul skills and 1 divine ability, a radiant golden barrier rapidly expanded from his hand, enveloping the entire arena in an instant. Simultaneously, the first soul ring around Xiang Wen emanated a brilliant glow. At that moment, the previously nonchalant smile on Lin Fan's face vanished, replaced by a grave expression. He sensed the immediate disappearance of the earthly power surrounding him, realizing that he had no means to break free from the constraints of time and space. Only by surpassing Xiang Wen by 2 realms could he hope to shatter these bindings through sheer force. However, given the minimal difference in their realms, the vulnerabilities of their singular attributes became apparent. As Xiang Wen's spatial confinement, temporal stasis, and the Buddha kingdom in his palm were poised to envelop Lin Fan, he suddenly uttered 3 words, a mischievous smirk gracing his features: "I concede." With the acknowledgement of defeat, Xiang Wen had no choice but to retract his soul skills and divine abilities. "Didn't you boast of your resilience? Why now do you concede?" Xiang Wen inquired. "Are you foolish? If I were under your control, would I still have the chance to concede? Once I attain the Saint Realm, I shall return to challenge you." Lin Fan retorted with bravado. Xiang Wen's expression darkened as he gravely stated, "Now, you must apologize to my friend immediately, or you shall not return to the Yanhua sect. No one can surpass my speed. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. However, should you allow me to catch up to you, the opportunity for an apology will vanish." Upon hearing Xiang Wen's words, Lin Fan's face betrayed a flicker of anger. "I despise being threatened by others," he retorted. "Yet, I shall concede to your threat and go apologize. We shall see what unfolds. Enough of your bluster. Just hurry and apologize, or I shall thrash you," Xiang Wen commanded. Lin Fan nearly spewed blood in indignation, thinking, in the past, I was the one who dealt blows to others. Now I am threatened, and even told I will be beaten. This is infuriating, but I shall endure. Under the eaves, one must lower their head. Xiang Wen, I shall remember you. We will see what the future holds. On the observation platform of the Shrek team, the crowd had already overheard the exchange between Xiang Wen and Yu Fan on the arena, yet they feigned ignorance. Wu glanced at the approaching Lin Fan and inquired, "What brings you, Lin Shanpao, to our Shrek Team's observation platform?" Suppressing his inner fury, Lin Fan found Wu's incessant taunts unbearable. Each mention of Shanpao igniting his desire to explode. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "I am here to apologize." Daimu Bai sauntered over dramatically, exclaiming, "How can one appear so enraged while offering an apology? Who would believe you?" Lin Fan, stifling his rage, insisted, "I truly have come to apologize." Ma Hongjun swaggered forward, his demeanor haughty. "An apology is acceptable, but you must provide us with several legs of lamb. We wish to eat while you apologize." Searching through his spatial ring, Lin Fan found no lamb legs, only some beef jerky. He extracted the jerky, gritting his teeth, and said, "You rotund fool. Will beef jerky suffice in place of lamb legs?" Ma Hongjun, incensed by Lin Fan's insult, pointed an accusatory finger and exclaimed, "What did you call me? How dare you refer to me as a rotund fool? I will not accept your apology." The other members of the Shrek team chimed in, jeering, "If Ma Hongjun does not accept, then we shall not either." "Very well, I shall call you brother. Surely that will suffice," Lin Fan conceded reluctantly. Though he had mentally cursed Ma Hongjun's ancestors repeatedly, Ma Hongjun nodded solemnly, "That is more like it." Ultimately, the Shrek members consumed the beef jerky while observing Lin Fan's apology. Once he had finished, Lin Fan huffed in anger and strode away. Yet he had etched the faces of those present deeply into his memory. "Just wait until I surpass Xiang Wen. I shall set off fireworks for all of you to alleviate the resentment in my heart." As he pondered this, his anger intensified, culminating in a fit of rage. In a moment of impulsive frustration, he placed the remaining beef jerky from his spatial ring into his mouth and began to chew vigorously, muttering under his breath, "Curse you. You bunch of scoundrels." After the conclusion of the battle, the Dao ancestor Hongjun assessed the combat prowess of the participants, which led to a ranking system. The Dao ancestor proclaimed, "The 36th place on the Earth ranking is. The 72nd place on the Earth ranking is. The 108th place on the human ranking. First place, Xiang Wen. Second place, Lin Fan. Third place, Yi Fan." Following the announcement of the list, the Dao ancestor commenced the distribution of prizes. As Xiang Wen witnessed the Grand Master Hongjun elegantly wave his sleeve, a stream of profound yellow merit energy seamlessly entered his being. Accompanying this celestial energy was a remarkable divine sword, the Shura, crafted from the finest primordial essence. In that fleeting moment when the merit energy fused with his essence, Xiang Wen's divine power surged forth like a torrent of water into a vast river, rapidly escalating, while his physique and consciousness experienced a significant enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, host, on ascending to level 120, the Divine Emperor Realm. Congratulations, host, on advancing to level 121. Congratulations, host, on reaching level 122. Congratulations, host, on achieving level 123. Congratulations, host, on attaining level 129. Xiang Wen was utterly astonished. With merely a fraction of 1% of the merit power, he had ascended 10 levels. If he were to secure the top position and obtain 60% of the merit power, would his strength not soar to unimaginable heights? After the excitement, Xiang Wen fused the Shura sword with the Giant K Divine Sword. The Giant K Divine Sword, enhanced by the fusion with the Shura sword, saw a significant elevation in its quality, surpassing the realm of the supreme imperial weapons and attaining the status of an exquisite primordial treasure. Subsequently, Xiang Wen spent points in the system mall to purchase a 10 million year orange soul ring. Xiang Wen, having secured the first place, was bestowed with a portion of the ethereal merit of the universe and a supreme primordial treasure. In contrast, Lin Fan, the second place, received only a supreme primordial treasure, the unmatched gauntlets. The third place Yu Fan was awarded a supreme post-spirited treasure, the Tai Chi Cauldron. The prizes awarded to each individual were perfectly aligned with their inherent attributes, exemplifying the profound power of the Tao. A mere thought suffices to unveil one's depths. Upon accessing the system panel, the details were as follows. Name, Xiang Wen level. Divine Emperor, Demon Envoy of the True Deity. Martial Soul, Demon Envoy Divine Power. Level 129 Soul Rings. Orange, years. Orange, years, 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 rainbow years, orange years, orange years, soul skills. First soul skill, Space Lock. Time Stasis. Second soul skill, Bestow Glory, Demon Fury. Third soul skill, Divine Judgment, Demon Slash. Fourth soul skill, Divine Radiance, Death Ray. Fifth soul skill, Flame Slash, Kiss of the Demon. Sixth soul skill, Floating Pagoda, Meteor Strike. Seventh soul skill, True Form of Martial Soul, True Form of the Demon. Eighth soul skill, Annihilating Strike, Obliteration of All. Ninth soul skill, Power of 9, Cataclysmic Tremor. Divine level soul skill, Divine Sword of the Great Ruins, infinitely usable. God King soul skill, Earth Cleaving Strike. Eternal Rush. Divine Emperor soul skill, Veil the Sun, Eye of World Annihilation. Soul Bones. Skull of the War God Demon Envoy. Backbone of the War God Demon Envoy. Left arm of the War God Demon Envoy. Right leg of the War God Demon Envoy. Left leg of the War God Demon Envoy. Right arm of the Ignoring Defense of the Breaking Army Demon. Soul Bone skills. War God Incarnation. Fusion skill of the War God Demon Envoy Soul Bone. Ignoring Defense. Breaking Army Strike. Skill of the right arm bone of the Breaking Army Demon. Divine skills. Buddha's Palm. 9 punishments. Points. Cultivation method. True scriptures of demon annihilation. Sangba Body. Ability. Devour, the capacity to consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. In the 195th chapter of the Invincible upgrade in Douluo Continent, Return, Hongjun Daozu stood in the void, proclaiming with an air of authority and ethereal resonance, the integration of realms in the inaugural contest for rankings has come to a close. In the coming century, any private duels that secure a place on the heavenly, earthly, and human rankings will be duly recorded. I hope each of you strives diligently to seize the top position. You may now depart and return to your homelands. With the conclusion of Hongjun Daozu's announcement, the portal of space gradually opened. As Xiang Wentian gazed at the slowly opening portal to another realm, he could not help but reminisce about the heart-stopping scenes of the past, where countless cultivators had met their demise far from their homeland. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of melancholy, he sighed and remarked, "There is nothing worth lingering for here. We arrived in haste, and shall depart just as swiftly. Let us go." The group exchanged glances, each harboring a mix of joy and sorrow, and followed Xiang Wentian as he left. Stepping through the portal, they returned to the nameless mountain range, now transformed from their previous visit. The area was devoid of the blood and carnage that once marred its landscape. What was once barren had now blossomed into a verdant expanse, with towering trees and dense forests. Xiang Wentian looked out over the lush greenery, which spread like an ocean before him. The trees flourished, exuding a refreshing coolness. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves like golden grains of sand, casting a gentle glow upon the grassy floor below. The meadow was adorned with a myriad of wildflowers, each exuding an enticing fragrance. Birds flitted joyfully among the trees, their cheerful calls harmonizing with the soothing sounds of flowing water, echoing in the gentle breeze. The group strolled through the forest, enveloped in a delicate mist that floated like ethereal silk in the air. The trees stood quietly beneath the azure sky, their branches outstretched to embrace the sunlight. Sunbeams danced through the dense foliage, dappling the faces of the travelers and the ground beneath them. Dewdrops sparkled on the grass, releasing the sweet scents of fresh greenery, blossoms, and damp earth. Countless little flowers, in shades of white, red, and yellow, burst forth from the soil, twinkling like stars and infusing the forest floor with vibrant energy. Amidst the fragrant grove, the group inhaled the heady aroma of blossoms, basking in the warmth of the sun. Xiang Wentian could not help but marvel at the power of nature's laws, which could transform the intangible into the tangible and vice versa, a realm of existence that inspired awe and reverence. They soon arrived at the peach orchard, where the large peaches had turned a luscious pink, resembling bashful maidens in full bloom. The sight of such delectable fruit made their mouths water. And after indulging in the sweet bounty, they left, their bellies full, wandering into the distance until their figures became mere specks, eventually vanishing from sight. The once somber and eerie forest was now alive with joy. The blood-red army ants nowhere to be found, replaced by a scene of exuberance. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying delightful fragrances, while tender green leaves peered shyly from among the pear blossoms, creating a striking contrast of white and green. The yellow orioles, partridges, woodpeckers, and thrushes regarded this woodland as their kingdom, flitting freely from branch to branch, serenading the air with their enchanting melodies. In this season of blossoming flowers, white mist flowed languidly through the woods, entwining every red spruce, reminiscent of the long flowing ribbons of a celestial maiden. Within the joyous forest, the grand trees and vines intertwined, resembling a vast net, much like the dark green depths of the sea, where not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. The trunk of the sky-piercing poplar stands tall and straight, its branches intertwined. It neither despises the barrenness of the plateau nor fears the harshness of wind and snow. It thrives vigorously, embodying unity and upward aspiration. The following day, a group returned to the Spirit Hall, where Sword Douluo Continent, Ningrongrong, and Oscar were also invited by Xiang Wentian to visit. The Spirit Hall remained unchanged, with its towering walls, majestic architecture, and the strict vigilance of the Spirit Masters. Upon spotting Xiang Wentian and his companions from afar, the patrolling Spirit Masters hurried back to report to the inner sanctum of the Spirit Hall. Soon after, Bibidong led a group to welcome Xiang Wentian and his companions. Although Xiang Wentian held the title of acting pope within the Spirit Hall, in the hearts of the people there, his status and authority had long surpassed that of Pope Bibidong. The reason Xiang Wentian remained the acting pope was due to an unfinished final task, convincing the master to join the Spirit Hall. However, in Xiang Wentian's eyes, persuading the master was merely a matter of time. He had never aspired to be a pope, being an acting pope sufficed. His rapid ascent and formidable strength were merely reflections of a world that venerates the powerful. Xiang Wentian stands as the veritable foremost powerhouse of the Spirit Hall. Thus his status transcends that of all others. With a mere command, none dare to disobey. Chapter 196, Qian Rinxue. As Xiang Wentian and his companions approached, they soon beheld the core members of the Spirit Hall, who had come forth from the city to greet them under the leadership of Bibidong. At that moment, Xiang Wentian noticed a strikingly beautiful young maiden standing beside Bibidong, with a devilishly alluring figure and cascading black hair that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. She exuded an undeniable charm. Her long legs were accentuated by a form-fitting pink dress, showcasing her exquisite physique to perfection. The girl possessed a pair of luminous eyes, clear and bright like the stars in the night sky. Lost in thought, she graced Xiang Wentian and his group with a radiant smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons, as if her ethereal essence overflowed in that moment. Each subtle expression revealed an innate nobility, leaving onlookers in awe of her graceful and enchanting aura. Standing alongside Bibidong, they resembled sisters, their similar appearances and expressions creating an enchanting scene that captivated all who beheld them. Xiang Wentian pondered. He had long heard of Bibidong's daughter, named Qian Rinxue. Could it be that this young woman is indeed Bibidong's offspring? As the assembly approached the grand gates of the Spirit Hall, all present, with the exception of Bibidong, bowed deeply in unison and proclaimed, "We warmly welcome your holiness back." The members of the Spirit Hall had come to regard Xiang Wentian as the Pope, casting aside the notion of him being merely an acting figure. This clearly illustrated that his status within the Spirit Hall had eclipsed that of all others. Bibidong, on the other hand, accepted the title bestowed upon Xiang Wentian with an air of inevitability, seemingly unperturbed. Following the recent cataclysmic battle, her soul power had regressed to the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo, rendering her incapable of commanding the respect of the Spirit Hall's senior members. Deep down, she understood that Xiang Wentian's ascension to the role of true pope was merely a matter of time. Even though he was currently the acting pope, his standing in the hearts of the people had already surpassed her own as the official pope. Xiang Wentian spoke sternly, "Be at ease." "Thank you, Your Holiness." In response to the thunderous reply from the members of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian was elevated to the stature of a sovereign, exuding an unparalleled majesty akin to that of an emperor in the heavens. Xiang Wentian approached Bibidong, bowing gracefully with both hands as he said, "Acting Pope Xiang Wentian pays his respects to Your Holiness the Pope." Although Xiang Wentian's status had long surpassed that of Bibidong, the customs of propriety could not be disregarded. Bibidong smiled and replied, "There is no need for such formalities, acting pope." Xiang Wentian straightened up and gazed at the beautiful maiden beside Bibidong, inquiring, "Your Holiness the Pope, may I ask who this lovely lady is?" Bibidong smiled and replied, "This is my daughter, named Qian Rinxue." At this point, Bibidong turned to Qian Rinxue and said, "Do not delay, greet the acting pope." Qian Rinxue smiled sweetly and respectfully stated, "I have the honor to meet the acting pope. There is no need for excessive formalities." Xiang Wentian remarked, "Why have I never seen you before?" Before Qian Rinxue could respond, Bibidong interjected, This is not the appropriate setting for conversation. I have prepared a banquet. Let us dine first and converse afterward. Xiang Wentian greeted the heir with a cordial salutation. At that moment, Bibi Dong cast a discreet glance at Zhu Douluo beside her. Zhu Douluo nodded and approached Jian Douluo Chenkong to engage in pleasantries. Once Xiang Wentian ensured the arrangements for Ning Rongrong and her companions were satisfactory, he followed Bibi Dong into the Hall of the Pope. In the Grand Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong and Xiang Wentian took their respective seats. And after the servants had served tea, they closed the great doors of the hall. At this moment, the vast space was occupied solely by Bibi Dong and Xiang Wentian. Bibi Dong slowly addressed Xiang Wentian, saying, "You must be curious as to why my daughter has never been by my side. The truth is, from a young age, I sent her to the royal family of the Tiando Empire as an undercover agent, assuming the role of the crown prince in the guise of a woman. Just as she was on the verge of success, the planes merged, and I lost contact with her. She only returned to the Wuhuan Hall a few days ago. But she brought me troubling news." "What troubling news?" inquired Xiang Wentian. "The Tiando royal family has been annihilated, thanks to the protection of 2 titled Douluos. She narrowly escaped with her life, but she was the only one to return to the Wuhuan Hall," Bibi Dong elaborated. "Who was responsible for the destruction of the Tiando royal family?" Xiang Wentian pressed on. According to Qianrenxue, it was an organization known as the Adventurers Guild. They sought to dominate the Tiando royal family, but the royal family refused to yield, leading to their ultimate demise at the hands of the Adventurers Guild. Interestingly, the Adventurers Guild responsible for the fall of the Tiando royal family is also connected to the pursuit of Qianrenxue, as it is led by a deputy leader who has ties to you, Bibi Dong remarked. "Ties to me?" Xiang Wentian exclaimed, bewildered. "I have never heard of any Adventurers Guild." Bibi Dong smiled subtly and replied, "Do not be too hasty to dispute. Do you not recall the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent, where Zhonghui Academy unleashed a fusion technique summoning an otherworldly evil?" Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Xiang Wentian felt a jolt within his heart, inevitably recalling the ominous proclamation of the extraterritorial fiends, "When my demonic powers reach their pinnacle, I shall unleash a bloodbath upon the Douluo Continent." Contemplating this, Xiang Wentian exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you implying that the vice president of the Adventurers Guild is the blood demon god, Blood Demon Frenzy?" Bibi Dong nodded and replied, "Indeed. I am convinced that he will soon trace the whereabouts of our spirit hall." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xiang Wentian's eyes as he declared, "If he dares to come, I shall ensure he never returns." Bibi Dong smiled faintly and replied, "I have faith in your strength. Yet we remain unaware of the opponent's capabilities and influence. To avert potential calamities, I have already instructed others to prepare defenses in advance." Bibi Dong and Xiang Wentian conversed in the Pope's palace until deep into the night. Only after Xiang Wentian pushed open the grand doors of the palace did he step outside and return to his quarters, where he sat cross-legged on his bed, engrossed in his cultivation. At the stroke of midnight, just as Xiang Wentian immersed himself in his practice, 20 miles ahead of Wuhuan City, 3 figures clad in black lay concealed like venomous serpents within the grass. One of the black-clad individuals whispered instructions. "Let us wait until around 2 o'clock in the morning to infiltrate the Wuhuan Hall and ascertain the truth." Another black-clad figure inquired, "Elder brother, why must we wait until 2? Cannot we proceed now?" The one referred to as elder brother replied softly, "At around 2 o'clock, people are in the deepest slumber. The human biological clock has evolved over hundreds of thousands of years, and the period of deepest sleep occurs between 1 and 3 in the morning. Choosing this moment to act minimizes the chance of detection. Do you understand?" "Understood. Elder brother, you truly are knowledgeable." The second black-clad figure praised. The third scoffed, "Of course. Elder brother is cultured. Your words are unnecessary. Enough of your bickering. Be wary of being discovered by stronger foes," the elder brother admonished. With this thought, he felt a surge of pride, reflecting, "Indeed, I am cultured, having graduated from the 3rd grade of elementary school in the original Arad continent. Unlike you 2 illiterates who have never seen the inside of a classroom." Time passed swiftly, and just as the impatience of the 2 younger black-clad figures began to surface, their elder brother finally commanded, "Now, let us depart." The 3 black-clad figures moved like cobras, gliding silently along the ground. Upon reaching the periphery of Wuhuan City, they scaled the walls with the agility of geckos, not a sound disturbing the patrolling soul masters atop the city walls. Effortlessly, they infiltrated the Wuhuan Hall, their cultivation equivalent to the pinnacle of tidal Douluo, enabling them to enter undetected. At that moment, Xiang Wentian, seated on his bed, sensed three fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from afar. A sense of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of the energy signature of the blood demon god, suggesting that these three fluctuations were spies sent by the Adventurers Guild. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Two beams of divine light erupting forth as he murmured with a murderous intent, "Since you dare to come, I shall ensure that you never return." At this moment, three cloaked figures had transformed the spirit hall into their personal playground, wandering aimlessly and exploring their surroundings. One of the subordinates scoffed quietly, "Brother, this spirit hall is nothing special. The young master of Blood Demon has no reason to send us here for reconnaissance. The three of us could easily reduce this place to rubble." The one referred to as brother replied in a hushed, yet serious tone, "Do not speak carelessly. The young master has his reasons for sending us. As the saying goes, a cautious sailor navigates 1,000 storms. We must focus on our duties and refrain from discussing the young master's wise decisions." As the three figures whispered among themselves, they arrived at the door of Xiang Wentian's chamber. Noticing the door firmly shut, they assumed the occupant was soundly asleep. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure emanated from within the room, followed by tendrils of dark energy seeping through the crack beneath the door, as if an ancient malevolent spirit were slumbering inside. Abruptly, a voice filled with authority and terror resonated in their minds. "Since you are here, do not leave. Become the energy that fuels my being." The chilling voice echoed simultaneously in their hearts, causing them to be engulfed by an overwhelming fear. They instinctively wanted to scream and flee, but the dark energy, as if alive, coiled around them like serpentine dragons. When the dark tendrils finally receded, the three figures lay lifeless, reduced to mere husks. Chapter 198. The cleaning man. Xiang Wentian opened the door quietly, ensuring not to disturb the three individuals, and proceeded to reduce the three corpses to ashes, scattering them amidst the flower bed. Following this grim task, Xiang Wentian felt no trace of drowsiness and set off alone to the papal hall to attend to matters. As he passed through the dreamlike corridors, he observed a middle-aged man sweeping the fallen leaves outside a dreamlike door. Xiang Wentian approached and inquired, "At such a late hour, why are you still awake?" The middle-aged man, who had been raking the fallen leaves, abruptly halted his movements. He raised his head, revealing a face etched with the marks of time, his murky eyes reflecting a hint of longing. A smile broke across his face, showcasing a set of neat white teeth as he respectfully replied, "Ah, it is your holiness, the Pope. I found myself unable to sleep this evening, so I came out to tidy up the leaves on the road." "Do you come out to clean the streets every night?" Xiang Wentian asked. The middle-aged man respectfully responded, "Not every night, but for some reason, I am restless tonight. I thought I might tidy the leaves a bit. Perhaps when I return, I shall finally find rest." He nodded slightly at Xiang Wentian, showing no particular concern, and proceeded towards the papal hall. After Xiang Wentian departed, the middle-aged man gazed in the direction of his leaving, smiling as he nodded slightly. In the papal chamber, Xiang Wentian sat regally upon the papal throne. The ghost Douluo appeared like a specter within the chamber, respectfully proclaiming, "I pay my respects to your holiness." With a solemn demeanor, Xiang Wentian addressed, "Master, please convey my command. From this moment forth, the spirit hall shall enter a state of level 1 combat readiness." The ghost Douluo, perplexed, inquired, "Your holiness, is there an impending attack on the spirit hall?" Xiang Wentian pondered, "If I am not mistaken, an assault on the spirit hall will occur within the next few days. Is it an external force?" Ghost Douluo inquired once more. "Indeed," Xiang Wentian affirmed with a nod. Observing this, Ghost Douluo vanished from the papal hall like a wraith. Far away, a magnificent and elegant palace stood 1,000 miles from the spirit hall. The silvery moonlight cascaded like grains of silver sand, illuminating every corner of the earth. The moon's glow shimmered upon the eaves of the palace, reflecting a resplendent and poetic radiance that dazzled the eyes and captivated the heart. The four corners of the palace were supported by columns of gray-white marble, standing steady and tranquil in the gentle night breeze. Between these marble columns, sheer curtains swayed softly, lifted by the cool winds, intertwining silver fabric with the moonlight to create a hazy brilliance. Not far away, a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth, winding around the palace like a green ribbon before flowing deep into the woods. The twinkling lights reflected in the spring water evoked a sense of delightful beauty, all enveloped in serene tranquility. Within this splendid and peaceful palace, a youth clad in blood red sat quietly, his eyes gently closed, as threads of the world's spiritual essence entered his being with each breath. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of knocking echoed, prompting the youth to slowly open his tranquil eyes. "Come in," he spoke calmly. As the doors creaked open, a figure in black entered and knelt, respectfully reporting. Reporting to the young master, 3 of our scouts have yet to return. Oh? The youth queried with intrigue. Which faction did they infiltrate? Reporting to the young master. They were sent to track Qian Rinxiue and investigate the Spirit Hall. The youth nodded thoughtfully and asked, Who is the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Reporting to the young master. There are 2 popes in the Spirit Hall, one of whom is an acting pope. The pope's name is Bibidong. Her cultivation has yet to reach the divine realm, thus is not a cause for concern. However, the acting pope wields formidable power, his strength immeasurable. The youth inquired, Oh? What is the name of the acting pope? Xiang Wentian. Upon hearing this name, the youth's expression shifted dramatically, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. He coldly asked, What did you say? The acting pope is named Xiang Wentian? Is his martial soul the demon angel? Could he be the same individual as the strongest on the human rankings? Feeling the chill in the youth's tone, the figure in black trembled and replied, Young master, you are correct. The acting pope of the Spirit Hall is indeed Xiang Wentian, who was also the strongest on the human rankings during the contest. The youth let out a furious snort, the blood-red killing intent erupting uncontrollably, as he ground his teeth and muttered to himself, Xiang Wentian, once again, I should have slain you back then. Who would have thought you would grow to such heights? The Spirit Hall. How audacious to dare slay scouts sent by the blood demon god of Hell faction. Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian, we shall settle our old and new grievances together. What of being the strongest on the human rankings? Had I not been in seclusion when the contest commenced, do you think you would have prevailed in the first round? It may be for the best. The moment I eliminate you, I, the blood demon of the hellish blood god, shall claim the title of the strongest in the rankings. Chapter 199. The Might of the Multitude. The first demonic sect of the northern region, the Lihen sect, is situated atop the highest mountain. Lihen Mountain. The mountain is only half intact. Its upper section was severed by the sect leader, the formidable Hentian Demon King, through unparalleled sorcery. This place is perpetually shrouded in demonic energy, with ominous clouds looming overhead, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere where not a single tree or flower can be found. No flora or fauna that thrives in sunlight can survive in this cursed realm. Yet, for the practitioners of demonic arts and creatures of the abyss, this is indeed a paradise. The Lihen sect wields absolute dominion over a vast territory, where the mantra those who comply shall prosper. Those who oppose shall perish reigns supreme. Demonic practitioners are inherently bloodthirsty, seizing the aspirations of others to augment their power. Within a grand hall of the Lihen sect, a man of imposing stature with a menacing glare shattered a teacup on the ground, bellowing at the 4 individuals before him. What? Juner has been slain. Who is responsible? Speak at once. These 4 were tasked with protecting the young Hentian demon lord during the battle for rankings, having survived numerous trials. The leader, clad in black, trembled as he responded, reporting to the sect leader, the one who killed the young sect master is named Xiang Wentian. Through our discreet inquiries, we have discovered that Xiang Wentian is the acting pope of the martial soul hall in the central region. Furious, the Hentian demon king roared. Since your master has met his demise, there is no need for you to continue living. Go below and serve Juner. Please, sect leader, spare us. For the sake of our years of dedicated service to the young sect master, grant us our lives. Sect leader, we have toiled diligently for many years. And though we may not have great achievements, we have endured hardships. Please allow us a chance to live. With a cruel smile, the Hentian demon king retorted. It is precisely because of your years of hard work and dedication that I shall ensure your service continues in the underworld. Sect leader, please, they pleaded. I have an elderly mother of 80 and young children in need of care. Spare me. With narrowed eyes, the Hentian demon king unleashed a punch, instantly reducing the 4 to ashes, their screams silenced before they could escape. After dispatching the 4, he commanded, Bring me my forces. The palace doors creaked open, and a black-clad warrior entered, kneeling respectfully. What are your orders, sect leader? With a voice laced with fury, the Hentian demon king instructed, Gather all elite members of the Lihen sect and annihilate the martial soul hall. Yes, the warrior had never witnessed such rage from the Hentian demon king before. It was evident that the death of the young Hentian demon lord had stirred his wrath, and he wished to avoid being crushed into powder by the demon king's fist. Upon this realization, the cloaked warrior, trembling with trepidation, hastily rose and fled the palace to convey the ominous decree of the Dark Lord. Thus ignited, the flames of war engulfed the entire continent, plunging it into an unprecedented turmoil. A chaos that would persist until the land was thoroughly reshaped and the various factions could claim their dominion. The adage about the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird lies in wait holds a profound truth. 3 days later, the vice president of the Adventurers Guild led a formidable contingent of 10,000 adventurers, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of subjugated cultivators. Marching resolutely towards the outskirts of the Spirit Hall, a distance of 30 miles, with the intention of seizing the Spirit Hall and eliminating Xiang Wentian in one fell swoop. Within the Papal Hall, the elite from the Spirit Hall and the Elders Hall gathered, their expressions clouded with worry, reflecting the gravity of the impending threat. Throughout history, the Spirit Hall had never encountered such a perilous crisis, and it was only natural for the assembly to exhibit such grave countenances. Xiang Wentian sat resolutely upon the Pope's chair, his expression unperturbed. To him, no matter how many adversaries approached, they would all be devoured, transforming into his own cultivation. With solemnity, Xiang Wentian addressed the assembly. Esteemed comrades, a formidable enemy threatens our Spirit Hall. We cannot remain idle. Our loved ones, our children, stand behind us. We are their final bastion. He vowed to remain steadfastly loyal to the Spirit Hall, to share its fate, to protect their families, and to confront the external threats together. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In that moment, the Spirit Hall appeared so united, so resolute. One could only imagine that those who had cultivated to such heights possessed hearts of unwavering courage, unafraid of death, enabling them to reach such a pinnacle. Forward! To the city gates to meet the enemy. Xiang Wentian commanded. The crowd followed him to the battlements of Spirit City. Xiang Wentian gazed into the distance, where a dark mass of figures loomed, shadows moving amongst the enemy ranks. Among them, he discerned many familiar silhouettes of soul masters, those whom the Spirit Hall had once protected. Yet now, under the oppression of the Adventurers Guild, they were forced to assault their former sanctuary. Ha ha! Xiang Wentian laughed heartily, boldly proclaiming, in this world of turmoil, we emerge as the vanguards. Once we enter the martial realm, time hastens our journey. Amidst the wind and rain, we defy the heavens, striving for our destinies. When faced with great foes, none shall retreat, as we carve through the battlefield, leaving a mountain of bones in our wake. With swords drawn and steeds mounted, we unleash a tempest of fury. Bones shall rise like mountains, startling the birds into flight. We slay the heavens, the earth, and all beings, solely to turn back and proclaim our unwavering resolve. Chapter 200. The grievous battle. The bold and bloodthirsty verses of Toward the Sky captivated numerous poetry enthusiasts present at the scene. Slay! With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wentian summoned the 8-winged demonic angel behind him and surged forth into the ranks of the enemy. Kill! He bellowed, with Qian Daolu trailing closely behind. The members of the Shrek team exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement, as they charged into battle alongside Xiang Wentian. Tang Hao, Jin Dao Qinshin, Yu Egguan, and Gui Mei followed closely behind. Behind them, thousands of Spirit Hall soul masters surged forward, joining the fray. Simultaneously, the air was filled with piercing battle cries that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Both factions, with fierce determination etched upon their faces, clashed with unyielding ferocity. At last, the two armies collided with a force akin to a roaring thunderstorm echoing through the valley, as if a tidal wave of fury crashed against the mountains. Colorful soul skills illuminated the battlefield, and vibrant martial techniques shattered the ground beneath them. While the resounding shouts and brief growls sent tremors through the very fabric of the land, causing the sun and moon to seem to reverse their course. Though the Spirit Hall faced overwhelming odds, their resolve was unwavering, bolstered by the presence of loved ones behind them. They stood as the final bastion, unwilling to retreat. The Adventurers Guild, undaunted, pressed forward with a vow to conquer the Spirit Hall. The cacophony of roars and anguished cries filled the air. As countless soul masters and as Xiang Wentian turned his gaze, he beheld the abyssal blood demon crazy, charging towards him with a fierce glint in his eyes and a face awash with murderous intent. Xiang Wentian coldly proclaimed, I shall fulfill your end. Summoning the divine soul ring, he unleashed his first soul skill, the celestial slash. The heavens and earth split apart, revealing a chasm of immense depth. As an ethereal blade of light descended from the abyssal rift, cleaving the abyssal blood demon crazy, in twain. In his final moments, the abyssal blood demon wore an expression of utter disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort and remarked, You remain the person you once were, yet I have transcended my former self. The pace of my growth is something you cannot fathom. Among the ranks of the Adventurers Guild, a voice of terror echoed, This is disastrous. The young master has been slain by Xiang Wentian. If we return, the guild master will execute us all. We must avenge the young master. At the very least, this will safeguard the lives of our wives and children. Avenge the young master. The morale of the Adventurers Guild surged to unprecedented heights. With a fierce roar, Xiang Wentian coldly declared, "With you insignificant beings. Even 1,000,000 of you would not suffice for my slaughter. Perish." The Soul King's soul ring activated, unleashing the second soul skill, Eternal Flux. An invisible aura swept forth in a fan-shaped arc, whereupon the very fabric of reality seemed to twist and reverse. Countless individuals aged instantaneously, their hair turning white. And before the enemy could even react, they were reduced to mere piles of bones. Ding! The host has slain 100 cultivators, earning 1,000,000 points. The host has slain 500 cultivators, earning 5,000,000 points. The host has slain 1,000 cultivators, earning 10,000,000 points. Witnessing Xiang Wentian's extraordinary soul skill, the crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment and tremors of fear. What manner of soul skill is this, capable of manipulating the forces of time and space, transforming the unaware into mere remnants of the grave? The Divine Emperor's soul ring activated, revealing the first soul skill, Veil of Darkness. Before them, Xiang Wentian manifested his colossal demonic angel form, enveloped in a surging aura of darkness. The endless miasma coalesced into thick clouds that blotted out the sun, forming a shroud of impenetrable gloom that connected to the earth. The enemies caught within this sinister fog found themselves as if submerged in a sea of sulfuric acid. Their flesh swiftly eroded until they crumbled into lifeless bones. The ground was littered with remains, a scene reminiscent of purgatory itself. As the dark mist was drawn back into Xiang Wentian's demonic angel form, a series of system notifications rang out. Ding! The host has slain 200 cultivators, earning 2,000,000 points. The host has slain 1,000 cultivators, earning 10,000,000 points. The host has slain 5,000 cultivators, earning 50,000,000 points. Ding! Through the soul skill Veil of Darkness, the host has harnessed the devouring ability, gaining 2,000 divine power points. Through the soul skill Veil of Darkness, the host has harnessed the devouring ability, gaining 5,000 divine power points. Through the soul skill Veil of Darkness, the host has harnessed the devouring ability, gaining 10,000 divine power points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascending to the Divine Emperor realm, with the current level of divine power being level 130. Chapter 201, the First of Eternity System. Please procure for me a soul ring most suitable for my needs. Ding! The soul ring most fitting for the host is that of the Violent Hurricane Bird of 10 million years, which grants the soul skills, Violent Hurricane Slash and Heaven and Earth Extreme Drill. Note, Violent Hurricane Slash is an area attack skill, while Heaven and Earth Extreme Drill is a single target skill, specifically designed to penetrate protective divine abilities, making it a bane for defensive warriors. Would you like to purchase? Purchase. Ding! The host has expended 666 points for the purchase. Fusion with the host is in progress. Ding! Fusion complete. As Xiang Wentian's consciousness transcended the confines of the system's spatial realm, he opened his eyes, and 2 beams of divine light erupted forth, resembling a war god descending upon the earth. With a mighty roar, he declared, Divine Emperor Soul Ring, First Soul Skill, Violent Hurricane Slash. Before one's very eyes, Xiang Wentian, in his true form as the demon angel, brandished the colossal divine sword, summoning forth a tempest of unimaginable proportions. The hurricane swelled ever larger, sweeping away even the clouds in the sky. Standing within the eye of the storm, Xiang Wentian surged forth towards the enemy forces. Wherever the hurricane passed, the ground was carved into a vast chasm, wide enough to span countless miles. In an instant, Xiang Wentian swept away the enemy forces. The troops engulfed by the hurricane were reduced to a mist of blood. Those scattered remnants who escaped the hurricane, upon witnessing this apocalyptic scene, were stricken with terror. Wishing desperately for their parents to have given them 2 more legs, fleeing for their lives into the distance. However, before they could get far, a blood-red sword light, 1,000 feet long, cleaved through the hurricane, severing each fleeing enemy into a cloud of blood. The 1,000-foot sword light descended in relentless succession, akin to a mobile artillery unit equipped with a targeting scope. No matter where the members of the Adventurers Guild sought refuge, they could not evade this lethal beam. all transformed into a part of the heavens and earth. Ding. The host has slain 3,000 cultivators, earning 30,000 points. The host has slain 6,000 cultivators, earning 60,000 points. The host has slain 9,000 cultivators, earning 90,000 points. Although there was a vast numerical disparity between the Soul Masters and the Cultivator Legions, the presence of the transcendent deity Xiang Wentian turned the tide into a massacre favoring the Adventurers Guild. After the battle concluded, Xiang Wentian employed his devouring skill to consume all the corpses within a 100-mile radius, transforming them into desiccated remains. Ding. The host activated the devouring skill, gaining 20,000 divine power. The host utilized the devouring skill, gaining 60,000 divine power. The host employed the devouring skill, gaining 90,000 divine power. Ding. Congratulations to the host on leveling up. The current divine power level is 131. After the war, Xiang Wentian mused, not bad. Not bad. Each time after a great battle, my strength undergoes a remarkable enhancement. I hope such grand conflicts will occur more frequently. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Host, your points have accumulated sufficiently. The system recommends enhancing the duration of your soul ring. Would you like to proceed? Enhance. Please elevate it tenfold to the billion-year level. Ding. The host expended 658 points to elevate the soul ring duration to the billion-year level. Having just become wealthy, the enhancement rendered him impoverished once more. It seems I must strive even harder. Open the system panel. Name, Xiang Wentian level. Divine Emperor, Demonic Angel True God, Martial Spirit, Demonic Angel Divine Power. Level 131, 22, 886, 663, 000. 000. Soul Rings, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666. 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666. 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166. 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 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 666, 666 years, rainbow colored, duration, 166. 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, soul skills. First soul skill, spatial lock, time stasis. Second soul skill, angelic glory, demonic fury. Third soul skill, angelic judgment, demonic sky severing. Fourth soul skill, angelic divine light, death ray. Fifth soul skill, angelic flame slash, demonic kiss. Sixth soul skill, angelic stupa, meteoric descent of angels. Seventh soul skill, true form of martial spirit, true form of demons. Eighth soul skill, annihilation strike, extinction of all. Ninth soul skill, force breaking the heavens, primordial tremor. Divine level soul skill, divine sword of the grand abyss, unlimited use. God King soul skill, heaven cutting earth slaying. Eternal rush. God Emperor soul skill, veiling heaven and shrouding sun, eye of world annihilation. Divine Emperor soul skill, violent hurricane slash, extreme drill of heaven and earth. Soul bones, demonic angel war god skull. Demonic angel war god backbone. Demonic angel war god left arm. Demonic angel war god right leg. Demonic angel war god left leg. Ignoring defense right arm of the breaking army demon. Soul bone skill, war god possession, fusion skill of demonic angel war god soul bone. Ignoring defense, breaking army strike, skill attached to the right arm bone of breaking army demon. Divine skill, Tathagata divine palm, heavenly punishment 9 styles. Points, 66. 688 Cultivation Method. True Scripture of World Annihilation, Overlord Body of the Heavens. Ability. Devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Untitled Chapter Title. Grand Feast. The existence of war, while undeniably bringing indelible calamities, can also, from another perspective, be seen as laying the groundwork for peace in the next moment. After the war, the sky is filled with yellow sand, and the blood-red remnants of the sun illuminate the battlefield, littered with the corpses of the fallen, creating a scene of grotesque horror. The heavy stench of blood is enough to induce nausea. The flames conjured by the fire element soul masters continue to blaze recklessly across the battlefield, thick smoke billowing into the air. Meanwhile, the ice crystals wrought by the ice element soul masters, each measuring nearly 10 meters, exude a chilling cold. The malevolent energy of the demonic cultivators has tainted the earth, rendering it nearly black. A vast chasm, stretching 1,000 miles in length, 10,000 feet in width, and plunging 100 meters deep, cuts across the battlefield, eliciting gasps of astonishment from onlookers. The soul masters of the Spirit Hall are diligently clearing the battlefield, gathering countless lifeless bodies into heaps for immolation. In the aftermath of this conflict, the casualties of the Spirit Hall are minimal, as most of the adventurers fell to the might of Xiang Wentian. It is only at this moment that people come to realize the extraordinary strength of Xiang Wentian. How fortunate the Spirit Hall is to have him as the Pope. How fortunate indeed are the members of the Spirit Hall. How fortunate are the citizens of Spirit City. In celebration of their victory, the Spirit Hall prepares a grand banquet. Unbeknownst to them, the foremost demonic sect from the northern region, led by the fearsome Demon Kings, is hastily approaching, intent on raising the Spirit Hall and avenging their young master, the Demon Lord, by devouring Xiang Wentian. Within the spacious reception hall of the Spirit Hall, as the guests gather to take their seats, they do so in an orderly fashion, with a sense of humility and respect. Colorful platters are meticulously arranged, and the delicacies presented by the maidens are exquisite. The wine is rich, smooth, and sweet, bringing great satisfaction to all who indulge. The maidens, clad in flowing garments reminiscent of soft clouds, frequently refill the guests' cups, while also offering delightful melodies. The fragrant incense wafting through the banquet hall enchants everyone present. Dishes are served in succession, and the atmosphere is filled with lively toasts and merriment as everyone raises their cups in celebration of their hard-fought victory. Savory roasted meats tantalize the palate, and an array of delicacies from both land and sea delights the senses, accompanied by songs and laughter. As the revelry continues and the wine flows freely, the guests savor the sumptuous feast. Yu Meng, seated beside Xiang Wentian, pours wine while nibbling on delicacies and inquisitively asks, "Brother, on the battlefield, I saw your soul ring suddenly transform into a dazzling 9-colored hue. What is the reason behind this?" "It is due to my breakthrough to a new realm. My soul ring has significantly increased in age, thus adopting this vibrant 9-colored appearance," Xiang Wentian replies with a smile. "Brother, you've achieved another breakthrough. You are truly remarkable," Yu Meng exclaims in astonishment, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she adds, "I am so happy to be by your side in this lifetime." With a heartfelt smile, she said, "Silly girl, quickly eat your vegetables, indulge a little more, and you'll grow plump and healthy. When we marry and have children, they will be even more robust and intelligent." Dream nodded blissfully, picking up a fiery wolf leg from the dining table and savoring it slowly. At that moment, the members of the Shrek team approached, each holding a glass of wine. Shiman Shui spoke first. "Wen, do you have any more source stones? The one you gifted me has been exhausted. Its effects were remarkable. My cultivation speed has increased by more than tenfold thanks to the source stone." "Wen, I too have run out of my source stones," Yiguching admitted somewhat awkwardly. As I turned to inquire of the members of the Shrek team, I asked, "Have you all exhausted your source stones?" The group exchanged glances. Daimu Bai responded, "I still have one remaining." Tangsen added, "I have 2 left." Ma Hongjun remarked, "I have none. I even borrowed one from Sanko." At that moment, Ning Rongrong interjected, "Mubai, they informed me that source stones significantly enhance cultivation. You have never gifted me one. This time, you must remember to give me one." Oscar hastily chimed in, "I want one too. I want one." Xiang Wentian observed that the crowd was eagerly requesting cultivation resources from him. With a sense of helplessness, he replied, "I currently have no source stones. Perhaps next time I encounter Yi Fan, I may see how many he possesses." Upon hearing that there were no source stones available, the crowd dispersed, their enthusiasm waning. At that moment, Qian Ruxue approached, elegantly holding a transparent wine glass filled halfway with a yellow, frothy liquid. She smiled sweetly at Xiang Wen and said, "It is an honor to meet your holiness." As Xiang Wen turned his gaze, he was taken aback to see Qian Renxue. He remarked, "Sister Qian Renxue, why do you not address me as the acting pope?" Qian Renxue responded with a charming smile, radiating beauty. "My mother instructed me to call you your holiness directly upon our meetings. Pray tell, Sister Qian Renxue, what brings you to seek my audience?" Qian Renxue, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I overheard your conversation regarding a treasure that aids in cultivation, known as the Source Stone. I was merely wondering if, the next time you acquire some, you might reserve a portion for me." "Certainly. That is no trouble at all," Xiang Wen assured her. After Qian Renxue departed, Ru Ming, feeling a tinge of jealousy, remarked, "Brother, why did you agree to give her some? We are not even close. After all, we are all members of the Spirit Hall. It is only right that we assist one another," Xiang Wen replied with a smile. Ru Ming huffed in annoyance and stormed off. Xiang Wentian shook her head, murmuring to herself, "She used to be such a quiet girl. Has she taken leave of her senses, consuming jealousy without cause? I am hardly acquainted with Qian Renxue. What grounds do you have for envy?" Truly, the heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Her emotions, akin to the capricious winds of May and June, shift unpredictably. One moment she is gentle and charming, the next she is silent and sorrowful, like a pear blossom weeping, leaving one utterly confounded. Chapter 203. The great demon king of hatred. Not long after the banquet had concluded and the guests lay inebriated, a sudden tremor coursed through the ground. As time progressed, the vibrations intensified, escalating into violent upheavals reminiscent of an earthquake. What is happening? Is the realm about to merge once more? Panic ensued among the crowd, and even the drunken regained their senses. At that moment, an exceedingly furious voice echoed from afar. "Who is Xiang Wentian? Come forth. For I shall make you pay for the death of my child. I will leave no stone unturned within your spirit hall." Xiang Wentian's heart sank with gravity as he pondered. Who possesses the might to unleash such earth-shattering roars? This individual, by sheer presence alone, could make the ground tremble, indicating that their strength far surpasses my own, having ascended to the realm of the saints. With this thought, Xiang Wentian addressed the assembled. "You all head to the city walls and prepare for defense. I shall venture forth to discern who dares to wreak havoc within the spirit hall." Having spoken, he immediately summoned his martial spirit, unfurling the 8 wings of the demonic angel from his back, and soared into the sky. Ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters above the spirit hall, he gazed into the distance, spotting a dark mass of figures clad in ominous black armor, upon which were inscribed the golden characters Li Hen. In that instant, Xiang Wentian recalled the name. During the battle for the rankings, he had slain a figure known as the Little Demon Lord of Hatred. Could it be that his father has come seeking vengeance? With a solemn expression, Xiang Wentian declared, "The Little Demon Lord of Hatred was vanquished by my hand during the battle for the rankings. If skill was lacking, who can be blamed? Is it not shameful to seek revenge for a defeat that was rightfully earned?" The great demon king of hatred let out a maniacal laugh, responding cruelly, "Under heaven's expanse, only my Li Hen sect is permitted to take lives. No one is allowed to slay a member of my sect, least of all my only son. Whoever killed him, I shall grind to dust and annihilate their lineage. Indeed, like father, like son, both are mere pests of the same ilk. If reasoning with you is futile, then let us engage in battle," Xiang Wentian declared with fury. The great demon king of hatred sneered and retorted, "You, a mere god emperor, dare to resist? You seek death." With that, he unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, hurtling towards Xiang Wentian like a comet. Xiang Wentian, undaunted, swiftly unleashed his demon angel true form, unleashing his full arsenal as he brandished the colossal Tsushua divine sword, charging headlong into the fray. With a thunderous collision, the titanic battle commenced. The sheer magnitude of this clash rendered those from both sects incapable of intervening. The residual shockwaves were far beyond the capacity of mere mortals to endure. Thus, they could only await the outcome, for only the victor would be able to initiate an overwhelming assault thereafter. The disciples of the Li Hen sect stood 1,000 miles away, observing the fierce confrontation. One disciple scoffed, "Our venerable sect leader has just emerged from seclusion and has successfully ascended to the Holy Realm. Though he is in the early stages, he is not someone a mere divine emperor could contend with. The chasm between them is insurmountable." Another disciple from the Li Hen sect chimed in with derision, "Mark my words, our sect leader will dispatch Xiang Wentian with just a few punches and kicks." "Indeed," echoed a voice from behind. "Our leader, the demon king of hatred, is the unparalleled strongest in the northern region. How could he possibly be challenged by a mere martial soul hall?" The chorus of agreement among the Li Hen disciples suggested that the Demon King would soon bring Xiang Wentian to his knees. In stark contrast, the members of the martial soul hall bore expressions of grave concern, realizing that Xiang Wentian was gradually succumbing to the pressure. Fully aware that the Demon King of Hatred was undoubtedly a powerhouse of the Holy Realm, a collective anxiety gripped their hearts for Xiang Wentian's fate. On the battlefield, Xiang Wentian felt an immense weight upon his heart. He thought to himself, indeed, the Demon King of Hatred is worthy of being a Holy Realm expert. His combat prowess vastly exceeds my own. Nevertheless, I must give my all. Today, I shall surely slay this foe. With that resolve, Xiang Wentian bellowed, Heaven's Punishment 9 Styles. 9th Style, Annihilation Thunder of the World. Dark clouds surged ominously from the horizon, engulfing the sun and banishing the azure sky. The clouds thickened and accumulated, as if to crush the very earth beneath them. In that moment, a tempest arose, howling with fury, as if seeking to sweep the land away. Thunder rumbled, tearing through the clouds, yet they reformed, swirling with chaotic energy. Lightning danced within the dark mass, creating an ominous spectacle that sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of thunder, a round object, radiant as the sun, plummeted from the heavens, casting a brilliant blue light upon the ground. The clouds, now resplendent with defiance, revealed a terrifying legion of shadowy specters draped in golden-threaded garments, brandishing freshly forged swords of gold that crashed upon the earth with resounding echoes. In an instant, the lightning coalesced, forming a colossal purple eye, akin to a river merging into the sea. Chapter 204, Severely Wounded and on the Brink of Death in that fleeting moment. The purple giant eye opened wide, unleashing a monumental column of purple lightning that descended upon the head of the Demon King of Hatred. The Demon King gazed at the violet lightning beam, his heart heavy with trepidation, murmuring to himself, a mere divine emperor can summon the purple sky divine thunder? Even so, to think that I could be gravely injured by such a feeble opponent is but the ravings of a madman. With a thunderous roar, the Lord of Hatred bellowed. Hatred for the heavens, hatred for the heavens, hatred for all beings, hatred for oneself, hatred, 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 the fist of hatred. A colossal fist, akin to the size of a football field, rapidly coalesced above the Lord of Hatred, soaring defiantly upwards to strike the violet column of thunder. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. At the epicenter of the blast, space shattered and time stood still, as a vast black hole mercilessly devoured the surging energy erupting from all directions. A circular shockwave radiated outward, sweeping across the landscape. Xiang Wentian exclaimed, Since the apocalyptic thunder cannot harm you, allow me to introduce you to something even more formidable. The malevolent Lord Hentian chuckled derisively, replying, What can a mere divine emperor possibly possess in terms of powerful skills? Should you have any, do not hesitate to unleash them. I am eager to witness the meager struggles of an ant. With that, the soul ring of the divine emperor activated, invoking the second soul skill, Eye of the Apocalypse. Suddenly, a vertical eye burst forth from the center of Xiang Wentian's forehead, unleashing a radiant beam of golden light. As the golden beam traversed the space around it, the very fabric of reality shattered in its wake. At this moment, the malevolent Lord Hentian sensed a chilling aura of impending doom emanating from the golden beam. He bellowed in disbelief. It appears I have underestimated you, brat. I shall no longer play with you. Perish. He unleashed the Hentian prison palm. A massy Xiang Wentian gritted his teeth and pressed forward, shouting furiously, Divine Emperor's Soul Ring, Second Soul Skill, Extreme Earthly Drill. The demon angel of Xiang Wentian began to spin rapidly, instantaneously forming a massive drill aimed directly at the Hate Heaven Demon King. At that moment, the Hate Heaven Demon King was consumed by rage, contemplating how a mere divine emperor could inflict such grievous wounds upon him, compelling him to unleash his most formidable attack, the soul-shattering finger of Hate Heaven. A finger imprint shot forth from the spinning Xiang Wentian's head, while the divine drill tore the Hate Heaven Demon King into a cloud of crimson mist. Ding! The host has slain the Hate Heaven Demon King, earning 60,000,000 points. Just as Xiang Wentian was struck on the head by the soul-shattering finger of Hate Heaven, and his consciousness teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, he channeled all his divine power into the Divine Emperor's Soul Ring, employing, for the first time, the unparalleled and immensely powerful first soul skill, Veil of the Heavens. Endless demonic energy surged forth from the demon angel form of Xiang Wentian, sweeping across the battlefield towards the Li Hen sect. At that moment, countless disciples of the Li Hen sect were engulfed in terror upon witnessing the demise of the Hate Heaven Demon King. Their fear intensified as they beheld the overwhelming wave of demonic energy approaching them, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Thousands of onlookers were so frightened that their souls seemed to flee, desperate to escape to the farthest corners, yet their attempts at flight were futile, as their speed paled in comparison to the relentless pursuit of the demonic energy. Before they could take more than a few steps, they were overtaken and engulfed by the malevolent force. Among the countless disciples of the Li Hin sect caught within the demonic energy, many had not even begun to struggle before the energy rapidly drained their vitality, reducing them to lifeless husks in the blink of an eye. Ding. The host has slain 1,000 demon cultivators, earning 10,000 points. The host has slain 5,000 demon cultivators, earning 50,000 points. The host has slain 10,000 demon cultivators, earning 100,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current level is 132. Beep. 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 Warning. Warning. The host's body and soul are severely damaged. Immediate repair is required. Immediate repair is required. The system promptly initiated repairs for both body and soul. Ding. The host lacks sufficient points to restore the body and soul, requiring 1,000,000 points for repair. Please check your points balance. Open the system panel. Martial Soul. Demon Angel Divine Power. Level 132. 2888666300000. Soul Rings. 9 colors. Duration. 166,666,666 years. 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 Rainbow color. Duration. 166,666,666 years. 9 colors. Duration. 166,666,666 years. 9 colors. Duration. 166,666,666 years. 9 colors. Duration. 166,666,666 years. Soul skills. First soul skill, Space Lock. Time freeze. Second soul skill, Angelic Glory, Demonic Frenzy. Third soul skill, Angelic Judgment, Demonic Sky Slash. Fourth soul skill, Angelic Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash, Demon's Kiss. Sixth soul skill, Angelic Pagoda, Angelic Meteor Strike. Seventh soul skill, True Form of Martial Soul, True Form of Demon. Eighth soul skill, Annihilation Strike, Obliteration of All. Ninth soul skill, Power Breaking the Heavens, Primordial Tremor. Divine Level Soul Skill, Giant Sword of the Abyss, Unlimited Usage. Divine King Soul Skill, Heaven Slaying, Earth Cutting, Eternal Rush. Divine Emperor Soul Skill, Covering the Sky, Eye of World Annihilation. Divine Sovereign Soul Skill, Violent Hurricane Slash, Extreme Earth Drilling. Soul Bones, Skull of the War God of the Demon Angel. Backbone of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left arm of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right arm of the Ignoring Defense of the Breaking Army Demon. Soul Bone Skills, War God Embodiment. Fusion skill of the Soul Bone of the War God of the Demon Angel. Ignore Defense. Breaking Army Strike, accompanying skill of the right arm bone of the Breaking Army Demon. Divine Skill, Buddha's Palm, 9 forms of heavenly punishment. Points, 888889999. Cultivation Method, True Scripture of the Demon Destroying the World, Overbearing Body of the Azure Sky. Ability, Devour, can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 205, The Father of Dreams. The members of the Martial Soul Hall were astonished as Xiang Wentian, wielding the power of a divine emperor, defied fate by slaying a saint-level powerhouse. His extraordinary talent and formidable combat strength commanded deep respect. After vanquishing the saint-level foe, he, despite his grievous injuries, was capable of slaying tens of thousands of demonic cultivators with a single strike. If he were in his prime, who could stand against him? The martial soul hall, boasting such a pope, could not help but evoke pride and honor. Xiang Wentian found himself engulfed in profound desolation as he lamented. I am merely a mere 100 million points away, yet to me, this figure appears as an insurmountable chasm, an unattainable numerical abyss. I have exhausted all my strength, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Is this truly the end of my journey? Alas, what joy is there in life, and what sorrow in death? I, Xiang Wentian, have lived a life of invincibility, standing tall against the heavens. If there is a next life, I shall traverse the vast expanse, commanding the 6 realms. Sweeping through the world, who would dare to obstruct me? Suddenly, a system warning echoed incessantly. Beep, beep, warning, warning. Host's life is in peril, immediate restoration required. At this moment, Xiang Wentian succumbed to complete unconsciousness, unable to perceive any further sounds. The enormous form of his demonic angelic self swiftly diminished in size, ultimately transforming into Xiang Wentian's likeness, plummeting rapidly from the sky. Boom! Xiang Wentian plummeted from the sky, producing a thunderous sound, and suddenly the world was shrouded in darkness. The wind howled fiercely, branches swayed in the distance, and crows circled incessantly. My vision blurred, and my heart grew extraordinarily heavy. My mind was enveloped in confusion, and my body began to feel weightless, as if I were about to float away. A sensation akin to falling into a black hole transformed into tears that streamed from my eyes. It struck me suddenly that my loved ones, friends, and beloved were slowly drifting away from me. Time flew by, the world transformed in an instant, flowers bloomed only to wither in the blink of an eye, and meteors vanished without a trace. Many beautiful things can only bloom for a fleeting moment, compelling one to lament the brevity of life. Throughout the vast river of history, humanity is but a fleeting traveler. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that we should cherish these ephemeral beauties. Despite the infinite vicissitudes and profound sorrow, one can only say, the ebb and flow of life and death spans years, yet the soul has never entered my dreams. I remain standing in the cold wind, as still as a statue, as if my loved ones had tied a rope around my heart. With each step, it tugged, causing waves of pain within. In a moment of daze, Xiang Wentian murmured with lingering affection, in this fleeting life, I cherish the beauty of love deeply. If only life could tread the same path again, I would dream of returning and accompanying you. Brother. A piercing and profoundly sorrowful cry resonated through the heavens and earth, awakening the stunned crowd. Like a dream unfolding, the seraphic angel with 8 wings rushed towards Xiang Wentian. She approached him, incredulous, placing her finger beneath his nose, only to find he had no breath left. Like a dream, she embraced his lifeless body, weeping bitterly, heartbroken. If you are well, then it is a sunny day. If you're gone, I shall follow you into the abyss. Subsequently, one by one, the crowd arrived. Damubai, in disbelief, exclaimed, No, how could this be? How could Xiang Wentian, once as mighty as a war god, fall? Tang Sen roared, I will avenge Wentian, obliterate the Li Hunzong, and flatten the Adventurers Guild. Tang Hao grasped Tang Sen's hand, admonishing, What are you doing, Tang Sen? Do you believe your strength can avenge Wentian? Going there would merely lead to your demise. Then what should I do? I cannot allow Wentian's sacrifice to be in vain. He died to protect us. If I do not avenge him, how can I find peace? Tang Sen cried in anguish. Qian Rinxue closed her eyes, 2 crystalline tears slowly cascading down her cheeks, pondering, He is gone. Why do I feel sorrow? Why does my heart ache? Is this what my mother called emotional turmoil? Sword Douluo Continent sensed the dissipating spiritual energy of Xiang Wentian and shook his head in despair, lamenting. Even someone as strong as Xiang Wentian cannot escape the grasp of life and death. Where does the path of our cultivation lead us? Brother, please wake up, wake up. Like a dream, she held Xiang Wentian's gradually cooling body, overwhelmed by grief, rendered speechless. The following morning, Qian Dalu sighed in regret, from ancient times to the present. The spirit hall has welcomed the mightiest pope, yet heaven does not allow us to stride towards glory. What a pity for this unparalleled warrior. Pope Bibi Dong sighed deeply. Commanding, bring forth the others. The proxy pope solemnly laid to rest Xiang Wentian, vowing that any hint of negligence would warrant severe retribution. Mo Dao remained vigil at Xiang Wentian's memorial, sleepless through the night. Feeling as though Xiang Wentian were testing her resolve, she believed that once this trial was over, he would awaken. It is said that many a hero meets a tragic end, yet the final judgment is not hastily rendered. Only when the coffin was gently closed did she grasp the permanence of Xiang Wentian's departure from her life. In recognition of Xiang Wentian's illustrious achievements during his lifetime, the Spirit Hall erected a towering stone statue, majestic and imposing, with the divine sword pointing towards the heavens, enveloped in swirling demonic energy and radiant divine light. Beneath the statue stood a stone tablet, engraved with the accomplishments of Xiang Wentian. Pope, Xiang Wentian rank, God Emperor age, 19 title, justice born in the Douluo village of Nanning City, in the Heavendo Empire. At the age of 6, he awakened his martial soul, the demon angel, and subsequently, under the guidance of the Spirit Hall, enrolled in Shrek Academy, where he excelled academically, consistently ranking at the top. Later, he was taken as a direct disciple by the ghost Douluo, Guimei, formally joining the Spirit Hall. He led the Shrek battle team in the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent, maintaining an unblemished victory record and claiming first place. Subsequently, when the Spirit Hall faced the threat from the Daxia Empire, he, alongside numerous formidable allies, worked to annihilate the Daxia Empire. During the plane fusion, he participated in the 9 domains Huashan ranking battle, repeatedly overcoming powerful foes to secure the top position on the human ranking. He later vanquished tens of thousands of cultivators from both the Adventurers Guild and the northern region's foremost demonic sect, the Lihen sect, thus establishing a robust foundation for the Spirit Hall and safeguarding the lives and property of its citizens. Ultimately, due to his defiance against the heavens and his grievous injuries, he succumbed to his wounds, his life hanging by a thread, to the heavens. After the demise of Xiang Wentian, Ru Ming wept inconsolably day and night, neglecting food and drink. Had it not been for the intervention of others, she too would have followed Xiang Wentian into the afterlife. One night, by Xiang Wentian's grave, a middle-aged man paced back and forth, cursing under his breath. Xiang Wentian, what enchantment have you cast upon my daughter? Why does she yearn for you so? Consumed by thoughts of you, her heart shattered? To be honest, I find you utterly displeasing, always clinging to my daughter. If it weren't for her, I would have struck you down long ago. He sighed deeply and continued, very well. I shall spare you for the moment, but should you ever wrong my daughter again, I will take your life. Moreover, I shall lower my expectations for a son-in-law. You may only marry Ru Ming in this lifetime. If you dare entertain any deceitful intentions, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. With that, the man huffed in anger, raised his hand, and a beam of golden light erupted, piercing the earth and striking the corpse of Xiang Wentian. Upon receiving this radiant golden light, the body of Xiang Wentian experienced a rapid healing of its injuries, and the dissipated soul swiftly began to coalesce. In an instant, a rhythmic thumping echoed from the once silent heart of Xiang Wentian. As he opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment crossed his face, and he murmured, "Was I not dead? How is it that I still live? If I am indeed alive, who, in their idleness, would confine me within this coffin?" Xiang Wentian struck the coffin lid with a powerful fist, shattering the tomb and scattering fragments of the gravestone all around. The middle-aged man watched as Xiang Wentian slowly emerged from the grave, before fading away quietly from the spot. Xiang Wentian emerged from the grave, not returning to the Spirit Hall, but rather heading to the Adventurers Guild. He sought vengeance, intent on eliminating all his adversaries. Chapter 206, The Adventurers Guild. System? System? System, are you dead? Speak up. Xiang Wentian bellowed, his heart filled with urgency. The system was his lifeline. Without it, what could he possibly do? He might as well end his own life. Ding. System initializing. System initialization complete. Welcome, host, to commence usage. Xiang Wentian patted his chest and exclaimed, "You startled me. I thought you had succumbed to the cold." Ding. The system is not human, nor is it a corporeal entity. It cannot perish. Previously, when the host entered a state of death, the system temporarily shut down to conserve energy. Oh, so that is the case. By the way, system, I wish to purchase a sacred martial art technique. I require one that is capable of both mass destruction and targeted damage. Ding. The sacred martial art technique suitable for the host's request is the 9-colored heaven-piercing finger, created by the supreme powerhouse known as the 9-fingered evil sovereign. This technique can deliver single strikes as well as area attacks. When executing the 9-colored heaven-piercing finger, one can unleash 9 distinct finger energies, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white, with terrifying power. Shall the host spend 800,000,000 points to purchase it? Purchase. Ding. Purchase complete. Learning successful. The host may use it at will. Within the splendid hall of the Adventurers Guild, a middle-aged man sat in the center, a trace of concern etched upon his brow. This man was the father of the Blood Demon Frenzy, and the president of the Adventurers Guild, known as Emperor Blood, the Blood River Howling Sky. He commanded with authority, "Come forth." The hall doors slowly opened, and a guard entered, bowing respectfully. "President, what are your orders? Has my son returned? Is there still no news of him?" Reporting to the esteemed president, the young master, Blood Demon Frenzy, along with 10,000 adventurers, has yet to return. Should the young master return, I will inform you immediately. Blood River Howling Sky sighed, sensing that Blood Demon Frenzy had encountered misfortune. He spoke slowly. "Very well. You may leave. Inform me at once when my son returns." "Yes, esteemed president." Outside the Adventurers Guild, guards stood vigilant as usual, patrolling diligently, ensuring the utmost security. At that moment, several guards at the entrance noticed a young man approaching. His strides were steady, exuding an aura of murderous intent, his eyes filled with ferocity. The leading guard shouted, "Who are you?" "This is the Adventurers Guild. No unauthorized personnel may enter." "The one who will kill you," the young man replied slowly, waving his hand. Instantly, 9 colors of sword light, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white, pierced through the foreheads of several guards. Ding. The host has slain 64 guards, earning 640,000 points. The scene at the entrance sent shockwaves throughout the Adventurers Guild. Throughout history, this guild has been a sacred ground for adventurers, not to be defiled. The audacity of someone committing mass slaughter here was utterly shocking. Teams of guards rushed forth from within the guild, and countless sentinels surrounded Xiang Wentian. The captain of the guards pointed at Xiang Wentian and commanded, "Seize him, regardless of life or death." With a thunderous clamor, numerous guards charged towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian coldly addressed, "Do you truly believe you can withstand me? Let all of you be transformed into my points and cultivation." The guards and sentinels charged towards Xiang Wentian, wielding long blades to strike. However, as the blades encountered the multicolored sword energy of the 9-colored breaking sky finger, they shattered into several pieces. The vibrant sword chi, akin to sniper bullets, traversed through 17 or 18 individuals before gradually dissipating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9-colored sword energy swept towards the guards and sentinels like a barrage from a machine gun. Countless guards and sentinels fell like wheat under the scythe, their cries of agony echoing in the air. Ding. The host has slain 168 guards, earning 1,680,000 points. The host has slain 236 sentinels, earning 2,360,000 points. The host has slain 686 sentinels and guards, earning 6,860,000 points. Just as Xiang Wentian was in the throes of his murderous frenzy, an extremely furious roar resounded from within the Adventurers Guild. "Who dares to unleash such carnage within my Adventurers Guild? Do you not fear retribution upon your entire clan?" Xiang Wentian beheld a middle-aged man standing in the void, his face contorted with fury, as his long beard quivered back and forth, stirred by his wrath. Xiang Wentian, undaunted, proclaimed, "I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing his words, the elder was instantly reminded of his own son. With eyes wide open in fury, he demanded, "Where is my son, the abyssal Blood Demon Frenzy?" Xiang Wentian laughed heartily and said, "So the Blood Demon is your son. I have already reduced him to mere pulp. Perhaps if you bring me 2 cabbages, we might even make dumplings." "Oh." Blood River Howling Sky let out a sorrowful roar. "My son, I shall avenge you. I will ensure that Xiang Wentian is ground to ashes." He bellowed at Xiang Wentian. "Given your age, I presume you are already afflicted with osteoporosis. Have you been consuming calcium tablets?" "Calcium tablets. I desire to feast upon your flesh and drink your blood." With a thunderous roar, Blood River Xiaotian charged towards Xiang Wentian, exuding an aura of murderous intent and displaying a face twisted in ferocity. Chapter 207. The Annihilation of the Adventurers Guild. With a cold snort, Xiang Wentian proclaimed, 9-colored sky-piercing finger, 9 colors uniting to shatter the heavens. In an instant, the sword energies of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white converged into a singularity. transforming into a radiant beam of white light akin to a laser cannon, hurtling towards Blood River Xiaotian. Blood River Xiaotian bellowed, his blood energy surging defiantly, morphing into a towering blood demon of 100 zhang as he unleashed a punch towards the white beam. To his astonishment, his most formidable assault. The true form of the blood demon was utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the white light, resulting in his blood demon's fist being obliterated into fragments. In a fit of rage, Blood River Xiaotian attempted to restore his blood demon form, only to be met by yet another white beam charging towards him. No. He roared in defiance, but the white beam pierced through him, disintegrating him into wisps of crimson mist. Ding. The host has slain the Saint Realm powerhouse Blood River Xiaotian, earning 60,000,000 points. Countless guards and attendants, witnessing the godlike President Xiang Wentian defeat Blood River Xiaotian in mere 2 moves, were struck with terror. Losing all will the fight, and scattered in frantic flight in all directions. Xiang Wentian coldly declared, "The Adventurers Guild is my adversary. You, as members of the guild, think you can flee so easily? Let your leader go." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vibrant hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white sword energies surged forth, mercilessly cutting down the guild's guards like ripe wheat. Each arc of colorful sword energy could pierce through the bodies of dozens. Ding. The host has slain 188 guards, earning 1,880,000 points. The host has slain 388 sentinels, earning 3,880,000 points. The host has slain 888 sentinels, earning 880,000 points. A massacre, an overwhelming slaughter. Xiang Wentian relentlessly pursued and exterminated over 1,000 foes. The air was filled with screams, curses, and pleas for mercy, echoing to the heavens. After half an hour, as Xiang Wentian delivered the final blow to his last enemy, the bloody slaughter officially came to an end. The crimson remnants of the setting sun illuminated the earth strewn with corpses, while blood clouds drifted across the horizon. Thunderclaps shattered the sanguine sky, and a heavy stench of blood pervaded the desolate ruins of the Adventurers Guild. The recently dissipated wails and the slicing sounds of sword shadows seemed to linger in the wind. Accumulating like a mountain of severed limbs and grotesque remains, the thick odor of blood nearly suffocating what was once a cacophony of grandeur. A majestic palace with pavilions and towers had transformed into mere ruins. The idyllic gardens, once a fairyland of tranquility, had become a hellish nightmare. The bustling streets, previously alive with commerce and chatter, now lay eerily silent. Everywhere, bodies lay scattered, and rivers of blood flowed. Xiang Wentian stood amidst the carnage, upon the blood-soaked earth, rendered speechless. The cold wind cut through his blood-stained battle attire like a knife. He was no slayer by nature. Yet this world had compelled him onto the path of violence. The blood of the heavens and earth shall converge upon me, the karmic weight of the universe. I shall bear alone. To slay heaven, earth, and all living beings, I shall sever every foe. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Who can obstruct me, be they celestial, demonic, or divine? I am both demon and angel. After consuming the elixir, a boundless aura of malice enveloped Xiang Wentian, saturating the true form of the demon angel within him. At this moment, the essence of the demon angel was undergoing relentless refinement, causing Xiang Wentian's combat prowess to surge tenfold. An infinite wave of demonic energy emanated from the demon angel's true form, sweeping across every corner of the earth, devouring the very essence of skills unleashed in an instant, while his strength ascended in a straight trajectory. Ding. The host has activated the Devour skill, gaining divine power of 20,000. Ding. The host has activated the Devour skill, gaining divine power of 80,000. Ding. The host has activated the Devour skill, gaining divine power of 160,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host on leveling up. The current divine power level is 133. The system panel has been unlocked. Please review it at your convenience. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Soul. Demon Angel Divine Power. Level 133. 3111222400000. Soul Rings. Multicolored. Lifespan: 166, 666. 666 years. Multicolored. Lifespan: 166, 666, 666 years. Multicolored. Lifespan: 166, 666. 666 years. Multicolored. Lifespan: 166, 666, 666 years, multicolored, lifespan, 166, 666. 666 years, multicolored, lifespan, 166, 666, 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 666 years, rainbow, lifespan, 166, 666, 666 years, multicolored, lifespan, 166, 666, 666 years, multicolored, lifespan, 166, 666, 666 years, multicolored, lifespan, 166, 666. 666 years, soul skills. First soul skill, space lock, time stasis. Second soul skill, angelic glory, demonic frenzy. Third soul skill, angelic judgment, demoness heaven cleave. Fourth soul skill, angelic divine light, death ray. Fifth soul skill, angelic flame slash, demon's kiss. Sixth soul skill, angelic pagoda, angelic meteor fall. Seventh soul skill, true martial soul, true demon form. Eighth soul skill, annihilation strike, obliteration of all. Ninth soul skill, foreshattering the nine heavens, primal disturbance. Divine soul skill, divine sword of the giant abyss. Unlimited usage. Divine king soul skill, heaven splitting earth cleaving, time's relentless passage. Divine emperor soul skill, sun shrouding, world destruction eye. Divine sovereign soul skill, violent hurricane slash, ultimate earthly penetration. Soul bones, skull of the demon angel battle god. Spine of the demon angel battle god. Left arm of the demon angel battle god. Right leg of the demon angel battle god. Left leg of the demon angel battle god. Right arm of the breaking army demon, ignoring defense. Soul bone skill, divine warrior manifestation, fusion skill of the demon angel battle god soul bone. Defense ignorance. Breaking army strike, accompanying skill of the breaking army demon right arm bone. Divine techniques, Buddha's palm, heavenly punishment 9 styles, 9 colored sky breaking finger. Points, 666668888. Cultivation method, true scripture of demon annihilation, overlord body of the firmament. Ability, devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian opened his eyes and coldly declared, the next target is the foremost devil sect of the northern region, the Li Hin sect. Chapter 208. Accepting all with a thunderous roar, the entrance to the Adventurers Guild treasury shattered into countless pieces. Inside the treasury, dozens of iron racks were displayed, divided into 6 levels. Hundreds of blades, spears, swords, and halberds were meticulously arranged upon the weapon racks. The useless Baiyun sword, the heavenly demon slayer, and the despairing demon blade, which could summon a blood sea spanning miles, collect them all. Xiang Wentian opened the storage soul guide, collecting hundreds of blades, spears, swords, and halberds within. On the shelf of elixirs, thousands of vials were meticulously arranged. The blood demon elixir, which triples one's vitality upon consumption, and the double endurance pill, which enhances a specific ability 100-fold, allowing one to perform push-ups for 3 consecutive days without fatigue, left Xiang Wentian in awe. He exclaimed, such marvelous pills. Ma Hongjun will undoubtedly appreciate them. I shall bring them back as a gift. The soul crystal, a crystal formed from the essence of the soul after millennia of accumulation, enhances one's spiritual power upon ingestion. Ah, a splendid find. This soul crystal is perfect for me. I shall consume it gradually to augment my spiritual awareness. Xiang Wentian joyfully declared. The water of oblivion, formerly known as Mingpa soup, allows one to forget the past, rendering memories as blank slates. Excellent. An essential item for any flower thief. If I happen to fancy a beautiful woman one day, administering this would grant me total control over her, he chuckled wickedly. The 9 Yang Bone Regeneration Ointment, intended for external use, promotes the regeneration of broken bones when applied. This one is somewhat redundant, however. It could be useful for any mortals who sustain injuries. I shall accept it. The Wisdom Water, which enhances a student's learning ability, comprehension, and memory tenfold, also caught his interest. This might prove beneficial. Should I encounter Flender, gifting this to him could be advantageous, as his literary teachings are quite commendable. The Athlete's Foot Remedy. which eradicates foot fungus upon application, was another find. Indeed, this is quite suitable for Tang San's notoriously odorous feet. Otherwise, he might suffocate the entire Shrek team. And then I would be left without any entertainment. I shall take it back to present to him. As Xiang Wentian ventured into the realm, he beheld an array of crucifixes, each adorned with a suit of armor. The formidable regalia of the Templar Knights, comprising the heavy armor, the helmet, the belt, the armed guards, and the boots of the Holy Knight, stood resplendent. This exquisite heavy armor, originally crafted for the Saint Dragon Knights of Arad, possessed unparalleled defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding the full force of a peak divine entity strike. Indeed, he exclaimed, setting aside its formidable defense. The mere appearance of this armor exudes an air of dominance. I shall bring it back as a gift for Dai Mubai, as a power-type soul master. He shall fearlessly confront even the mightiest of foes while clad in this attire. He continued to admire the ensemble, the robe of the Earth Goddess, the crown of the Earth Goddess, the silk gloves of the Earth Goddess, the multicolored skirt of the Earth Goddess, the rainbow belt of the Earth Goddess, and the tricolor boots of the Earth Goddess. This splendid outfit, originally crafted for the nature goddess Meliris of Arad, would enhance one's natural attributes when donned. This set is truly magnificent. I shall present it to Ru Ming upon my return, and she shall surely adore it. Lastly, he laid eyes upon the black gold robe of the war god, the crown of the war god, the black gold arm guards, the purple gold belt, and the black gold boots. This ensemble, worn by the war god Chris in Arad, would double one's combat prowess when worn. This war god set suits me perfectly. I shall don it. Collect. Xiang Wentian plundered the Adventurers Guild's treasury of all its potions, weapons, and armor. After donning the gear, he transformed into his formidable demon angel form and swiftly headed towards the northern region. Within this realm, the first demonic sect, the Lihen sect, was unmistakably marked by its dense demonic aura. Without needing inquiry, Xiang Wentian knew that the source of this malevolence was undoubtedly the Lihen sect. At this moment, the atmosphere surrounding the Lihen sect was one of despair and gloom. The higher-ups of the sect could easily surmise that their leader had not returned after such a prolonged absence, indicating a likely misfortune. Many disciples were terrified of retribution from the martial soul temple and fled under the cover of night, bringing their families along. However, a significant number were intercepted and slaughtered by the sect's higher-ups en route. At the gate of the Lihen sect, dozens of outer disciples stood guard on either side. One of the disciples whispered, "Have you all heard? Our leader's assault on the martial soul temple may have ended in disaster." Another disciple sighed and replied, "This matter has long been the subject of heated discussion within the sect, though the elders have suppressed it, and no one dares to speak openly." A nearby disciple added. Several inner disciples, fearing retaliation from the martial soul temple, fled under the cover of darkness, but guess what happened the next day? Their heads were hung at the mountain gate, and the elders warned that anyone who dared to discuss this recklessly would face execution. Look at the immense demonic energy rising from the south. At that moment, an outer disciple pointed to the southern sky, exclaiming in astonishment. The sky to the south was shrouded in a thick blanket of demonic clouds, obscuring the sun and casting everything into darkness. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning erupted from the demonic clouds, resembling a sword that cleaved the heavens. The flashes of lightning illuminated the darkened sky, casting a radiance that seemed to herald the apocalypse. In an instant, the demonic clouds loomed ominously over the Lihen sect. Thunder illuminated the weeping sky, and blood rain fell, exuding a terrifying and otherworldly beauty. From a distance, it appeared as though malevolent angels resided within the dark clouds. Chapter 209. Renowned across the 9 provinces at that moment, 8 elderly figures clad in gray robes emerged from the Lihen sect, hovering in the air. These 8 individuals were the sect's guardian elders, their status second only to that of the sect leader. They would only reveal themselves in times of dire crisis. And even the sect leader could not command their presence. The elder at the forefront respectfully inquired, "Might I ask which esteemed figure has come to our Lihen sect with such purpose?" "I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Martial Soul Temple. Your Lihen sect has attacked my temple, and today I have come to obliterate your sect," echoed a commanding and somber voice from the depths of the demonic clouds. Shrouded in darkness. What? Could it be that our leader and the others have been annihilated by the Martial Soul Temple? The 8 elders exclaimed in unison, their voices tinged with disbelief. At that moment, a colossal eye of thunder slowly opened within the demonic clouds, a purple beam of light shooting toward the 8 elders. "Form the formation. The Celestial Connection Array." The leading elder commanded, and the 8 swiftly aligned themselves in a straight line. The 8th individual channeled his entire magical essence into the 7th, who in turn transferred his power to the 6th. Continuing this process until the last 7 had infused their collective might into the venerable 8th Elder. Upon receiving this immense influx of energy, the Elder instantly surged to a towering height of 30 feet, wielding a demonic blade that he swung forward with ferocity. Several streaks of pitch-black blade light, each 100 feet long, descended upon the purple light column. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous explosions echoed as demonic energy surged through the air, accompanied by a tempest of lightning, creating a cataclysmic scene. The blood rain from the sky intensified, mingled with countless skulls, presenting an eerily terrifying spectacle that sent shivers down the spines of the 8. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Li Hin sect, witnessing this harrowing sight, were utterly petrified. Some intended to flee, yet any who fell under the blood rain found themselves corroded as though by sulfuric acid, swiftly transforming into mere skeletons. The 8 elders gazed upon what was once the flourishing Li Hin sect, now reduced to a hellish realm, their hearts swelling with a tumult of rage and vengeance against the one responsible. They silently vowed that this individual would not escape today. Suddenly, the skies darkened as turbulent winds stirred, gathering into a vortex of demonic energy, which coalesced above the Li Hin sect, amassing an overwhelming amount of malevolent force. As the vortex completed its gathering, it transformed into a towering figure, 100-foot tall, 8-winged demonic angel clad in golden armor. The elders stood in terror, their minds racing. Such a concentration of demonic power contained within a single being, could this individual truly withstand the risk of exploding from such force? How potent was his strength? And how could the 8 of them possibly subdue him? As the elders pondered their strategy, Xiang Wentian made his move. He merely raised the angelic hand, and 9 colors of sword chi, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white, erupted forth, swiftly merging in midair to form a brilliant white pillar. Wherever the white column passed, the very fabric of space shattered, hundreds of spatial rifts instantly morphing into black holes that consumed an array of destructive energies. The elders were struck with dread at such a formidable attack. The foremost elder, wielding the demonic blade, roared and unleashed his full magical might, cleaving a blade of immense length. With a thunderous clash, the blade collided with the white pillar, emitting a sound akin to a nuclear explosion. A circular shockwave rippled outward for miles, causing the space to collapse and time to reverse, revealing a colossal black hole before them. Just as the leading elder thought to breathe a sigh of relief, another white pillar pierced through the spatial void, closing in on the 8. His pupils constricted in horror as he realized his magical power was exhausted, and he awaited the replenishment from his comrades, yet the enemy's assault was already upon him. Helpless, he could only unleash a desperate, defiant shout. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 piercing sounds resonated as the aligned figures of the 8 were directly penetrated by the white pillar, unable to withstand such brutal, destructive energy. Their bodies erupted into clouds of blood mist in midair. Ding! The host has slain 8 early-stage Saint Realm powerhouses, earning 480,000,000 points. As Xiang Wentian gazed downward, he beheld the once majestic and imposing architecture of the Li Hin sect, now rendered dilapidated and ravaged by the torrential blood rain. Countless disciples of the Li Hin sect huddled within the crumbling structures, trembling as they beheld the nightmarish figure of the demon angel hovering above. With the divine imperial soul ring activated, the first soul skill, Veil of Darkness, unleashed an inexhaustible torrent of malevolent energy from the demon angel's true form, instantly engulfing the entire Li Hin sect. Within moments, the sect found itself shrouded in an endless sea of dark energy. A notification resounded. Host has slain 128 disciples of the Li Hin sect, earning 280,000 points. Followed by, Host has slain 236 disciples of the Li Hin sect, earning 360,000 points. And Host has slain 368 disciples of the Li Hin sect, earning 680,000 points. The ominous presence of the dark energy penetrated the very earth, leaving no refuge for the disciples, who were swiftly reduced to lifeless husks. Another notification chimed. Host has slain 186 disciples of the Li Hin sect, earning 860,000 points. Then, Host has slain 289 disciples of the Li Hin sect, earning 890,000 points. And Host has slain 666 disciples of the Li Hin sect, earning 660,000 000 points. As the final disciple of the Li Hin sect fell to slaughter, the long-awaited system prompt echoed once more. Congratulations, host has leveled up. Current divine power level is 134. Name, Xiang Wentian Martial Soul. Demon Angel Divine Power. Level 134, 46, 668, 885, 000. Soul Rings. Rainbow, 166, 666, 666 years. Multicolored, 166, 666, 666 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill, Space Lock. Time Freeze. Second Soul Skill, Angelic Glory. Demonic Fury. Third Soul Skill, Angelic Judgment. Demonic Cleave. Fourth Soul Skill, Angelic Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth Soul Skill, Angelic Flame Slash. Demon's Kiss. Sixth Soul Skill, Angelic Stupa. Angelic Meteor Fall. Seventh Soul Skill, True Martial Soul. True Demon Form. Eighth Soul Skill, Annihilating Strike. Obliteration of All. Ninth Soul Skill, Force Breaking the Heavens. Primal Quake. Divine Level Soul Skill, Godly Sword of the Great Abyss. Infinite Usage. Divine King Soul Skill, Heaven Slaying, Earth Cutting, Timeless and Fleeting. Divine Emperor Soul Skill, Sky Obscuring, Sun Hiding, Eye of World Annihilation. Divine Sovereign Soul Skill, Violent Hurricane Slash. Ultimate Earthly Drill. Soul Bones, Skull of the Demon Angel War God. Backbone of the Demon Angel War God. Left arm of the Demon Angel War God. Right leg of the Demon Angel War God. Left leg of the Demon Angel War God. Right arm of the Ignoring Defense of the Breaking Army Demon. Soul Bone Skill, Avatar of the War God. Fusion Skill of the Demon Angel War God Soul Bone. Defense Ignoring. Breaking Army Strike, accompanying skill of the Breaking Army Demon Right Arm Bone. Divine Skills, Buddha's Palm, Heavenly Punishment 9 Styles, 9 Colored Heaven Shattering Finger. Points, 1, 666, 666, 668. Cultivation Method, True Scriptures of World Annihilation by the Heavenly Demon, Overbearing Body of the Azure Sky. Ability, Devour, capable of devouring the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Xiang Wentian searched diligently within the Li Hin sect and finally discovered the sect's treasure vault at its farthest end. With a single punch, he shattered the vault's entrance, revealing an overwhelming array of treasures that left him utterly astounded. The treasure vault of the Li Hin sect was divided into 9 levels, each encompassing an area of 30,000 square meters and soaring to a height of 30 meters. An abundance of elixirs, herbs, weapons, armor, and various ores emanated an intoxicating fragrance and radiant brilliance. Such a plethora of treasures was beyond the capacity of Xiang Wentian's storage soul guide, prompting him to gather hundreds of spatial rings, in which he meticulously organized the treasures, placing the rings within the storage soul guide. The Jinwu Huofeng Qitian Pill, a divine-grade elixir that could enhance the cultivation of fire attribute practitioners by a century upon consumption, caught his eye. This pill is exceptional, perfect for Ru Ming and Ma Hongjin. I shall bring it back to expedite their training speed, Xiang Wentian remarked, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. The Xin Yuan Pill, a low-grade elixir that could elevate one's cultivation for 3 days, was deemed less impressive. A worthless pill. Nevertheless, I might as well take it. Even a roll of toilet paper or a sanitary pad can serve a purpose for me, he said dismissively. The Pei Yuan Pill, a mid-grade elixir that could enhance one's power for a month while also providing a slight foundational strengthening effect, was somewhat acceptable. This will do. I can reluctantly bring it back for distribution among the members of the Spirit Hall. The Hunyuan Pill, a high-grade elixir that could boost one's cultivation for a year, piqued his interest. Ah, this is quite good. I shall take it back for everyone to consume and bolster the overall strength of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian exclaimed joyfully. Finally, the Yuanyang Poshiandan, a divine-grade elixir that could enhance the cultivation of an ordinary practitioner by 10 years while also solidifying the foundation and expanding the meridians, made him leap with excitement. This is absolutely perfect for me. Not only for myself, but for everyone in the Shrek team as well. We must take it. We must take it. Xiang Wentian stored all the elixirs from the first level into his spatial rings, filling 3 of them to the brim. The Li Hin sect truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost dark sect of the Northern Domain, its wealth surpassing the wildest imagination. He then proceeded to the second level of the treasure vault, which housed an arsenal of weapons. He began to examine various swords, spears, and halberds, collecting them into his spatial rings. The Roaring Sun Blade of the Flame God, a divine-grade weapon forged from the essence of heavenly fire and the crystal of hellfire, Wielding this blade doubles one's control over flames, caught his eye. This blade is excellent. I shall gift it to Ru Ming later. The cursed Demon Slayer Blade of Eternal Hell, a divine-grade weapon crafted from hellfire and earth-fire profound crystals. Wielding this blade can harm the enemy's soul, was also appealing. This suits me perfectly. I shall merge it with the giant K Divine Sword later. The Old Cow's Underwear, a divine-grade undergarment that enhances stride length, piqued his interest as well. This is quite amusing, though its functionality is rather limited. It seems somewhat superfluous. I'll take it back as a gift for Tang San and Ma Hongjun, as they both have long strides. By the end of his exploration on the second level, Xiang Wentian had filled 10 spatial rings with weapons. He couldn't help but exclaim, 100 Spirit Hall sects would pale in comparison to even a fraction of the wealth of the Li Hin sect. Truly, the foremost dark sect of the northern domain deserves its title. No wonder they have unified all sects within a 1,000-mile radius. Not only will their power multiply exponentially, but the wealth they amass is beyond measure. Xiang Wentian continued his journey to the third level of the Zongbao Vault of the Li Hin sect. This level was dedicated to herbs. Before him stood thousands of shelves, brimming with an astonishing array of medicinal plants, leaving him momentarily speechless. Among them was the 9-colored phoenix vine, a divine herb of the highest order, known to flourish in the sacred grounds where the 9-colored phoenix lays its eggs. It absorbs the essence of the 9 colors over millennia, transforming into a rare treasure essential for concocting the 9 heavens death-defying pill. Consuming it grants the imbiber of phoenix bloodline, significantly enhancing the cultivation prowess of an ordinary practitioner for a century. How tantalizing. It's simply exquisite. I am tempted to consume it myself, but I have no need for the phoenix bloodline. I shall take it back to present to Ma Hongjun instead. Quickly, let me gather it. Next, he laid eyes on the ancient dragon vine, a divine herb that thrives in areas rich in earth veins. After tens of thousands of years, it matures into a divine product, vital for crafting the indestructible diamond pill. Once ingested, it amplifies the essence of the primordial sun tenfold, making it an indispensable treasure for dual cultivators. I shall collect this as well. It will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Xiang Wentian's exuberance was unmistakable as he surveyed the treasures. He then spotted the dragon-patterned golden ginseng, a divine herb that grows in the resting places of dragonkin, imbued with immense dragon essence, essential for the formulation of the heavenly dragon pill. Consuming it not only grants one the dragon bloodline, but also allows the practitioner to cultivate the true form of the heavenly dragon. This is perfect for me. I shall consume it later and see if I can attain the true form of the heavenly dragon. As Xiang Wentian ascended from the 1st to the 9th level, the ground lay barren in his wake, devoid of any vestige of life, a desolate expanse beneath his gaze. He meticulously gathered all treasures into his spatial rings, amassing over 100 of them. Once his task was complete, Xiang Wentian unfurled his 8 demonic angelic wings and soared towards the Spirit Hall. Days later, the world trembled as the news of the annihilation of the Adventurers Guild and the foremost demonic sect in the northern region, the Li Hin sect, spread like wildfire. Numerous lesser sects hastily closed their gates, fearing the calamity of extermination. Concurrently, whispers circulated that the architect of this destruction was none other than the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian. In a fleeting moment, his name resonated throughout the realm, and he was exalted by the well-meaning as the god of death in the central region. Moreover, tales of Xiang Wentian's exploits were fervently recounted by storytellers in various cities, embellishing his narrative to portray him as an invincible war deity. The news of Xiang Wentian's demise has yet to spread, yet his infamous reputation has already begun to circulate, indeed proving that a good name seldom remains concealed, while a notorious one travels far and wide. Chapter 210. Ma Hongjun burns paper offerings in the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall. Pope Bibi Dong has resumed her former role, seated solemnly at the center. Below, formidable figures such as Qin Daolu, Gui Mei, Yu Guan, and Xiang Ba stand amidst a somber atmosphere. The gravity of Xiang Wentian's death weighs heavily, and rumors have begun to circulate regarding the Pope's involvement in the annihilation of the Adventurers Guild and the Northern Domain's foremost demonic sect, the Li Hin Zone. It remains unclear who is orchestrating this turmoil, seemingly striving to place the Spirit Hall in the eye of a storm, with no extraordinary guardian to protect them. The question arises, how shall they navigate this impending crisis? Bibi Dong furrows her brow, urging the assembly to voice their thoughts. Upon her words, a profound silence envelopes the room. The absence of a formidable protector, combined with such a notorious reputation, spells trouble. As the old adage goes, a tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. Fame is a double-edged sword. Without a powerful guardian, annihilation is but a matter of time. Bibi Dong, her irritation palpable, implores, "Why has everyone fallen silent? The world is fraught with instability. Sects are falling by the hundreds daily. Should formidable forces discover that Xiang Wentian has perished, would the Spirit Hall not follow in the footsteps of those sects?" Yu Guan, typically the most vocal, remains silent. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Qian Daolu reflects, "Your Holiness, the immediate course of action is to ensure that the Spirit Hall produces a powerhouse of divine caliber." Bibi Dong cannot express anger towards Qian Daolu, as he is her father-in-law. She responds with measured calm, "Elder. While a divine powerhouse may be the pinnacle within the Spirit Hall, on the continent, they merely constitute the lowest tier. Gue Mei contemplates, "Your Holiness. Xiang Wentian once had several friends who surpassed the divine realm. If we could enlist their support, would we not then possess formidable allies?" Bibi Dong scoffs. "Xiang Wentian is no more. When one departs, the warmth of companionship fades. Do you assume they would consent to join us?" The congregation exchanges varying opinions. Yet none propose a viable solution to the current predicament. Today marks the 7th day since Xiang Wentian's passing. The members of the Shrek Squad, alongside others, have completed their paper offerings and departed. As evening descends, Ma Hongjun sits before Xiang Wentian's grave, extracting from his storage soul guide 2 roasted chickens, 6 pig legs, 20 pounds of beef, and 2 barrels of wine. While feasting, he weeps, "Brother Tian, with you gone, who will protect me? What shall I do from now on? I was looking forward to you introducing me to your sister-in-law. But at least one thing brings me solace. I no longer owe you any money." Ma Hongjun continues to eat and cry, yet no tears fall. It remains uncertain whether his sorrow is genuine or feigned. Before long, he has consumed all the food and drink he brought. He declares, "Brother Tian, these offerings are of no use to you now. Burning them would be a waste. Allow me to take care of them for you. I have sketched for you 2 roasted chickens, 3 pigs, and a cow on paper. I shall now set them ablaze and send them your way for your leisurely enjoyment." With that, Ma Hongjun ignited the crumpled white paper and began to burn it before the tomb of Tian Go. At that moment, he felt someone tapping him. Without turning, he retorted, "Do not disturb. Do you not see that I am offering paper to Tian Go? You burn for my pigs, horses, cows, and sheep, and I shall come to collect them." Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind him, prompting Ma Hongjun to quickly turn around. To his shock, he was met with a sight that sent chills down his spine, causing his heart to race and an involuntary warmth to spread beneath him. Oblivious to the peculiar sensation in his trousers, upon witnessing Ma Hongjun, Xiang Wentian was so terrified that he not only lost control of his bladder but also soiled himself, his face turning pale with sheer horror. Upon seeing this, Xiang Wentian understood Ma Hongjun must have mistaken him for a ghost. Perhaps it was best not to frighten him further. After all, the fear of a person could indeed lead to dire consequences. Thus, Xiang Wentian spoke, "Hongjun, I am not dead. The coffin within this grave is empty. Are you not aware of the incident a couple of days ago when the grave was blown open?" Upon reaching this point, Ma Hongjun approached Xiang Wentian with trepidation, gently touching Xiang Wentian's arm, and exclaimed with fervor, "It is warm. You are alive. Brother Tian. You truly have not perished." "Of course I am not dead," Xiang Wentian replied nonchalantly. "Do you really wish for my demise?" No, Brother Tian. How could I ever wish for your death? You cannot imagine the fury that engulfed us in the Shrek team when we discovered your grave had been desecrated. We searched tirelessly for a day, yet could not uncover the identity of the perpetrator. In the end, we reinterred your grave," Ma Hongjun exclaimed with fervor. "Come, let us swiftly share the joyous news of your survival with everyone." Chapter 211. Return to the Spirit Hall. Ma Hongjun grasped Xiang Wentian's hand, and they hurried to the plaza of the Spirit Hall. By now, night had descended, and the Spirit Hall was ablaze with lights, yet an eerie stillness enveloped the area, occasionally pierced by distant dog barks. Xiang Wentian felt a profound sense of solitude, as if he were separated from the world. His thoughts constantly drifted back to his homeland, Earth. Gazing upward, he noticed that the night sky was devoid of a multitude of stars, save for a few solitary ones, struggling to shine, scattered like forsaken glass marbles. Mirroring his own loneliness, the entire expanse of the night sky resembled an ink blot, with a thin veil of clouds adding to the obscurity of the already dim atmosphere. "My brother is not dead. My brother has returned." Ma Hongjun's resounding shout shattered the stillness of the Spirit Hall Plaza. In the Shrek team, Ma Hongjun was often deemed the most unreliable member, and thus his proclamation was met with skepticism. At that moment, Dai Mubai's furious voice echoed from within the hall. Ma Hongjun, dare you jest with Xiang? I shall reduce you to mere kindling. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ma Hongjun turned to Xiang Wentian and said, Brother, my words carry little weight. It would be better if you spoke instead. Xiang Wen offered a gentle smile to Ma Hongjun, a gesture of solace. Infusing his voice with divine power, he slowly declared, I have returned. At that moment, within the sacred halls of the Spirit Hall, Qin Douluo, seated upon his bed, abruptly opened his eyes, disbelief etched upon his features as he stammered, is that Xiang Wen's voice? Could it be that he truly is not dead? Ru Ming, who had spent her days weeping, halted her tears and gazed out the window. Overwhelmed with emotion, brother, is it really you? Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, suddenly shattered the table in a fit of rage, exclaiming, You gluttonous fool. Have you also learned to change your voice? Just wait until I deal with you, you overgrown pig. In an instant. The plaza of the Spirit Hall was thronged with individuals from various halls. Ru Ming, eyes wide with disbelief, looked at Xiang Wen as if caught in a dream, exclaiming, Brother, is it truly you? She rushed forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace, weeping uncontrollably. In her heart, she wished this to be a dream. An everlasting dream from which she could never awaken, for her love for Xiang Wen was profoundly deep, piercing her very soul. Ning Rongrong and Qin Renxue, too, were overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. During the days of Xiang Wen's absence, no one could fathom the trials they endured. It was in this moment that they both came to realize the immense space Xiang Wen occupied in their hearts, a space now completely filled with love. Xiang Wen gently patted Ru Ming's back, offering comfort as he said, I have returned. We shall never be apart again. Overwhelmed with joy, Ru Ming wept, exclaiming, Brother, am I truly not dreaming? No, I am not dead. I have truly returned, Xiang Wen reassured her. Ru Ming, unwilling to release her grip on Xiang Wen, feared that if she let go, this reality would dissolve into a mere dream. She thought to herself, even if this is a dream, allow me to linger a little longer. Please do not awaken. Xiang Wen comforted, there are so many people watching. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? All right. Hurry and bring it over. Ru Ming pinched Xiang Wen, exclaiming in alarm, it doesn't hurt. This is a dream. Xiang Wen grimaced in pain, asking in disbelief, Why are you pinching me? Of course it doesn't hurt for you. He then playfully grasped her pert behind. Lu Ming yelped in response, ouch. Suddenly realizing this was no dream, she hurriedly released Xiang Wen and glanced at the surrounding crowd, her face flushing with embarrassment as she covered her face and dashed away. Xiang Wen shook her head, choosing to disregard her. In the distance, a pair of eyes gazed at the vanishing dream, sighing and murmuring, a grown woman cannot be retained. Indeed, a grown woman cannot be retained. In the square, Xiang Wen addressed the crowd. I am not yet dead. Who dares to bury me? The onlookers exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Yuguan pondered, I sense that your spiritual essence has already dissipated. How have you managed to survive? Xiang Wen, bewildered, inquired about the dissipated force of the soul. Upon awakening, he discovered himself confined within a coffin, prompting him to forcefully shatter the coffin lid and emerge from the grave. Fueled by rage, he set forth to the Adventurers Guild and the foremost demonic sect of the northern region, the Li Hunzong, intending to obliterate both factions. On this occasion, he amassed a plethora of rare materials, precious artifacts, and spiritual weapons, which would elevate the might of the Spirit Hall to unprecedented heights. Once the strength of the Spirit Hall surged, he would undoubtedly dominate vast territories. Xiang Wen poured over 100 spatial rings and a considerable quantity of spiritual ore upon the square. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs and the vibrant, multicolored radiance emanating from the spiritual weapons astounded the onlookers, eliciting gasps of amazement. Ma Hongjun, exhilarated, leaped into the abundant treasures of herbs, exclaiming, What an intense fragrance! If I were to devour them all. Before he could finish, Zhu Qing approached and, with a swift motion, seized Ma Hongjun's leg and hurled him away, retorting, These are gifts from one for everyone. Look at how you've sullied them with your greasy self. Do you wish to overindulge and burst, you gluttonous pig? The sight of Ma Hongjun's awkward expression prompted hearty laughter from the crowd. Tang Sen stepped forward, patting Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, and reassured him, No worries. There's enough for everyone. This is a gift from one to us all. Just take your time, and perhaps indulge in a couple of pig heads when you return. Oscar interjected in astonishment, Tang San, are you seriously suggesting he eat pig heads? Can't you see he has already transformed into a pig? Ma Hongjun, incensed, retorted, Oscar, Who do you think is the pig here? Are you seeking a fight? Seeing Ma Hongjuan's fury, Oscar hastily darted behind Xiang Wen, exclaiming, "One, Ma Hongjun has succumbed to his porcine affliction again. You must go and handle him." Xiang Wen gazed at the two adversaries, shaking his head in exasperation. "Enough. You two. Cease your bickering. I am about to allocate resources." Upon hearing Xiang Wen's announcement, the crowd's eyes glimmered with fervor, their excitement palpable, and saliva dripped in anticipation. Chapter 212. The lightning rod. He retrieved from the ground several spatial rings containing invaluable herbs, elixirs, weapons, and armor, and presented them to Elder Gueme. He said, "Elder Gueme, I kindly ask you to allocate the resources from these spatial rings to the esteemed members of the hall ranked as title de law." Gueme responded with a respectful bow. "As you command." Xiang Wen approached Bibi Dong, retrieving a white lotus flower from his spatial ring. He presented it to her, saying, "This is the snow jade white lotus, which flourishes in the most frigid of lands and takes millennia to bloom. It possesses remarkable efficacy in mending internal injuries. I offer this snow jade white lotus to you. Once you restore your health through cultivation, you shall effortlessly ascend to the divine realm." After enduring severe injuries previously, Bibi Dong had resigned herself to the belief that she would never reach the divine level. However, with Xiang Wen's gift of the snow jade white lotus, a flicker of hope rekindled within her. Overcome with emotion, her eyes brimmed with tears as she exclaimed, "When I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. A great kindness need not be acknowledged in words. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to command me." Xiang Wen smiled and said, "You need not be concerned. We are all part of the Spirit Hall. Your ascension to divinity is indeed a fortuitous event for our Spirit Hall." Bibi Dong nodded emphatically. Xiang Wen then retrieved 10 vials of the elixir known as Hun Dan and 1 vial of Yuan Yang Padan, addressing Bai Dong. These 10 vials, named Hun Dan, each contain 100 pills, and upon consumption, they can enhance the cultivation of an ordinary cultivator by 1 year. Furthermore, this vial contains Yuan Yang Padan, which, when ingested, can augment an ordinary cultivator's cultivation by 10 years, aiding you in your journey to attain divinity. The onlookers gazed upon Xiang Wen as he presented Bai Dong with exquisite elixirs and remarkable armaments, their hearts aflame with excitement. Each individual pondered what gifts Xiang Wen might bestow upon them in due time. After receiving the numerous elixirs and exceptional treasures, Bai Dong cast a deep glance at Qian Rinshui and Xiang Wen before retreating into the hall to silently cultivate and address the hidden ailments within. Qian Rinshui smiled knowingly, nodding at Bai Dong. Subsequently, Xiang Wen approached the esteemed Elder Qian Dao Lu of the Wuhuan Palace. Qian Dao Lu, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Xiang Wen, what gifts have you prepared for me? Pray, reveal them so I may see if they hold my interest." Xiang Wen, momentarily at a loss for words, turned to leave and said, "Great Elder, your discernment surpasses that of anyone in our Spirit Hall. The treasures I present are surely beneath your notice. Perhaps I should bestow them upon someone else." Upon hearing Xiang Wen's words, Qian Dao was taken aback, hurriedly grasping the sleeve of Xiang Wen's robe, exclaiming, "Oh, please, do not take my jest to heart." Xiang Wen turned back and retrieved a resplendent crimson fruit radiating a sacred light from the spatial ring. He addressed Qian Daolu, saying, "This is the holy sun fruit, which grows in the place where the holy light converges in the Arctic. After millennia, only 9 have been obtained. It possesses remarkable effects for soul masters of the holy light attribute. I present this gift to you to aid your ascension to divinity." Qian Daolu trembled with excitement, and upon receiving the holy sun fruit, he murmured in awe, "To think that I, Qian Daolu, have been stuck at the limit de law for over 30 years. Never did I expect to obtain such a benevolent treasure today, giving me hope for ascension." After muttering to himself, Qian Daolu turned to leave, but was called back by Xiang Wen. Turning around, Qian Daolu, still agitated, asked in bewilderment, "Is there anything else?" Xiang Wen gently remarked, "You have yet to acquire the elixirs of Hun Dan and Yuan Yang Padan, as well as the extraordinary treasures of Bao Jia Qi Bing." Qian Daolu smacked his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten about the elixirs that enhance cultivation and the treasures that amplify both offense and defense? I must be overwhelmed with joy, indeed." Age diminishes both the body and the spirit. Taking the precious elixirs and treasures handed to him by Xiang Wen, Qian Daolu inquired, "Is there anything else?" Xiang asked, "Do not rush to transcend the divine realm just yet. Upon breaking through, you will face the tribulation of thunder. I have devised a wondrous artifact that can help you navigate this ordeal unscathed. Oh, Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. What is this object that can withstand such a calamity? Xiang Wen did not respond to Douluo's inquiries. Instead, he retrieved the 4 treasures of the study from the soul-guiding device. He proceeded to sketch a lightning rod approximately 10 meters in diameter and 100 zhang in height on the blueprint. The rod featured a door at its center, which led to a modestly sized space entirely insulated with thick, anti-electric materials. Thus, during the tribulation of lightning, one could take refuge within the confines of the door, free from the fear of being struck by lightning. Upon receiving the blueprint from Xiang Wen, Douluo marveled at the depiction of the lightning rod and its accompanying descriptions, exclaiming, Wen, you truly embody the essence of our spirit hall as Pope, capable of envisioning and inventing even such extraordinary contrivances. I can hardly fathom the workings of your mind. With a gentle smile, I remarked, like you, I merely possess the ability to observe and a penchant for invention. Please hasten to instruct someone to construct a lightning rod. With such a device in place, our people at the Spirit Hall shall face no peril during future tribulations. Douluo nodded in agreement, saying, Very well. I shall immediately command someone to swiftly complete the lightning rod. With that, Douluo took his leave. Chapter 213. The opportunities of the Spirit Hall. Xiang Wen continued to approach the Moon Gate. Moon Gate feigned calmness and inquired, Your Holiness, what gift have you prepared for me? With a gentle smile, she retrieved a resplendent golden chrysanthemum from her spatial ring and said, This exquisite flower is known as the mountain golden chrysanthemum. It flourishes atop the highest peaks, maturing only after enduring the passage of countless ages. Once consumed, it not only enhances your martial soul, the unique chrysanthemum, but also aids you in ascending to the supreme realm, fortifying your foundation and elevating your innate abilities. Its effects are truly remarkable. Upon catching sight of the mountain golden chrysanthemum, Yu Guan felt a stirring within his unique chrysanthemum, signifying that the former was of a superior grade. Overwhelmed with emotion, he trembled as he accepted the mountain golden chrysanthemum, exclaiming, Thank you, Your Holiness. With the mountain golden chrysanthemum, I too can attain that exalted state. With a gentle smile, he said, Take these 10 bottles of elixir and 1 bottle of primordial essence, along with this magnificent set of armor and weaponry. Yu Guan accepted the elixirs and the armor with fervor, solemnly declaring, In this lifetime, I shall vow to serve His Holiness the Pope with unwavering loyalty. Xiang Wen smiled and nodded, saying, Go back and cultivate. Yu Guan nodded earnestly and returned to the palace to resume his practice. Xiang Wen approached the enigmatic figure and, from the soul guide, retrieved 100 soul crystals. Master, I was unable to find a suitable spiritual elixir for you, but these 100 soul crystals are perfectly suited for your needs. They are the crystallized essence of the soul's source, refined over millennia. Consuming them will enhance your soul power, which will greatly benefit your martial spirit. The enigmatic figure nodded in appreciation and said, My martial spirit is my very soul. With the aid of these soul crystals, I am certain I shall transcend the boundaries of the realm. After distributing the miraculous elixirs and extraordinary armors to everyone and sending them on their way, only the members of the Shrek team remained. Ma Hongjun, drooling and rubbing his hands in excitement, exclaimed, Brother, they have all received their share. What about ours? To the question, there is no lack of your presence. Do not rush. I know you. Brother, you are the best to us. And I did not waste the abundance of delicacies I offered before your grave. Ma Hongjun chuckled mischievously. Dai Mubai retorted with irritation. How can you still have the face to say that? Every time you brought something, it was devoured by you alone. Fortunately, Wang did not perish. Had he succumbed, would you not have been left with nothing but his remnants? Ma Hongjun responded awkwardly. Mubai, do not pick at my shortcomings. Xiang Wen, with a gentle smile, retrieved a vibrant, multicolored vine from his spatial ring, proclaiming, Behold, the unparalleled treasure among treasures. The 9-colored phoenix vine. It thrives in the sacred grounds where the 9-colored phoenix lays its eggs, absorbing the essence of the 9 colors for countless years. It takes tens of thousands of years to attain such divine quality. Consuming it will awaken the phoenix bloodline within you and enhance the prowess of an ordinary cultivator by a century. He presented it to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun gazed at the 9-colored phoenix vine, utterly astonished. Is it truly for me? Indeed, the 9-colored phoenix vine is most suited for your phoenix martial soul. Who else could it possibly be given to? Xiang Wen replied with conviction. Do not hesitate. Accept it and express your gratitude to one. Dai Mubai urged eagerly. In his heart, He felt that if Ma Hongjun could receive such a precious item, then what Xiang Wen bestowed upon him would surely be of equal merit. He was filled with a fervent desire to seek a gift from one for himself. Only then did Ma Hongjun snap out of his astonishment, hurriedly catching the 9-colored phoenix vine with both hands, overwhelmed with excitement. "Thank you, brother." Xiang Wen then retrieved a vial of elixir from the spatial ring and addressed Ma Hongjun, saying, "This is a superior-grade elixir, the Golden Crow Fire Phoenix Pill. It possesses remarkable efficacy for fire-type soul masters, surpassing even the 9-colored phoenix vine. In fact, due to its nature as a pill, it is several times more beneficial than the vine. This vial contains 10 pills, which will aid you in your journey towards divinity." Ma Hongjun, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly see as he accepted the elixir, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He retrieved the fire god set and bestowed it upon Ma Hongjun, allowing him to return to his cultivation. Xiang Wen presented the Temple Knight set to Dai Mubai, stating, "This is the Temple Knight armor, renowned for its formidable defense, capable of withstanding the full force of a Divine Realm expert. It consists of 5 components: the Temple Knight's heavy armor, the Paladin's heavy helmet, the Paladin's heavy belt, the Paladin's heavy gauntlets, and the Paladin's heavy boots. This set is specifically designed for the Holy Dragon Knights of the continent of Arad, making it exceptionally suitable for a power-oriented soul master like you. I bestow it upon you." Dai Mubai gazed at the majestic and resplendent paladin armor, and with excitement, he replied to Xiang Wen, "This armor is incredibly imposing and perfectly aligns with my style. I absolutely adore it." "Thank you." Xiang Wen smiled and said, "Why be so formal with me? Our Shrek team is indeed one entity. We are inseparable, are we not?" Dai Mubai nodded emphatically while the others exchanged glances. Their camaraderie having, unbeknownst to them, transcended even the bonds of life and death. Xiang Wen then retrieved a resplendent golden fruit and a colossal sword from his spatial ring, presenting them to Dai Mubai. "This is the holy fruit of the demon clan, a treasured gem of the demon race, which flourishes naturally in their realm and takes 100,000 years to mature. Its medicinal properties are mild, capable of cleansing the marrow and enhancing one's innate talents, as well as solidifying one's cultivation. Consuming it will aid you in attaining divinity. Furthermore, this sword is called the Useless Cloud Sword, and it is exceptionally sharp. I bestow it upon you." Dai Mubai accepted the holy fruit and the sword without uttering a word of gratitude, simply nodding solemnly in acknowledgement. The gratitude reflected in his eyes spoke volumes about his appreciation for Xiang Wen. "All right, now go back and continue your training," Xiang Wen said, moving on to Tang San. He produced a bottle of athlete's foot remedy and a pair of undergarments humorously named Old Cow's Underpants, handing them to Tang San. "These 2 items are perfectly suited for you. Your skin is too thick, and the odor is quite overpowering. Applying the remedy will surely cure you in no time. As for these underpants, once you wear them, you need not worry about any mishaps. Even if they occur, the underpants will remain intact." Tang San was momentarily taken aback, pondering. While others received divine treasures and miraculous medicines, why have I been given a collection of refuse? Observing his bewildered expression, Xiang Wen found it amusing. He then retrieved a dark, gnarled vine and 100 soul crystals from his spatial ring, stating, "This is the Xianjin vine, which flourishes atop the 9 Immortals mountain and takes millennia to mature. It will greatly benefit your blue-silver grass. Additionally, as you cultivate your spiritual power, take these 100 soul crystals to aid you in your ascension to divinity." After presenting a set of armor and weapons to Tang San, each member of the Shrek team received various elixirs and extraordinary armaments, all of whom returned to the hall with exhilaration, immersing themselves in their cultivation. Chapter 204, The Blessing from the Goddess of Flames. Once the others had departed, Xiang Wen approached the dreamlike chamber, where he once again encountered the middle-aged man sweeping the floor. Xiang Wen inquired, "Why do you still sweep here at such a late hour?" The middle-aged man looked up, gazing at Xiang Wen with respect, and replied, "I have the honor to meet your holiness. Tonight has been exceedingly noisy, waking Ruo Qi Ming. Once she awakens, she cannot return to slumber. Thus, I have come to clear the fallen leaves." Xiang Wen commanded with authority, "Please go elsewhere to tidy up. I have matters to attend to this evening and must not be disturbed." "Yes, your holiness," the middle-aged man replied respectfully, gradually vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, and Ru Ming inquired, "Who is it?" A long-awaited voice responded, and Ru Ming hurriedly opened the door to find Xiang Wen standing before her. She embraced him tightly, affectionately exclaiming, "Brother, I have missed you so much. I have missed you too. Xiang Wen replied tenderly, and the two shared a prolonged embrace before gently releasing one another. Stepping into Ru Ming's chamber, he surveyed the surroundings. The intricately carved furniture, fashioned from exquisite sandalwood, was adorned with various delicate patterns, exuding a sense of the refined and gentle atmosphere characteristic of a young lady's dwelling. Near the bamboo-framed window, a rosewood table held several sheets of rice paper, while a scholar's inkstone lay beside a few brushes. On one piece of rice paper, a figure of a man wielding a 3-foot azure blade stood resolutely, sword pointed towards the heavens, exuding an air of might and authority amidst swirling clouds of magic and looming thunder, as if declaring war against the sky without a hint of fear. The meticulous brushwork seemed to convey the owner of the boudoir's yearning for her beloved, revealing a sentimentality that resonated deeply. Draped over the bamboo window was a sheer violet veil, swaying gently in the breeze that flowed from outside. From within the spatial ring, Xiang Wen retrieved the nature goddess set and urged Rumeng, "Hurry, try it on." Rumeng exclaimed in delight, "Wow, it's so beautiful. Brother, where did you acquire this?" Xiang Wen smiled and said, "This was discovered in the treasure vault of the Adventurers Guild. It is the exclusive ensemble of the nature goddess Melis from the continent of Arad. Once donned, it enhances one's natural attributes. Henceforth, flora and fauna, as well as the very earth itself, will bestow their blessings upon you." The nature goddess set comprises 6 exquisite pieces: the earth robe of the nature goddess, the earth crown of the nature goddess, the silk gloves of the nature goddess, the 9-colored skirt of the nature goddess, the 7-colored belt of the nature goddess, and the 3-colored boots of the nature goddess. Upon adorning this ensemble, Ru Ming effortlessly exuded the grace of a goddess, her beauty unparalleled. Xiang Wen subsequently retrieved the roaring sunblade, 10 vials of golden crow fire phoenix pill, and a lotus emanating flames. Addressing Rumeng, he remarked, "This blade is known as the roaring sunblade of the flame god, a divine weapon forged from the essence of fire and the hellfire crystal, bestowing upon its wielder a doubled mastery over flames. These 10 vials of golden crow fire phoenix pills are divine elixirs. Upon consumption, they will enhance the cultivation of those with fire attributes by a century, with each vial containing 10 pills, totaling 100. The lotus, named Flame Tear Lotus, though a divine fire attribute spirit herb, thrives atop the snow-capped mountains. Its consumption will greatly aid your fiery martial spirit. Furthermore, it carries a poignant love story from ancient times. It is said that during the primordial era, Dao Wuqing suppressed the populace, leading the Ice Sword Saint to ally with the demon clan in resistance. Dao incited the divine, spiritual, and ancient clans to unite against the demons, yet the demon clan, alongside the Ice Sword Saint, was ultimately overwhelmed. The Ice Sword Saint valiantly confronted the 3 strongest entities of the divine, spiritual, and ancient clans, but ultimately succumbed due to the depletion of his mana, becoming a crystalline entity imprisoned within the Ice Mountain range. Enraged by her husband's plight, the flame goddess, his wife, vowed to avenge him, yet found herself gravely injured in the attempt. In her weakened state, she approached the crystalline form of the Ice Sword Saint, heartbroken, and as she lay dying, transformed into the Flame Tear Lotus eternally by her husband's side. Before her demise, she swore, "With my wounded body, I shall become an indomitable flame with my undying soul. I shall transform into the Tear Lotus to accompany my beloved for all eternity. Should anyone earn the recognition of the Flame Tear Lotus, they shall receive my everlasting blessing." As Rumeng cradled the Flame Tear Lotus in her hands, her eyes glistened with tears, moved by the tragic love story. She exclaimed, "What a heart-wrenching tale of love. Brother, you are too kind to me." Xiang Wen smiled gently, saying, "You are my fiancé, and I am your future husband. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I be kind to?" At that moment, tears like dreams fell upon the heart of the fiery lotus, causing it to emit a radiant red glow. A poem materialized before them. Longing is as deep as the ocean. Past events are but distant memories. Countless tears flow, further deepening the sorrow within. To meet without reason is a challenge, and to strive together is often futile. If fate did not bind us in a previous life, may we be reunited in the next. May those destined for each other bless your everlasting love, growing old together." Ru Ming exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this the blessing from the goddess of flames?" Overwhelmed with emotion, she embraced Xiang Wen, and their lips met in a tender kiss. That night, Ru Ming's door remained unopened, as the two shared an unforgettable evening together. Chapter 215. The true form of the heavenly dragon. The following morning, Ru Ming's door slowly creaked open. Xiang Wentian appeared pale, his legs weak as he leaned against the wall, slowly making his way back to his room. At that moment, Oscar, carrying a basket of buns, happened to pass by and inquired, "Wentian, what has happened to you? Have you been injured? With your strength? Who could possibly harm you to this extent?" His pallor and weakness clearly indicated internal injuries, a severe depletion of energy and vitality. "Come, have a sausage to replenish yourself." Xiang Wentian offered an awkward smile and said, "There's no need for that. My internal injury cannot be healed by your sausage. I have prepared some medicinal soup in my room. Once I drink it, I shall be fine. You should go have your meal." Oscar watched as Xiang Wentian walked away. Scratching his head in contemplation, what kind of internal injury is this that cannot be remedied by a sausage? Upon returning to the dormitory, Oscar relayed the incident to Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun broke into a hearty laugh and remarked, "That is not an injury. It is a manifestation of kidney deficiency." Xiang Wentian returned to his room and closed the door, his heart filled with trepidation. He reflected on the previous night when he had consumed an entire bottle of stamina-enhancing pills, indulging without pause. While the effects were undeniably pleasurable, he realized that excessive use could lead to dire consequences, transforming delight into disaster. Xiang Wentian sat cross-legged on his bed, retrieving a soul crystal from his spatial ring. The soul crystal, resembling a quail egg in size, emitted a faint, ethereal glow. Xiang Wentian attempted to place one of the soul crystals in his mouth, chewing a few times, and exclaimed in admiration, "It is just like crispy bone, quite delightful. Let me have some more." Crunch, crunch, how delightfully crisp. Xiang Wentian consumed thousands of soul crystals, feeling a slight heaviness in his stomach. He swiftly activated the heavenly demon annihilation scripture to refine the immense soul crystals within him. As the crystals were being refined, he sensed a continuous surge in his spiritual power. After half a day, he had successfully refined all the soul crystals, and his soul power ascended to the sacred level. Having finished the soul crystals, Xiang Wentian proceeded to take out several dozen bottles of Yuan Yang Breaking Heaven pills, attempting to place one in his mouth to savor its flavor. Xiang Wentian's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Delicious! Just like the crispy beans, both fragrant and crunchy." Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Congratulations! Host has consumed a Yuan Yang Breaking Heaven pill, gaining 10,000 points of divine power." Subsequently, Xiang Wentian proceeded to gulp down dozens of Yuan Yang Breaking Heaven pills, simultaneously channeling the celestial demon annihilation scripture to continuously refine the essence. The melodious notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations! Host has consumed a Yuan Yang Breaking Heaven pill, gaining 10,000 points of divine power." Host has consumed a Yuan Yang Breaking Heaven pill, gaining 10,000 points of divine power. Host has consumed a Yuan Yang Breaking Heaven pill, gaining 10,000 points of divine power. At that moment, Xiang Wentian observed the divine power bar, realizing he was merely a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. He contemplated. It seems that a breakthrough today is within reach. Xiang Wentian proceeded to extract an array of weapons, including various swords, spears, and halberds. The cursed demonic blade of eternal hell fused with the divine sword of Juek. The despairing blade of the blood sea merged with the divine sword of Juek. The hellfire sacred sword of the death blade conjoined with the divine sword of Juek. Countless weapons and divine artifacts continuously integrated into the divine sword of Juek. And as the quantity increased, the quality transformed. Ding! Congratulations, host. The divine sword of Juek has advanced to the status of a primordial treasure. Xiang Wentian finally extracted a golden ginseng, 1 foot in length, adorned with dragon patterns. Indeed, this is the divine herb known as dragon-patterned golden ginseng, which flourishes in the sacred grounds of the dragon clan. It is imbued with immense celestial dragon essence. Consuming it not only grants the user the bloodline of the dragon clan, but also facilitates the cultivation of the true form of the celestial dragon. Xiang Wentian aims to enhance his cultivation with this dragon-patterned golden ginseng, while simultaneously striving to cultivate the true form of the celestial dragon. Xiang Wentian picked up a 1 foot long dragon-patterned golden ginseng and began to chew it, savoring its texture and exclaiming, "What a delightful chew, so fragrant and enjoyable." In the next moment, he felt a surge of warmth enveloping his entire being, accompanied by a tingling sensation on his skin. Suddenly, he sensed something emerging from within him and swiftly glanced down, only to witness a dragon scale sprouting from the surface of his skin, rapidly spreading across his body. His head transformed into that of a dragon, His arms morphed into dragon limbs, his torso became draconic, his hands turned into claws, and his feet reshaped into hooves. Astonished by his metamorphosis into a being that was neither fully dragon nor fully human, he gasped, "Is this the true form of the celestial dragon? I can feel my offensive capabilities have tripled, and my defenses have also tripled. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up. Your divine power level is now 135. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have mastered the celestial dragon's true form. The system panel has been activated. Please check it at your convenience. Name, Xiang Wentian Martial Soul. Demon Angel Divine Power. Level 135, 50008866000000. Soul Rings. 9-colored. Age. 166,666,666 years. 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 Rainbow-colored. Age. 166,666,666 years. 9-colored. Age. 166,666,666 years. 9-colored. Age. 166,666,666 years. 9-colored. Age. 166,666,666 years. Soul skills. First soul skill, Space Lock. Time freeze. Second soul skill, Angel's Glory. Demon S Fury. Third soul skill, Angel's Divine Judgment. Demon S Sky Cleave. Fourth soul skill, Angel's Divine Light. Death Ray. Fifth soul skill, Angel's Fiery Slash. Demon S Kiss. Sixth soul skill, Angel's Stupa. Angelic Meteor Shower. Seventh soul skill, True Form of Martial Soul. True Form of Demon. Eighth soul skill, Annihilation Strike. Obliteration of All. Ninth soul skill, Force Breaking the Heavens. Primordial Shockwave. Divine Level Soul Skill, Divine Sword of the Great Void. Infinite Usage. Divine King Soul Skill, Heaven Slaying, Earth Cutting, A Fleeting Moment Through the Ages. Divine Emperor's Soul Skill, Sun Obscuring. World Annihilating Eye. Divine Monarch's Soul Skill, Violent Hurricane Slash, Extreme Earth Drill. Soul Bones, Skull of the War God of the Demon Angel. Backbone of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left arm of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right arm of the Breaking Army's Demon that ignores defense. Soul Bone Skill, War God Incarnation. Fusion skill of the War God of the Demon Angel's Soul Bone. Ignore defense. Breaking Army Strike, skill accompanying the right arm bone of the Breaking Army's Demon. Divine Skills, Buddha's Palm, Heavenly Punishment 9 forms, 9-colored sky-piercing finger. True Form of the Celestial Dragon. Points. 1, 566, 666, 668. Cultivation Method. True Scripture of World Annihilation, Overlord Body of the Azure Sky. Ability. Devour. Capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. After a month of accumulating vast resources, the overall strength of the Spirit Hall experienced a tremendous leap, and simultaneously, Xiang Wentian expended 100 million points to provide multiple soul rings for everyone. The next day, Xiang Wentian sat solemnly in the center of the Pope's Hall. Qian Dalu stood respectfully below, stating, "I report to your holiness, all 10 lightning rods have been successfully forged and are ready for immediate use." Excellent. Summon all who have ascended to the divine realm to gather 200 miles south of Spirit City. Bring the lightning rods. We shall conduct a collective tribulation there. Xiang Wentian declared with authority. Qian Dalu respectfully bowed, saying, "As you command." At noon, numerous powerful members of the Spirit Hall and Shrek Squad gathered in an open area 200 miles south of the Spirit Hall. Before them, A massive lightning rod stood every 100 meters, totaling 10. Xiang Wentian stood before the crowd, addressing them with an air of authority. The sun shines brightly, and the flowers smile at me. Today is a splendid day, a propitious occasion for our spirit hall to ascend to a first-rate power. I hereby declare that every 3 individuals shall share 1 lightning rod. We shall commence the tribulation. The crowd, resembling soldiers, entered the lightning rods in groups of 3. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun approached the 8th lightning rod, gazing at the imposing, dark structure that pierced the ground like a pillar of heaven. Ma Hongjun, somewhat apprehensive, remarked, Mubai, Tang San, do you think this lightning rod crafted by Tiangu will be effective? What if we enter and cannot escape, perishing inside? That would be quite troublesome. Dai Mubai, slightly angered, retorted, silence your ominous words. Has anything sent by Wentian ever proven ineffective? Tang San smiled gently, explaining. I recall Wentian mentioning that the principle of a lightning rod is conductivity. Observe that the tip of the rod is pointed. During static electricity induction, the sharp end of the conductor attracts the most charge. When the charge in the clouds is substantial, the air between the lightning rod and the clouds can easily be breached, allowing it to become a conductor. The charged clouds establish a pathway to the lightning rod, which is grounded, enabling it to channel the cloud's electricity into the earth. Moreover, the small door within the lightning rod is constructed with a thick insulating membrane, ensuring that the current will not harm us. You can proceed with confidence as you face the tribulation. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, which was larger than a pig's, and inquired, Tang San, what are you saying? I completely don't understand. Dai Mubai shook his head in disbelief, stating, if you cannot comprehend, then so be it. Ignorance is truly alarming. With that, he seized Ma Hongjun by the nape and soared into the lightning rod's small door. Tang San chuckled and followed suit. As Xiang Wentian observed that everyone had entered the lightning rod, he withdrew 10 miles and infused his voice with divine power, proclaiming, prepare. 3, 2, 1, commence the tribulation. In the next moment, within a radius of 10,000 miles, dark clouds gathered, transforming the sky into a pitch-black expanse reminiscent of midnight. The air was filled with the deafening roar of thunder, resonating in one's ears like a cacophony, while jagged bolts of lightning sporadically clashed against the heavens, striking the horizon. Boom, boom. The thunderous clamor echoed throughout the cosmos. The sky had become a dark abyss, as if heaven and earth were intertwined. Suddenly, the sky blazed to life once more, with lightning cracking like a whip against the firmament, instilling a sense of dread. In an instant, the lightning converged as if drawn by a magnet, coalescing into a colossal sphere of electric light. The sphere radiated explosive energy, prompting a frown from Xiang Wentian, who remarked, with so many individuals undergoing tribulation together, the wrath of the heavens has intensified 100-fold. Fortunately, we have the lightning rods. Otherwise, with my current strength, I would surely be injured by this heavenly tribulation. Chapter 2:16. The might of the spirit hall crack. The lightning sphere exhaled arcs of electricity, unleashing 10 lightning columns, each 10 meters in diameter, that shot down like bolts, crashing upon the 10 lightning rods below. The immense power of the lightning coursed through the sturdy rods, sending tremors through the ground. Within the rods, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in shock, lifted off the ground by the force, and upon landing, cried out in terror. That scared me to death. I thought the lightning rod was going to explode. Dai Mubai retorted with irritation. Can't you wish for something better? Every day it's this rod exploding, that rod exploding. It seems your rear end is the one that's going to blow up. After Dai Mubai's jest, Tang San burst into laughter, recalling, just a few days ago, Ma Hongjun broke through to the 100th level, and while in the restroom, he ignited a mass of gas, causing the restroom to explode. In that moment, it was as if he had been launched by a rocket, his rear end amidst the thick smoke soaring into the sky. Wasn't he that a sight to behold? Following Tang San's tale, Dai Mubai joined in hearty laughter. Ma Hongjun, feeling embarrassed, retorted, Tang San, you have no right to speak. We both entered the restroom together. Upon hearing this, Tang San's laughter abruptly ceased. Boom. The second lightning column shot forth with unprecedented speed, its might surpassing the first by 10-fold, descending with a swiftness that was almost blinding. Boom. The earth shook with a thunderous roar akin to a magnitude 5 earthquake, causing the ground to tremble. Before the earth's quaking could subside, the sky seemed to collapse with a resounding crash, as the enormous lightning sphere plummeted towards the ground like a falling star. Boom, boom. The 10 massive lightning rods were propelled into the air, soaring 100 meters high under the impact of the colossal lightning sphere. Boom. Boom. Once the tin rods touched the ground, the dark clouds above dissipated, signifying their successful passage through the tribulation. Bang, bang. With a resounding bang, the small doors of tin lightning rods swung open. As Ma Hongjun emerged, he exclaimed in a panic, "You scared me to death. I thought we were going to ascend into the heavens. I nearly lost my bowels." Dai Mubai retorted, "While your bowels may have been frightened out of you, could you refrain from spewing nonsense? Look at the mess you've made on Tang San." Tang San, dismayed by the yellow splatters adorning his body, remarked, "This is truly disgusting. Hongjun, we will address this later. I need to wash up first." After successfully overcoming the tribulation, the group animatedly discussed their cultivation levels. Bibi Dong, Martial Spirit, First Spirit, Death Spider Queen. Second Spirit, Sleeting Spider Queen. Divine Realm Level, 100. Qianren Qiwei, Martial Spirit, Six-Winged Angel. Divine Realm Level, 100. Qian Daolu, Martial Spirit, Six-Winged Angel. Divine Realm Level, 101, First Layer. Xiong Ba, Martial Spirit, Sea Turtle. Divine Realm Level, 101, First Layer. Genie Douluo, Martial Spirit, Golden Crocodile King. Divine Realm Level, 101, First Layer. By Jia Dilong, Martial Spirit, White Armored Earth Dragon. Divine Realm Level, 100. Qian Jun Douluo, Martial Spirit, Coiling Dragon Staff. Divine Realm Level, 100. Xiang Mo Douluo, Martial Spirit, Coiling Dragon Staff. Divine Realm Level, 100. Gue Douluo, Martial Spirit, Ghostly Charm. Divine Realm Level, 100. Judolua, Martial Spirit, Mystic Mushroom of the Sky. Divine Realm Level, 100. The strength of the Shrek team was formidable. Xiang Wentian, a being of formidable power with the martial spirit of the Demon Angel, stands at the pinnacle of the God Emperor's realm at level 135. Rumeng, with the martial spirit of the Seraphim, reaches the Divine Realm at level 100. Shimin Chui Shui wields the Heavenly Sword, also at level 100 in the Divine Realm. Yi Gucheng possesses the Dragon-Slaying Blade, likewise at level 100. Dai Mu Bai commands the White Tiger, soaring to level 100 in the Divine Domain. Tang San, with the martial spirit of Blue Silvergrass, stands at level 100 in the Divine Realm. Xiao is endowed with the martial spirit of the Soft-Boned Rabbit, achieving level 100 in the Divine Domain. Ma Hongjun, with the Phoenix Spirit, also reaches level 100. Zhu Zhuqing embodies the Nether Spirit Cat, equally at level 100. Ning Rorong wields the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, standing at level 100 in the Divine Realm. Oscar possesses the martial spirit of the Sausage, achieving level 100. Jiangzhu commands the Healing Staff, also at level 100. At this moment, witnessing that everyone has safely emerged from the lightning rod, Xiang Wentian addresses the assembly. In one incense's time, gather at the Papal Hall. Within the exquisitely adorned Papal Hall, Xiang Wentian sits majestically, his gaze fixed upon the crowd below, exuding an air of authority as he proclaims, "Congratulations on attaining the divine level of 100. The thunderous response reverberates, enhancing Xiang Wentian's imposing presence. From this day forth, the Spirit Hall shall ascend to become the foremost sect within 1,000 miles. Those who dare defy this mandate shall face death. Long live the wisdom of the Pope." The assembly responds fervently. You are to extend invitations to all sects within 1,000 miles, summoning their leaders to a banquet at the Spirit Hall. At this juncture, Ma Hongjun interjects, "Brother Tian, why should we invite them to our Spirit Hall for a free feast?" Zhu Zhuqing swiftly delivers a playful slap to the back of Ma Hongjun's head, remarking, "Ever since you developed a fondness for pig's head meat, you've increasingly resembled one." She continues, "Their presence at our banquet signifies their fear of us, compelling them to attend. Those who are unafraid of our Spirit Hall will likely abstain or send mere subordinates to fulfill the obligation. As for the latter, we must decisively eradicate them to solidify the Spirit Hall's standing as the preeminent sect within 1,000 miles, laying a robust foundation for our ascent to the pinnacle of sections." Nodding towards Xiang Wentian, he remarked, "Zhu Qing is absolutely correct. You should set off immediately. However, bear in mind this crucial point. After leaving the invitation, return promptly without entangling yourself with the other party, and under no circumstances should you engage in conflict. Should a confrontation arise, refrain from fighting to avoid potential losses. Upon your return, inform me, and I shall address the matter." "Yes, Your Holiness." After the meeting adjourned, the crowd, accompanied by thousands of soul masters, divided into several teams, embarking on a journey across vast distances to deliver the invitations to various sections. In that moment, the entire central region was rife with hidden currents, as if a great upheaval were imminent. Chapter 217. The Invitation from the Spirit Hall. Dai Mubai, leading 10 titled Douluos, marched resolutely northward. At this juncture, Ma Hongjun, accompanied by another 10 titled Douluos, caught up, chuckling as he addressed Dai Mubai. Mubai, let us deliver the invitations together. Dai Mubai, somewhat irritable, retorted, Go on, go on. Stay where you are. With so many sects scattered within 1,000 miles. If everyone were to gather slowly as you suggest, we would still be delivering them by the new year. Noting Dai Mubai's reluctance, Ma Hongjun and his companions retreated dejectedly. Dai Mubai proceeded 200 miles north of the Spirit Hall, where he encountered a sect known as the Mingguang sect. Arriving at the mountain gate, he addressed the disciples on guard, saying, I am Dai Mubai, from the Spirit Hall. We invite your esteemed sect to a banquet on the first day of next month. Please ensure timely attendance. Here is the invitation. The guarding disciple accepted the crimson invitation, noticing the 8 grand characters inscribed on its surface. Spirit Hall Pope Xiang Wentian. The mention of Xiang Wentian sent a tremor through the disciple's heart. Who does not know of Xiang Wentian, the foremost figure on the rankings, who single-handedly vanquished both the Adventurers Guild and the North region's foremost demon sect, the Legion sect? The disciple, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurried into the sect's inner sanctum. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man emerged with a welcoming smile, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Li Chafeng, the sect master of Mingguang sect. It is an honor to meet the envoy. I have had the pleasure of meeting His Holiness Pope Xiang Wentian, and we share a bond akin to that of old friends. The banquet is prepared. Please, esteemed envoy, join us for a meal. Dai Mubai returned the gesture and replied, Thank you, but I have further tasks to attend to, so I shall not impose any longer. As Dai Mubai departed, the smile on Li Chuanfeng's face swiftly vanished, and he pondered, a weasel paying respects to a chicken cannot harbor good intentions. This is undoubtedly a banquet of treachery. While Dai Mubai's endeavor was met with success, Ma Hongjun's journey was fraught with challenges. Ma Hongjun traversed through numerous sects with remarkable ease. Upon reaching a distance of 8,000 miles to the west, he beheld a dazzling golden light ahead. Driven by curiosity, he soared forward and discovered a colossal mountain range known as the 10-Finger Peaks. Each peak was adorned with magnificent and imposing palaces, crafted from materials unknown, radiating a resplendent golden glow. At the mountain gate, 6 disciples stood guard, divided on either side. Their postures straight and proud, reflecting an unwavering confidence in their sect's strength. A glimmer of greed illuminated Ma Hongjun's face as he contemplated. If Brother Tian were to seize this sect, the wealth of the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly double. With this thought in mind, Ma Hongjun strode purposefully towards the entrance. Accompanied by 10 titled Douluos, Ma Hongjun arrived at the mountain gate, where he encountered 3 golden characters inscribed, Yanhuazong. At that moment, the disciples of Yanhuazong took notice of Ma Hongjun. One of the guarding disciples inquired, This is the sacred ground of Yanhuazong. No idle person may enter. Clearing his throat, Ma Hongjun proclaimed, I am Ma Hongjun of the Spirit Hall, here to extend a formal invitation to your sect leader to attend a banquet at the Spirit Hall on the first day of next month. The guarding disciples exchanged glances, and one queried, Spirit Hall? Ma Hongjun, have you heard of them? The others shook their heads, indicating they had not. The leading disciple then turned to Ma Hongjun with an air of arrogance and said, Who is this Ma Hongjun? What is the Spirit Hall? We have never heard of it. If you wish to invite our sect leader to a banquet, at the very least, your own leader must come personally. Upon hearing these words, Ma Hongjun's fury ignited. How dare they suggest that his idol, the esteemed Pope Xiang Wentian, should personally extend an invitation? Enraged, Ma Hongjun retorted, You insolent brat, what insolence is this? Do you seek death? In response, the 6 guarding disciples drew their swords, glaring at Ma Hongjun. The leader remarked, You fat fool. If you're told to leave and refuse, do you intend to serve us a feast of fat pork? Unable to contain his rage any longer, Ma Hongjun declared, You seek death. With that, he charged forward, delivering a punch to each of the 6 disciples, swiftly knocking them to the ground. The leader, rising with a face bruised and battered, threatened, Just wait. I will summon Senior Brother Lin. When he arrives, he shall make you wish you were never born. With that, the disciple dashed inside the sect. Ma Hongjun scoffed, Senior Brother Lin or not, feel free to call for him. If I take a single step back, I shall no longer be the fiery phoenix Ma Hongjun. At that moment, Lin Fan, the master of the Invincible Peak of Yanhuazong, was patrolling the sect when he suddenly spotted a bruised and battered disciple rushing towards him, lamenting, Senior Brother Lin, Someone is attempting to invade our Yanhuazong. Their strength is formidable, and we were no match, resulting in this disgrace. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's fury erupted. We, Yanhuazong, have always been the ones to bully others. Who dares to challenge us and has the audacity to lay a hand on you? Where are they? Lead me to them at once. Before long. Ma Hongjun beheld a young man accompanied by a throng of hundreds approaching with great fervor. Beside the young man stood the mountain-guarding disciple whom Ma Hongjun had just brutally beaten. The disciple lamented to the young man, "It was he who assaulted us." Lin Fan found Ma Hongjun somewhat familiar, though he could not quite place where he had seen him before. He mused to himself, whoever he may be. Let us first turn him into fireworks. Upon noticing Lin Fan, Ma Hongjun also sensed a hint of familiarity. Yet he had no time to ponder the identity of his adversary. Lin Fan rushed forward and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Ma Hongjun. Despite Ma Hongjun employing his spirit ring abilities, he was no match for Lin Fan, who swiftly overwhelmed him, just as Lin Fan was about to deliver a fatal blow. Ma Hongjun hastily exclaimed, "My elder brother is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian, the strongest on the human rankings. If you dare to kill me, he will surely not let you go." Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's declaration, Lin Fan's fist halted mere inches from Ma Hongjun's nose. "Your elder brother is Xiang Wentian, the strongest on the human rankings? Do you know who I am?" At that moment, Ma Hongjun, facing a life-threatening situation, found his mind blank. Struggling to recall Lin Fan's identity, he stammered, "Who are you?" "I am Lin Fan, the peak master of the Invincible Peak of the Yanhua sect, ranked second among humans." Only then did Ma Hongjun recognize his opponent. It was the very Lin Fan who had previously offered them an apology. Lin Fan continued, "In light of Xiang Wentian's reputation, I shall spare you today. Depart." Ma Hongjun rose, discarding the invitation letter onto the ground, and fled in disgrace. Lin Fan picked up the crimson invitation and saw the 8 golden characters inscribed above, "Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian." Upon opening the letter, he read the invitation stating, "On the first day of next month, you are cordially invited to the Spirit Hall banquet hosted by Xiang Wentian." Lin Fan murmured to himself, "Filled with fighting spirit, Xiang Wentian, I, Lin Fan, the peak master of the Invincible Peak of the Yanhua sect, shall arrive punctually. And we shall see who truly claims the title of the strongest on the human rankings." Chapter 218, Shrek Academy. At this moment, Tang San, accompanied by 10 titled Douluos, had arrived at a location 9,900 miles south of the Spirit Hall, where he encountered an academy that lingered in his memory, Shrek Academy. The guard student at the entrance, upon seeing 11 formidable soul masters approaching, inquired promptly, "This is Shrek Academy. Whom do you seek?" Tang San, visibly excited, responded, "I am Tang San. May I inquire if Dean Flinder is present?" The guard student's expression momentarily faltered before he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "You are the control system soul master of the Shrek team, Tang San?" Tang San nodded affirmatively. The guard student promptly declared, "Dean Flinder is within the academy. Senior Tang San, please hold on for a moment. I will relay your presence." The guard student hurried into the depths of Shrek Academy, and shortly thereafter, Flinder, the master, Zhao Wujing, and Lu Erlong emerged. Flinder gazed at Tang San in astonishment, exclaiming, "You are Tang San. How have you changed so remarkably?" Tang San smiled faintly, releasing his martial spirits, blue silver grass, and the Haotian hammer. As 20 soul rings manifested around him, the crowd was struck with astonishment, particularly when the 10 crimson, 100,000-year soul rings of the Haotian hammer emerged, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. Tang San remarked, "Dean Flander, appearances may deceive, but a martial spirit cannot lie." Not only Flander, but even the steadfast master was taken aback, exclaiming, "Tang San, is that truly you? Where did you acquire such a multitude of 100,000-year soul rings?" Instead of hastily responding, Tang San knelt on one knee in a gesture of respect for his master. The master quickly assisted him to his feet. Once standing, Tang San explained, "All my 100,000-year soul rings were bestowed upon me by Wentian. He possesses a unique ability to create them infinitely." The crowd gasped in unison, "Infinitely create 100,000-year soul rings." Tang San continued, "Indeed. Furthermore, the reason for my drastic change in appearance is due to consuming a celestial-grade herb gifted by Wentian, which facilitated the second awakening of my primary martial spirit, blue silver grass, resulting in such a transformation." "So that is the case. I never imagined you had ascended to divinity, Tang San. How are the other members of the Shrek team?" the master inquired, feeling immense pride at the thought of nurturing a god. Despite the current insignificance of divinity on the continent, for the master, it was a source of unparalleled pride. Tang San replied, "They are all well, and like me, they have ascended to divinity. Even Wentian has reached the level of God Emperor. All have become gods." Zhao Wujia exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," Tang San nodded. Lu Erlong asked, "What is the realm of God Emperor?" Tang San smiled gently and explained, "And Erlong, we know that reaching godhood is achieved at level 100. Above that is the God King realm at level 110, followed by the God Emperor realm at 130. Tears of joy welled in Flanders' eyes as he said, "I feel immense satisfaction to have taught such outstanding students as you. You are the pride of the academy. Thank you for helping me fulfill my lifelong wish." Tang San quickly interjected, "No, Dean Flander, we owe our gratitude to you. Without the Shrek Academy you established, we would not have reached this pinnacle. Now, let us cease this conversation and head into the academy. Today, I shall personally prepare a feast to welcome Tang San," the master declared with a smile, clearly elated. A happiness he had never experienced before. Zhao Wujia chuckled, "Since your graduation, Tang San, the master's culinary skills have flourished. You are in for a treat today." The students of Shrek Academy gathered at a distance, observing Flander and the others. One female student inquired, "Who is that surrounded by the dean and vice dean?" A guarding student responded, "You do not know? That is the esteemed senior Tang San, the first-generation student of Shrek Academy." The female student exclaimed, "Could it be the control spirit master Tang San from the Shrek squad?" The guard student responded with a smug air, "Of course." "Do you know what level he has reached now?" "What level?" The students inquired in unison. "Divine," the guard student proclaimed proudly, as if introducing himself. "Is he the strongest in the Shrek squad?" the female student asked. The guard replied, "Certainly not. The strongest is the captain of the Shrek squad, the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian. Just now, I heard Senior Tang San mention that Senior Xiang Wentian has already reached the Divine Emperor level." "Divine Emperor?" another female student asked. "What level is that?" "A 130-level soul master, the mightiest beyond the divine realm," the guard said, brimming with pride. 130, so powerful. The students gasped in awe. The nearby female student, her eyes sparkling with admiration, exclaimed, "How wonderful it would be if I were Senior Xian Wangtian's girlfriend." Behind her, another female student scoffed, You should look in the mirror. Even if Senior Xian Wentian were to seek a girlfriend, it would be someone like me." The guard interjected, "Enough. What kind of formidable being is Xian Wentian? How could he possibly notice you?" As Tang San and his companions walked and chatted, they arrived at the reception hall. Suddenly, Tang San remembered the purpose of his visit and said, "Dean Flander, I have an important matter to discuss today. Now that Xian Wentian is the official pope of the Spirit Hall, his authority there is supreme. I have come to inform all the deans that on the first day of next month, the Spirit Hall will host a banquet for all sects and powers within a radius of 10,000 miles. I hope you will attend." Dean Flander watched as Tang San took out an invitation from the soul guide and, after glancing at it, placed it back inside. He said to Tang San, "All right, I will definitely attend, and not just me, all four of us will go." After welcoming Tang San, despite the repeated invitations from everyone, he still chose to fulfill his unfinished tasks. Chapter 219. Tiando Royal Academy as Dream, Dance, and Zhu Shiqing chose to walk together. They could support each other even when facing formidable foes. Leading 30 titled Douluos, they marched resolutely towards the east. Upon reaching a lush, towering mountain 5,000 miles to the east, they found it obstructing their path. The buildings atop the mountain shimmered under the sunlight, radiating a serene glow, while below, a lake lay as still as a mirror. As they approached, they finally saw the shadow of the buildings, with the words Tiando Royal Academy displayed prominently above the school gate. Dance murmured, "I never expected that after the merging of realms, Tiando Royal Academy would descend here." At that moment, the guards of the Royal Academy of Douluo noticed a group of over 30 individuals radiating an imposing aura approaching them. They hurriedly inquired, "This is the sacred ground of the Royal Academy of Douluo. No unauthorized personnel may enter. If you seek someone, please register." Ru Ming stepped forward and stated, "I am an old acquaintance of your esteemed team leader, Duga Qiubai. Might he still be within the academy?" The guard replied, "You are an old friend of Teacher Dugu? Please wait while I relay your message." Shortly after, Duga Qiubai emerged from the academy and recognized the three leading figures. "You are Ru Ming, Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing." Wu exclaimed, "Duga Qiubai, I never expected you to still remember us." "Of course, although you have changed considerably." The essence you carry remains unchanged, Douluo Qiubai chuckled. Ruming inquired, have you become a teacher at the Royal Academy of Douluo? Indeed, Douluo Qiubai responded. After my graduation, I chose to remain at the academy, and now I am a title Douluo. Wu expressed her astonishment. You have already reached title Douluo. Douluo Qiubai nodded with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing, with a frosty demeanor, asked, what is your current soul power level? Douluo Qiubai sighed, I must admit. I had aspired to catch up to Xiang Wen for a duel. However, I recently heard that he single-handedly defeated the Adventurers Guild and the northern region's foremost evil sect, the Lihen sect, gaining immense notoriety and strength. I find myself far inferior to him. I am currently at level 96, a title Douluo. What about you? Wu replied. Douluo Qiubai, your progress is already impressive. Zhu Zhuqing coldly remarked. Our Shrek team has all ascended to godhood. Douluo Qiubai self-deprecatingly said. I still hope to catch up to Xiang Wen, but it seems you have all left me far behind. Ruming reassured him. Douluo Qiubai, you need not feel disheartened. The reason our Shrek team has all attained godhood is due to my brother's vast resources of elixirs. Without these, our soul power would not compare to yours. Elixirs, Douluo Qiubai exclaimed in astonishment. Ruming nodded and continued. We have come today to request that the Royal Academy of Douluo accompany us to the Wuhuan Temple for a banquet on the 1st of next month. Douluo Qiubai accepted the invitation, contemplating, had I been a member of the Shrek team, I too would have achieved godhood by now. At that moment, Ruming observed Douluo Qiubai lost in thought. She suddenly recalled Xiang Wen's words before her departure. If you encounter exceptionally talented individuals, be sure to recruit them for our Wuhuan Temple. Abruptly, Ruming asked, Douluo Qiubai, would you be willing to join the Wuhuan Temple? If you agree to accompany us, I assure you that within no time, you shall attain godhood, or even higher, along with the privilege to choose a 10,000-year spirit ring. The conditions Ruming presented were irresistible. Not even a fool could refuse, for achieving godhood is the lifelong pursuit of any soul master. Douluo Qiubai, taken aback by Ruming's words, after a moment of shock, resolutely declared, very well. I shall join the Wuhuan Temple and accompany you. Please wait for a moment. I will go speak with President Mengxinji, said Ruming, nodding. You go ahead, we will wait for you here. Ever since the Dou royal family was annihilated, the Dou Royal Academy lost its patronage and financial support, resulting in a steady decline in student enrollment and a deteriorating state of affairs. The 3 chairpersons of the academy, led by Mengxinji, managed to secure the position of president with the support of the 2 vice presidents. However, without the backing of the Dou royal family, the academy could not avert its fate of decline. Currently, the only formidable figure in the Dou Royal Academy was the renowned Douluo, Douluo Qiubai, making the institution akin to a solitary boat in a storm-tossed sea, with the potential for obliteration looming. In the Academic Affairs Office of the Dou Royal Academy, Douluo Qiubai knelt on one knee before the 3 presidents. Mengxinji helped him to his feet, saying, joining the Spirit Hall is indeed a wise decision. Both vice presidents and I support you. A sense of guilt washed over Douluo Qiubai as he replied, President Mengxinji, the Spirit Hall has summoned all sects within a 1,000-mile radius for a banquet. This indicates their ambition to unify the vast territories, and their audacity suggests they are well prepared. Indeed, you are correct. What our Dou Royal Academy lacks now is a strong and reliable ally. Your affiliation with the Spirit Hall will also enable you to look after your alma mater, Mengxinji remarked. Rest assured, President, Douluo Qiubai will never forget his roots. Should anyone dare to covet our Dou Royal Academy, you need only to send word, and I shall hasten to your aid, Douluo Qiubai vowed earnestly. Vice President Jilin added, Douluo Qiubai, if the opportunity arises, I hope you can secure some operational funds for our academy. You are well aware of our current predicament. Douluo Qiubai nodded solemnly, declaring, I will certainly do so, President and Vice President. I must take my leave. Vice President Baishan, feeling a twinge of reluctance, said, Remember to come back and visit when you have the time. After Douluo Qiubai departed, the 3 sighed in unison. Mengxinji lamented, What a remarkable talent, alas. Our Dou Royal Academy is no longer what it once was. Vice President Jilin consoled, Do not feel overly guilty. I believe our Dou Royal Academy will eventually thrive again. Indeed, the current state of our academy is a consequence of the Adventurers Guild, which has now been eradicated. We need not worry any longer. If anyone troubles us in the future, we can invoke the name of Douluo Qiubai from the Spirit Hall, Vice President Baishan remarked. Mengxinji sighed. To protect the academy using the name of a student, how shameful. How shameful. Both Baishan and Jilin lowered their heads in shared embarrassment. Chapter 220. Gathering at the Spirit Hall days later, those sent out by the Spirit Hall returned. Xiang went through the crowd and recognized many familiar, yet unfamiliar faces. At that moment, a seemingly ordinary young man stepped forward and inquired, "Do you still remember me, Yi?" Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "Yi Fan, I thought you merely spoke of coming to find me, but I never anticipated your arrival. On behalf of the Spirit Hall, I extend a warm welcome to you." Yi Fan replied with a grin, "As a solitary individual without any sect or influence, I hope you won't mind my intrusion for a bit of sustenance." "Of course not. Feel free to ask for anything you need," Xiang Wentian replied, pondering to himself how the addition of a formidable ally like Yi Fan would undoubtedly bolster the Spirit Hall's strength. Just then, Ma Hongjun approached Xiang Wentian, lamenting, "Brother Tian, you must help me. I went to deliver an invitation to the Flame Academy, only to be assaulted by Lin Fan." Xiang Wentian consoled, "All right. Has the Yanhua sect mentioned who they will send?" "They completely ignored me and simply drove me away. They certainly won't be coming," replied Ma Hongjun. "Hongjun, I assure you that Lin Fan will undoubtedly arrive. This individual possesses a resolute character. He will not rest until he claims the top of the human rankings. With such an exceptional opportunity at hand, how could he possibly refrain from coming?" Xiang Wentian remarked. Subsequently, Xiang Wentian met with the likes of Douluo Bai, Hui Yunxia, Huo Wu, Shui Bing'er, Nie Feng, Bu Jingxun, and Feng Xiaodian. Naturally, Douluo Bai was more than willing to attend. Hui Yunxia initially had no intention of coming. But after Huo Wu's repeated entreaties, he reluctantly joined the others in the Spirit Hall. Huo Wu's sole purpose for joining the Spirit Hall was to capture the heart of her beloved. Shui Bing'er shared a similar sentiment. Bu Jingyun sought to join the Spirit Hall to challenge Xiang Wentian at any moment, thereby enhancing his own prowess. Nie Feng, ever inseparable from Bu Jingyun, followed suit upon his friend's agreement to join the Spirit Hall. Upon learning of Huo Wu's involvement, Feng Xiaodian also pursued and joined the ranks of the Spirit Hall, a pursuit destined to be a fruitless romance. As time passed, representatives from numerous sects gradually arrived at the Spirit Hall. However, these representatives hailed from minor sections. The major sects, confident in their own strength, dismissed the Spirit Hall as inconsequential. Lin Fan, the master of the Invincible Peak from the Yanhua sect, has arrived. A voice, brimming with arrogance, echoed from outside the Spirit City. In the next moment, Lin Fan appeared within the Spirit Hall. Onlookers exchanged whispers. "Who is this person? You don't even know him?" "He is Lin Fan, ranked second in the human rankings, known as the Undying Little Strong due to his immortal physique." "Indeed. It seems he does not come with good intentions." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Many here are individuals we cannot provoke." Lin Fan pointed at Xiang Wentian and declared, "Xiang Wentian, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept?" Xiang Wentian said, "What is there to fear? Why not engage in a wager? What shall we bet on?" Lin Fan inquired. "If I lose, I shall abide by your terms. If you lose, I require your allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Do you dare to accept?" Xiang Wentian proposed. After a long moment of contemplation, Lin Fan replied, "Very well. I accept." With a faint smile, Xiang Wentian said, "Let us begin." Lin Fan was taken aback and asked, "Right here?" "Of course, it will only take a minute," Xiang Wentian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, Lin Fan was instantly consumed by rage, exclaiming, "Very well. Witness as I reduce your Spirit Hall to rubble." As the crowd observed the impending clash between the two, they hastily retreated to a safe distance, eager to avoid being caught in the crossfire. "Unleash all your might," Lin Fan bellowed, his muscles tensing like mountain ranges. His entire form rapidly ascending to a height of several dozen feet, an aura of terror radiating from him. Xiang Wentian murmured to himself, "I never expected Lin Fan to have made such tremendous progress, reaching the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor realm. Yet, it remains insufficient." With the first soul ring, he activated the first soul skill, Space Lock. The first soul ring's second skill, Time Stasis. The 12th form of the Buddha's palm, the Buddha Kingdom in the palm. 2 soul rings detached from his body and surged toward Lin Fan, while the luminous sphere of the Buddha Kingdom expanded to envelop him. Again with this move, "You shameless scoundrel, Xiang Wentian," Lin Fan roared in fury, ascending into the sky. However, no matter where he flew, the 2 soul rings and the Buddha Kingdom adhered to him as if bound by an unbreakable force. "I shall no longer flee. Witness how I shatter all obstacles with sheer might," Lin Fan bellowed, raising his fist to unleash his utmost strength against the 2 soul rings. A thunderous explosion echoed as the two soul rings were knocked back 100 meters. Yet, the golden sphere of the Buddha kingdom swiftly enveloped him. Lin Fan gazed at the looming golden sphere with resentment, muttering, "Oh, shit." Immediately, the two soul rings, having been propelled back, returned and re-entered the Buddha kingdom. As Lin Fan prepared to unleash another full-force strike, he suddenly realized that the forces of the surrounding laws and the boundless power of the heavens repelled him, rendering him powerless. It dawned upon him that he was within Xiang Wentian's Buddha kingdom. With a resounding crash, Lin Fan's punch, lacking the enhancement of the laws and the power of the heavens, appeared feeble and ineffective, failing to repel the two soul rings. They surged forward, plunging Lin Fan into a state of eternal confinement. At that moment, Xiang Wentian materialized above Lin Fan, waving his hand to make the two soul rings float away, releasing their hold on Lin Fan. Simultaneously, countless strands of heavenly power coalesced into a multitude of shackles, binding Lin Fan tightly. Struggling within his restraints, Lin Fan shouted vehemently, "Xiang Wentian, if you possess any courage, release me, and let us engage in a battle of 300 rounds. Regardless of how many rounds we fight, the outcome will remain unchanged. You are a divine emperor, while I am a divine sovereign. There exists a chasm between our realms. At our level, even a minor tier difference feels insurmountable, let alone a major one. Lin Fan, you cannot contend with me. Surrender. Join my spirit hall, and you shall receive unparalleled rewards and the respect of all. You are a formidable warrior, and I desire your aid in bringing peace to the world." Preposterous. I, Lin Fan, the indomitable master of the unyielding peak of the Flame Blossom sect, am not one to compromise. If you refuse to concede, I shall cast you into an alternate dimension from which you may never return. That is the price of defeat. Will you live a life of grandeur or drift alone in a desolate void? Choose wisely. Xiang Wentian threatened. With a deep sigh, Lin Fan finally relented. "I concede. Release me. However, I must clarify one thing. As a member of the Spirit Hall, you cannot force me to act against my will. I shall do as I please. Can you agree to that?" With a gentle smile, she said, "Certainly. The only condition is that you must not engage in any acts that would harm the Spirit Hall." "Understood," Lin Fan replied without the slightest hesitation. Xiang Wentian led Lin Fan out of the Buddhist realm and back to the Hall of Martial Souls. Outside the hall, representatives from various sects whispered among themselves, "The disparity in strength between the second and first on the ranking list is astonishing." Lin Fan was defeated before he could endure even a few exchanges. Indeed, you cannot fathom the profound cultivation of Xiang Wentian. In a fit of rage, he annihilated tens of thousands from the Adventurers Guild and the esteemed demon sect, Li Hen sect, of the northern region. I believe his heart is even more ruthless than his prowess. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Those self-proclaimed powerful sects believed Xiang Wentian would not dare to act against them for fear of a collective uprising. However, observing Xiang Wentian's formidable presence, it seems the larger sects are destined for misfortune. Chapter 221. Clearing the four directions on the first day of the new year. The Hall of Martial Souls held a grand banquet to welcome representatives from distant sections. Yet today's banquet featured a rather monotonous menu in the vast reception hall. Each guest was served only a plate of roasted chicken. Many representatives expressed their confusion and whispered amongst themselves. It is unprecedented to have such a singular dish at a banquet. What do you know? Did you not see that each person has only one chicken before them? This must be a warning to those among us who are disobedient. To slay one to admonish 100. As Xiang Wentian observed the guests taking their seats, he exchanged a knowing glance with Douluo beside him. Douluo, understanding the cue, proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Today marks the first day of the month. And it is also the day when the Spirit Hall hosts a banquet for the 100 sections. Let us all applaud in welcome of His Holiness the Pope's address." At that moment, Xiang Wentian discreetly conveyed a message to Gue Mei on the other side. "Make a note of those sects that are absent." "Understood," Gue Mei replied. Xiang Wentian rose to his feet and proclaimed with a resonant voice, "I extend my gratitude to those who have shown me favor. For all who do so are my friends. Today, as you all gather here, I wish to convey a message. The Spirit Hall aspires to become the sovereign power within a radius of 10,000 miles. Who stands in agreement? And who stands in opposition?" Instantly, silence enveloped the assembly. Xiang Wentian continued to proclaim loudly, "Very well. Since no one has spoken, it is deemed unanimous consent. Henceforth, starting this year, every sect must contribute 10% of their resources to the Spirit Hall. Rest assured, this contribution will not be in vain from this moment on. Should anyone dare to bully you, you may report to the Spirit Hall, which shall intervene and rectify the situation. After conversing with Xiang Wentian, a murmur of whispers erupted from the audience below. At that moment, a representative from a sect stood up and said, "Your Holiness, as a humble sect, the Tai Demon sect requires some time to confer with our elders. We kindly request Your Holiness to grant us a period for deliberation." With a narrowed gaze, Xiang Wentian emanated a chilling aura and coldly inquired, "Do you wish to remain neutral and uninvolved?" The representative of the Tai Demon sect immediately offered a respectful salute, stating, "Your Holiness, we of the Tai Demon sect do not intend to distance ourselves from this matter. We merely require a discussion with our sect regarding such a significant issue." Xiang Wentian let out a cold laugh, and a murderous aura coalesced into a crimson beam of light, erupting forth. The representative of the Tai Demon sect had yet to react before being transformed into a mist of blood. Xiang Wentian coldly declared, "This is the price for dismissing my authority. I shall state this for the final time. Who is in favor, and who is against?" Those present, witnessing Xiang Wentian's ruthless demeanor, trembled as they voiced their support. The Six Mountain sect is in favor. The Great Force sect is in favor. The Shaoshan sect is in favor. Very well. Since everyone is in agreement, to demonstrate the sincerity of my Spirit Hall, I request that all of you remain here for a few days before returning to your respective sects, Xiang Wentian stated with an emotionless tone. After the banquet, he summoned the ghostly demon into the papal hall and instructed, "Ensure that these individuals are closely monitored. They must not have any contact with the outside world." "Understood, Your Holiness," replied the ghostly Douluo. Once he departed, Xiang Wentian summoned Douluo, Lin Fan, Yi Fanwei, and others into the papal hall. Xiang Wentian gazed down at the crowd, smiling as he spoke. "Today, I have summoned you all for a task that I would like you to undertake. I wonder if you possess the courage to accept this challenge." Lin Fan inquired, "What task are you referring to? You speak as if it were akin to climbing a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of flames. Please, just tell us directly." Xiang Wentian exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Egwan. Understanding his intent, Yu Egwan retrieved a sheet of rice paper from the soul guide device and presented it to Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian took the rice paper and declared, "Eliminate all sectarian powers inscribed upon this paper. Annihilate the sects." "I relish the idea, Xiang Wentian. You need not dispatch so many people. I shall handle it alone," Lin Fan replied with enthusiasm. "Are you truly capable of vanquishing over 100 sects within a matter of days?" questioned Xiang Wentian. Upon hearing these words, Lin Fan fell silent. Pondering to himself, if tasked with obliterating a dozen sects within several days, he could manage it with great effort. However, to annihilate over 100 sects in the same time frame was utterly beyond his capabilities. Xiang Wentian instructed Yu Guan to distribute a list to everyone and proclaimed, "I command Lin Fan to lead 10 titled Douluos to the western region of the Wuhuan Hall to eradicate all the sects on this list." Lin Fan immediately interjected, "There is no need to assign anyone to accompany me. I shall go alone." With a gentle smile and a nod, Xiang Wentian signified his agreement and continued, "Douluo will lead 100 titled Douluo to the south of the Spirit Hall to eradicate all listed powers." "Yes, Your Holiness," Douluo replied respectfully. Xiang Wentian continued to issue commands. The Shrek Squad, led by the Vice Captain, shall proceed with 100 titled Douluos to the northern region of the Spirit Hall to eradicate all sects listed on the roster. The Shrek Squad, at your command. I, Xiang Wentian, shall personally venture eastward towards the Spirit Hall and eliminate all sects indicated on the list." Xiang Wentian gazed at Yi Fan and said, "I kindly request you, Brother Yi, to lead the remaining forces in safeguarding the Spirit Hall." Yi Fan smiled gently and replied, "Rest assured, Wentian." Chapter 222. The oncoming turmoil. Each department took on its respective responsibilities and set forth. Today, the Spirit Hall experienced a flurry of personnel changes, with a multitude of formidable warriors emerging and dispersing in all directions. Xiang Wentian transformed directly into the formidable form of the 100-Zhang demon angel, his essence manifesting as the embodiment of the heavens. He soared eastward, leaving in his wake a tumult of demonic clouds, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. 800 miles to the east of the Spirit Hall lies a sect known as the Haori sect, boasting over 10,000 disciples, with its leader being a pinnacle deity-level powerhouse. As the endless magical clouds accompanied Xiang Wentian, he arrived before the Haori sect. The sect master of Haori, with a countenance of utmost gravity, inquired, Might I ask which esteemed elder has graced the Haori sect with their presence? I regret not having come forth to extend a warm welcome, and I humbly seek your understanding. Xiang Wentian was shrouded in endless demonic clouds. With a cold snort, he declared, I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Your failure to attend the banquet at the Spirit Hall shows a lack of respect towards me. Those who dare to disregard my dignity shall face annihilation. Ah, so it is His Holiness, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The affairs of the sect have kept me preoccupied, and I trust you will understand, Your Holiness. Preoccupied, you say? Such a feeble excuse. The only outcome for those who are preoccupied is death. With that, Xiang Wentian lunged towards the leader of the Haori sect. The leader of the Haori sect, witnessing Xiang Wentian's utter disregard for reason, retorted angrily, Xiang Wentian, I have shown you respect by addressing you as Pope. Do you dare to annihilate my Haori sect without fear of retribution from other sects? If I were afraid, I would not be here. Prepare to meet your demise. The leader of the Haori sect beheld the gathering of demonic clouds, where myriad dragons soared majestically. Yet beneath this stunning spectacle lay a lethal threat. 9-colored shattering sky finger, with a brilliant display of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white. 9 beams of radiant light surged towards the leader of the Haori sect. At the pinnacle of the divine realm, he could barely emit a cry before a colorful beam pierced through his skull. Ding! The leader of the Haori sect has been slain, earning 109,000 points. Upon vanquishing the leader, Xiang Wentian unleashed a massacre upon the disciples of the Haori sect, witnessing their leader fall to Xiang Wentian without even a single exchange. The disciples were seized by terror and fled in all directions, their souls in disarray. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort and said, Escaping is not as easy as you think. Xiang Wentian transformed into the true form of the heavenly dragon, with myriad dragon energies swirling around him. His physical body rapidly expanded, directly merging with the formidable essence of the demonic angel, growing to an impressive height of 100 zhang. With colossal golden dragon claws, he descended upon the fleeing crowd below. Wherever the golden claws passed, dozens of disciples from the Haori sect were gruesomely torn apart by the razor-sharp talons. Ding! The host has slain 64 disciples of the Haori sect, earning 64,000 points. Xiang Wentian wielded his dragon claws with relentless ferocity, each strike capable of decimating vast expanses. Countless disciples of the Haori sect were reduced to mere blood mist beneath the onslaught of his claws. In that moment, the air was filled with a cacophony of screams, wails, pleas for mercy, and curses. Ding! The host has slain 125 disciples of the Haori sect, earning 250,000 points. The host has slain 246 disciples of the Haori sect, earning 460,000 points. The host has slain 488 disciples of the Haori sect, earning 880,000 points. Half an hour later, as Xiang Wentian exterminated the final disciple of the Haori sect, this one-sided massacre reached its grim conclusion. The Divine Emperor's soul ring activated, unleashing the first soul skill, covering the sky and blocking the sun. As Xiang Wentian, the embodiment of the demon angel and the celestial true self, unleashed an endless torrent of demonic energy, it enveloped the Haori sect like a suffocating black mist. Where this malevolent aura passed, countless corpses transformed into desiccated remains. Simultaneously, a melodious system notification resonated repeatedly. Ding! The host, through the Divine Emperor Soul Ring, has utilized the first soul skill, veiling the heavens and shading the sun, to harness the devouring ability, thereby acquiring 2,000 divine power points. Ding! The host, through the Divine Emperor Soul Ring, has utilized the first soul skill, veiling the heavens and shading the sun, to harness the devouring ability, thereby acquiring 6,000 divine power points. Ding! The host, through the Divine Emperor Soul Ring, has utilized the first soul skill, veiling the heavens and shading the sun, to harness the devouring ability, thereby acquiring 18,000 divine power points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current divine power level is 136. The system panel has been activated. Please review it at your convenience. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Soul. Demon Angel Divine Power. Level 136. 6006666700000. Soul Rings. 9-colored. 166,666,666 years. 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 Rainbow-colored. 166,666,666 years. 9-colored. 166,666,666 years. 9-colored. 166,666,666 years. 9-colored. 166,666,666 years. Soul skills. First soul skill, space lock. Time freeze. Second soul skill, angelic glory, demonic fury. Third soul skill, angelic divine judgment, demonic sky slash. Fourth soul skill, angelic divine light, death ray. Fifth soul skill, angelic flame slash, demon's kiss. Sixth soul skill, angelic floating pagoda, angelic meteor fall. Seventh soul skill, true martial soul, true demon form. Eighth soul skill, annihilation strike, extinction of all. Ninth soul skill, breaking 9 heavens, primordial tremor. Divine level soul skill, divine sword of the great void. Unlimited usage. Divine king's soul skill, celestial slash, an eternal rush through time. Divine emperor's soul skill, veil the sky, eye of annihilation. Divine sovereign's soul skill, violent hurricane slash. The pinnacle of heaven and earth. Soul bones, war god's skull of the demon angel. War god's backbone of the demon angel. War god's left arm of the demon angel. War god's right leg of the demon angel. War god's left leg of the demon angel. Right arm of the ignoring defense of the breaking army demon. Soul bone skill, war god incarnation, fusion skill of the demon angels war god soul bone. Ignoring defense. Breaking army strike, inherent skill of the breaking army demon right arm bone. Divine skills, realize divine palm, heavenly punishments 9 styles, 9-colored sky-piercing finger. True form of the celestial dragon. Points. 1, 866, 666, 668. Cultivation method. True scripture of the celestial demon S annihilation, sovereign body of the azure sky. Ability. Devour. The capacity to consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 223. The Blood Sea of the Netherworld. An hour ago, the magnificent and intricately designed Haori sect was now reduced to a state of ruin, with crumbling walls and desolate remnants, where the air was thick with the stench of decay, nearly inducing nausea. Xiang Wentian ventured into the desolate ruins of the Haori sect, in search of its hidden treasure vault. It was his principle to cleanse the battlefield. If it remained unkempt, a profound discomfort would gnaw at his heart, as if something vital were amiss. After an exhaustive search, he found no trace of the treasure vault. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a powerful kick that fractured the earth, causing the main hall of the Haori sect to collapse into the abyss below. He softly inquired of Xiang Wentian, could it be that the treasure vault of the Haori sect lies beneath the main hall? After an extensive search, Xiang Wentian finally discovered the location of the treasure vault beneath the main hall of the Haori sect. Descending through a vast chasm, he beheld countless racks of weapons, shelves of elixirs, and tomes of martial arts techniques. However, the shelves were utterly bare, devoid of any items. Xiang Wentian, filled with bewilderment, questioned, why is there nothing within the treasury? Consequently, he exited the treasury of the Haori sect and approached the headless corpse of the sect's master, where he observed a spatial ring adorning the master's finger. Xiang Wentian suddenly realized, how could I have forgotten the spatial ring of the Haori sect? Xiang Wentian hastily removed the spatial ring from the finger of the master of the Haori sect, erasing the seal upon it. He poured the contents of the ring onto the ground, only to discover an abundance of cultivation resources, elixirs, martial techniques, and weapons. As he beheld this vast trove of resources contained within the spatial ring of the Haori sect's master, the emptiness he felt within himself dissipated entirely. He promptly returned the multitude of resources back into the ring. In the process of storing these treasures, a golden card caught Xiang Wentian's attention. He swiftly picked up the card to examine it, But upon encountering the celestial-like script inscribed upon it, he was left bewildered, unable to comprehend its meaning. Xiang Wentian immersed his consciousness into the system space and addressed the system. Please assist me in scanning the contents of the golden card. Ding. Discovery of a high-level sacred martial skill. Scanning and learning will require 100 million points. May I inquire if the host wishes to proceed with the scanning and learning? A moment of surprise washed over Xiang Wentian as he contemplated the exorbitant price. The martial technique inscribed upon the golden card must undoubtedly be an unparalleled divine skill. Resolutely, he steeled himself and, with a twinge of pain, declared, "Scan for learning." Ding. Scanning complete. The martial technique on the golden card is Thousand-Handed Divine Fist. Ding. Learning in progress. At that moment, Xiang Wentian felt a profound and esoteric set of techniques and mental mantras imprinting themselves into his consciousness, as if he had practiced for countless millennia, achieving instantaneous mastery. Ding. Learning complete. Description of the Thousand-Handed Divine Fist. Instantly unleash thousands of punches, each strike embodying the host's peak combat prowess. The ultimate secret of the Thousand-Handed Divine Fist, the final punch, all thousand fists combined, unleashes a terrifying force equivalent to 1000% of the host's combat strength. Its power unimaginable and dreadfully formidable. Such a powerful martial art. Having resolved this sect, I shall proceed to the next. I hope to encounter a formidable opponent to test the might of the Thousand-Handed Divine Fist, Xiang Wentian declared with fervor. 3,500 miles east of the Martial Soul Hall lies a sect known as the Great Wa Battle God Sect. The members of this sect are all warriors of the Great Wa Nation, who take immense pride in their martial spirit, diligently cultivating martial arts and combat energy. The sect is filled with battle-hungry individuals who have devoured nearly all sects within 1,000 miles, slaughtering all the men and sparing only the women. Were it not for the relatively modest strength of this sect, it is likely that the surrounding area would be left with only the Great Wa Battle God Sect. When the Martial Soul Hall extended an invitation, the Great Wa Battle God Sect displayed utter disdain, refusing to send any representatives. Xiang Wentian had long since earmarked such a sect for elimination. As Xiang Wentian approached the Great Wa Dojan Shinzong, enveloped in an aura of boundless demonic energy, he unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure before the mountain gate. Peering intently into the distance, he realized it was none other than Meituan Naikyu. At that moment, Meituan Naikyu also beheld the ominous clouds of magic rolling forth and, filled with apprehension, hastened to report to the sect. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with hair as white as snow, yet possessing the countenance of youth, soared into the air, locking eyes with Xiang Wentian. The elder, filled with fury, exclaimed, "Which rogue dares to disturb the peace of my Great Wa Dojan Shinzong? Do you seek death?" Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort, declaring, "What audacity you possess to label me a monster. Pray tell, what are you?" The elder retorted with a disdainful snort. "I am the esteemed leader of the Great Dojan God Sect, Meituan Kudang." Meituan Kudang? What connection do you have with Meituan Nei Ku? Xiang Wentian inquired. That would be my 9,992nd great-grandson. Meituan Kudang scoffed. Such prolificacy rivals that of swine. Since you all resemble pigs, I shall slaughter you and bring your carcasses back to the Martial Soul Hall for a hearty stew. Xiang Wentian reprimanded vehemently. "Baka, how dare you insult me as a pig? You seek death." Meituan Kudang bellowed, charging towards Xiang Wentian. With a resounding roar directed at Xiang Wentian, an overwhelming aura emanated from his entire being, forcefully sending Meituan Kuda flying backwards. Meituan Kuda was propelled over 100 meters away before regaining his composure. His expression filled with terror as he exclaimed, "A divine emperor's might." Xiang Wentian let out a cold laugh and said, "Now that you realize, it is too late. Prepare to meet your demise. Who exactly are you? My Dawei Dojan Shinzong has no grievances with you, neither past nor present. Why do you seek to kill me?" questioned Meituan Kuden. "I am Xiang Wentian, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Recently, I sent envoys to invite your Dawei Dojan Shinzong to a banquet at the Spirit Hall. Yet you chose to disregard my invitation. Those who disrespect me have but one fate, death. I was occupied with matters of the sect a few days ago and could not attend to this sooner." Meituan Kuden began to explain, but before he could finish, Xiang Wentian interrupted. "Silence. You believe that because of my overwhelming strength, you can feign ignorance? Do you take me for a fool? You shall die. Xiang Wentian, dare you lay a hand on my Dawei Dojan Shinzong? My senior brother is the guardian of the underworld blood sea. If you take my life, he will not let you escape unscathed." "What underworld blood sea?" The very name reveals it to be no righteous sect. For every one of you that comes, I shall slay one. Prepare to perish. Thousand Hands Divine Fist. In an instant, Xiang Wentian unleashed the thousand-hand divine fist, with countless colossal fist shadows descending upon Meichuan Kedong. The ground trembled as Meichuan Kedong was obliterated into a mist of blood. Ding! The host has slain the patriarch of the Daiwa Deshanshan sect, Meichuan Kedong, earning 129,000 points. Below, Meichuan Naiku observed the formidable Xiang Wentian and murmured to himself, "Why is Xiang Wentian's rate of growth so terrifying? If only the conspiracy from years past had not failed, how different would today be for Xiang Wentian? You dare to slay my ancestor? Just wait. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late, even if it takes 10 years. With that, Meichuan Naiku vanished into the distance. Chapter 224, The Thousand-Hand Divine Fist. After resolving the matter with the Meichuan Library, Xiang Wentian gazed downward and observed that not many disciples of the Dawei Deshanshan sect were fleeing. The majority of the disciples, instead, were shouting as they soared into the sky, launching a desperate, suicidal assault against Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort, declaring, unaware of their impending doom, "These insignificant insects, not even worthy of the divine realm, dare to attack me. They are akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, seeking their own demise." However, the disciples of the Dawei Deshanshan divine sect were vastly inferior in cultivation compared to Xiang Wentian, rendering them incapable of inflicting any harm. Before they could even approach him, they were engulfed by the blood mist of Xiang Wentian's thousand-handed divine fist. From a distance, countless colossal fist shadows flickered around Xiang Wentian, and large groups of Dawei Deshanshan disciples erupted like fireworks, charging forward recklessly, akin to moths drawn to a flame, hastening their own destruction. Ding! The host has slain 68 disciples of the Dawei Deshanshan divine sect, earning 680,000 points. The host has slain 88 disciples of the Dawei Deshanshan divine sect, earning 880,000 points. The host has slain 99 disciples of the Dawei Deshanshan divine sect, earning 990,000 points. Xiang Wentian felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. How delightful! There is no need for me to pursue you. You recklessly seek your own demise, much like desperate warriors. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. With the Divine Emperor's soul ring activated, he unleashed his first soul skill, the Violent Hurricane Slash. In an instant, the true form of Xiang Wentian, a towering angelic demon, wielded the colossal divine sword as he swung it through the air. Gradually, from the ground, myriad wind dragons ascended, swirling around him with increasing velocity, ultimately coalescing into a colossal hurricane. This tempest grew in size and height, culminating in a monstrous vortex reaching 1,000,000 zhang. From a distance, one could behold a scene of swirling yellow sands and raging winds as the hurricane gathered dark clouds, transforming the sky into a bleak, yellowish hue. The earth dimmed, and all objects around changed color, trembling as if the apocalypse had arrived. The airborne yellow dust thickened, nearly merging with the horizon. The furious winds swept across the land, obliterating the magnificent palaces of the great Deshanshan divine sect. Towering ancient trees and vibrant gardens were lifted, becoming part of the tempest. Withered grass and fallen leaves, bricks and stones soared through the air, enveloped in a haze of yellow dust, rendering the distinction between heaven and earth nearly indiscernible. Countless disciples of the great Deshanshan divine sect were swept into the sky like leaves caught in a gale, reduced to mere fragments. Ding! The host has slain 158 disciples of the great Deshanshan divine sect, earning 1,580,000 points. The host has slain 288 disciples of the great Deshanshan divine sect, earning 2,880,000 points. The host has slain 888 disciples of the great Deshanshan divine sect, earning 880,000 points. Devour. In an instant, Xiang Wentian's angelic demon form surged with dark energy, an endless torrent of demonic power flooding forth, transforming the 1,000,000 zhang hurricane into a swirling abyss of black. Simultaneously, the blood mist within the tempest, alongside severed limbs and withered remains, gradually morphed into desiccated corpses, disintegrating into dust within the hurricane. Ding! Congratulations to the host for utilizing the Devour skill to master the Violent Hurricane Slash, earning 10,000 divine power points. Congratulations to the host for utilizing the Devour skill to master the Violent Hurricane. Xiang Wentian let out a cold laugh and said, "Thinking of escaping? It is not so easy. Everyone shall stay." As Xiang Wentian transformed into his true form of the demon angel, He swiftly pursued the fleeing disciples of the Douluo Continent. With his remarkable speed, he soon caught up with dozens of desperate escapees. Upon seeing the demon angel form of Xiang Wentian closing in, Meichuan Naiku was instantly filled with terror, his soul nearly departing as he exerted all his strength to flee forward. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful gust approaching from behind and turned to glance back, his pupils constricting in alarm. There, he beheld a golden palm, reminiscent of the Buddha's, descending toward them. Meichuan Naiku's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Masaka!" Boom! The final remnants of the Douluo Continent were utterly annihilated by Xiang Wentian. Ding! The host has eliminated 48 disciples of the Douluo Continent, earning 48,000 points. Devour. Ding! The host has utilized the Devour skill, acquiring 4,800 points of divine power. As Xiang Wentian turned around, he beheld the desolation of the great dwarven battle god sect, its foundation swept away by the ferocious hurricane. The treasure trove had long since vanished, and even if its whereabouts were known, the treasures within would have been reduced to naught in the face of such overwhelming devastation. With the resolution of this sect, he pondered moving on to the next. Thus, he murmured to himself before continuing his flight towards the east. Chapter 225. The Sacred Demon Mountains. After the extensive slaughter carried out by the Spirit Hall, attention was finally drawn from other sections. Many mid-tier sects, in a bid for self-preservation, swiftly relocated to a vast mountain range known as the Sacred Demon Mountains, situated 8,000 miles east of the Spirit Hall. Within the Sacred Demon Mountains lies a sect called the Sacred Demon Sect, whose overall strength far exceeds that of the Spirit Hall by several multiples. However, its peak combat prowess does not match that of the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, it would have been the Sacred Demon Sect sweeping through the land, not the Spirit Hall. As Xiang Wentian journeyed forth, he discovered that countless sects had become desolate, their presence utterly vanished without a trace. Xiang Wentian felt quite perplexed, wondering where all the members of the sect had vanished to. Could it be that they were aware of my impending plan to annihilate their sect and had fled in fear? As Xiang Wentian soared eastward, a colossal mountain range abruptly emerged before him. Upon the mountains, a throng of people surged, numbering no fewer than tens of thousands, densely congregating towards a magnificent and resplendent edifice perched atop the peak, a grand sect of unparalleled splendor. Xiang Wentian, filled with perplexity, murmured to himself, "What kind of sect is this, to have such a multitude of people? I should first adorn myself before descending to investigate further." Xiang Wentian removed the papal robes and donned a suit of resplendent golden armor, his face concealed entirely by a gilded helmet. He soared downward, gradually merging into the vast and thronging masses as they entered the mountain range. Beside him stood an unremarkable youth clad in elegant white attire, who, upon witnessing the armored figure appear beside him, inquired, "Good sir, from whence do you hail? Have you also come to evade the relentless pursuit of the Spirit Hall?" Xiang Wentian gazed in astonishment at the face beneath the helmet and inquired, "Have you all gathered here to evade the pursuit of the Spirit Hall?" "Indeed," the youth replied vehemently. "The fiends of the Spirit Hall aspire to become the overlords within 1,000 miles. When we refuse to comply, they resort to slaughtering our sects and exterminating our families. Thus, we have no choice but to seek refuge in the Sacred Demon Sect." "Oh, is the strength of the Sacred Demon Sect superior to that of the Spirit Hall?" Xiang Wentian asked once more. "The overall might of the Sacred Demon Sect far surpasses that of the Spirit Hall. However, in terms of peak power, they do not measure up to the Spirit Hall." The youth explained, "The most formidable individual within 1,000 miles is none other than the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian. This man is notoriously ruthless. It is said that he feasts on human flesh when famished and drinks human blood when parched, instilling terror in all." The youth's voice trembled slightly as he spoke these words. Xiang Wentian was rendered speechless and inquired, "Have you ever witnessed the Pope of the Spirit Hall consuming human flesh and drinking human blood?" "Naturally," the youth boasted, "just yesterday, I engaged in a fierce battle with the Pope of the Spirit Hall for 300 rounds, only to be defeated, which led me here. You clashed with the Pope of the Spirit Hall for 300 rounds. May I ask what your realm is?" Let us set that aside for now. We should first enter the Holy Demon Sect and discuss further." Xiang Wentian observed the individuals ascending the mountain, engaged in hushed conversations. Some referred to the Spirit Hall as a malevolent entity, while others boasted about their numerous encounters with the Pope of the Spirit Hall, claiming that they had bested him in combat. There were even those who asserted that they had been wounded by the Pope's treacherous schemes, ultimately fleeing to this place. Xiang Wentian gazed upon these exceedingly hypocritical individuals, shaking his head in disbelief. As time passed, he, too, blended into the throng and entered the sacred demon sect. Within this realm, he beheld an array of individuals adorned in diverse attire, some with cropped hair and long beards, others with long hair and short beards, some veiled in black, while others were shrouded in white. There were even sects comprised entirely of women, a multitude so vast it was beyond count, a veritable spectacle of the bizarre. At that moment, Xiang Wentian observed an elderly man with white hair and youthful features, exuding an ethereal presence, dressed in flowing white robes, standing poised in the void. He addressed the multitude of tens of thousands gathered below. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across a radius of several dozen miles, infused with an undeniable divine power. The elder proclaimed, "I am Nangong Haoyue, the leader of the sacred demon sect. To all of you who have journeyed from afar to seek refuge within our sanctuary, I extend a warm welcome. However, the martial soul hall has transformed into a malevolent force within 1,000 miles. It is our duty as cultivators to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. I propose that tomorrow we join forces to vanquish the martial soul hall and eliminate its pope. Xiang Wentian, we cannot remain idle, otherwise, our demise is inevitable. What say you, esteemed guests? All shall heed the arrangements of Secretary Xiang Wentian silently scoffed. Contemplating the audacity of those who aspired to be the dominators of the realm, speaking in such grandiloquent terms. The proverb, "two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain," echoed in his mind. He resolved that once he vanquished the holy demon sect, no one would dare oppose his spirit hall. With this thought in mind, Xiang Wentian altered his tone and addressed Nangong Haoyue in the sky. As far as I am aware, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian, is not only the foremost expert on the human rankings, but also the paramount force within 1,000 miles. Who could possibly confront him without paying the price of lives? How many lives would it take to extinguish such a formidable being? Due to the imposing presence of Nangong Haoyue, none dared to voice this question below. After Xiang Wentian posed it, the crowd murmured among themselves, shaking their heads in resignation. Nangong Haoyue inquired, "Might I ask from which sect or faction does this individual clad in golden armor hail?" With a light laugh, Xiang Wentian remarked, "I am the leader of the Sun Heaven sect, showing no mercy." The Sun Heaven sect? Nangong Haoyue murmured, questioning. "Why have I never heard of such a sect within 1,000 miles? Xiang Wentian remarked, "It is only natural that the leader of the Nangong sect has never heard of our humble sect, the Dian sect." Nangong Haoyue's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, pressing down upon Xiang Wentian, though this mere aura could barely tickle him. Xiang Wentian feigned an inability to withstand it and suddenly sank to the ground. Observing Xiang Wentian's apparent defeat under his oppressive presence, Nangong Haoyue chuckled. "Does this little brother, who shows no mercy, believe that my cultivation could vanquish the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall?" Laughter echoed around them. Xiang Wentian slowly rose to his feet and declared, "Not even close." Nangong Haoyue was profoundly astonished. How could an obscure individual possibly stand up against her formidable presence? The onlookers gazed at Xiang Wentian in disbelief. Xiang Wentian slowly removed his helmet and proclaimed, "I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian." Ha ha ha. A young man nearby burst into laughter, saying, "Xiang Wentian stands 8 feet tall and is equally broad. How could a frail person like you possibly be Xiang Wentian? I kindly suggest that you draft your boast before presenting it." An elderly man in front of Xiang Wentian, upon recognizing him, exclaimed in terror, "Xiang Wentian. It truly is Xiang Wentian. I witnessed him during the Battle of Rankings." Xiang Wentian soared into the air, his lips curling into a fierce proclamation, "Those who align with me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish. Today, as long as you submit to the Spirit Hall, you may live, but the holy demon sect must be eradicated." Chapter 226, Annihilation. At that moment, 9 venerable elders clad in white surged forth from below, encircling Xiang Wentian within their ranks. Xiang Wentian did not depart from the 8 elders. In her eyes, Nangong Haoyue stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor realm. While among the 8 elders, 3 were at the Divine Emperor level, and the other 5 were below that realm. Xiang Wentian addressed the hundreds of thousands below, offering them one final opportunity. Would they wish to join the Spirit Hall? Nangong Haoyue retorted vehemently, "We, the righteous, would never ally ourselves with a fiend such as you. Fellow practitioners, Xiang Wentian is merely one man. Let us unite and strike him down here. Without Xiang Wentian, the Spirit Hall is but a collection of insignificant beings, easily vanquished. The wealth we acquire shall remain untouched by our sacred demon sect." Initially, Fear gripped the hearts of the multitude. However, upon witnessing Xiang Wentian encircled by 9 formidable members of the sacred demon sect, a sense of relief washed over them. In their minds, they reasoned, no matter how powerful Xiang Wentian may be, could he truly overcome such a multitude of adversaries? When the elder reiterated the promise of annihilating the spirit hall without claiming a single coin, their resolve began to waver. In an instant, hundreds of formidable warriors, ranging from divine might to divine king levels, soared into the air, tightly surrounding Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian coldly addressed, I have granted you opportunities, yet you fail to cherish them. It appears we are not kindred spirits. Thus, you shall meet your demise. Nangong Haoyue let out a disdainful snort and replied, as righteous individuals, how can we ally ourselves with a fiend such as you? Today, surrounded by so many formidable warriors, Xiang Wentian, your fate is sealed. Fellow comrades, let us unite in our assault and eliminate Xiang Wentian. To arms! Xiang Wentian bellowed, let all perish. The 12th stance of the Buddha's palm, the Buddha realm within the palm. A golden sphere of light swiftly expanded, enveloping an area of 100 miles in an instant. Immediately, a cacophony of terror erupted. Why can the power of heaven and earth not be harnessed by us? It feels as though the forces of nature are suppressing us. What is happening? The power of the laws and the spiritual essence of the world are beyond our reach. A grim expression appeared on Nangong Haoyue's face as he remarked, Xiang Wentian, your scheming is truly ruthless. You intend to annihilate us at our gathering place with your unparalleled divine abilities. However, do not rejoice too soon. Do you believe you can swallow us all at once without fearing the repercussions that may shatter your very teeth? Xiang Wentian laughed heartily, saying, we are alike. Have you not also been scheming against my spirit hall? Whether you can devour us whole is not for you to determine, but for me. Nangong Wentian gritted his teeth in fury and declared, even if I must perish, I shall ensure that you are dragged down with me. With a cold huff, Xiang Wentian glanced at him, testing his abilities. Nangong Haoyue bellowed, fellow practitioners, attack. Xiang Wentian observed countless individuals rushing towards him and sneered, with mere ants like you. You seek death. The true form of the demonic angel, the celestial embodiment, unleashed its full might. Xiang Wentian instantaneously transformed into a formidable 100-foot demon angel, embodying the true form of the celestial dragon. As his dragon claws slightly elevated, 9 vibrant sword energies, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white, radiated outward in a dense, circular barrage. Wherever the radiant sword energies passed, adversaries fell like harvested wheat, succumbing to their fate. Ding! The host has slain 92 cultivators, earning 920,000 points. The host has slain 108 cultivators, earning 1,080,000 points. The host has slain 188 cultivators, earning 1,880,000 points. The 8 elders of the holy demon sect were pierced through by Xiang Wentian's multicolored sword energies, meeting their demise on the spot. Nangong Haoyue was struck in the abdomen by the vibrant sword energy, spitting forth blood while a sinister expression darkened his face. With a thunderous roar, he declared, Xiang Wentian, you have destroyed my holy demon sect. We shall perish together. He lunged towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian let out a cold snort, declaring, you think you can self-destruct? Do you believe I would grant you such an opportunity? With that, he unleashed the 1,000-handed divine fist. Countless massive demonic fists surged forth in a circular formation, crashing into the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. In midair, Nangong Haoyue had not yet reached Xiang Wentian when one of the demonic fists obliterated him into a mist of blood. The other cultivators found themselves with no chance to advance, as they were annihilated on the spot. Ding! The host has slain the holy demon sect leader, Nangong Haoyue, earning 1,299,900 points. The host has killed 520 cultivators, earning 5,200,000 points. The host has slain 630 cultivators, earning 6,300,000 points. The host has defeated 860 cultivators, earning 8,600,000 points. Witnessing Xiang Wentian's ferocity, the others were struck with terror and fled in panic. Yet, within the confines of the Buddha's realm, where could they possibly escape? As they ran further, the world around them rapidly contracted, and they found themselves back at their original location. Realizing their futile attempts to flee, they began to wail and beg for mercy. In an instant, their cries echoed through the heavens and earth. Your Holiness the Pope, please cease this at once. We are willing to join the Spirit Hall. Grant us our lives. Your Holiness, our sect is willing to submit to the Spirit Hall. Please allow us a chance at survival. Your Holiness, spare us, I beseech you. As Xiang Wentian gazed upon the assembly, he bellowed, those who waver like reeds in the wind. How could the martial soul hall desire your worthless existence? Perish. The 11th technique of the Buddha's palm, Buddha's annihilation. The realm of the Buddha within his palm rapidly contracted, and an immense, boundless golden light imprint emerged. Slowly descending from the void of the palm's sanctuary, its speed intensifying. Before the crowd could react, a resounding explosion marked the end of it all. Boom. Flesh and blood were sent flying. A mountain of corpses amidst a sea of blood, rivers of crimson flowed forth. Devour. An inexhaustible tide of demonic energy emanated from Xiang Wentian's true form as a demon angel, enveloping the entire sanctuary of the palm, causing the mountain of corpses and sea of blood to wither instantaneously. Ding. The host utilized the Devour skill, gaining 5,000 divine power points. Ding. The host utilized the Devour skill, gaining 50,000 divine power points. Ding. The host utilized the Devour skill, gaining 500,000 divine power points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current divine power level is 137. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current divine power level is 138. Xiang Wentian retracted the Buddhist realm within his grasp, exhaling deeply and reflecting. In this world where the strong reign supreme and the weak are prey, if you do not slay others, you shall be slain. To safeguard your loved ones and friends, one must strive to grow stronger, powerful enough to be unshakable. Perhaps this is the ultimate destination for me, Xiang Wentian. System panel name, Xiang Wentian Martial Soul. Demon Angel Divine Power, Level 138, 86, 668, 889, 000. 000. Soul Rings, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666. 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666. 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 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 666 years, rainbow colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, soul skills. First soul skill, space lock, time stasis. Second soul skill, angelic glory, demon fury. Third soul skill, angelic judgment, demon celestial slash. Fourth soul skill, angelic divine light, death ray. Fifth soul skill, angelic blaze slash, demon kiss. Sixth soul skill, angelic stupa, angelic meteor fall. Seventh soul skill, true form of martial soul, true form of demon. Eighth soul skill, annihilation strike. Obliteration of all. Ninth soul skill, force breaking 9 heavens, primordial tremor. Divine soul skill, godly sword of the giant abyss, unlimited usage. King of God's soul skill, heaven cleaving slash, time's relentless flow. Emperor of God's soul skill, shroud the sky and block the sun, eye of world destruction. Emperor's soul skill, violent hurricane slash, celestial ultimate drill. Soul bones, skull of the war god of demon angel. Backbone of the war god of demon angel. Left arm of the war god of demon angel. Right leg of the war god of demon angel. Left leg of the war god of demon angel. Right arm of the unyielding demon of breaking army. Soulbone skills, war god possession, fusion skill of the war god soulbone of demon angel. Ignore defense. Breaking army strike, inherent skill of the right arm bone of breaking army demon. Godly skills, Tathagata's divine palm, Heaven's Punishment 9 Styles, 9-colored, heaven-piercing finger. True form of the celestial dragon. Points: 2, 666, 668, 888. Cultivation method. True scriptures of demon destruction, overlord body of the firmament. Ability: Devour. The capability to consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 227. Azure Lotus in the Sky. Xiang Wentian withdrew his divine soul technique, reverting to his normal state as he slowly descended to the ground. Gazing upon the desiccated corpses strewn across the mountains and the parched blood staining the earth, he shook his head solemnly and remarked, "Those who make the wrong choices must bear the inevitable consequences. Now, let us cleanse this battlefield." Xiang Wentian, employing his formidable magical prowess, entwined countless corpses together, reducing them to mere dust and ashes. In the aftermath, a multitude of spatial storage devices, including rings, bracelets, and necklaces, fell upon the ground. The clattering sound resonated as a substantial heap of these spatial artifacts accumulated, likely sufficient to fill an entire room. He promptly collected these items into his spatial ring. Xiang Wentian gazed at the architecture of the holy demon sect, remaining silent for a considerable time. Due to his ability to confine everyone within the palm of his Buddha realm, the fierce battle did not extend to the holy demon sect, thus sparing its structures from significant damage. As Xiang Wentian entered the sacred demon sect, he began his quest to locate the treasure vault. The grandeur of the sacred demon sect's architecture was unparalleled. The exquisite white jade floor shimmered with a gentle luminosity. In the distance, a delicate mist shrouded the ethereal palace, while the eaves, intricately carved from sandalwood, bore phoenixes poised for flight. The walls, adorned with blue tiles and embellished with jade, led to a vast square at the end of a straight path, gently descending with jade steps. At the center stood a magnificent altar, a straight column intricately carved with lifelike dragon patterns, facing the distant phoenix atop the palace. Inside the sleeping quarters, the beams were crafted from the finest sandalwood, with crystal lamps illuminating the space and pearls serving as curtains. The pillars were adorned with gold, while a 6-foot-wide bed made of fragrant sandalwood was draped with a luxurious canopy of sheer silk, embroidered with silver threads that formed begonia flowers. As the wind stirred, the silks danced as if suspended in a dreamlike sea of clouds. The bed was furnished with a jade pillow infused with fragrance and soft silken mats, layered with jade belts and exquisite quilts. Suspended from the vaulted ceiling was a colossal moon pearl, radiating brilliance akin to the moon itself. Set within a backdrop of white jade and embedded with golden beads, carved to resemble blooming lotus flowers, each petal vibrant and delicately defined, even the stamens discernible. Stepping upon it felt like treading on warm jade, crafted from the finest blue field jade, creating an illusion of stepping upon blooming lotus blossoms. This exquisite craftsmanship was a sight to behold for Xiang Wentian, a marvel he had never encountered before. Yet, amid such opulent splendor, an overwhelming silence enveloped the space, contrasting starkly with the heavy scent of blood that permeated the air, creating a jarring dichotomy within the magnificent halls. As Xiang Wentian gazed into the distance, a pristine white pagoda appeared before his eyes, ascending into the sky. He surveyed the entirety of the sacred demon sect and discovered that the immaculate white pagoda was situated at the very heart of the sect. Stepping forward, Xiang Wentian traversed the distance in an instant, arriving beneath the pristine pagoda. At that moment, he beheld the immaculate structure, sculpted entirely from white marble, flawless in its entirety, evoking an impression of unparalleled perfection. It can be surmised that this magnificent pagoda is meticulously carved from a single block of exquisite white jade, a testament to the unparalleled artistry of the sculptor. The pagoda consists of 9 tiers, an ancient number revered as the pinnacle of numerology, derived from the 6 lines of the I Ching. As the text suggests, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Furthermore, there exists the concept that the Taiji gives rise to the 2 principles, which in turn generate the 4 phenomena, leading to the 8 trigrams, and thus evolves into 64 hexagrams, perpetually transforming in an endless cycle. Each tier of the 9-tiered pagoda features 2 windows and a door, symbolizing the predetermined celestial eye. On the plaque of the first tier, 3 resplendent golden characters gleam brightly, inscribed with the words Treasure Pavilion. Xiang Wentian forcefully burst through the gate, but found it immovable. Resorting to brute strength, he unleashed a powerful blow that shattered the pristine white jade entrance. As he brushed off the dust, he entered the treasure chamber. Before him lay rows of books. He casually pulled a few from the shelves to peruse. Prison Demon Body Cultivation Technique, Low-Level Technique. Vast Sea Calm Wave Decision, Low-Level Technique. 9 Nether Dark Sea Strength, Intermediate Technique. What a disappointment. They were all mediocre techniques, lacking even a single advanced one, let alone a divine-level technique. Sighing, he muttered, well, better than nothing. It could serve a purpose when one finds themselves without tissue in the restroom. Ascending to the second level, he encountered another array of neatly arranged bookshelves, mostly housing intermediate martial techniques with a scant few advanced ones. Upon reaching the third level, he discovered several divine-grade techniques, yet they were still insufficient for his needs. What he truly required were sacred-grade techniques. The 4th to 6th levels were filled with weapons and armor, which held little significance for Xiang Wentian. He nonchalantly stored them in his spatial ring. While he had no use for them, they could be beneficial to the members of the Martial Soul Hall. On the 7th level, marked for herbal remedies, he found numerous jade boxes densely arranged on the shelves. Opening them one by one, he stumbled upon several divine-grade herbs, along with a sacred-grade herb. The box containing the sacred herb was round, and as he opened it, a thick wave of demonic energy surged forth, laced with a hint of demonic flame, capable of refining the soul and fortifying the body. Quickly, he closed the box and plunged his consciousness into the system space. System, please scan this item for me, he requested. Scanning. A blue light began to materialize in his mind, revealing a peculiar black lotus. Scan complete. Name, Demonic Abyss Black Lotus. Origin, a black lotus that grows in the demonic abyss, absorbing the essence of demonic energy over countless years, maturing after 1,000,000 years. Consuming it can temper the body, elevate demonic energy, and enhance spiritual awareness. What a treasure! I shall consume it upon my return, Xiang Wentian exclaimed joyfully. The 8th level housed medicinal pills, the highest being divine grade, which offered little of interest to Xiang Wentian. After collecting the pills, he ascended straight to the 9th level. As Xiang Wentian gently pushed open the grand door of the 9th layer, the sight that unfolded before his eyes left him utterly astonished. A colossal azure lotus flower dominated the entire expanse of the 9th layer, its vibrant blue hue seemingly alive. The 36 petals of the lotus moved gracefully, and atop it sat a man of approximately 30 years, gazing intently at Xiang Wentian. This man was strikingly handsome, his chiseled features resembling a masterfully sculpted visage, with a strikingly angular face that exuded exceptional beauty. Although he bore an appearance of dignified solemnity, reminiscent of a mystic, the glimmer of brilliance in his eyes commanded respect and caution. His thick, lustrous black hair framed his face, and he possessed 3 eyes. The central vertical eye emanated a mysterious, chaotic light, while the left and right eyes shimmered with golden and purple radiance, respectively. He had a prominent nose and full lips, adorned in a cerulean robe, draped with a golden cassock. In his left hand, he wielded a Tai Chi sword, gleaming with a chilling light, while his right hand grasped a golden monk's staff, exuding a luminous aura. Suddenly, the man spoke solemnly, Xiang Wentian, our destinies are intertwined. When the chaos shatters and the yin and yang are thrown into disarray, we shall meet again. With that, he vanished as if he had never existed. It was only then that Xiang Wentian noticed a purple gold book floating within the 9th layer's space, lingering in the wake of the man's disappearance. As I approached Xiang Wentian, I picked up the violet golden tome and beheld the title, The Celestial Buddha of the Azure Lotus by Li Guang. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the advanced Holy Tier Martial Technique, Azure Lotus in the Sky. Would you like to learn it? After a moment of hesitation, Xiang Wentian ultimately chose to engage in his studies. Ding. Learning successful. Xiang Wentian pondered within his heart. Who is this person? Why bestow upon me such a precious martial art? What does the phrase chaos destruction, yin and yang and turmoil signify? As Xiang Wentian pondered deeply, he could not unravel the complexities of his thoughts. With a sigh, he murmured to himself, if I cannot comprehend it, I shall cease to dwell on it and return to the Spirit Hall. Chapter 228. The Sacred Realm. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Xiang Wentian observed that everyone had already gathered. Lin Fan, noticing Xiang Wentian's arrival, expressed his disinterest, saying, Xiang Wentian, what task did you assign to me? I have just obliterated 2 sects, and the remaining forces have vanished without a trace. Upon seeing Xiang Wentian, Ru Ming's face blossomed with a joyful smile as she remarked, Brother, we have just eradicated a sect, yet upon our approach to the next, we discovered that the other sects had fled. Qiandela reflected, I encountered a similar situation. Many sects have been left deserted. With a faint smile, Xiang Wentian remarked, "Everything is well within my grasp. I have eradicated all these sects, and they have fled to the sacred demon sect, where I have conveniently gathered them all at once." Lin Fan responded, "Does that not mean you have struck it rich?" "Indeed," Xiang Wentian replied as he poured out a multitude of spatial rings from his storage soul guide, leaving everyone astounded and speechless at the sight. Xiang Wentian addressed Qian Douluo, saying, "Elder, please distribute these resources evenly according to the merit of each." "As you command, Your Holiness," Qian Douluo replied respectfully. Xiang Wentian addressed the crowd, saying, "If you desire anything, seek the Grand Elder. I must enter seclusion now." Xiang Wentian entrusted the chaotic task of resource allocation to Qian Douluo, while he withdrew into seclusion for his cultivation. After Xiang Wentian departed, the crowd exchanged glances, each observing the others. Qian Douluo, with a benevolent smile, proclaimed, "Gentlemen, I shall be the one to allocate these resources." However, before Qian Douluo could collect the vast number of spatial rings strewn across the ground, Lin Fan shouted, "Seize them." The crowd surged forward like ravenous wolves, swiftly claiming every last spatial ring. Qian Douluo found himself in a rather awkward predicament, exclaiming, "Could you not leave even one spatial ring for me?" Yet, the crowd paid him no heed, dispersing with their newfound treasures, retreating into seclusion to cultivate. Ma Hongjun, clutching a handful of spatial rings, grumbled, "That insufferable Lin Fan has outdone me in the hall." Zhu Zhiqing, cradling a bundle of spatial rings, turned to Dai Mubai and said, "Mubai, we must commence our seclusion for cultivation. Wentian has outpaced us considerably. If we do not hasten to catch up, we shall become a burden." Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, stating, "Our current resources for cultivation are exceedingly ample, and coupled with several 10,000-year soul rings crafted by Wentian within the soul guiding devices, we shall not emerge until we have made substantial breakthroughs." Tang Sen concurred, "Indeed, let us also retreat into seclusion." Xiao Wu chimed in. Oscar, in a state of dismay, lamented, "What shall we do, Rong? If Jiangzhu and I failed to acquire any spatial rings?" Ru Ming smiled softly, "Fear not, Oscar. I possess ample resources for cultivation. The resources contained within these rings are sufficient for your trio to train for 3 years." Oscar, Jiangzhu, and Ning Rongrong gratefully accepted the spatial rings, expressing their thanks to Ru Ming. Ru Ming nodded, urging, "Let us all retreat for cultivation." The group agreed with a collective nod. Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng exchanged knowing smiles, affirming, "We too shall enter seclusion for training." The vast array of cultivation resources brought back by Xiang Wentian has plunged the martial soul hall into a frenzy of seclusion. Upon returning to his dormitory, Xiang Wentian sat cross-legged upon his bed. He retrieved the abyssal black lotus from his soul guiding device, took a hearty bite, and swallowed it whole. Channeling the celestial demon annihilation scripture, he tirelessly refined the abyssal black lotus. Indeed, the abyssal black lotus was worthy of being classified as a sacred herb. Even with such a formidable technique as the celestial demon annihilation scripture, the process was remarkably gradual. As time passed, the abyssal black lotus was gradually refined, and Xiang Wentian sensed a significant enhancement in his spiritual awareness, which was being profoundly tempered, while his foundational strength steadily solidified. Concurrently, a melodious notification echoed continuously. Ding. Divine Power 10,000. Divine Power 10,000. Divine Power 10,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up. Your current divine power level is 139. Xiang Wentian gazed at the divine power steadily increasing on the system panel, feeling an exquisite delight mingled with a twinge of discomfort. As the pain intensified, he inhaled sharply. Addressing the system, during the refinement process, "Could you perhaps be a tad gentler? I fear I might be losing my essence." The system responded, "The refinement must be thorough and comprehensive. Leaving any aspect unrefined could result in dire consequences during battles, potentially leading to irrevocable loss." Xiang Wentian gritted his teeth in pain and exclaimed, "Very well. I shall endure. I shall endure. I shall endure. But I can no longer hold back." Xiang Wentian felt an unbearable pain, akin to being torn apart. He urged, "Could the system expedite its process? I truly cannot endure much longer." Ding. Once the host ascends to the sacred realm, the physical and spiritual skill slots will be automatically unlocked, alleviating the excruciating torment associated with the enhancement of both body and soul. Xiang Wentian was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth, his face contorted in agony as he exclaimed, "System, why didn't you inform me sooner? Had I known that I should consume the abyssal black lotus only after advancing to the sacred realm. Ding. You didn't inquire either. Forget it. Xiang Wentian was utterly speechless, enduring the excruciating pain while observing the system panel as his divine power gradually ascended, each moment feeling like an eternity. Ding. Divine power 10, 000. Divine power 10, 000. Divine power 10, 000. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and Xiang Wentian became numb to the torment until he finally heard the system's melodious notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Your current divine power level is 140. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the sacred level. The system has automatically unlocked the soul skill panel. With the addition of the soul skill panel on the system interface, the agonizing sensation abruptly vanished, and Xiang Wentian sighed in relief. Upon advancing to the sacred level, he felt his divine power rapidly condensing, gradually transforming into a more formidable force known as sacred power. Although the quantity of his divine power diminished, its quality surged. Xiang Wentian sensed that this sacred power was exponentially greater than his previous divine power. Ding. Soul power enhancement in progress. Foundation consolidation in progress. Ding. Soul level elevated to sacred level 2. Soul level elevated to sacred level 3. Soul level elevated to sacred level 4. Soul level elevated to sacred level 9. Upon reaching the 9th level of the sacred realm, Xiang Wentian sensed that his soul's progression had seemingly hit a certain threshold, unable to ascend further. Ding. Realm elevated to sacred level 2. Realm elevated to sacred level 3. Realm elevated to sacred level 4. Realm elevated to sacred level 9. Xiang Wentian felt an extraordinary surge of power within himself. Even without divine strength, he could effortlessly vanquish ordinary god emperors. At last, the abyssal black lotus had been fully refined. Xiang Wentian slowly opened his eyes and spoke. System, assist me in selecting a soul ring that is befitting of my abilities. Beep. The soul ring most suitable for the host is the soul ring of the billion-year golden sacred dragon. By absorbing this soul ring, the host will acquire the soul skills, heaven-defying strike of the golden dragon and heaven-shaking roar of the sacred dragon. Shall the host expend 666 points of credits to purchase? Purchase. Upon reviewing the system panel, the details were as follows. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Soul. Demon Angel Cultivation Level. Sacred Soul Level. Sacred 9th Layer. Sacred 9th Layer Divine Power. Level 140, 900, 010000. Soul Rings. 9-colored. Lifespan. 166. 666. 666 years. 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 Rainbow-colored. Lifespan. 166. 666. 666 years. 9-colored. 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 Lifespan. 166. 666. 666 years. Soul skills. First soul skill. Space lock. Time freeze. Second soul skill. Angelic glory. Demonic frenzy. Third soul skill. Angelic judgment. Demon slaying strike. Fourth soul skill. Angelic divine light. Death ray. Fifth soul skill. Angelic flame slash. Demon's kiss. Sixth soul skill. Angelic pagoda. Angelic meteor shower. Seventh soul skill. True form of martial soul. True form of demon. Eighth soul skill. Annihilation strike. Extinction of all. Ninth soul skill. power breaking the heavens, primordial tremor. God-level soul skill, divine sword of the great void. Unlimited usage. Divine king's soul skill, heaven slaying, earth cutting, eternal and fleeting. Divine emperor's soul skill, veiling the sky. Shattering the world SI. Divine sovereign's soul skill, violent hurricane slash, heaven and earth's pinnacle drill. Sacred level soul skill, golden dragon S sky-piercing strike. Sacred dragon S sky-rending roar. Soul bones, demon angels were God's skull. Demon angels were God backbone. Demon angels were God left arm. Demon angels were God right leg. Demon angels were God left leg. Right arm of the ignoring defense of the breaking armies demon. Soul bone skill, war God possession. Fusion skill of the demon angels, war God soul bone. Ignoring defense, breaking army strike. Accompanying skill of the breaking army's right arm bone. Divine skills, Buddha's palm, heavenly punishments 9 forms, true body of the celestial dragon. Sacred skills, 9-colored sky-breaking finger, azure lotus in the sky. Points, 2, 500, 002, 222. Cultivation method, true scripture of the celestial demon S annihilation, overlord body of the azure sky. Ability, devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Chapter 229, Dragon Lord and Snake Matron. As Xiang Wen refined the abyssal black lotus, he continued to extract various elixirs and celestial herbs. Immersing himself in the realm of cultivation, days melded into nights, years ebbed and flowed, and the seasons transitioned in an eternal cycle. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away as he remained enraptured in his training. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current holy power level is 141. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current holy power level is 142. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current holy power level is 143. Please check the system panel for further details. Name: Xiang Wen Martial Soul, Demon Envoy Cultivation, Saint Level Soul, 9th layer of Saint Level Physical Body, 9th layer of Saint Level Holy Power, Level 143 Soul Rings, 9 colorful, years, 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 rainbow color, years, 9 colorful, years, 9 colorful, years, 9 colorful, years, 9 colorful, years, soul skills. First soul skill, Space Lock. Time freeze. Second soul skill, Bestow Glory, Demon Frenzy. Third soul skill, Divine Judgment, Demon Slash. Fourth soul skill, Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth soul skill, Flame Slash. Demoness Kiss. Sixth soul skill, Floating Pagoda, Meteor Fall. Seventh soul skill, True Body of Martial Soul, True Body of Demon. Eighth soul skill, Annihilation Strike, Obliteration of All. Ninth soul skill, Power Break 9, Primal Shock. God level soul skill, Divine Sword of the Great Void. Infinite usage. Divine King soul skill, Earth Cleaving, Time Flows Eternally. Divine Emperor soul skill, Sun Obscuring, Eye of World Annihilation. Divine Monarch soul skill, Violent Hurricane Slash, Earthly Drill. Saint level soul skill, Golden Dragon Strike, Sacred Dragon Roar. Soul Bones, Demon Lord's Battle God Skull. Demon Lord's Battle God Backbone. Demon Lord's Battle God Left Arm. Demon Lord's Battle God Right Leg. Demon Lord's Battle God Left Leg. Right Arm of the War God, Ignoring Defense. Soul Bone Skill, War God Manifestation, Fusion Skill of the Demon Lord's Battle God Soul Bone. Ignoring Defense, Breaking Army Strike, Attached Skill of the Breaking Army Right Arm Bone. Divine Skill, Tathagata's Divine Palm, 9 penalties, True Form of the Dragon. Sacred Skill, 9-colored Finger Break, Azure Lotus Bloom. Points, Cultivation Method, True Scripture of Demon Annihilation, Kangba Body. Ability, Devour, capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. Uncertain how much time has passed, Xiang Wen felt the monotony of cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of golden light erupted forth. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he declared, "The pace of cultivation is too slow. It is far quicker to kill and devour. I shall venture out to battle." As Xiang Wen concluded his seclusion, he rose and stepped out of the chamber. A blinding ray of sunlight struck him, causing a momentary discomfort. He squinted his eyes and, after a brief pause, felt considerably better. Someone approaches. A dignified soul Douluo, adorned in the attire of a guard, hastened towards him, kneeling with one knee on the ground. and respectfully inquired, "Your Holiness, what are your commands? How long have I been in seclusion?" With utmost reverence, the guard replied, 3 years and 6 months. What? 3 years and 6 months? Xiang Wen exclaimed in astonishment, his heart brimming with disbelief. Indeed, I have been immersed in cultivation for a millennium. Where is Elder Qian Daolu? Xiang Wen pressed on. Reporting to your Holiness, Elder Qian Daolu is also in seclusion, the guard respectfully stated. For how long has Elder Qian Daolu been in seclusion? Reporting to your Holiness, Elder Qian Daolu has been in seclusion for the same duration as you, which is 3 years and 6 months. And what of the Shrek Squad? Reporting to your Holiness, the esteemed members of the Shrek Squad are also in seclusion, having entered at the same time as you. Is it true that everyone has entered seclusion? Does the Spirit Hall now lack high-level combat power for its defense? Xiang Wen inquired, a hint of anger in his voice. Noting the rising ire of Xiang Wen, the guard trembled and replied, Reporting to your Holiness, Lord Lin Fan is currently safeguarding the Spirit Hall. With a gentle smile and a slight nod, he said, Very well, you may leave now. Your Holiness, the attendant began, during your period of seclusion. The entire family of the Dragon Prince and the Serpent Matriarch joined the Spirit Hall. He is an old acquaintance of yours, and I stand here trembling. My voice diminishing to a mere whisper. No matter. I pardon your transgressions. Do you share a profound connection with the Dragon Prince and the Serpent Matriarch? Your Holiness. The Dragon Prince is my great-uncle. Xiang Wen nodded and said, I understand. Have Long Gong and Shepa come to the Papal Hall to see me. It has been many years since we last met, and I wish to have a good conversation with the two esteemed elders. Yes, Your Holiness, the guard replied. Seeing that Xiang Wen did not reproach him, he felt a sense of relief in his heart and then withdrew. As Xiang Wen entered the papal chamber, he seated himself upon the resplendent throne of the Pope, exuding an air of formidable authority befitting one of high status. Shortly thereafter, Long Gong and Shepa, accompanied by their granddaughter Meng Iran, entered the papal chamber. Long Gong Meng Shu, Shepa Chaoxiang, pay their respects to your Holiness. At that moment, Long Gong Meng Shu failed to hear the sound of Meng Iran's greeting from behind and turned swiftly to look. He saw Meng Iran standing in place. Both anxious and exhilarated, her face adorned with a dreamy expression, her eyes shimmering like blossoms as she gazed at Xiang Wen. Meng Shu quietly urged, Iran, why do you not promptly pay your respects to His Holiness? It was only then that Meng Iran snapped back to reality, hastily bowing respectfully. Meng Iran pays her respects to your Holiness. Xiang Wen smiled lightly and said, There is no need for such formalities, esteemed seniors. Attendants, please prepare seats for the 3 guests. At that moment, 3 guards brought forth 3 chairs and placed them on the right side of the papal hall. They bowed respectfully to Xiang Wen before retreating. We are honored by the Papal Majesty's hospitality. The 3 expressed reverently. Please, take a seat, Xiang Wen gestured. The 3 settled into their chairs. Xiang Wen inquired, Might I ask, esteemed seniors, what prompted your initial allegiance to the Spirit Hall? Long Gong Ming Shu sighed and replied, After the convergence of realms, my family found itself in a foreign territory nearly 10,000 miles from the Spirit Hall, surrounded by rival factions eyeing us covetously. In desperation, to prevent our sect from becoming a puppet of external forces, I dispatched individuals to gather information. Eventually, I learned of the location of the sacred land of spirits, which compelled my entire clan to relocate to the Spirit Hall, seeking both affiliation and protection. Xiang Wen nodded and spoke. The Spirit Hall is a sanctuary for soul masters, bearing the responsibility to protect all soul masters. Long Gong has relocated his entire family to the Spirit Hall, and I extend my warmest welcome. Meng Shu chuckled. At that moment, Meng Iran gently tugged at Granny Snake's arm, shyly whispering, Grandmother, please go. Granny Snake, who cherished her granddaughter above all, smiled affectionately upon seeing her granddaughter's antics. She lightly patted the back of her hand and nodded. Rising, Granny Snake walked to the center of the hall, bowed respectfully to Xiang Wen, and said, Your Holiness, may I inquire if you remember the betrothal arranged with my granddaughter in the Star Doe Forest all those years ago? Xiang Wen, momentarily taken aback, inquired, Marriage? When did I ever become engaged to Iran? Your Holiness, you truly are a person of great stature, yet prone to forgetfulness. In the vast expanse of the Starry Forest, you wagered with my granddaughter, stating that should she lose, she would wed Your Holiness. You gave your word. A promise of immense worth. Do you not recall? Upon hearing Madame Xi's words, Xiang Wen suddenly remembered and replied with a smile, Indeed, such an event did transpire. However, at that time, I was still a minor, and it was merely a jest. Moreover, it was Oscar who suggested it. Therefore, Your Holiness, with your golden words and unwavering promises, could it be that you wish to retract your word? Our dear Iran has been infatuated with you, missing you day and night, longing for you endlessly. Might you not consider her ardent feelings and fulfill this union? As Madam she spoke. Seeing Meng Yiran's hopeful gaze soften Xiang Wen's heart, he remarked, You must be aware that I have a prior engagement with Ru Meng. If I were to marry Yiran. Before Xiang Wen could finish, Meng Yiran eagerly interjected, As long as I can marry you. I care not for anything else. Such a passionate woman is indeed rare in this world. Pondering this, Xiang Wen announced, Once the peak of the day has passed, I shall marry both Ru Meng and Yiran. What say you, esteemed elders? Long Gong and Madam she exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Madam she responded, Since your holiness has consented, I can rest easy. Long Gong Mingshu chuckled, Your holiness, Yiran has been diligently honing her culinary skills, and her dishes are truly delectable. Today, she wishes to prepare several dishes for your holiness and hopes you will grace us with your presence. Very well. I shall certainly attend, Xiang Wen affirmed. Upon hearing his agreement, Meng Yiran exclaimed with excitement, Brother Wen, I can prepare many dishes, such as steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meats, and more, including stir-fried dishes, smoked chicken, steamed treasure pork, and wild chicken in jars, as well as various delicacies like braised items, mountain chicken, rabbit meat, and even fish dishes like steamed soft-shelled turtle and stir-fried shrimp. Interrupted, he said, Enough with the menu. I shall certainly come to dine today. By the way, do prepare 2 pots of fine wine for me. Certainly, my dear brother. I have my homemade osmanthus wine, which is exceedingly delightful. Do remember to come this evening. Xiang Wen smiled gently and said, Very well, I shall certainly make my way there. Upon witnessing Xiang Wen's smile directed at her, Meng Yiran felt an overwhelming joy, as if blossoms had bloomed in her heart. She hurriedly grasped the hands of Long Gong and Shipa, urging, Grandfather, Grandmother, let us hasten back to prepare the ingredients. Long Gong and Shipa bowed respectfully and said, Your Holiness. Long Gong Meng Shu took his leave, while Shipa bid farewell to Xiang. Xiang Wen watched as the 3 figures receded into the distance, smiling as he shook his head. What is destined to be yours will inevitably come to pass. Even amidst the vicissitudes of life, what is meant for you shall never elude you. Chapter 230. The Power of the Spirit Hall in the Evening. Under the radiant hues of the setting sun, Xiang Wen arrived punctually for his appointment. Approaching the residence of the Dragon Soul Serpent Matriarch, he was greeted by the rich aroma of delectable dishes even before he crossed the threshold. Xiang Wen murmured to herself with a smile, It appears that I shall be in for a delightful evening. The 2 Soul King guards at the entrance of the palace, upon seeing Xiang Wen approach, promptly bowed respectfully and exclaimed, We pay our respects to your holiness, the Pope. You may rise. Thank you, your holiness. Within the palace, Long Gong Meng Shu, hearing Xiang Wen's voice, swiftly opened the palace doors and greeted her with a beaming smile, saying, Your holiness, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, come in. Xiang Wen smiled and said, Senior Long, there is no need for such formalities. Upon entering the grand hall, he was greeted by a lavish array of dishes that greatly whetted his appetite. Xiang Wen inquired, Senior Long, why do we not see Elder Shi and Iran? Long Gong Mingshu, with a gentle smile, replied, My humble wife and Iran are presently in the kitchen preparing a meal. They shall join us shortly. Your Holiness, please take a seat. Xiang Wen nodded slightly and took his seat. At that moment, the voices of Shipu and Meng Yiran suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Yiran, be careful. It's scalding hot. Help me out, Grandma. You reckless girl, you always fumble around. You can even spill soup. Grandma, please don't scold me. I just couldn't hold it as it came straight from the pot. Just then, Shipa entered, carrying a bowl of chicken soup that had spilled halfway. Upon seeing Xiang Wen, she placed the bowl on the dining table and bowed respectfully, saying, I pay my respects to your holiness. Xiang Wen rose to his feet with a smile and said, Senior Snake Lady, there is no need for such formalities. Please take a seat. At that moment, Meng Yiran arrived closely behind, holding a platter of lamb skewers. Upon seeing Xiang Wen, her heart surged with excitement, and in her distraction, she accidentally scattered the lamb skewers all over the ground. Meng Yiran exclaimed, The lamb skewers I grilled have all fallen. What am I to do now? Xiang Wen remarked. Very well. The table is already laden with dishes. If something falls, so be it. Please, take a seat and enjoy the meal. The serpent lady nodded in agreement and motioned for him to sit down. Turning towards the entrance, she called out, "Someone, please clean up the lamb skewers on the floor." She then settled beside Xiang Wentian, personally filling his cup with wine. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "Brother Wentian, this is my own brew, Qianli Xiang. Do give it a taste." Xiang Wen smiled gently, lifting the cup to take a sip, a rich and smooth aroma of the wine enveloping his palate. He nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "A splendid wine, truly deserving of the name Thousand-Mile Fragrance." Meng Yiran offered Xiang Wen a piece of the roasted cloud dragon's claw, saying, "Brother Wen, this is the cloud dragon's claw that I personally roasted. Do give it a taste." Xiang Wen placed the roasted cloud dragon claw meat into his mouth, savoring it slowly. A medley of flavors, aromatic, sweet, tangy, exquisite, and spicy, danced upon his taste buds, creating an extraordinary culinary experience that was both delicious and delightfully chewy. He nodded in approval, exclaiming, "This cloud dragon claw is truly exceptional. It is not only flavorful but also possesses a satisfying chewiness reminiscent of crispy bones. It is indeed delightful." Following this, Meng Yiran produced another bottle of wine, filling Xiang Wen's glass. "Brother Wen," she said, "this is my homemade osmanthus wine. Do give it a try." Xiang Wen raised his wine glass once more and took a sip, feeling a delicate and pure essence envelop his palate. A harmonious blend of the rich aroma of wine and the fragrant notes of osmanthus blossoms. In sheer delight, he exclaimed, "This osmanthus wine surpasses Qianli Xiang. Not only does it possess an exquisite wine flavor, but it is also infused with the enchanting scent of osmanthus, truly a rare elixir in this world." Long Gong and Shipu observed Meng Yiran diligently pouring wine and serving dishes for Xiang Wen, resembling a devoted couple, and they couldn't help but chuckle with joy. As everyone indulged in the delightful cuisine and exquisite wines, a warm camaraderie filled the evening. As the clock struck midnight, a slightly inebriated Xiang Wen stepped out of the palace, returning to his quarters. At dawn, the sun rose, surrounded by vibrant clouds, with streaks of purple vapor ascending from the east. In an instant, the purple clouds and mist rapidly converged into a brilliant column of violet light, reminiscent of a laser beam, shooting towards the southern sky. A tremendous sound reverberated, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A portal, shimmering with colorful light, materialized in the southern expanse. At that moment, a voice, both majestic and ethereal, resonated. "Talents of the myriad realms, those beneath the supreme, yet above the saints, gather to embark on the path of supremacy and attain the supreme divine position. Should any refuse to participate, they shall face elimination and annihilation. The cradle of the myriad realms does not harbor the faint-hearted." All the powerful beings of the myriad realms simultaneously opened their eyes, directing their gaze towards the resplendent portal in the southern sky. As he inquired, he simultaneously opened his eyes and gazed towards the portal, murmuring to himself, "What is the path of supremacy? Is it the road to cultivating the strong? What purpose does the cultivation of so many formidable beings serve?" Xiang Wen, momentarily at a loss for thought, decided not to dwell on it further and promptly entered the papal chamber, exclaiming, "Summon the secluded individuals to convene in the papal chamber." "Yes, Your Holiness," came the response. Just as the guard stepped outside, Lin Fan rushed into the grand hall with great urgency, exclaiming excitedly, "Xiang, we have good news." "What good news?" Xiang Wen inquired, puzzled. "Did you not hear? It is the path of supremacy," Lin Fan declared. "Oh, are you familiar with the path of supremacy?" asked Xiang Wen. "Not entirely, but I know it certainly involves a contest among the powerful. Combat is the most beneficial form of cultivation for me, Lin Fan." Xiang Wen smiled and remarked, "Of course you relish the thrill of battle. After all, you cannot perish." "Indeed. Who could possibly defeat me?" Lin Fan exaggeratedly proclaimed. Xiang inquired, "I know who can kill you." "Who?" Lin Fan asked. "Dao," Xiang replied solemnly. Lin Fan was immediately rendered speechless. Dao is omnipotent, governing the order of existence. Annihilating a mere cultivator is a trivial matter. At that moment, the Shrek team, along with the esteemed elders of the Elder Hall, entered the Pope's hall. Respectfully bowing in unison, "We pay our respects to Your Holiness." "No need for formalities." "Thank you, Your Holiness." Just now, did everyone hear the voice of Dao? Is there anyone among you who has attained the saintly realm? Yu Fan stood up and declared, "I have broken through to the saintly realm, currently at the first layer of sainthood. Is there anyone else? Have the rest of you not reached the saintly level?" Xiang inquired. Dai Mubai rose with an air of authority and proclaimed, I have reached the pinnacle of the Divine Emperor realm, though I have not yet entered the saintly realm. I am determined to tread the path of supremacy. Oscar added, indeed, although we have not attained the saintly realm, the combat prowess of our Shrek team is more than capable of contending with those at the saintly level. With a gentle smile, I inquired, are you aware of the immense power that resides within the realm of the sacred? It is not merely your party. Even if one were to add 100 teams akin to Shrek, they would still stand no chance against a singular being of the sacred. Ningrongrong, in disbelief, responded, could it truly be that the sacred is so formidable? Lin Fan interjected, indeed, upon reaching the sacred realm, divine power is wholly transformed into sacred energy, which surpasses divine power by at least 100-fold. Tang San, with a face full of hope, declared, given the extraordinary strength of the sacred, it is even more imperative for us to embark on the path of supremacy. I sense that this journey presents a significant opportunity for us. Xiang Wen surveyed the crowd and inquired, do you all wish to embark on this journey? With a resolute spirit, they proclaimed, yes, to grow stronger, even if it leads to our demise. The collective fervor and fearless aura emanating from them left Xiang Wen momentarily stunned. Since you are all eager to proceed, let us go forth. Please disclose your strengths so that I may be informed, he requested. Bibi Dong, Martial Soul. First Martial Soul, Death Spider Emperor. Second Martial Soul, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Xian Renxue, Martial Soul, Six-Winged Angel. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Xian Douluo, Martial Soul, Six-Winged Angel. Divine Emperor, Level 131. Xiong Ba, Martial Soul, Sea Turtle. Divine Emperor, Level 131. Jin Yi, Martial Soul, Golden Crocodile King. Divine Emperor, Level 131. Bai Jia Dilong, Martial Soul, White Armored Earth Dragon. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Qian Jun, Martial Soul, Panlong Staff. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Jiang Mo, Martial Soul, Panlong Staff. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Guido, Martial Soul, Phantom. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Douluo, Martial Soul, Extraordinary Chrysanthemum. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Lin Fan, Sacred Realm Level 2, 142. Yi Fan, Sacred Realm Level 1, 141. Bu Jingyun, Martial Soul, Unparalleled Sword. Divine Emperor, Level 126. Nia Feng, Martial Soul, Blood Drinking Madblade. Divine Emperor, Level 126. Shui Binger, Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix. Divine Emperor, Level 121. Feng Xiao, Martial Soul, Gale Two-Headed Wolf. Divine Emperor, Level 122. Wu Wu, Martial Soul, Original Martial Soul Fire Shadow. Divine King, Level 116. Hui Yun Xie Shun, Martial Soul, Fire Bullfrog. Divine Emperor, Level 125. Dugu Qiubai, Martial Soul, Dragon Snake Emperor Sword. Divine Emperor, Level 128. The strength of the Shrek team. Xiang Wen, Martial Soul, Demon Master, Sacred Realm, Level 143. Ru Meng, Martial Soul, Blaze Master. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Shimin Shui Shui, Martial Soul, Sword Leaning. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Yi Gucheng, Martial Soul, Dragon Slayer Blade. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Daimubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Wu, Martial Soul, Gentle Bone Rabbit. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Mahong Jun, Martial Soul, Phoenix. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Zhu Xing, Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul, Nine Treasure Glazed Pagoda. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Jiangzhu, Martial Soul, Healing Staff. Divine Emperor, Level 129. Witnessing the remarkable progress of the crowd, Xiang Wen could not help but marvel at the immense enhancement brought about by the abundance of celestial elixirs. Each individual possessed several soul rings crafted by Xiang Wen, rendering the need to hunt for soul rings entirely unnecessary, thereby conserving a substantial amount of time that could be devoted to cultivation. Xiang Wen glanced at the crowd and said, we cannot all go. Someone must remain to guard the spirit hall. Moreover, we have little understanding of the supreme path. If we venture forth in such large numbers and encounter danger, what shall we do? I may be able to save 1 or 2 individuals, but certainly not 10 or 8. You all deliberate among yourselves. Once you reach a consensus, we shall depart early tomorrow. I shall focus on restoring my body to its optimal condition in preparation for the perils that lie ahead on the supreme path. After inquiring, he exited the papal chamber, leaving the crowd in a state of silent contemplation, gazing at one another. Xiang Wentian pondered, with so many burdens, the path to the supreme realm, shrouded in uncertainty, could very well lead to my own demise. In Chapter 231 of Douluo, Invincible Leveling, as dawn broke, Xiang Wentian opened the door to his dormitory, inhaling the crisp morning air, and murmured to himself, I wonder if they have reached a conclusion in their discussions. Xiang Wentian sat majestically in the center of the papal chamber, summoning the assembly and inquiring, What have you deliberated upon? Who shall depart, and who shall remain? Douluo rose respectfully and replied, Your Holiness, the Elders' Hall willingly offers to remain and safeguard the Spirit Hall. We are advanced in age and have relinquished any aspirations for competition. We merely wish to enjoy our twilight years. Furthermore, the path to supremacy is best traversed through experience, and it is most fitting for our Elders' Hall to focus primarily on cultivation. Xiang Wentian nodded and said, Since the Elder Hall has made its choice, after my departure, all matters of the Spirit Hall shall be handled with full authority by Grand Elder Douluo. Understood. I am grateful for your trust, Your Holiness the Pope. Let us proceed. Xiang Wentian led the remaining members of their group, embarking on a grand journey towards the Supreme Gate, thus commencing their path to supremacy. Despite the gate being tantalizingly close, it took them 3 days to reach this point, prompting reflections on the might of the heavenly principles. Indeed, what lies far away can often feel strikingly near. Before the Supreme Gate stood an endless sea of figures, densely packed and bustling. Tang San surveyed his surroundings and remarked, It appears that there are quite a number of formidable beings from the Holy Realm on this continent. Indeed, Brother San, it seems that I, Ma Hongjun, shall have the opportunity to showcase my talents, he replied. Oscar jested, Hongjun, with your abilities, a mere gust from a Holy Realm expert would send you flying. Your talents are better suited for the restroom. Go and tend to the refuse. Are you itching for a fight, Oscar? Just watch. I'll teach you a lesson. Xiang Wentian observed Ma Hongjun and Oscar as they dashed back and forth, and he admonished, Enough. Both of you, please be quiet. After finishing their drinks, the two descended immediately. At this moment, Xiao Wu inquired, Wentian, I noticed that not everyone among this crowd is a formidable presence in the sacred realm. I have observed that some have only recently ascended to the divine realm. To Xiang Wentian, he remarked, They, like us, have ventured forth with their progeny for the purpose of honing their skills. After all, the path of supremacy has been proclaimed by the heavenly Tao. Thus it is destined to be replete with opportunities. Countless throngs converge from all directions, a tumultuous sea of humanity, with voices rising and falling in a cacophony. A resounding roar, the cry of the dragon, echoed from afar, reverberating through the consciousness and shaking the mind, imbued with boundless draconic majesty. Akin to a horde of primal beasts charging forth, causing the very heavens to tremble. Xiang Wentian observed numerous dragon knights approaching from various directions, riding their dragons towards the Supreme Gate, gathering within 100 miles. These magnificent dragons were extraordinary beings from ancient times. Some resembled colossal lizards. Others evoked the image of Eastern divine dragons, and still others took the form of soaring serpentine wyverns. Their scales glistened ominously, and an aura of lethal ferocity surrounded them, clearly bearing the marks of life and death trials. As Xiang Wentian and the others stood silently, they gazed into the distance at the menacing battalion of hundreds of dragon knights. Simultaneously, from all directions surged ancient giants riding upon 5-colored divine cattle, the serpentine demon clan with scorpion heads, and the demonic being shrouded in dark energy. A veritable sea of them. Oscar, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, Brother Tian, are all these individuals aspiring to tread the path of supremacy? Where do they hail from? And why do they appear so fearsome? Look over there. There are dozens of enormous pythons. Could they possibly devour humans? Ma Hongjun, making a face that startled Oscar, retorted, Oscar, they relish feasting on someone as delicate as you. To which Oscar replied, Do you dare to strike me with a sausage? You know that fear can indeed frighten someone to death. At that moment, those who approached on dragons and in bizarre forms arrived within 10 miles of the crowd, eliciting waves of astonished gasps. Isn't that the 18 riders of the Knights Temple? Someone exclaimed, Young man, you have quite the discerning eye. That is indeed the 18 riders of the Knights Temple, a faction of the highest caliber, comparable to the blood sea of the underworld, one of the 8 foremost powers. Guarded by supreme experts, do not underestimate them. What are the demon clan, the beast clan, and the divine beings doing here? They are all ruthless killers, truly fearsome. At this juncture, the 18 riders of the temple, leading nearly 100 dragon knights, surged towards Xiang Wentian and his companions. Despite the throngs before them, the speed of these dragon knights was undiminished. "Clear the way," roared the divine dragon, its voice reverberating through the heavens as the 18 riders advanced in unison. Clad in black gold armor that shimmered with a ghostly light, resembling a torrent of iron-clad warriors. Each dragon knight rode upon a rare primordial beast, and the leader, covered in black gold armor, revealed only a pair of red eyes that gleamed with an eerie light, exuding an air of supremacy and unmatched dominance. His mount was none other than a Yinglong, a dragon with wings, embodying unparalleled majesty. This was no ordinary Yinglong, but one that had ascended to the status of a sacred beast. "Clear the way." The 18 riders charged forth. As swift as lightning and fierce as crashing waves, their presence overwhelming, shaking the very ground beneath them, and their audacious demeanor incited immense ire. Lin Fan approached Xiang Wentian. Disdain evident in his voice. "Goodness, are they here to serve us roasted dragon meat? Just look at how impressive they all are. They are almost soaring into the heavens. And we certainly didn't agree to dine on dragon meat without payment." With a faint smile directed at the heavens, indifference met him as the crowd stood resolutely in front. At this moment, Lin Fan was fully prepared for battle. Should anyone dare to provoke him, they would surely be reduced to mere pulp. The air crackled with the sound of ripples as it was trampled upon, yet the 100 dragon knights did not linger. Swiftly departing like a tempest, leaving behind the echo of a dragon's roar, Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my, how did they make it over there? Why didn't they collide with us? Just wait until I strip them of their trousers. It's as if they weren't even wearing any." Xiang Wentian gestured towards the supreme gate, and then to the densely populated area, stating, "Our location is somewhat secluded. They may regard it as a marginal zone, overlooking places with fewer people. They are likely to seek trouble in more crowded areas." At that moment, a figure clad in golden heavy armor, wielding a Fatian Huaji, approached with a look of disdain, proclaiming, "The Heavenly Emperor's 18 knights are of no consequence. If they dare to charge at me, I shall cleave them into 18 pieces. The path to supremacy lies just ahead, and how many worthy adversaries could I possibly encounter?" Subsequently, a creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a man from the demon clan approached the members of the martial soul hall and addressed Lin Fan, saying, "The Heavenly Emperor's 18 knights have passed by you without a second glance, clearly underestimating your presence. Were it me, I would ensure their blood flowed like a river." At this juncture, Dai Mubai stepped forward and inquired of the eagle-headed demon, "Might I ask your esteemed name, brother?" The eagle-headed demon nodded and replied, "I do not dare claim a grand title. I am the son of the Eagle King from the eastern 10,000 mountains, Ing Xiaolong, pray tell." "From where do you hail, and what is your name?" Dai Mubai responded, "I am Dai Mubai, a member of the Shrek team from the Martial Soul Hall." Ing Xiaolong pondered for a moment. "Martial Soul Hall, that name sounds familiar. Ah, I recall, the number 1 on the human rankings, Xiang Wentian, is indeed the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, correct?" "Yes, our Shrek team captain is none other than Pope Xiang Wentian," Dai Mubai declared with pride. Just then, the figure clad in golden heavy armor, wielding the Fa Tian Huaji, approached with ferocity, stating, "I am Xiong Kaishan, ranked 9th on the human list. I have long wished to challenge Xiang Wentian. Where might I find your Pope?" "Insignificant wretch, you dare challenge Xiang Wentian? Only I am worthy of such a challenge." "You are beneath me," Lin Fan scoffed. Furious, Xiong Kaishan retorted, "What did you say? How dare you label me an insignificant wretch? And who do you think you are? I am Lin Fan, the indomitable peak master of the Yinhua sect. Next time you speak to me, keep your words clean, or I shall reduce you to a mere puddle of flesh." Xiang Kaishan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Could you be the second-ranked powerhouse on the human list, Lin Fan?" "Naturally. Who else could possess such a striking name?" Lin Fan replied with a smirk. "Ha, this is splendid. Today, not only have I encountered the first-ranked individual, but also the second-ranked. Fortune smiles upon me. I shall not only defeat Lin Fan today, but also conquer Xiang Wentian, who, aside from the top of the earth rankings, could possibly stand against me." Xiang Wentian had never encountered such an audacious individual. He remarked, "Can you not possess a modicum of dignity? Over the past few years, while your strength has surged, do you presume that others have remained stagnant? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon your own appearance, burly and unrefined, neither resembling a human nor a ghost." Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, the crowd erupted into laughter. "Xiang Wentian, I hold you in high regard as the foremost powerhouse on the human ranking. Do you dare to accept my challenge? What is there to fear? Bring it on. Very well. Prepare yourself. Chapter 232. The city of Yanwang. A thunderous roar resonated through the heavens and the earth as the supreme gate slowly creaked open. As Xiang Wentian beheld the slowly opening portal of time and space, he addressed Xiong Kaishan. The supreme gate is ajar. Let us embark upon the path of supremacy and engage in battle. Indeed, I concur, Xiong Kaishan replied. At that moment, an ethereal elder clad in white robes descended from above the supreme gate, his presence exuding an air of authority as he proclaimed, I am Hongjun Daozu. The path of supremacy comprises 9 trials, each replete with myriad opportunities awaiting your discovery. Life upon the path of supremacy is fleeting, akin to a firework that fades in an instant. Those below the sage rank may opt out of participation, however. Those above the sage rank and below the supreme must partake. Those who traverse all 9 trials shall attain the status of supreme deity. Now, esteemed talents and formidable beings, proceed forth. In an instant, a multitude of powerful figures surged toward the supreme gate. At that juncture, a voice resonated within Xiang Wentian's mind, urging, protect my daughter. Should any harm befall her, your existence shall be forfeit. A tremor coursed through Xiang Wentian's heart as he surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself, who is attempting to communicate with me? Surely, there has been a mistake. How could such a formidable individual misdirect their message? I suspect the sender must be quite muddled. At that moment, Ru Ming addressed Xiang Wentian, saying, Brother, let us depart. Xiang Wentian nodded slightly, turning to address the crowd, only to discover that Xiong Kaishan was among them. He inquired, Xiong Kaishan, what brings you here with us? Xiong Kaishan replied in a deep, rumbling voice. I fear you might flee, and then I would have no opportunity to challenge you. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed dismissively. Our captain would abandon the pursuit for you. You oversized fool. You certainly overestimate your own significance. Xiang Wentian nonchalantly remarked. Let him be. If he wishes to follow, so be it. We shall proceed. The crowd, swept along by an endless tide of humanity, entered the supreme gate. The moment Xiang Wentian stepped through, the entire world transformed. Beneath his feet lay a vast expanse of yellow sand, with fierce winds howling, resembling a desolate desert. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, the temperature soaring to such heights that it seemed even steel could melt with ease. As Xiang Wentian gazed upwards, he beheld the sun, which appeared to be magnified by 100-fold, resembling an enormous fireball pressing down upon him. Despite having attained the sacred realm, waves of heat assailed him relentlessly. Brother, what is this place? Why does the sun loom so large, akin to a colossal mountain resting upon our heads? I feel as though the oppressive heat is suffocating me. Lu Ming inquired, her countenance reflecting her discomfort. Xiang Wentian spoke. This cannot possibly be our original world. It must be the planet closest to the sun. Since we have arrived, we should make ourselves comfortable and press onward. The group advanced, traversing what seemed to be an endless expanse. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of any flora, and it was only upon encountering a small lake that they discovered it was filled with molten iron. They continued their journey. Look there, Qian Ruxue exclaimed, pointing ahead, her face a canvas of astonishment. The others followed her gaze and beheld a magnificent city stretching endlessly along the horizon, resembling a mirage. All were left in a state of shock, pausing to admire the grandeur of the city, which exuded not only awe but also an ancient, timeless aura. As though a voice resonated in their hearts, the first trial on the path of supremacy. After recovering from their astonishment, the group made their way toward the colossal city. As they approached closer, the magnificence of the city became apparent. It was imposing, shrouded in a heavy, ancient ambience, with walls soaring to unfathomable heights, their thickness impossible to gauge from outside. The city soared skyward, where celestial cranes soared, phoenixes sang, and dragons danced, showcasing a dazzling spectacle. Above the city gate, 3 gilded characters shimmered brightly. Yinhuang City. The enormous gate stood nearly 100 feet tall and several dozen feet wide, forged from an unknown dark material, resembling 2 colossal black mountains tightly sealed. Before the gate, countless wild beasts and ancient creatures gathered, serving as mounts for the powerful, be they human or beast. They remained silent, each one exuding unparalleled arrogance and fearlessness. In this moment, the group also spotted the Tianwang 18 riders standing proudly before nearly 100 dragon riders, embodying the essence of strength and pride. Brother, why do they not speak? Ru Ming whispered to Xiang Wentian. It must be some ancient custom. Regardless, if they remain silent, we shall do the same. We do not know what befalls the one who speaks out first. It is wise to exercise caution, Xiang Wentian replied telepathically to Ru Ming. At that moment, Ma Hongjun communicated with Xiang Wentian. Brother Tian, why has the city gate not opened yet? They remain silent, and I dare not speak either. Xiang Wentian conveyed to Ma Hongjun, wait a moment. Once all the people from every direction have gathered, open the city gates. A commanding voice reverberated, causing the crowd to wince in discomfort. The heavy, obsidian gates gradually swung open, and the throngs of people surged forth like a river merging with the ocean. The members of the Spirit Hall followed suit, entering the city where they were greeted by an endless expanse of yellow sand and boundless emptiness. Within the colossal city, there were no structures, only the yellow sand stretched infinitely, rendering the enormity of the city beyond imagination. Creak, creak, boom. The gigantic gates, devoid of any guards, closed of their own accord. Simultaneously, that authoritative voice echoed once more. I am the Lord of Yinwang City, the Supreme of Yinwang. You must survive within the city for 3 days. After 3 days, the survivors shall receive a strand of the source of the Great Tao. The countdown begins now. The crowd erupted in discussion. Brother Tao, what exactly is the source of the Great Tao? You do not know what the source of the Great Tao is. It is the essence of the Great Tao. Acquiring the source allows one to not only comprehend the profound meanings within, but also enhances one's realm, tempers the physical body, and elevates the soul, a true treasure sought after by cultivators. Then shall we simply wait here for 3 days to obtain the source of the Great Tao? Is it not too easy? Humph. How could that be possible? If there were no trials to face, the source would be given away freely. Do not indulge in such daydreams. Indeed, what you say holds merit. With a teasing tone, Xiang Wentian proposed, Xiang Kaishan. How about we engage in a fierce battle right here? Xiang Kaishan, his expression grave, replied, what are you joking about? We are unaware of the dangers that may arise. It's best to postpone our duel until after we have passed the first challenge. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and countless circular altars erupted from the earth, extending endlessly for miles. Each altar, an astonishing 100 feet in diameter, was a sight to behold. Bathed in a blood-red hue, they were adorned with myriad intricate patterns, emanating an eerie, cold light. In an instant, the altars radiated brilliance, and forth emerged colossal black spiders, ancient dinosaurs standing on 2 legs, ancient bears with golden manes, ice phoenixes, fire phoenixes, cheilants, fire dragons, and an overwhelming array of primordial beasts. Each beast possessed at least the initial cultivation of the holy level. In an uproar, the beasts roared like starving wolves, charging towards the crowd. Ha ha ha, little darlings, you have finally arrived. Today, I shall stretch my muscles and unleash a reign of terror. Lin Fan bellowed with wild laughter, his battle spirit surging as his muscles swelled, transforming him into a towering giant of over 10 feet. His sinewy form resembled a celestial dragon, with the laws of power entwined around him as he surged towards the horde of beasts. Yi Fan let out a thunderous roar, manifesting the sacred body phenomenon. The primordial essence of all things enveloped his head, and the golden Taiji circle materialized as he joined the fray. Martial soul manifest. True form of the demon angel. True form of the celestial dragon. Unleashing full power. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wentian transformed into a towering demonic angel, commanding the others. Spirit Hall, heed my call. Those who have not reached the holy rank, take shelter behind me. At that moment, all the formidable participants of the Supreme Path were engulfed in a fierce battle, the arena resonating with the cacophony of martial techniques, magical spells, and the vibrant hues of skillful lights illuminating the chaos. Chapter 233, Primal Beasts. Suddenly, hundreds of exotic beasts charged toward the throng behind Xiang Wentian. You wretched creatures, how dare you disregard my presence? Do you have the audacity to assault those under my protection? You truly court your own demise. Xiang Wentian bellowed. Unleashing a holy soul technique, he activated the first skill of his first soul ring, Golden Dragon Skybreaker. In an instant, his holy soul ring ascended into the heavens, expanding exponentially until its diameter approached a staggering 10,000 feet. A colossal golden dragon erupted from the sacred ring, descending from above. Boom. The onslaught of dozens of beasts was instantly obliterated by the golden dragon's impact, erupting into a mist of crimson. Ding. The host has slain 16 exotic beasts, earning 160,000 points. The numerous otherworldly beasts that Xiang Wentian has slain are but a mere drop in the ocean amidst the vast horde on the battlefield. As he dispatches this wave, an even greater multitude of beasts rushes towards him. bound by his duty to protect the Spirit Hall and his comrades from Shrek Academy. Xiang Wentian finds himself unable to retreat, forced to withstand the relentless onslaught of these creatures. Fortunately, his physical prowess is formidable enough that enduring several waves of attacks poses little challenge. This time, the oncoming tide of beasts exceeds the previous encounter by several times. Swelling to hundreds, clawing, roaring, and charging towards Xiang Wentian and his companions. The Shrek team and the members of the Spirit Hall are at a loss in the face of such a multitude of sacred primordial beasts. They can only cower behind Xiang Wentian, while they might muster the courage to confront a single primordial beast together. The sheer number of these formidable foes leaves them bereft of any viable strategy for defense, compelling them to seek refuge. Oscar cries out in alarm, "Brother Tian!" 3 dragons are approaching from the left, a horde of spiders from the right, and a flock of fire phoenixes is descending from the sky. Brother Tian, this is dire. Dozens of colossal primordial bulls are charging from behind. Brother Tian, it's bad. It's really bad. The Shrek team and the Spirit Hall members attempt to strike back against the beasts, only to find their defenses impenetrable, leaving them with no choice but to hide behind Xiang Wentian, yearning for his protection. Xiang Wentian beheld a multitude of ancient beasts densely surrounding the gathered crowd, their presence impenetrable. On the battlefield, the anguished cries of humanity mingled with the ferocious roars of the beasts, creating a relentless cacophony. As the battle commenced, the human side suffered devastating losses. Xiang Wentian observed that nearly half of the nearly 100 dragon knights behind Tianhuang Shabaki had suffered casualties. As Xiang Wentian surveyed the multitude of exotic beasts surrounding him, he bellowed, "Holy level soul ring, second soul skill, holy dragon sky-shattering roar." With a thunderous cry, an ethereal visage of a holy dragon materialized beside him, emitting a series of reverberating roars. The tangible sound waves radiated outward in a circular pattern, obliterating countless beasts in their wake. Some were instantly killed, while others exploded into a gruesome shower of flesh. Ding! The host has slain 46 primal beasts, earning 460,000 points. The host has slain 68 primal beasts, earning 680,000 points. The host has slain 96 primal beasts, earning 960,000 points. However, the sheer number of primal beasts was overwhelming. Just as he finished dispatching the second wave, a third wave surged forth. Xiang Wentian's gaze sharpened as he roared. Azure lotus in the sky, petals of the lotus drifting through the ages, falling mercilessly amidst the desolation, the world becomes a graveyard of bones. A colossal 36-petal azure lotus materialized above his head, ascending higher and swelling in size until it transformed into a 10,000-foot lotus. As the petals unfurled, they rained down like a torrential storm, each landing with a resounding crash, followed by a series of explosive bursts. Boom, boom, boom. In the aftermath of the explosions, countless primal beasts were reduced to swirling clouds of blood mist. In the distance, a combatant embroiled in battle with the primal beasts marveled. Who could unleash such an extensive assault? It is none other than Xiang Wentian, the esteemed Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. Truly, he is deserving of his rank as the number 1 on the human rankings. His destructive power rivals that of the top 30 on the Earth rankings. After unleashing the Azure Lotus upon the heavens, a series of system notifications resounded. The host has slain 86 ancient beasts, earning 860,000 points. The host has vanquished 108 ancient beasts, garnering 1,080,000 points. The host has dispatched 186 ancient beasts, accumulating 1,860,000 points. After clearing a vast expanse of primordial beasts, Xiang Wentian found himself once again confronted by countless primordial creatures emerging from the altar, launching another assault on the crowd. Yifan was also pressed forward towards Xiang Wentian by the relentless onslaught of these beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Fan experienced a cycle of death and resurrection, akin to an indomitable cockroach, embodying the relentless spirit of a tenacious warrior. Through this continuous dance with life and death, he underwent a profound transformation and elevation. He spoke helplessly to the heavens, "The primordial beasts are simply too numerous. I can no longer protect you. I shall open the Buddha kingdom within my palm. You all should seek refuge there." Xiang Wentian activated the Buddha kingdom within his palm, enveloping everyone in its protective embrace. Once secured, he withdrew, encapsulating them entirely within this sanctum and rendering them impervious to external threats. In the fleeting moment they were enveloped by this ethereal realm, Ru Ming conveyed a message to Xiang Wentian, saying, "Brother, you must exercise caution. Once you traverse the supreme path, I shall become your bride." He nodded gently at Xiang Wentian, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued to strike towards the primordial beasts. Fusion sphere. With a thunderous shout towards the heavens, 14 soul rings merged into a single resplendent 9-colored soul ring, the Angel of Fusion Rings. Once again, Xiang Wentian bellowed with fervor. If one were to ascertain which of the 14 soul rings possessed the mightiest soul skill, it would undoubtedly be the first soul skill of the 6th soul ring, the Angelic Pagoda. This formidable technique, reliant on an inexhaustible supply of holy power, manifests an unending barrage of strikes, each more potent than the last. Should Xiang Wentian possess boundless holy energy, the Angelic Pagoda could pierce the heavens and obliterate chaos, a notion that is not mere hyperbole. Following the fusion of his rings, the utilization of the Angelic Pagoda has amplified his power by several dozen times, albeit at the cost of a similarly relentless consumption of holy energy. Consequently, Xiang Wentian is compelled to summon the Buddha Kingdom within his palm, harnessing the celestial energies contained therein to replenish his depleting reserves. In his towering demonic angel form, he wielded the demon fist with devastating efficacy, delivering a crushing blow to each foe. Countless primordial beasts surged towards him, yet in his frenzied state, Xiang Wentian unleashed a relentless onslaught upon the advancing tide of creatures. Any primordial beast that fell under his strike was reduced to a mist of blood, dissipating into the ether. Boom, 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 ding. The host has slain a primordial unicorn, earning 10,000 points. The host has slain a primordial 8-headed dragon serpent, earning 10,000 points. The host has slain a primordial candle dragon, earning 10,000 points. As Xiang Wentian's speed escalated, it surged ever faster. He transitioned from being attacked by the primordial beasts to ultimately slaughtering them. With the passage of time, the number of angelic fist strikes unleashed by Xiang Wentian's angelic avatar proliferated, evolving from delivering a single blow to multiple at once, striking down entire groups with exhilarating delight. The cacophony of explosions reverberated like thunder. While others banded together for self-preservation, Xiang Wentian boldly charged into the throng of primordial beasts. Boom, 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 ding. The host has slain 36 primordial beasts, earning 360,000 points. The host has vanquished 72 primordial beasts, acquiring 720,000 points. The host has dispatched 108 primordial beasts, garnering 1,080,000 points. As Xiang Wentian pondered the duration of his struggle, fatigue began to envelop him. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a resounding rumble, and the colossal altar gradually receded into the depths below. In that moment, a majestic voice resonated once more. Congratulations to those who have survived. You have successfully navigated the first trial of the Supreme Path. Yet, do not let joy overwhelm you, for this initial challenge is merely the simplest of trials. What lies ahead will be far more sanguinary and terrifying. What? Even more dreadful than this? Are we not doomed? Panic surged within him. What shall I do? I barely managed to endure this time. If the next trial is even more harrowing, what will become of me? I wish to withdraw, but withdrawal would mean certain annihilation. It seemed wiser to persevere. With a stroke of fortune, perhaps he could endure until the 9th trial. Voices of disdain, fear, and unyielding courage echoed endlessly, rising and falling like a tempest. As Xiang Wentian surveyed his surroundings, he discerned that fewer than 1 in 10 had survived. Hundreds of thousands had perished at the first hurdle. With less than 50,000 remaining, one could only ponder how many would endure after 9 trials. He decided to cast aside such thoughts, for his sole focus must be on becoming stronger. Simultaneously, countless streams of mysterious yellow energy cascaded from the heavens, penetrating the bodies of all individuals present, including those within the Buddha realm. This ethereal energy seemed capable of transcending time and space, infiltrating even the sanctum of the Buddha realm. Each person received a fragment of this primordial essence, the source of the great Tao. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a fragment of the source of the great Tao. Your holy power level has advanced to level 141. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your soul has been tempered by the source of the great Tao, elevating you to the first layer of the Holy King realm. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your physical form has been honed by the source of the great Tao, raising you to the first layer of the Holy King realm. Indeed, the source of the great Tao lived up to its name, doubling Xiang Wentian's overall strength. As this transpired, a portal of time and space materialized in the sky, leading to the second trial. Xiang Wentian observed that only 18 of the heavenly desolation 18 riders remained, their dragon knights having fallen in battle. As Xiang Wentian gazed upon the ground strewn with flesh and blood, both of cultivators and primordial beasts, a surge of elation coursed through him. He proclaimed, "Let them all become a part of my strength." Instantly, his 100-foot demon angelic form manifested, dark energy surging forth to envelop the entire battlefield. Wherever this malevolent aura swept, the corpses and remnants of life withered away. Ding. The host utilized the devouring skill, acquiring 1,000 points of holy power. Ding. The host utilized the devouring skill, acquiring another 1,000 points of holy power. Ding. The host utilized the devouring skill, yet again acquiring 1,000 points of holy power. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current divine power level is 142. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The current divine power level is now 143, with 2 additional levels gained. I feel more assured as I approach the second challenge, Xiang Wentian declared with unwavering confidence. Upon reviewing the system panel, the details were as follows. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Soul, Demon Angel Cultivation, Holy Level Soul, First Layer of Holy King Physical Body, First Layer of Holy King Holy Power, Level 143, 3. 006, 840, 000, Soul Rings, 9 colored, 166, 666, 666 years, 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 rainbow colored, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 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 colored, 166, 666, 666 years, soul skills. 1. First soul skill, Space Lock. Time Freeze. 2. Second soul skill, Angelic Glory. Demonic Fury. 3. Third soul skill, Angelic Holy Judgment. Demonic Sky Slash. 4. Fourth soul skill, Angelic Divine Light. Death Ray. 5. Fifth soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash. Demonic Kiss. 6. Sixth soul skill, Angelic Pagoda. Angelic Meteor Fall. 7. Seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Form. Demonic True Form. 8. Eighth soul skill, Annihilation Strike. Extinction of All. 9. Ninth soul skill, Breaking Through the 9 Heavens. Primordial Tremor. God level soul skill, Great Chasm Divine Sword. Infinite usage. God King soul skill, Heaven Slaying, Earth Cutting, Time's Relentless Passage. God Emperor soul skill, Veiling the Heavens, Eye of World Destruction. God Sovereign soul skill, Violent Hurricane Slash, Extreme Earth Drill. Sacred level soul skill, Golden Dragon Skybreaker, Sacred Dragon's Roar. Soul Bones, Skull of the Demon Angel War God. Backbone of the Demon Angel War God. Left arm of the Demon Angel War God. Right leg of the Demon Angel War God. Left leg of the Demon Angel War God. Right arm of the Ignoring Defense of the Breaking Army Demon. Soul Bone skill, War God Manifestation, Fusion skill of the Demon Angel War God Soul Bone. Ignoring Defense. Breaking Army Strike, skill accompanying the right arm bone of the Breaking Army Demon. Divine skills, Buddha's Palm, Heavenly Punishment 9 forms, True Form of the Celestial Dragon. Sacred skills, 9 colored Sky Piercing Finger, Azure Lotus in the Sky. Points, 2, 500, 002, 222. Cultivation Method, True Scripture of the Demon Annihilation, Sovereign Body of the Azure Sky. Ability, Devour, the capability to consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. As Xiang Wentian glanced at the ravaged city of the first level, he turned to join Yi Fan, Lin Fan, and the others as they step through the portal to the second level. Chapter 234, The Abyssal Marsh. In the second level, Xiang Wentian appears. A stark contrast to the first. This stage is an endless expanse of marshland, with a solitary wooden bridge formed from the very essence of the Great Tao, stretching across its center, seemingly infinite. The heavens and earth are shrouded in a murky darkness, akin to the imminent arrival of night, while a chilling aura seeps into the skin, penetrating to the marrow. Even more terrifying is the overwhelming force of gravity. Even a saintly being, who could not be devoured by a black hole, finds themselves unable to soar in this realm. Thousands stand at the water's edge, none daring to traverse the bridge, all waiting for the first brave soul to venture forth. Prominently displayed on the shore is a stone tablet, its inscriptions capturing Xiang Wentian's attention. As he approaches, he reads that those who cross the nether marsh to reach the opposite shore may obtain a wisp of nether breath. This breath is said to fortify a cultivator's abilities, refine the body, and elevate the soul. At this moment, the leader of the 18 riders of Tian Wang surveys the surroundings, noting the collective hesitation to cross the wooden bridge. With a voice full of arrogance, he proclaims, "What a bunch of cowards. A true cultivator should forge ahead, undaunted by peril. Since none of you dare to brave the bridge, allow me to be the first to take the plunge." With that declaration, he mounts his dragon steed and strides toward the bridge. The remaining 17 riders express their concern. "Brother, be cautious. Fear not, my brothers. These timid souls will not dare to cross. We cannot be trapped here. With my cultivation, I can retreat calmly even in the face of danger." Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, the leader of the 18 riders of Tian Wang carefully steps onto the bridge, which sways slightly beneath him. Gradually, he advances into the distance, slowly vanishing into the encroaching darkness. Before long, a shout echoes from the far end of the bridge, "Brothers, the way ahead is safe. You should come over." Upon hearing their leader's voice, the remaining 17 riders exchange glances and then step onto the bridge. Once all the 18 riders have disappeared into the night, the others observe that no danger lurks upon the bridge and begin to follow suit. Stepping onto the bridge and venturing into the unknown, Xiang Wentian followed closely behind the throng, stepping onto the narrow wooden bridge. At that moment, a long line of individuals traversed the bridge, which swayed gently beneath their feet, emitting a creaking sound. The seemingly endless expanse of the bridge was alive with a bustling crowd, yet not a single sound escaped their lips. Everyone gazed down at the marshy ground below, where bubbles incessantly rose to the surface, releasing thick marsh gas. However, for beings of saintly strength, this gas posed no threat whatsoever. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the air as a flash of lightning illuminated the dark mist, striking as if it were right above their heads. The thunder that followed was deafening, arriving simultaneously with the lightning, defying the conventional wisdom that light travels faster than sound. This startling occurrence sent a jolt of fear through the cautious travelers. Amidst the brilliance of the lightning, Xiang Wentian seemed to discern a pair of eyes intently fixated on the throngs below, rendering the atmosphere even more eerily silent. No one dared to utter a sound, as the nature of the monstrous presence lurking in this uncanny space remained a mystery. Suddenly, the cawing of crows pierced the silence, injecting a tinge of terror into the already ominous ambience. An elder, a formidable figure from the sacred realm, murmured to Xiang Wentian, "When a crow passes overhead, calamity is sure to follow. Could it be that danger is imminent?" Just as he finished his whispered portent, a series of anguished cries echoed from ahead. Xiang Wentian beheld countless tentacles, reminiscent of those of an octopus, rapidly extending from the swamp, ensnaring dozens of individuals within its murky depths. Even the mightiest among them, those of saintly caliber, found themselves utterly powerless to escape, underscoring the formidable strength of this tentacled monstrosity, which far surpassed even that of the saints. In an instant, a cacophony of battle energy, magic, soul techniques, and martial skills erupted within the swamp, as tens of thousands of saint-level warriors unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the source of the tentacles. The mire exploded skyward, sending foul-smelling sludge to heights of 100 feet, the stench overwhelming and nauseating. A massive black insect, measuring 100 feet in length and covered in writhing tentacles, was catapulted from the swamp by the combined might of the warriors, instantly transforming into a rain of putrid flesh and blood. The crowd hastily activated their protective barriers, bracing for the deluge of repugnant sludge and decaying meat that fell upon them like rain. The relentless bombardment continued. Yet this monstrous creature was the sole casualty expelled from the swamp. Meanwhile, the pace of the crowd quickened significantly. Lin Fan, blood dripping from his hand, turned to Xiang Wentian and said, I must ascend to uncover the nature of this entity. Until I ascertain the truth, my mind shall remain unsettled. Xiang Wentian initially intended to dissuade him, but Lin Fan, transformed into a towering giant, leaped into the mire. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Fan, eager to witness the monstrous entities lurking within the swamp. As the crowd hastily advanced, they glanced back with anticipation. The moment Lin Fan's foot touched the swamp, his body plummeted rapidly into the depths. He had intended to unleash a barrage within the murky waters, yet found himself unable to exert any force. Just as he began to sink into the quagmire, it felt as though an unseen force seized him and dragged him further into the abyss. What could possibly have pulled him in? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan reappeared beside Xiang Wentian. The latter inquired, "What manner of creature lies beneath that brought about your demise?" Lin Fan shook his head, replying, "I cannot say. I merely felt a pair of enormous hands grasping my legs. Beyond the swamp, I could see nothing. I had intended to strike downward, but in the next instant, I was dead. You do not even know how you perished?" Xiang Wentian pressed. Lin Fan nodded, expressing his resignation. "I shall descend once more." With that, he spat a drop of blood into Xiang Wentian's hand and plunged back into the mire. Just as before, Lin Fan was once again ensnared by the swamp's depths. 10 seconds later, he revived yet again. Xiang Wentian inquired, "Do you now comprehend what it is?" Lin Fan shook his head in response, saying, "I know nothing. I am utterly ignorant of it, yet I remain alive." Not only Xiang Wentian, but the others were also left speechless. This was Lin Fan, who possessed an immortal body. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished countless times over. "I shall descend once more to investigate," Lin Fan declared, his voice brimming with fury. Xiang Wentian quickly grasped him, saying, "Let it go. Even if you descend 10,000 times, the outcome remains unchanged. We should hasten our pace and pass through the second level to leave this place as soon as possible." Lin Fan snorted in anger and replied, "I will eventually uncover the identity of the creature that has slain me twice." At that moment, a person from the Buddhist realm within his palm communicated with Xiang Wentian, saying, "Brother, I wish to venture outside. We are all feeling stifled in here." Xiang Wentian addressed Echo, "It is perilous outside. Do not emerge just yet. Focus on thoroughly refining the source of the Tao, and within the Buddhist realm of your palm, cultivate diligently." "Oh." Ru Ming reluctantly acquiesced. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, the terror instilled by the titanic insect's tendrils still lingering, leaving the people uncertain of what monstrous entity might manifest next. Consequently, their pace quickened, transforming into a frantic run. As they rushed, the wooden bridge creaked ominously, infusing the stillness with an unsettling atmosphere. Caw, caw, caw. The cawing of crows resounded once more. The crowd could hear the calls, yet the crows remained unseen. Thunder rumbled, and with a crack, lightning illuminated the pitch-black sky. In a fleeting moment, Xiang Wentian caught sight of those colossal eyes observing them. Another thunderous crack echoed, deafening, and then the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. Astonishing Xiang Wentian with its crimson hue, accompanied by a potent scent of blood. Blood rain. Simultaneously, the crowd traversing the narrow bridge gasped in shock. Yi Fan, positioned ahead of Xiang Wentian, inquired gravely, "How can it rain blood from the sky? Is it human blood, or that of a beast?" Running before Yi Fan was a monk, who proclaimed loudly, "This is indeed human blood. There can be no mistake. I am known as Dui, a slayer of wicked souls. The malevolent whom I have dispatched number in the tens of millions, and I am most familiar with this scent of blood. Why does it rain blood from the sky? Master, do you know?" Yi Fan pressed again. "I do not know, but I sense that a demon must be arising." The monk replied. Suddenly, a chilling female laugh echoed through the air, sending shivers down their spines. In an instant, the crowd halted, eyes warily scanning the sky, prepared for imminent battle. Amidst the pitch-black void, the haunting wails of women pierced the silence, their cries filled with despair, causing the hairs on their necks to stand on end. "Reveal yourself, foul creature. Are you waiting for me to obliterate your very essence?" Dewey roared. Thousands of ears perked up at Dewey's fierce proclamation, their vigilance heightened as they scrutinized the dark abyss. A melodious female voice emerged from the void. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So many of you, I can hardly keep count. Welcome to the Nether Marsh. Since you have arrived, why not become my slaves?" Dewey retorted angrily, "Impudent demon, you dare to disregard me." Eightfold heavenly dragon seal. A golden dragon soared forth from the hands of Dewey, hurtling into the sky. Suddenly, a pale hand in the air expanded in an instant, grasping the golden dragon with a gentle yet firm grip. In a mere moment, The dragon transformed into shimmering golden ripples, vanishing into the void. The onlookers were left in a state of utter astonishment. After all, Dewey was a formidable saint-level warrior. Yet his attack had failed to inflict any harm upon his opponent. Dewey himself gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? My most powerful strike, the 8 parts heavenly dragon seal of the demon's subduing technique, has been effortlessly thwarted." At that moment, the crowd began to regain their composure, and someone shouted, "Kill this monstrosity!" Instantly, a multitude of energy blades, soul techniques, magical rings, and potent martial arts surged toward the sky, transforming the heavens into a kaleidoscope of colors, punctuated by the sounds of explosions and slashes. Chapter 235. The undying vengeful spirit. In an instant, the void erupted like a myriad of fireworks, the thunderous roars reverberating through the cosmos. The guests' offerings seem rather unfriendly. The maidens are ready to receive. A melodious voice echoed once more. "Yes, mother." Countless voices chimed from the heavens and the marshes. Soon after, a multitude of women clad in flowing white dresses, their hair cascading wildly, descended from the skies, rushing toward the crowd. Concurrently, a swarm of similarly dressed figures emerged from the marshes, extending their ghastly pale hands to grasp at the ankles of the onlookers. Xiang Wentian beheld the ghastly visages of these women, their pallid complexions drained of vitality, their hollow eye sockets devoid of orbs. Some bore flesh hanging loosely from their faces, swaying grotesquely with each movement, exposing skeletal teeth bereft of lips, evoking an instinctive shudder of revulsion. "Brother, come down and keep us company. We're so lonely." Countless feminine voices cooed with alluring sweetness. Yet the sight of their mutilated countenances provoked nothing but primal horror and visceral disgust. Xiang Wentian promptly unleashed his demonic angelic form in true dragon essence, engaging in fierce battle against those grotesque, inhuman women on the narrow wooden bridge. These horrifying figures, clad in white, exuded an overwhelming aura of seduction in their voices. Many powerful individuals with wavering resolve, upon catching sight of these women, displayed lascivious expressions, leaping into the mire like famished wolves. Yet, in that very moment of their descent, they would be enveloped by countless disheveled women, who would devour them in an instant. It was then that Xiang Wentian comprehended why Lin Fan had been dragged into the swamp and met his demise without a trace. The air was filled with a cacophony of roars, lewd laughter, and furious shouts. "Brother, do not leap into the swamp. Those women are not human. They are monsters. Wake up. Master, please awaken. Do not let these humanoid fiends ensnare you. Do not jump. Elders, come to your senses. If you jump down, your life will be forfeit." The calls of alarm and fury melded into a chorus as humanity found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Lin Fan transformed into a towering giant, his muscles rippling like a dragon, obliterating the disheveled women emerging from the swamp with explosive force. Yi Fan, embodying the sacred body, radiated a golden Tai Chi ring around him, the essence of creation encircling his head, wielding the 6 realms reincarnation fist with immense power, vanquishing enemies on the spot. Xiong Kaishan wielded his Feng Tian painted halberd with impenetrable ferocity, surrounded by countless disheveled women yet untouched, his heavy armor providing astonishing defense against the relentless assaults that merely sparked harmlessly against it. At this juncture, only 12 of the Heavenly Desolation 18 riders remained, their unity with their steeds amplifying their combat prowess twofold. Standing shoulder to shoulder on the narrow bridge, they annihilated wave after wave of white-clad women. Simultaneously, thousands fought fiercely on the narrow wooden bridge. Despite being at a disadvantage, humanity persisted in their valiant resistance. Though the disheveled women were numerous, they could not secure victory despite their relentless assaults. The casualties among the cultivators continued to rise, yet they remained steadfast in their defense. As Xiang Wentian's fury surged, his martial soul transformed into the formidable form of a 100-foot demonic angel, merging with the essence of a heavenly dragon. He bellowed, "The war god has descended." A resplendent golden armor enveloped the demonic angel, unleashing a torrent of soul skills and martial techniques. With the 5th soul ring activated, he executed his first soul skill, Angelic Flame Slash. A circular wave of fiery energy erupted from his hand, cleaving through the void, obliterating countless spectral figures of white-clad women, reducing them to wisps of smoke. Next, he summoned the sacred soul ring for his first soul skill, Celestial Dragon's Cataclysm. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal golden dragon descended from the heavens, plunging into the mire and erupting with a cataclysmic explosion, sending the spectral women flying, dissipating into the ether. Then came the 9-colored cataclysmic finger, rays of radiant energy in shades of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white rained down like laser beams, relentlessly targeting the white-clad apparitions emerging from the swamp. At that moment, Xiang Wentian realized a grim truth. Despite vanquishing so many of these spectral figures, the system's notification had not sounded. The answer was clear. These apparitions were devoid of life, likely illusions conjured by the guardians of this realm. With this revelation, he shouted to his companions, "Flee. These spectral women are endless. They are undying phantoms born of illusion." After the leader of the Tianhuang 18 riders let out a fierce roar towards the heavens, he swiftly realized the peril behind him and shouted to his comrades, "Run." In an instant, tens of thousands began to flee, gradually increasing their pace as none wished to be left behind. Chaos ensued, resulting in a stampede. Accompanied by a cacophony of furious shouts and curses that echoed incessantly, Xiang Wentian presented the true form of the demon angel. With Yifan in his left hand and Lin Fan in his right, while a bear Kaishan dangled from his ankle. Within the palm of his hand lay the Buddhist realm, safeguarding the spirit hall and the Shrek team, among others. The aura of the demon angel radiated malevolence, and its colossal, dark foot stomped over the heads of the throngs below, vanishing into the distance in an instant. Behind him, a cacophony of furious curses erupted. Xiang Wentian paid no heed to the vitriol hurled at him. He understood that in this perilous dance of survival, it was the one who fled last who would meet the swiftest demise. Chapter 236. The Celestial Python Sovereign. The crowd fled in a desperate scramble, relentlessly pursued by the undying vengeful spirits, akin to parasites clinging to their bones. After an indeterminate period of flight, they discerned a brilliant light ahead. As they entered the luminosity, they beheld a radiant sun suspended in the heavens, casting down its searing brilliance. The once treacherous swamp beside the narrow bridge transformed into an endless sea of blossoms. The vengeful spirits, upon reaching this floral expanse, seemed to recoil in trepidation, letting out a few dissatisfied howls before retreating. Seeing the spirits withdraw, the group collectively exhaled in relief. The toll of the swamp had claimed over 20,000 cultivators at the hands of the undying spirits, leaving more than 30,000 survivors uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead, proceeding with utmost caution. Xiang Wentian beheld an endless expanse of flowers, interspersed with an array of carnivorous plants such as pitcher plants, sundews, and Venus flytraps. These botanical wonders towered impressively, some reaching heights of several hundred zhang, while even the shorter varieties stood majestically at dozens of zhang. A sense of perplexity filled Xiang Wentian's mind. Why did these insectivorous plants thrive in this realm? And why were they of such extraordinary stature? Xiang Wentian pondered the characteristics of various carnivorous plants. The Nepenthes, or pitcher plants, are a group of herbaceous plants endowed with the ability to prey upon insects. In their natural habitat, these plants often grow in a prostrate manner, featuring a complex leaf structure comprising petioles, leaf blades, and tendrils. The tendrils expand and curl back to form a pitcher-like structure that captures insects. Nepenthes bear racemose inflorescences, with small flowers that are either green or purple. The pitcher-shaped apex of the leaf serves as a tool for predation, with the edges of the opening and the lid secreting a nectar-like substance to entice insects. The smooth rim of the pitcher causes insects to slip inside, where they succumb to the liquid secreted at the bottom, which subsequently decomposes their bodies, allowing for nutrient absorption. The Nepenthes belong to the family Sarraceniaceae, within the genus Nepenthes. Their tubular leaves secrete digestive fluids that, when mixed with rainwater, facilitate the decay of trapped insects. In essence, they utilize their leaves to ensnare and digest ants, wasps, and other insects. Typically, these plants attract prey using sweet nectar, with numerous nectar glands located near the pitcher opening secreting a fructose-rich liquid to lure insects. Upon consumption of this toxic nectar, the insects become disoriented or paralyzed, leading to their demise. The Dionaea muscipula, commonly known as the Venus flytrap, is a vascular plant that is highly regarded among carnivorous species. It possesses a complete root system, stem, leaves, flowers, and seeds. The leaves are the most prominent and functional parts, equipped with spiny hairs and red, stalkless glands that resemble a gaping maw, reminiscent of a fearsome predator. This plant thrives in sunny windowsills or balconies and can also be cultivated in dedicated planting troughs. It is celebrated as nature's carnivorous marvel. Sarracenia, or sundew plants, rely primarily on chlorophyll for photosynthesis to manufacture nutrients. However, a select few, such as sundews, can capture small insects to supplement their nutrient intake. These plants ensnare their prey and subsequently secrete digestive fluids to absorb the nutrients from the insect bodies. Drosera, another carnivorous plant, often flourishes in meadows or moist rocky surfaces. Its leaves, arranged in a rosette, are spoon-shaped with glandular hairs along the edges. When insects land on the leaves, the glandular hairs envelop them, while sticky secretions immobilize the prey. The digestive fluids released break down the insect's proteins and nutrients, which are then absorbed through the leaf surface. The yellow-flowered Utricularia, a submerged carnivorous plant, is a notable member of the bladderwort family. Apart from its inflorescence, it remains submerged in water, featuring egg-shaped traps that capture tiny aquatic insects or zooplankton. During summer and autumn, its flower spikes rise above the water's surface, blooming into yellow, lip-shaped flowers. Finally, the Utricularia vulgaris, a carnivorous plant dwelling in marshy wetlands, is an annual herb with upright stems and creeping branches. Its traps develop on the creeping stems, and due to its carnivorous nature, it possesses no large chlorophyll-containing leaves. The top of the stem bears several small yellow flowers, and during fruiting, the calyx enlarges and droops, resembling a spoon. At this point, Xiang Wentian's expression grew solemn. Suddenly, Yi Fan exclaimed, "Pitcher plants, sundews, Venus flytraps, and bladderworts. How could there be such formidable plants? Surely, they do not consume humans, do they?" Xiang Wentian spoke gravely. Theoretically, it is indeed possible. Everyone, be cautious. Many cultivators, unfamiliar with this peculiar flora, dismiss the plants, believing that with the departure of the relentless vengeful spirits, their safety was assured. Hundreds of cultivators traversed the narrow bridge and ventured into the sea of flowers, engaging in idle chatter. One cultivator approached an enormous Venus flytrap and remarked, "What sort of plant is this? The two lobes of its leaves are connected like crescent moons, and such expansive leaves could comfortably accommodate 5 individuals." At that moment, the colossal flytrap, resembling 2 gigantic crescent-shaped leaves, suddenly snapped shut, ensnaring the inquisitive cultivator in an instant. A piercing scream echoed through the air, marking the onset of a macabre spectacle as the surrounding vegetation frantically surged toward the crowd. The massive tendrils of the pitcher plant ensnared several cultivators, drawing them into its hanging traps, their struggles quickly silenced. Just then, a gigantic Sarracenia directed its wide opening towards Xiang Wentian, and an overwhelming force of suction enveloped him, lifting him off the ground. Xiang Wentian was taken aback, pondering whether this bottle grass had somehow gained sentience, for it exhibited a peculiar pulling force. With this thought racing through his mind, he bellowed, "True form of the demon angel, true form of the heavenly dragon, embodiment of the god of war, unleash all firepower." In an instant, Xiang Wentian transformed into the formidable 100-foot form of the demon angel, his body now thrice the size of the bottle grass itself. The colossal form of the demon angel straightened with utmost resolve, and with every ounce of strength, he delivered a powerful kick to several openings of the bottle grass. With a thunderous crash, the enormous bottle grass was reduced to mere fragments by Xiang Wentian's decisive strike. Ding! Host has eliminated the bottle grass, earning 10,000 points. Xiang Wentian, shaken by the presence of celestial demons and angels, soared into the sky, proclaiming with a thunderous voice, "Azure lotus fills the heavens, petals of the lotus. Drifting through the ages, azure lotus scatters, lotus flowers fall into the indifferent void. The world is vast and filled with corpses." A single azure blossom swiftly ascended, transforming into a towering azure lotus. This lotus erupted in midair, dispersing into countless azure petals that plummeted, crashing into the sea of flowers below. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a multitude of mushroom clouds erupted from the floral expanse, powerful shockwaves radiating outward in a circular motion, tearing apart enormous flora in their wake. Ding! The host has slain 36 pitcher plants, earning 36,000 points. The host has slain 72 golden traps, earning 72,000 points. The host has slain 108 yellow-flowered Utricularia, earning 108,000 points. At that moment, Xiang Wentian observed the crowd rushing forward, while Yu Fan, Lin Fan, and Xiong Kaishan valiantly battled the encroaching monstrous vegetation. Xiang Wentian shouted, "Do not linger in battle, flee swiftly." The 3 paused, realizing that nearly everyone else had already fled. Seizing Lin Fan and Yi Fan, Xiang Wentian, with Xiong Kaishan clinging to his formidable Blackfoot, dashed forward. Enormous vines and branches continuously obstructed his path, but Xiang Wentian exerted all his strength to shatter thousands of tendrils and flower branches, racing along a narrow bridge toward the horizon. As he gazed ahead, he beheld a colossal mountain blocking their path. Upon reaching it, He realized it was no mountain, but rather a gigantic serpent coiling like a mountainous behemoth. The serpent's size was unprecedented, a marvel of the mundane world. Countless individuals gazed in awe at the serpent, and as the last few approached, it lifted its mountain-like head and spoke. I am the guardian of the second trial. You must unite to defeat me to proceed. Unite to defeat you? How could that be possible? Esteemed elder, you must be a formidable being of the supreme rank. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. The serpent replied slowly. I have tread the path of supremacy for less than a millennium. This trial is perfectly suited for you. At this moment, only the leader of the Tianwang 18 riders remained, the rest having perished in battle. The leader respectfully addressed the serpent. Elder, is it not a bit excessive to impose such a challenge? We are all beings of the sacred realm. The strongest among us barely reaching the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Even with our numbers, victory against you seems impossible. If you are intent on making this difficult for us, please allow us to depart. The serpent snorted coldly. Intentionally making things difficult? No. There once was a peak sacred realm warrior who challenged me, a being of the initial stage of supremacy, and succeeded. How can this be deemed unfair? This cannot be. The chasm between the peak of the sacred realm and the initial stage of supremacy is insurmountable. How could anyone from the sacred realm challenge and succeed against one of the supremacy? The leader of the Tianhuang 18 riders could hardly believe. Not only was he incredulous, but the entire assembly wore expressions of disbelief. One of the saintly powerhouses inquired, Esteemed elder, may I ask the name of that formidable individual? The giant serpent replied slowly. He hails from a parallel universe, known as the Supreme Tao Buddha. The Supreme Tao Buddha, we seem to have never heard of such a formidable being before. Inquired, Senior, must one attain the supreme realm to traverse the cosmos? The great serpent responded slowly. No, a saint can move freely within the original world. A saint king can step into the starry universe and roam through space. A saint emperor can navigate the entirety of chaos. Ultimately, the supreme realm allows for the traversal of multiple planes, reaching into another universe. The supreme being possesses boundless power, able to journey beyond the universe, unrestrained by the chaos of the great Tao, and even create universes, obliterating the starry skies. Incredible, exclaimed. At that moment, a resolute belief filled his heart. I must survive. Only by surviving can I seek out the Milky Way and return to my homeland. With this thought, firmly asked, may I inquire when the senior shall test us? Before anyone could respond, the great serpent swiftly diminished in size, ultimately transforming into an elderly figure with a youthful visage, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. He spoke gently. I am the supreme celestial python. Are you prepared? I shall commence my assault now, before the assembly could react. The supreme celestial python charged towards them with a velocity surpassing light by thousands of times. Chapter 237, The Breath of the Netherworld. Boom, boom, boom. Before anyone could respond, dozens were reduced to blood mist. The supreme celestial python sneered. So these are the countless talents following the merging of planes? They seem somewhat weak. Hardly a challenge. You, ancient wretch, are far too arrogant. Have you not considered whether Lin Fan, the invincible peak master of the Flame Hua sect, would consent? Lin Fan bellowed. Transforming into a giant over 10 zhang tall, his muscles bulging like a dragon, as he charged towards the supreme celestial python. Although Lin Fan appeared overwhelmingly powerful, he could not withstand even a single strike from the supreme celestial python, being obliterated into blood mist. The supreme celestial python scoffed, saying, such bravado, yet lacking in strength. Have you inflated your own ego to the heavens? Xiang Wentian was utterly astonished. He was well aware of Lin Fan's prowess. Yet, witnessing him being reduced to a mere mist of blood was beyond comprehension. How could one with such supreme strength be so overwhelmingly powerful? Moments later, Lin Fan resurrected, transforming once more into a colossal figure, charging toward the celestial python supreme. However, before he could close the distance, he was once again obliterated into a mist of blood. The celestial python supreme uttered a soft exclamation, musing to himself, an immortal body. This lad possesses remarkable fortune. I wonder from where he has cultivated such an indestructible form. Nevertheless, even so, he shall remain nothing more than mere cannon fodder, for without ascendance to supremacy, he is destined to be but an ant. Yifan let out a thunderous roar, exerting every ounce of his strength to hurl the primordial chi cauldron at the celestial python supreme. The supreme did not even cast a glance at it, delivering a single punch that instantly transformed the cauldron into primordial essence. Simultaneously, Yifan's complexion turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The primordial chi cauldron was intrinsically linked to Yifan's soul. Thus, when it suffered such grave damage? How could he escape unscathed? He retrieved the cauldron, reshaping it into a smaller vessel, and gasped in horror. The might of the celestial Python Supreme is such that even the immortals of my original world would not stand a chance against him. Xiang Wentian cast a teasing glance at Xiang Kaishan, who was hiding behind him, and remarked, "Why don't you step forward and engage in battle with the heavenly Python Supreme? Are you not a fervent warrior, consumed by your passion for martial arts?" Xiang Kaishan's lips quivered as he retorted, "Being a fervent warrior and being infatuated with martial arts are entirely different matters from courting death, you know. Why don't you go up and confront that old fellow?" Xiang Wentian smiled and said, "Have you not always yearned to challenge me? Today, I shall reveal to you the true extent of my prowess." After conversing with the Buddha kingdom in his palm, Xiang Wentian let out a resounding roar, merged the rings. The soul bones fused into one, rendering defenses irrelevant. Every soul ring rapidly amalgamated into a singular entity. The sound of the soul bones clicking resonating as they transformed into a suit of soul bone armor, enveloping the towering figure of the demon angel. At this stage of mastery, Xiang Wentian had already attained a level of control over the soul bones that allowed for effortless manipulation. However, he had never encountered an adversary of such formidable strength before, merely having used them in previous encounters. Angel Stupa. The source of power now resides within me. Within the fourth circle and the Buddha kingdom in his palm, all sources of power swiftly coiled around Xiang Wentian like chains. Witnessing the most powerful version of Xiang Wentian, Xiang Kaishan could not help but feel a sense of self-deprecation, stating, "I once believed I had made significant advancements in my strength, that I possessed the capability to challenge Xiang Wentian. Today, I have come to realize just how insignificant my power truly is." With a mighty roar, Xiang Wentian charged towards the celestial Python Supreme. Boom! The celestial Python Supreme did not retreat from Xiang Wentian. Instead, it effortlessly blocked his attack with a casual punch. Disdainfully remarking, "Too weak, hardly worth my attention." Xiang Wentian fixed his gaze and exclaimed, "Is that so? Then let me demonstrate the might of my second punch." With a resounding crash, the Sky Python Supreme, who was in the midst of attacking others, effortlessly countered Xiang Wentian's assault with a single strike. The expression on the Sky Python Supreme's face shifted as he remarked, "This punch possesses nearly double the power of the previous one. This young man is rather intriguing. I am eager to witness the true extent of your strength." With that, the Sky Python Supreme charged towards Xiang Wentian. Xiang Wentian's expression hardened as he swiftly unleashed his third punch. Boom! The two fists collided, sending Xiang Wentian hurtling backwards. The heavenly Python Sovereign's expression shifted once more as he remarked, "This martial technique is impressive. Each punch surpasses the last. Who imparted this technique to you? And what is its name?" With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wentian charged once more, declaring, "This is my self-created martial technique, named Angelic Pagoda." The two engaged in another clash. And once again, Xiang Wentian was sent hurtling backward. The celestial Python Sovereign chuckled, "Not bad. It seems your talent is quite remarkable. Indeed worthy of being the strongest among mankind. However, despite this, the gap in our powers is insurmountable. You cannot hope to defeat me. I am the one who selects talents for the Tao of Heaven. You have passed the test. I may have passed, but I must take my 3 brothers with me. Very well, but you must withstand one of my punches. If you can bear it, those who accompany you may advance. If you cannot, you shall perish, dissipating into nothingness." Agreed, but allow me a moment to prepare. After saying this, Xiang Wentian unleashed a staggering 999 punches into the air. Just as he executed his 10,000th punch, he lost control and shouted at the celestial Python Sovereign, "Dare to exchange blows with me?" The celestial Python Sovereign smiled faintly and replied, "Now this is intriguing. Then receive my punch." Boom! The two fists collided, causing the celestial Python Sovereign to take a step back, while Xiang Wentian spat blood. His demonic angelic form forcibly shattered. Witnessing this, Lin Fan swiftly soared into the air, catching the retreating Xiang Wentian with concern. "Are you all right, Xiang Wentian?" "I'm fine. Merely suffering the backlash from the shattering of my demonic angelic form. My soul and body have been impacted, but a couple of days of rest will suffice. However, during this period, I cannot utilize any holy power, so I will need your protection." At that moment, the celestial Python Sovereign announced, "Xiang Wentian, you have passed. Take your friends and depart." No sooner had the celestial Python Sovereign spoken than dozens of strands of nether breath descended from the heavens, enveloping Xiang Wentian, Lin Fan, Yi Fan, Xiang Kaishan, and the others from the Buddhist realm. As the nether breath entered Xiang Wentian's body, the trauma to his soul and body swiftly vanished. Simultaneously, the celestial demon annihilation scripture within him began to automatically refine this immense nether breath. Soon after, the system's notification sounded. Ding. The host has refined the nether breath. Soul power has advanced to the 3rd level of Saint King. Ding. The host has refined the nether breath. Physical realm has ascended to the 3rd level of Saint King. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your ascension. Your current divine power level stands at 146. Name: Xiang Wentian, Martial Soul. Demon Angel Cultivation. Sacred Level Soul. 3rd layer of the Sacred King Physical Body. 3rd layer of the Sacred King Divine Power. 0 Soul Rings. 9 Color. Duration: 166. 666. 666 years. 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 Rainbow Color. Duration: 166. 666. 666 years. 9 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 Color. Duration: 166. 666. 666 years. Soul Skills. First Soul Skill. Space Lock. Time Stasis. Second Soul Skill. Angelic Glory. Demon Fury. Third Soul Skill. Angelic Judgment. Demon Sky / 4th Soul Skill. Angelic Divine Light. Death Ray. 5th Soul Skill. Angelic Flame / Demon Kiss. 6th Soul Skill. Angelic Pagoda. Meteor Shower of Angels. 7th Soul Skill. True Form of Martial Soul. True Form of Demon. 8th Soul Skill. Annihilation Strike. Obliteration of all. 9th Soul Skill. Breaking Through the 9 Heavens. Primordial Tremor. Divine Level Soul Skill. Giant Sword of the Abyss. Unlimited Use God King Soul Skill. Heaven Cleaving. Eternal Haste. God Emperor Soul Skill. Veiling the Sky. Eye of World Destruction. God Monarch Soul Skill. Violent Hurricane / Extreme Heaven and Earth Drill. Sacred Level Soul Skill. Golden Dragon Sky Shattering Strike. Sacred Dragon Roar. Soul Bones. Skull of the War God of the Demon Angel. Backbone of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left arm of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Defensive ignoring right arm of the Breaking Army Demon Soulbone Skills. War God Manifestation. Fusion skill of the War God Soulbone of the Demon Angel. Defensive ignoring. Breaking Army Strike. Accompanying skill of the Breaking Army Demon Right Arm Bone. Divine Skills. Buddha's Palm. 9 forms of Divine Punishment. True Form of the Celestial Dragon. Sacred Skills. 9 Color Sky Breaking Finger. Azure Lotus in the Sky Points. 2, 500, 666. 666 Cultivation Method. True Scriptures of the Celestial Demon Annihilation. Overbearing Body of the Heavens Ability. Devour. Capable of consuming the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. After Xiang Wentian and the others refined the breath of the underworld, they stood up and proceeded forward, unimpeded by the celestial Python sovereign. However, upon witnessing Xiang Wentian and his companions advance, the others followed suit. Noticing this, the celestial Python sovereign interjected, stating, "They are permitted to pass as they have succeeded in the trial, but for you to proceed, you must first endure my examination." The crowd's expressions turned grim as they pleaded, "Esteemed elder, we are truly no match for you. Might you allow us to depart?" "Indeed. Should you pass my trial, you may leave unharmed," the celestial Python sovereign replied solemnly. The group's countenances darkened even further, and amid the tension, someone shouted, "Damn it. We cannot retreat. Nor can we advance. Let us confront him together." In an instant, a fierce battle was imminent. and the trial was set to commence once more. Chapter 238, Techniques and Martial Arts. As Xiang Wentian stepped through the portal of time and space, he found himself instantly transported to the third realm. All around him was a vast expanse of whiteness, with snowflakes swirling in the air and a biting cold wind that felt like daggers. The landscape was blanketed in pristine white snow, devoid of any vegetation, resembling a desolate ice mountain. In that moment, Xiang Wentian suddenly realized that the oppressive force of gravity, which had troubled many, was no longer as formidable. He was able to soar swiftly through the air. With a resounding tremor, the eight-winged demon angel soared towards the peak, closely followed by Yi Fan and his companions. Atop the mountain stood a colossal palace, a sight rarely witnessed in the world. Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment. How can this palace be so immense? If we were to transport it back to the Yanhua sect, it would scarcely fit. After recovering from his initial shock, Yi Fan jested. This is the trial ground of the Great Path. Do you think the heavens would permit you to move it? Xiang Kaishan, equally astonished, remarked. This palace occupies a greater expanse than our sect's entire grounds. It truly lives up to its reputation as a structure along the supreme path. The palace's golden glazed tiles shimmered with a dazzling light. Surrounding the grand hall were pristine white snow, red walls, and yellow tiles, exuding an opulent brilliance. The palace, adorned with a golden roof and red doors, emanated an air of solemnity with its antique charm. Upon entering the grand hall, the visitors were greeted by rows of bookshelves, meticulously arranged with stacks of books. In the center of the hall, the gilded characters Hall of the Great Path glowed splendidly on the plaque above. Xiang Wentian originally intended to grasp the tome as though it were non-existent, perceivable yet intangible. At that moment, the bustling sounds from beyond the grand hall resonated. This celestial python supreme is exceedingly formidable. Out of over 10,000 of us, fewer than 3,000 have successfully passed. If we reach the 9th trial, who knows how many will remain? Indeed, were it not for the reward of a wisp of nether breath, I would be gravely injured and on the brink of death. I am far stronger than you all. I am not only unscathed, but have instead transcended my realm due to the nether breath. Suddenly, a voice, both dignified and ethereal, echoed from the heavens. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Hall of the Great Path. The requirement for this trial is quite simple. If you can master a supreme-level martial technique within 3 days, you may proceed. 3 days. To master a supreme-level technique? How is that even remotely possible? This is utterly unfeasible. The murmurs of discontent surged among the crowd. Silence. This trial tests your comprehension. Those who fail shall remain as the final guardians. Those who dare to disrupt will face death. The authoritative and emotionless voice resounded once more. Immediately, countless books from the shelves dispersed like specks of light, penetrating the minds of the assembly. The countdown begins now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence your enlightenment. Upon hearing the commanding and ethereal voice, the crowd settled into a meditative posture, delving into the martial techniques, with not a soul daring to utter a sound. Within Xiang Wentian's mind, the profound martial techniques manifested were the Abyss Hell Shura scripture and the Blood Sea Shura palm. This remarkable set of martial arts exhibits a remarkable degree of compatibility, both being supreme pinnacle techniques exceedingly rare in the world. The fact that the heavenly Tao presents such extraordinary martial arts for the enlightenment and study of individuals clearly underscores its profound regard for the talented and formidable beings on the path of supremacy. Ding. The system has detected 2 supreme-level martial arts techniques. Would the host like to learn them? Learning initiated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned the techniques, which have now been added to the system panel. Please review the following. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Soul. Demon Angel Cultivation Level, Saint Soul Level, Saint King Tier 3 Physical Body, Saint King Tier 3 Saint Power, 0 Soul Rings, 9 Colored, Duration, 166. 666, 666 years, 9 Colored, Duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 Colored, Duration, 166. 666, 666 years, 9 Colored, Duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 Colored, Duration, 166. 666, 666 years, 9 Colored, Duration, 166. 666, 666 years, 9 Colored, Duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9 Colored, duration, 166. 666, 666 years, 9-colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, rainbow-colored, duration, 166. 666, 666 years, 9-colored, duration, 166. 666, 666 years, 9-colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9-colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, 9-colored, duration, 166, 666, 666 years, soul skills. First soul skill, space lock, time freeze. Second soul skill, angelic glory, demonic frenzy. Third soul skill, angelic holy judgment, demonic sky cleave. Fourth soul skill, angelic divine light, death ray. Fifth soul skill, angelic flame slash, demonic kiss. Sixth soul skill, angelic stupa, angelic meteor fall. Seventh soul skill, true martial soul, true demonic form. Eighth soul skill, annihilation strike, obliteration of all. Ninth soul skill, power breaking the 9 heavens, primordial tremor. Divine level soul skill, colossal void divine sword. Infinite usage. Divine king soul technique, heaven slaying strike, eternal and fleeting. Divine emperor's soul technique, veiling the sky, eye of world annihilation. Divine sovereign soul technique, violent hurricane slash, extreme earth drill. Sacred level soul technique, golden dragon sky shattering strike. Sacred dragons, celestial roar. Soul bones, skull of the war god of the demon angel. Backbone of the war god of the demon angel. Left arm of the war god of the demon angel. Right leg of the war god of the demon angel. Left leg of the war god of the demon angel. Right arm of the ignoring defense of the breaking army demon. Soul bone skill, war god manifestation, fusion skill of the war god of the demon angel soul bone. Ignoring defense, breaking army strike, accompanying skill of the breaking army demon right arm bone. Divine skill, Buddha's palm, heavenly punishment 9 styles, true form of the celestial dragon. Sacred skill, 9-colored sky-breaking finger, azure lotus in the sky. Supreme, sea of blood azura palm, pinnacle of supreme level. Points, 2, 500, 666, 666. Cultivation method, true scripture of the demon's world destruction, overlord body of the azure sky, true scripture of the azura in abysmal hell. Ability, devour, capable of consuming enemy or soul beast soul rings and soul power to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. After completing his studies with Xiang Wentian, his consciousness penetrated into the Buddhist realm within his palm, where he observed the spirit hall and the members of Shrek still earnestly contemplating their martial arts techniques. Xiang Wentian pondered, given their pace of comprehension, it is unlikely they will master the skills by next year. I must devise a method to facilitate their swift acquisition of knowledge. Thus, Xiang Wentian's consciousness once again delved into the system space. Inquiring, is there a means to expedite the understanding of martial arts and techniques? Indeed, there is, the system responded. The host may purchase a Tao Enlightenment Stone, which significantly accelerates one's grasp of the Great Way, enhancing the speed of learning martial arts and techniques by several hundredfold. The cost is 100 million points. Will the host proceed with the purchase? That is rather expensive, but I shall acquire it for their sake. Purchase successful. The item has been securely placed within the Palm Buddhist Kingdom. Within the Palm Buddhist Kingdom, the individuals were anxiously struggling to comprehend the martial arts and techniques in their minds. Suddenly, they sensed that these skills had become considerably simpler. They could grasp them swiftly. An understanding flowed effortlessly. Excitement surged among them as they rapidly engaged in learning and comprehension. After completing his studies under Xiang Wentian, Lin Fan followed closely behind, finishing almost simultaneously. In contrast, Yi Fan appeared to be grappling with some sort of bottleneck, deep in thought and contemplation. The expressions of the crowd within the grand hall varied. Some were joyful, others troubled, some distressed, and a few bewildered, each reflecting a different sentiment. Chapter 239. The Source of Power. 3 days later, the path of enlightenment came to an end, with fewer than 500 individuals truly achieving passage, including Xiong Kaishan, who also did not succeed. These individuals would remain here to guard the Temple of the Great Path until they reached the Supreme Realm, at which point they would be allowed to depart. The reward for the third trial was the martial arts and techniques one comprehended. Xiong Kaishan gazed longingly at Xiang Wentian. Yi Fan and Lin Fan, lamenting, I truly do not wish to remain here, but I have no choice. I did not succeed in passing. Xiang Wentian patted Xiong Kaishan on the shoulder and said, when you reach the Supreme Realm, do not forget to seek me out at the Spirit Hall once you emerge. We shall revel until we are utterly intoxicated. Xiong Kaishan nodded solemnly and replied, when I attain the Supreme Realm, I will certainly visit the Spirit Hall to challenge you. Xiang Wentian smiled faintly and said, I await your arrival. Xiong Kaishan gazed at Xiang Wentian and the others as they traversed the temporal gateway into the fourth challenge. With a deep sigh, he remarked, I shall strive diligently in my cultivation to soon escape this wretched place. The comforting aspect is that the spiritual energy here is extraordinarily rich, and the power of the Great Path envelopes us. I should be able to transcend to the Supreme Realm in less than a millennium. Upon entering the fourth challenge, the scene that unfolded before them was one of utter void. Nothingness prevailed, devoid of light, darkness, or the vibrant hues of existence. Suddenly, a point of light surged forth from the distance, moving with astonishing speed, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. It was then that Xiang Wentian perceived that this was not merely a point of light, it was a platform. The platform, an overall shade of dark crimson, was a flattened, oval structure approximately 100 meters in diameter, crowned by a massive black stone standing 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide. The sight of the colossal black stone puzzled the onlookers. At that moment, a bare-chested, muscular man appeared upon the platform. Towering at around 3 meters, he resembled a bear. Beads of sweat glistening on his well-defined chest. His bronze-hued skin emanated a radiant glow, rising and falling with his breath, exuding an aura of intimidation. His robust arms seemed infused with boundless strength, and with a thunderous roar, he effortlessly lifted the giant stone from the platform. Beneath his broad, bushy brows, a pair of keen, penetrating eyes sparkled with intelligence. His hands, from fingertips to palms and roots, were covered in calluses, as if encased in a scaly armor. After setting the stone down, he dusted off his hands and, with lips resembling thick sausages, chuckled, I am the Supreme of Strength, the guardian of the fourth challenge. This trial is quite simple. If you can lift this stone, you shall pass. Beside Xiang Wentian stood a formidable expert at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, who, in astonishment, remarked, is it truly that simple? I must have misheard. The Supreme of Strength, with a hearty grin, replied, indeed, it is as simple as that. Moreover, upon successfully completing the challenge, you shall be rewarded with a fragment of the source of power. The mention of the source of power elicited gasps of amazement from the crowd. Among them, none displayed greater excitement than Lin Fan, whose yearning for power surpassed that of all others. Release all those within your divine abilities, he urged, for it is utterly impossible to deceive me and slip through unnoticed. With a sense of helplessness, Xiang Wentian could only release the multitude from the realm of the Buddhist kingdom within his grasp. After Xiang Wentian released everyone from the palm of the Buddha's realm, they beheld the significant enhancement in the powers of the Spirit Hall and the Shrek team. It was entirely reasonable for them to reach such heights, given the vast resources and countless opportunities they had encountered. At this moment, the strength of the Spirit Hall was as follows. BB Dong, Martial Soul, First Martial Soul, Death Spider Emperor, Second Martial Soul, Soul Devouring Spider Emperor, Divine Emperor Level 139. Qian Rinqiue, Martial Soul, Six-Winged Angel, Divine Emperor Level 139. King of Slaughter, Martial Soul, Zhu Ganglai, Divine Emperor Level 137. Hu Lina, Martial Soul, Demon Fox, Divine Emperor Level 135. Yin, Martial Soul, Flame Lord, Divine Emperor Level 135. Evil Moon, Martial Soul, Evil Moon, Divine Emperor Level 135. Lin Fan, Sacred Realm Level 4, 142. Yi Fan, Sacred Realm Level 3, 141. Bu Jingyun, Martial Soul, Peerless Sword, Divine Emperor Level 136. Nia Feng, Martial Soul, Bloodthirsty Blade, Divine Emperor Level 136. Shui Binger, Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix, Divine Emperor Level 131. Feng Xiaodian, Martial Soul, Gale Two-Headed Wolf, Divine Emperor Level 132. Wu Wu, Martial Soul, Original Martial Soul Fire Shadow, Divine Emperor Level 126. Hua Yun Xie Shun, Martial Soul, Fire Bullfrog, Divine Emperor Level 135. Dugu Qiubai, Martial Soul, Heavenly Dragon Serpent Emperor Sword, Divine Emperor Level 138. The strength of the Shrek team remains. Xiang Wentian, with the martial spirit of the Demon Angel, stands at the Holy Realm Level 146. Ruming, possessing the martial spirit of the Seraph, is a Divine Emperor at Level 139. Shimin Shui Shui wields the Heavenly Sword as his martial spirit. also a Divine Emperor at level 139. Yi Guqing, with the Dragon Slayer Blade, is a Divine Emperor at level 139. Damubai, embodying the White Tiger Martial Spirit, is a Divine Emperor at level 139. Tang San, with the Blue Silver Grass as his martial spirit, holds the title of Divine Emperor at level 139. Xiao Wu, with the martial spirit of the Soft-Bone Rabbit, is a Divine Emperor at level 139. Ma Hongjun, embodying the Phoenix Martial Spirit, is a Divine Emperor at level 139. Zhu Zhuqing, with the martial spirit of the Nether Spirit Cat, is a Divine Emperor at level 139. Ning Rongrong, possessing the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, is a Divine Emperor at level 139. Oscar, with the martial spirit of the Sausage, is a Divine Emperor at level 139. Jiangzhu, wielding the Healing Staff as her martial spirit, is a Divine Emperor at level 139. After everyone emerged, Ru Ming inquired, "Brother, what is the source of power?" With a gentle smile, Xiang Wentian remarked, "The source of power, as the name implies, is the very essence of strength. Once obtained, it can significantly enhance one's own capabilities." Ru Ming nodded in understanding. Oscar, in a state of panic, exclaimed, as a support spirit master, "What shall I do if I cannot lift it?" At that moment, the Power Supreme chuckled and replied, "If you are unable to lift it, you shall remain as a guardian. Only after you and your companions transcend to the Supreme Realm may you depart." Xiang Wentian smiled at Oscar, saying, "No worries. If you truly cannot surpass this challenge, I shall leave you a plethora of resources, enabling you to transcend to the Supreme Realm within a century." "Thank you, Brother Tian. You are indeed the best to me," Oscar replied with a grin. "Of course, Brother Tian is not only good to you, but to all of us." Ma Hongjun chimed in cheerfully. At that moment, the Supreme of Strength declared, "Let us not waste words. Let the challenge commence. Who will go first?" "I will." A middle-aged man dressed in splendid attire and bearing a stern expression stepped forward. Upon reaching the arena, he strained to lift a massive black stone under the Supreme's watchful gaze, clearly exerting every ounce of his strength to hoist it. Seeing the man succeed, the Supreme of Strength nodded slightly and proclaimed, "Douluo Continent passes." Following him, another middle-aged man approached the arena, laboriously raising the stone. "Mo Lord passes." "Tian Shun Liishanxing passes." "Tianma Guqinglong passes." "Yao Di Yaodadeo passes." "Buddha Guqing Xingfu passes." "Tianlong Huang Tianlongdo passes." "Fazu Nyeyuan fails." "Haloosha fails." "Jujigong fails." Xiang Wentian observed that the number of individuals who had successfully passed the trials was remarkably few, fewer than 100. At this moment, Lin Fan was fully prepared to ascend the stage. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal figure towering 10 zhang, his muscles bulging, encased in a shroud of power, with a radiant aura of strength emanating from him. Chapter 240. The Dreamlike Heritage. With unwavering confidence, Lin Fan strode towards the arena, approaching the massive stone that, in comparison to his 10 zhang stature, appeared merely as a small rock. Summoning all his might, he strained to lift the boulder, which gradually rose until it was held aloft above his head, before he gently set it down. Simultaneously, the resonant voice of the Power Sovereign echoed throughout the venue, declaring Lin Fan's successful passage of the trial. Upon returning to Xiang Wentian's side, Lin Fan remarked, "I never anticipated this stone would be so weighty, akin to bearing an entire world." With a slight smile, Xiang Wentian remarked, "I perceive that within this colossal stone lies supreme righteousness, encompassing infinite space. It must harbor an entire world." Subsequently, it was Xiang Wentian's turn. He let out a thunderous roar, instantly unleashing his demonic angelic form and the true essence of the heavenly dragon, fully unleashing his power as he transformed into a towering figure. Approaching the arena, he grasped the immense stone with both hands and, with a tremendous effort, lifted it high above his head. Xiang Wentian triumphed. Following this, one by one, the others ascended the stage. Aside from Yi Fan and Lin Fan, all members of the Wuhuan Hall and the Shrek team faltered here, unable to raise the colossal stone. As Xiang Wentian prepared to depart, he spoke to Ru Ming, "You shall remain here to cultivate. After a period of time, once I attain the Supreme Realm, I will undoubtedly rescue you." Time flew by, and it was uncertain how long had passed as Xiang Wentian confronted the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th trials. The 5th trial tested speed. Although Lin Fan possessed immense strength, he faltered in this aspect. The 6th trial assessed defensive capabilities, where Yi Fan ultimately succumbed. The seventh trial evaluated offensive prowess, and Xiang Wentian showcased his unparalleled attacking essence. The eighth trial examined comprehensive combat strength, which Xiang Wentian barely passed. Finally, he arrived at the ninth trial, a stage reached successfully by only 9 individuals, the Lord of the Demon Clan, the foremost expert of the Southern Skygate. Tian Shun Lai Tian Xing, the ancient dragon of the Northern Demon Abyss, Tian Mo Gu Tsang Long, the Buddha of the Western Paradise, Gu Qing Sheng Fo, the Emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Huang Tian Long, the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, Xiang Wentian, the formidable Du Gu Bai Tian, and the first protector of the ghostly Blood Sea, Mei Chuan Du Do. Concurrently, the heavenly Tao manifested before them. It was not a being, but rather an order conjured from the collective thoughts, truths, essences, bodies, laws, principles, realms, nature, and all things of humanity. Though the heavenly Tao existed, it remained invisible. Congratulations on traversing the path to supremacy. You have all now attained the status of the Supreme, bearing the supreme divine position. A century from now, the angelic star universe shall dispatch formidable beings to engage in scholarly exchange with the original star universe. At that time, I shall command you to battle. Do you have any requests? The voice, both imposing and ethereal, resonated from all directions. He solemnly addressed Xiang Wentian. I implore you to release my friends who are trapped on the supreme path. Very well, they have now returned to the spirit hall. You may seek them there. The heavens be praised. In the void, Xiang Wentian addressed the system. Enhance all my soul rings by 10-fold, elevating them to the billion-year level. Ding. To extend the soul ring's duration to 1 billion years, a cost of 996 points is required. Does the host confirm? Confirmed. Ding. Enhancement successful. The system panel has been activated. Please review it at your convenience. Name: Xiang Wentian Martial Spirit, Demon Angel Cultivation, Supreme Justice Soul, Holy King Level 3 Physical Body, Holy King Level 3 Divine Power, 99. 999 Soul Rings. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Ultimate Soul Ring, duration, 1, 888, 888, 888 years. Soul Abilities. First Soul Ability, Space Lock, Time Freeze. Second Soul Ability, Angelic Glory, Demonic Fury. Third Soul Ability, Angelic Divine Judgment, Demonic Sky Slash. Fourth Soul Ability, Angelic Divine Light, Death Ray. Fifth Soul Ability, Angelic Flame Slash, Demonic Kiss. Sixth Soul Ability, Angelic Pagoda, Angelic Meteor Strike. Seventh Soul Ability, True Form of Martial Spirit, True Demonic Form. Eighth Soul Ability, Annihilating Strike, Vanishing of All. Ninth Soul Ability, Breaking the Nine Heavens, Primal Resonance. Divine Level Soul Ability, Colossal Divine Sword, Unlimited Usage. Divine King's Soul Skill, Heaven's Cleave, Time's Swift Passage. Divine Emperor's Soul Skill, Veil of the Sky. Eye of World Annihilation. Divine Sovereign's Soul Skill, Tempestuous Blade of Fury, Earth's Pinnacle Drill. Sacred Level Soul Skill, Golden Dragon's Celestial Strike, Sacred Dragon's Roar. Sacred King's Soul Skill, Source of Power, Breaking All Laws. Sacred Emperor's Soul Skill, Speed of Divine Light, Light Escape Technique. Sacred Sovereign's Soul Skill, Unmatched Combat Power, Invincible Chaos. Supreme Divine Position, Supreme Justice, Terminator of Evil. Soul Bones, Skull of the War God of the Demon Angel. Backbone of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left arm of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Left leg of the War God of the Demon Angel. Right arm of the Ignoring Defense of the Breaking Army Demon. Soul Bone Skill, Avatar of the War God, Fusion Skill of the Demon Angels, War God Soul Bone. Ignoring Defense, Striking Army One Blow Skill accompanying the right arm bone of the Breaking Army Demon. Divine Techniques, Buddha's Palm, Heavenly Punishment 9 Forms. True Body of the Celestial Dragon. Sacred Techniques, 9-Colored Sky Piercing Finger, Azure Lotus in the Sky. Supreme, Blood Sea Azure Palm, Pinnacle of Supreme Level. Points, 2, 500, 666. 666. Cultivation Methods, True Scripture of the Celestial Demon Annihilation, Overbearing Body of the Azure Sky, True Scripture of the Abyssal Hell Azura. Ability, Devour, can consume the soul rings and soul power of enemies or soul beasts to enhance one's own soul rings and soul power. At this moment, the spirit hall is deep in the night. Before the dream dormitory, a middle-aged servant is still sweeping the fallen leaves, as if the leaves will never be completely cleared. Xiang Wentian suddenly appeared behind the middle-aged servant, who remained completely unaware of his presence. Xiang Wentian was taken aback to discover that this middle-aged servant possessed the pinnacle of Saint Emperor cultivation. Who exactly are you? Having concealed yourself within the spirit hall for so many years, and what is your true intention? His voice resonated behind the middle-aged servant. The servant, momentarily startled, turned to see Xiang Wentian, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. In just a few short years, you have risen to become one of the supremes within the Origin Star realm. You are now worthy of my daughter. My daughter is none other than your childhood betrothed. Ruming. Ruming? How can she be your daughter? Xiang Wentian asked, puzzled. With a heavy sigh, the middle-aged servant's expression turned somber as he recounted. I am Yi Wuhui, the patriarch of the Seraphim clan from the Angel Star realm. Years ago, I acquired a heavenly treasure known as the Chaotic Bell, but its existence was inadvertently leaked. The 8 Supremes of the Angel Star realm demanded that I surrender the Chaotic Bell. I refused, and in retaliation, they annihilated my entire clan. Severely wounded, I fled to the Origin Star realm with my infant child. However, those Supremes relentlessly pursued me. In desperation, I left my child at the doorstep of an orphanage, drawing the Supremes away to ensure her survival. Ultimately, I managed to escape their clutches and chose to live in obscurity. I dared not reveal my identity to my daughter, fearing it would draw their attention and endanger her life. I silently protected her from the shadows, and when your mother adopted her and gave her a name, I felt a sense of relief, continuing my watchful guardianship from afar. Why did you not participate in the path of the Supremes, which requires the participation of those in the Saint realm? The middle-aged servant smiled faintly and replied, because I am not of the Origin Star realm and lack the Origin mark. Thus, I am unable to partake. Will you reunite with Ruming? He shook his head, saying, as long as the 8 Supremes remain alive, I cannot acknowledge Ruming as my daughter. As her father, I wish to spare her from calamity. Very well. I respect your choice. As I pushed open the palace door to greet Wentian, I stepped into the dreamlike chamber. Upon awakening, Ruming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Brother, you have returned. With a gentle smile, she nodded slightly and inquired, how did you come to be in the spirit hall? We were engaged in our training on the Supreme Path, and just a couple of days ago, we suddenly found ourselves in the spirit hall. I am at a loss as to how this occurred. Brother, have you completed your passage through the Supreme Path? Xiang went ahead and nodded at Wentian, saying, I have successfully passed the trial and attained the Supreme Divine Position. Wow, brother, you are truly amazing. Ruming exclaimed with excitement. Xiang Wentian understood that Ruming was genuinely happy for his sake. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura emerging around the spirit hall, causing his expression to tighten. Ruming inquired, Brother, what is the matter? Oh, it's nothing. You continue your training. I shall take a stroll, replied Xiang Wentian. Ruming affectionately nodded in agreement. As Xiang Wentian stepped out of his dreamlike dormitory, He vanished in the blink of an eye. He arrived above the spirit hall, where he beheld a familiar figure, none other than Meichuan Douluo. Xiang Wentian inquired, "What brings Meichuan Douluo to my Wuhuan hall?" Meichuan Douluo replied nonchalantly, "It appears we are not well acquainted. How could there be a grudge? You were the one who obliterated the great Yam's battle god sect, were you not? Could it be that you are Meichuan Quden?" "Indeed, Xiang Wentian. I have come today to exact vengeance. Do you dare to engage me in a battle within the chaos? What is there to fear? I, Xiang Wentian, have contended against heaven, earth, and mankind, and I have never dreaded any foe. If you are my enemy, then let us proceed." At this moment, both Xiang Wentian and Meichuan Douluo had attained the supreme realm, and their clash on the continent would spell devastation for the entire world. Thus they were compelled to fight deep within the chaos. Upon entering the chaos, Meichuan Douluo turned his back to Xiang Wentian, adopting a posture of supreme arrogance, and said coolly, "Come forth. Saint King Soul Ring, first soul skill, source of strength, bestowing boundless power upon oneself. Saint King Soul Ring, second soul skill, force shattering all laws, amplifying strength to the utmost degree. Saint Emperor Soul Ring, first soul skill, speed of divine light, significantly enhancing speed. Saint Emperor Soul Ring, second soul skill, flowing light escape technique, maximizing speed to its zenith, reaching the limits of what chaos can endure. Saint Emperor Soul Ring, first soul skill, unmatched combat strength. Saint Emperor Soul Ring, second soul skill, invincibility of chaos, bestowed with the supreme divine position, empowered by justice supreme, enhanced by the terminator of evil. The boundless universe and the order of chaos are now mine to command." With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wentian's form instantly soared to a height of 10,000 zhang. Meichuan, in astonishment, exclaimed, "We are both supreme beings. Why then do you possess such overwhelming strength?" Xiang Wentian said softly, "Even the supreme possess varying strengths. Are you prepared?" Meichuan's Adam's apple quivered as he gazed at Xiang Wentian in disbelief. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Wentian unleashed the Blood Sea Sure Palm, casting a blood-red imprint that enveloped the entirety of the chaos. Meichuan, in a solitary battle, bellowed with all his might, yet found himself unable to withstand the ferocity of Xiang Wentian's strike, ultimately sustaining grave injuries. Gazing in astonishment at Xiang Wentian, Meichuan slowly uttered, "I concede. From this moment forth, I shall wander the cosmos, never to meet you again. The enmity that lies between us ends here." As Xiang Wentian gazed towards Meichuan, who soared towards the edge of chaos, a year later, he married Ru Meng, Qianrenxue, Shui Binger, Huowu, Mengiran, and Ningrongrong, amidst a grand celebration attended by countless formidable beings. 50 years hence, the 6 women bore him 99 children. A century later, as the Angel Star Universe and the Origin Star Universe exchanged knowledge, Xiang Wentian single-handedly battled 8 supreme beings, emerging victorious and earning renown throughout the cosmos. 2 centuries later, he vanquished all supreme powerhouses of the Origin Star Universe, claiming the top spot on the heavenly rankings. A millennium later, the Spirit Hall ascended to become the most powerful force in the myriad realms, with its members achieving the pinnacle of supremacy. Ru Ming was reunited with her father, Negong Wudi. A million years later, Xiang Wentian wed 9,999 wives. A decade-million years later, they bore him 1 million children. From that moment forth, the myriad realms were renamed with the surname Xiang. In the depths of chaos, Xiang Wentian murmured, "Supreme Taoist and Buddha. When the origins of all realms arise and chaos is obliterated, I shall meet you then." Xiang Wentian turned to address the others earnestly, "I await you in the realm of Douluo Continent, the origin of all realms. If you wish to uncover the tale that lies ahead of me, come to Douluo Continent, the origin of all realms." The city was more than a third larger than Falling Maple City, its walls constructed from enormous black stones that shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow. Above the walls, a battalion of soldiers clad in azure armor patrolled, exuding an extraordinary presence. Should these 3 pills fail to revive Old Hu or awaken Zhao Zilong, then Old Hu would accept his fate. Upon hearing Zhao Zilong's words, Ming Yuda stood rooted in place, observing Zhao Zilong's unyielding demeanor with a grave expression. Xiao Fan fell into silence, uncertain how to respond. The corrosion caused by chemicals and diseases were entirely different matters. The former severely disrupts the functioning of mechanisms, rendering afflicted areas lifeless, and even the ghost gate needle technique, capable of reviving the dead, might not remedy such degeneration. From their expressions, Zhao Zilong discerned that news of his assassination attempts had been effectively suppressed, remaining within the confines of those with ulterior motives. Since that time, Zhong Tao had quietly watched over by Ruxin, who exhibited no unusual behavior. Thus, Zhong Tao took it upon himself to protect her, preventing her from engaging in matters of the bandit camp or traveling alone, rendering by Ruxin, despite her affiliation with Yifu, utterly powerless. Since she posed no threat, she remained inconsequential to the bandit camp. Fu Luo, the hero among the D people, met his demise in this manner. Duan Yi observed him silently as he passed away, feeling no need to inquire further. Although Duan Ye's purpose was indeed to lead him to death, it seemed only fitting to afford him some dignity in his final moments. Rest assured, senior brother, Rui shall not disappoint your trust. I hope you return soon, Rui replied with a smile. A mournful horn echoed from the city walls, and Lu Guang's drummers seized the moment to strike the war drums. According to the protocols of the battlefield, 3 beats of the drum signaled the time for the charge. With the miscellaneous auction concluded, the trading conference also came to an end after an entire day, with no item left unsold. Each cultivator, to varying degrees, had gleaned rewards, showcasing the meticulous planning and arrangements by the event's organizers. With nothing more to attend to, today was a day to visit the flower shop. Wang Lan's wedding would be adorned with fresh flowers, thus a visit was in order. Lin Di intended to change her attire upstairs. Having come this far, she thought it only fitting to take a glance inside without causing any disturbance. Lin Di's words were filled with sorrow, and Li Yuehua could not bear to watch. At this moment, both remained silent, while Lin Zifan internally called upon the system of the flipping over the salted fish. Sensing the emergence of 3 formidable foes at the transformation stage from afar, Qi Feng remained composed, though a heavy weight lifted from his heart. In the Xiantian sect, outside the cave of the transformation stage cultivator, Qi Yuanzai, a distinguished middle-aged cultivator stood poised. At this juncture, Qi Baiju knew it was time to depart. The realm of nothingness had been established, and he had acquired the sword technique he sought. Gazing at the majestic, obsidian monument, he felt a stirring within. Gradually kneeling in reverence, performing 3 prostrations before rising in silence to depart, as the gates quietly swung open and the gravitational field dissipated. Without the Qingping sword, Tan Lengxin was akin to a tiger stripped of its claws, relegated to the lower echelons among the limitless golden immortals of the celestial realm. Even though she possessed the supreme treasure, the Taishang Huaqing seed, its value paled in comparison to that of the Qingping sword, creating an insurmountable disparity. Sin Di had long been tormented by pain, devoid of strength, yet his willpower sustained his consciousness. Faintly, Mo Tian heard someone whispering in her ear, a gentle pressure on her shoulder. Who could it be? Elder June, since this cloud palace possesses a barrier, what if the entire Shinting city is also shielded? Would I not be discovered? Qi Feng pondered anxiously. While I may not have a boyfriend, I certainly have boys pursuing me, said Rai Sakai, playfully covering her mouth with her right hand and chuckling. The lengthy passage of time had not diminished the discussions surrounding Huangshan. In fact, the actions of the court had only intensified them. On the morning prior to the sword meeting, upon hearing that Li Bubi could enter the Xianmen, Lin Chuxin felt joy intermixed with concern, fearing her father, Lin Songhai, might renege on his word. Thus, she cleverly insisted on obtaining a token. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, it proved useful during a wager with Mei Rini. Qinjiu, speak your mind. Why have you gathered us here? Inquired the demon emperor Jiang Dao. Particularly, Lai Yuejin, by Yun Tao, and Sure Hao glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then proceeded to hang his corpse from a tree, mercilessly beating it until it was bloodied and battered, thus relieving their pent-up frustrations. He had to disembark and rest before 1 a.m., as a BO5 training match awaited them the following noon. However, most of these prodigies congregated around the first 3 stone tablets, with only a handful eager to stand before the 4th, brimming with anticipation. Synopsis: in the Douluo Continent, where soul power reigns supreme, the strong can split mountains, while the weak strive merely to survive. Xiang Wentian, aided by a system, traverses to the Douluo Continent, witnessing how he turns the tides and becomes invincible across the realm.